One night, a guy came to a bar and ordered a glass of drink and began to enjoy the drink. And after a few sips, he said to the bartender, "Hey, have you heard of the legendary blacksmith?" Hearing such a question from his visitor who wanted to talk, the bartender was surprised to hear that the legendary blacksmith was someone else. Hearing from his interlocutor that he did not know the story about which he began his story, the visitor said, imagining in his head the various weapons made by this character, the blacksmith who creates absolutely unique legendary items, and his greed simply knows no bounds. After hearing some information about the blacksmith the visitor told him, the bartender asked in surprise where you have ever seen a blacksmith who was not greedy. To which the guy replied, "You know very well that you cannot create good weapons without excellent materials, and it is unlikely that you will be able to get them without high-ranking comrades, but as far as I know, he has no patrons." Immediately after these words, the visitor confidently added that even the Tsedak Guild, which knew about his whereabouts, was eventually disbanded, and the bartender said, "What are you talking about?" Immediately after that, the bartender, surprised by the visitor's story, said in astonishment that this blacksmith was able to provide himself with everything he needed, to which the visitor replied, "Well, who knows?" At some point before the time when the legends about him became legendary, the same legendary blacksmith took part in a battle against a huge army of monsters, all in order to get additional materials for his craft. Ignoring the legendary blacksmith, all the members of his team joined the battle without even waiting for their comrade and began to destroy the monsters one by one. Going into battle with his comrades, the boy who tried to catch up with the others angrily exclaimed, "So they decided to give a damn about me and go ahead on their own." Arriving on the battlefield to catch up with his comrades who had gone before without even warning him, the boy jumped off the cliff at the foot of which was an army of thousands of monsters, and then said in amazement, looking around at all the demons and monsters below him, the boy exclaimed, "Wow, there's a whole bunch of materials for me." Taking out a sword from his inventory, the boy also prepared for a battle in which he would be able to get a lot of different materials for his research and creation of new weapons. Having destroyed a considerable number of enemies in just a few seconds, the legendary blacksmith confidently exclaimed, "I am the world's best swordsman." As he prepared to use his magic attack, he confidently exclaimed, "I am the best mage." But as soon as he said this, one of his comrades who was nearby tapped him in the side and mockingly said, "Boogeyman, what are you talking about?" Recovering from the instant attack of his comrade, who had already gone on to destroy the enemies, the boy continued his praise. Yes. Well, in fact, I was standing among a pile of swords driven into the ground. The boy thoughtfully said which one I should choose this time. Reaching for a sword that stood out from the rest, the boy said, "Just a mysterious blacksmith with a rather complicated history." Grabbing the handle of his sword, he said happily, "You are the one I need now for my first bad sword." As soon as the boy pulled his sword out of the ground, he was immediately attacked by monsters who were already a couple of meters away, and noticing this, he said in surprise that you decided to attack me yourself. Preparing for the battle that would begin right now because of the enemy's attack on him, the blacksmith boy happily said, "Well, that means we will test your effectiveness right here." At the same time, somewhere on the island of Kokoro, on the 4th floor of a dungeon with a hellish boss, players of one of the strongest guilds came to destroy it. One of the players in this cave was the 16th number in the United Councils of the Sharp Sword as well. The 8 top players who followed him and 200 elite players of the Silver Knights Guild were waiting for the battle to begin until the boss appeared when someone in the crowd shouted out that there were 5 minutes left. Realizing his position and the power of his army, the commander, waiting for the battle to begin, mentally said, "With such a force, we could easily capture a small fortress, but I'm still nervous." Standing in front of the flames that suddenly appeared, the army commander nervously added in his head the 4th level of the dungeon on Kokoro Island, the boss monster that appears every 2 weeks, the Gao of Hell. Confidently standing in front of the flames, which were getting hotter by the second, the commander added in his head, "We spent so much money strengthening our weapons and also pumped our levels for so long, and they really became stronger." After all the investment, after these thoughts, the soldier shouted out with only a minute left. Suddenly, noticing a stranger behind him who had entered the cave where they were supposed to raid, and the boss, one of the soldiers shouted out an intruder, and the intruder heard the message from the soldier, and the nervous commander shouted out that, looking back, the captain of the troops noticed a man standing right in front of the entrance to the cave to the boss. Trying to figure out who exactly came to them at such an alarming time to raid the boss, the commander of the troops wondered in his head who he was. After assessing the physique of the guy who came to them in the dungeon, The captain wondered in his head who this weakling was. Continuing to examine the guy who appeared in the cave with a powerful monster, the commander mentally said in a surprised tone of voice, "Why the hell does he have no items but a cloak?" He just walked through the defensive troops below. Realizing that his guards that he had posted downstairs could now be killed if this person was here, the captain nervously added in his head he was a well-trained assassin. Scanning the man's name to determine who he was, the captain saw the inscription grid in the system window in front of him, and he said in surprise, "No killer would ever give himself away so easily." The next moment, after launching a system search for the user, the army commander received another system message that said the user was not found, and he said in confusion in his head, "I don't understand, so it's not the player." Falsely convinced of his guesses, the commander thought that if it wasn't a player who could get in, then the guards standing at the entrance had relaxed. What a bunch of jerks. And then he immediately exclaimed, "This area is controlled by the Silver Knights Guild." Continuing to drill his gaze into the guy who had come to the cave, the army commander added, "I don't know how you got here, but we are about to start an important battle. If you want to stay alive, you better go back." Hearing that he had already been noticed and that the army leader was addressing him personally, Grid sighed heavily and said, "I wonder if my invisibility disappeared only because I could be detected by the infernal Gao." Immediately after that, reaching for his cloak, the boy said, throwing it off, in which case I no longer need it. As soon as the cloak was taken off, all the players present were shocked to see someone truly incredible standing right in front of them. The very weakling that the army commander thought he was turned out to be a rather powerful guy with very bright and interesting armor. His whole body was covered with steel scales and his tail was still sticking out behind him. His armor looked like a dragon. Looking at the guy they saw, one of the soldiers said in surprise what kind of armor it was, and the other said, "Are you kidding me? It's unique. What's wrong with this guy?" Noticing that all the attention of his subjects was focused on the guy who broke into their reserved territory, the commander of the army shouted out menacingly, "Hey, what are you all looking at?" and took the impudent guy away. As soon as he gave the order, the dungeon boss appeared right behind him, and the commander nervously exclaimed, "Oh shit, he's here!" Right in front of them was the very hell Gao they had been waiting for 2 weeks to raid and get rare materials. When the enemy had fully completed his arrival and regeneration, a system notification appeared over the heads of all players, saying that the Hellfire Master Hell Gao had arrived. Immediately after the boss appeared, he used his suppression skill and another system notification appeared, saying that Hellfire Gao's roar had spread fear and chaos and weakened the player. However, that was not all. After that, another system notification appeared that said Hell Gao's flames had reduced heat resistance by. Continuing to make preparations for the battle with the players, the boss activated his own effects to make it easier to deal with the enemies. As a result of which a system notification appeared above them, Hell Gao used pillars of flame. The next moment, using another of his attacks after all the debuffs imposed on the players, the enemy was able to easily sweep away a large number of enemies. Seeing what had just happened as a result of just the first enemy attack, the army commander nervously exclaimed that half of the guild had been destroyed by just one flame. Preparing to take the next enemy attack, the army commander nervously said in his head, "I have increased my heat resistance to 86%, but I think I will still take a lot of serious damage." Resigned to his fate, the leader of the raiding force said in a disappointed voice, "We have lost again." At the same time, Grid, who had arrived at the cave, said oopsie doopsie and headed for Hell Gao, ignoring the heat coming from it. He didn't care about the infernal heat coming from the boss of this dungeon. He confidently walked forward to his goal. Watching this incredible sight, the astonished army commander said in his head, "Who is the flame strong enough to destroy half of my guild?" But looking at Grid, who was walking into the heat of the inferno, where the temperature was reaching high levels, the man said in his head, "This guy doesn't care." Having reached the place he needed, Grid activated his inventory, and a bright sphere appeared near him. Watching what would happen next, the army leader held his breath. The next moment, no matter what anyone thought, Grid was not even going to fight the dungeon boss. Despite the absurdity of the situation, he took out a pickaxe from his inventory. Immediately after that, using his tool, he began to chisel something in the cave, and the surprised commander of the troops exclaimed in his head that it was a pickaxe. Trying to understand what was happening right in front of his eyes, the shocked commander said in his head, "Oh my God, is he just playing a trick or what?" Observing the rather dangerous situation that is currently taking place in the cave, the commander added that he was mining ore standing right in front of Hell Gao. Continuing his digging work, Grid said unhappily, dripping with sweat, It's so hot in here. It's just horrible. Why is it getting harder and harder every time? Why does this ore only appear when the boss revives? Not even realizing that Helgao was aiming at him, Grid continued to mine ore, muttering under his breath. I can even visit the dragon's lair with this pickaxe. With a wave of his weapon, Helgao prepared to deliver a devastating blow to the impudent boy who dared to ignore him in his own lair. The next moment, the boss hit the boy with a direct hit, and the blast wave hit Grid with all his might to teach the impudent boy a lesson, even hitting the leader of the troops. Seeing what had just happened to the boy, the frightened leader of the Silver Sword Guild mentally said, "That was definitely a direct hit. He's definitely finished." When the dust began to clear, the guild leader said nervously, "No one could have survived here. It was simply impossible." When the flames from the Ular completely dissipated along with the smoke and everything else, the army commander could see Grid in front of him, who continued to stand on his feet despite the boss's attack. The guild leader said in surprise in his head that he was absolutely fine. The next moment, Grid pointed to the monster behind him and said, "Hey mister, can you do something about it? It was super hot, but it's only going to get worse." Hearing Grid's request, who was hot in the dungeon, the confused guild leader said, "Wait, that's not the biggest problem here. You're the one who's the problem." Hearing such words from the surprised man, Grid looked back at him and said, "How did you survive?" Continuing to ignore the dungeon boss who was heading for him to strike back, the guy confidently said, "Well, it's absolutely nothing difficult." Again, withstanding the blow of the Helgao who was aiming at him, Grid confidently said, simply put. Smiling happily at his interlocutor, he said, "This is all an effect of the object." The next moment, recalling his past, the boy mentally said, "I devoted several months of my life to this. I had to obey and do what I could at every stage." Running away from the guards who were playing with him to finish him off, Grid gritted his teeth and said in his head what the hell they were doing. Why the hell were they chasing me? Losing his vigilance while running away and being inadequately trained, Grid was stabbed in the back by one of the guards who managed to get him. Landing on his feet after being wounded, Grid prepared himself for a confrontation to be able to continue his escape, nervously saying in his head, "Am I really going to die right here?" Putting Grid on his knees after a hard fight, the angry member of the nobility said, "You fool. You abused our trust. Even with a contract, you couldn't resist greed and self-interest." Looking at the man standing before him, the boy angrily exclaimed, "Asher, you rascal." At the same time, one of the nobles, who had entrusted Grid with the important mission of finding the legendary object, added, "I'm not going to lie. I had my doubts from the beginning that you would be able to handle this mission at all, Grid." When he heard that he was disappointed with his work and doubted him from the very beginning, the angry boy said, "I've been fighting for months for nothing. Don't you think I deserve to be rewarded for my efforts?" Hearing such words from his mercenary subject to whom he had ordered to find a legendary book that may not have existed, Asher confidently said, "Of course I will give you a reward." Immediately after these words, Asher added in a menacing tone, "I cannot let go of someone who has so confidently and arrogantly trampled on my trust and goodwill." The next moment, calling one of the soldiers behind Grid's back, Baron Asher said firmly, "I give you death." Looking back at the soldier who was preparing to finish him off, Grid nervously said in his head, "I've been risking my life for the past few months for this mission. Who would have thought I would end up like this?" As he watched his death inevitably approach, Grid nervously said in his head, "I can't just let this go." The best virtual game in the world is called Satisfy. It is played by about 2 billion unique players around the globe. This game is a fantasy world that is so wide and diverse in its content that it is sometimes even called another world. In this world, the number of unexplored lands far exceeds the territory that other players have already managed to explore, and this place was one of them. This very place was the Northern Cave of the End, and the very legendary object that the boy was looking for to fulfill his errand was in the deepest place in the entire cave, a location that was simply overflowing with various equipment and objects that had been in complete peace for several tens or even hundreds of years until they were found. However, all this was only for a certain time when a player would definitely find this place and take away these hidden treasures that were waiting for him. Upon discovering the very cave and the very item he had been searching for 3 months, Grid, who was currently level 73 and a warrior, exclaimed with joy, "I finally found it." Not far away from him was the quest item of Count Asher rank S, called the Book of the Legendary Blacksmith. Picking up the book he had been looking for so long, the boy barely held back tears and said, "It took me so long, any other player would have given up long ago." After finding the item, Grid spat out a grudgingly insulted, "Stupid quest. I couldn't have stopped even halfway through with all the money I spent on potions and equipment. Immediately after these words, remembering the very Count Asher who had given him this task, Grid said in his head, "If I don't get a decent reward for this, I will never work with Asher again." Holding the book he had been searching for so long, Grid said in surprise, "So I got the quest item." Unbeknownst to Palalian, his reaction was caused by the fact that he needed a rather valuable magic item to open the book. Looking at the book and the requirements to decipher it to see the hidden information, Grid said in surprise that Palladian's eye was 1 minute, if I remember correctly. Opening the description of the Palladian's eye in his inventory, Grid said nervously, "It is quite a precious item. The cost of high-end identification is seeing this." The boy nervously added, "Wow, it has risen in price so much." Grasping his head, disappointed with his position in the game, Grid exclaimed in frustration, "How much more money do I have to spend in this damn game? Why do they always rip me off? I've already taken a bunch of credits for this game. I always get the fashion." Immediately after a few seconds of remorse and self-flagellation, Grid reached for the activation button and said in an ominous tone, "I always have next month." After activating the Polineal Eye, Grid received a system notification stating that the identifier was in use. Immediately after completing the identification of the received item with the help of Polineal's Eye, Grid received a system notification that said you have received the legendary item Pagma's book. Holding the first legendary item in his life, Grid felt this incredible satisfaction and also saw 2 new system notifications that said the book contains the secrets of Pagma, the great blacksmith who surpassed all human limits when used. You become a descendant of Pagma. The next moment, another system notification appeared. You have found an item of legendary rarity and your reputation has increased by 500. Grasping his face with one hand to keep from screaming with joy, Grid exclaimed in delight, "Wow, a legendary item." Inspecting the book he had just found, Grid exclaimed happily, "Who would have thought that I would get a usable legendary item with which I could get one of the strongest classes available?" The next moment, interrupting his joy, Grid sighed heavily and said, "Hey, wake up, you're here to get S rank. It would be quite stupid to quit the quest." Immediately after these words, raising the book above him, Grid joyfully exclaimed, "Or I can simply sell this book and take the money for myself, a legendary item, for it can easily get hundreds of millions of won." Immediately after these words, recalling his work in real life, Grid said in his head, "Because I had accumulated a lot of student and gaming debts, I was forced to do hard work. Gaming was the only thing I was good at." Immediately after these memories, recalling the society that looked down on him, Grid mentally added, "But since I dedicated myself to this game, even my close friends have abandoned me." Also remembering the family members he had also lost because of his games, Grid mentally said, "And my family began to treat me like an empty space." The next moment after recalling his social position, Grid hugged the legendary book and said happily, "But now that it's over, I can finally say goodbye to my past life. Mom, Dad, sister, I did it. Your son, the slacker, finally won the gold." Pulling the book out, Grid exclaimed happily, "Now I need to sell this item as soon as possible, so that's the way to go." Using the exit function of the game, the guy saw a system notification that said you cannot leave the game at the moment. The next moment, Count Asher appeared in the cave of the legendary blacksmith. And then a new system notification appeared in front of the boy, which said the quest of Count Asher's secret request changed to the anger of Count Asher. Bringing a large number of his soldiers with him, the Count angrily said, "You lousy rascal, you came here blinded by greed." Hearing a familiar voice near him, Grid nervously said in his head that Count Asher. The next moment, Grid saw a description of a new quest that had changed because of his actions, and it read, "Count Asher's anger. Count Asher has noticed your selfish intent to steal the quest item and is filled with anger and will try to kill you." Grid exclaimed in confusion, not understanding what he was hearing. Hearing the confused voice of a boy who did not understand what was happening here and why so many soldiers had arrived, Count Asher shouted angrily to his mercenary, "You decided to betray us despite the contract." Only Grid heard the reason why he was angry with him and shouted in a disgruntled voice, "Lies! Do you realize how hard it was to get here without saving face? You didn't do it, how would you know?" Hearing these words from his mercenary to whom he had entrusted the search for the legendary book, Count Asher angrily replied, "You can continue to make excuses. The guards will seize him immediately." And now we go back to the moment when Grid was on his knees and behind him was a soldier with a sword. Being in such a sad situation, Grid thought, "I have been working so hard for so many months to get this in the end." Determined not to give up so easily, Grid mentally said, No, I can't just give up and get nothing for my 3 months of suffering working for an old man. Dodging the guard's attack, Grid continued his escape and exclaimed, "No matter what, I'm going to beat this quest. I'm a level 73 player, and I have some skills too, let me tell you." Looking at one of the soldiers who had already rushed at him to finish him off, Grid confidently said in his head, using the skill, "I will deal with you first." Shock the guard's shield. Seeing that the enemy easily broke through his defense, Grid nervously said in his head that he was shocked that he did not even affect him, as such a thing was possible. After blocking the enemy's attack after a failed attack, the boy said in his head, "You've got to be kidding me. I blocked his attack, but he still took half my health. I knew Asher was a level, but I never thought his men were two." Looking at how many enemies were still coming at him, a nervous Grid mentally said, realizing that he could not win, "But I should not have started my journey with this quest like this." Shedding tears in this situation that developed at the end of the mission, Grid said in disappointment in his head, "Oh shit, everyone could have just left and died. Of course I knew that could happen. My luck was not enough." Immediately after these thoughts, the boy turned his attention to the book in his bag and said, "Wait a minute, but if I suddenly die, what will happen to this book? It will also disappear." Immediately after these thoughts, a voice appeared in Grid's head and kept repeating in a depressing tone that I cannot replay this quest, and I cannot win. I will not even get gold for this item if it also disappears from my inventory. The next moment, reaching for the book to activate it, the boy mentally said, "Then I have only one option left, and I can only do one thing." Seeing what Grid was about to do, Count Asher, who was standing at a distance from the battlefield, exclaimed in alarm, trying to open the book. "Stop him immediately." Activating the book and applying its skill effect, Grid shouted out, "Too late, you stupid bastard. Now I'm taking her with me like this." Applying the new profession of the descendant of the legendary blacksmith, the boy added insultingly, "You should have been more careful in this situation, you fool." When everything was ready, Grid applied the book of profession change and saw a system notification that said the changes would begin soon. And at the same moment, a bright light appeared around him. As Grid made the changes to his body after changing his profession, he thought to himself, "Well, try it. Who knows? Maybe I can replay this quest after getting the legendary class." After these thoughts, a system notification appeared in front of him, saying that all skills and characteristics had been reset. The next moment, a system window with new skills appeared in front of him, showing the characteristic dexterity was opened. The skill blacksmith skill was obtained. The blacksmith skill score was improved. The blacksmith patience skill was obtained. The blacksmith dismantle repair was obtained. All the skills and abilities of the blacksmith were improved to a high level. The legendary level of the blacksmith skills and abilities was opened. Feeling the changes in his body after gaining the new Grid class skills, he mentally said, "I am now a working class laborer, even in the game. Well, I just had no other choice, but I still feel quite strong. I guess it's a class effect." Looking at Count Asher, who was boiling with rage because his precious item had been used, Grid happily said in his head, "Seeing you in pain, Asher, is such a pleasure." The next moment, turning his gaze to the enemies who were approaching him, Grid confidently said in his head, "Let's start beating these dumbasses and complete this quest." Immediately after these thoughts, the boy saw a system notification in front of him that said the changes were complete, and then he happily said, "Everything is ready." When the entire transformation was completed, Grid, left in only his underwear on the battlefield, received a system notification that said, "Your level is now equal to 1. Immediately after that, Grid's cocky smile was quickly erased from his face with just one blow from the head of an Asher guard who was level 300. After receiving only one hit that barely missed him, Grid saw a white screen in front of him and a system notification plate that said, "You are dead." At the same time, an urgent call rang somewhere in the game developer's house, and picking up the phone, he heard that the task force report said the class change had taken place 5 minutes ago. Hearing the report, the game creator, who had been waiting for this to happen, replied in a stern voice, "I'm leaving soon. I'll be there," and was told, "Yes, sir. I'll start preparing the briefing right away." Approaching the door of his house, the game creator said thoughtfully, "So a change of class, well, I wonder who could be the same. I'm already burning with impatience." Leaving the house, the creator of the game Satisfy smiled happily before going to the meeting and said, "This should be quite interesting." Lying in front of Asher Grid, who was living out his last seconds, he said in a hoarse voice that he would have really killed for this just for using the item. "Why the hell did you really chase me? You knew everything from the beginning. trying to find out the truth as well as say what he was thinking when he had nothing to lose. Grid added, "Dirty, you scoundrel thief, stealing what is rightfully mine is a game, though." As he took his last breaths before breaking into tiny pieces, Grid said, "Eat well and live in peace." Finishing the game after he had died once again and lost everything he had, Grid deactivated the full immersion capsule and began to crawl out of it with a groan. Taking a sitting position, the guy who had been playing the game for hours and had bags under his eyes sighed heavily and said, "It was like that." After a short pause, the guy added, "It was exciting." The next moment, he added 100 million won. "I could have earned a lot more pain." Before he could finish, he heard his mother's voice behind him saying angrily, "You saw what time it is, son." Meanwhile, somewhere in the operational headquarters of Satisfy SA Group, where a meeting was supposed to be held about the discovery and activation of the first legendary ability. Seeing that the head of the company had already arrived at his office, the head of the Satisfy task force, named Choi Nahi, entered his office and said, "Welcome back, sir." Hearing that his subject, the head of Satisfy, had come to him, he immediately asked, "You said that someone changed their class 5 minutes ago. I couldn't even imagine that this would happen. How interesting is this?" Immediately after these words, the chief developer of Satisfy Group, Sei, Cholo, got up from his seat and asked, "I hope you have managed to prepare a field report on this." A few minutes later, the head of the task force said his name was Grid. He was level 73, and he currently possessed level. His real name was Shinyonu. Through a secret request from Count Asher, he had received the Pagma book, and according to the information department, he was an unremarkable unemployed player. Displaying statistics and other information on the screen, the girl added that he has been living in the same city for about a year now, and for the past 3 months he has been exploring the endless lands with level monsters, dying a considerable number of times. Although you told us to study the legendary class in detail, it seems to be just a singing fall that was made on his mindless play, but his addiction and certainty in the game seems to be the main factor. After hearing the report from his colleague, the chief developer leaned on his hand and said thoughtfully that he was serious. "But I thought that perseverance was a good character trait." Looking at the photo of Grid, who was the first to receive the legendary class after finding Pagma Choi's book, Nahi said thoughtfully, "Could this have happened by accident as a team leader? I can say that it is a bit disappointing." Hearing this phrase from his employee, Chulho happily said, "Hey, you're seriously an accident. Don't make me laugh." Hearing these words from her leader, the girl replied in surprise, "Excuse me, sir." Immediately after his colleague's surprised tone, Chulho happily added, "As you know, leader, if we look at the calculations of the Morpheus supercomputer, the North End Cave and the Pagoda Descendant should be opened in 2 years." Immediately after saying this, looking at the report Choi Nai had prepared, the man added, "However, this guy not only entered the North Cave of the End, but he also passed the accompanying quest location of the quest item. Do you really think it was a coincidence?" Immediately after these words, pointing out one interesting detail about this guy, Chulo added something else quite interesting, by the way, his negative level. The next moment, looking at the same piece of video when Grid was changing his class, the chief developer added that from the very beginning, Asher's quest was supposed to open at or above the level, but Grid was able to get around it, and he quickly used the item for fear that it could be taken away. Since he went through the class change, the standard legendary penalty of instant reset to the first level was immediately applied. Immediately after these words, seeing what a unique shot they got in the first use of the legendary skill, Chulo happily added that since he failed 2 parallel quests, he lost 2 levels. Usually players at or below the level do not lose additional experience points due to death, but now he is at level. Hearing these words from the chief developer, the girl who finally realized the essence of the situation nervously exclaimed, "Wait, then what does that mean?" Interrupting his colleague without letting her finish, the chief developer confidently added, "That's right. Now you finally understand the average statistical player gets 10 points of characteristics per level, but now that he is at level." Immediately after these words, watching the boy live out his last seconds after the class change, Chulho added that he would need 2 more levels to reach the initial first level, which means he would receive an additional 20 points of characteristics, which is more points than any player of his level. Immediately after this detailed explanation of the whole situation, the lead developer confidently repeated, "Consider it all as a real accident. Isn't this a special situation and doesn't it fit the definition of a skill?" Hearing this, the girl said anxiously, "Then it means that the balance in the game is broken. We must immediately fix it." Hearing the girl's worried voice, the man said in a calm tone of voice that there was no need to go that far. The next moment, Im Chulho walked over to his desk and happily added, "As you said, there's no point in worrying about such ineffective players. Because besides, the descendant of Pagma is a rather weak class in combat compared to the rest of the classes." Immediately after these words, the chief developer immediately became quiet and began to stare intently at the report. Noticing this, the girl nervously asked what was wrong, sir, to which he replied nothing. "I'm going away for one day. Keep me informed." Meanwhile, in the construction office where Grid worked, the workers were being paid and the manager began to call out Mr. Shinyan, Mr. Shinyan. Trying to attract the guy's attention, one of the workers put his hand on his shoulder to bring him out of his trance and bring him to his senses. And then another phrase was heard. "Listen here, Shinyonu." Drawing Grid's attention to himself, one man pointed to the boss and said, "He's talking to you. Take the money for the morning's work." And immediately afterwards, the boss repeated, "Let's all hurry up and go home." Hearing that he was ordered to come and collect the money for his work, Grid got up from his chair and went to the boss, saying, I'm sorry, I saw how strange their employee looks." One of the employees said in surprise, "You're saying this guy is a gambler." Immediately after that, the accountant who was talking to the employee behind Grid's back said, "He looks terrible and smells really bad." On his way to collect his paycheck, Grid overheard a discussion about himself behind him, in which he said, "I always thought everyone was born with at least one talent." And the other man replied, "It's a shame to be such a loser at such a young age." After collecting his paycheck for the day, Grid sat down on a bench to see how much he had received and counted the money, saying it was enough for one more round. As soon as he thought about it, a thought came into his head, and he said to himself, "Just think about it. The first thing that popped into my head was the game. You should be ashamed of yourself, you fool." The next moment, tilting his head back, Grid said in frustration, "This book alone could have changed my whole life. But here I am without hundreds of millions of won." Continuing to beat himself up about the fact that he had failed again in his attempt to get rich, Grid said in frustration, "I spent so much time in this place, all this work to finish on a level." Passing by Grid, who was the first to receive the legendary class, Im Chulho thoughtfully said in his head, "Of course there is nothing special about this player." Flying past him in his car on the way home, the head developer added in his head, but to be honest. Watching the road while driving, even while he was thinking, Im Chulho confidently added, "However, I think that's the advantage, but of course he'll have to figure it out on his own." At the same time, Grid, who was sitting on the bench, grabbed his head and said in frustration, "Maybe I should really try something else. There must be something I'm good at, right?" After some thought about what he could have done at his age to be good at his job, Grid exclaimed in frustration, looking up, "Is there nothing I could do that I would be good at?" Leaning back, Grid fell on the bushes behind him, calming down after his nervous exclamations. The boy said slyly, "Well, let's try to play again." Then Im Chulho, who was heading home in his car, after seeing something interesting and taking a day off, said confidently that he definitely had no sense of proportion. Arriving home, Grid sat back down in his game capsule and said, "Okay, this is the last game, but I still want to try to play as a legendary class." Inspecting his capsule from the inside to make sure it was in good working order, Grid added confidently, "As long as the capsule is in good condition, everything should go well. I'm counting on you, buddy." Closing himself up in his full immersion device, the guy mentally said, "Starting the game once again, I'm going to win back all the money I spent here, no matter what it takes." After pressing the start button, a system notification appeared in front of the player, which indicated the connection to Satisfy in the download window. After a while, Grid appeared in the forest because his original respawn point was destroyed due to the failure of the mission with Asher. Looking around to determine exactly where he was, Grid said in surprise that "Where am I now? It doesn't look like yesterday's cave, that I was really kicked out of the city." Walking through the forest with trees that had no leaves, and the atmosphere around them was rather depressing, Grid said thoughtfully, "It's still Patreon. But I've never been here, so they just can't give me a break. Kicking me out for a simple betrayal is a bit much for me." Walking through some unknown forest, Grid said thoughtfully, "I need to find some kind of sign to understand where I am now." And suddenly he noticed something on his way. This something was a temple that stood right in his path. And of course, Grid could not just pass by and headed straight for it. In that temple, a ritual was just being held where they were trying to sacrifice a girl who had been kidnapped by the followers for their dark deeds. Hearing some spells being read by a follower of the temple, Grid wandered through the corridors and wondered what kind of place this was. Noticing a girl tied to a cross and four men in cloaks saying something incomprehensible, Grid nervously said in his head, "Temples are meant for level players, it's too dangerous here." Opening his stats to see what he had gained from the legendary title, Grid said disappointedly, "I have the stats of a bug. I'm really at the first level, so it must not be a bug in the system." Noticing the system notification in front of him while viewing the characteristics, which said that the chance of an additional option when creating weapons has increased the chance of successfully using the improvement of your item. You can wear all things, but it will be penalized for this. Immediately after that, Grid found his old items in his inventory and shouted equip. Immediately after that, his old items were put on him, and a system notification appeared that said Mammon's two-handed sword was obtained. Mangel's armor was obtained. Seeing that everything was really on him, the boy exclaimed in amazement, "I can re-equip myself with level 60 items. I needed 200 points of power to put them on." Immediately after that, Grid saw system notifications in front of him that said penalties were applied due to imbalance of characteristics attack power, reduced by additional effects on armor protection, reduced by additional parameters on seeing this. The boy was shocked and said, "But the penalties are obviously nothing is free, but still." "Putting on the powerful armor even with the penalty," Grid said happily, looking at the sword. "The attack power of the sword is still points, and the armor will give me points of defense. The first level items will barely give me the same effect, so even with the penalties, it's still 10 times better." Kneeling down with joy, Grid mentally said, "Legendary classes are just incredible to allow such high-end equipment. Heaven has blessed me." Immediately after his joy, Grid suddenly realized one rather unpleasant truth. Then he mentally said, "Wait, but if this is a level dungeon, then everything around me is of the same level. The game is trying to kiss me and kill me at the same time." At the same time, somewhere on the sacrificial table, the temple followers continued their dark rulings, conjuring up the girl while she screamed loudly trying to call someone for help. Observing the situation in the sacrificial room, Grid said thoughtfully, "If we are in a temple of Than, they must be monks of Yatan, trying to perform magic." Looking at the monks, who were quite numerous in this temple, Grid thought to himself, "Staying here could be equivalent to death. A small scratch from one of them would definitely kill me." Even though he didn't feel anyone sneaking up behind him, Grid said confidently, "As long as I don't get caught, I should be fine. It shouldn't be hard." No sooner had he said that than he felt a hand on his shoulder and a voice saying, "You." Swinging his sword in surprise as he turned around, Grid missed the man and heard the voice say, "Hey boy, calm down. Did you really want to kill me or what?" Taking off his cloak to reveal who he was, the man who had snuck up on him from behind said, "I am a secret guard under the command of Count Stam. My name is Doran, and judging by the way you're hiding, it's fair to say you're not one of them." After a few words and discussing some topics, Grid turned his gaze to the girl and asked, "So you mean to tell me that the girl on the altar is Count Steam's daughter, Irene?" To which Doran replied, "That's right, she was kidnapped while traveling." After discussing what exactly had happened and how Doran had spoken to Grid, despite the situation, it was quite nice to have someone on my side. Hearing this, Grid said in surprise that you mean, before he could finish, he saw the S-Class assignment request in front of him. As soon as he saw it, he immediately turned his head to the side and said with a disgruntled face, "Another S-Class task, so he was an NPC, damn it." Giving Grid a request for help with the task, Doran said most people have fear in their eyes. "But you seem quite brave." Hearing that, Grid asked in surprise that this place was like that. Looking at his hand, Grid thoughtfully spoke in his head, not understanding why he was not affected by the effect of intimidation. "A weakling like me should not be able to withstand this. Is it because of some innate ability?" Immediately after these words, Grid saw a system notification in front of him that said the additional ability of self-control points cannot be allocated to this ability. The probability of falling into an abnormal state has radically decreased. The recovery rate has increased. Then Grid added in surprise, "And perhaps this is why I will need to study all the subtleties of my class in more detail." Immediately after these thoughts, Grid looked at Doran, who was smiling happily, and said to him, "To think that a warrior like you would help me must mean that the gods are on Count Stam's side. Thank you for your help in these difficult times." Hearing these words, Grid replied in surprise, "Wait, where did you get that from? I'm not going to help you in this matter, no matter what." Hearing Doran's refusal, he decided not to give up so easily. After a short pause, he repeated, "Let's do it together," to which Grid nervously replied, "I'm not going to do that." Trying to get away from Doran, Grid turned away from him and heard a confused voice say, "Wait, "You're leaving me alone to fight these dark mages." To which he replied, "That's not my problem." Immediately after the next refusal, Grid bit his lip and mentally said, "Although I'm not too eager to lose the 3,000 gold for the help I got here because of another S-rank quest, it would be pointless to take on another of the same class." Hearing another refusal, Doran was not going to give up so easily and said again, "Aren't you the one who can resist the dark energy? I can't handle all this alone. Please help me." Hearing Doran's request, Grid exclaimed angrily, "Damn, man, that's not cool. I'm okay only because of my luck, that's all. I'm at level. If I fail again, I'll be at level." Hearing another rejection, Doran tried to ask for help again, saying, "Please help me. The life of a young lady is in grave danger." To which Grid replied angrily, "How many times do I have to tell you? I can't help you." To which Doran replied, "Stop lying. I can see you're strong." Then Grid added, "You're not." The next moment, Grid saw a system notification that said the quest to save the Count's daughter was activated. And when he saw it, Grid nervously exclaimed, "Why?" Seeing that he had accepted his request for help because of an accident, Doran said to Grid, "Now that you have become an enemy of the Temple of Yathan, we are in the same boat." Hearing this, Grid shouted in anger at who said that. Noticing that Grid had dropped a stone on the head of one of the monks during a verbal altercation and killed him, Doran said, "The monks of the Yathan Temple are fanatics who practice human sacrifice, and you attack them, so they will not let you go easily." Preparing to fight his enemies, Doran pulled out his knives and said, "This is our fate. There is no point in complaining now, so just accept this fact with dignity. I will clear the way for you to save the girl." Noticing a couple of intruders in his temple, one of the monks angrily shouted, "These blasphemers dare to harm the children of Yatan. Kill them." Seeing how many enemies were coming at them, Grid nervously exclaimed, "Oh shit, there are too many of them. It seems that it is time for me to get out of here." Receiving the order from their leader, the entire sect of Yatan monks rushed at Doran and Grid, who accidentally killed one of their comrades. When Grid saw this, he was frightened and began to think about what to do because he had no hope of defeating his enemies. Shielding himself from the enemies with his hand, he thought, "Even though I have all the equipment on, the restrictions imposed do not allow my characteristics to rise above the 34th level. I will die even if they just breathe on me." Crouching on the floor and grabbing his head with his hands, Grid was hysterical and frightened, saying in his head, "Oh shit, am I really going to die like this today?" But suddenly he saw one of his defeated enemies fall down beside him. Continuing their attack, the monks of the Temple of Yatan continued to run with their weapons at Doran, trying to finish off the insolent man who had invaded their sanctuary. However, Doran was quite a capable man and easily defeated the enemies who tried to finish him off with their combat knives. After a while, one could see that all the enemies had already been defeated, and Doran had managed to deal with them all on his own without any help. Realizing that the trouble was over, Grid said in amazement in his head, "Is he really that strong? Who would have thought that he would be able to move so fast in such a small and tight space? There is a chance that I will not die if I'm lucky." Gratified that his friend was so strong, Grid suddenly heard more followers of the temple appear behind him, angrily shouting, "Kill the Anti-Cross! Kill him!" And he added nervously, "Or if I'm not lucky." Having dealt with the crowd of enemies who were coming at them from the front, Doran arrived at Grid and said, "If we continue at the same pace, it will not lead us anywhere. Don't you think so?" The boy nervously replied, "I don't know." Immediately after that, Doran pushed his friend forward to run to save the girl and said, "I know you want to finish this as soon as possible and not waste your time on this trifle." And Grid said in surprise that he had been pushed. Falling down from a fairly high altitude, Grid screamed out in fright, "I'm done now, I'm definitely done, I'm going to die here." After flying half the distance, Doran used his skill to soften the fall and said levitation. Landing softly on his feet, Doran said in surprise, "This spell can prevent you from falling. You're quite modest if you think such a simple spell is something special." Putting his hand to his chest, Grid said happily, "And yet I am still alive because of you." While he was rejoicing in being alive, Doran told him, "And now it was time to show the very power you had been hiding." Once in the middle of the hall where the sacrifice was taking place, Doran announced that the mission to save the young maiden had begun. Seeing the enemies in front of him, one of the main followers of the temple shouted to the others to kill all the heretics. And immediately after these words, all the monks present began to recite spells, saying to the souls of the underworld, "We fulfill your wishes." Seeing what the enemies were doing, Grid said in fright that they were doing some kind of witchcraft. And Doran replied that it was dark magic, which would be quite problematic if we did nothing. Immediately after these words, Doran rushed into battle, destroying all the monks who stood in front of him, angrily shouting, "Did you really think I would just let you finish your spell?" Noticing that the enemy is destroying those who recite the spell first, the leader among the crowd of followers shouted out, "Children of Yathan, buy some time, kill the heretics at any cost." Standing behind his comrade, who was single-handedly dealing with the crowd of enemies, Grid said in his head, "He's doing well despite the level of the temple, and Doran is a pretty good fighter." Watching all the work being done by himself, Grid said in an ominous tone in his head, "If this continues, then maybe I will complete this quest, thanks to the NPCs. Then the only thing I can do." Without thinking twice, Grid mentally said to support him. And then raising his hand up, the boy joyfully exclaimed, "Keep it up, Doran, you are my hope and support." The next moment, Grid, who was fighting against his enemies, heard them finish their spell, saying, "Your mind and will be suppressed, and you will become a doll with an empty soul." And Doran nervously exclaimed, "Ouch, spell." Seeing his friend completely covered in dark magic from the spell recited by Grid's followers, he nervously spoke up, taking back his words. Unable to contain his joy, one of the temple's followers smiled ominously and exclaimed, "Look what heretics who live miserably under the feet of the Great Ones will become." The next moment, Doran prevented the spell from reaching him and harming him. I confidently said, "I am the shadow of Stam Doran," having activated some hidden power that protected him from the curse of the monks of the Temple of Yatan. Doran angrily added the sword of mist that protects the family. I must serve to the very end. Seeing that his comrade could still fight, even though a powerful manipulation spell was cast on him, Grid wondered in his mind if he had broken through the black magic. Was he a hero or what? Seeing that the enemies were beginning to say the words of some spell again, Doran shouted angrily that they were preparing to use some spell on me again. Preparing to destroy the remaining enemies who were still alive, Doran shouted angrily at those who dared to attack the Stain family. Stopping in place after he had gained enough speed, Doran threw the throwing knives out of his hands and shouted that there would never be forgiveness or a second chance. Noticing the knives flying directly at them, the head of the group of temple followers scaredly shouted, "Hey, beware!" Immediately after these words, gathering all his surviving comrades around him, the monk commander prepared to die, but a shield appeared right in front of them, which repelled the attack. At the same time, Doran, who saw what had just happened, said in surprise that the shield was there. The next moment, someone's voice appeared from the other side of the hall. It was the Blood Witch who had protected the monks after this grand appearance. She said, "I'm afraid you can't go any further, because protecting this ritual is my S-rank quest." Looking at the pair of men who would fight with her in this mission, she said in surprise, "That's why this mission is so high-ranked. It turns out that my opponent will be the hero, Doran." Immediately after these words, heading further to the altar so as not to accidentally lose sight of the girl, the Bloody Witch added, "It's been a long time since my blood boiled so much." Preparing for the battle against a couple of men who wanted to return the young lady from the hands of thieves and interrupt the ritual, the Bloody Witch said, "Let me fight you. My name is Yura. Ranked first in the world ranking of black magic players and fifth in the global ranking, Yura is a South Korean player, a world sensation, a talented beauty who often appears on television. Anticipating a great battle with a strong opponent, Yura happily said what a great opportunity to fight against Doran himself. It should be quite interesting. Being a master among all dark wizards, Yura single-handedly surpassed the standard characteristics of her class due to her unmatched ability to control magic. So what the hell was she doing here? Having made the first attack on the boys, she forced them to run around the room so that her attacks could not reach them and accidentally finished them off, while Doran was waiting for the moment to attack. Having made several attacks on her opponents, Yura suddenly stopped and looked at Grid and said happily, "So you were the user who accepted this task." Smiling slyly, the young dark magic master said happily, "This place was just perfect to try out my new skills secretly from the others, and it was all thanks to you." Immediately after these words, Yura turned her attention to the armor of the guy standing in front of her and said, "However, I see you are wearing the armor of Mengel and using the two-handed sword of Mammon. Isn't this a tough battle for a level 80 player?" Looking at the enemy that suddenly appeared in front of them, Grid nervously said in his head, "The level is completely wrong, and the leaders of the ranking are at a completely different level." But here, immediately after these thoughts, Grid smiled slyly and said confidently, "Don't get too excited. I'm a hero. It's not going to be easy even for a top player, so don't get too excited. Hearing these words from Grid, Yura used her magic and said, "Actually, I wanted to ask you for something." Immediately after these words, the girl prepared for a serious battle with Doran confidently said, "I needed an opponent so that I could properly celebrate the receipt of the 230th level." Hearing these words from his opponent, Doran prepared for the battle and took out his combat knives and said to Grid, "Warrior, step aside. I'll try to deal with her myself." Rushing at the bloody witch who suddenly appeared right in front of them and was going to prevent them from saving the girl, Doran said, "There is no room for doubt if you are at least one step faster than your opponent." Throwing his knives at the enemy, Doran confidently added, "Then there is always at least some chance to defeat even the most powerful enemy." Having defended herself and dodged the enemy's attack, the girl prepared to use one of her spells on the enemy and said, "These are typical words of any hero, but I really don't like this." The next moment, Doran saw that his feet were stuck in something rather sticky that prevented him from moving normally, and then the hero nervously said in his head, "My feet." Immediately after these thoughts, the man took out a pair of knives from his inventory and cut the cords that were binding his legs and shouted menacingly, as if I could really be held by such a useless spell. Slicing through any further tentacles that reached out to grab him and restrict his movements, Doran angrily exclaimed as he continued to approach his opponent, "Let me repay you." Having made the enemy work hard to avoid her spell, the Blood Witch Yura said happily, "Well, now you've certainly spent a significant amount of your energy, quite impressively." Doran confidently exclaimed, "I'll be strong enough to deal with creatures like you," as he rushed back to the attack, dodging the tentacles that appeared in his path. As soon as the man said this, he heard a strange noise above him, and looking up, he noticed globs of blood above him, and then said in surprise, "So that's where it really came from." Preparing to deal with the hero with just one spell, the Bloody Witch said in a haughty tone, "You can thank me. I will take away all the weight that blood creates in your body." The next moment, a pair of red balls that approached the man's body began to drain every last drop of blood from him. Watching his friend suffer from the magic attack of his rival, Grid, who was standing nearby, nervously said in his head, "Damn it, I can't help you. If you die, I'll die too. You know that." Drawing all the blood she could from the hero she had to confront, the Bloody Witch confidently said, "This is an advanced skill that uses all my mana. I'll finish it." Before she could finish her sentence, she noticed that her magic spell had ceased to work. Doran used his last trump card and said menacingly, "You little arrogant witch. Now I will show you the power that has protected this family for hundreds of years." Realizing what had just happened, the Bloody Witch, completely shocked by what she saw, nervously exclaimed, "How is it possible that you could use a level 1 hypnosis skill?" Looking at his friend who had just managed to defend himself against a powerful attack from his opponent, Grid nervously asked what just happened. "I hope you're okay." Hearing the question from his friend, Doran looked at the ring on his hand and said, "Yes, thanks to this ring, his abilities are at least unique. Although his defense is not perfect, it is enough to resist her spells and recover faster." Upon learning what a wonderful item his friend Grid possessed, he didn't even hesitate to say, "Give it to me." Hearing such a request from the boy, Doran said nervously, "You know, that was pretty straightforward." Immediately after that, Doran prepared himself to confront the enemy again and said confidently, "In any case, it is not omnipotent. It is time to make it retreat, warrior." Taking up a fighting stance, Doran fired several of his combat knives at the witch to hit her from a distance. However, his attack was ineffective, as the Bloody Witch neutralized all the knives that flew at her with one swing of her bloody staff. Having repelled the enemy's attack after he should have been dead after her last attack, the girl gritted her teeth and nervously said in her head, "He was stronger than I thought." Immediately after these thoughts, the Bloody Witch thought about her battle tactics and said in her head, "Even if I use the last fortress, they should not be underestimated." The next moment, turning her gaze to Grid, Yura added worriedly, "The only variable I can't take into account is the warrior standing over there. But how dangerous a low-level user can be in this area." While Yura was thinking about how to deal with her enemies, Grid noticed a trio of monks behind him who had just appeared almost out of nowhere. As soon as Grid noticed the enemies behind him, he immediately went to Doran, nervously exclaiming, "Sir Doran, those cultists are here again." Seeing that help had arrived to help her, thanks to which the enemies lost their vigilance, Yura prepared for a powerful attack and angrily said in her head how annoying it was. "I didn't want to do this quest with the help of NPCs, but in any case, now it was my turn." Preparing for a powerful volley that was sure to sweep the enemies out of her way, Yura confidently said, "Now it's over, Doran. This is my last spell. I'll use the maximum power of my mana. Immediately after these words, the girl shouted out and fired a volley of magic spells directly at Doran, a dark storm. At the same moment, Grid was running away from the monks to hide from them with the help of his friend, and did not even notice the powerful magic spell flying right at him. At the same time, Doran was nervously looking at what was coming towards him, and said all the skins in his head before he could finish. And Grid appeared in front of him, and covered him with his body. The next moment, a powerful explosion sounded. It was a direct hit, and all the enemies should have been dead as a result of such a powerful spell. Dodging the scorched debris that flew in her direction, Yura said, "That's a little too much for use inside the temple, but at least they're dead and now I need to use it." As soon as the effects of the magical attack dissipated, Doran saw Grid, who was completely unharmed after such a powerful blow and still stood on his feet in front of him. Noticing that the enemies were still alive even after such a nervous, bloody witch, gritted her teeth and mentally said, "How come there is someone so strong that I don't know who the hell this guy is?" And at the same time, Grid, who was hit by the magic spell, looked up and saw his health, which was at the last bar, and said, "I have 1 health left, but I'm sure I've been hit." Immediately after recalling the description of the skill, Legend doesn't die so easily, which said that at low health you become invulnerable to any type of attack for 5 seconds. He mentally added, "I completely forgot about this ability." Smiling happily that he still managed to survive after that, Grid mentally said, "I'm alive." At the same time, Yura, who was completely shocked by what she had seen, nervously said in her head, "Who is he anyway? I thought he was level 80. Looking at Grid, who was smiling bravely at his opponent, it certainly looked that way only to her eyes. Yura added mentally, he was smiling too. Worried that she was facing a really powerful enemy, Yura nervously said in her head, "How could this happen? Someone so powerful, I don't even know who the hell this guy is." And at the same time, Doran, who used Grid as a springboard, rushed at his rival to finally finish her off. Swinging his weapon, the man confidently shouted, "The winner always stays 1 step ahead." Starting to cast protective magic to avoid being hit by the enemy's attack, Bra angrily exclaimed that this is all you can do. Don't look at me with such a superior look. Immediately after these words, the girl completed the creation of the skill and called out a crystal shield, which helped her avoid death at the hands of Doran. Doran's disgruntled voice, which was surrounded by her opponent's defensive skill, should have told him that she had another spell in her arsenal. Having defended herself against Grid's attack, the angry Blood Witch exclaimed, "I'm almost done. I need to finish this scoundrel as soon as possible before it's too late." Before she could finish, she saw that there was no one in front of her at all. Grid simply vanished from the place, and then the temple was dead silent. Looking at the empty space where Grid had been standing, the Blood Witch was shocked to hear him say in her head that he had just quit the game. But no, he would never do that if he were that strong. Not realizing what had just happened, the girl tried to understand the situation, angrily saying in her head what he was thinking. At the same time, Grid found himself back in the White Room with system notifications that read, "You are dead. You have lost 2 levels. Your current level is..." Immediately after that, the already frustrated Grid received another system notification that said you have died twice in the last few hours and will not be able to log in for the next 12 hours. Realizing that access to the game was blocked for the next few hours, Grid remembered how he had managed to die and that Doran had used him as a springboard to take his last unit of health. Gritting his teeth and making a disgruntled face, Grid said angrily in his head, "I've just been killed by my ally, Doran. You're a jerk." And at the same time, the bloody witch who had already finished the battle with the hero angrily said in her head, "You decided to give in to me, and how did you even dare to do that? I swear that I will find you someday." At the same moment, Grid, who was getting out of his immersion capsule, angrily exclaimed, "Oh, Doran, you're a complete idiot. You forced this quest on me and then killed the unfortunate NPC himself, a fool who is not even able to help the user." Remembering now the bloody witch who suddenly appeared in that temple, Grid said in his head, "It was all Yura's fault. If not for her, everything would have ended well." Starting up the desktop computer in his capsule, Grid mentally said, "It's hard to admit it, but in this game the strong destroy the weak, so let's take a calm look at the situation." Immediately after these words, Grid logged into Yura's social media account and began writing angry comments like, "The biggest loser in the whole world. Go away, Yura." Typing bad comments under the posts of his rival who had prevented him from completing the quest, Grid, his eyes shining with revenge, was thinking about what else to write to him. Suddenly, the door to the room opened and someone entered, approaching Grid. The girl scared him with her sudden appearance and said in surprise, "Appa, "You've finally gone crazy or something." The girl was Shin Se-hye, who was in the same class, Shin Yong's younger sister, and looked around her brother's room and said, "Oh my God, I'm seriously surprised you couldn't clean up the place. It stinks like hell." Seeing the garbage being packed into a trash bag, she said, "Look at your dirty hair. When was the last time you took a shower?" When Grid heard this, he replied indignantly, "Hey, don't clean it. Why are you up so early and already nagging me?" Hearing this, the girl left her work and approached her brother, looking at the equipment thoughtfully and then asked, "Can you really make money with this thing?" To which Grid confidently replied, "It's a popular game with more than 1 billion users, and if you play seriously, you can be successful." Looking at the screen, she could read in a surprised voice, Yura's baddie interfered with a low-level player's quest rotten. Hearing what his younger sister Grid had just read, he could no longer find a place to sit in shame and nervously said, "It's all her fault. I had nothing to do with it." Heading for the exit of her brother's room, the younger sister said disappointedly, "I can't believe my appa is doing this. I'm disappointed to hear that." And Grid nervously exclaimed, "Hey, it's not." As soon as the younger sister left his room, Grid gritted his teeth and said angrily in his head, "Damn that Yura. She even managed to interfere in my personal life." After a while, when he was alone at home, Grid sat down at the table to eat breakfast and happily said, "My parents are at work and Seha is at school. I can finally watch TV alone." As soon as he turned on the first channel, there was a live report, and the anchor nervously announced Lee Kun-min, Satisfy World News correspondent. "I am at the scene of the emergency." Eating his food while watching the TV, Grid mentally said, "Every channel is talking about this game. It's really quite popular. If I become famous, I can make money on bags of money too." Pointing to the site behind him, the reporter said, "I'm standing in front of the Yaten Temple in the northern part of the Eternal Kingdom last night. As you can see, the temple was destroyed." Seeing exactly where the report was being made, Grid was shocked by what he saw and spat all the food out of his mouth because he had been there yesterday, and the TV was on. So what could have happened here? After freeing his mouth from the food, Grid jumped up and down and exclaimed nervously. And that's when correspondent Lee Kun-min said, "Our investigation helped us to find out the name of one person." After inserting a picture of a bloody witch on the screen, the reporter said that the person responsible for all this is none other than Yura the Black Witch, who is ranked 5th in the overall ranking, and judging by what remains of the temple, we can imagine that a fierce battle took place here. Immediately after these words, Lee Kun-ming pointed his hand at the guy standing behind him and said, "Well, now let's listen to the story of an eyewitness who saw everything with his own eyes." Hearing that he was given the right to speak, the boy said, "Yesterday I was forced to run toward the temple because of a monster that was chasing me, and that's when I heard a loud sound and saw Yura Nim about to use a powerful spell against some guy." Immediately afterwards, the eyewitness turned his attention to the girl's face and exclaimed happily, "Yes, that's right. Yura Nim is incredibly beautiful in reality." Hearing this, Lee Kun-min said, "Hey, let's get back to reality." After calming down from his sudden fit of love, the eyewitness continued, "Something amazing happened that shocked even Yura Nim. She had to use her strongest spell, but..." Recalling the very moment after the powerful attack hit the boy, the eyewitness said in surprise that the boy did not even get a single scratch. Hearing this amazing news, Lee Kun-ming exclaimed in surprise, "Wait a minute, but then it means that he was one of the top players if he is so famous, while you couldn't find out who he was." Hearing the question from the reporter, the eyewitness replied that a stone fell on me when I was looking at Yura and I died. "She is really very beautiful." And Lee Kun-min hesitated and said, "Of course, no more questions." Sitting in front of the TV and watching the morning news, which reported who this mysterious user was who had attracted the attention of the whole world, Grid said in surprise that I was famous. As soon as he turned on Channel 1, a live report came on, and the anchor nervously announced that Lee Kun-min, Satisfy's World News correspondent, was on the scene. Pointing to the site behind him, the reporter said, "I am standing in front of the Yaten Temple in the northern part of the Eternal Kingdom last night. As you can see, the temple was destroyed." Inserting a photo of a bloody witch on the full screen, the reporter said that the person responsible for all this is none other than Yura the Black Witch, who is ranked 5th in the overall ranking, and judging by what is left of the temple, we can imagine that a fierce battle took place here. Immediately after these words, Lee Kun-ming pointed his hand at the guy standing behind him and said, "Well, now let's listen to the story of an eyewitness who saw everything with his own eyes." Hearing that he was given the right to speak, the boy said, Yesterday I was forced to run toward the temple because of a monster that was chasing me, and it was then that I heard a loud sound and saw Uranim about to use a powerful spell against some guy. After calming down from his sudden fit of love, the eyewitness continued. Something amazing happened that shocked even Uranim. She had to use her strongest spell, but recalling the very moment after the powerful attack hit the boy, the eyewitness was surprised to hear that the boy did not even get a scratch. Sitting in front of the TV and watching the morning news, which reported who this mysterious user was who had attracted the attention of the whole world, Grid said in surprise that I was famous. Immediately after hearing this, Grid imagined that he could become quite rich now because of this incident, and greedily said in his head, "Oh, my money." The next moment, reaching for his phone to check that it was him, Grid joyfully said it was just a miracle. No death is in vain. Life is fair. Dialing the phone number of the news organization, Grid confidently said, "Hello, this is the counseling center. I would like to share some information with the world news guy from Yatan. It's me." Hearing the request from the guy who decided to share the news from the scene of the accident, the call manager said, "Please tell us your username." And the guy happily exclaimed Grid. Immediately afterwards, the manager asked him what your current level was, and Grid confidently replied, "I'm at level." As soon as the manager hung up the phone after such a stupid answer from the guy who decided to play a joke on them, Grid sat down at the table and said sadly, "If it wasn't for this Yura." Looking down, Grid heard from the TV that we finally had some footage from the scene. "Just look at it." And he said disappointedly, even if they did show something. Seeing the Lord's daughter on the screen, as well as Doran, whom Grid was helping to move, he nervously exclaimed to Doran that he had managed to save Irene. Immediately after seeing this, Grid rose to his feet in surprise and said in a nervous voice, "He looks pretty bad, but wait, he fought this Yura all by himself, helping her bodyguard, who had been protecting their family all his life, to leave the ruins of the temple." Irene thought to Doran, "Your suffering is finally over." Recalling how he had thanked him for accepting his request to help save Irene, Grid thought to himself, he was an NPC, but a wonderful man. Drooling at the memory, Grid said in his head, overwhelmed by his greed, "A good man with a very nice magic ring, you should have given it to me." After finishing watching the news and learning that Doran was able to save his mistress, Grid laid down on the couch and yawned, saying, "Well, now it's time for bed." As Grid prepared to rest, he heard the voice of a TV presenter coming from the TV and saying, "Today we have a hot topic on Satisfy, and we met a user who has captured our attention." When a small part of the invited guest appeared in the frame, the TV presenter said, "Please introduce yourself to our viewers." Hearing the girl's request, a player named Katz, who had a warrior level and was a player from Japan, confidently said, "You're doing fine. You all know me because I'm Katz." Hearing the name of the guy who appeared on TV, Grid was surprised to hear Katz say in his head, "Isn't he famous for his idiotic behavior? They say he is the son of a CEO of a large corporation. I am annoyed by his manner of speech." Hearing him introduce himself, the girl said, "Mr. Katz's place in the global rankings suddenly rose to the occasion. Everyone wants to know what your secret is." And hearing this question, the guy asked what really happened. The next moment, Grid heard a phrase on the TV that definitely caught his attention. Hearing this, Grid immediately jumped up from the couch and nervously exclaimed, "How is this possible? It took me years to get to level 70. The next moment, Katz turned his back to the camera and said thoughtfully, "Wait a minute. If this is a Korean channel, then the first place in the Korean ranking belongs to Yuri." And the reporter replied thoughtfully, "That's right." As soon as Katz received the answer to his question, he looked back at the camera and pointed his finger and said confidently, "Listen, Yura, your time is running out. I will take the first place in the global player rankings and dance on your grave." Hearing what that self-confident guy had just said, Grid was surprised to hear that 53 would be fifth, and that he was stupid, even though I didn't like her and had to admit that she was a monster. The next moment, Katz took out his sword from his inventory and said, "You asked me what the secret was, and it's all thanks to this sword." And looking at the weapon Katz was showing, Grid said thoughtfully, "It looks like a high-end sword, but isn't it too simple for a secret?" The next moment, applying his skill to the sword he held in his hands, Katz exclaimed in an ominous tone, "And now see for yourself whether I'm lying to you or not." As soon as everything was completed, the sword in Katz's hands was covered with some sinister energy. Looking closely at the changes that had taken place with the weapon of this pissed-off guy, Grid nervously said what had just happened to this disgusting sword. Demonstrating the sword to the camera, Katz said, "This is my passive skill. Any weapon I pick up transforms into this form, and I can absorb a certain amount of health proportional to my attack power. The more I attack, the faster my health recovers, and the faster my hunting speed increases. Looking at this terrifying sword, the reporter said in fright, "Wow, I've never heard of such a skill." To which Katz replied, "Of course you haven't heard of such a skill. I got it 3 months ago." Looking at the already frightened girl, Katz said in an ominous tone, "It's called the Blood Warrior. It's my one and only epic class." Hearing this, Grid was surprised to hear another hidden class in his head, and to think that with just one class skill, he had leveled up his skills so much. The next moment, having caught the charge of motivation, Grid confidently said in his head, "I also want to use my legendary class, Descendant of Pagma, as it should be." After logging into the game, the guy found himself at the checkpoint and received a system notification that said you have entered the city of Byron. Finding himself in a new place of rebirth, Grid looked around and thoughtfully said, "I haven't been here before because of the Ashura quest. I probably didn't appear near the temple because I am now an enemy of the Church of Yatan." The next moment, Grid heard one of the guys who was recruiting for the team shouting out in the din of the city, "We're looking for a mage of level and above to go to the ruins of Mubaid." There were also other requests, for example. In the middle of the square, one man announced that we were recruiting level players for a raid on a forest guardian. We were going to get a blue orichalcum. Hearing the requirements for recruiting people for raids, Grid nervously said, "Wow, they all recruit players with level. So if the monsters are outside the city and around the 100th level, then this is quite logical." Immediately after these words, Grid realized the situation he was in and looked down and said sadly in his head, "And yet a player with a level like me would just be left to starve to death. First, you need to get to a suitable city." Looking around, Grid saw one of the few possible means of transportation and exclaimed happily, "Yes, a trolley. That should be safe enough." Approaching the owner of the cart, Grid said, "Excuse me, are you free now? I need to get to the nearest safe town." And the driver replied, "Of course, the village of Winston is suitable for beginners." Immediately after that, the owner of the cart looked at Grid and said, "The trip there will cost you 10 gold pieces." Hearing this, Grid was amazed and said, "How much?" "Give me a minute to think about it." Opening his wallet, Grid saw in the system window the current savings of 3 gold and 11 silver coins. Approaching the driver of the cart, Grid said, "Well, this one didn't have time to say anything when the cart driver told him to get out of here." Hearing that he was being chased away, Grid said in surprise, "But I hadn't even had time to say anything yet." To which he replied, "You're going to ask me to reduce the price because your mother is sick." Having lost his chance to get into the newcomer's village, Grid leaned against the wall and said in frustration, "Oh, what a shame, all you ruthless children of capitalism." Continuing to shed tears and sigh heavily that he was denied a trip for a lower price, the boy added, "Stuck here, I'm just going to die alone." Grasping his head in realization of his plight, Grid exclaimed angrily, "Damn it, because of that damn Asher, I've become a starving man. Do you have any idea how much money I spent on this quest and now I have a useless class?" As soon as he remembered the class, he immediately calmed down and said in his head, "Stop the class. Am I not the heir to Pagma?" Immediately getting to his feet, Grid decided that there was one way he could survive even in this village. Then clenching his hand into a fist, the boy happily said in his head, "If I create items, I can earn money and level up at the same time. Finally, something good." Opening his class window to view the available skills, Grid said, "You need to be careful because here I can find something interesting. First of all, the characteristics of all items increase by." Looking at the additional effects of his blacksmithing skill, Grid said thoughtfully, "When I create items, my characteristic points and reputation increase." Looking at the levels of his skills, the guy happily exclaimed, "I have already mastered the skill of skill, and the first level of the legend says that the blacksmith with the highest rating, only at the advanced level, is pretty cool." Looking at the description of the legendary skill of creating a blacksmith, Grid happily said, "Well, the best skill of creating a blacksmith, it allows me to create items myself. If I have 3 slots available, then maybe we can try it." Immediately after these words, remembering Katz who bragged about his epic class, Grid mentally said, "If the epic class is so incredible, then the legendary class must be even better, right? It's good that I know about it." After clicking on the skills, Grid received a system notification that said the legendary skill of creating a blacksmith is activated. Which item do you want to create? And seeing this, the guy happily exclaimed, "Of course, a 2-handed sword with its help. Hunting is faster and easy to level up." Immediately after registering the weapon, another system notification appeared, which said what materials you want to use, and Grid thoughtfully said materials, of course, something strong. Immediately after these words, Grid immediately remembered the man from the square and slyly said, Of course, I heard about the blue orichalcum a little earlier. When the materials were added, another system notification appeared that said, after creating the design of the item, please describe its characteristics. And then a window appeared that said, please enter a drawing. Looking at him, Grid said in surprise that he had done it himself. Starting to draw what he wanted to get, Grid said confidently, it would be cool and big and strong as a shark, heavy but light, dark but shining. Continuing to draw a drawing of the sword, the boy excitedly added the attack power of more than 10 million meteors will fall after each swing for him. There will be no obstacles to kill with one blow. After drawing the design and blueprints of his sword, Grid happily said in his head, everything is ready. Looking at his work of art, a blush suddenly appeared on Grid's cheeks, and he mentally said, he is so cool, he's like an anchovy and a shark at the same time. After completing the drawing, Grid received a system notification that said, I'm starting automatic correction. I'm making changes after synthesizing the characteristics of the options and materials. Hearing this, the boy was surprised to hear that automatic correction. Looking at his drawing of the sword, Grid said in surprise, he was making changes to the drawing without my consent. I agree. I could have made it too absurd. Why so many numbers and screens everywhere? A few seconds later, another system notification appeared, saying that the automatic correction was complete. Looking at all those signs in the drawing window, Grid thoughtfully said in his head why I suddenly understood all this information. Looking at the corrected version of his sword, Grid thoughtfully said in his head, even though it is a new model, it's a class effect like. Looking at the newly created sword that appeared in front of him, Grid said in his head, I feel like I'm really a real blacksmith. When the item was ready, Grid saw the very masterpiece in front of him. Rereading the parameters, he said out loud, strength, attack power, defense plus agility is just incredible. Looking through the system window with additional characteristics of the sword, which said, low probability of blocking enemy attacks, the ability to activate the skill of combined attacks, high probability of activating the skill of cutting attack power in dark places, plus Grid thoughtfully said the characteristics I said were applied. But besides that, it has many additional options. Incredible now. I need to get the blue orichalcus from those guys who are heading to the Guardian of the Forest. Looking a little lower where the restriction was written, Grid saw the restriction on the use of the level of attack power and above the advanced level of sword skills and above, then he nervously said, wait. Even if you do not pay attention to the materials where these unfair level restrictions came from, well, the first user of the global rating is only one level. Immediately after these words, Grid nervously said in his head, you will not have any strength points, even if you direct all the extra characteristic points to it, from the best living blacksmith, only an improved level of skills to reach the advanced level. Sitting down on the ground from the realization of what had just happened, Grid said in frustration in his head, I just made some garbage with a very rare shark-shaped skill, a big and powerful piece of shit. Just as he was about to be disappointed in his legendary class that creates items that are impossible to use, the thought occurred to him for a second. But that doesn't mean I can't use it. The restrictions don't apply to me. Looking at his sword behind him, Grid mentally said, it's going to be the same situation as with my previous equipment. Pulling out his newly created sword in front of him, Grid confidently said in his head, even if there are some penalties for breaking the restrictions, this two-handed sword will still be stronger than any other if I succeed. Immediately after saying that, Grid leaned on his feet and said heavily in his head, it's good that I can at least see the light at the end of the tunnel. I have to be in the group that is going to the Forest Guardian no matter what. Immediately after these words, the boy slyly smiled and added in his head that I should also get out of there in time, because I simply would not survive on the front line with my level. Arriving at the square where the recruitment for the raid on the Forest Guard was taking place, one of the players who was conducting it asked in surprise that you want to join our group. No, I refuse to accept you. Hearing the refusal to his request to join the team, Grid was surprised to hear the categorical answer. This team is for players of at least the level of the player, and judging by the equipment, your level is about the 60th. Hearing such words from the guy who was recruiting, Grid said awkwardly, but don't pay attention to my appearance. I'm at the 100th level. My equipment does not play a big role because I am good with weapons. Hearing such arrogant words from a guy who had asked to join their team, the angry man asked Grid, what are you insinuating? We rely too much on our items. And immediately afterwards, another team member added, yeah, Grid, who are you to look down on us? Immediately after these words, Grid heard a beggar without any accessory in his address. He will run away at the first opportunity. I am sure he is lying about the level. If you have nothing noble in you, then show at least a little altruism. First, you must show altruism. Continuing to hint to the boy that he was being too arrogant, one of the group members heard someone behind him say, "Hey, enough already." Looking back, the man said in surprise, "Mr. Regas." When everyone paid attention to him and quieted down, Regas said confidently, "Since our guild is taking responsibility for the boss, we can leave the rest of the work to him." Seeing the famous guy near him, one of the people on the square was surprised to say, "Wow, it's really Regas from the CDAC Guild. I've never seen him before." And his friend was surprised to hear him say that. Without taking his eyes off Regas, the surprised man said the first place in the martial arts ranking. His username is Master Taekwondo. The restrictions for equipment items are very strict, so it is quite difficult to raise the level. But he has already reached the level. At the same time, Grid, who was looking at Regas, thoughtfully said that the ranker was looking so good on his own and was really very unfair. Hearing that he was ready to accept the braggart into the team, the nervous man said, "Mr. Regas, even if you like someone, there must be some limits to it. You can't just take a stranger in." Ignoring his subject's warning, Regas pointed to Grid, who was standing behind him, and said happily, "The more people, the easier it is to clear the neighborhood, isn't that right?" Rejoicing at the naivety of Regas, who was really ready to accept him into his team, Grid smiled slyly and said in his head, "Boogaloo, a good guy despite his appearance." Hearing the proposal from his commander, Tobin replied thoughtfully, "I understand what you mean, but can we convince the others?" Grid smiled slyly and said in his head, "Uh-oh, better listen to what the runner is saying." After hearing the proposal from his subject, Regas happily said, "Okay, then let's have a one-on-one match to test his abilities. As soon as we prove his control skills, the problem will disappear immediately, right?" Hearing this suggestion from Regas, Grid turned his head away and began to sweat coldly and thought, "Well, now I'm definitely screwed." At the same time, Regas, warming up for the fight, said happily, "Well, let's get started." Hearing his commander's proposal, Tobin smiled happily and said, "By the way, it's a great idea. I'm sure everyone will agree with it after the battle." No sooner had he finished speaking than Grid kicked his slippers, exclaiming, "Oh God, this is boring. I have to work on my left foot control, boogeyman." Seeing a potential member of his team run away, Regas said in surprise, "I don't understand why he ran away. I think we would have worked well together." Continuing his escape from Rega and his team, Grid nervously said in his head, "Damn, I thought everything went wrong. First, I need to earn money for the wheelchair." Arriving back at the same place where he was creating his unique item, Grid saw a system notification that said, "Please name the item you created." Looking at the sword he had created and the ribbon with the name on it, Grid thoughtfully said, "Why bother with this damaged item? But now I get the point." Having finally realized the true nature of his skill, Grid confidently said in his head, "Creation has a limited number of slots, so they should only be used in special cases. From now on, I will be busy earning money for the trip and learning how to create items." Naming his first created sword after the bug, Grid mentally said, "And this is just the beginning." After a while, the boy went in search of a forge where he could earn some money. Going to Smith's forge and announcing his request, Grid immediately heard the answer from the doorway, "Go away from here," without realizing what it was. The boy was surprised to ask again and heard again in an angry tone, "Shut up and go away." Smith looked up from his work and said to Grid, "The blueprints for the item are good sellers. Know your place, pup. You dare to look down on blacksmiths." The blacksmith continued to do his work and said confidently, trying to drive the impudent man out of his forge, "Today's youth doesn't even know the basics and only wants to make money." Hearing such words from the blacksmith, Grid, trying not to accidentally offend the blacksmith again, said awkwardly, "There is nothing unusual about this, please, just this time." Hearing Grid's request, Smith, again dissatisfied with this attitude, said, "You are not the first to underestimate us, so I will tell you this." Looking back after these words to look Grid in the eyes, Smith said, "Those who look down on other people and their property are all the same. They have not done anything worthwhile with their own hands in their entire lives." Immediately after these words, the blacksmith looked away from Grid again and said, "Now don't waste my time and just get out of here so I don't have to see you." Leaving Smith's forge, Grid leaned against one of its walls and said disappointedly, "I'm completely screwed, and this was my only way to earn money for the trip." Shedding tears, I leaned against Smith Grid's forge and said in disappointment, "Am I really going to die in this town?" Hearing Grid's compassionate words, who was complaining about his life, Smith came out of the forge and said, "I can't even tell you to go and die." Immediately after these words, Smith threw one of the logs that was in his forge into Grid's hands and said, "Don't disturb the neighbors with your crying at my wall. Go and chop some wood for me." After receiving the first task from the blacksmith, Grid saw a system notification in front of him that said firewood harvesting e-chop units of firewood reward for completing plus experience plus bronze coins. Arriving in the backyard, Grid picked up an axe and thoughtfully said, "It's been a while since I had a normal task, and with this task alone I can raise my level." Immediately after these words, Grid rubbed the axe in his hands and added disappointedly, "But in this game you can potentially fail simply by chopping wood too realistically. I wonder if the subject evaluation will help me." After applying his evaluation skill to the axe, Grid saw system notifications that said you have evaluated the old axe level normal strength attack power. The next moment, Grid saw another system notification that said, "Your knowledge of the old axe has been reached. You have learned to create an item, old axe." Seeing this, the boy was impressed and said, "Wow, that was a first." Immediately after mastering the axe, Grid said thoughtfully, "But theoretical knowledge is different from practical knowledge." So, the next moment he took the axe in both hands and prepared to chop. Noticing a red line on the log he was to chop, the boy wondered why I should hit that spot. Swinging his working tool exactly along the line that was marked on the log, Grid noticed how it easily broke into two pieces. Then he happily said in his head, "Wow," with one blow of knowledge, "it's just incredible." Continuing to chop the logs one by one, the boy joyfully exclaimed, "If I achieve the knowledge of the legendary subject, I will soon be successful. I will chop all this wood at once." But after Grid started the task of chopping the logs, 2 hours had already passed, and by then, the boy was lying on the ground exhausted. Unable to continue with the task he had been assigned, Grid said in frustration, "Damn my stamina, I only managed to chop 150 pieces of wood." Gathering his thoughts and his last strength, Grid, who realized that this was not going to work, got to his feet and reached for his axe, saying heavily, "I have to do my best." Setting to work again because he had a goal, Grid mentally told me that if I wanted to escape this city, I had to be patient a little longer. Continuing to convince himself that he had to fulfill this assignment under any circumstances, Grid continued to chop logs and said in his head, "Just be patient one more time, just one more time." After chopping another log after his stamina was at 0, Grid received a system notification stating that the stamina characteristic was open. Feeling relief all over his body after receiving the system notification, Grid wondered what the hell was that notification that just came to me. Looking at the new ability Grid received, he saw in its description that you don't get tired so easily. The maximum weight of the user's equipment has been increased. The duration of the feeling of saturation has increased for every 10 points of data. To the resistance characteristic, perseverance increases. By seeing this, Grid exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, this is a legendary skill." Holding the axe with only one hand, Grid said in amazement, "And no wonder I felt the fatigue disappear as if I had become several years younger." Feeling a sudden burst of energy, Grid confidently said, wiping the sweat from his face, "I'll be fine. I'll get this done." Having worked hard, Grid cut down all the logs in the backyard and was finally able to sit down to rest after a hard day's work. After a while, the blacksmith Schmidt came to Grid and said in surprise, "You cut 1,000 pieces of firewood in 6 hours." Upon hearing this, the boy replied that it was easy. Trying not to show his stoma after hard and fruitful work, Grid confidently said, "I am a blacksmith despite my appearance." Hearing such self-confident words from the guy who came to him for the drawings, the blacksmith said, "I wonder how such a weakling could be a blacksmith and still be a blacksmith." Immediately after that, Smith handed Grid a pickaxe and said, "If you successfully complete this task, then I will believe you." Immediately after these words, a system notification appeared in front of the guy, which said, "Iron ore mining, add units of iron ore reward for completion plus units of blacksmith experience plus." Seeing the reward of experience points for the task, Grid smiled happily and mentally said, "Experience points will bring me back to the level," and then exclaimed, "I agree." Accepting the task from the blacksmith, Grid headed to the mine where he could get it. Arriving at the place and leaning on the pick from the stoma, the boy mentally said the same thing to himself. Thinking that only a 30-minute walk took me hours, my energy was exhausted from simple movements. Tired from the long walk from the forge to the fossils, Grid mentally said to himself, leaning on the pick, "My level is at a disadvantage, and I'm wearing 70th level gear. No wonder I'm moving so slowly. I want to take it off right now." After collecting his thoughts and regaining his strength, Grid walked over to one of the miners who was present in the mine and said in a tired voice, "Excuse me, I'm here to get iron ore for Mr. Smith." Hearing what a weak-looking boy was doing here, one of the miners turned to his friend and pointed a finger at Grid and said with derision, "Wow, but look at him. He says Smith sent him here. What's wrong with this bony fellow?" Talking loudly enough for Grid to hear, the boy had to listen to them discuss him in a haughty tone, saying, "I think he's only going to be a nuisance. We're too busy to deal with you right now." After a few minutes of discussing Grid's physique, one of the miners pointed to one of the seats and said, "Don't distract us for now. You can go to that corner and repeat after us." Watching Grid stare at the steel ore fossil, one of the miners said thoughtfully, "Smith did send this guy over to us even though we were too busy to teach anyone else and would need to talk to him." However, their discussion and mockery of the boy did not last long. As soon as Grid started working with the pickaxe, his work impressed all the miners who were at the mine. With just a few blows on the wall, Grid was able to get a lot of iron ore fragments that other miners had to work for hours to get. Seeing that this guy's results were simply incredible, one of the miners said in surprise that since when iron ore was so easy to extract, to which the other replied that he was still wearing armor. At the same time, Grid, who was mining the iron ore in the fossils, mentally said, "My body is about to break down, but my mind is still pure." Remembering Smith's words when he told him not to waste your time and mine, "Get out of here," Grid added in his head. "I can't say he was wrong, but I can't say he was wrong." Continuing to work at the same pace to fulfill the order and complete the task assigned to him, Grid mentally said to himself, "This persistence of mine is in vain." Seeing how much iron ore Grid was producing even with his method, one of the miners said in awe, "I must admit he is incredible," to which his friend replied that I would have to apologize to him for what I said. His talent and ability to extract large amounts of ore, even despite his rather low physical characteristics. One of the miners said confidently, he was particularly confident that one day he would be able to become a great miner. After receiving a system notification after a certain time of his work that said you have received 170 units of iron ore, Grid decided that he would stop there. Breathing heavily and dripping with sweat after his hard work, Grid nervously said in his head, "Perseverance is my personal weapon." Returning back to Smith and handing him all the iron ore he had dug up, Grid received twice as many experience points and coins for completing his task. Then sitting down in the backyard and opening the status window, Grid saw a system notification that said the basic characteristics of the Pagma descendant had been activated. Looking at his characteristics, which he had gained again, returning his level to the initial one, Grid happily said, "Finally, I'm back to the first level." Looking at the status window with the distributed points, Grid said thoughtfully, "Usually the first level should have characteristic points, but the descendant of Pagma has them, if you count the resistance that was created earlier, and the additional points in irresistibility, they are." Seeing the extra characteristic points that he had at his disposal, Grid said in surprise that 40 characteristic points are given for each level. But why do I have them? Immediately after these thoughts, Grid began to go through various options in his head as to how this could have happened, and suddenly it dawned on him, and he mentally said, "It's unbelievable." Realizing who it was that stood before him, the blacksmith, who had been strict for some time, grabbed his cheeks and said awkwardly, "Just think, I was so rude to such a prominent person. I am so embarrassed." Looking at Smith's behavior, Grid felt uncomfortable, but after completing this mission, his closeness with Smith increased by a point, and his reputation in the town of Byron increased by a point. Clinging to Grid's hand, Smith nervously said, "Come on, don't be mad at me, we're both blacksmiths." To which Grid nervously replied, "Stay away from me." Having unhooked the blacksmith from him, Grid nervously said, "Please recommend me better things that I can sell. I need money for the journey." Hearing such words from the boy, the blacksmith looked back and said confidently, "Well, in that case, I have something specially for you." Taking out an arrow from the chest behind him, Smith said confidently, "I've just prepared something special for you. Look, it's a Jaffa arrow." Looking at the arrow that the blacksmith held out to him, Grid said in surprise that these were ordinary arrows. "You know that cheap consumables don't bring much money." And the blacksmith replied that this was no ordinary arrow. It was made of an alloy of steel and Jaffa. Having said that this item is not ordinary, the blacksmith confidently added its effect is to ignore some of the opponent's defensive skills. It is indispensable in raids against such strong golems as the Forest Guardian. Hearing the main characteristics of the arrow that the blacksmith handed him, Grid said thoughtfully, "Well, this radically changes the essence of the matter. I can immediately evaluate it." After analyzing the item Grid received from the blacksmith, he saw in its description, "Jaffa arrow price 6 silver rating, normal attack power weight G. Your knowledge of the Jaffa arrow is equal. You can skillfully use the Jaffa arrow." Seeing that his recognition and study of the subject did not comprehend, Grid said in surprise 89, "And if I improve my knowledge by analyzing the arrow, will I be able to understand how to make it?" Hearing that he was interested in the structure and creation of the object given to him, Smith said awkwardly, "I will teach you how to make it." Hearing this, Grid turned his attention to the blacksmith and nervously wondered in his mind why his face was so colored. Having melted the furnace to the right temperature, the blacksmith took a shovel full of iron ore and shoveled it inside, saying, "First melt the ore in the blast furnace, then take out the iron ore and iron impurities." Pouring the finished molten iron into a vessel, Smith added that by cooling the molten iron, you will get pig iron that is not suitable for weapons. So to prevent this, you need to reduce the amount of carbohydrates by smelting. Having completed the main preparatory processes, the blacksmith continued, wiping the sweat from his face. And now the smelting process begins. Perhaps you can try it yourself with Jaffa ore, although it is a bit difficult to calculate the correct proportion of minerals. Hearing what kind of work he was entrusted with, Grid put on his protective gloves and said confidently that it was worth at least a try. Recalling all the actions of the blacksmith who taught him, Grid mentally said as he threw ore into the furnace, "I carefully watched the blacksmith work, although satisfy is quite realistic, but the knowledge is quite easy to obtain." The next moment, guided by the hints that appeared from time to time, Grid said in his head, "In addition, I have the effect of class compensation. These arrows indicate the direction and strength of the blacksmith's swings." Fanning the furnace to straighten out the Jaffa, Grid added in his head, "It didn't take 5 minutes for the furnace to fire up, and immediately afterwards the boy received a system notification that said Pagma's descendant is temperature sensitive. You are accurately measuring the temperature in the furnace." As Grid continued to fan the furnace, he could see a new notification pop up above him with a temperature reading, and he was amazed to see that I could see a notification window with an accurate temperature. Noticing that the metal began to melt and drain into the vessel for the molten material, Grid joyfully exclaimed in his head, "I did it!" Without restraining his emotions, the boy joyfully exclaimed, "I did it!" And at the same time, Smith, who was standing behind him and breathing heavily with excitement, said, "You are so beautiful and sexy." Hearing these words from the blacksmith, Grid jumped away from the man in fright and nervously exclaimed, "Stop scaring me!" To which Smith replied, "Even without experience in swimming, it's just incredible." Looking at Grid, Smith was impressed by his talents and said, "You're not just talented, it's as if Pagma himself was reborn." Hearing these words from his mentor, Grid mentally said not reborn, but received a descendant. After obtaining the desired alloy, Smith took the molten material and began to pour it into molds, saying, "Now you need to make the tips, mix and heat the molten metal, and then pour it into the mold." After some time had passed, Smith broke the mold for the arrowheads and said, "In 40 seconds, the metal will harden, and you will get a similar tip. And then we go to the anvil." Holding the arrowhead with tongs and working on it with a hammer, Smith added, "While you're hitting it with the hammer, remember to balance it on the backside and polish the edges well." Having finished shaping the arrowhead, Smith looked to see if the work was done correctly, adding that, in the end, you would have to place the tip on the arrowhead to improve the penetration. You would have to guess with the balance of the weight. Throwing the finished arrow to Grid, which he had just made himself, the blacksmith said happily, "Well, do you think you can do it?" Immediately after receiving the finished arrow, after all the teachings and instructions, Grid received a system notification that said you have learned the Jaffa arrow study method. Then he confidently replied, "Of course." Immediately after that, Grid received the next system notification, which said that your knowledge of Jaffa arrows has reached. As soon as the blacksmith heard Grid's answer, he confidently said, "For the first time, the materials are free. Start, and I will look after you." As Smith watched Grid work with the molten metal, trying to replicate what he had done, he thought to himself, "He's no ordinary guy, he's handling the molten metal like a pro." Deciding to help his student a little, Smith said awkwardly, "I'm sorry I didn't teach you how to make an arrow shaft. I'll make them for you while the metal cools." Hearing the blacksmith's offer of help, Grid confidently said, "No, that's not necessary. I can do it myself." Recalling his skills, which also included the study of the Jaffa arrow, Grid confidently said in his head, "Because of his absolute knowledge, another way of obtaining it was added to me. I was just watching all the time, but I still improved my knowledge." Continuing to do the work of creating arrows, the guy confidently said in his head, "Now this list is quite short, but the time will come and it will be filled to the brim. It is quite possible to do it yourself." Continuing to control the vessel for the molten metal, Grid mentally said to align the curved parts and add feathers with glue after cutting. When he finished making the arrow shafts, Grid said in his head, "The efficiency is amazing, thanks to my skill in the compensation effect." Seeing that Grid had done it himself, even without being taught, Smith was amazed and said, "It's just incredible! You made them after watching me. Wait, what's this?" After preparing water to cool the arrows, Grid heard from the blacksmith, "What are you doing? Why are you cooling the tips? They won't be strong, although they will become more rigid." Hearing these words from his mentor, Grid confidently said, "Don't worry about it, I'm going to harden them." Smith was surprised to learn of his student's intentions and said, "You even know about hardening, but it's not usually done with consumables, and you don't have enough time to create a large number of arrows like this." As soon as Grid listened to the nuances of his plan, he confidently said, continuing to fulfill his plans, "If I make them better, I can sell them for a higher price." Continuing to do his work on creating and improving the Jaffa arrows, Grid mentally said, "If even a nobody like me can be successful." Picking up a pair of tongs and beginning to toughen the edges of the arrows, Grid confidently said, "I just have to do it like this." Having completed the hardening of the arrow, Smith saw the result of the work and said confidently, "Now just put the tip in, boy. You really have a great talent." Looking at the finished arrow, Grid mentally said, "Actually, this is all very exciting. All I've been doing these days is working hard. I never would have thought I would get so much pleasure from the work." Gathering the finished object into a single whole, Grid said thoughtfully, "I have completed the creation of the arrow. Now the task must be completed before he could finish speaking," as he saw a strange effect of the arrow flickering in his hands. The next moment he could see a system notification in front of him that said the breath of the legendary blacksmith was activated, and immediately after that, the arrow was enveloped in a purple aura that illuminated it. Not understanding what exactly was happening to his creation that he had just made, Grid nervously exclaimed what was going on here. Immediately after these words, everything became clear. A system notification appeared in front of him, stating that the task was completed. All characteristics were raised due to the creation of an epic item. "Your reputation across the continent has risen to seeing this," he was surprised to say in his head. "I created an epic item and even raised my level." Seeing what had just happened, Smith exclaimed with joy, "It's just incredible to think that a guy who doesn't even look like an assistant can make such an incredible arrow. Aren't you amazing?" Hearing this, Grid shed a few tears and said in disappointment in his head, "I wanted a sword and got an epic arrow." Looking at the boy, the blacksmith said in surprise, "What happened to your face?" Having calmed his disappointment, Grid looked at the object he had created and said in his mind, "Still, among all the existing arrows, there's not a single one that would deal more than 40 units of damage, and sometimes it can completely ignore the enemy's defense." Looking at the arrow he had created, Grid confidently said in his head, "The effect of my class is simply incredible. It is probably better than most one-handed swords of this level." Having created his first work of art, Grid prepared to leave the forge, and seeing this, Smith said, "It's a shame you're leaving," to which Grid replied, "If the stars align, we'll meet again, so don't worry." Before Grid was to leave the forge, he heard Smith say, "I can't keep this wonderful weapon, take it with you." And the boy received a Jaffa arrow and 3 Jaffa bars. Seeing what he got as a parting gift from the blacksmith, Grid happily said in his head, "He gave me so much as a parting gift, because of the high level of relationship between us." And immediately after these thoughts, the boy said, "You took care of me, Mr. Smith. Thank you for that." Hearing these words from the boy, Mr. Smith put the index fingers of both hands together and said awkwardly, "It would be nice if we could live together." Seeing this, Grid nervously exclaimed, "Please don't say such touching things." Throwing all the farewell gifts he had received from the blacksmith on his shoulders, Grid mentally said, "This weight may slow me down, although the gifts are quite good. The journey to the city will take a long time." Immediately after these words, the boy confidently said, "In any case, I will be able to leave this place as long as I sell arrows." After waving goodbye to the blacksmith who had taught him and helped him get up from the bottom, Grid mentally said, "Wait for me, fighters. I'm Grid Nim bringing you some cool stuff." And at the same time, somewhere in the forest where the forest guard lived, he was being raided. The fight was quite intense, and many fighters had already died in this confrontation. The boss himself was not alone. He was also helped by the golems he summoned, who also took over and eliminated a large number of fighters who arrived at the raid. However, despite the summoned golems, the group and guild leader used her bow and arrows to easily destroy the stone warriors. With just one shot, she easily destroyed the golems to help her comrades and clear the way for the main boss of this raid. That warrior was Jishuka, the guildmaster of Sadaka, who fired another arrow at the enemy, saying, "These scoundrels, even after my warning, Trying to help the warriors who were ambushed by golems and had already resigned themselves to death, Chishuka angrily exclaimed, "If you want to live, then move, Zadaka Guild." One of those present in this battle was the same melee master Regas, who was a member of the Tzedaka Guild. Also, one of the members of the guild was the same man with whom Grid had encountered on the square. His name was Tobin. There were many strong players in this guild, one of whom was also Vantner, the axe-wielding warrior. Looking at the rest of the mercenaries they were looking for to fight against the forest guard, Jishuka cycled and said in disappointment, almost all of them had already died from ineptitude. After finishing the battle with the enemy, the girl added disappointedly, "Although we dealt with the boss on our own, these guys managed to die from some pettiness." Standing beside the defeated forest guard they had raided, the guild leader heard from one of her comrades that the losses were too great. After a while, when all the survivors gathered in one place, discussions began about how you managed to do it despite the losses and what about the loot. Pulling out the loot from the enemy, Jishuka reported 30 units of black metal, 7 units of orichalcum ore, and 1 unit of blue orichalcum ore. Hearing what they had gotten in the next fight with the boss, Regas said with a grudging smile, the amethyst shield, which had the slightest chance of falling out, did not appear again. Hearing these words from his comrade, Vantner added confidently, "But at least we got the blue orichalcum. We fought all day, and even suffered material losses because of it." When all the discussions between the guild members were over, Jishuka asked one of her subjects, Toban, how many people had died in this raid against the boss. After counting all the remaining, Tobin lowered his head and awkwardly said 75 people, including the guild members. While the main troops were fighting the boss, the number of golems was increasing, which was a bad factor for us. After hearing the report from her subject, Jishuk gritted her teeth and nervously said in her head, "The difficulty of these interconnected S-rank tasks is much higher than we expected. We need to take some measures." Sitting down on the fountain in the city, after they returned from the raid back, Jishuka said disappointedly, "The 4th raid again did not bring any results, and the value of the Forest Guardian is falling among the members. At this rate, the user base in the next raids will decrease significantly." Shadaka's Guild. This guild is mostly made up of users of fairly high ranks, but due to their small number, their popularity is low compared to their enemies. Before the launch of Satisfied during the LTS era, there were 17 members of the guild, and due to their small number, they always participated in raids with regular players. But even this method had limitations. Hearing that their further raids on the Forest Guard might become more and more difficult, Tobin nervously said, "Without the amethyst shield, we won't be able to continue with the related task, so let's put it aside for now and increase our strength." Hearing the suggestion from his friend Regas thoughtfully said, "I don't care as long as I'm on my feet." To which Wantner added, "Let's not rush and wait a bit." After listening to the opinions and suggestions of all her comrades, Jishuka said, "Well then, let's do it." Immediately after these words, the girl confidently said, "Sadaka's guild focuses on raising the level of its members and improving equipment for those who do not receive levels in the months ahead." The next moment, Jishuka turned her gaze to Regas and said, "Regas, you need at least 20 levels." And Wantner said happily, "Too bad, you know her, you're finished." After giving all her comrades the order to go and level up for 3 months, Jishuka immediately went to the shop to replenish her arrows. While waiting for her order, Jishuka noticed in her peripheral vision the members of other guilds, who were very numerous, and mentally said, "Our guild's situation is quite difficult. We could attract people at the very beginning of the game, but now we can't do it." Looking through the slots in the store, the girl mentally said, "We need to buy at least some arrows." And suddenly she saw something strange, a purple arrow. Looking at Jishuk's offerings, she wondered in her head what kind of idiot he was, selling them for 3 times the price of ordinary arrows for silver. Suddenly she noticed something strange about the arrows that cost 3 times as much. Noticing a high-quality arrow for the price of silver arrows, she was surprised to say that the purple one was of epic class. Looking at the description of the arrow, which said, "Special Jaffa arrow quality epic attack power weight, ignores some of the enemy's defenses." There is a chance of completely ignoring the enemy's defense. Looking at this arrow, Jishuka said in her head, it was simply impossible. Leaning on the counter in surprise at the availability of such a product, she mentally said, "I've asked almost every blacksmith to make me arrows, but no, I've never actually heard of arrows of such high quality." Immediately after paying attention to the additional characteristics, Jishuka added in her mind, "Moreover, this ability, they can be a decisive weapon in a high-level battle. I can bet on them. But who could make such arrows at all?" Immediately after that, The girl began to think about where the goods of such quality could come from, and mentally said it was not the top-ranked blacksmiths, Panmir and Steng. At the same time, Regis, sitting at the table with his friend, grabbed his head and said in confusion, "I'm in trouble. How can I raise 20 levels in 3 months?" To which Wantner replied, "Take it seriously. You already know Jashuka personally, so if she said she would finish us off, I'm sure she wasn't kidding." Immediately after that, the warrior picked up a ham and handed it to Regis and said, "I'm ready to pay for the last piece of meat in your life. Now tell me." And when Regis heard that, Mr. Vantner replied with a grudging smile. Before they had time to indulge, an urgent message came to all members of the guild, and when Vantner noticed it, he was surprised to hear an announcement from the head of the guild. The message said, "Find a person among the top blacksmiths whose player level is lower than the skill level." After reading it, he was surprised to hear that she was telling us to look for blacksmiths. Hearing about the new order, Rega exclaimed in displeasure and jumped up from his seat. But she said to level up, "Don't you think she's being too frivolous?" The next moment, when another message came from Jashuka, Regis took his soft rabbit toy and said gently, "We have a good boy here." Regis saw the behavior of his friend Wantner and asked in surprise, "Have you seen the message yet?" He said, "I see that there is no trace of your anger left." The next moment, another message came from the head of the guild to whom she wrote, "This player has a skill that will lead us to victory over the Forest Guardian." Seeing this, Vantner stood up and said confidently, "If she's so sure, we need to find the boy." Gathering her comrades in one place, Jashuka walked towards them, saying in her head, "Our small team of elite players managed to reach the top of every class in just 6 months. But feeling our superiority, we are no longer accepting new members." Preparing to search for the famous blacksmith, the girl looked at her team of strong players and said in her head, "We may not be as famous and influential as other guilds, but we have been noticed and now we have concentrated power in our hands." Moving confidently forward, the head of the guild continued her thoughts. "We are the Setika Guild." Recalling the epic arrow she had accidentally found in the market, she added in her mind that if he was better than Panmir and Sting, then his level of craftsmanship and performance was beyond imagination. With an overwhelming desire to find the one blacksmith who can lead their guild to the ranks of the best, she confidently said in her head, "Guilds from all over the continent will plunge into chaos looking for him. We must find him before they do." Sometime after the first information about that legendary blacksmith spread around the world somewhere in a cave, a man asked his friend what is seriously possible. You have already heard the rumors. While excavating to get materials for crafting items, the miner stopped working and said that a strong guild was looking for that blacksmith everywhere. He must have done something cool. Looking at his friend who was just doing something on the internet, the miner shouted to him, "All Satisfy is talking about him. Are you listening to me, Panmir?" After looking through all the news to find out what exactly that famous blacksmith everyone was talking about had done to Panmir, who was the top blacksmith in the game, I said thoughtfully, "I had just seen the news. An epic arrow means." Looking at the news page, which said a special Jaffa arrow created by a master craftsman with a high level of skill and production, Panmir mentally said, "Created by a master craftsman with a high level of skill and productivity, but with a lack of experience and reputation." That's what it says. Even I'm not called a master craftsman in the descriptions. Thinking about what could be happening right now, Panmir added in his head, "Although this has happened twice before, I was the first to create an epic level item. I was very happy because I put in more effort than anyone else. But still." At the same time, Grid, who did not even suspect that such a hunt would begin for him just because of the epic level arrows, was waiting for his turn and mentally said when the labor exchange would open. After a while, at the labor exchange, the manager told the potential staff workers to be careful when you arrive at the place. Now I will start to individually list them. Gathering all the job seekers in front of him, the manager said the construction site of the Shinwoo building needs 4 workers. Holding his hand out to Grid, I wanted to say something, but before he could finish, one of the men pushed him away and said, "Here," and then walked forward to the hiring manager. Looking at the back of the impudent man who had prevented him from getting the job, Grid said that he should have let the unfortunate youth through for his insolence. Having closed the matter with Shinwoo's construction site, the manager said, "Moving on, I need 3 experienced tilers." Reaching out again to nominate a candidate, Grid was slapped in the face because he was again beaten to the punch by a man who had knocked him out of the way. Angry that he was being treated like this for the umpteenth time, Grid shouted out, "What the hell, I want to make money too. Stop acting like this." Why do old men like you act like this? Hearing the commotion outside the labor exchange office, the manager sighed heavily and said, "Let's keep it down. We don't have time for fights," and handed an electric cable to each employee. Hearing the manager's next suggestion, Grid nervously thought, "Since when has this become so popular? I tried this last year and my medical bills exceeded my income. Thanks, I'll pass." The next moment, Grid felt his arm rise spontaneously, and it was one of the men who had done so on purpose to take out a competitor and send him to hard labor. Grabbing the man by the skin of his teeth, the power line worker pulled Grid along, saying, "Come on, we have a lot of work to do," while Grid angrily shouted, "Hey, you bastards!" But everyone tried to ignore him. Returning home after the labor exchange, Grid said in a tired voice, "I have to go now." Hearing these words from her son, Grid's mother angrily said, "Where are you going so early? At least finish your breakfast." To which the boy replied that he was going to the labor exchange. Hearing that he had to go to the labor exchange to look for a job, Grid's father said to his son, "Wait a little longer, sit with us." As Grid approached the table and pulled out a chair to sit down, he said in his head, "I'm in a hurry. What does he want from me? If I pay the interest on the loan, I'll only have this much left." Holding out a certain amount of money to his son, Grid's father confidently said, "We'll give you the money for the day's earnings, so you better rest today." Hearing this, Grid happily said to his father. Counting the amount of money he had been given, Grid said disappointedly, "Only 70,001. A day's wages now is at least 1,000. Hearing these words from his brother, his younger sister nervously remarked, "God, be grateful for what you are given." The next moment, handing Grid the bath pass, the younger sister added awkwardly, "And don't forget this, we have prepared a bath for you so you can relax a little." Looking at his parents and sister gathered around the table in the morning, Grid thought in his head, "I wondered if he usually goes to work early in the morning to the grocery store, if my dad was waiting for me to have breakfast." Realizing that everyone was here now only because of him, Grid shone with happiness and said in his head, "You are the best family I have," and then immediately added, "Maybe you can pay off my debt too." As soon as he said this, a bowl of rice flew into Grid's head, as it was too impudent to ask him to pay off his loan for the game capsule. Sometime after he had breakfast with the whole family, Grid went to his capsule to enter the game, and after a while he had already loaded and was in the square. Raising his head after downloading the game, Grid said disappointedly to connect the download and play. "Of course it is quite cool, but after paying off the debt, my savings account is at 0. Walking through the city, Grid thoughtfully said, "I wonder how high the price of arrows has risen. It's my only money. I need to get to another village as soon as possible." Opening the auction for his arrows, Grid exclaimed nervously when he saw what had happened during his absence from the game. When he saw the system notification that said the winning silver arrow bid was completed and the sale was over, he exclaimed in shock that this was epic, but that the bid was so different from the original price of 6 silver coins. Immediately afterwards, while counting his profits for the sale of the arrows, Grid mentally said 72 silver for the arrow, which would be gold and silver since it was gold. So it turns out that I made a fortune in just 6 hours. Quickly arriving at the auction shop where he left his goods for sale, Grid happily thought, "Now I don't have to go to the labor exchange," and then shouted to the seller, "Bring my money here. My money, my gold coin." Hearing the boy's request, the seller said, "Here's your gold and silver, and there's a commission on epic items." Hearing this, Grid immediately became quiet and stood a little impressed, and when he came to his senses, he grabbed the bag of money and exclaimed, "You're damn capitalists." Immediately after these words, Grid moved away from the shop where he had sold his arrows and said thoughtfully, "If I can make money by creating things, then I don't have to go, right?" Immediately after these thoughts, Grid remembered Smith, who, blushing awkwardly, offered to live together and nervously said, "No, no, 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 this idea is too dangerous here. We need to get out of here." Having paid the carriage driver a considerable sum of money to get to another village, Grid exclaimed in displeasure that the fee was too expensive, and the driver replied, "Thank me at least for giving you a discount. Do you really think driving a carriage is that easy?" Immediately afterwards, Grid remembered the name of the village and said, "By the way, you said the village for beginners is called Winston, yes?" Hearing the question from his passenger, the carriage driver thoughtfully replied that due to the high population growth, it would soon receive the status of a city, and perhaps the heir to the Stame family would become the new mayor of this city. Hearing the name of the family that runs the village, Grid said thoughtfully, "Interesting. It's a familiar name, as if I've heard it somewhere before." After some time of traveling, the driver happily announced, pointing to the path that led forward, We are almost there. You can see it in the distance. When I heard that they were almost there, and the walls of the village of Winston Grid were visible on the horizon, I thought to myself, finally, I've almost reached the place I need. Looking at the village he had arrived at, Grid said happily, wow, it's 4 times bigger than Byron was, and the streets are much busier than they were back there. Immediately after these words, Grid decided to take off his armor and said confidently, let's start our journey from here. It's hard to walk with such a burden. Let's clean up our inventory first. Looking through his inventory, which included potions, weapons, and Jaffa wool, Grid thoughtfully said, I need to put all my stuff in the warehouse, and where is it? Is this all I have? After sorting the items, Grid said thoughtfully, I also need to evaluate Mengele's armor and Mammon's sword. If my skill with weapons and armor goes up, the penalty will be less, right? After applying his learning skill to the items, Grid saw a system notification that said your skill with the two-handed sword of Mammon has reached your skill with the armor of Mengele has reached. Then Grid said thoughtfully, interestingly, unlike the axe, the skill did not reach immediately. The next moment, the boy received new system notifications informing him that due to the improvement of the skill, the penalties were reduced. Mammon's two-handed sword was changed from attack power reduction to Mengele's armor was changed from resistance reduction to 2. Seeing that his equipment was now a little more powerful, Grid happily said, great, at least that's a pretty good improvement. The next moment, looking at his armor's stats, Grid said thoughtfully, the durability has decreased, so I can increase my understanding by repairing items. But right now I need to save money. Arriving at the vault building, Grid confidently said in his head, now I need to get as much money and experience as possible from the institution I will probably get my equipment, and then said, please open my vault. Hearing the request of a visitor who wanted to leave his belongings in the vault, the employee said it would cost you 10 silver coins for each item, and hearing the price, Grid said irritatedly, money, money, and money again. Agreeing to this deal with the storage worker, Grid said, okay, let's do it this way, but first I'll put my weapons and armor in there. Leaving only one Jaffa arrow with him, Grid thoughtfully said, I'll probably keep this arrow as a souvenir. I don't really want to spend 10 silver coins on it. Having moved all his belongings into the vault, Grid happily said, finally I am as light as a feather, so now I can find a smithy. Leaving the vault where he left his belongings for storage, Grid said thoughtfully, noticing the players walking around judging by their equipment, this is a zone for beginners. Then moving a little further, the guy noticed the more powerful players and added, and here the levels are different for everyone. This is a zone for all levels. I think the forge should be somewhere nearby. Arriving at the place he needed, Grid said excitedly, standing in front of the door. Wow, it's so big. It looks like a local blacksmith of an improved class or even higher. Confidently heading inside, Grid happily said, this is exactly what I need. As soon as he stepped into the forge, a system notification appeared in front of him, informing him of the blacksmith's technique, the master effect of the NPC, and that blacksmiths of advanced level and above would treat you well. Upon entering the room, Grid noticed that there was no one there and that everything was in disarray. So he was surprised to hear that it was empty. But where was everything? Walking a little further inside the building, Grid heard someone's voice saying to him, who are you? Then Grid said in surprise, oh, there is someone here. Rising from his bed to see the visitor, the blacksmith of the smithy asked Grid why he had come here. Hearing the question from the local blacksmith, Grid said, I want to craft the most marketable item. Can you help me with that? The blacksmith just laughed at his request. The next moment, the blacksmith of the room looked up and said disappointedly, Marrow sells things in bulk for a lower price, so there hasn't been anything for sale here for a long time. Immediately after these words, the blacksmith of this building said, I've been closed for a long time, if anything, and Grid exclaimed in surprise. After he found out that there was no point in staying here, Grid said in frustration in his head how annoying it was, and then said, well, is there a smithy in the area? Before he could finish speaking, the door to the building opened and someone's rough voice came from the yard and said, hey, old man, how are you? Looking behind him to find out who had come to the forge, Grid saw 5 men with guns and one of them said, you haven't made up your mind yet. I told you to give us this building as long as we asked nicely. Hearing the demand from one of the robbers who came to the smithy, Grid said in his head, this is not a good idea, but it is still problematic. Approaching the blacksmith who was lying in his bed, the man handed him a sales contract and said, sign this paper. Our kindness has its limits, don't forget that. After looking at the piece of paper and what was written on it, Grid mentally said the contract transferred all rights to this building, If this is Marrow's company, it is very influential. Realizing that he had nothing else to do here, Grid quietly headed for the exit and thought, I don't know what exactly is going on here, but I need to find out as much as possible before a fight breaks out. Noticing the guy who tried to sneak past him, the angry soldier said to Grid, Hey, did you see the contract? Where are you going, you rascal? You're a scanner spy. Hearing what had just been said to him, Grid said in his head that this gangster was definitely hired by Marrow's company NPCs. Lawless people sometimes kill players. Immediately after this incident, Grid looked around at all the enemies in the room and thoughtfully said in his head, It seems that these guys are about level 35, so don't fight back yet. Just act natural. Throwing his hand behind his head, Grid awkwardly said, Actually, no. I'm not from around here. I came here not knowing that the forge was closed. And the bandit replied, I can tell by your looks, and quickly stormed out. Picking up the contract, which offered him 20,000 gold pieces for the building, the blacksmith said insultingly, You damned criminals want to destroy the family business that has passed through 7 generations. Hearing his grandfather speak to his leader, one of the bandits angrily said, Watch what you say. You know what we went through because of you, and as a reward, you will pay us half the amount stated in the contract. Hearing the demands of one of the gangsters who came to buy the building, Grid said in surprise in his head, But he hadn't even had time to agree to your offer yet. Immediately afterwards, another of the bandits decided to provoke the blacksmith by saying, Didn't your only son die of a disease? So stop insisting that this is his grave. Trying to leave the building, Grid suddenly heard the blacksmith's angry voice exclaiming, How dare you say such things about my son with your filthy mouth? Trying to ignore what was happening behind him, Grid said in his head, Calm down, you're not a hero. Just go away. It's none of your business. Just as he was about to cross the threshold, he felt an effect and saw a system notification in front of him, which said that the task of the blacksmith's rage had been created. Looking down, the boy saw the blacksmith's rage get rid of Marrow's jesters and break the contract to sell the forge reward for completion. Increase Khan's resistance to alcohol favor. Khan reward for accepting the task skill. Blacksmith's rage will be activated task failure in a few days. Khan will die. All tasks related to him will disappear. Seeing this, Grid was surprised to hear what kind of task at such a moment reward for acceptance. Looking at the skill that is activated when he accepts the task, Grid thoughtfully said in his head that it is a class skill. Of course, I have to complete it. What are my chances? Looking at the description of the skill that he activates, the boy noticed in the description of the patience of the legendary blacksmith, Your health, defense, and dexterity will increase by 1 hour. Then the boy said, Well, first of all, I have a reliable skill of patience of the legendary blacksmith. Immediately after that, recalling his battle with Duran against Jura, Grid also added in his head that if my health level drops to 1, a passive skill will be activated that makes me invulnerable for 5 seconds. My characteristics are like those of level players. Thinking about what he should do in this situation, Grid nervously said in his head, The only problem is that I left my equipment in the vault and was left without weapons. The next moment, remembering the 1 arrow he had left, Grid took it out of his inventory and mentally said, Wait, but I have it, and it's an epic level arrow. Picking up Jaffa's special arrow, Grid mentally said, Although it has quite a bit of damage, it can still work if you ignore the defense completely. The next moment, the bandits heard from behind them, Hey, watch your words when you talk to your elders. And the gang leader looked back and said in surprise what you just said. Hearing that the others decided to stand up for him, Khan said in surprise that But why did you suddenly decide to stand up for me? Looking at the non-local who was still standing in the forge building, the gang leader angrily asked why you were still here. And Grid pointed an arrow at him and said, There is a limit to everything, even if you are a collector. The next moment, the gang members looked back at Grid and began to shout menacingly that you had just told the scoundrel that we left you alive, you madman, and that you were going to do 1 arrow, so just shut up and disappear. Hearing these words from his enemies, Grid confidently said, That's not all I have in store, I just got another weapon. After accepting the task of helping the blacksmith, Grid received a system notification that said you have received the blacksmith's rage skill plus to attack power and plus to attack speed for seconds. Recharged seconds after that, he confidently exclaimed, Don't be a scoundrel. Without even warning, one of the bandits immediately attacked Grid to teach him a lesson for those words, but even from this sudden attack, Grid managed to dodge. Trying to break the distance with the leader of the bandits who attacked him, Grid nervously thought, How did low-level warriors become so fast that I have the advantage? Noticing a great place to continue the battle, Grid headed for the second floor and said in his head, I need to get to the narrow staircase. Having reached the stairs, Grid shouted menacingly. Well, attack one by one, whose eye I want to gouge out first. As he approached the brazen man they had given a chance to save his life, one of the bandits, approaching Grid with an axe, angrily shouted, "You fucking brat!" When he got close enough to Grid, one of the enemies rushed at him and swung his axe, shouting, "What can you do with that arrow of yours?" Preparing to strike back at the enemy who opened up for the attack, Grid confidently shouted out, preparing to hit the arrow with the fury of the blacksmith. After hitting the enemy, Grid's attack was critical and caused additional damage to the enemy. Seeing what had just happened to their comrade right before their eyes, the bandit leader nervously shouted out what had just happened. Lying on the ground without the ability to get up, one of the defeated bandits said in a hoarse voice that an ordinary arrow was not a weapon at all. Taking a fighting stance and getting ready to fight, Grid confidently shouted out to yours, "Truly, this is an ordinary arrow, so come on, open your eyes." Raising an epic quality arrow above him, Grid saw a system notification and a timer in front of him, which said the skill Blacksmith's Fury was activated. The speed and strength of the attack increased by seconds. Holding the arrow in his hands, thanks to which he defeated one of the enemies, Grid mentally said, amazingly, "Thanks to the increase in attack speed, I can hit twice as fast, because I also pierced with a critical hit and managed to deal with everything in just a few blows." Immediately afterwards, Grid received a system notification saying that you have killed a bandit from Winston. Your reputation in Winston has increased to now you are the enemy of all bandits from Winston, and you have gained experience points. Immediately after that, another system notification came saying that you had raised your level to level 8. Looking at his updated stats, Grid said in amazement in his head, "I gained 5 levels for killing a level. My stats increased too." Looking at the enemies approaching him, Grid thoughtfully said, "These guys have high attack power and weak defense, so to defeat the rest of them, I need to invest points in strength and agility." After analyzing the battlefield, Grid mentally said, "There are 4 of them left, so I'll have to use everything I have now." And then he used all his characteristic points and received a system notification saying, "You have invested points in strength. You have invested points in agility." The next moment, another enemy rushed at Grid and tried to kill him. Having dodged the enemy's attack, Grid prepared for a counterattack. As he continued to fight, he received a system notification that said there were 10 seconds left in the blacksmith's rage. So he mentally said, "I must kill all the remaining enemies in this time." Grasping the arrow tightly in his hands, Grid struck at the enemy, trying to pierce the armor and take him out with one critical hit. After a failed attempt to finish off another enemy, Grid simply threw the enemy back at the other bandits, catching his comrade. One of the enemies said Prague is fine. Rising to his feet after the missed blow from the guy, the bandit said unhappily, "Oh shit, I'm not gonna die here. Looks like he was just lucky." Looking at the guy they had to confront, the enemy leader said nervously, "But his attacks are too fast. We can't fight with big weapons on narrow stairs." Looking at the enemies who were still there even after the successful attack, Grid said in his head, "Even after upgrading my stats, I still can't kill them. I'm still too weak now that I'm on recharge. I won't be able to make a critical strike." As the bandits continued to look at each other, the leader of the bandits called out to Grid, "Hey you, if you don't want to die, you better just give up." Coming down the stairs, Grid mentally said, "I have no choice. I have to fight them right away." And immediately after these thoughts, the boy heard the bandit leader say, "Even if you resist, it won't change anything." Looking at the 4 enemies, Grid mentally said, "If they can surround me, I will most likely die from 2 or 3 blows, but I have a backup plan." Moving inside the enemies, Grid mentally added to my health and defense, which was now at 0. But if they surrounded me, I could kill them all. Thinking about his cunning plan, Grid mentally added, "Until then, all I need to do is keep an eye on my health bar." Recalling the skill he had acquired, namely the legendary blacksmith's stamina, which increased health, defense, and agility for an hour, Grid confidently recited the skill in his head. Noticing that the leader of the bandit gang had come out to them, he happily said, "Thank you for saving our time. I will pay you back in full for killing my friend." Preparing to activate his skill, Grid kept his hand on the button and mentally said, "Great. The legendary blacksmith's endurance skill is now activated." Clutching his sword in his hands and looking at Grid with a hungry gaze, the bandit leader said menacingly that he was ready to die. A few seconds after the delay, a system notification came saying that the legendary blacksmith's endurance could not be activated, and Grid nervously said in his head, "Oh shit, hey guys." Preparing to take revenge for his dead comrade and all the insolent words he had spoken, one of the bandits angrily shouted, "Die, scoundrel!" Having failed in his plan to activate the skill, Grid dodged the enemy's attack and nervously said in his head, "Wow, that's some bad luck. I need to create conditions for activating the skill." After the first unsuccessful attack alone, two enemies attacked Grid, shouting, "Let's all attack him together." Trying to somehow defend himself from the enemy's attack, Grid was unable to completely block the enemy's attack with his bare hands. After being wounded, the guy took out a regeneration potion from his inventory and began to use it, thinking unhappily, "I have a maximum health, but I have to drink an average health potion for 1 unit." Continuing to dodge enemy attacks, Grid mentally added a recharge for another 20 seconds. "If I can't hold out, I'll die here." Noticing a great opportunity, Grid prepared for the enemy's attack, clenched the arrow in his hands, and hit the axe of one of his opponents. As a result of this attack, he managed to knock the weapon out of his enemy's hands and thus prevented a serious injury, but he was still injured. Having prevented the enemy's powerful attack and knocked the axe out of his hands, Grid received a system notification informing you that you have taken damage in the amount of units. After using another regeneration potion, Grid continued to stall for time to wait for a recharge and just tried to avoid being hit by enemies. Taking out all his potions from his inventory, Grid nervously said in his head, using medium-strength potions that increased his attack power by points for minutes, "Damn it, I just have no choice." Throwing away the empty potion bottles, Grid said sadly in his head, 2 bottles of gold. "I spent so much money on a B-class assignment." Noticing the great opportunity, the leader of the bandits shouted loudly, "Come on, guys, this is our chance. Let's grab it." Rushing at Grid, a couple of fighters tried to hit him with simultaneous blows, but Grid was able to dodge them and continue the confrontation. Missing time and again in his attacks, one of the bandits exclaimed in frustration, "You're as slippery as an eel. Well, let's see how long you can keep up with these tricks." Dodging the attacks of the enemies again and again, Grid was wounded, and again he thought, "They are attacking me all at once. Can't I do anything even under the reinforcing effects?" When the enemy attack stopped, Grid stood in a stance and mentally said, "I need time for my legs to rest after this." Stopping in place after a flurry of blows, a couple of enemies noticed that Grid was still standing, and one of the bandits exclaimed in surprise that he was still standing. With a sly smile, Grid happily said to his enemies, "Did you really think it would be that easy? I'm not killing you, so just leave the contract and get out of here." Hearing the proposal from his opponent, one of the bandits angrily shouted, "Shut your fucking mouth! Do you know you killed Neil? And we don't care about the contract. We'll just kill you for it." Hearing such words from the bandit, Grid smiled nervously and said, "Wow, I'm sure you really want to do that, and it's not too late to save your lives." And then mentally said, reaching behind him, "The potion's almost over. You just have to be patient a little longer." Pointing a finger at Grid, the angry bandit shouted at him and stopped talking. "Nonsense. The only one who will die here today will be you." Immediately after these words, paying attention to Grid's wounds, the bandit confidently exclaimed, "Just look at you. How are you going to kill us with that leg?" As soon as he said this, Grid rushed at him with his arrow, which had already reloaded. Having defeated another enemy from the gang of bandits, Grid finally heard from the enemy what kind of scoundrel he was. Watching their comrade say goodbye to his life, the gang leader nervously exclaimed, "Johnson." The next moment, another of the bandits added in an angry voice, "You fucking scoundrel!" Taking out a potion from his inventory to restore his health, Grid confidently said, "Who told you that you can let your guard down in battle and me?" Immediately after using the potion and healing his wounds, Grid smiled slyly and added, "We are not that close to you to have such deep conversations." The next moment, Grid heard a voice approaching him and exclaiming menacingly, "I wondered what you were saying. It was a trap, you damn collar cockroach." Swinging his sword to finish off the annoying guy, the bandit leader shouted, "Die, you talkative rascal!" Noticing that the enemy was approaching him even without cover, Grid confidently shouted, "You're running away unguarded. I'm level 11 now and I'm not what I used to be." Preparing to strike and aiming at the captain, Grid struck, but the big man, who obviously had a pumped-up defense, stepped in to block his blow. Noticing that the arrow was stuck in his skin, Grid heard from the enemy, who decided to take all the blows on himself, "You can try to hurt me more if you want to." Immediately after these words, 2 soldiers flew out from behind the team's tank and shouted, "Port, we won't let you do that. You won't die that easily." As a result of this surprise, Grid was seriously wounded in the chest area. After being injured by the combined attack of the enemies, Grid flew back with a groan. Seeing what had just happened on the battlefield, Khan nervously exclaimed, "The guy with you is okay. Gritting his teeth at the bad situation on the battlefield, Grid nervously said in his head, I need time to drink another potion. Before he could react, a bandit tank grabbed him and lifted him above the ground, confidently exclaiming that he had decided to escape again. Looking around, Grid saw two more enemies heading straight for him to finish him off, and he thought, I'm in the clear. This time I might die for sure. Trying to find at least some way out of this situation, Grid looked around nervously and thought that it was definitely over now. And suddenly, he saw something interesting. The boy accidentally noticed some armor on the second floor of the building that was covered with a sheet, and he was surprised to hear that it was armor. Trying to escape from the enemy's hands, Grid stuck an arrow into his back, forcing him to let go of him. Noticing this, the leader of the bandits angrily shouted to the villain to resist in vain. To prevent another enemy from approaching him, Grid pulled an arrow from the back of the tank. The next moment, the boy threw it at the leader, forcing him to go on the defensive and slow down his pace. Having freed himself from the clutches of the enemies, the boy ran up the mountain, and seeing where he was headed, the angry leader shouted that it was the stairs again, while Grid, holding his wound, mentally said why things had gotten worse now. In an unyielding moment, the enemy leader smiled slyly and said in an ominous tone, Boogeyman, you threw away your weapon. It looks like you were in a hurry. Meanwhile, Grid, trying to achieve his goal, had already reached the second floor and headed for the armor he had accidentally noticed in the attic. Heading towards the armor, which was not far from him, Grid shouted to the owner of the building, Khan, you want to protect her forge? Hearing Grid's question, the old man confidently exclaimed, Of course, if you help me this time, I will definitely be able to protect this place. Hearing the old man's words, Grid tore off his armor and confidently exclaimed, Then I will borrow it from you. Seeing exactly where Grid was headed and what he wanted to use, the nervous Khan exclaimed to the boy, These are the armor. Trying to warn about some nuances in the use of Khan, nervously exclaimed that the equipment cannot be used by everyone that you can wear is on this floor. Hearing these words from the old man, Grid dressed in the armor he had found and heard the voice of the bandit leader behind him, who shouted menacingly, There's no need to warn him. He's finished. All the enemies attacked Grid together and shouted, Die. Feeling the power he received from the armor, Grid confidently shouted to his enemies, And you have heard this phrase before. Preparing for a powerful blow, Grid confidently shouted, Overgeared. Immediately after that, all the enemies were divided into two parts, and the defeated leader of the enemies said in confusion, What the hell happened? When all the enemies were defeated, Grid received a system notification that said, You killed the bandits Prague, and Vale. Your reputation in Winston increased by points. You gained experience points, and your relationship with Khan reached its maximum. After climbing up the mountain to see what had happened to Grid, who had decided to use the armor he most likely wouldn't be able to use, Khan said breathlessly, What happened? The next moment, when he finally saw Grid in all his glory and all his enemies defeated, the old man said in surprise, You're just fine. Looking himself up and down in the armor he had put on, Grid said, Wow, man, this is just amazing. Grid's armor was called Valhalla and had a unique rating, and the requirements for equipping it were as follows. Level and higher strength and higher endurance and higher wearing heavy armor. Highest level creator Albertino. He was also holding a copy of the Life sword, also with a unique rating and requirements for use level, and above strength and above sword, wielding highest level creator. Also Albertino holding his items, Grid said in astonishment. This Albertino is incredible. Hearing him mention the name of the creator of these objects, Khan clutched his heart and said, Young man, you really understand the value of these objects. You even learned the name of their creator. Hearing these words from the blacksmith, Grid scratched his cheek awkwardly and said, I can tell just by looking. Before he could finish speaking, he noticed that the old man had fallen to the ground unconscious, and Grid nervously said to him that his blood pressure had risen, and he had suddenly lost consciousness. Sitting down next to the old man, Grid said happily, Now that I've completed the task, I should stop being so inquisitive. Let's move on to the next task. Not hearing any answer to his question, Grid paused for a moment and then spoke again to the next task. The next moment, the boy nervously shouted out my unrelated tasks. Trying to somehow bring Khan back to his senses, Grid started shouting at him, Hey, old man, wake up. Don't foam at the mouth. Give me the next task before you faint, old man. At the same time, a fierce discussion was taking place somewhere in the client's palace, and a nobleman nervously exclaimed to his subject that the bandits whom he had sent to the forge had disappeared, that they had escaped after receiving the money. Hearing the guess about the bandits who had disappeared, the subject nervously replied, I'm sorry, I recommended them. But before he could finish, the nobleman angrily said, Shut up, you will be held responsible. Immediately after these words, the angry nobleman pointed his finger at his subject and said, "The merchant should not bear the losses. Pay me in advance in compensation for the order that did not materialize." Hearing the amount of compensation for the failed plan from the aristocrat, the nervous nobleman said, "But I don't have that much money. Please just give me another chance." Hearing the request from his subject, the aristocrat said, "Hey, Bill, if you don't have the money, then you just need to make it, and your family members will be lost for a lot of money on the slave market." Immediately after these words, the aristocrat said, "That's enough. I'm tired of him. Take him away from here." Hearing the order, Bill nervously exclaimed, "Sir Valmont, please." A few seconds after the guards took him away, Sir Valmont turned to his strategist and asked him what had happened. "Rebbit, can you really tell me?" Hearing these words from his master, Valmont's strategist Rebbit said thoughtfully, "I do not know, sir. We are sure that they made it to the forge, but after that they disappeared." Hearing the report from his strategist, Valmont said with a grudging smile, "We must take over every forge in the village because we could not agree on one where this old man Khan is." Receiving the request from his master, Rebbit said thoughtfully in his head, he had expelled his loyal subject who had served him for 9 years, arrogant and cruel. In fact, then answered 2 hours ago, an unknown young man carried him to the hospital. Sitting in his chair, Valmont propped his head up with his hand. The young man said in surprise, saying, "Does he really know nothing?" The next moment, slamming his fist on the table, Valmont said, "We bought and sold these cheap weapons and signed a contract just to get this forge. We finally got him on the hook. We can't let this chance go." Nervous that his long plan to misuse funds to obtain the forge might fail, Valmont said to his subject Rebbit, "You are in charge. Take care of this." And he replied, "Yes, sir." At the same time, Grid, who was sitting in front of the TV and eating rice on both cheeks, said with joy that he was doing great. Rejoicing that he had reached considerable heights after completing this mission, Grid happily said, "I reached the level by killing only a few robbers. Well, am I not lucky after that? Now I can continue the chain of tasks." Immediately after remembering the armor he used to win, Grid smiled slyly and said in his head, "If I get that armor and sword as a reward, then I can become a billionaire." Deciding to compare those weapons to the ones he had made himself, Grid mentally said to himself, "Dinesleaf and Valhalla are both unique items, almost like a bug, but unlike a bug, they can be sold and have acceptable demands." After finishing his meal, Grid headed for the immersion capsule and said, "I left the old man in the hospital, so according to the mission, he'll be fine." Loading into the game, Grid mentally said, "Take care of your health, old man, because my success depends on it." A few seconds after the game loaded, Grid appeared at the hospital where he was taking Khan, and the boy was surprised to see me at the hospital. What a strange thing to do. Going inside, Grid saw the same old man who had been admitted with a fainting spell. And seeing Grid in front of him, Khan exclaimed joyfully, "You've come." Turning to the doctor who had examined him, Grid asked him how he was doing and was told that I had lowered his blood pressure so that he could be discharged, and that he would be fine once he stopped drinking, thanks to God's protection. Recalling the name of the man who had saved him and his forge, Khan said in surprise, "Your name is Grid, so it seems I owe you a lot now." Hearing these words from the old man, Grid smiled happily and said, "In times of need, we must help others. You just need to pay the fee and get a statement." Hearing about the payment, the blacksmith awkwardly said, "I'm sorry, how do I say this correctly? I'm on the mend right now." Hearing this, Grid said in surprise that, hearing the conversation between Grid and the blacksmith, the doctor standing behind Grid and smiling ominously said, "If you don't want to incur the punishment of God, you must pay 1 gold coin." Hearing this, Grid was frightened and said, God's protection somehow disappeared very quickly. Sometime later, after paying the fee at the hospital and arriving back at the smithy, Khan happily said, "I am very grateful, thank you." Shaking hands with the young man for helping him in his time of need, Khan added, "Thanks to you, I have hope again. I almost let my ancestors down by abandoning the work of 7 generations." Throwing his arm over the blacksmith's back, who leaned on him to help him walk, Grid said confidently, "It is the duty of every man to help, and now that you have just been discharged, you could use some rest." Helping the old man to the bed who was shedding tears of emotion, Grid said confidently, "If you had let them take your forge, the alcohol would have ruined your health." Continuing to gain the blacksmith's trust, Grid added, "If I hadn't been there when you collapsed on your own, you wouldn't have made it to the hospital." Khan replied awkwardly, "Actually, I really wish I could do something for you." Walking over to the armor Grid had used in the battle against the bandits, the blacksmith said, "What?" Pointing to the armor in front of him, Grid said excitedly, "Give it to me." The blacksmith, who was thinking about his request, said, Wait, listen to me, Grid. I can't give them to you. And the boy replied, but am I not your savior, your patron, your benefactor, sir? Turning his head away from Grid, Khan nervously said, these are family heirlooms that were protected at the cost of my ancestors' lives. Please understand me. Immediately after these words, Khan turned his gaze to the family heirloom and nervously said, Dine's life and Valhalla are unfortunate objects because no one had the power to wield them. They had been here for hundreds of years. But years ago, a man discovered their value. Looking down, the blacksmith spoke in a tortured voice, and that person was Pagma. Pagma was fascinated by these objects, and when he picked up Dineslev, he demonstrated his amazing sword skills. Becoming one with the weapon, the beauty of his movements was incredible, and his swing seemed to pierce the sky and cause lightning. After telling him about Pagma, who had unlocked the potential of the armor, Khan added, my predecessor Albertino bowed before him and asked him to bring Dineslev and Valhalla with him. Hearing the story from the blacksmith who tried to somehow dissuade Grid from wanting to get the armor, the boy said with anticipation, and like Pagma, he agreed. After receiving the question from Grid, Khan confidently said no. He refused. But before leaving, he said, one day the rightful owner of these items will appear and you can equip them. Looking back at Grid, who was standing next to him, Khan said thoughtfully, tell me how you did it, and I will decide after I hear your answer. Hearing the blacksmith's question, Grid smiled slyly and thought, is there really a continuation of the quest chain? I can't leave it to other users. And then said confidently, I guess you could say I'm like Pagma. As soon as Khan heard that he looked like Pagma, he was surprised to hear that Pagma, wait, but it can't be that simple. Does it really mean that you are? Looking at Grid, who was standing right in front of him, the blacksmith added in surprise that the descendant of Pagma had heard this and said confidently, yes, it is so. Immediately after these words, a system notification appeared in front of Grid, which said the class assignment was created descendant of Pagma. Follow the path of the art of wielding the sword of Pagma and collect all the legends associated with it. Having received a refusal even under such circumstances, Grid exclaimed in surprise that you would not give them to me now, to which Khan replied, I need proof. Please understand me. Immediately after these words, Khan looked at Grid with a stare and smiled slyly and said thoughtfully, just as my predecessor met the legend, so now I have met his successor. After these words, he went to his chest where he had alcohol, and in a few seconds he opened it and took out a bottle of alcohol and said, happily, if you are really Pagma's heir, then one day you will prove it for sure. Let's drink to our meeting. As soon as Grid heard the old man's offer to drink alcohol, he immediately ran to him and took 2 bottles from his hands, after which he angrily exclaimed, no alcohol is allowed until I complete the quest. While the guy and the blacksmith were arguing about the alcohol ban, a man came to the building and stood at the entrance and said, please tell me if Mr. Khan Rebet is here. I came from Marrow. Hearing that another representative from the Grid Company had come to them, he was surprised to hear that Marrow Company had come to replace those robbers. And then picking up the empty potion bottles, he thought, I'll hide this in my inventory, and then I can sell it for 2 gold pieces. Looking at the representative who had arrived at his forge, Khan said thoughtfully, well, let's go down and talk to him about what he wants. When the blacksmith and Grid were downstairs and seated for the talks, Rebet said to the old man, I have been told that you are unable to pay your debt of gold. Hearing that their conversation had begun with this mention, the blacksmith said, that's true, but I can't give you the forge, so go back where you came from. Receiving a categorical response, Rebet added, well, actually, I'm here today to give you one last chance. Immediately afterwards, the man added that if you give us the forge, we will guarantee you a high salary and the right to manage it. Hearing this offer from the representative of the company, Khan said unhappily, you are offering me to become an errand dog for Marrow's company. After listening to the blacksmith's displeasure, Rebet replied that these conditions are incomparable to the previous ones, so you will refuse. Thinking about Rebet's proposal, Khan said thoughtfully, well, this does not concern my work. It's all about protecting my family forge. Hearing what exactly the problem was and getting the old man's forge at his disposal, Rebet said in a surprised tone, I see that they were not lying about your pride. Well, if we shake your pride, you will change your mind. Having made such a proposal in order to get the forge, the representative of the Marrow Company said, let's arrange a competition. Your debt is at stake, as well as the right to the forge. Our blacksmith against you. If our blacksmith proves to be the best, you will give us the forge. How about that? Hearing the proposal from the company representative, who acted quite convincingly and professionally, Grid thoughtfully said in his head, "It looks fair from the outside, but I'm just sure they will send a more skilled blacksmith than Khan to the competition. He thinks we are idiots." Without thinking much about Rebet's suggestion, Khan said confidently, "If that really happens, I'll change my mind." Immediately afterwards, Khan smiled slyly and said, "However, all my skills have long since become rusty from too much inactivity. I will send my heir there." Hearing the blacksmith's condition in response to his offer, Rebet was surprised to hear that, "As far as I know, you have no apprentices, do you?" Immediately after this phrase, Khan pointed to Grid, who was standing behind him, and said confidently, "This is my successor." Hearing that he would have to take care of everything, Grid said in surprise. Hearing that he had been signed up for the competition, Grid shouted angrily, "Hey, old man, you've got a lot of nerve, don't you think?" Rebet said, "I see he has nothing to do with it. Are you really sure about that?" As soon as the old man confirmed his words to Grid, system notifications appeared, which said that a task had been created to compete in the production of parts against Marrow's company. The conditions for winning the competition against Marrow were reputation in Winston plus increased trust of the inhabitants, a golden prize in case of failure. The reputation would drop to a minimum, and the forge would be transferred to Marrow. After the boy had reviewed all the conditions for successful completion of the task and its failure, he could see a system window that said, "You accept the task." Hearing that he was about to say something, Rebet adjusted his glasses and said, "Young man, if you have nothing to do with this, stay away from it and don't get involved." Before he could finish, he saw the image of Grid looking at him with a hungry look and mentally saying, "I'm going to kill everyone," and he was nervous at the serious look on his face. Realizing that the deal was done and everyone was ready to compete for the forge, Rebet prepared to leave the forge and said, "Very well. We will inform you about the venue soon." Immediately after these words, the company representative confidently strode out of the building. Looking at him in the eyes, Khan said, "I'm sorry for what I did, but Grid, I just have to protect my forge." Hearing the apology, the boy happily replied, "No, don't worry about it. It's fine." Immediately after these words, Grid smiled happily and mentally said, "I would gladly sell my soul for a reward in hell." Looking again at the task that he would have to perform, Grid mentally said, "This is an A-class quest for a production competition with Marrow. If the task was related to a battle, then it would be impossible for a player with the level of but." Immediately afterwards, excited that he could make a lot of money after successfully completing this task, Grid happily said in his head, "I am a legendary blacksmith who forged an epic arrow. This is no problem for me." The next moment, Khan took out a couple of swords from his storage and handed them to Grid, saying, "By the way, I have some more things left after the shop closes. You can practice with them." When Khan laid out all the swords he had left on the table, Grid picked up one of them and began to examine it, saying thoughtfully, "Why didn't you ask the Lord for help?" After a while, heading to the storage room where the other things were kept and the forge itself was located, Khan, who was walking ahead, said, "Well, it's all because the Lord is also partially involved here." Marrow bribed him. Hearing that everything here is interconnected and all the authorities are also involved in this case, Grid said in surprise, "But isn't Winston part of Earl Steam's territory? Why don't you go directly to the Earl?" After gathering wood and lighting the stove to start training, Khan said, "I tried many times, but the Lord always stopped me when I wanted to leave the village." Hearing that he was simply prevented from doing anything that could have influenced the situation, Grid said confidently, "Don't worry so much. I will win this competition. You believe in me." Hearing the question from his friend, a nervous Khan said, "Of course I do. Thank you for your support. If only my son were alive, he would be your age." As soon as Khan said this, he immediately remembered his son and then began to cry. Seeing this, Grid stretched his hand and confidently said, "Stop crying. Everything will be fine. Just watch how skilled I am at blacksmithing." Immediately after these words, Grid continued to squeeze out a smile and said in his head, "It's strange. I'm being too kind to him. It's not like me, but it's because Khan is my gold mine, right?" As Grid began his training and consultations about different types of craftsmanship and ways to create objects, he mentally said, "He reminds me of my grandfather somehow." Pointing to the steel brass from a breastplate he had figured out how to improve, Grid mentally added, "Their reserved mannerisms are very similar." As he fired up the furnace to the right temperature to begin melting the iron, Grid said in his head, "I'm working with a man I like." Working tirelessly together with the blacksmith, Grid confidently said, "It's at times like this that I feel peaceful." After a good workout, Grid decided to take a break and turned off the game. Getting out of the full immersion capsule, the guy stretched and said, It's only 4 in the morning. I can sleep for another half hour. I've been playing for 2 days, but the result is very good. Remembering Khan and Smith, Grid compared them and said in his head, Khan is very different from the blacksmith from Byron. He thinks differently, but his skills are quite good. Immediately after these words, looking out the window where the sun was rising, Grid said in his head, I want to go back to the forge and continue my studies. After saying this phrase in his head, Grid realized what he had just said and said nervously that he thought I was going crazy. After leaving his room, Grid went into the kitchen where his parents were preparing breakfast. When he saw them, he said good morning with a heavy sigh, and his mother replied happily, Oh, Jonah, you had a good night's rest. You woke up early today. Hearing his mother's question, Grid said disappointedly, I would have had much more energy if I had eel for breakfast. Hearing his son's request, the father slyly said, Why would a boy without a girlfriend eat eel? As soon as Grid heard his father's caustic question, he immediately replied with a grudging answer, What's the problem? I could easily find a girlfriend if I wanted to. Hearing this, his mother replied, Our children are already hiding something from us. Immediately after that, Grid suddenly brought up a topic that he had rarely mentioned at family gatherings before, and he suddenly asked how his grandfather was doing. Upon receiving such a question from their son, the parents were stunned and stared at Grid, who noticed this strange behavior and asked what the reaction was. When the father came to his senses, he answered his son, Nothing. It's just that it's quite unusual. We don't talk about him. We'll visit him next time. And Grid nodded and said yes. Continuing to eat his breakfast in a great mood, Grid mentally said it would be a great time to see him. Meanwhile, the day after Rebbit went to Khan's forge, he returned and told the Baron what he had done, and when he heard what he had done, he exclaimed in displeasure that you just said. Taking a bite of the apple, the Baron of the land exclaimed angrily and threw the apple at his subject. Why did you do something so reckless? Ignoring the food that was thrown at him, Rebbit heard angry shouts in his direction. If Khan cannot pay the debt, the forge will be used as a deposit. Why are you giving him a chance? Trying to contain his anger, the irritated Baron exclaimed, You made a deal with Khan like this. Wiping his face after being hit with an apple, Rebbit spoke to his master. Things are already going badly enough. People don't trust Marrow's company, for the company will be better off making friends with the people of Winston. Hearing these words from his subject, the angry Baron exclaimed that you dare to teach me. This land belongs to me. I am the master here and you are an idiot. Hearing the insults that flew in his direction, Rebbit tried not to take it seriously and mentally said that this is the limit of Valmont's capabilities. If this continues, the company will be destroyed. Immediately after these thoughts, Rebbit confidently told his master that the people respect Khan, and if we defeat him fairly, they will agree to trust us. Trying to convince Baron Valmont of his rightness and sincere intentions, Rebbit said we must give the impression that we are giving him and his skills another chance, so that we can improve the company's image. Hearing such words from his subject, Baron Valmont finally calmed down and said with a sly smile, And that way we would get regular customers would be nice. A little pleased with the excellent result of this competition, the Baron asked his subject, What about our opponent? Could he somehow win? Recalling Grid, whom he had judged by his appearance, Rebbit said confidently, According to the information he had received, he was an ordinary young man without a reputation, and we already had a man who would win this competition. Hearing that they had everything ready for victory, Baron Valmont confidently exclaimed, We will destroy them perfectly. Hearing the joyful voice of his master, Rebbit thoughtfully said in his head, Even against a man with no name, we will send the best, but we must not relax. At the same time, somewhere in Mr. Khan's forge, one of the visitors who came to see him said in surprise that this boy had really defeated Bale's gang. Looking at Grid practicing his blacksmithing skills, his grandfather added that he looked like an unremarkable Sala. Hearing such words from his friend, Khan confidently said, Don't underestimate him. He's an amazing guy. Hearing the two old men talking, Grid exclaimed in annoyance, You can be quiet there. After Grid's request, the two old men fell silent, and suddenly an astonished crowd burst into the forge and said, attracting Grid's attention, Old man Khan is really true, holding a flyer announcing a competition for the right to own his kitchen and cancel the debt. One of the crowd nervously shouted out that these notices were posted all over the city. The leaflet said that the Marrow Company and Blacksmith Khan would compete for the rights to the forge, and the reason we decided to do so was because we respect and admire Mr. Khan, and if Mr. Khan won, we would forgive his debts and help him keep the forge. Otherwise, the forge would be transferred to us, with Mr. Khan allowed to remain in charge of it, and our goal is to coexist with the people of Winston, and we hope you find this interesting. Looking at the leaflet that the residents were holding in their hands, the blacksmith said confidently, "Yes, that's true. But what's the real deal?" The resident nervously replied, "Well, it seems that marrow is better than we thought." The next moment, one of the residents happily said that by organizing this competition, they were paying tribute to Mr. Khan, and another added that it seemed like they were really trying to get along with us. After listening to the villagers who had arrived at the forge, Grid said thoughtfully, "Although they sent bandits to us, I think I have a feeling that something is wrong here. They may be a really good bunch." No sooner had Grid completed his thought than he heard an angry exclamation from Khan, who said, "The Marrow have taken over this territory and are dictating their terms to us. Have you really decided to forget everything just because they sent you a piece of paper about some kind of reconciliation?" Hearing these words from Khan, one of the residents said awkwardly, and then another added, "You see, it's a deception again, and it's not the first time, if you think about it." After listening to the conversations of those present in the forge, Grid mentally said, "Well, I was almost deceived once too." As soon as he thought about it, he suddenly heard someone's voice addressing him saying, "I'm sorry." Looking at the guy standing in front of him, Grid said, "From what I heard, Marrow bought the land from the residents, so you didn't know about the Winston development, and they didn't force you to sell the land to them." Looking at the guy who was trying to shield Grid's company, the man said in surprise in his head. Noticing the mark above the head of the newcomer, Grid said in surprise in his head, "The green mark above his head is a player." The next moment, the same guy added, "After you sold the territory, you were going to leave this place, but you suddenly decided to stay because you learned about the plans to improve it, and this situation is caused by your personal interest and not by Marrow's fault." Hearing these words from the young man who had arrived at the forge, the angry crowd shouted, "What kind of nonsense is this? Did the company send you to us?" Trying to calm down the angry crowd, the guy stretched out his hand in front of him and said, "I'm not here to fight, but to make a profit for the trading companies, and once you realize this fact, you will understand." Immediately after that, with a sly smile, the guy added that you will be able to coexist with Marrow right away, because after all, the company cannot be named without residents. Hearing these words from the guy who was convincing the crowd that the company was right, one of the residents said thoughtfully, "I think he's right. If we coexist with them, we'll be even better off." When Grid heard that the angry crowd had quieted down and even taken a different stance, he said in his head that their minds had changed. Who was this guy? The next moment, Khan interrupted the conversation and said in a stern tone, "You are absolutely right to coexist with a big company, and it would be quite good indeed." Immediately after these words, the old blacksmith added confidently, "But the village of Winston is part of the territories of Count Steam, and there is a law here called the Law of the People." Hearing about the law that the old blacksmith had just mentioned, the boy was surprised to hear that it was the Law of the People. Hearing that he did not even know about this law, Khan said that people living in the territory of Count Steam should be the first to be informed about the planned changes, as Count Steam personally developed this project. Khan began his story by saying that the pioneers' discovery of new land in the north had a significant impact on nearby villages and towns. Recalling the ordinary people who lived in these estates, the blacksmith added that it was the will of Earl Steim to be ready for changes and to receive information in time so that people could be in an advantageous position. Hearing this, the boy said thoughtfully, looking at the blacksmith, "So it turns out that the company directly ignored the order of the Count." Immediately after these words, the boy added confidently, "Then the Lord should be held responsible for allowing the company to monopolize information about development plans." Hearing that the visitor began to speak out against the company, Khan confidently added that this was the whole conflict. Turning his back on Khan, the man who had been trying to convince the people in the treasury of the rightness of the Baron's actions said, "Well, you have convinced me. I have to do something." The next moment, turning his attention to the ordinary citizens who were in the smithy, the boy said, "I heard that your appeals to the Count were blocked by the Lord and company." And he heard that it was true. Reaching out to the villagers to earn their trust, the boy said the evil deeds of Lord Marrow and company must be exposed, and I will inform the Earl of the situation in Winston. Glad to see a young man on their side who decided to help them, someone from the crowd of residents joyfully exclaimed, "Oh, here's our hope, thank you." Seeing how skillfully the boy was able to manipulate ordinary people, Grid said in amazement in his head, "It's just incredible how this guy managed to do it." Watching Kuroi, who had just skillfully pulled off something incredible, Grid added in his head that he hadn't received the assignment, but he had forced them to give it to him. As soon as Kuroi left the forge and headed for another task, Grid immediately followed him. Catching up with the boy, he exclaimed, Hey, you! Stopping in his tracks and looking back, Kuroi said in surprise that you were the statue in front of the forge. Angry that he was called a statue, Grid exclaimed in displeasure that after a few seconds he calmed his temper and said in a calm tone, "Let's be clear, I'm sure Mero gave you a task, but why did you change sides?" Looking at Grid with an offended look, Kuroi said, "Oh, for God's sake, show me the information about the assignment." As soon as this phrase was spoken, a system window appeared in front of Grid, which read, "For the sake of the people of Winston, you betrayed the company for the sake of the city's residents. Avoid punishment from the company and report the situation in Winston to Count Stame. Condition an audience with Count Stame." After rereading the task description, Grid saw the most interesting description of the reward, which read, "Reward title, Apostle of Justice. Maximum reputation with the people of Winston gift from Count Stam. Apostle of Justice. New skill courage. All characteristics plus. You will receive the skill Unwavering Justice." Seeing this, Grid was amazed to think what kind of unheard of rewards these were. Immediately after that, turning his gaze to Kuroi, Grid said unhappily, "I don't envy you at all. Tell me how you got them to give you a hidden task," to which he replied, "But you look as if you were jealous." Immediately after these words, Kuroi smiled slyly and said to Grid, "Did you notice that I made them give me a task? Well, I guess I could tell you to mark the occasion." Standing in a proud pose, Kuroi raised his finger up and said confidently, "This method uses the degree of freedom in Satisfy. I don't wait for the NPC to offer me a task. I try to say the words that will make the NPC give it to me. That's all I know, but it should be enough." The next moment, Kuroi added, "I think this information will soon appear on various sites. Only some of the first players know about it, so don't be disappointed." Noticing that Grid was acting strangely for some reason, he lowered his head to the frowning Kuroi and said, "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Raising his head, Grid did not hide his displeasure and said, "I am also one of the first players." Hearing that he was also one of the pioneers of the game, Kuroi grabbed his stomach with laughter and said that you didn't know either, but everyone uses this method, Boogaloo, you're funny. Let's be friends. Hearing the offer of friendship from the guy who had started mocking him, Grid shouted out in offense and walked out. Seeing that he had left the game after his offer of friendship, Kuroi said in surprise that he was upset and left. The next moment, deciding not to waste time, the boy headed for Count Stam saying, "Well, I should hurry up. I don't want to waste time. My level is only about right, even though I've been playing for hours a day since the game was released." Continuing on his way to Count Kuroi mentally said, "And all this is because my class is a speaker." Taking hold of his throat, the boy mentally said, "My most powerful attack is the evil paganism, and it is much harder for me to raise my level than others." Reflecting on his weak class, the boy mentally said, "Very few weapons available, low health, low combat power, and the most fatal weakness is the lack of a way to escape." Looking at the reward for completing the mission that he was forced to give him by the people of Kuroi, he mentally said, "I need to get courage to increase the characteristics of attack and defense, each characteristic plus points." Confidently walking to his goal, the boy said in his head, "I can't become a runner relying only on my tongue." Arriving at the gate that led to the castle of Count Kuroi, he saw the guards who defended it. Then he mentally said, "I need to go through the castle gate to get to Count Steam." As he approached the guards guarding the gate to the exit from Baron Hero's grounds, he said awkwardly, "Good afternoon, I would like to leave." Continuing to play his role, Hero said in his head, "The guards are quite strict. I need to talk to them to get out," and then said, "I am just a traveler. If everything is okay, please let me pass." After standing there for a while waiting for a response from the guards, Kuroi said in surprise in his head, no reaction followed. It looks quite embarrassing. The next moment, Kuroi heard someone's voice coming from behind him and saying, "They will not answer your question. I have given them an order not to do so." He looked back and saw a very familiar face speaking to him and nervously thought that it was Rebbit, but why was he here? The next moment, Rebbit added in a menacing tone, "According to all instructions they were to tell us when you were coming, Mr. Kuroi." Hearing these words from Rebbit, the boy thought to himself, "He's starting to annoy me. I need to use the skill of persuasion. If I use it correctly, I will come out on top." Activating his passive persuasion skill, Kuroi confidently said, using gestures to make the point, "I came here to plan my strategy for persuading the residents. Isn't that the basis for creating a plan?" Hearing these words from the young man, Rebbit said disappointedly, "I'll be honest with you. I expected much better results from you." As soon as Kuroi stopped talking and started listening, Rebbit added, "You couldn't convince the residents even though we made them doubt by handing out these leaflets? Maybe it's a betrayal." Hearing that he suspected him of treason, Kuroi nervously said in his head, "Persuasion does not work on him, but why?" Turning his gaze to the soldiers standing next to him, Rebet ordered them to grab the boy and said, "I've studied your skills. They don't work for me. I'm sure you understand why you're under arrest." Realizing that things were going badly, the guy ran away and said, "Oh shit, I can't fail this task. I have to run away immediately." Before he could get far, he was attacked with chains that caught on his neck and made it difficult for Kura to breathe. Trying to untangle the chains around his neck, he pulled out his knife and mentally said, "Damn, this is not a good weapon, but I have no choice." As soon as one of the soldiers noticed the weapon in the boy's hands, he immediately rushed at him, and with the help of his spear, knocked the knife out of Kuroi's hands. Realizing that his situation was quite critical, the guy mentally said, "I can't win with my strength. I need to run for the exit." Trying to leave the game while being detained, the guy received a system notification that said you cannot leave the game at the moment. Looking at the confused guy who had just tried to reauthorize, Rebet confidently said, "It's useless to even try to resist. Don't you know we can neutralize your logout spell?" When the soldiers were already holding Kuroi hostage without the possibility of his escape, Rebet told him, "You will rise again if we kill you. That's why we will put you in prison." Immediately after these words, the man menacingly told his subjects to immediately take him to the dungeon of the castle. The next moment, a system notification appeared over Kuroi, which read, "You have been captured by Rebet. You will be imprisoned in the castle dungeon without any hope of escape. But if you are patient, the apostle of justice you failed to become will appear and rescue you. The condition is not to leave the game for hours in real time. This is an extremely dangerous task. We recommend that you refuse it." At the very end of the description of this task, there was a system window that asked if you wanted to accept this task immediately after reading it. And Kuroi nervously said in his head that hours was simply impossible. Recalling his past experience where he tried to play more than allowed, Kuroi mentally said, "I played for 20 hours in a row, but if you exceed this time, the system will force you to log out, and you won't be able to log in for another hour as a penalty." Looking at Rebet, who was watching him, Kuroi mentally said, "Being confined to days and hours of playing time is a very dangerous task indeed." Immediately after these thoughts, the boy gritted his teeth and said in his head in frustration, "But I am a lonely guy with no job and no one around to bother me." Thinking about how he can accomplish this task, Kuroi said in his head, "If I put the capsule into sleep mode, then I can hold out. I can't miss the chance to complete the S-class rank." After collecting his thoughts, Kuroi decided to spend the next few hours of real time in the game and spoke forward in his head. As soon as he accepted the task, a countdown timer appeared above him, as well as a description of the task that said, "You will receive the second class of Associate of the Apostle of Justice. No penalty for failure of this mission." Putting the capsule into sleep mode, Kuroi saw system notifications that said the capsule was put into sleep mode from now on. Your brainwaves will be monitored to force you out of the game. If there is danger, if your health is at risk, a doctor will be sent to you. Also after that, another system warning appeared, which stated that in case of detection of external interaction, an employee of the SA group employee to ensure the protection of the capsule. After reading all the warnings, Kuroi nervously said in his head, "I beg you, if you help me complete this task, I will be faithful to you until the very end of the game." Preparing to spend a long time in the same cell, the boy mentally said, "I'm waiting for you." And at that time, the clock on the company that created the game read, "The Satisfy game is a huge system where each player has the ability to change the world they are in by their own actions. 2 billion players who are already playing this game create 2 billion landmines, and that's why no bugs or mistakes can be made to maintain the world." While in his office, the game developer received an emergency message from the team leader Lim Chol-ho, who said that the task, "Please allow an emergency meeting." Seeing the task code, the game developer informed the meeting that I would also be arriving soon. As he walked to the meeting room where the case was to be discussed, Lim Chul-ho thought to himself, to think that someone managed to activate an S-class task and was rewarded with a second-class task. While thinking about the consequences that could occur, the developer thought that if he completed the task, he would be able to use the skills of 2 classes. Continuing his thoughts, he added, however, "This requires spending hours of game time in a confined space, a task potentially dangerous for the player." Arriving at the meeting room, each of the attendees was presented with a sign with information that read, "Nick Kuroi, real name Dam Alanbatar. Age years the player from Mongolia was able to activate B." After reviewing the information about who exactly received such a test of fate, The game developer was surprised to hear that only all residents of Mongolia play this game. Hearing the surprise from Choi Nahi's supervisor, he was informed that his class was a speaker with low combat power, but he was able to reach the level by completing only tasks. Immediately after the girl's report, Lim Cholho himself told director Yoon Sang-min what the Mongolian branch thought about this. And after hearing the question from the chief developer, the director nervously spoke for a minute. After contacting the representative of the Mongolian branch, all those present saw the man who said this, Park In-hak, the manager of the Mongolian branch, and the heads of the branches present. With a sly smile, the chief developer said, "We are here to discuss the task of keeping the Alan Bader player safe." Lim Cholho asked his question and was told that at the moment we are monitoring his vital signs and are ready to pull him out of the game at any time, and the Mongolian leadership has agreed to cooperate with us. Hearing that everything was going well, the Mongolian branch manager added, "I have a suggestion for you." Immediately after he piqued the interest of those present at the game's headquarters, Park In-hak added it was potentially the first player with multiple classes. Looking at the hologram image of the guy's character in the game, the manager from Mongolia added the first player with 2 classes from Mongolia will improve his skills quite well with this. Hearing these words, the director of SA Group happily said, "Given the small activity in Mongolia, we can increase sales with such news, a great opportunity," to which the secretary replied that so many people refuse to use the capsule. "I wonder if this is due to nomadic traditions." Hearing the joyful words from the company's director, one of the men present at the meeting said, "You're an optimist. If he fails this task, what will it do to our reputation?" Hearing these words from his friend, the director rubbed his eyes and said, "You don't have to worry about it so much." And Choi Nahi said in surprise. Looking at the screen, the director said, "The longer he stays in the game, the more likely the task is to succeed, and the task was created in such a way that it could be completed." Immediately after these words, the director of the company turned to his subject and said to the captain of the team, "Yoon Nahi, you can tell the probability of success of the task." Hearing the question from her supervisor, the girl hesitantly replied, "I have uploaded all the documents, so you can review them anyway." Hearing the girl's warning, the director could not help but look in and immediately saw the chance of success and interrupted the girl, exclaiming in surprise that the probability of success was only 9%. After announcing the probability of success of this task, the director exploded from his city and said in surprise, "Wait," because the player was able to get this hidden task. Recalling how exactly this task should be completed, the chief developer said that the player would meet the mysterious apostle of justice in an underground prison. When he heard about what had happened in Winston, the apostle would free him. Immediately after these words, going through all the system files, the man said, "First of all, you need to understand who will be the apostle and help the guy complete the task. Receiving a large reward in return, you need to make sure that the players are as safe as possible." Looking through the files with the information, Lim Cholho suddenly smiled slyly, and one of the people present asked him what was wrong with the president, to which he replied, "Booga, just look at the documents." Turning his gaze to his subject, Lim Cholho added that it seems that an unexpected variable has appeared to share information about the task. Hearing this, the same man looked into the file and asked what was in the documents. Looking at the last actions of the guy in jail, the chief developer said thoughtfully, "Kuroi shared the task information with only one person, but he disclosed the task information halfway through, which is why the previous information was outdated." After reviewing the information, the man immediately grabbed his head and said nervously, "Oh shit," and the player he shared it with. Remembering the guy who was to become the apostle, the man added Shinyan to Grid. At the same time, Grid, who had arrived at the street food shop, was already drunk and began to exclaim in frustration, "What a shame. Just to think the task gave me only gold coins, damn old man." Continuing to irritate the shopkeeper, who could not get up and go home because it was already late, the boy exclaimed, "You should have given this task to me. Why him and not me, huh?" Recalling the same upstart who had taken away a great assignment with incredible rewards from him, Grid said in frustration, "I gave him the assignment only because he said something, despite the fact that I paid for your treatment." Immediately after these words, holding out a bowl to the owner, Grid said, "One more bowl of fish soup, please, and more vegetables, please," he added, pausing for a moment. Having finished his lamentations and complaints about his fate, Grid arrived home and said that it was already 1 o'clock in the morning and he should be quieter. As soon as he thought of this, his younger sister appeared in front of him and angrily exclaimed, "You should have told me you were coming home late. Do you even know what time it is?" Upon hearing this, Grid said in surprise, "Why are you still awake?" Not responding to being scolded, the boy went to his room and said, "You have to go to school early tomorrow." Hearing the question from her older brother, the girl said, "I was worried that someone was spending too much time in the capsule." Immediately afterwards, smelling the smell of alcohol, she asked in surprise, "Wait, what have you been drinking?" Ignoring the question about alcohol, Grid happily said to Shinsei, "Oh my, you're a sweet little sister. You were worried about your brother, weren't you?" Losing the desire to talk to the drunken man, the girl went to her room and said, "Stop joking, I was just watching TV. Now hurry up and go to bed." Hearing this, Grid said happily, "Is my little sister going through puberty, Boogaloo?" Recalling what a loser Grid is, one of those present in the meeting room said, "But shouldn't the probability of success be equal to?" Trying to understand what exactly happened and why the numbers did not add up, the man nervously said that the probability of success should be higher than it is possible that the supercomputer made some kind of mistake. Hearing these words from his employee Choi Nahi, he replied that this could not even be possible, to which he replied with a disappointed sigh, "I know. I just said it to cool down a bit." Seeing this reaction from his employee, the chief developer said that he was behaving like this only because the chances of success had decreased. Folding his arms in front of him, the chief developer replied that the one who should know about Hiroi's situation is not the apostle of justice, but Grid. Looking at the screen that said who knows what exactly happened to Kuroi, who was supposed to fulfill the mission to deliver the information, the man in the meeting room mentally said, "Damn, this Shinyonu is the worst of all options." Looking at Grid's profile, the man wondered in his head how he could only level up to a legendary class. What the hell he was doing all this time. Looking at the avatar of the guy who had taken on the burden of becoming an apostle of justice, the man continued to think very sadly that such lazy people were so lucky that another hidden quest would be lost because of him. After all his thoughts about the fact that such a guy received this task, the man thoughtfully said, "In this case, will he fail this quest, as you think?" Having received the question from his subject, the chief developer, smiling happily, said we had lost such a chance to advertise our game. Switching something on his touchscreen, the chief developer mentally said the only thing he did after receiving the legendary class was to create epic arrows and receive a class quest. The next moment, looking down and smiling slyly, Lim Cholo added in his head, "And that's why it's incredibly difficult to predict anything, but I think it's possible." Continuing to build huge hopes for the Black Horse, the game's lead developer continued in his head. Because of its unpredictable behavior, these events will be quite interesting. At the moment, there are only 3 epic classes in Satisfy that players have already managed to get and use. In addition to the recently demonstrated Bloody Warrior, information about the other 2 is still unknown to the public. The first owner of the epic class has not yet been identified, but the other one is currently in 7th place in the top rankings among runners. And that's why the community can't stop arguing about what the other 2 epic classes are capable of. And at the same time, in the county of Stein near the Akiro dungeon, gathered in a huge crowd, many different players shouted out, "Our group is the strongest. Join us. We have much better half of the loot, and we will give all the loot to you. Please join us." Looking at the disgusting behavior of the men, one girl from the group said offensively, "And when I joined them, they didn't even want to lift a finger," to which another girl added in surprise why they were suddenly so excited. After receiving a question from her friend, one of the girls pointed at the young lady standing in front of the hungry crowd and said, "You see, she's a bitch. They've been hanging around her since she showed up." Hearing about the reason for the excitement of the crowd, the girl looked in the direction of the pointing and said thoughtfully, "Her name is Ephemera, because I'm right." And then she said to her fans, "I will join the strongest team. You can demonstrate your skills." Hearing the condition of getting a beauty to join their team, all the men present immediately exclaimed, "Wow, of course, everything is just for you." Arriving on the battlefield to clear the dungeon, the excited men shouted over and over again to win the girl's favor, "Lady Ephemera is here, come with us." Preparing to confront the enemies, one of the men confidently shouted out a destructive fire wave using his powerful magic attack. There was also another man who confronted the enemies with a bow and arrows, using his powerful attack. He shouted out a 1-point gap. There was also a third man who fought with the battle axe. His most powerful attack was called a lightning strike. After evaluating the strength of the men she had charmed with her beauty, Ephemera said in disappointment, "They're pretty mediocre, not what I want." Suddenly she felt an incredibly powerful skill that gave her goosebumps, and looking back, she wondered in her head who had done it. Evaluating the strength of the guy who used the powerful skill, she mentally said that he seemed to be well trained by this point. He was just perfect for confronting Piaro. Having found what she was looking for, she confidently said in her head, well, now it's time for me to use my skill to activate the duplication of the skill. After applying her skill, the girl received a system notification that said the whirlwind of madness of the level was successfully duplicated. Having received what she had come to this place for, Ephemera, who had the level and class of the duplicator, said, I hope we will meet again. Having dealt with all the enemies on the battlefield, one of the players wiped his forehead with sweat after defeating the last monster and said, well, now you're going to join us, Miss Ephemera. Not receiving an answer to their question, the men looked back, but the place where the girl had been was empty, so they shouted out Miss Ephemera in surprise. At the same time, Miss Ephemera was already far away from those arrogant men who really thought she needed them. As she stood in front of the dungeon gate, she thought to herself, I have been preparing for this for days, but now with this skill, I should be able to do it. Moving to this dungeon with the help of the teleportation skill that she had also copied from someone else, she set in her head to complete this S-ranked quest. As she approached the entrance to the dungeon, she said, well, now I need to concentrate on showing the information about this task. After reviewing the additional information about the quest she had been preparing for so long, the girl confidently said in her head that it was a good time to start. After activating the dungeon, she noticed that the door began to open slowly, and then Ephemera mentally said the difficulty level of the S-class task is incredibly high, and the enemy is an incredibly talented NPC. Taking the first steps inside the room where the enemy was supposed to be, she mentally said to herself, he must be much stronger than most boss monsters because, yes. As soon as the door was fully opened and the light spilled onto the throne where the main boss of the dungeon was sitting, Ephemera received a system notification that said the Eternal Hermit Piaro had appeared. Then the girl mentally added, he was the strongest knight of the Saharan Empire, Piaro. Seeing the intruder who had invaded his domain, Piaro rose from his throne and said angrily, it was Asmophil who sent you here. Hearing these words from the enemy, Ephemera realized that the battle would soon begin, but her confidence was unshakable. Standing still, she said in her head, I can win. My training is perfect. The next moment, she felt the danger approaching her and looked up to see a rain of swords coming at her from above. Realizing that there was no way she could dodge this attack, she shouted out an ode to the copied Tartan skill. As soon as the summoning command was given, a huge steel golem with a human form appeared near Ephemera and covered the girl with its body. Looking at the skill she used to summon the golem, she happily said in her head, Tartan is the strongest defensive skill that the #1 ranked Night Guardian Bump has, and I only have 9 basic skills. Recalling her skills and what they are used for, she added in her mind, but I can use a duplicate skill 3 times a day for 2 months. I had to find and copy the best skills used by the top runners, so I got the best skills for myself. Immediately after these confident words, the girl added disappointedly, but there is one very unpleasant limitation. You can use them only once. Turning her gaze to the enemy who immediately launched a counteroffensive, Ephemera continued her train of thought, but it was more than enough to complete the quest. Preparing to strike the enemy at the moment when he would be most vulnerable, the girl confidently said in her head, I am a duplicator. Rushing into battle against an enemy she was more than confident of defeating, Ephemera mentally said the owner of the very first epic class in Satisfy. Then using her skill, the girl shouted out a counter barrier. Having been seriously damaged by the counter barrier skill that returned the damage from his attack to himself, Piaro groaned heavily and said, but this skill is not. Before he could finish, the girl added more power by shouting a whirlwind of madness and unleashing another attack on the enemy. Looking at her opponent, who was caught in her flow, Ephemera mentally said, he won't die just from this, so I'll have to use all my strength. Thinking about it, the girl began to use all the available ranged attacks, releasing them at the enemy to inflict as much damage as possible and win. After releasing a considerable amount of powerful magic skills at PR, the girl sighed heavily and thoughtfully said in her head, he already died like that. Immediately afterwards, looking at the destroyed room she had shelled, Ephemera said in her head, though it was hardly a notification of the end of the quest, he was still alive. Waiting for the smoke to clear to prolong the battle with the enemy, she said in her head, mana is consumed at an incredible rate when using higher class skills. To avoid a surprise attack from the back in the ruins, she used the levitation skill and said, I should break the distance and use it to restore my mana. Before she could finish, she noticed Piaro coming straight at her, pointing his sword, which was about to reach its target. Looking at the enemy, she nervously said in her head that he was not even wounded. Trying to evade the enemy's sudden attack, She gritted her teeth and said in her head that this was a skill that could kill anyone, that she could not escape her doom. At the same time, Piaro, who had almost reached his goal, confidently said in a harsh voice that all that awaited you here was irrevocable death, which you could not avoid under any circumstances. Gathering her mana in her hand to use the skill and defeat the enemy, the girl mentally said, "No, I just have to survive at all costs." Activating the illusion skill on the enemy, she distracted the enemy's attention from herself and made him fight with the air, angrily shouting the name of her hated rival, "How dare you come here as Moffel!" As she descended to the ground, she mentally recited the projection of horror, the strongest skill that would plunge the target into an illusory trap. Looking at the enemy who had forced her to use it, she said in her head, "I've been saving it for emergencies." Watching him run around the arena frantically trying to deal with the imaginary enemy, Ephemera mentally said, "For a short period of time, he will be enveloped in the illusion of fighting as Moffel. I should use it to restore my mana and continue the battle with him." The next moment, she received system notifications that said, "Due to the continuous use of the skill, you have reached your limit. You temporarily cannot use the skill. All characteristics are reduced." Immediately after these thoughts, realizing that she was now powerless, Ephemera said in her head that even if it is as long as Piaro is busy, I can do it. As soon as she thought about it, she noticed that her enemy suddenly froze in midair, and the next moment he turned his head to the girl and glared at her. Gritting her teeth in frustration at the situation, the girl said in her head, "He's already recovered, just a monster. My characteristics as a duplicator are too low." Deactivating the mission of the battle with Pier, Ephemera saw system notifications in front of her that said, "You rejected the quest. The quest failed. Your level dropped by Asmoffel's trust in you." And then the girl said in frustration in her head, 2 months of training were just wasted. She looked down at her head because she had failed to complete the task and said in disappointment in her head that she could have gotten an incredible title because its effects were perfectly matched to my class. The next moment, grabbing her head and starting to tear her hair, Ephemera angrily exclaimed how annoying it was. It was a super rare S-rank quest. Hearing a noise nearby, the man noticed the girl he was looking for and approached her, saying, "Aren't you Miss Aaron?" When the girl turned her attention to him, the man said, "I'd like to ask you something." And the girl was surprised to hear that and asked what exactly you wanted to ask. Hearing that she was amenable to contact, the man confidently said, "If it's not too much trouble, can you fulfill our task?" Having received a system notification about the task creation, the girl was dissatisfied and said in her head, "I'm already disappointed because of Piaro, and here he is with his useless quests." The next moment, seeing the reward she would receive as a result of successful completion, Ephemera smiled slyly and said in her head, "Of the many alliances I've worked with, Aaron's name was used when I was a blacksmith." Immediately after realizing what this task with an unknown rank of difficulty, but such wonderful rewards would entail, the girl smiled happily at the man and said, "We are from the Marrow Company. That's right, I will help you." And at the same time, somewhere in Khan's forge, a nervous voice of a blacksmith was heard saying, "Hey Grid, don't be so angry." Hearing these words from the blacksmith, Grid was offended and replied to him, "Leave me alone. Leave me to give such a unique quest to the first person I meet," Khan replied. "The company is watching everyone in the village, and if you tried to leave Winston, they would have caught you." Immediately after these words, the blacksmith added confidently, "But someone as outsider as Kuroi would not arouse their suspicions." Continuing to convince Grid that he had entrusted this task to Kaoroi for a reason, the old man added, "I cannot put my benefactor in unnecessary danger." Covering his face with his hand and sniffling as if he were crying, Khan added, "I would have killed myself if something happened to you. You are like a son to me." Hearing this, Grid replied, "Calm down. Don't cry." Having calmed the blacksmith, who felt guilty for being offended by him, the boy said happily, "Let's get back to training." And they had already announced the date of the competition. Hearing that Grid was interested in the date of the competition, Khan told the boy that it would take place in 2 days. "Are you ready?" As Grid practiced his blacksmithing skills for the upcoming competition, he thought, "If I use my skills often, my skills will improve." As Grid pounded the steel with the blacksmith's hammer to shape it into the desired shape, he continued his train of thought, "I am beginning to work better and more efficiently." Feeling like he was becoming a much better version of himself during the training and his skills were growing rapidly, the boy happily said in his head, "This feeling of development is simply divine." After finishing his training at the forge, Grid exhausted himself and sat down on a bench. "I'm completely exhausted." Deciding to check the results of his fruitful training, Grid tiredly raised his head and said, I wonder how much I've improved during this time. Seeing that his blacksmithing skill was only leveled up to the legendary blacksmith's breath, Grid said in disappointment, and that was all. Even considering how many items I created, it was different from what happened with the Jaffa arrows. Turning his gaze to the armor they had created, Grid said in disappointment, well, there's nothing to be done about it because of Marrow's company. We don't have quality materials. We can sell a few epic items, but the next moment, switching the system display to his own profile stats, Grid mentally added, despite the stats, I can feel my skills have improved, and I've earned extra stats points by creating items. Thinking about how to use the extra characteristic points, the boy thoughtfully said in his head, I definitely need to invest them in agility if I want to win the competition. But if you think about how hard it is for me in battle, it is worth pumping the rest of the characteristics as well. After thinking a bit about what he should do, Grid confidently said, okay, I'll do that. 60 points in agility and 70 in stamina. Scattering his characterization points, Grid looked at the overall picture of his character and said in his head, wow, this doesn't look like the characteristics of a level 21 player. Amazed at how high his stats were at his 21st level, Grid happily added in his head, they match those of a 75th level player. The next moment, looking back at the breastplate he had created, Grid mentally said, moreover, my stats increase every time I create a high-level item so I can replace my lack of combat skills with it. He clenched his hand into a fist and said confidently, of course I'll have to work hard, but I'm used to it. Immediately afterwards, Grid confidently said in his head, at tomorrow's competition, I have to show everyone the results of my work. The next day, the central square of Winston was filled with local NPCs and players on the day of the competition. Upon arriving at the central square where the task was to take place, one of the players who had also come to watch the event said to his friend, there are so many NPCs here. Hearing these words from his friend, another player who also came to watch the competition confidently replied, of course they want to protect the forge from Marrow, but we are not involved in this conflict. Trying to support their favorite, the locals shouted from the stands, Grid, we believe in you. Show them your skills and protect our forge. Looking at Grid standing at his workstation, one of the observers was surprised to see Grid. What is this with his equipment? Is he a newcomer? It looks like this will be a competition between novice blacksmiths. What a waste of time. Let's go. Looking at his opponent, who was already standing in the square waiting for the competition to begin, the Baron asked his subject how our training was going, to which he replied that everything was going exactly as planned. The next moment, the main host confidently said, now let me introduce you to the main star of today's competition. Pointing to the girl standing next to him, the host happily announced Irina from Marrow. Seeing Grid's rival, all the players and fans present, who were on the neutral side, immediately began to exclaim in a loving voice, wow, she's just incredibly cute. Look at her, we believe in you, beautiful, come on. I don't know who you are, but you have to win. Hearing the support from the stands, Ephemera blew the fans an air kiss and gently said thank you for your support. And the boys saw this sweet gesture and the stands erupted with shouts of her name. Listening to these shouts that were heard over and over again, win this competition, Aaron, I'm rooting for you, Grid thoughtfully said in his head. She's enough, can it be that she will be a rival to the Black Witch Yuri? Immediately after these thoughts, Grid said confidently in his head, this support is incredible, but the locals are still on my side. Looking back, Grid saw that they were speaking uncertainly, and she was so cute. The fact that no one was rooting for him now really bothered Grid. Seeing that he was depressed, the host said to the guy, please get to your feet. When the two opponents stood face to face, Ephemera said to the boy, Mr. Grid, fate itself brought us together today, so please take care of me. Hearing these words, Grid looked at the girl with a fearsome look and said, you're not my type, so don't you dare interfere with me, you little brat. The girl, who had always heard only compliments, was surprised to hear him speak to her, saying, wow, isn't it rude to address a beauty like me like that? As soon as the girl spoke these words to the boy, Grid said, you do look pretty, but little kids like you shouldn't be allowed to call themselves beautiful. Gritting her teeth in anger at the way Grid was talking to her, she said in her head that he was wrong. No one has ever treated me like that before. The next moment, looking around to see how many people were here, she confidently said in her head, well, look, I'm going to humiliate you in front of this crowd. Immediately after these thoughts, the girl shouted out to Grid, who did you call a child? I'm 20 years old. Grid confidently replied, it doesn't mean anything to an adult like me. The next moment, the host announced that the competition was officially starting. Immediately after announcing the start of the competition, the host announced to the whole square that the theme of today's competition would be a dagger. You have 3 hours to make it, and the one with the best dagger would win the competition. Hearing this, the girl happily said in her head, if I win, I will be rewarded with a new title of gold and characteristics, but there is something that worries me very much. Looking through the description of the task she had accepted, the girl thoughtfully said in her head, the difficulty of the task is unknown. So could it mean that the skills of my opponent are unknown to anyone? Throwing coal into her furnace to melt it and raise the temperature to the right one to melt the metal, she said in her head, well, don't let anyone notice, because my plan is perfect. Thinking about her diabolical plan, the girl slyly said in her head, as soon as he starts creating an item, I will simply copy his skill. Turning her gaze to Grid, she continued, if we use the same skills, the lucky one will be the winner, even if I take the risk. The odds are still in my favor. Thinking about her diabolical plan to get the same results and hope to win, she thought in her head, but can I win? Looking at the boy, Ephemera noticed that he had already heated the metal and began to forge his hammer. Realizing that he was ahead of her by a good amount of time, she was nervous and wondered in her head how he had already started to forge it. Starting to take out her tools as well in order to keep up with the guy, the girl said in her head, don't be nervous because I'll just copy his skill, and then the one with the best tools will be the winner. Taking out her hammer, which had an epic rarity rate, the girl mentally said no matter how good the item is, because if I don't have the right skills, it's just useless. Immediately after that, she looked back at Grid and prepared to use her copying skill and said, I'll just copy your skill of observing skills. Noticing that his opponent was looking at him strangely, Grid said, you wanted something from me. After she used her skill on Grid, she said in her head, that's impossible. My skill observation is at the 7th level. I was able to copy the advanced blacksmithing skill on the... She turned her gaze back to Grid and thoughtfully said in her head, could it be that he had already become a master blacksmith and had only reached an intermediate level of skill? So how could my skill not work? Immediately after that, after thinking a bit about why her skill might not work, the girl nervously said in her head, it can't be. Don't tell me he also has an epic class. Thinking about what exactly could have happened, she said in her mind, but how is it possible that Agnes Katz and I are the only ones who could get epic classes? The next moment, thinking about what other reason she could have for not being able to use the observation skill on him, she added in her head, then he has a unique class. Nervous that her plan hadn't gone according to plan, she nervously said in her head, it doesn't matter. But if things go on like this, I'll lose right after. She looked back to where the Baron and his subject were and called out Rebbit. When the man came up to her, he immediately asked her what was wrong, and she nervously replied, this guy has a mentor, so let him participate. Hearing the girl's demand, Rebbit was surprised to hear her say, you're asking me to change the rules, but the competition is already underway. And Ephemera replied, you're the one who has to decide whether you want to win or not. Hearing such a tone from the girl, Rebbit confidently said, okay, I understand. The next moment, Grid noticed that something strange was happening behind him. Rebbit approached the host and started to say something to him, and the boy was surprised to hear that something was wrong. As soon as Rebbit left the square, the host shouted out, Mr. Khan, please come to the stage. Miss Erin wants to see you. Hearing that he was being called to the stage, Khan said in surprise that I was. To which the host replied that she said that the student should perform with his mentor. As soon as these conditions were announced, the dumbfounded crowd shouted in surprise, 2 against 1. Erin is just incredible, Erin. Hearing that he was obviously underestimated, Grid said insultingly, they don't put me in anything at all. After which Khan said, rolling up his sleeves, if they ask, let's work together. Immediately after these words, the old Khan said to his student, I'm grateful for the opportunity to work with you because I respect you as a blacksmith and for the chance to defend my forge myself. Hearing this, Grid happily replied, well then, let's destroy our plans together. Concentrating her gaze on old Khan, Ephemera slyly said in her head, you are the one who will be my target. Let me borrow your incredible skills. Immediately after that, she received a system notification that said, you can now use blacksmithing once at the 3rd highest level, after which she ominously said in her head, great, I got the skill. The next moment, she turned her gaze back to Grid and said in her head, since our powers are equal, it all comes down to luck. Now you can't change anything even as a master. Starting to create a dagger with the skill of blacksmithing, the girl confidently said in her head, let's see who will be the winner. Finishing the creation of her masterpiece, the girl joyfully said in her head, they are still working on the contour of the blade. How sad I've already completed the forging. Immediately after these words, the girl continued to create her weapon and confidently said, as long as luck is on my side, I will not lose to them. At the same time, Grid, who was working diligently on the creation of his dagger, mentally said, looking at his mentor, "So far everything is going great. Khan's concentration is as high as ever." Working diligently on his weapon, Grid happily said in his head, "Iron and flame, I feel the combination of them perfectly." Having finished with the creation of the blade, Grid took it in his hands with tongs and confidently said in his head, "This is the moment when fire and iron unite." Enjoying the process of working together with the boy, Khan happily said, "It's incredible. I'm so glad to be a part of this event." To which Grid replied, "There's still something to do." Taking out the material for the dagger's hilt from the stocks, Grid said, "This is the Minotaur horn we used to create the hilt. It costs 10 gold pieces, you know." The next moment, Grid heard a commotion behind him and looked back to see that the girl had already raised her completed work above her, and the leader announced that Aaron's dagger was complete. Evaluating the appearance of his dagger, the host exclaimed that it was as incredible as its creator. Such a beautiful object was created in less than 3 hours. Looking at the finished object that the girl had created, Grid said in amazement in his head, "I hate to admit it, but it's really incredible, and this boastful child is quite talented." After the item was completed, the presenter announced that now we simply must determine its characteristics. Taking the dagger created by Ephemera in his hands, the host said in amazement, seeing its characteristics, "Wow, its abilities are just incredible. It looks like Aaron will win this competition." At the same time, Grid was looking at the Minotaur's horn to choose the best part of it and mentally said, "Don't be distracted. Concentrate on your dagger." Looking at the weapon that the girl had created, Baron Valmont was amazed and said, "Wow, it's an incredible dagger that can enchant a person." To which Rebet replied, "Yes, it's incredible." Also surprised by the result of the girl's performance, the blacksmith Khan said in surprise that it was amazing that she was able to compete with me at this age. Immediately after these words, the blacksmith turned his attention to his student and confidently added, "But it doesn't mean anything to you because I'm right, Grid." Hearing the question from his mentor, Grid confidently answered him, "Of course, I have just finished creating mine." Admiring his masterpiece, Grid said happily, a little worried that the audience would have a heart attack when they saw it. The next moment, the city guard suddenly ran into the square and began to look for Grid. Running up to the boy, one of the guards put his sword to the boy's throat and shouted, "You thief!" Immediately after these words, the guard added, "We have just received information that you are an accomplice of the criminal Kuroi. Arrest him immediately." Hearing this, the people of the city exclaimed in surprise that you had just said that Kuroi was captured. Rising from his seat, Baron Valmont said with a grudging expression, "What a pity." Hearing what had just happened, Khan looked at the Baron with a menacing look and mentally said, "Valmont, that rascal planned it all. He knew he could not win and called the guards." Looking back, confused by the fact that he was dragged to prison, Grid exclaimed in displeasure, "Why should I work with Kuroi at all? Let me go immediately." At the same time, Rebet approached the dagger that Grid had created and said in astonishment in his head, "I have seen many different things in the 20 years I have been working here." Peering at the details of the dagger Grid had created, Rebet said nervously, "But even Aaron's dagger could not compete with this object. You definitely lost." Walking up to the dagger that Grid had created, Baron Valmont said, "We had to use these measures because of one guy. He created an amazing object." After a short pause between his words, Rebet added, "You noticed this and decided to call the guards. We will lose public support if we declare a winner in this situation." Hearing these words from his subject, the Baron said unhappily, "The audience was more than confident in Aaron's victory. Or do you really think that I will give up this forge?" Looking at his subject with a dissatisfied look, Baron Valmont said, "Take this dagger with you. We cannot allow its characteristics to be revealed." To which Rebet replied, "I understand you." Looking at the back of Grid as he was led by the guards to the prison on the Baron's orders, Rebet thought to himself, "With such skills, it is no exaggeration to consider him the greatest blacksmith on the continent. Grid is a name worth remembering." The next moment, Ephemera approached Grid's dagger and said in amazement, "What an incredible object this is. I have no chance against it." Realizing the man's message, the girl raised her head and said, "However, the audience is still on my side. The task has been completed. It's time for me to collect my reward." Hearing that she wanted to receive her well-deserved reward for the task, Rebet replied in a reserved tone, "Of course I will keep my promise." After the girl heard that she would receive her reward for the mission, she immediately asked if the boy looked like he had done anything that could have led to his arrest. And Rebet replied that everything had already passed, so it was not worth mentioning. After hearing the answer from the Winston official, the girl thoughtfully said in her head, "His personality was quite unpleasant, but I would like to know who he is." After a while, Rebet added, interrupting the girl's thoughts. He probably didn't even expect to meet an ordinary person in a blacksmithing competition. As soon as the girl turned her attention to him, Rebet added, your skill is terrible, but you moved exactly like Khan, so you probably have copying skills. Hearing this, the girl thought with a grudging smile, and he realized that this NPC was a realist. The next moment, walking away from the girl, Rebet added, someday Mara will be held accountable for all its misconduct, which is why I want to leave the company and find another way to success. Immediately after these words, Rebet looked up and said confidently, and Khan's forge can open it for me, and it's only because of Grid's skills. Recalling the image of the boy in his mind, Rebet said, when he gets enough connections and resources, his skills alone will be able to compete with medium and large companies. Hearing these words from Rebet, she was surprised to hear him say that even the best merchant in Baghi currently only has a small company. Is Grid really that incredible? Interrupting Ephemera's thoughts, Rebet came up with an interesting idea of his own, saying, I have a proposition for you. Can you help me save this guy? Hearing the offer from her employer, the girl shook her head and thought, Grid, as soon as he appeared, I managed to get the title and S-rank quest immediately after these thoughts. Ephemera answered, well, I just have to help you. Sometime after the competition ended with Grid's arrest, Khan gathered with the rest of the residents in his forge and angrily exclaimed, now everyone got theirs. Preparing for the uprising, one of the locals angrily exclaimed that since Kuroi was arrested, we must start acting now. And Khan spoke to the crowd, thanking them all, but we cannot leave it to Grid and Kuroi. Preparing for the coup d'etat, the angry people shouted, let's protect our future. This time we will gain freedom by our own efforts. A few seconds later, an arrow hit one of the members of the uprising in the back, and he fell to the ground in pain. Looking in the direction from which the arrow had come, the people saw Valmont standing in the doorway of the smithy, saying, I knew about him in the uprising. And seeing the Baron, the people shouted his name in anger. Looking at the rascal who, after an unfair competition, had come to take the forge by force, Khan said to him, you have falsified the results of the competition, and now you want to take the whole village for yourself. And you are not afraid of the people's anger. Hearing these words from one of the rebels, Valmont turned to the general of his army and said, Sir Philipson, what do you call it? A lord should not feel fear, I am right. To which he replied, of course we must suppress the uprising now. Hearing these words from the general of his army, Lord Valmont smiled ominously and said, just leave the forge and surrender. I want to go to rest as soon as possible. Immediately after these words, Sir Philipson shouted to his subjects to arrest the rebel leader Khan, to which they replied, yes, sir. Meanwhile, Kuroi, who had been in prison for hours on end, mentally counted the number of days that had already passed. Looking unhealthy after being in the dungeon, the boy added heavily, someone let me out of here. At the same moment, the members of the emergency meeting, watching the boy, nervously said, Kuroi's ECG is too unstable. If this continues, we cannot guarantee Alan Badr's health. Turning her gaze to the general manager of the Mongolian branch, she nervously added, if we don't get him out of the system, the situation will get out of control. Hearing these words from his employee, Park Inhek said thoughtfully, but 48 hours have passed in real time. Now we should concentrate on helping him complete his quest. Hearing this, one of the people in the room said it was too dangerous because his potential savior Grid had been arrested. And then another employee added, do you really want to entrust the fate of our company to a player like Grid? Immediately after these words, one of the men nervously added that the probability of his rescue at the moment was only 9%, and the manager replied nevertheless. Changing the subject, the manager added that because of his arrest, he had become much closer to Kuroi, and we still had hope. After these words, the general manager of the Mongolian branch mentally said, even in such a desperate situation, I still feel that something must happen. Maybe he is a low-level and incredibly greedy player. Thinking of the Grid on whom all hopes are now pinned, the man added in his mind, but his perseverance is commendable. He will certainly do something about this Xinyan. After finishing his thoughts, the general manager of the Mongolian branch looked at his employees with a stern look and confidently said, there are only 2 hours left. Let's give him a chance. At the same time, somewhere in the dungeon of Winston Castle, in one of the interrogation rooms, the voice of one of the guards could be heard angrily shouting at Grid, demanding that he repent, telling us who Kuroi had contacted, to which he replied that you were talking about something like that. Receiving only excuses from Grid, the angry guard shouted, if you don't give us answers to the questions we are asking, we will kill you. To which Grid replied, I don't know. Kill me if you want. Immediately after these words, Grid added angrily, you are in charge of all this. You can kill me if you want to. Hearing this provocation, the guard immediately gave into it and reached for his sword and shouted that you are a scoundrel. Looking at his opponent burning with anger, Grid mentally said, no matter what method, I must die here. Imagining Khan's image in his mind, he added, if I become a prisoner and lose this competition, then Khan will not be able to bear the pain of losing his forge. The next moment, looking over at the soldier who had already drawn his sword and was ready to act, Grid mentally said, but if this guy really dares to kill me, preparing to provoke the soldier to finish him off, Grid said in his head, I will be reborn and return to Khan. But before he could say anything, a gag was shoved into his mouth, and Grid shouted to the guard, now kill me. Looking back to see who had done this to him, Grid heard another soldier say, calm down, Leo. You know that people like him have immortal bodies. Immediately after that, the guard added, take him to solitary confinement. He'll tell us everything he knows, sooner or later. Hearing this, Grid nervously exclaimed that, realizing that they knew about his immortality and that no one would kill him, Grid nervously thought, this is very bad. If I am imprisoned, then Khan's life will be in danger, and I will not be able to leave the game while I am in the cell. Looking at the guard with a nervous look, Grid mentally said, I'm ready to tell you everything. Just take the gag out of my mouth. Forgive me, Khan. Looking at his friend, who had gone to prepare a solitary cell for Grid, the guard added, don't let him out until he cooperates with us. Hearing this, Grid exclaimed, I'm ready, you fool. Throwing the boy into the cell and hearing him groan, the angry guard shouted at him, shut up if you want to get out of there, then tell us everything. As soon as the guard left, a system notification appeared in front of Grid, stating that the Apostle of Justice quest had been created. Rescue Kuroi. Conditions: rescue Kuroi in 7 hours. Reward: the title, Apostle of Justice will be created. Task associated with Kuroi. Penalty for failure. Leveled up to the title, Coward. When Grid saw that he had a new mission, he was surprised to hear in his head that it seems like I've seen these rewards before. This is the quest that Kuroi showed me. After reviewing the conditions and penalties for failure, Grid mentally said, but I'm in a dungeon now. This task is simply impossible to complete in 7 hours. The penalty for failure is just terrible. What a stupid quest, I will never take it. Just as he was about to refuse, a system notification came in saying that you can't refuse a quest. The quest was accepted. Being tied and gagged in the dungeon, Grid said in frustration in his head, it's been 3 hours, of course there's no one to come and free me. Banging his head against the wall, frustrated by the situation, Grid mentally said in his head, in 26 years of my life, I have not won a single cent. I should have realized what was behind the legendary class. Shedding tears because he was in such a hopeless situation, Grid said in his head in frustration, the goddess of luck has turned her back on me forever. Suddenly, somewhere in the corridors of the cave, a woman's voice was heard. It was Ephemera, repeating over and over again, Grid, you are here. Hey, Grid. Hearing this voice, Grid immediately got to his feet and began to look where she was going. Recognizing the voice, the boy was surprised to think that it was Irina. But what she was doing here was not important right now. She was my last hope. Continuing to search for Grid, who did not respond to her call, the girl said unhappily, where is this ill-mannered boy? Hearing such words in his address, Grid said angrily in his head, that damn child. As soon as he thought about it, a system notification appeared in front of him that said, you have 2 hours left to complete the quest. Seeing this, Grid began to bang his head against the door thinking, damn it, time is almost up. I need to get her attention somehow. Hearing a noise behind her coming from one of the cells, the girl was surprised to hear that it was around here. Looking around, she noticed Grid not far from her, who was looking through the window of one of the cells with a bruised head. Looking at the guy who didn't look good, she nervously said, oh my God, you scared me, but it doesn't matter. The main thing is that you're here. Trying to say something, Grid only managed to groan awkwardly, while the girl fumbled in her bag for something and said, wait a little longer. I'll get you out of here soon. But for now. Taking out the dagger that he had made at the competition, the girl handed it to the boy and said happily, here, take this. It rightfully belongs to you. You've done something really incredible. When Grid heard that she had brought him his dagger and even praised his work, he smiled happily and thought to himself, this is the dagger I made. Now I see that she is a very smart and kind girl. Immediately after that, Grid heard something else that surprised him greatly before releasing the boy and giving him his weapon. Ephemera said, but I have one condition. Folding her arms and smiling happily, the girl said, you will make me an orb that can hold as many different spells as possible. Hearing what the girl wanted, Grid was very surprised and then thought that the orb was a magical object, but why she was asking me to make it. I'd never done anything like that before. Not long after thinking about the girl's proposal, Grid confidently said in his head, "Oh well, it doesn't matter. Let it be as she wishes." But as soon as he thought about it, the girl added one more thing. The next request was made in a threatening tone. The girl said to Grid, "Don't call me a child. I have a name. My name is Ephemera, so please call me that." Hearing the second demand from Ephemera, Grid said in his head, "What the hell was Arena? It was just her pseudonym. There are so many conditions here." After releasing the boy from the cell and freeing him from the ropes that bound him, the girl heard him say as soon as he removed the gag from his mouth, "Phew, I'm finally free." And handing him the dagger, Ephemera said, "Here, take it." Grid picked up his weapon and looked at the girl and said, "Why do you need to save me?" But wait a minute. How did the blacksmith get into the dungeon? Hearing the boy's question, Ephemera looked back and confidently said, "I'm not a blacksmith." And Grid said in surprise, "But how could he have done that?" Hearing Grid's question, the girl happily said, "I am the owner of the hidden duplicator class. I copied Khan's skills during our competition, and thus was able to use the skills of a blacksmith." As soon as Grid received this information about this girl, he immediately exclaimed in surprise that you are a hidden class. But there are only 3 people in which only he said this, and immediately fell silent after a meek pause, realizing that he might have said, "But wait, so you are one of them, yes?" The next moment, after thinking about this situation, Grid asked in surprise, "But why would you reveal your identity to me? Because before that, you had been using a pseudonym." Immediately after her answer, the girl added, "But you also have a hidden class because I'm right, at least with a unique rating." Following Ephemera, Grid said in surprise, "Is such a development possible? I like you. I like girls with shapes," to which she replied with displeasure, "Stop talking about what you don't know." The next moment, looking back at Grid, the girl replied, "I don't know what class you are in, but you should fight to the best of your ability." Turning her gaze to the crowd of guards who were coming at them from the exit, she added worriedly, "Otherwise they will just finish us both off." Seeing the countless enemies heading for them, Grid exclaimed in fear, "Why are there so many of them? Is the whole army here?" Hearing this, the girl replied, "I have already dealt with more than I need your help to survive." Having received the girl's request for help, Grid said in confusion, "Damn it, I have only one dagger. How can I help you?" The next moment he decided to look at the object he had created. Looking at the characteristics of his dagger, Grid saw that it had a unique rarity of strength points, attack power, and plus attack speed and additional parameters for instant kill probability, agility, plus wind strike, and fast movements. Pulling his dagger out of its sheath, the boy received system notifications that said this item was created by you. You have reached the understanding of the item. You do not meet the requirements. Penalties will be applied. The attack power will be reduced by half, and only half of the available effects of the item will be available. Looking at his item that he had created, Grid said in disappointment in his head, "It was so cruel to get a penalty as the creator of the item." Seeing the incredible dagger, the girl exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, your real class is killer." Looking at the dagger that he was able to use, the girl was surprised to hear that one of the conditions was to have a higher level of dagger skills. "But you are also a master blacksmith. How did you do it?" After receiving this question from the girl, Grid thoughtfully said in his head, "This child seems to have seen the description of the dagger. Seeing her confused expression is really quite cute." The next moment, the girl nervously exclaimed, "Oh, get ready, they are coming here." Hearing this, Grid noticed that something was flying right at him, only because he was able to dodge the spear that was fired at him at the last moment. Looking back at where a large number of enemies were running from, Grid said, "You little rascal, you should have warned me about this in advance." Deciding that something had to be done to delay the enemies, Grid used his dagger to use the wind strike skill. With just one use, this attack was able to neutralize a large number of enemies who were following them with a desire to finish them off. Seeing how Grid had dealt with the enemies in just a few seconds, the girl was amazed and said, "Wow, that's just incredible." And at that moment, Grid angrily shouted, "Hey, are you just going to stand there and watch Ephemera?" Hearing Grid's question, the girl shrugged and said, "My goal was only to free you. Now I can rest, and my skills are a little expensive." Hearing that she regretted using her skills in this situation, Grid exclaimed, "Don't be greedy in this situation." The next moment, Grid received a system notification that said he had an hour and 25 minutes left to complete the quest to rescue Kuroi. Seeing this, Grid groaned in frustration and mentally said, "Oh shit, I don't have time, and I won't be able to deal with them either." The next moment, Grid looked back at the girl and said, Ephemera, don't be so stubborn. We have someone else we have to save. Hearing this, the girl was surprised to hear that there was someone else. The next moment she said, I've already rescued an old man, Khan, on the way here. And when Grid found out about it, he was surprised to hear that he was also arrested. Immediately after that, Grid confidently added, well, I am very grateful to you for saving my grandfather, but the one we need to save is another guy. His name is Kuroi. Hearing this, the girl was surprised to ask who he was, and Grid replied, I met him only once, so I don't know everything. Hearing that he had no idea whom they were going to save, the girl said unhappily, I don't want to waste time on a stranger. It's quite a chore, you know. Hearing that she was beginning to refuse, Grid shouted angrily, Hey, I don't want to be involved in all this either. Just listen to me, you insolent little child. When he heard that he had broken his promise and called her something he shouldn't have, Ephemera said angrily, Didn't I tell you that before or something? Preparing to strike a serious blow at anyone who came under her arm in a fit of rage, she added, Don't call me a child in any way. The next moment, aiming at Grid, she shouted out a spear of destruction, and dodging the attack, Grid could see the destructive power of her spell. At the same time, the guards who were heading for the intruders saw that the attack that was aimed at Grid had come at them and had to prepare for the worst. Having destroyed many enemies on their way and cleared the way, leaving only a few soldiers near the walls who were not affected by the spell, the intruders heard someone shouting, Be careful, she's dangerous. Looking at the girl who had just made a rather powerful attack so instantly, Grid said in his head in fear, to create such strong magic without training, and she could even compete with Yura right after that. Ephemera said, I'll close my eyes this time, as we have someone else to save. Immediately after these words, she looked back at Grid and added, But I would be very happy if you never called me child again. Hearing this, Grid was frightened and said to Ephemera, I'm sorry, I've done a terrible sin, ma'am. Following the girl who was leading him to the rest of the cells that were still in the dungeon, Grid asked how much longer we would be walking here. Isn't the third floor the last one? To which Ephemera replied that we needed to go down to the fourth floor. Looking at his timer, which showed that he still had an hour and 10 minutes left, Grid nervously said, Are you sure Kuroi can't be above us? Hearing this question from her friend, the girl confidently replied, I checked the first and second floors while I was looking for you. There was not a soul there. Don't worry. The person who told me about the floor is trustworthy. When they reached the fork in the road that led them in different directions, Grid said nervously, That's all well and good, but which way do you want us to go now? No sooner had he said this than behind him Grid heard the voices of the guards shouting, They're down below, let's go get them! About to run away, Grid nervously called out to Ephemera, Let's check this way first. But the girl's attention was elsewhere. Looking at the blue flower that grew in the dungeon, she wondered how such a beautiful flower could grow in this terrible dungeon. Hearing these words, Grid nervously said, Wait, but don't touch it. Hearing the warning from the boy, Ephemera stopped for a second, then Grid added, Look, they are all united. Stepping over one of the traps that had been set in the dungeon, Grid said, Luckily the traps are visible to the naked eye, so they won't be dangerous if you're careful. As soon as he said this, he noticed that an axe from an activated trap flew right in front of his face. Looking back with a disgruntled look, Grid saw that Ephemera had picked the flower after all. Noticing that she had almost killed the guy, the girl said awkwardly, Hey, that was enough. Sweating from this sudden danger, Grid said to his partner, Please be careful, and then mentally added, How is it possible for this child to be so distracted? The next moment, Grid had to dodge another activated trap. Looking back at his partner, who had done something stupid again, Grid heard her say, I was eating a banana. I was hungry. Continuing on his way, Grid suddenly heard the girl say, Oh, Grid, look, there's another flower here. This flower has activated another trap. Dodging another trap activated by the girl, Grid said angrily, Hey, Ephemera, be smarter. How many times do I have to repeat that these are all traps? Hearing these words from Grid, the girl confidently said we need to activate them to ensure our safety when we leave. That's what we should have done in the first place. If you don't know about it, then why should I listen to you? As they talked and slowly moved forward, activating each trap, a couple of guards checking one of the passageways called out, I found them. They're here, come on everyone. Hearing the sound of them being overtaken, Grid jumped into the hole. And seeing this, the girl exclaimed in concern, Hey, what are you doing? To which he replied, I'm going to leave the soldiers on you. Once on the fourth floor of the dungeon, the guy added, I have no armor, which is why I will simply be useless in battle, destroy them with fire magic or something else. The search for Kuroi remains on me. Having gone in search of Kuroi, Grid shouted to the girl, I'm counting on you. And hearing this, Ephemera exclaimed with displeasure how selfish this guy was. The next moment, the girl exclaimed, "If I use fire magic in a closed space, we'll just fry you, idiot." Going in search of Kuroi, Grid mentally said duplicator. So it turns out that she can copy other people's skills. Usually it takes a long time to activate higher level magic. Continuing on his way, Grid also continued his thoughts, saying in his head, "But she can use it instantly, it's a cheat. But thanks to her, I don't have to worry about the soldiers." As Grid set out to fulfill his mission, he mentally said, "I believe in you, little one." At the same time, Ephemera had just used her powerful skill called the Ice Queen's Breath. Having already dealt with quite a few guards, the girl sighed heavily and said, "They keep coming even in spite of this incredible magic." Choosing which skill to use next, the girl thoughtfully said in her head, "It would be much easier if I used fire magic with area damage, but then the whole dungeon would blow up." As she prepared to use her next skill, Ephemera thought, "I still have 11 skills left over from the quest with Piaro, and that's why I can't lose to ordinary soldiers." After saying such confident words, the girl nervously added in her head that the problem was that the 5 Winston Knights were not among these people. Noticing that the girl was alone, one of the guards shouted out to the rest of the group to track him down. As soon as the guards said this, they were immediately attacked by a sword of light attack that killed a large number of enemies. Watching his comrades die so fast right before his eyes, one of the guards nervously said, "This girl is really strong." Trying to hold back the enemies who kept coming, Ephemera nervously said in her head, "I beg you, please come back as soon as possible." As she prepared to use her next skill, she thought to herself, "I only have 10 skills left. I won't be able to hold this army back for very long." At the same time, Grid, who was traveling on the 4th floor of the dungeon, exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, it's the same voice as Hooray!" Running around the corner from where the boy's voice was coming from, Grid confidently exclaimed, "This is where I have to endure all this torment because of him." After a short pause, the boy added, "As soon as I see him." And before he could finish, he saw one of the guards in front of him. At the same time, the guard, seeing Grid in front of him, exclaimed in surprise, "You are surely you. I am Leo, the Knight of Winston." Preparing to fight the intruder, the knight confidently said, "I know you escaped from prison. If you have any connection to Kuroi, you must know why I'm here." Seeing the enemy in front of him, Grid nervously said in his head, "Damn, knights are at least a level. What should I do after these thoughts?" He said to the enemy, "You have the courage, I see. Everyone I've met before could only make noise." Hearing such provocative words in his address, Leo said angrily, "You don't know how to keep your mouth shut, you idiot." Rushing at the guy to get even with him for everything he had said to him this time and last time, Leo exclaimed, "I will have to teach you some rules of cultural behavior." Seeing that he had rushed at him, Grid nervously thought, "What a mess, and why did I provoke him?" and then shouted out the blacksmith's rage with quick movements. After activating the skills, Grid received system notifications that said in the next few seconds, "Your strength and attack speed will be significantly increased in the next minute. Your agility and probability of evasion will be significantly increased." Then Grid mentally said, "I will have to fight him." As soon as he thought about it, he saw that the enemy was already right in front of him, forcing him to act immediately. Trying to block the enemy's attack, Grid nervously said in his head, "What the hell happened to him so quickly in front of me?" After the attack was repelled, Grid was thrown back some distance, and he mentally said, "Oh, he's too fast. I barely blocked his attack without the dagger skill. If I hadn't moved quickly, I would have been finished." Seeing that his attack did not reach its goal, the angry Leon shouted out to insult me and also to block my attack. Some blacksmith decided to humiliate my pride. Immediately after these words, using his full combat power, the knight angrily shouted, "I will have to fight to my fullest. Get ready to meet my death." Immediately after that, Grid received a powerful blow, after which he received system notifications that informed him that you had taken damage as your health reached the minimum mark. The skill Legend does not die so easily. You will be invulnerable for the next few seconds. Taking a healing potion from his inventory and immediately using it, Grid nervously said what kind of incredible power he had. He needed to drink the potion immediately. Immediately after he resumed his mileage, Grid noticed an enemy standing in front of him. Not realizing what he was expecting, the boy said in surprise that why he suddenly stopped. The next moment, one of Winston's knights fainted after being fried by the rascal. Looking at the enemy who had taken a considerable amount of damage, Grid immediately recalled the words of Ephemera, who had told him that if I use fire magic in a confined space, we will fry fool. And then he added it was an explosion of dust or something. Losing consciousness after he had neutralized himself, the defeated Leo said in a hoarse voice, "What have you done to me?" Hearing this, Grid wiped the sweat from his face and confidently said it was just a difference in our skills, Boogaloo. and then mentally said, "Take that, idiot." Falling to the ground after he had blown himself up, the exhausted Leo said in conclusion, it was simply impossible. Moving on, Grid received system notifications that said you defeated Knight Winston. You received the title of Night Killer. You picked up the key to the prison. You received a new level. After recalculating the number of levels received after the victory, the system reported that you are now at the 45th level. Arriving at the cell where Kuroi was sitting and opening the door to him, Grid said to the prisoner, "I was planning to beat you, but I didn't." Immediately after these words, Grid smiled happily and added, "You look like you're going to die, Kuroi." Seeing his savior, Kuroi nervously said, "You're the same Kanya." The next moment, Grid received a system notification that the mission was complete. When the mission was completed, Kuroi also received a system notification that said you have received the second class of Apostle of Justice, after which the guy said, "You are my savior." Upon completion of the quest, Grid received his title of Apostle of Justice as well as other rewards that were also described in the rewards section of the task. Bowing his head to his savior Kura, Mr. Grid said, and then mentally added, "It doesn't matter who it is because he helped me complete the quest." The next moment the boy confidently added, "I will be faithful to you immediately after these thoughts." The boy said, "I am Dam Alambator, descendant of the Blue Wolves." Lowering his head, Kuroi solemnly said, accepting the title of Associate of the Apostle of Justice, "I will follow you and return the favor." Looking at the rescued boy with a surprised look, Grid mentally said in his head what was happening to him. A duplicator is someone who is able to copy the skills and gain the benefits of each class. And even at first, it may seem that this is the best class in the game. Together with the right combination of skills, a duplicator can even defeat a boss alone or become an army in the person of just one person. It all depends on the owner. However, it can copy only 3 skills per day and use them only once. It has only 9 basic skills that cannot be used in combat, and it has terribly low physical abilities. Based on this information, the duplicate with a huge number of skills can be considered the strongest player in the game, but when all of his saved abilities are used up, he is the strongest. At the same time, Ephemera will be completely helpless. Looking at the girl whom they have been unable to capture for a long time, one of the guards said in surprise that it was incredible that she had single-handedly destroyed several hundred soldiers. At the same time, watching the enemies, the girl said tiredly, "The elite knights are still alive. I have used all my skills, but they don't know about it, and that's why they are afraid to attack me." After these thoughts, she remembered the moment when the boy jumped down the hole to the 4th floor, shouting so much faster than walking up the stairs. She thought that a powerful explosion had occurred earlier since Grid had not yet returned. It was possible to imagine that he had died. The next moment, the girl gritted her teeth in anticipation of the enemy's attack and thought, even if he managed to save Kuroi, why am I so sure that he will return here? While the girl was thinking, one of the guards said to his friend, "What we should do if that boy Grid runs away?" To which the friend replied that the Lord's guards would be waiting for him at the exit. "We should worry about this girl and not about Grid." Immediately after these words, one of the soldiers said, "I'm ashamed to say this, but let's join forces." Hearing this, Ephemera gritted her teeth and mentally said, "Oh no, I won't be able to hold them back. I'm finished." Preparing to use the remaining spells in case of emergency, Ephemera mentally said the remaining 3 spells that have fire attributes. "If I use them, I will simply finish myself off." The next moment, a pair of knights joined forces and rushed at the girls, shouting to grab her. Dodging the attacks with her own strength, the girl nervously said in her head, "I shouldn't have trusted him. Why did I get into this in the first place?" After dodging one attack, she noticed that another enemy was coming at her from behind, and she nervously said that the attack was coming from 2 sides. Activating her standard defensive skill, the girl mentally said, "I can't just give up. I'll try to use at least my basic skill." Hitting the girl's protective shield, one of the knights happily exclaimed, "Look, it looks like she has no more strength, so I was worried for nothing." Approaching the girl, one of the guards said menacingly, "This is the payback for all the dead soldiers who fell at your hands." Pointing his sword at the exhausted girl, the knight added nothing personal to the good. Realizing what a difficult situation she was in, the girl confidently said in her head, "We are not done yet. I still have a chance." Looking at the enemy, she thought, "If I'm unlucky, I'll die at that very moment." And she activated her dice skill, using their ability on herself. As soon as she thought about it, Grid's voice was heard at the last moment, saying in displeasure, "Self-proclaimed proud knights attacking a girl is so terrible. It's a shame." Seeing that Grid had come to her rescue, Ephemera breathed out a sigh of relief and said happily, I thought you had abandoned me. You should have come a little earlier. Seeing Grid in front of him, one of the soldiers was surprised to hear that he was here, and the other guard replied, Leo, the Eastern Star of the North has been defeated. Hearing these words from his opponents, Grid confidently said, I have no idea what stars you are talking about, but I met a guy named Leo, and it was very easy to defeat him. When the guards heard that one of their strongest warriors had been defeated, they said nervously, It's impossible, it just can't be. But Grid replied in a menacing voice, And you thought I couldn't do anything to you. Looking at Grid, who was slowly approaching the enemies, the girl nervously said in her head, Monsters and NPCs usually avoid enemies whose level is 30 or more above their own, but they are so scared how high this guy's level is. Trying to stand up to Grid, one of the guards said in a nervous voice, That rascal, he's just a pathetic oval. But another grabbed his shoulder and said, Wait, we need to be careful. Looking at Grid, who was radiating an ominous aura, one of the soldiers nervously said in his head, Having defeated Leo, he became much more confident. We'd better be extra careful with him. Slowly approaching the enemies, Grid said in a menacing tone, If you don't want to end up like that knight, you better leave this place, okay? Following Grid as he led him to the exit of the dungeon, Kuroi watched the situation and thought, At first I thought he was rather pathetic, but now I see that even the knights are afraid of him. Concentrating his gaze on his savior, the boy said in his head, Mr. Grid must be incredibly high level. He's incredible. At the same time, Grid, who had been intimidating the enemies with his victory over one of Winston's knights, happily said in his head, Booga, how cool is that? How scared they were. Looking at his enemies trembling in fear, Grid mentally said, You will all be destroyed, not by me, of course, but by Ephemera. Looking back, one of the guards noticed that they were already near the exit and nervously said, Oh, shit. And at that time, he also heard one of his comrades say, Don't come near me, you rascal. Stay where you are if you want to live. Looking at the staircase that would lead them out of the dungeon, the guard nervously added, This is very bad. We are already close to the staircase. Trying to control his fear, one of the guards confidently shouted out, Wait, there is no need to be afraid. His power cannot be that great. Hearing this, Grid smiled slyly and said, Wow, are you sure about that? Hey, Ephemera, show them what you're worth and destroy them with your magic. Having received a request from her friend, the girl answered awkwardly, Maybe you can deal with them yourself. Hearing this, Grid looked at the girl in confusion and said, I can't defeat them. Hearing that he could not cope with them alone, Ephemera asked him in a surprised tone, Didn't you defeat the knight alone? Come on, let's do it again. As soon as Grid heard the girl say that he had to do it alone because he had defeated the knight once, he nervously replied no, not at all. And at that moment, a couple of guards had already rushed at the boy, shouting his name. Preparing to finish off the blacksmith who had threatened them, one of the guards pointed his sword at him and shouted, How dare you ignore us? I will bring you to justice, you miserable criminal. Noticing that the enemy was about to overtake him, Grid nervously said in his head, This is a disaster. So fast. Are all these knights so unrealistically strong? Gritting his teeth in fright, Grid nervously said in his head, Oh shit, why did I ever start repeating my past mistakes and provoking them? However, at the last moment, right in front of Grid, Kuroi jumped out and protected him with his body, preventing the sword from reaching its target. Seeing that he had decided to sacrifice himself to save him and was about to be struck, Grid screamed out in fright to Kuroi, No! However, this was followed by a rather strange reaction. The guard dropped his sword and grabbed his hand and began to moan in pain. Noticing that the enemy was writhing in pain and Kuroi was not even moving, Grid said in surprise that everything was fine, but how did it happen? Hearing the question from his savior, Kuroi confidently replied that I was fine, no problems. And then he mentally added this invaluable skill of steel will that I had acquired after completing this hellish mission. Seeing what had just happened, Ephemera exclaimed in surprise from behind Grid's back that how did he manage to block this attack with his body? To which the guy replied without a clue, I'm seeing him for the second time in my life. Having blocked the attack of one of the enemies, Kuroi looked back at his comrades and said, Mr. Grid, you need to run away. Hearing this, he asked in surprise what and why I should do this. Hearing that he was not eager to leave the battlefield, Kuroi confidently said, I will hold them back, and then mentally added, I want to repay you for saving my life. Hearing that he was going to delay the enemies, the girl nervously exclaimed, What are you going to do here? To which Grid replied, Let's go quickly, Ephemera. Leaving the battlefield, Grid joyfully shouted to his friend, Hey, Kuroi, hold them off as long as possible. And Ephemera, who followed Grid, added, I hope we'll meet again in the future. Seeing the two fleeing the battlefield, one of the soldiers shouted angrily, You bastards, we won't let you escape. And noticing that they wanted to follow, Kuroi shouted, No. The next moment, Kuroi activated the skill of profanity and said, You'll have to go through me first, you stupid scoundrels. You're just garbage. And many more insults poured out at the soldiers. As soon as this skill took effect, the effect was not long in coming, and Kuroi received a system notification that said your opponent's characteristics were reduced, and one of the soldiers sighed heavily and said in surprise that my body was. As soon as his previous skill began to work, weakening the enemies, Kuroi prepared to use the next one by clenching his hand into a fist and mentally saying, Now my new skill. He gave his enemies a fierce look and mentally said, Feel this. Activating his skill of unwavering justice, Kuroi tried to destroy the enemies because this skill dealt damage equal to the available physical strength. Preparing to be torn to pieces, one of the soldiers began to moan in pain when he suddenly felt that nothing had happened. And then he said in surprise that he did not understand. Seeing that nothing happened to the enemies, Kuroi spoke in a tired voice. As expected, a useless skill for a speaker like me. Looking at the enemy who had fallen down in front of them, one of the soldiers shouted angrily, You rascal! You've been bluffing all this time, so you've been bluffing. Immediately after, another guard shouted, Tie him up and take him into custody. While waiting for him to be tied up, Kuroi mentally said, Since the quest is over, I can safely exit the game, and it looks like Lord Winston is definitely finished. Closing his eyes, the boy smiled with relief and said in his head, 50 hours are finally over. Now I can definitely rest. I did my best. Imagining in his mind his savior and his companion with whom he had wandered through the dungeon together to save him, the tired boy added in his mind, Mr. Grid, I wish you luck. After a while, Grid and the girl were able to go through all the floors of the dungeon without encountering guards and leave it. As soon as they were outside, Grid joyfully exclaimed, We're finally out of there. To which the girl angrily replied, Shut up, we're still in enemy territory. Looking out the door leading to the exit, the girl mentally said, We need to get out of the castle. If the knights who are downstairs contact the Lord's guards, we won't be able to do anything. Looking back to draw up a plan of action, she noticed that Grid was lying on the grass and happily saying boogaloo. The air was so soft and clean and everything was so green that she was very angry. Immediately afterwards, the girl approached Grid and said angrily, I told you to shut up and listen to me, or you will die. Grid was frightened and said, I'm sorry, I understand. Gritting her teeth after telling the boy off, the girl said in her head seriously, Even in situations like this, he behaves like a child. It's annoying the way he talks to me, but his class is much better than mine. The next moment, Grid pointed his finger behind the girl's back and said nervously, Hey, those guys are our enemies. Hearing this, the girl turned her head and said, Who are you talking about? Seeing who was coming towards them, the girl screamed out in fright that the Lord's guards were in the same army of guards as the Lord himself, who shouted out menacingly, Hey, criminals! Arriving at the prison exit, Lord Winston Baron Lowe said in displeasure, I can't believe all my knights were killed. Being in a situation where the enemies have already noticed them, Grid said unhappily. All because you heard it so loudly, the girl angrily replied, but your mouth never closes. Looking at the pair of fugitives who escaped from the dungeon, Baron Lowe nervously thought, If I let them escape, the locals will definitely report me to Count Stam. We can't let that happen. The Earl of Winston, holding out his hand in front of him, shouted menacingly and ordered his soldiers to stop these rebels. Looking at the army of enemies advancing on them, Grid nervously said, Ephemera, stop them. You can do it, can't you? Looking at Grid asking for her help again, Ephemera gritted her teeth and said in her head, He will seriously continue to pretend to be weak. Calmly, girl, calmly. Immediately after these thoughts, preparing to use the remaining skills she had left, she mentally said, Since we are no longer in a confined space, I can. Activating her skill, the girl shouted out the fire tail of the Demon King. Destroying the enemies, she mentally said to do whatever I want. With just one attack, the girl managed to destroy a huge number of enemies who were heading for them. In addition to the knights themselves, this attack also managed to hit Lord Winston with a shockwave, and he was knocked backwards after the explosion, groaning heavily and speaking so powerfully. Rising to his feet after being knocked down, Baron Lowe looked at the destroyed battlefield and said in amazement, It's just impossible. All my guards were destroyed in just one blow. As a result of the destruction of all the enemies, Ephemera approached the Lord, who fell backwards and began to crawl, slowly approaching him. She said unhappily, I feel uncomfortable using all the skills I have accumulated, and all because of one guy who likes to bother people. Immediately after these words, the girl confidently said, Thanks to you, I was able to throw out all my anger that had accumulated in me. Thank you, Baron Lo. Immediately after these words, the girl looked at the lord of the city with a formidable look and said, Now show us a good time before I ask to leave the castle. Looking at Ephemera, who went to ask Baron Grid himself about the way out of the castle, he nervously said in his head, This woman is so terrifying. You shouldn't provoke her, but who made her so angry? Following the Baron to the exit he showed them, the pair of rebels finally found themselves free, and Grid said happily, We finally got out. As soon as Grid said this, he heard someone's voice coming from nearby and saying, Great job? Looking at the source of the sound, the boy saw a very familiar figure, looking at the man who greeted them and the crowd of mercenaries behind him. Grid wondered in his head if he was Rebbit from Marrow's company, and what he was doing here. Seeing the subject of Baron Valmont in front of him, Baron Lo joyfully exclaimed, running out from behind Grid's back, Oh, Rebbit, I'm glad to see you. Thank you for coming to rescue me. Hearing these words from the nobleman who ran to Rebbit, Grid nervously said in his head, Oh, right. I forgot that he worked for the Marrow Company, damn. Is this the end? At the same time, however, Ephemera, who had gone to Rebbit, said happily, Oh, so they're the ones you called to help us. They look pretty strong. And Rebbit replied, Yes, Miss Aaron. Concentrating his attention on Ephemera and Rebbit talking to each other, Grid nervously thought, she's also working with Marrow. Wait, why did she save me? Is this a trap? Opening his characteristic window to activate skills and distribute points for the confrontation, Grid nervously said in his head, Shit, what the hell is going on? Everything is going against me. It will be hard to resist them. Looking at his titles that gave him additional characteristics, Grid mentally said, My characteristics are quite high for this level. I have 4 titles with good bonuses. Looking at the mercenaries standing behind Rebbit, Grid thoughtfully said in his head, There are 10 fighters there. The fact that their equipment is not very good is good. Immediately after that, turning his attention to the free characteristic points for the levels he had gained, Grid thought, But I don't have any armor now. I have to spend my characteristic points on increasing my attack and defense. The next moment, after distributing the free stats, Grid received system notifications. You have invested characteristic points in strength. Now you have strength. You have invested points in endurance. Now you have endurance points after that. The boy took his dagger and gripped it tightly in his hands. Gritting his teeth and preparing for the fight, Grid nervously said in his head, Even if I can't win this battle, I have no other options. Despite the fact that Grid was nervous after increasing his characteristics, he did not even undermine the fact that he had become incredibly strong. The total number of characteristic points of players of the same level is equal, but Grid's total number was equal, and as soon as he equipped the perfect dagger, the guy became stronger than the level of players with the fighter class. However, the experience he had in battles with incredibly strong opponents in the past, when he even watched Ephemera's battle, made him feel like he had to fight, sowed a seed of anxiety in him, making him very insecure. Holding the dagger in his hand, Grid was trembling with fear and mentally repeating, Even if I die here. Preparing to engage in battle, Grid mentally said, I must, but before he could finish, he heard the disgruntled voice of Baron Leo running toward Rebbit and shouting his name, adding, What are you doing? Approaching his subject, the Baron said in displeasure, What are you talking about with this unworthy girl? Hurry up and let me go. Looking at Rebbit, Grid said in surprise, What? The next moment, as soon as Rebbit heard the Baron call his friend, he looked at Lou with a supercilious glance and said, I am no longer a member of Marrow's company. I am here to take revenge on Valmont and you too, so you had better follow my instructions. Hearing these words from his subject, the angry Lord Winston exclaimed that you have left us. Why do you, a worthless merchant, behave as if you were an apostle of justice? Hearing these words from Lord Rebbit, he looked away from his interlocutor and said firmly, I am a merchant, and that is why I always look for profit in my actions. Immediately after these words, Rebbit confidently added, From now on, I choose Mr. Grid for myself. Hearing this, the boy was surprised to hear that I was stopped. But how did this happen? Turning his gaze to Grid, Rebbit said happily, With your skills, you can do incredible things, but you can't reach your full potential alone. Smiling happily, the merchant confidently added, I'm asking you to join me, and together we can create a company that will be many times bigger than the current ones, and I'll put all my experience and skills at your disposal. Hearing this offer from Rebbit, Grid mentally said, It turns out that he decided to save me because of this, he said, and then asked why you decided to rebel against the Lord and the company. Hearing the question of a potential gold mine, Rebet confidently said all this because our cooperation will begin in Khan's Forge, a symbol of Winston. We need to destroy tyranny to gain the trust of the inhabitants. Standing behind Rebet, a nervous ephemera said, "Let's hurry up and get this done." To which he replied, "Don't worry, we'll do it ourselves." The next moment, Rebet prepared to complete all his affairs and said, "I will give you the details after I deal with the company. I promise I will make you the richest man in the world." Immediately after these words, Ephemera happily added before saying goodbye, "I hope you haven't forgotten about my order for a bullet with a unique rating." Hearing the girl's request, Grid replied, "No. Of course I remember, but you need to find the materials and the production method for it very much." Hearing this, Grid smiled slyly and confidently answered, "Because I always keep my promises," and then said in his head, "I will have a production method for free, thank you." Hearing that he would keep his promise, the girl waved goodbye and said happily, "I'll let you know when I find something worthwhile." Looking back and smiling sweetly, the girl added, "It was a lot of fun, and I'll see you soon." Looking at the trail of Rebet Ephemera and the crowd of mercenaries, Grid said in his head, "Ugh, is it finally over? I'm so tired, it's time to go." As he walked out of the game, the boy happily said in his head, "I have managed to find a gold mine of owning a small or medium-sized company." Clenching his fists after a small victory, Grid happily said in his head, "Well, the time has finally come. Soon I will be rich." Walking further down the path, Rebet looked back at Ephemera and said in surprise, "It looked like Grid was afraid of you. Something happened inside or something." Hearing the question from her friend, the girl waved off his guesses and said, "He's not afraid of me, he just likes to play dumb." Immediately after that, the girl added that this guy had enough strength to defeat one of the Lord's knights in a fair fight, and Rebet was surprised to hear that he was even stronger than the knight. Immediately afterwards, Rebet nervously added, "But a blacksmith can't be that strong." And before he could finish, the realization of the situation finally dawned on him. Recalling the legendary blacksmith who had existed before, Rebet said in surprise in his head, "Pagma is the one who fits all the requirements." Recalling the same Grid about whom he was now dialoguing with Ephemera, Rebet thought to himself, "My God, if we take into account his blacksmithing skills and strength, he is a descendant of Pagma." Immediately after these thoughts, the man lowered his head and smiled happily, and continued his train of thought. "I never thought that I would meet the work of a descendant of the legendary blacksmith, and now creating a large company does not seem like just a dream." However, fate did not allow Rebet's ideas to develop in an ideal way and come to life. Marrow's company experienced the effects of Ephemera and Rebet, after which the actions of the company and the Lord became known to Count Stein. After that, Baron Valmont and Lord Lowe were sent to the fort to serve their sentences for their crimes. When the two criminals were brought to the fort, they were immediately executed by order of Earl Stein. During these events, Rebet himself was also sent to prison for 10 years. He could not have foreseen that Earl Stein would be such a harsh man and would not forgive anyone from the company. On his way to prison, after the whole truth was revealed to the higher-ups, Rebet sadly said in his head, "Although I was able to save my life, how sad it is, Mr. Grid. I was able to take part in the life of a new legend." After all the tyrants were driven out of Winston, the city itself quickly recovered and began to prosper. While telling the children stories about the deeds of the pair of saviors, one of the oldest residents said that this is how a team of a beautiful lady and a novice blacksmith brought peace back to Winston. Hearing the story from a local resident, a girl who was passing by was surprised to hear such a beautiful story, and the resident replied that it was exactly like that. The next moment, the girl handed the old man some coins and said, "Here's for telling me this story." And seeing the payment, the old man happily replied, "God, thank you so much." Looking at the girl who gave him the money, the man said thoughtfully, "I have never met you before. It seems that you are here for the first time." Hearing these words from the man, the girl pressed her hand to her chest and said happily, "We will see each other more often, starting today. Please tell me more." And just like that, the story went back to the events of the Temple of Jathan. And it all happened because Earl Steam appointed his daughter Irene, whom Grid and Doran had to rescue earlier, as the new Lady of Winston. After a while, all the TV channels started broadcasting breaking news in which the anchor happily announced the urgent news for all Satisfy users. The world's first second class in Satisfy appeared. Meanwhile, in the United States, trying to find out the details of the situation, the manager reported to his superiors after unsuccessful negotiations. SA Group informed him that they would not disclose information about the second class. Immediately after that, The Queen of Great Britain, who was present, said, I just got the news that it was a player from Mongolia, which is unexpected considering that there are not so many users there. Representatives from China confidently told their people, SA Group is trying to rule the world with its game. We should ban people from playing Satisfy. At the same time, a representative from Japan, who was also at the conference, said thoughtfully, I'm just sure that the next second class will be won by a player from Japan. Hearing this, one of the representatives was surprised to ask, but don't you think that Korea can do it? Because the developers of Satisfy and most of its users are exactly like that. To which the girl confidently replied, no, except for Yura. They have no other outstanding top players, which is why their chances are zero. After listening to all the opinions and predictions of his colleagues, the representative from Korea said that with the second class, the number of weapons available for research increases, as well as skills and characteristics. Watching the news on TV, Grid, who was sitting with two others at a bowl of food with his hand on his head, listened to them say that you get 2 extra characteristic points with each new level. Hearing this, Grid said thoughtfully, 2 extra points means that the one who got the second class is incredibly lucky. The next moment, Grid confidently said it was time to stop going to work. Having made a firm decision at the next family meeting, Grid announced it at the evening table. And upon hearing this, his father angrily exclaimed, you're going to be idle all day again. Immediately after his father's angry words, his younger sister added with a disgruntled cackle, how can you be so selfish at your age? You are my brother, but I think you're pathetic. The next moment, the mother also had her say, saying, you still have debts. Just don't tell me you decided to take part in some kind of pyramid scheme. The next moment, Grid clenched his hand into a fist and said confidently, I play as a blacksmith, and I can sell the things I create for money, and one incredible merchant said he would help me start earning money as a company director. Hearing this, the mother immediately began to cry and clung to her father, saying sadly, Dear, I don't know what to do with him anymore. Immediately afterwards, the father exclaimed angrily, You just want to play. I understood you correctly. The next moment, her sister also chimed in with her parents' words, If you could make money in the game, you wouldn't have so much debt, face it. Hearing this, Grid said nervously, But I got the legendary blacksmith class, so everything will change from now on. Before he could finish, his father shouted angrily, interrupting his son's nonsense. Pointing his finger at his son, the father said angrily, Tomorrow morning you will go to look for a job. I made myself clear. Hearing his father's order, Grid said in frustration in his head, No one listens to me. It's so disappointing. Going to look for a job the next morning, Grid mentally said to himself, Like I did, I thought the whole problem was money. I needed to earn their trust to stop working. Immediately after these thoughts, Grid confidently said in his head, Okay, I should accept Rebet's offer. Imagining Rebet on Khan in his mind, Grid confidently spoke in his head with the knowledge of a second-in-command in a large company and Khan's forge as his base. Returning from work after his first day at work, Grid confidently added in his head, I will definitely be able to achieve great results and finally convince my parents. Sometime after returning home, Grid went to his capsule and entered the game, arriving at Khan's forge. The old man happily told him to see him in his building. Oh, Grid, you came. Hearing these words from his mentor, Grid happily said, It's so peaceful here now. It's good that we have solved all the problems. Did Rebet come by chance when he heard this question? Khan nervously replied, Yes, he did. Immediately after these words, the old blacksmith hesitated. You haven't heard yet then, but since we're on the subject, I have something for you. He handed Grid the envelope that Rebet had left him and told him to give it to the boy when he returned, and Grid took it in his hands and said in surprise that it was from Rebet. Unfolding the letter, Grid began to read it in his head with the tone of Rebet's voice. Mr. Grid, I have not been forgiven for the sins I committed during my time with the company, and thus our business plans were not destined to come true. However, with Khan's skills and your own, you could become the richest man alive, and I hope that one day the stories of your exploits will be known around the world. When Grid finished reading the letter from Rebet, he looked at Khan in surprise and told him that Earl Steim could not pardon him. Immediately after that, Khan added that this was the reason why Rebet was imprisoned for 10 years, and hearing this, Grid immediately turned pale, and all his plans went down the drain. Crouching on the ground and grabbing his head, Grid exclaimed in frustration, I'm completely fucked. I'm completely fucked. Trying to calm the disappointed Grid down, Khan sat down next to him and put his hand on his back and said happily, Don't be upset. I have a request as well. Immediately after that, Khan got to his feet and said happily, I want you to take over the management of this forge. You have enough rights to do so because you protected it from Mero's company. After announcing the transfer of authority, the grandfather also added his resignation, saying, I am too old for this work, and I will be very pleased if a descendant of Pagma takes my place. Hearing the request from Khan, Grid thoughtfully said in his head, he wants to give me his forge, but can the NPC transfer his business to the player? Immediately after that, Grid nervously said, I will believe you if you sign the contract, and then mentally said no return. Having done everything Grid asked, Khan handed the boy a contract for the ownership of the forge with his signature and said, You are satisfied. Taking the contract in his hands, Grid smiled happily and received a system notification that said you had been appointed as a blacksmith's descendant. Holding the paper confirming that this place belonged to him, Grid shed tears of happiness and thought that it was a dream that if I worked hard, I could become the owner of the forge. After handing over the ownership of the forge to Grid, Khan said, Let's start our training. Are you ready to become the owner of the forge? Hearing this, Grid joyfully raised his hand and exclaimed, Yes, let's start. At the same time, Jishika, traveling to different auction houses in search of the same item, said in frustration as she opened another list of items for sale, I don't see them here, I don't see them on the list. Disappointed that these items were no longer found, the girl said in her head why I could no longer find the special javelin arrows I had bought. Immediately after these words, she thought in her head, if we imagine that this blacksmith makes 1,000 arrows each time and he disappeared after selling them, is it possible that he has already been recruited by another guild? Seeing the leader of the Tzedakah guild nearby, one of the guys who was passing by excitedly said, Jishuka, the leader of the Tzedakah guild, to which another guy replied, her body is even more beautiful in reality. Maybe I should try it. Taking a few steps towards the girl, the guy saw that she looked back and said angrily, Get lost now before I kill you here. Seeing this, the guys were scared and replied, Yes, ma'am. After another failure, the girl opened her guild time to find out about the success of her comrades. Activating the voice recording, the girl menacingly told her comrades, Listen carefully. If you don't find a blacksmith by the end of the month, you will be doing hell of a lot of training, I promise you. Hearing this, Regas happily replied, Wow, I want to try this training, to which the rest of the guild nervously replied, Stop talking nonsense. We haven't recovered from the last one yet. The next moment, someone from the guild told the leader that we don't have enough information. There are not 2 or 3 blacksmiths in the world. To which Jishuka replied, You have to do it even if it's impossible. Immediately after these words, the girl confidently added that we simply must find him if we want to become stronger. The next moment, Jishuka smiled ominously and said, Regas, you love training, reset your geolocation, and one of the players thought she wanted to release the stress she had accumulated. After that, the guild leader said unhappily, Hey Wantner, why did you sleep for 7 hours? Your place in the top was taken, to which he nervously replied, I was late because I stumbled upon some information. Immediately afterwards, Wantner said to the leader, Do you know about the village of Winston? And Jishuka replied thoughtfully, Winston is a village near Byron. The next moment, Wantner added that it was there that the competition between the 2 players for the production of items took place. Immediately after saying that, Wantner added that one of the items created was an epic dagger created in less than 3 hours. And the girl nervously said in her head that it was definitely him. Hearing this, Jishuka mentally said in her head an epic item in 3 hours. Even the top blacksmith Panmir would not be able to make it. After receiving this information, she immediately shouted to her comrades, Everyone immediately go to Winston. Hearing the order, one of the players nervously exclaimed, Wait, how? The next moment, Jishuka smiled and confidently said, The last one to arrive will die. At the same time, somewhere in the Monster Kingdom, a player who was moving to the top was destroying enemies, receiving system notifications that you killed a poison walker and gained experience points. The next system notification sounded like this. You killed an armored walker, you gained experience points, but there were more than a dozen monsters killed. The third epic class is the Bloody Warrior, whose attack power and abilities are specialized for hunting. This player was Katz, who was already leveled up and ranked as the second son of Japan's main conglomerate. However, his ranking, which had risen very quickly before thanks to his incredible epic class boosts, had not changed in the previous month, even though he had been hunting for a long time. Continuing to hunt monsters, he said in frustration in his head, Why I can't get the first rank despite all my efforts. Is my ability so insignificant? I just don't believe it. Recalling his real-life situation, the boy said anxiously, My older and younger siblings have made incredible progress in our battle of the heirs. I can't lose to them in the game. Immediately after these thoughts, the boy said in his head, I need to get ready. It's time to go to the hunting grounds with higher-level enemies. I have enough money, so I need to buy potions to level up faster. Immediately after that, looking at his armor, the boy said disappointedly, but I have one problem. After evaluating his armor, he angrily said in his head, I can't find high-level equipment on the trading floors. What do production class players do in general? Raising his head up, the boy angrily shouted at these lazy and useless blacksmiths. A whole month has passed since the girl said goodbye to Grid. Ephemera had already traveled to many different cities, and now she had arrived in the border town of Steam, the capital of the county. As she walked around the marketplaces looking for production methods, she was always lost in thought, and when she encountered another failure, she said in frustration, "There's nothing here either." Folding her arms in front of her, the girl said disappointedly, "It seems that I will not be able to find a method of making a magic ball, eh? How sad." Closing her eyes in despair, the girl said in frustration, "Looking for a production method for high-level items is too hard. I couldn't find anything for a whole month." Walking further through the capital in search of the item she needed, she said in frustration, "I got gold coins for the quest, but I don't even have anything to spend them on." The next moment, she looked down and sighed in frustration, saying, "It's annoying, but now it's getting quite unpleasant." Raising her head up to one of the columns, she said angrily, "Show yourself, I know you're there." Not seeing any reaction from the one who was following her, the girl mentally said, "Thanks to my class, my detection abilities are quite high, but I am being followed when I did not even reveal my name and remained a secret runner." Looking in the direction of the boy who was trying to hide from her, she mentally said, "This is the first time this has happened to me. Who could it be?" Immediately afterwards, she angrily repeated to the spy, "I told you to come out." Hearing that he had been discovered, the spy who had been watching Ephemera said in surprise in his head, not wanting to remove his disguise, "An ordinary blacksmith had discovered my disguise." Reflecting on what had just happened, Faker, who was a member of the Tzedakah Guild and the #1 assassin, said in his mind, "This is simply impossible. I don't believe it." The next moment, the guy received a system message from the guild, where one of his comrades wrote, "Don't be fooled by everyone. It's so clear that you have already been noticed." Immediately after these words, the guild members added, "Our guild will lose its reputation because of you, Boogeyman." And another line that sounded like you completely lost your grip after becoming the first killer. Continuing to observe the target, Faker mentally said, "After receiving the information about the production competition, our entire guild has gathered here." Looking at Ephemera, who was still waiting for the boy to appear, he said, "Thanks to eyewitness accounts, we were able to quickly find the winner," the blacksmith Aaron had rumored. Recalling the guild leader's instructions to them, Faker remembered her words, "I will meet her myself. Do not let her in before I arrive." Looking out for the girl so as not to accidentally lose sight of the boy, he mentally added, "I planned to follow her until Jishuka arrived, but she managed to spot me despite my 7th-level disguise." Angry at the spy who ignored her, the girl decided not to hold back the next moment. Fakir saw a bright glow radiating from Ephemera. Immediately afterwards, this bright blue light changed its color to orange, and a magical attack headed towards the spy. When the building collapsed and all the spies lost their disguises, Fakir fell down the 2nd floor of the building and nervously shouted to his comrades, "Oh, you found us! Everyone is fine!" The next moment, she prepared for the next attack to deal with the enemies who had been following her for quite some time, shouting, "Stop following me, perverts!" When everyone was in front of her and in range of her attack, the girl shouted the cry of an angel. Putting his hands over his ears to prevent accidental deafness, Fakir nervously wondered in his head how a blacksmith could use higher-level magic. Immediately after these thoughts, Fakir continued his train of thought, saying thoughtfully, "Could it be that this girl is not the blacksmith we are looking for?" The next moment, Fakir's mind was visited by an interesting thought that sounded like a trap set by a guild that is also looking for the creator of special Jaffa arrows. They want to deter us with false information. When the attack was over, you could see drops of blood pouring out of the guy's ears after the attack. And Fakir added in his head that the production competition was set up for him and our guild, Tzedakah, was trapped. The next moment, the boy and his comrades, who had also been able to prevent the attack, nervously exclaimed, "You managed to catch us this time. Tell us the name of your guild." Hearing this, the girl said in surprise, "What you mean?" The next moment, she sighed heavily and said in disappointment, "Why is it that all the men I've met these days have been psychopaths?" Immediately after these words, preparing to activate the next skill, Ephemera jumped up and exclaimed, "First you followed my lead and now you're negotiating. How boring you are, you lightning bugs." Seeing how skillfully the girl used various magic spells in short periods of time, Fakir was surprised to hear her say, "Such power and no training, what nonsense!" The killer didn't move from his seat as a direct bolt of lightning flew at him, and confidently said, "It's a pity it won't work on me." The next moment, Fakir leaped into the air and struck the girl with a kick to the leg of her torso. Gritting her teeth after receiving a spanking, Ephemera said in her head, "This is the first time since becoming a duplicate that I've been hit by a player, and this guy is pretty strong." While the girl was trying to catch her breath, Fakir created his clones to dispel the girl's concentration. Approaching her with a dagger, he angrily shouted, "This is over!" The next moment, as his attack failed, Fakir quickly broke the distance and said in surprise that you destroyed my clones in one blow like that. Immediately after destroying her opponent's clones, the girl shouted out an ancient royal knight, and a giant golem appeared behind her. Watching the girl use completely different skills, neglecting her blacksmith class, Fakir nervously said in his head that she had summoned a familiars without being a summoner. It couldn't be. Avoiding the enemy's attacks, Fakir had to move rapidly across the terrain so that he would not be caught. At the same time, he nervously thought, "What kind of terrible power is a knight? This is the most terrible opponent for an assassin. I will use a disguise." Realizing that there was no point in running away and hiding, the boy pulled out his throwing knives and thought, "I can't fight this knight." Immediately after these thoughts, he aimed at Ephemera and fired 3 knives at her, adding in his head that he needed to attack his master. Firing 3 daggers at the girl, Fakir confidently said in his head, "Let's see how good your defense magic is." Looking at the girl who began to prepare for the use of magic, Fakir happily said in his head, "These are explosive throwing knives that react to magic." However, instead of using the barrier or shield skill, the girl copied Fakir's cloning skill and used it to dodge the knives. Looking at the way she had just used a skill of his class, Fakir wondered in his mind that she had just used an assassin's skill. How was that even possible? At the same moment, Ephemera looked at her opponent and happily said in her head, "I have collected many high-level skills while looking for a production method for the magic ball. Right now, I'm in my best shape." The next moment, the girl's familiars struck again, forcing Fakir to step back again. Seeing that their friend was not in the best position and was being shadowed, one of his comrades shouted out, "Don't fight alone, we'll help Faker." And the boy's friends cheered. Trying to help their friend in the battle against Ephemera, the members of the Tzedakah Guild were only hit by a powerful magic spell and seriously injured. When the golem had defeated all the enemies approaching her, Ephemera herself had a great opportunity to finish off her enemies using the Dragon's Claw skill. As a result of this attack, 4 fireballs flew, one for each of the enemies, bringing them to their inevitable death. Having withstood this attack, Fakir, who was the last one left, looked at his opponent and thought it was impossible that she was holding back the advantage while fighting against 4 runners. Looking into the eyes of the girl who was hanging over him like death, Fakir mentally added as if she was omnipotent, "But we cannot even dream of that." Preparing to die when the girl was about to strike him the last blow, the boy said in his head, "What a shame it was to lose with such a numerical advantage." After some time, Jishuka arrived at the battlefield, but she could only see the ruins left after the confrontation, and she wondered if everyone was dead and who they had fought with. Looking at the leader of her guild, one of the members nervously said that she had single-handedly killed 4 members of the guild, including Faker, and she had used all kinds of skills from various classes. Hearing this information, Jishuka mentally said, "It looks like she has a hidden class, otherwise I can't explain the situation." Immediately after these thoughts, the leader of the guild, Tzedakah, clenched her hand into a fist and said angrily, "How dare she set her eyes on our guild as the strongest guild? We cannot turn a blind eye to this." Immediately after these words, without hiding her rage and hatred, Jishuka told her subjects to find her immediately. "I will destroy her with my own hands." And at the same time, somewhere in the forge that already belonged to Grid, Khan said to the new owner, "Hey Grid, don't you want to take a short break from work? How about this offer?" Not receiving any response from Grid to the suggestion of a break, Khan wiped the sweat from his face with a towel and sighed with relief and asked, "Wow, you don't get tired at all." Ignoring Khan's question, which he didn't even hear because he was so engrossed in his work, Grid mentally said, "It looks like I've been working here for the past month, and I've learned something from it." Holding a pair of tongs with a weapon blank in his hands, the boy said in his head, "First of all, if I do the same thing over and over again, I won't be able to get many experience points." Immediately after that, imagining the equipment in his head, the boy added that there are 2 conditions that are necessary to create high-quality items, such as the use of quality materials or the expenditure of a large amount of time and effort. After that, He turned his attention to the hammer he was holding in his hands and said, "Third, when you're working with heavy ore, dexterity is no longer important. You need high strength and endurance." Immediately after these thoughts, Grid, having finished forging the workpiece, sat down on the bench and began to wipe the sweat from his face with a towel, saying thoughtfully, should I take a break?" The next moment, opening the system window with his stats, Grid mentally said, "My stats and stamina aren't a big deal, though. Just by creating items, all my stats have increased by 30 units. Immediately after these thoughts, looking over his skills, Grid happily added in his head, "And my crafting skill has gained a new level." In the description under the skill it said, "Legendary Blacksmith's Breath Level. The parameters of the item created will be increased by." Immediately after that, Grid turned his gaze to the items he'd created and mentally said, "The problem is that even after creating the items and spending at least 6 hours on each of them." Putting his head down, the boy said disappointedly in his head, "I managed to create only 3 epic legendary items, and it was only my failure." The next moment, Grid picked up a book and began to shake it up and down, saying in his head, "Well, at least I got this list of production materials." Opening the book with recipes for various products, the boy mentally said, "There are some strange recipes that the Khan passed on to me as his descendant, when I remember how difficult it was for me to take even one production method from him." Immediately after these words, Grid suddenly remembered Ephemera with whom he had stormed the dungeon together, and thoughtfully said in his head, remembering the past, "Where is the girl who went in search of the production method for the magic ball?" Leaning on the table after remembering Ephemera, Grid happily said in his head, "I can get the material and recipe for at least a unique item, even though she is a very good support to me." Immediately after these thoughts, Grid suggested another scenario that was not very good. Imagining an angry girl in his head, he said in his head, "Wait a second. If my item has a normal rating, then I'm screwed." Grasping his head in realization of what he had just signed up for, Grid nervously said in his head, "This witch could just destroy me. What should I do?" The next moment, a man entered the forge and asked in a menacing tone if it was Khan's forge. Hearing someone enter the kitchen, Grid screamed out in fright, "No, Ephemera." Seeing Grid sitting on a bench taking a break and filling his head with stupid thoughts, one of the visitors asked if he was Khan's blacksmith. Hearing that visitors had come to their forge looking for Khan, the blacksmith stood in front of the players and firmly replied, "I am Khan, what do you need?" Having found the person they were looking for, one of the players immediately asked, "Did you participate in a competition with a girl named Irina last month?" Hearing the question, Khan confidently replied, "Yes, I did." Hearing that this was indeed the case and that he had participated, another player standing behind him asked if she was really a blacksmith. "I need to know your opinion as a witness." After receiving such a question from the visitor, Khan thoughtfully said, "Your question is quite strange. She is not just a blacksmith, but an incredibly talented blacksmith. But why do you ask about it?" After Khan answered and asked a counter question, one of the visitors added, "Was Marrow the only company involved in this competition? Or was there another party?" Not receiving an answer in the next second, one of the visitors said, "Hey, old man, answer quickly. Stop wasting time thinking." And Grid thought, why are these guys acting like this? Immediately after turning his gaze to old Khan, Grid mentally said, "Yes, he may be an NPC, but he also has feelings like everyone else." The next moment, turning his gaze to the impudent guests, Grid mentally said, "He's old enough to be their grandfather," and then exclaimed in displeasure, "Who gave you permission to address him in that tone?" Hearing Grid's voice, which began to show anger at the disrespectful tone of the guests, one of the players said to him, "Who are you anyway? Don't interfere with our conversation." To which he replied, "I am a local worker. You are interfering with our business." Hearing these words from Grid, one of the visitors angrily exclaimed that we should bring a gift to ask questions, when his friend grabbed him by the shoulder and said, "Hey, calm down." Trying to calm down his friend who had broken up, his partner said, "Calm down, he's just a rookie. You've become so impatient since Faker and his team won." Immediately after saying that, the friend added, "Sir, we just want to know more about Aaron. Didn't your successor participate in the competition? Maybe he can tell us something." Hearing this question, Khan replied in confusion, "We have only met her once, so how would we know anything about her?" Watching the conversation unfold, Grid mentally said, "They still haven't realized that I'm his successor. Maybe it's because I look like this." Having received a clear answer about the blacksmith's lack of information, one of the visitors said to his tense friend, "Let's go. If they don't know anything, we should ask someone else." Seeing the men out of the smithy, Grid stopped in the doorway and angrily shouted after them, Don't come back, you uncouth impudence. And Khan said in a calm tone, look at it from the other side. And the competition became a hot topic of discussion. Immediately afterwards, one of the locals spoke to the blacksmith. Sir Khan, let me take a look at some of the items. Hearing this, Khan exclaimed happily, oh, another customer. Your items have become quite popular lately, and we have had many visitors. Looking at the old man Khan, who was heading towards another customer, Grid smiled happily and said in his head, selling items here is not such a bad idea. Looking at Khan talking to the buyer, Grid said in his mind, working in the forge and dealing with customers is too hard for me, and auction houses or online stores require huge taxes. Folding his arms in front of him, the boy said confidently, unlike them, Khan doesn't charge anything at all, and if I continue to work here, I can become rich quickly. Immediately after these words, he said in his head in a dissatisfied tone, but damn, this damn class only produces ordinary items. This game system is just a complete mess. At the same time, somewhere in the main building of the operational department of the SA group, one of the employees nervously reported to the boss, saying, please take a look at this email. Opening the message that came to the mail from Grid, the boss could read, Dear Sir, Miss, I am a legendary blacksmith, so why can't I create a legendary item? In the last month, I created 3 items, 3 of which were epic. It's you who controls these probabilities. Yes, I'm right. Continuing to read the message out loud, the head of the operations department said, in terms of what the hell do you want me to go crazy? Do you want to fight? Stop doing that, to which Choi Nahi told him in a displeased tone to stop reading it. After reading the entire message from Grid, the head of the operations department said in surprise, but the probability should increase when his level increases. Why is he behaving like this then? To which Choi Nahi answered him simply. Immediately after these words, the girl adjusted her glasses and confidently told him that he did not know that he had a legendary class, but he did not know about it. Hearing the conclusion of the employee, the chief of the operations department nervously said, but still epic items out of 73 using the legendary skill. Now it is clear why he thinks that we are manipulating his chances. Hearing this, the girl said thoughtfully, it is very strange in this situation. Such results suggest a bug or manipulation. Thinking of Grid, who possesses this legendary class, Choi Nahi thought about his legendary class. Remembering the guy when he was on his way home from work, she added that he was a real bad luck magnet. Looking at his income notebook, the boy thoughtfully said, I've earned about 60 gold coins, which is about the same as a 1, from weapons and armor of the 60th level. Looking at his results, the guy said happily, and this is all for about an hour's work a day, that is, working without a break, I would have gotten much more. Immediately after these words, Grid stomped home and said, but why don't my mom and dad want to change their minds? The next moment, imagining in his mind an object like the blade he had created, he thought, if I want to surprise them, I need to sell a more expensive item, that is, a perfect dagger. But so far there is no one who has a higher level of dagger skills. Immediately after these thoughts, Grid sighed heavily and said in disappointment, since no one can use it yet, I won't be able to put it up for sale in the store, eh? I'll have to go to the labor exchange. The next moment, a booklet flew to Grid's face, and he pulled it off his face and saw an incredible capsule room. Everyone who registers in September will get to visit our rooms. Seeing this wonderful promotion, Grid surprisingly said in his head, this is a life discount today. This is exactly what I need. Heading to the very capsule room he had read about in the booklet, Grid happily exclaimed in his head, the entrance costs 601 and the discount will make it. Walking to the address on the booklet to the capsule room, Grid happily said, I'll play in the capsule room in the morning and afternoon and at home in the evening. Turning the corners to get to the building he needed to get to the registration, Grid happily said in his head, from today on, this workplace will be mine. Arriving at the building with the capsule rooms he needed, Grid raised his hands above his head and exclaimed in his head, from now on, I will forget about the labor exchange. That day was the day Xin Yunwu became a full-time blacksmith. And at the same time, there was a huge demand for goods near Khan's forge, and one of the customers was surprised to hear that they were out of goods. After that, arriving at Khan's shop, a crowd of people who wanted to buy the wonderful equipment nervously shouted out, you don't have the equipment made by the unknown master yet. Approaching the crowd that had gathered near the forge, the girl asked in surprise if these items were so popular. And the boy replied, you haven't heard. Mid-level users can't buy them because they run out very quickly. Immediately after that, the guy added, they are a bit expensive, of course, but their performance is better than any other equipment of the same level, which is why they are so popular. At the same time, near the lots with the sold-out equipment, One of the buyers suddenly asked, "Excuse me, Mr. Khan, where can we find the master we want to order from him?" Trying to get information from Khan about the maker of these works, the buyers continued to press, saying, "Please tell us, Mr. Khan." But the blacksmith was adamant and mentally said, "I can't tell you." Scratching his beard awkwardly, Khan looked back at his forge and said, "Even though he spends all his time and energy, the number of his goods is very limited, and he does not want anyone to know his name." Starting that very day, Mr. Khan was approached by a large number of players who were concerned about the same question. Who is this mysterious master? However, no one had any idea that the newcomer working behind him was the same secret master whom everyone had been trying so hard to find. Having finished his armor, which he had been making for so long, Grid prepared to attach the last piece to it and said, "I hope you will." Recalling his daily routine, the boy mentally said, "I play 15 hours a day, visiting the capsule rooms during the day, and thanks to that, the number of items I produce has doubled." Holding in his hands the last part of the backpack that would become the final piece of his creation, Grid confidently said in his head, "And today is the day of salvation." Looking at the armor that he had almost completed, the boy said encouragingly in his head, "I made this armor exactly following Khan's methodology. It cost me gold, which is exactly my savings, making it the most expensive thing I have made." Looking at the armor, the guy nervously said in his head, "I wasted 20 hours in all because I didn't want an item with a normal rating for that reason." Putting together the last piece of armor, the guy said encouragingly in his head, "I hope you're legendary, or at least unique." After completing the assembly of the armor, Grid saw the delicate armor of epic rarity, and immediately after that, the boy exclaimed in disappointment. Grabbing his head after another failed attempt to create an item of unique or legendary quality, Grid said in frustration that it was overdamn it at the same time. Khan said in surprise that this rating was higher than the maximum possible in my production method is just incredible. Hearing this, Grid sighed in disappointment, and then looking up at Khan, the boy asked in a disappointed voice, "So how much can we sell it for?" Thinking about Grid's question, Khan said thoughtfully, "It's hard to say. We can auction it off and let the knights bid on it. I've seen one incredible set of armor in a parade before, but it wasn't nearly as good as this." Hearing about the method of selling the desired product, Grid thoughtfully said, "Put it up for auction means," and then mentally added, "Well, it looks like that." Looking at the armor he had created, Grid said thoughtfully, "Since the breath and the skill of a blacksmith were used to create this armor, its characteristics were superior to others, and this was not taking into account the additional option. Although most knights had the level of characteristics of this armor, it would be able to attract their attention." Immediately after the offer to sell it at auction, Khan happily announced that this is a good opportunity. You will have to come to the castle to sell it, but this time there will be no tax as you think. Hearing about the absence of taxes, Grid happily said, "If there really are no taxes, then I'm in business. Let's put it up for auction. I've been in the forge for a while, so it's time to freshen up." After agreeing on the method of selling the item, Khan told Grid, "Since we still have 2 days before the auction, it would be better if you did something else." And hearing this proposal, Grid confidently exclaimed, "Okay, this time I can definitely make a legendary item." And so 2 days passed from that very moment. The very day of the trip came. Sending Grid to the castle for the auction, Khan told the boy to be calm. Immediately after that, trying to cheer Grid up, Khan smiled happily and said, "Don't be upset. It's just unbelievable that you decided to make ordinary objects." Handing Grid a keychain, Khan said, "Take this badge. Without it, you won't be able to participate in the auction. It will save you from extra points." Taking the object that the old man handed him, Grid received a system notification that said you have received the Khan's air badge, and then the blacksmith added that it could help as long as you have hope for a better future. Sighing heavily after his mentor's words, Grid said in disappointment, "Hope and luck are two things that have never been in my life." Preparing to go to the auction, Grid took one last look at his mentor before the long journey and said, "Well, see you later." Despite the fact that the purpose of the auction held by Winston Castle was to find good equipment for knights, it was also used to find blacksmiths with incredible skills. A large number of different blacksmiths gathered at Winston Castle every year in the hope that they would be chosen and given the right to supply items to the Lord. Arriving at the castle and looking around, Grid thoughtfully said, "There are so many blacksmiths here, both players and NPCs. I can look for workers here when I become the owner of the forge." The next moment, Grid heard a woman enter the room and say, "The auction is about to begin. Please provide your items and choose a minimum price." Hearing this, Grid mentally said as he took his equipment out of storage, "Looks like it's about to start. I'll put up the platinum armor first." Taking out his equipment from the inventory, Grid mentally said, And also to this set, I will add gloves that were made at the last moment. The next moment, the guy thoughtfully said in his head, looking at his equipment, the problem is the minimum price. I can't sell them seeing the price is too high. But how high can I make it? Noticing a thoughtful guy near him, one of the participants said to Grid, Mr. Grid, there's a problem. Paying attention to the person who spoke to him, Grid heard me Stang the blacksmith. It looks like this is your first auction and I thought you needed help. Hearing the name of the guy who spoke to him, Grid mentally said, he's a player, but where have I heard his name before? Without hesitation, Grid confidently said, I can't decide on a minimum price. And Stang replied that he was right. But didn't your mentor who gave you the quest tell you in advance? Showing Grid the task with the description and reward, Stang said that they usually share all the information in messages, as it is to share information about the task. When Grid learned about this, he was surprised to hear that you were exhibiting your mentor's items and not your own. And the boy replied that I could not bring my work to the auction held in the castle, because the quality of the goods exhibited here was very high. Immediately afterwards, Stang demonstrated the item he had brought to the auction and said, but my teacher's skills are incredibly good. Look at it. It's a leveled rare longsword created by my master. Looking at the item and the happy boy, Grid mentally said, it seems like you usually have to complete NPC quests to get production materials, but to see him so happy with a rare sword, what a happy child. Immediately afterwards, Stang asked Grid happily, now may I see your crafting items if you please? Hearing this, Grid nervously said in his head, what a splinter in one place. And then replied, no, it's not much anyway. Can you tell me the standard price of level defense equipment? Hearing the refusal, Stang said in anguish, you don't want it, but I was so curious. The price of ordinary items on average varies within the gold. Immediately after that, Grid asked what about epic items? And hearing this, the boy exclaimed in amazement that your teacher created an epic item. It's just incredible. The next moment, Stang added excitedly, even if their options are not so good, epic items cost gold for gloves and about a coin for armor. Hearing the prices of the items he brought, Grid said in surprise in his head, gold is about there. If you take into account the waste, my earnings will be equal to 2 million. But it is still incredible considering the fact that this is only the first week in the capsule rooms. Immediately after that, Grid smiled slyly and said happily in his head, at this rate, I will be able to pay off my loan of millions of won. Goodbye to my loans. After that, turning his attention to the nervous Stang, Grid asked in surprise what was wrong, to which he replied, your face is nothing. You need to set the starting price. After a while, Grid, having completed the exhibition and evaluation of the items, mentally said, well, I will put up the items. All that remains to be done now is just to wait. I'm counting on you boys' nights. Sometime after the auction, the presenter joyfully announced, and now please take a look at the last item for today. Hearing these words, one of the buyers present said that this was the last one this time. There was nothing impressive, to which another bidder added that it was true that only 3 of the items presented were of any value. Continuing the discussion of the auction, one of the nobles present said disappointedly that these items only spoil Lady Irene's honor, after which another participant added that there were only villages everywhere, so there was nothing to be done about it. Immediately after these words, the auctioneer said that at least the last item was quite good. The ward of blacksmith Razvan brought it to us, a long sword in harmony with magic. Hearing the name of the blacksmith, all the buyers present suddenly became animated, joyfully exclaiming that you said Razvan, to which another added, thank you, Lord, we have been waiting for this for so long. Having started the bidding, one of the people present said I must buy it because it is the last piece of gold, to which the other replied by raising his hand and interrupting the bid, forget it, I will buy it. Immediately after that, as the bidding continued, the room was filled with shouts of nonsense. Give it to me for gold. And at that time, another maid came up to the host to tell her something. After receiving the information, the auctioneer joyfully announced, dear knights, please calm down. We have another item that was put up for sale late. After a while, Grid felt someone waking him up. It was Stang who grabbed him by the shoulder and shook him awake, saying, Mr. Grid, please wake up. After waking Grid, the boy pointed to the host and said they were announcing the results, and Grid stretched after a good night's sleep and said that the auction always takes so long. While in the blacksmith's room, one could hear various noises and negotiations between the blacksmiths that sounded like knights have high standards. After a while, someone from the crowd exclaimed, oh, here she comes. Arriving at the blacksmith's room, the host happily announced that today there were items on display, but unfortunately, only 6 of them were sold. Hearing this, the blacksmith nervously exclaimed that only 6, given that I had put up 7 items, the forecasts were very disappointing. Listening attentively to the announcement of the results, the audience heard Miss Clarissa's necklace was sold for gold, Mr. Gree's armor for gold, and Mr. Pilot's potions for gold per bottle. After reporting on the remaining items, the presenter concluded by saying that Mr. Stang's long sword was sold for gold. Hearing about the sale price of the item, Stang joyfully exclaimed, "Wow, his teacher's sword got a great price. He will be so happy, won't you, Mr. Grid?" Not having heard about the sale of his item, Grid said to the boy in a menacing tone, "Ask him yourself, boy." And Stang answered in a frightened tone, "I understand, sir." Immediately afterwards, Grid gritted his teeth and said in his head, "Damn, he's a good guy who did a great job, and I'm so jealous." After a short delay, the host announced the last one. "Mr. Grid, you are here," and hearing his name, Grid confidently said that I am. Pointing to the door to the manager's office, the presenter said, "The manager would like to meet with you in person. Please follow me." Hearing this, Grid pointed to himself in surprise and asked what I was doing, but why so suddenly Stang nudged him and said, "Mr. Grid." When Grid turned his attention to Stang, he nudged him and said, "Please follow her. You will have a pleasant surprise." Hearing what his new friend had just told him, Grid asked in surprise what kind of pleasant surprise he was talking about. Arriving at the room, Grid looked around and thought, "This office of the steward, the interior of the castle is so strange." At the same time, the hostess said, "Sir, I have brought Mr. Grid to see you." Looking at the armor he had brought to the auction, the auctioneer was impressed and said, "It's you, Grid. Please sit down. You've done a wonderful job replicating Khan's work. It's amazing considering your age." As one of the maids brought a set and began to pour Grid some tea, the auctioneer continued to speak. "Heroic blacksmith, I've heard the rumors about you in Winston." Sitting back in his chair, the manager said, "An extraordinary personality along with incredible skills. Khan has taught you incredibly well everything he knew." Starting to taste the tea that the maid brought him, Grid said in his head, "I owe it all to my skills, not my mentor, for that matter." Leaning on the table to get closer to Grid, he said, "We will buy your items for gold, and I want you to make equipment for our soldiers." When Grid heard the price he was offered for his work, he clutched his cheeks and exclaimed in his head that 5,500 gold was the income I needed to work for days at a time, and I had received it in just a week. Calming his greed, Grid mentally said, "Calm down, man. There is something more important than the money." He received, breathing heavily. Grid said nervously, "Please wait." Turning his head to the side, the boy nervously said, "Our forge is so busy that we don't have time to make equipment for all the soldiers." Hearing this, the manager thoughtfully said, "That's what it means." The next moment, looking at the armor he had created, Grid mentally said, "Thanks to the auction, I'm sure of it. Even though high-level equipment takes longer to produce, it brings in much more revenue, which is why we should refuse his offer." Looking at the manager with a nervous look, Grid said, "I understand, even creating a single item can take a lot of time and effort. Well then, please create equipment for knights only." Immediately after making the selfish request, the manager confidently added, however, "The items created must be better or on par with the ones you brought today." Having put forward his request to Grid, the manager thoughtfully said, "Of course, I understand that this is a difficult task, so I will increase the payment by additional money from today's price. You can refuse this offer, but if you accept it, you will have to do everything at the highest level." Hearing the request from the manager, Grid smiled nervously and mentally said that epic equipment, "I'm not an idiot. I sometimes get ordinary items even after hours of work." Thinking about the offer of the man who was right in front of him, Grid confidently said in his head, "I will definitely fail. Who in their right mind would accept this task for a few pennies?" And so leaving the castle, Grid was without any emotion at all in his eyes. You could see only horror in all this, because he accepted the task in which the agreement with the manager was written, fulfill your part of the deal, by creating at least 3 items of epic quality at least, and not higher than the level of the penalty of breaking the agreement, all further tasks will be destroyed. Looking down, Grid, heading home nervously, said in his head, "And yet I accepted this task. I need to get to work immediately." Remembering his skill and the chance of failure, Grid mentally said, "Since I managed to make 3 epic items out of the last 3, this is an impossible task. Each of them took me hours of time, so I have every chance of completing it in a week." The next moment, Grid suddenly remembered Stang, who told him that the hostess had invited him to go to the manager. "Please follow her. You will have a good surprise." Smiling happily on the way home, Grid thought to himself, "He was so happy for me, and I didn't even have time to say goodbye to him." Immediately after these words, Standing in the middle of the road, the boy confidently said, "In any case, the auction was a success from today." Looking up and stretching his arms above him, the boy joyfully shouted, "I am rich." For the past few months, Earl Stam has been carefully tracking down and destroying the Church of Yatan, a dangerous group of religious fanatics who sacrifice young virgins. The Earl's daughter Irene was kidnapped by them, and during her rescue operation, the strongest warrior in the Stam family, Doran, was killed. However, the situation in the north of Winston changed when an incredibly powerful enemy appeared on the battlefield. While on the battlefield, one of the soldiers, having killed a large number of enemies together with his comrades, said unhappily, "Those scoundrels are so annoying." A few seconds after all the enemies were destroyed, Winston's soldiers noticed someone else coming from the direction of Jathan's church, and one of the soldiers shouted out, "Hey, someone's coming! Who's there?" This mysterious figure, who was not recognized at first, was the blood witch Yura, who had suddenly appeared on the battlefield on her way to fulfill her assignment. The girl mentally said to herself, "There are so many of them. This may take longer than usual." Looking at her SS-ranked quest that said, "Rescue the believers from Stam's troops and become the 8th servant of the Church of Yatan reward position. Servant skills, infinite faith, true doctrine, divine punishment penalty. Levels. Faith," she said in her head, "this is a priceless SS-ranked quest. I must complete it." Looking at the enemy who appeared before them on the battlefield, one of the soldiers mentally said, "This feeling when I met number 7 Agnes. This helplessness when meeting the owner of an epic class." Looking at the girl who was preparing to destroy the troops, one of the soldiers nervously exclaimed, "That witch is planning something," to which his comrade added, "Everyone get ready." Casting a powerful spell to accomplish this task of destroying the army, the girl nervously said in her head, "I must become stronger to take the first place in the top." Sometime after the end of the battle in Winston Castle, the nervous voice of one of the messengers who was on the battlefield was heard. He nervously reported to Lady Irene, "We have casualties. 5 knights were wounded." Hearing this, the girl said in displeasure, "The enemies were only you say that 1,000 soldiers and knights were defeated by them. I cannot believe such nonsense." Hearing his lady's displeasure, the subject bowed his head and added nervously, "According to the reports, there was an incredibly strong man there. We believe it was one of the 7 servants." Hearing this, the girl immediately picked up the ring she had left from her dear bodyguard who had sacrificed his life to save her. And then she said sadly in her head, "Doran." Immediately after these thoughts, dropping the ring from her hands, she confidently added, "I will avenge you," and then immediately shouted to her subject to reorganize the lineup to strengthen it. At the same time, Grid, who was trying to fulfill the manager's order, completed his first job, and as a result of the time and material spent, he received an ordinary sword. Looking at the finished item, Khan said in astonishment, "Although it looks ordinary, it is still an incredible sword." Hearing this, Grid exclaimed angrily, "Are you kidding me? It has an ordinary rating. I'll spell it out for you. Ordinary." Hearing this, Khan nervously exclaimed, "Wow, you're scaring me. Why are you so angry?" Grasping his head after a failed attempt, Grid nervously said, "I have enough money for materials only for swords, and I just destroyed one of them to fulfill the condition. I need 3 epic swords. That is, now, my every other sword must be epic." Hearing this, Khan confidently told him, "But if you fail this one, you can still get gold." Hearing this, Grid asked irritatedly, "And this should calm me down." After receiving this answer from his student, Khan smiled happily and confidently said, "You spend 20 hours to create one single item. Such hard work will be rewarded, believe in it." When Grid received these words of encouragement from his mentor, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I guess you're right." Immediately after, Khan added, "If you sell his gold," before he could finish, Grid interrupted him angrily, shouting, "Shut up, you cheater." Running out of the smithy in anger, Grid shouted, "Moderators, you worthless pieces of shit, stop manipulating the possibilities. I filed a consumer rights lawsuit against you. You're not good people." After these words, unable to hold back the tears of despair, Grid mentally said, "Damn it. This is too much for the legendary blacksmith. Now I only have 5 more attempts left." Continuing to do his job of creating epic quality items for the manager, Grid laughingly said in his head a unique or legendary funny joke, of course. After completing another item, Grid held up the rare item he had succeeded in and thought nervously, considering that even rare items only come along once in a while. Trying to recover from a hard day's work, Grid tasted his dinner and repeated in his head, "Calm down, concentrate if I concentrate." After finishing another item which was rated as average, Grid said in frustration in his head, losing all hope and sanity, "Why is this happening to me?" Continuing to forge his items, Grid confidently said in his head, "It doesn't matter what happens, I'm not going to care." And so a week after Grid started working, looking at the table with the finished products, Khan surprisingly said 2 epic ones, 1 rare and 3 ordinary. After evaluating the results of the work, Khan looked back to his apprentice who was forging the last sword and said, "You're missing 1 epic sword, but even so, you did a good job." Without hearing any response from Grid, who continued to forge despite him, Khan repeated, "This is your last piece, you are doing well." Hearing these words from his mentor, Grid smiled gently and replied in a dejected and disappointed voice, "I'm fine, all my thoughts are clear, I'm finished anyway." Seeing him completely upset, Khan said, "Hey, how can a descendant of Pagma show his weakness?" To which Grid replied that Pagma was not a Pagma. "I have no idea who he is. I am just an ordinary student." Finishing work on his product, Grid mentally said, "This is my last wedge. The chances of an epic rating are 0. I'm dead." Inserting the sword into the hilt to finally give up, Grid mentally said, "This is my last sword. No regrets. Just take a break." When everything was finished and the sword was fully assembled, it suddenly began to emit a bright glow that filled the entire forge. Trying to block out the light, Grid angrily said in his head that it was too much to glow like that. "You're just a fucking ordinary object." Closing one eye as sparks began to fly from the sword and the light began to shine even brighter, Grid added in his head that this was happening at all. Trying to discern the quality of the object, Grid mentally said, "I've given up. You can just leave me alone." And that's it. When the effects of the creation were over, Grid could finally see that he had created a legendary item. This item was called the Sword of Superiority and had 3 additional characteristics and 2 skills. The next moment, the boy began to receive system notifications that said that after creating a legendary item, all your characteristics increased by plus to the reputation of the continent. The title of one who creates only legendary items was received. Immediately after that, Grid looked at Khan with a confused look, who told him that the boy's efforts would definitely be rewarded. However, the grandfather himself was in even more shock after Grid created the legendary item. His heart sank, and his blood pressure rose from the violent reaction, and he fainted. Seeing that Khan was already breathing normally, Grid nervously said, "Hey, old man, don't die. I haven't completed my quest yet." A short time later, when the second group of troops was heading out to destroy Yatan's church, a sad announcement was made in the castle. I was deeply shocked to hear that Lady Irene had also destroyed the second group. When she heard the report from her servant, she was surprised to hear that he was one of the 7 servants. And she replied, "Unfortunately, you are absolutely right, Lady Irene." Hearing this, Lady Irene said thoughtfully, "Of course. So our success in the capture depends on whether we can defeat the opponent or not." Having received this answer from his lady, the subject was surprised and said, "That's why, but we need help, and that's why I won't be able to perform right now." Hearing these words about the help and another outing against the enemy, Lady Irene said disappointedly, "Looking out the window now, we have no chance against them. But even so, one day I will definitely avenge Doran." Suddenly, despite the sad situation, the girl noticed something strange in the fountain of her castle. A guy was swimming. What he was doing and why was not clear to the girl. This guy was Grid, cutting through the water in the fountain. He was looking for money, and taking a coin from the bottom of the fountain, the boy happily exclaimed, "I found the money." Pressing the money to his cheek, the boy said happily, "Oh, a gold coin. It's the first time I've ever found money on the street." The next moment, the castle manager ran into the room of the city manager, Winston, and nervously exclaimed, "Lady Irene, you are here." Seeing her subject, Lady Irene pointed to Grid in the fountain and said nervously, "You're just in time, manager. We have a rather strange person in the garden." Hearing that the girl had already seen Grid, the manager said happily, "Oh, yes, you've seen him. His name is Grid, and you need to meet him immediately." When Grid arrived at the audience hall, the manager told Lady Irene that this man had accepted an order to make swords for knights after the last auction, and he was also one of those who stopped the tyranny of the Marrow Company. Hearing this, the girl said in surprise, "Oh, the same blacksmith I heard about. I had planned to meet you, but some circumstances delayed me." Kneeling in front of the Count's daughter, Grid said in his head, "Just give me the reward. But where have I seen this girl before?" While Grid was thinking about his own, the manager reached for Mr. Grid's product and confidently said, "Please look here. This is the very sword that was made by that boy." Having opened the product, the girl saw a view of the legendary object that directly radiated power to overwhelm everything. And then the manager added, "As you can see for yourself, it is just an incredible weapon. Looking closely at the item that Grid brought to the castle, the warrior standing behind the girl said in amazement that this sword had the incredible power of Lady Irene, after which the girl herself added how he could create something so incredible. Smiling happily after this product was demonstrated to all those present, Grid slyly said, "Let's talk about it. How much can you buy it for? I remember exactly what you said about the better the item, the more you will pay for it." Looking at the item, the soldier behind the girl mentally said, "An incredible item with such a weapon. We can definitely get it right after these thoughts." The girl interrupted him by saying, "Sir Phoenix." Looking back at herself, the girl thoughtfully said, "If you have this sword, will you be able to fight with 7 servants?" Hearing the question from his lady, Sir Phoenix said thoughtfully, "With such a sword I can resist." But before he could finish, he immediately interrupted. After a short pause, the man confidently added, "No, I can defeat them." Hearing this, the girl got up from her seat and walked over to Grid, saying confidently, "Well, if that's the case, then I think you shouldn't hesitate to take him on." Stretching out her hand to the blacksmith, she said confidently, "Please buy this sword, the price is up to you." Approaching the blacksmith and extending her hand to him, Lady Irene said happily, "Your name is Grid. That's right, we should meet more often, I think." Turning his attention to the girl standing right in front of him, Grid noticed the ring that was tied around her neck and thoughtfully said in his head, "This ring is somewhere I've seen it before." Immediately after these thoughts, Grid reached for the girl's hand to kiss it and thought, "But in general, what does it matter anyway? The new Lord Winston is not bad. I like her flexible and bold decisions." Inviting Grid into a separate room to wait while they discussed the price of the sword, the manager arrived there after a while and awkwardly said, "I've kept you waiting, Grid." To which the boy replied, "Please be quick. I'm tired of forging things for you." Hearing this, the manager replied awkwardly, "I understand you must have had to concentrate all your strength to create something so big." Hearing this, Grid replied offended, "Don't try to deceive me. I had to spend gold on the item." Immediately after these words, the castle manager said, "We are ready to buy this sword for gold." Hearing the offer, Grid said disappointedly, "Gold seems to be too little." Before he could finish, the manager interrupted him, saying happily, "Not gold, but thousands of gold. We have come to this price because we have decided to make this sword a family heirloom of the Stein family." The next moment, noticing that Grid rose from his seat and headed for the bookshelves, the manager nervously asked, "Excuse me, this is not enough. Winston's annual budget is gold, so this is the maximum we can give you." At the same time, Grid said in disbelief, shedding tears of gold, "It's millions of one. I'll have millions of one even after I pay off all my loans." Immediately after these words, the guy mentally said, "Wait a minute. If I put it on an online platform, then I can get even more. But no, because there is no one who can meet the requirements yet, I will just sell it to the manager." Immediately afterwards, overwhelmed with joy and inspiration after realizing how much money he had earned, Grid happily said in his head, 26 years of my life have been lived for this moment. Now I can come to the reunion in an expensive car and premium clothes. Time to confess my feelings to my first love, and once again, spring has finally arrived." After completing his thoughts, Grid joyfully said to the manager, "Yes, I'm willing to sell it for this price, a wise decision. Also take this as a token of our sincere gratitude." Taking the chest, which the manager also handed him, Grid asked in surprise what it was, to which the manager replied, "Blue orichalcum, a rare ore. I think you will find it useful." Hearing the name of the material that Grid brought to him, he thought, "Oh, this is the right material to create a complete failure. As far as I remember, I need a few pieces." Having concluded the deal with Grid, the castle manager smiled happily and said, "That's just fine, then let's finalize our deal." Immediately after these words, Grid received system notifications that said the quest was completed. Gold was received from the sale of 3 swords, received 3 pieces of blue orichalcum, received the status of honorary citizen of Winston. Looking at the description of the new title, Grid saw the status of honorary citizen of Winston, a status that the authorities award to outstanding residents. The works created by the honorary citizen of Winston will be sold in the city at higher prices and will also be exempt from taxes. Grid happily clasped his hands and said in a happy tone in his head, "I will not have to pay taxes when I become the owner of the forge. It's just incredibly wonderful." The next moment, heartily rejoicing at the rewards he had received, Grid happily said to the castle manager, "Thank you for everything, then I will take my leave." After reauthorizing from the game, the boy mentally said as he logged out of his account, "Let's call it a day. I can't wait to tell my family." On his way home from the capsule room, Grid was thinking about one thing all the time. I became rich. That was what was in his head all the way, but he suffered huge losses. Even though there were no players who met the requirements of the product, a large number of users were expected to reach the intermediate level of sword proficiency in the next month. Considering the quality of the goods on the marketplaces, his legendary item that he managed to create would have been bought for a few billion won or so. And yet, no matter what anyone says for Grid, this turning point in his life was the beginning of something new in his normal life in this world. Upon arriving home, Grid joyfully exclaimed to his family, "Mom, Dad, Seki, from this day on, we will be fine." Running into the room where his entire family was sitting with gloomy faces, Grid exclaimed, "I finally saw my depressed family." Grid said in surprise, "What happened?" Trying to understand the situation, Grid, who was in high spirits, asked what was wrong. Why everyone was suddenly so depressed, what had happened, or what was wrong. Overhearing her brother's questioning, the younger sister told him, "Brother, our father has become loan's guarantor for millions of won." When the news was shared with the rest of the family, my father said disappointedly, "Don't worry, if we sell the house and use the savings, we can raise at least 1,000,000 won." Immediately after these words, bowing his head in front of his family, his father said sadly, "I'm not sorry for my actions." Hearing this, Grid said in surprise, "I can't believe that our strict and stubborn father is so depressed because of loan's bail bond. It's very upsetting." Immediately afterwards, sitting at the family table, my father said sadly that we would have to use the money we had saved for university for Seki's wedding. Hearing this from his father as an apology for his misdeed, Grid nervously exclaimed to him that he was sorry. "But am I not also part of our family? Or have you forgotten about me?" Hearing these words from her father and ignoring Grid, Seki said, holding back her sadness, "I don't have to go to university. I will also help you with your temporary work." As soon as Seki said this, the whole family immediately threw their arms around each other, except for Grid, shedding tears. Her father said, "No, I will personally make sure that you complete your studies." And then her mother added, "You don't have to go that far, Seki." To which her daughter replied, "Mom, Dad, it's okay." Hearing this, Grid nervously said in his head, "Oh, it will be quite bad if she really goes to work for a temporary job instead of studying as the first in her class at school." Immediately after these words, Grid stood up in front of his parents and confidently exclaimed, "Okay, then I'll earn you some money, Seki. You don't have to worry about anything and continue your studies, and I'll take care of everything." Despite the confident speech that Grid had just made, she ignored him and continued to shed tears and talk to each other while chewing on snot. "I will look for a better job starting tomorrow. I will also try to get a job in a restaurant, and I will go to work in my spare time." Hearing that he was simply ignored despite his loud statements, Grid shouted out to his family, "Hey, don't look at me so superiorly. I managed to earn a lot of money in the game, more than millions." Hearing what their eldest unemployed son had just said, the whole family fell silent and looked at Grid, who had made such a loud statement, and exclaimed in surprise, "I don't believe it! I can't believe it!" Having drawn the family's attention to himself, Grid confidently said in his head to prove to everyone that he was also useful, "I will save my family myself." It was time to become responsible for my relatives. Sometime after Grid bought the legendary sword for a considerable sum of money to defeat the Church of Yatan, Lady Irene held out the sword to the soldier and said, "Captain, take this sword of superiority and defeat the army of Yatan." Taking the sword that Lady Irene handed him, her servant proudly said, "I, Phoenix, swear to return victorious and to defend the glory of the North and of Earl Steam." Hearing these words from her subject commander of the army, the girl confidently exclaimed, "Well then, go ahead and bring me the head of one of the 7 servants of the Church of Jathan as proof of victory." After ordering her army back to go into battle, the girl nervously spoke in her head after a passionate decision. Despite the fact that they only had a member of the 7 servants on their side, they could not allow him to destroy our troops. Immediately after these thoughts, the girl mentally said as she took the level about a new offensive, "This time we will mobilize knights as well as soldiers. When there are so many warriors on our side, we simply must win." Preparing to attack the enemy, the commander-in-chief of the troops shouted to his subjects, "Don't be afraid, I am the Phoenix, the strongest knight in the north, and I will lead you all to victory." Noticing the enemies advancing on their church again, one of the 7 servants of Jathan's church nervously said, "Dirty pagans. They have returned from the persistent Lady Jura." Looking at the large number of enemies this time, one of the 7 servants said, "We should sacrifice them to the god Yatan. If you oppose them, our troops will gladly support you." Looking at one of the 7 servants who was sitting next to her, the Blood Witch thought, "The members of this sect, including the high-ranking 7 Meadows, are just horrible. So nasty and arrogant." Immediately after these thoughts, remembering the two members of the top players, she added in disappointment, "But no matter how vile this task is, I cannot refuse the opportunity to get a hidden class like Agnes or Kat's." The next moment, the girl's decision was not long in coming. As soon as she finished the recollection for the hidden class, she immediately jumped off the cliff and into the army of enemies. Noticing the bloody witch who had already destroyed their army more than once, the captain of the Phoenix army said menacingly, "You have finally shown yourself, sinful servant. Today your atrocities will come to an end." Hearing one of the soldiers address her, the girl said in surprise in her head, preparing a magic spell, "He took me for one of the 7 servants. It doesn't matter. The main thing is to complete the quest." Preparing to use the magic skill, the girl said menacingly, "Great God of darkness, show your strength to this world." Having completed the preparation for a powerful volley, the girl mentally said, "I must protect the believers of the Church of Yatan." Immediately after that, the bloody witch activated her skill and shouted out a storm of darkness. Looking at the battlefield after her battle, the girl thoughtfully said, "I managed to destroy about a quarter of the enemy army." The next moment, General Winston's army appeared right above the girl, sitting on his horse. Seeing the enemy above her head, the girl looked up nervously and said in her head, "It's impossible he managed to block my storm of darkness." As soon as the captain of the enemy army rushed to attack the girl, she activated the diamond barrier to avoid serious injury from the enemy. Continuing his attack on the girl who was the main opponent, Sir Phoenix said menacingly, "Don't even think you can harm my subjects." Gathering all his strength into his fist, Sir Phoenix said menacingly, "Your opponent is in a state of superiority." Noticing that her defense was destroyed, the girl confusedly said in her head the diamond barrier capable of resisting the monster boss was destroyed by one single attack of the night. Activating the emergency measures, the girl activated her spell of Hell. Description of the spell Hell is a black magic spell that imposes a state of fear on the target. Ignoring the girl's attack, which didn't even affect him, Phoenix smiled happily and said, "I never would have thought you would attack my horse." Realizing that all her spells and attacks had no effect on the enemy at all, the girl said nervously in her head, "Nothing works on him. What do I do now?" Recalling a similar feeling in the past when she had to experience something like this, she mentally said, "I've felt this helplessness before." After being seriously injured by Sir Phoenix's attack in a confrontation, she nervously said in her head, "I have nothing to show him. I can't fight anymore." 17 days ago, Yura's faith in the Church of Yatan had reached a point where she heard the voice of the god Yatan in her head. Remembering Grid, whom she had faced once before, she nervously said in her head, "I must become stronger. I need strength to fight against people who can resist dark magic." At the same time, somewhere in Grid's house, his father picked up Grid's card and noticed a 9-figure sum on his account and said in surprise that he had become a member of some underground business, to which his mother added that maybe it was not a real account. The next moment, the younger sister pulled up Grid's t-shirt and nervously exclaimed, "Hey brother, you didn't sell your organs on the black market. I hope you show me your stomach." Enduring all these insulting remarks, Grid said in his head, "Well, who would believe that a year-old unemployed son could earn so much money in an instant?" And then added, "I got it in the game. Just believe me and use it already." Immediately after these words, Grid mentally added, "Recalling an unpleasant situation that annoys me is the fact that after selling Mammon's great sword and Mengele's armor and converting the gold into real money, I was charged it as a tax." Immediately after that, my mother spoke nervously. My friend asked his son and he told him that, "You need to be unrealistically famous if you want to make that kind of money in this game." Holding Grid's shirt, my younger sister added in surprise that I had also heard that there were fewer people in the gaming world who could make the same amount of money as my brother. Listening to this, Grid said in his head, "Let me go." When everyone accepted the fact that Grid had earned this money honestly and on his own, his father said to him, "I've been grumbling at you for a long time because of my views, but for now." The next moment, handing Grid his bank statement, his father smiled happily and said, "If you really managed to earn that much money, then it can be considered a confirmation of everything you said earlier." Immediately after these words, my father's tone became much softer, and he happily said, "Now I have no choice but to approve of your wasting time playing." Hearing these words from his father, Grid smiled happily and said in his head, "Well, I finally got their approval." Immediately after these words, the father smiled happily and said to his son, "Thank you. We have managed to overcome the crisis. So don't worry and do whatever you want. Your mother and I will pay you back the millions of won you gave us in the next 3 years." Immediately after saying this, Grid's father looked down and said sadly, "Your father will be greatly indebted to you. Forgive me for this, Yunwoo." Immediately after these words, trying to support her husband, Grid's mother put her hand on his father's shoulder and said, "Let's work hard, dear." And Grid thought, the remaining millions of won are also a big niche for my parents. Immediately after these thoughts, Grid jumped up from his seat and joyfully exclaimed no debts between relatives to his father. The next moment, the boy said in his head, "I will help them time to repay them for all they have done for me." Immediately after these words, Grid said in his mind, "Of course my debts will still be there, but I will finally be able to be useful to my family." A few minutes later, Grid also told his parents, by the way, "I want to clarify that it was not millions, but tattoos." Hearing this, he nervously replied, "Thank you very much." The next moment, moving to his room, Grid confidently said in his head, "Okay, so from today on, I'm going to do my best at work to pay off all my debts." Looking at his balance in the game, Grid thoughtfully said in his head, "I should use the remaining gold coins productively. If I get a regular item with high user requirements, I won't be able to pay for it even when it has additional options." Continuing his thoughts after appearing in the middle of the city, Grid mentally said it would be just perfect if I could get a high rating. But the possibility of this will have to create leveled items, in which case even the sale of an ordinary item will be able to cover the cost of it. As Grid finished his thoughts, he suddenly heard a rumor spreading through the city behind him, a girl saying to her friend, "You heard the news. The group that was supposed to eliminate the Church of Yatan was destroyed again." Looking back at the girl to hear the news better, Grid could hear that Sir Phoenix, the strongest knight in the north, was seriously wounded, and the companion replied to the girl, "It turns out that the 7 servants are incredibly strong." Hearing rumors about quite famous figures, Grid mentally said that the 7 servants of the Church of Yatana Y had heard about them from the conversations of customers in the smithy. Immediately afterwards, opening his status window, Grid thought to himself, "Are they really as strong as they are said to be?" Looking at his own stats, which were quite high, Grid mentally said, "My stats have increased quite a bit since creating all those items." Grid said confidently in his head, his stats were now even higher than a level warrior's stats, so if I equipped the right items, I could destroy level monsters. Recalling the past after reviewing his parameters, Grid immediately lost all his mood and said sadly, "How much I want to hunt like in the good old days. Oh, right, I need to work to pay off my debts." After a while, when Grid arrived at the smithy and started working, he heard someone enter the smithy. It was Khan. Seeing the boy at work, the old man happily said, "I see you're here. You've decided to start working early." And Grid happily replied, "Oh yes, now I'll work even harder." Hearing this from his apprentice, who had arrived at work at dawn, Khan was impressed and said, "Well, you're really in a good mood. What are you going to do this time?" Waving his equipment for making equipment, Grid said without hesitation, "I'm creating a hammer. The safety margin of my current one has almost decreased to 0. Hearing this, Khan said in surprise, "I noticed that you have been using the same hammer all this time. You want to change it, but doesn't it mean a lot to you?" Hearing this question from his teacher, Grid looked back at him and said confidently, "It doesn't mean anything at all. It's just the only hammer I've ever had." Hearing this, Khan said in surprise, "How is that possible?" The next moment, approaching Grid and hovering over him like an angry figure, Khan said in a disgruntled tone, "Are you completely out of your mind? Or is a hammer the most important thing for a blacksmith?" Seeing this reaction to his words, Grid said nervously, "Wow, you scared me." Picking up his hammer, Khan sighed in disappointment and said, "I thought you should know about this since you are a descendant of Pagma. Look at my hammer." Picking up the hammer that belonged to Khan Grid, he used the skill of evaluation and heard from the teacher that not only materials and techniques and amplification are important when creating an object. Looking at the hammer, Khan Grid was able to see the incredible blacksmith's hammer rating, rare additional parameters probability of creating a rare weapon. Plus, after that, he received a system notification that said you are learning the production method and the necessary materials for this item. You have learned the production method of the incredible blacksmith's hammer. The next moment, Khan added that if you had learned this earlier and worked with a good hammer, you would not have had to go through all the agony you experienced earlier. Hearing this, Grid, shocked by this news, exclaimed angrily, "Why didn't you tell me about this before, and only now did you tell me?" Khan replied, "Calm down. Try to create such a hammer." Having created an epic hammer with the additional characteristics of creating a rare item plus an epic Grid said impressed, "He was right. There are even additional options, and only I can use this hammer." Looking at his student who had created a new hammer for himself, Khan happily said, "You've been quite unpredictable lately, and my mood has been uplifted thanks to you." The next moment, Khan said to his disciple, "By all means, I have a request for you." Hearing this, Grid shouted out in displeasure, "What kind of request?" Looking at his disciple, the old blacksmith smiled joyfully and said, "Today is the anniversary of my son's death. Would you mind going with me to his grave?" After a while, when he arrived at the cemetery with Khan, Grid could see a separate place with about a dozen tombstones. Looking at his teacher, Grid awkwardly said in his head, "Khan is still the only one who accepted me for who I am, and in reality, and in the game my only friend, I need to fulfill his request." Standing by his son's grave, Khan smiled happily and said, "This is the cemetery where all my ancestors are buried, and here is the grave of my son Oliver." Pointing to the tombstone in front of him, the old blacksmith added, "He was also a great blacksmith, and I think that one day he could have been as great as Sir Albertino." After these words, Khan sat down by his son's grave and put his hand on his tombstone, adding, "But he had to leave this world because of illness." Looking at the grave of his deceased son, Khan said, 10 years have passed since that day, but I still miss him, and not a single day has passed when the thought of exchanging my life with his has not crossed my mind." Immediately after these words, Khan looked at Grid without turning his head and said, "Oliver, you see, he's right." Turning to his dead son, Khan confidently said, "This is the descendant of Pagma the blacksmith, the story I told you about earlier. You are surprised to hear the truth." The next moment, leaning on his son's grave, the father joyfully added, "This boy saved our forge, and now we work together." Continuing to tell everything that had happened to him lately, Khan said to his deceased son, "Thanks to him, I stopped drinking and I want him to inherit our forge." Immediately after these words, a light breeze rose near the graves of all Khan's ancestors and swayed the leaves on the trees. At that very moment, Khan suddenly laughed and said in surprise that it was so. The next moment, Khan turned back to Grid and said happily to him, "You know, my son says he envies me, so it's good that I brought you along." Trying to hold back his tears from crying, Grid walked towards the grave of Khan's son and thought to himself, "Stupid Satisfy. They should have made the game more moderate. Why did they need to give feelings and emotions to NPCs?" Immediately after these thoughts, approaching the grave of Khan's son, Grid put his hand on the tombstone and confidently said, "Mr. Oliver." Smiling happily, Grid confidently added, "Standing in front of the grave, your father is my best friend. I will turn your favorite forge into the best forge in the world." Trying to make a great impression of himself in front of the spirits of his ancestors, and also in front of Khan himself out of a sense of duty, Grid joyfully added, "That is why look at me with this old Khan." Immediately after these words, some strange magical effects appeared under Grid's feet. A bright light appeared, and a system notification appeared saying that the connection between you and Khan had improved. The next moment, ghosts began to appear from the graves in front of Grid, and with their appearance, a system message appeared informing him that the spirits of Khan's ancestors, excited by your influence on him, had come out of the ground. Deciding to show this to Khan himself, Grid looked in his direction but saw that he was currently sleeping. So Grid exclaimed in displeasure that, "How did you manage to fall asleep at such a time, you crazy old man?" The next moment, one of the spirits of Khan's ancestors spoke to the boy, scaring him out of his wits. "I am glad to meet you, descendant of Pagma, friend of our heir." Looking at Grid with blank eyes, one of the ancestral spirits in the crowd continued to speak to him. "Don't worry, we are Khan's ancestors. We are here to reward your sincerity." Hearing that they had come in peace and were not going to kill him, Grid, calming his fear, was surprised to hear that they were going to reward me. Seeing that the boy had finally calmed down, one of the spirits calmly said, 130 years ago I witnessed someone piercing the heavens." Hearing this, Grid said in his head in surprise that he did not understand what he was talking about. The next moment, one of the spirits added, "I was so surprised by this sight that I could not resist my feelings, and to depict it, I painted what I saw on the northern cliff." After telling me the basic information about some strange event, the ghost added the rocks of the Kasan Canyon there, and you can find it if you need it. Immediately after these words, system notifications began to appear in front of Grid, which said the quest descendant of Pagma was updated. Pagma sword fighting, first class quest find Pagma sword fighting in Keeson Canyon in South Winston condition. Learn Pagma sword fighting reward Dane's life copy. After rereading the message and description of the updated quest, Grid remembered the very moment the class quest appeared in front of him, and mentally said, "Now I remember that class quest." Looking at Grid, who was deep in thought and muttering to himself, one of the spirits repeated those drawings again, which will help you learn Pagma swordsmanship. After that, the spirit added, I hope very much that you will be able to become a being greater than Pagma himself, our second descendant. After hearing what the spirit said, Grid saw before him the same son of Khan who had said, I can entrust you with my father. Looking at the young man who had accepted his image and entrusted the most precious person to him, Grid confidently replied, Of course. Watching the image of Oliver along with other spirits dissolve into thin air, Grid confidently added in parting, Don't worry, he's in good hands. After saying goodbye to Khan's son, Grid remained at the cemetery waiting for the old man to wake up. Eventually the day passed and it began to get dark, and just then Khan woke up and asked when I managed to fall asleep. The sun was already setting, and Grid replied that old people shouldn't sleep anywhere. Looking at Grid, who stood facing the sun with his arms outstretched to his sides, Khan heard from that moment on. The next moment, looking back at his friend, Grid smiled happily and added, Try to take care of yourself a little better. Not understanding the reason why Grid was standing in such a strange posture without turning to face him, old Khan asked in surprise, By the way, I'm interested in this. Why all of a sudden? After a short pause to get to his feet, Khan added in surprise, Why are you standing like that? And Grid nervously replied in his wet pants, Don't pay attention to it. Ghosts are just scary creatures. After some time, Kuroi, who had been in 2 different classes, finally gathered his thoughts and decided to visit Grid in the forge. Standing near the building, the boy sighed heavily and nervously said in his head, What am I going to do now? Will he be happy to see me? Putting his hand over his mouth and covering his face with his scarf, Kuroi nervously wondered in his head if he might even be angry with me because I hadn't shown up for so long. 50 days had already passed since Kuroi completed his quest to wait for me, in which he had to spend hours of real time in prison. After this quest, he first spent a week in the hospital on the advice of SA Group, and he also received an offer to reveal his identity to the first user with a second class, and spent a week thinking about whether to accept it or not. Then he had time to rest and return to the game 3 days ago, and after learning his new class, he finally gathered his thoughts and decided to come to the forge where Grid worked. And all this was only to be greeted by Grid and his foster master when he saw Hiro arrive at the door of his forge in the evening. When he saw the door open, and the very person he was looking for come out, Mr. Grid exclaimed with joy. The next moment, getting down on one knee and bowing his head before Grid as if he were a king, Kuroi joyfully added, My honorable sir, I am Kuroi. Hearing the name of the boy who was bowing at his feet, Grid nervously said that Kuroi heard his name, and the boy joyfully replied, Yes, my lord Kuroi. Before he could finish speaking, Grid grabbed him by the collar and pulled him toward him, while shouting at him in a menacing tone, Great, then it's your fault, you idiot. Remembering everything he had to go through because of Kuroi, Grid exclaimed angrily, You know me? I ask you again. You know me. Why would you tell the knights about me if we had only met once? I was disqualified from the competition, locked up in prison, chased by knights and a horrible girl, and all because of you. Looking at Kuroi, who began to turn pale with fear, Grid exclaimed angrily, You know how much I've been through, listening to all the accusations against me, Kuroi said nervously to my master. The next moment, falling to his knees, the boy nervously began to beg for mercy and apologize, saying to his master, I am guilty of everything. Listening to some strange addresses to him, Grid said in surprise in his head, I don't understand why he keeps calling me that. It seems that he has gone crazy because of the time he spent in prison or something. After these thoughts, Grid passed by the boy to finally go about his business, sighed heavily and said, Forget about it, just go. Hearing the direction from his master, Kuroi nervously said that, But where should I go? Raising his hand to indicate his freedom of choice, Grid said in an indifferent tone, Go wherever you want. Hearing this, Kuroi shouted after Grid, The descendants of the Blue Wolf never break their promise. The next moment, Kuroi said in his head, It is very beneficial for the Apostle of Justice and the associate of the Apostle of Justice to stay together. And with these thoughts, he called out to Grid, I belong to you, my lord. Hearing that he continued to impose himself on him as a friend and teammate, Grid looked back and said with dissatisfaction, Oh, this crazy man. And noticing that he had paid attention to him again, Kuroi said happily, My lord, if you are a member of a guild, then let me join it too, and I will follow you anywhere. Hearing these words from the annoying boy, he angrily replied, I am not a member of any guild, so just get lost somewhere, and that's it. Hearing that he had not found a suitable guild yet, Kuroi said happily, Then we should create our own guild. Many people will join us because of your kind heart. Applying many ways to drive away Kuroi, who could not be influenced, Grid said in his head, I'm busy creating the items I need to complete my class quest, so just get away from me. And then looking at the boy, he said, "Stop talking nonsense and just get out of here, you understand?" Having given this order to Kuroi, Grid set off on a journey to find the necessary materials. Noticing Kuroi, who continued to pursue him despite his request to get lost, Grid mentally said why he considered me his master. Continuing to follow Grid even despite his prohibition and attempts to drive him away, Kuroi mentally said, hiding behind a tree, "The descendants of the Blue Wolf never break their oath." Traveling around the world in search of materials, Grid had a lot of bad luck. It rained when he was just starting a fire and roasting meat, stones fell on him, or a bird took his food. Watching his master Kuroi suffer a series of bad luck, he covered his mouth with his hands to prevent unnecessary sounds and said in his mind, "I must protect Grid. How can a man be so unlucky?" As Grid faced setbacks during his journey to find materials, the world of Satisfy was undergoing significant changes as he traveled to desolate places. At that time, the armed forces of the Church of Jatan were able to capture the northern lands of Count Steim. And after a fierce battle in which many soldiers died, God Jatan finally showed his strength. It was the birth of his eighth servant, a bloody witch who pledged her faith to the church and became part of the sect. Yura fell through the dark sorcerer's limits and her journey came to an end. After gaining new territories, the bloody witch Yura received a new system notification that said the influence of the Church of Jatan had increased across the continent. The minimum level of Jatan believers had risen from 2. If the Church of Jatan continues to grow, it will become large enough to create its own country. And so, for the sake of world peace and prosperity, and to stop the growing threat of a rapidly developing enemy that threatened other countries, dozens of different nations decided to join forces for the common good and created a military quest to gather a powerful army and suppress the rapid growth of the rival army. While confronting the enemies who were trying to destroy the bishop of the Church of Jatan, the first servant of the black sorcerer Talos shouted to his subjects to demonstrate to these heretics the power of our god Jatan. And at the other end of the battlefield was the ruler of the lands near which this rapid growth of the sect of faithful fanatics began, the Count of the Eternal Kingdom, Steim. Pointing to the enemies, he confidently exclaimed, "Destroy all the followers of the Church of Jatan in the north." This was the beginning of an incredibly big episode that would have a major impact on the development and future of the continent in the future. A battle of incredible proportions between the continent's alliance against the Church of Jatan. Very soon, this news spread everywhere, and even on television it was shown demonstrating a preview of this incident. The news anchor said what would happen if the Church of Jatan created its own nation. It was the largest incident since the release of Satisfy. It captured the attention of the whole world as well. Immediately after these words, the news anchor turned to his guest who had arrived in the studio and asked him to comment on the current incident involving the Jatan Church. Hearing the request from the anchor, the guest confidently said, "As you probably already know, the eighth servant is the cause of the incident, and we also learned that this character is not a NPC but a human." Hearing this comment from his guest, the TV host was surprised to hear the eighth servant is a player. Then only one person comes to mind. Immediately after that, turning on the photo of the Blood Witch on his screen behind him, the TV host said that the Blood Witch Yura, who is in the top spot in the unified rankings, should be paid attention to by everyone around the world because of this unprecedented war. Looking through the news and new notifications that came to his in-game mail, Grid said in frustration that it was Jatan again, which is the second time I've seen this quest. Closing the system window, Grid added in frustration, but what difference did it make? And so there were players in the world who didn't care what was happening in the game world. Turning his gaze to his equipment that was standing next to him, Grid mentally said with his hand on his head, "Completing one single class quest could solve a lot of my problems." Thinking about the quality of the items he had made, Grid mentally said, "I've managed to make several rare and epic items from the ore I've collected over the past 10 days, but there is still one problem." Continuing to look at the armor he had created, Grid continued his train of thought in disappointment. And the problem is that even with this level of equipment, the Kisan Canyon is still quite dangerous for me. Recalling the place he needed to go to for the class quest, Grid mentally said, "Kisan Canyon is one of the worst areas in the north, and its rocky terrain makes it almost impossible to move around." Immersed in the topic of the location he would be going to, Grid mentally recalled all of its aspects, but what was even worse were the caves that were there. They were just full of monsters of at least level. Grasping his head, Grid said in frustration, "This is one of the forbidden zones of Winston. I died there more than 10 times while doing the Asher quest." Peeking around the corner to avoid being seen by Grid, Kuroi nervously said in his head, watching the boy's disappointing behavior. My master has been acting like this for the past few days. Suddenly becoming nervous about the situation, Kuroi nervously wondered in his mind what I should do. Should I offer to help him? But what if he gets angry? Should I ask his permission before talking to him? And should I help him at all? Immediately after these thoughts, Grid took a deep breath and confidently said, Stop, this is not an impossible mission. I am much stronger than before. Immediately after these confident thoughts, in order to convince himself of his own achievements, Grid grabbed his head again and nervously exclaimed, But of course not, I have no chance. Maybe I should try after I reach the level. But no, that would take too long. I want to be armed to the teeth after I get Dine's life, and what should I do? The next moment, realizing what he had just said, Grid mentally said, Oh, wait a minute, I just said overload, yes. Immediately after these thoughts, Grid suddenly blossomed. A flame lit up in his eyes, and he got the sense to live on and achieve success. Looking at this, surprised by Grid's sudden change of mood, Kuroi mentally said what happened. Getting up from his seat, Grid mentally said a complete failure, just a horror. How absurd, and after 10 deaths in the Kasan Canyon. Having discovered his skill in the creations of the legendary blacksmith, whose description said that the number of possible slots was still possible, Grid, when the world was in turmoil due to the war in one part of the continent, thoughtfully said, Now, thanks to my past, I know it like the back of my hand since I learned the blacksmithing craft. Clenching his fist as he gained hope, Grid said in his mind, I'm a fool, of course. I can create something incredible that can withstand the monsters in the canyon. I can even try to make a complete failure at the same time, and a brand new item was created. The Eternal Kingdom is one of the 5 forbidden zones called Kisan Canyon, a location with an infinite number of caves that contained a huge number of monsters in higher levels. Looking at his status window where his skill was open, Grid said thoughtfully, I had to die there a lot of times while doing Ashura's quest, and I'm still too weak at my current level. Immediately after these words, Grid added in his voice, however, I don't have much time to raise my level because I need to earn money to pay off that huge debt. The next moment, after weighing all the pros and cons and different situations, Grid confidently said, I have no other choice, and then mentally said to activate the item creation. After activating the item creation module, Grid thoughtfully said, I need to make an item that meets the characteristics of the Kisan Canyon. I should not worry about fatigue despite the rough terrain. I will be able to recover thanks to my endurance. Immediately after these thoughts, Grid nervously added in his head, The only problem is the level monsters that live there. They hide in their caves and attack travelers passing by. Grabbing his head, the boy nervously said in his head, I need to create an item that will be at least similar to the sword of superiority that I created earlier. Looking down at the ants heading toward the anthill with a branch in their way, the boy groaned heavily and said in his head, It's just not possible for me to create another object like that. Grabbing his head, the boy nervously said, Come on, think, there must be other options, I'm sure of it. Come on, something. The next moment, Grid saw the solution that appeared right in front of his eyes. And it was the ants, or rather the way they got around the obstacle of the branch that was in their way. Seeing this brilliant idea, which was so simple that it was horrifying, Grid thought to himself, Do I really need to fight them at all? Immediately after these thoughts, Grid confidently said in his head, We can just walk past them and all our problems will be solved, so we need to use some kind of invisibility cloak. Arriving at Khan to ask him about the materials and the product itself that could hide his presence, Grid heard in response to his question in a thoughtful tone of voice, the materials of camouflage objects. So how about the scales of a silver dragon? Hearing this suggestion from his mentor, Grid was surprised to hear that a silver dragon was a type of dragon that specialized in stealth. Continuing to work on his blacksmithing and creating a new item, Khan confidently informed them that their scales had a protective coloration that made them invisible to humans, making them ideal for camouflage gear. Hearing about one of the possible materials for creating invisible equipment, Grid was surprised to hear that not only are they incredibly strong, but they are also invisible. So how can I get their scales? Hearing Grid's question, Khan smiled gently and said, Actually, I'm pretty sure that humans are not capable of melting dragon scales. Hearing this, Grid said angrily, You should have said so right away. Immediately after Grid's remark, Khan looked at him and happily added the most famous cloak of invisibility, which was created by Kruger, a legendary tailor who lived years ago. When Grid heard about the tailor's invisibility cloak and the most famous camouflage item, he was surprised to hear that the tailor was Kruger. After finishing his work and taking off his gloves, Khan said that there is still material that can be used for camouflage items. Walking over to the table and starting to pour himself some tea, Khan added sulfide scales, or the scales of small air fairies. They also have a protective color. As he sipped the hot drink, Khan said, looking away, "Dragon scales are so strong that they are classified as ore, while sulfide scales are so thin and strong that they are considered fabric." Immediately after these words, the old blacksmith smiled happily and confidently added that this is why creating an object from this material is not a job for a blacksmith, but rather for a tailor. After thinking about creating an invisibility cloak from a sulfide bow, Grid went out to the balcony of the forge on the second floor and activated the creation system. Then a system notification appeared in front of him, which said what kind of item you want to create. To which the guy answered with a cry. Then another question followed. What materials do you want to use? Looking at the system window to create a new recipe that could be used to make new equipment, if the materials were available, Grid confidently said sulfide scales. Looking at the results that would be given to him after specifying this material, Grid nervously said in his head, "Sometimes blacksmiths have to use leather to create an item. If I can't create things using this material, then the system will tell me." The next moment, the system told Grid to create a design for his item, and the boy exclaimed happily, "I did it!" Swiping his finger across the system window to create a drawing of his future cloak, Grid happily said, "Okay, now I'll show you my skills. This is a regular cloak. It's pretty dull, so I'll add a hood to it." Continuing to create the style of his item, Grid happily said, "Stop, then it will look like a priest's prayer clothes. You definitely need to add a convenient clasp here." Having completed the design of his invisibility cloak, Grid happily said, "Wow, it looks even better than I expected. I can become quite popular, wearing this or not. It's an invisibility cloak after all." The next moment, the boy received another system notification that asked him to describe the characteristics of the item. Thinking about what parameters he should specify in the cloak, Grid mentally said that he could not overdo it as it was last time with a complete failure. After these thoughts, the guy confidently said that he could hide the presence of the cloak. Immediately after processing the last item and recording the abilities, Grid received a system notification saying that you have completed the number of slots available for creation will be reduced by 1. Do you really want to finish? Then Grid confidently said, "Continue." A few seconds later, the adjustment of the item's parameters and the creation of the final product model began. And watching this, the guy thoughtfully said, "This is the process of adjustment. Please let me get something useful this time." A few seconds after the correction process started, a system notification appeared, informing him that the automatic correction was completed, and then a model of his newly created item of equipment appeared in front of Grid. Looking at the rarity and characteristics of the item and the materials used to create it, Grid happily said, "It's incredible. This is not a simple item. It even increases movement speed and wind resistance." Immediately after that, Grid happily added in his head, not knowing what disappointment awaited him in the near future, and the materials are quite simple. Just 20 sulfide scales. What a success. Looking at the model of the object he created, Grid happily said in his head, "Now let's give it a rather simple name, a hoodie with a zipper." Immediately after that, Grid immediately went to Khan to find out how he could get the materials he needed to create this cloak. After hearing the boy's question, Khan laughed out loud and said to hunt for sylphids, "If you are not an elementalist, you will not even be able to see them. How are you going to catch them?" Hearing that all his hopes had been dashed in an instant, Grid shouted angrily at Khan, "Stop mocking me! Why couldn't you have told me about this earlier?" The next moment, letting a river of tears flow from his eyes, Grid said in frustration in his head, "Shit, I'm in deep shit. I've come up with an item for which I can't get the materials myself." Seeing how disappointed Grid was to learn that he would not be able to see them, let alone catch them, Khan happily said, "Let me finish. There is a way to get the sulfide scales without seeing them." Hearing this, Grid exclaimed in surprise, "You just said that, but tell me." The next moment, Khan smiled slyly and said to his student, "You just need to hunt the frost orcs, the Kori, who live in the mountains to the north, and they have a sixth sense skill that helps them spot and hunt sulfide, and they keep the scales." Imagining in his mind the same monsters that live in the frosty mountains of the north, Khan confidently added that even though they are too weak and sensitive to fire, they are still stronger, bigger, and smarter than ordinary orcs. Hearing this advice about how to get materials from the sulfide fairies, Grid said in surprise, "Ah yes, there is still a way to get them." and then added in his head, orcs are one of the weakest creatures. As long as I can resist the cold, I will not have much trouble defeating them. Immediately after that, the boy smiled in anticipation and said in his head, I need to prepare special equipment, and then said to the blacksmith, I need production methods for cold-resistant armor. Hearing Grid's request for production methods for the armor, Khan thought for a moment and then said, So, cold resistance. You should use the skin of a giant brown bear. Having received all the materials he needed to create the armor he needed, Grid confidently said in his head, Since I now have an epic hammer, I can get at least rare equipment. Preparing to get the equipment of excellent quality, Grid confidently said in his head, I'm just sure of my success, and then asked Khan if it was time to start. After some time, Grid completed the creation of the cold-proof equipment, but despite his efforts and updated forging tools, he turned out an item of ordinary rarity. Angry that he had failed again, Grid mentally said, Oh, those damn moderators. And Khan, at that moment, walked over to the door and pointed his finger to the sky and said nervously, Wow, look at that bird. Continuing to create the other items for the complete set, Grid said in his head, Despite using the best materials and spending hours on it, the furnace turned out to be ordinary. While forging the rest of the items, the boy continued to think in his head, even using his epic hammer, wondering if I was the true embodiment of the ordinary or how it was possible. Resigned to the fact that nothing can be changed, the boy said in his head, Okay, nothing can be done here. You need to concentrate on other subjects. This will definitely not happen again. Looking at how hard Grid was working on creating other items of equipment for the complete set, Khan, who was standing nearby, smiled happily and said, Let's do it. After some time, Grid finally completed the complete set of cold-proof equipment. Standing in front of the forge, Khan said to Grid, Well, the day of the hunt has finally arrived. I'll say it again, but the frost orcs are incredibly strong, so be careful. Emphasizing once again the danger that awaited him in this journey and hunt, the blacksmith added, Your training was only the beginning, by the way. How do you like the new equipment? At the time, Grid was fully dressed in his own equipment. He had two common items, a breastplate and a hat, rare gloves and shoes that he had managed to forge of epic quality. Thinking about the answer to Khan's question, Grid mentally said one rare item and one epic item, and then replied, Well, it's not that bad, my equipment. Immediately after that, recalling the negative effects that were imposed on him by the system for inadequate equipment requirements, Grid mentally said that the fines were quite unpleasant. Also, after fully collecting the set of items, Grid received a system notification that said you have put on the giant brown bear protection plus cold protection plus set. Seeing such a nice bonus after collecting a full set of things, Grid happily looked at him and asked, Wow, did you teach me the manufacturing method of the kit or what? To which Khan replied, Not really. Immediately after that, Khan smiled happily and said, I create individual items when I work on us, and it just so happens that you managed to choose the perfect proportions. Looking at his equipment, Grid mentally said, I just followed the production method step by step. Maybe it's because I'm a descendant of Pagma that complete items can be sold for a high enough price. Immediately after these thoughts, reaching for the weapon he had created in the competition against Ephemera, Grid said in his head, Yes, and my weapon will be the perfect dagger. My training is perfect. Weak monsters like orcs will be easily destroyed. Getting ready to go hunting, Grid confidently said to his production partner and also his mentor, Old man, I leave the forge to you. Turning his back on the blacksmith, Grid, who was leaving for the hunt, smiled happily and said, Well, bye, it was his first hunt, and he was really quite well prepared. But there was something he didn't know, and that something was the probability of an item falling out of the winter orcs. The probability of dropping a sulfide scale from killing a monster was less than 1%. After some time, Grid finally arrived in the snowy plains of the north. Standing in front of the snow-covered location where the blizzard was taking place, the boy happily exclaimed Boogaloo, but it was a bit chilly as expected from a set of giant armor. Looking at his self-made set of equipment, the boy happily said, Most players will freeze here in a few minutes, but I'm fine thanks to my resistance to cold. After he finished boasting about how great his equipment was, Grid confidently said, Now it's time to start hunting. Noticing a monster settlement not far from him, Grid said happily, Here it is, the Frost Orc camp. I need the sulfide scales they have in their possession. Expecting that the battle against these enemies would be very easy, the boy said happily as he watched the camp. These low-level monsters are so stupid that they can't even use a bow and arrow. Destroying them will be easier than taking candy from a child. A few minutes later, Grid confidently walked in front of the Frost Orc camp, expecting an easy item farm. Seeing the enemy in front of him, one of the orc guards said in surprise, what was wrong with the man in the skin and why he suddenly came here? Looking at the enemy who suddenly appeared on their territory, one of the orcs asked him what was wrong with him, to which the other guard replied, I don't know, but he's slowly approaching us. Eavesdropping on the conversation between the orc guards, who were speaking in their own language, Grid happily said, Boogaloo, I see you guys are communicating well. Uncivilized animals didn't even notice me. Continuing his open attack, the boy took out his weapon from the sheath and confidently said in his head, I have the perfect weapon and armor. As he approached the enemies and pointed his weapon at them, the boy confidently exclaimed, Give me the sulfide scales or you will meet your death here, you worthless orcs have realized. As soon as he said this, he noticed some movements on the wall around the camp, and an orc with a bow appeared right in front of him, pulling a bowstring. Looking at him, the boy wondered in his head what an arrow was, why an orc was using a bow and what was wrong with that accuracy. Immediately after these thoughts, Grid remembered the words of Khan who had warned him, saying that even if these orcs were weak against fire, they were still stronger, bigger, and smarter than ordinary orcs. Realizing that he had miscalculated somewhere and got into trouble, Grid, who had just had an arrow fly in front of his eyes, nervously said in his head, Did I screw up again? Immediately after that, the boy found no other solution but to use the fast movement skill, which increased dodging and agility for 1 minute. Dodging the arrows that were flying right in front of his nose, Grid nervously said in his head, How can they be so accurate shooting at a distance of 10 meters in this wind? It seems their strength and skill is just terrible. After dodging a number of shots, Grid noticed that the arrows fired by the enemy were no longer flying at him. And then he wondered in his head if they had stopped, if they had run out of arrows. However, his guesses were in vain, as he looked up and saw a huge orc above him, preparing to strike a powerful blow with his two-handed axe. Having planned to finish everything quickly and with one blow, the snow orc shouted something angrily in his language that meant shut up and die brazenly. Dodging the enemy's attack, Grid, who was thrown back by the shockwave, nervously said in his head, Up close, they are much bigger, you need to be more careful. Landing on his feet, the boy used his perfect dagger, using one of his skills, an air slash that deals % of the available attack power. Having made this strike, the boy smiled happily and said in his head, This skill can harm even a knight in armor, so the orc must be very unhappy right now. Before he could rejoice too much, he saw a giant axe approaching him from the right side, which would surely take his head off if he did nothing. Unable to destroy Grid even after a sudden attack, the snow orc angrily looked at his opponent and said in an angry voice in his language that meant this scoundrel was quite painful. Having blocked the attack, the enemy Grid, who was pushed back, nervously said that this was not enough, but he was not even wearing armor. How strong was his skin? Looking at the enemy preparing to strike again, Grid said in frustration, Oh man, why is this NPC so strong? Blocking the enemy's attack with his dagger and body posture, he nervously said in his head, Even if their strength is not much different from mine, it is impossible for me to kill them before dawn. Thinking about his next steps in this situation, Grid nervously said in his head, I need to use a combination of skills. Holding the dagger in his hands, which he used to block the enemy's attack, Grid was able to find an opportunity and kick the enemy's body, thus causing damage. The next moment he used the blacksmith's fury skill, which increased his attack power by the attack speed of the enemy and prepared to deliver a powerful finishing blow. His next powerful attack was another aerial slash that went all the way around the orc's body. Finding the perfect moment to attack after catching the enemy off guard, Grid approached gleefully, saying in his head, thanks to the boost my attack worked, he finally opened up. Poking his dagger directly into the enemy's chest, Grid confidently exclaimed in his head goodbye. Then he even struck a critical blow. As a result of this attack, Grid received a system notification that said you dealt 1 unit of damage due to the accuracy of the target and the bleeding effect. Looking at the enemy to whom he had inflicted critical damage, Grid thoughtfully said, I killed him. But unfortunately, the guy was wrong. Because of his carelessness and recklessness, the enemy came to his senses and immediately attacked Grid. Grasping his wounded shoulder, Grid saw a system notification that said you took damage points. Then he nervously said that he was fine, how he managed to survive. After these words, the boy got to his feet and headed for the enemy. And seeing the orc's condition, Grid confidently said in his head, No, my attack worked, but he has too many health points. Starting a confrontation with the enemy, Grid missed 2 more attacks and received points of damage, respectively, trying to prevent fatal damage. The boy groaned in pain and exclaimed, "That hurt, you stupid orc." Realizing that he would not be able to continue like this, Grid said in his head that he needed to use a potion, after which he drank a medium recovery potion that added health points to his body. Continuing to exchange blows with the enemy, dealing and taking damage, Grid said in his head, "This will now simply become a battle of attrition." After receiving a certain total amount of damage, Grid immediately drank a regeneration potion to restore his life reserves. Thus, the battle continued for a certain period of time, with both fighters rapidly losing their health. Suddenly, Grid saw a system notification in front of him that said the health level was less than the potion recharge time of seconds. Finding himself in a disadvantageous situation trapped under a tree, Grid saw his enemy swinging his axe again to finish him off. Realizing that the situation was quite bad, and he had no options to act in this situation, Grid nervously said, "Oh shit, this is bad timing. I'm in trouble." However, at one point, Grid noticed a system notification in front of him that said the passive effect of the title Apostle of Justice had been activated. The next moment, another system notification appeared, saying that the Apostle of Justice shows courage and strength when in danger, and that an Apostle of Justice is harder to kill until his opponent is dead. Seeing that his new title was suddenly activated, Grid said in surprise in his head, remembering the moment of saving Kuroi, "Isn't this the title I got when I saved that guy?" Having received additional parameters, the boy charged up for new achievements in the battle against the snow orc and mentally said, "I did not know that the Apostle of Justice had such an effect. Now I can't blame Kuroi." After these words, Grid got to his feet and received a system notification that said, "All your stats have increased." And Grid happily said in his head, "For all the difficult moments I had experienced." At the same time, somewhere in the snow orc camp, one of the pack said something in his language that meant, "Hey, why is he taking so long?" And they answered, "Let's go together, we'll deal with him faster." Just as they were about to leave, their comrade, who had gone to fight Grid, flew right at them. Stepping back so that the body of his comrade did not fall on them, one of the snow orcs, not understanding what had happened, nervously exclaimed, "What the hell?" Looking closely at his comrade who had just come from the snowstorm in which he was fighting the invader, the snow orc nervously exclaimed, "He was dead. He had finished off our captain." Hearing this, the other snow orcs who were standing nearby were surprised to hear that it was simply impossible. I don't believe how he managed to do it. After defeating the enemy, Grid received system notifications that said, "You defeated the enemy and gained experience points. Your level increased." Also, after defeating the enemy, Grid received a system notification that all his health was restored. And seeing this, the boy smiled happily and said, "I grew up after the first kill. It's incredible." Seeing the triumph of the boy who had defeated the commander of their camp, one of the monsters nervously exclaimed that it was simply impossible, to which the other added that he did not understand he was completely unharmed. The next moment, deciding that they would not let this go, all the enemies rushed at Grid, shouting to kill him. "We will all attack together to avenge the captain." Seeing that the enemies themselves began to attack him in such large numbers, Grid joyfully exclaimed, "We need to use this opportunity to increase our level. So come on, get the experience points." Going to meet the enemies, the boy shouted out unbreakable justice. Activating his skill, Grid was able to deal damage equal to his attack power. And now 3 days have passed since the moment when Grid, excited by the anticipation of battle and leveling up, started farming mobs. At the same time, another traveler appeared in this frosty location who arrived here in Grid's footsteps. Breathing the frosty air, he said, "It's quite cool in the north." This guy turned out to be Kuroi, who came to this location to support Grid. Trying to find him in this area, he said thoughtfully, "I wonder if I should have prepared more equipment." Recalling the words of Khan, whom he had asked about Grid's whereabouts, Kuroi recalled how he had told him that he had gone hunting for frost orcs in the mountains to find materials for items. Throwing off his equipment to make it easier, Kuroi immediately fell to his knees and began to beat his head against the frozen ground, nervously saying in his head, "How could I let him go hunting alone? My deepest apologies, my lord. I will have to punish myself." Having carried out his own punishment for doing this foolishness, Kuroi got to his feet and opened his inventory. Looking through the items he had in it, the boy said thoughtfully, "I need to look through the items. I have 50 fire cocktails for the battle against the frost orcs." Immediately after these words, looking at his back, the boy confidently said, "After I received the class, the partner of the Apostle of Justice also received the opportunity to use a sword and shield that are not available to the speaker." After listing the types of enemies he had available, Kuroi nervously said in his head, "This is all well and good, but will I really be able to resist the frost orcs with it?" Without hesitation, Kuroi, who was more concerned for his master than for his own life, rushed forward and confidently said in his head, I hope I'm not too late. As the orcs fight in groups, even my master Grid may be in danger. Confidently heading towards his goal, the boy said in his head, Hold on a little longer, I'm coming to you, Mr. Grid. Heading towards the bright source of light he saw nearby, Kuroi arrived at the enemy camp where he noticed a pile of corpses of enemies, which shocked and disturbed him. Not understanding what could have happened while he was on his way here, the boy nervously asked what the hell was going on. Starting to consider different scenarios, Kuroi mentally said, I can't be sure that my master remained unharmed after such a battle. Wandering through the village, which was covered with a pile of corpses of enemies, Kuroi suddenly heard someone's moaning voice saying, Oh, my back. Turning his attention to the source of the sound, the boy noticed Grid nearby and called out his name. Hearing that he was being called by his name, Grid looked in the direction of the voice and saw his friend and said with displeasure that it was you again, Kuroi. Looking at his master, who looked quite healthy, Kuroi smiled happily and exclaimed in his head that he was fine. He had managed to destroy him with that little dagger. Drilling his eyes into Grid's, Kuroi, who admired his master's strength, added happily, That's my master's strength. The next moment, as he approached Grid, Kuroi immediately fell to his knees and buried his head in the ground. Seeing this, Grid said, What are you doing? To which he replied, Please forgive me for leaving you, my lord. After Kuroi satisfied himself with his apology to Grid, he tried to ignore the stranger and opened the status window. Looking at his stats and the result of killing so many enemies, Grid happily said in his head, I managed to get level 83 in a matter of days. Rejoicing at such great results, the guy mentally said, after which his mood went down, I reached the level I had with the warrior class in 3 days. Although those who buy expensive equipment reach the 100th level in a month, so it's quite normal. Immediately after these thoughts, Grid looked back and added in his head, though in any case, why does he still continue to follow me? Looking back and noticing a smile on Kuroi's face, Grid said, Hey, mister, is there anything funny here? Why are you following me with that smile on your face? Hearing Kuroi's question, he replied confusedly. After a short pause to collect his thoughts, Kuroi added happily, I'm just very happy. I was so uncomfortable with you walking alone, but now I see that you are doing a great job. Having received a response of inexplicable joy from his pursuer, Grid exhaled heavily and said in his head why he was worried when there was no reason for it. After these thoughts summarizing the results of his hunt, Grid looked at the total amount of resources received, which consisted of golden skins, frost orc hand axes, orc bows, orc scales, and sulfide scales. Grid said in his head, I hunted orcs for 3 days and killed about a dozen, but got only 3 sulfide scales. Noticing his master, who was in a bad mood for some reason, Kuroi nervously asked, Why you are frowning so much, my lord? To which Grid sighed heavily and said in frustration, It's so annoying. Unable to stand Kuroi's constant whining, Grid looked back and exclaimed angrily, I am annoyed because I did not get what I wanted, and to top it all off, you still call me my lord every second. Why do you keep following me? Hearing the reason for his master's bad mood, Kuroi happily said, You just saved me from that hellish prison cell and pulled me out of a quest that took me hours of real time in the dungeon. Hearing about the hours of continuous quest in the dungeon, Grid said in displeasure that this was nonsense. How could a quest make you spend hours in a dungeon? To which Kuroi said confidently, But it was true. Immediately after these words, Kuroi came closer to Grid and added that the reward for this mission was simply a second class. When Grid heard about the reward for completing this task for hours of real time, he was surprised to hear that the Mongolian who was the first to receive the second class was you. And when he heard this, Kuroi awkwardly replied, Oh yeah. When Grid received an affirmative answer to his question, he exclaimed angrily that why should you be the only one who received such an award? I also faced a lot of problems saving your life. Feeling Grid's displeasure, Kuroi nervously said, Please calm down. Despite the fact that he looks quite attractive, this second class is dedicated to serving his master. Gritting his teeth in anger, Grid said in his head, Sure, the title of Apostle of Justice isn't so bad, but the fact that he got the class at the expense of my efforts is. The next moment, grabbing Kuroi by the collar, Grid angrily shouted to his friend, Hey you rascal, listen to me carefully. From now on, you will be obliged to protect me until you die. Hearing this, Kuroi nervously replied, That's what I told you. Having dealt with all the misunderstandings in the division of responsibilities, Grid, moving ahead, heard from his protector where we were going at the entrance to the camp. There were no more orcs left, to which he replied, I need 20 sulfide scales. Heading to the cave where the snow trolls were supposed to live, Grid confidently added, I couldn't collect the amount I needed, so I'll have to enter the camp and kill a few more orcs. Not feeling the danger that was looming over them, Grid added unhappily, but this 3-day hunt has annoyed me so much that if I don't get a sulfide scale after killing one more orc, I'll just quit the game. After these words, the guy saw a giant monster that appeared out of nowhere, and Grid confusedly added another one. Looking at the giant leader of the Frost Orcs, who was the field boss of the level and came out of the cave with his subjects, Grid paused for a moment and added an orc. While the guys were in shock at what they saw, the field boss decided not to hesitate and immediately launched a counterattack, attacking Grid and Kuroi, but they managed to react and avoid the enemy's attack. Looking back while running away from the giant enemy, Grid nervously exclaimed, why the hell did such a monster appear here? To which Kuroi replied, because you destroyed his village, that's all the math. Continuing his escape from the enemy, who clearly had the advantage in this situation, Grid nervously said in his head, this is pretty bad, he is a level boss, but all is not lost. Immediately after these thoughts, Grid looked back at his subject and shouted, hey Kuroi, hold him off so that I can escape from here at that moment. After the order was given, Grid quickly accelerated and headed away from the battlefield, while his subject had to distract the enemy, mentally saying, I did the right thing because his class was sent to help. Sensing this chance for salvation, which he immediately took advantage of, Grid smiled joyfully and said in his head, I am saved. However, his joy did not last long as he suddenly heard someone else's footsteps near him. And looking in his direction, Grid noticed that Kuroi was running beside him, and he angrily exclaimed, what the hell are you doing? I am the master, go and stop him. To which Kuroi replied, wait, my lord. After these words, Kuroi confidently added, you and I don't need to run away. My class is a partner of the Apostle of Justice. If we stay close to each other, our performance will increase by 1. After informing us of this situation, Kuroi also added that I have a level now. So if anything, we can fight him off and even defeat him. My level allows us to do so. Hearing about the level of his subject, Grid immediately recalled the moment when Kuroi had covered him with his body and remained completely unharmed. Then he thought it was true. He was strong enough in the dungeon that we had a chance. Agreeing that they might even win this battle, Grid immediately exclaimed to his subject, good, then let's do it together, but we'll have to do it together. After a short pause between the words, Grid said in a sly voice, all the drops we get from this battle will belong to me, since these enemies appeared because of me. Hearing his master's request, Kuroi hesitantly replied, of course I agree to this. You are my master, yes. As soon as both players agreed to the terms, Grid created a team, after which a system notification appeared informing both participants that you have created a group. The distribution of items was set to the group leader, and after the group was created, Grid said, well, now it's time for us to go. Getting ready to go into battle. Kuroi accidentally noticed that Grid had a system plate that said Grid's group leader level. Realizing that his master had such a low level, Kuroi was confused in his emotions after a few seconds of thought. He exclaimed nervously, intertwined with nervousness, wait, Lord Grid, you have only a level. How did you manage to kill orcs with such a level? Hearing this, Grid asked unhappily that there were problems with my level. Trying to understand where he got such strength to confront enemies with such an advantage in levels, Kuroi exclaimed in surprise, Lord Grid, are you really one of the 3 owners of the epic class? Trying to deflect suspicion, Grid replied unhappily something like that, and hearing this, Kuroi happily exclaimed, my master is so cool. Having completed the explanation about levels and everything else, Grid confidently said to his friend, that's enough of this talk, we have work to do. Moving away from Kuroi, leaving him alone with a powerful enemy, Grid exclaimed, I'm leaving the boss to you and I'll take care of the mobs. Realizing what a mess he had gotten himself into and that he would now have to deal with the field boss Kuroi, he nervously said in his head, his actions were indeed incredible and truly impossible to predict. Left alone with the giant snow orc boss, Hura took a deep breath to calm himself down and said, yes, I need to live up to his expectations. Using the skill of provocation to draw the enemy's attention to himself, Kuroi added confidently in his head to remove the enemy from the battlefield so that he would not interfere and show him his loyalty. When the field boss rushed at Kuroi to finish him off, the boy himself shouted out to his master, now my master. Looking at Kuroi, who was using foul language to draw the enemy's attention to himself, distracting them from the rest of the events that were happening behind them, the family said in surprise, I have never seen anyone who uses worse language than I do. Having received a great opportunity to deal with his enemies, Grid began to use all his skills, shouting out the fury of the blacksmith and the unwavering justice. Also, after using 2 attacks that reinforced each other, Grid wielded his dagger and shouted Windslash. Having dealt with a large number of enemies in just 1 strike, Grid mentally said, use the blacksmith's fury, unwavering justice, and air slash at the same time. I learned this combination in 3 days of hunting. After destroying the crowd of enemies, Grid received a system notification that said you received 2 sulfide scales, after which the guy happily said in his head, scales from orcs are just fine. Having dealt with all the subjects of the boss who could interfere with them in the battle against him, Greek confidently said, starting to look back at his friend, now I need to hurry and help Kura finish off the field boss. As soon as he turned his head towards the enemy and his comrade, he noticed that the field boss was already flying towards him with his axe, and at the same moment, Kuroi said in confusion, the provocation was over. Jumping out of his seat to avoid the enemy's attack, Grid shouted angrily, you could have told me about this earlier. Feeling the cuts from the air jets created by the enemy, Grid nervously said in his head that I was taking damage from the air jets. Seeing the system notifications with the loss of health from the airstreams flying in his direction, Grid said in his head in surprise, I'm dodging it, but I can't counterattack. How annoying. After surviving the barrage of blows from the enemy, who was quite strong, Grid looked directly into his eyes and nervously said in his head, this is the first monster boss I have ever met, but will I be able to defeat it? When the field boss used his intimidation skill, Grid saw a system notification in front of him that said the legend does not give in to fear so easily. After receiving additional boosts when activating passive talents, Grid confidently exclaimed in his head, well, I'll have to give it my all to win, and then informed Kuroi now. Hearing the order to attack the enemy from his master, Kuroi immediately rushed to the attack, shouting, yes, my lord. Applying the skill of unwavering justice, Kuroi rushed at his enemy to deal him a powerful blow on the orders of his team leader. While the field boss's attention was focused on Grid, Kuroi was able to easily approach and strike the enemy's knee tendon. Seeing that the boy had managed to overwhelm the boss and force him to kneel, Grid said in his head, Apostle of Justice's partner, Kuroi, uses the same skills as me. Swinging his dagger to strike the enemy with a powerful blow, Grid confidently shouted out unwavering justice. As he approached the enemy, he turned his skill combination to attack with a ranged spell, shouting air slash. Hitting the field monster's mask, Grid mentally said after applying his attack, yes, it hit his face, now his legs lost their protection. Having received a great moment for a joint attack, Grid shouted to his friend Kuroi, let's go together, to which he replied, yes, my master. The next moment, the 2 boys rushed at the enemy and struck a powerful blow together. As a result of this attack, the boys managed to break the field boss's mask into 2 parts. And after completing this combination, Grid confidently said to the widow, we can defeat him. The next moment, turning his gaze to his comrade, Grid thoughtfully said in his head, even though he annoys me, he is quite good at coordinating with me at the same time. Kuroi saw the result of their joint work and said happily, sir, this is just incredible. But their joy did not last very long. After a few seconds of knockout, the boss regained consciousness, but now he was seriously angry. Seeing that he could still continue to fight even though they had just pulled off, Grid nervously said in his head, our punches were weak. Watching the enemy they had failed to defeat, Grid nervously exclaimed to his comrade, oh shit, his skin is much thicker than we thought. He should tread carefully. As soon as the enemy got close enough, he clenched the axe in his hands and swung it sharply, knocking both men out of the way. While in the air from the enemy's unexpected attack, Grid wondered in his head why he was so fast. As he continued to approach the guys he had lifted into the air, the field boss shouted angrily, die you insignificant bugs. Immediately after these words, he struck again, this time hitting both boys and causing quite a bit of damage. As a result of a series of blows, both boys were thrown a considerable distance and landed hard on the cold ground. Grasping his torso, Grid slowly got up and saw a system notification saying, you have taken damage units. Looking at his health after this enemy attack, the guy moaned and said, I have less health left. Turning his gaze to Kuroi, whose voice he had not heard, Grid noticed that he was not moving, although he still had health, and he thought worriedly that he had lost consciousness and was down to less than 10%. Closing one eye and gritting his teeth in pain, Grid thoughtfully spoke in his head, usually after losing more than 10% of our health in a single hit, we lose consciousness for 3 seconds, but I don't have that because I am immune to all debuffs as a descendant of Pagma. But I do. Turning his gaze to the enemy who was already approaching them and swinging his axe to finish off his comrade, Grid said worriedly in his head, Kuroi is completely defenseless right now. Looking at his friend who was still lying unconscious on the ground, Grid nervously called out, Hey Kuroi, you're still unconscious. Wake up quickly. When Kuroi regained consciousness after his master's words, the first thing he saw was his master's face, followed by a large monster who drove his axe into Grid's back. And then the boy nervously said, Don't tell me you took his blow for me. Looking at his friend whom he was protecting with his body, Grid said tiredly, You can't die here of your own free will because I am the leader of this raid. Grabbing his master to support him when he was dealt a fatal blow by the council, Kuroi said anxiously to my master, Why are you sacrificing yourself for me? Hearing his friend's concern for him, Grid confidently said, Hey Kuroi, instead of just talking, you should provoke this scoundrel for at least a few seconds. Hearing these words, Kuroi said in surprise that you were fine. Looking at his companion who was holding him in his arms, Grid said heavily, I need to drink a potion after that. His health, which was rapidly decreasing, was standing still, and this was all possible thanks to Grid's passive skill called Legend Doesn't Die So Easily. Looking at his master, despite the fact that the enemy was already preparing to strike a decisive blow, Kuroi said, I not only failed to protect you, but I also exposed you to attack my master. Holding his master in his arms, Kuroi gritted his teeth and said disappointedly, I failed you, my master. To which Grid nervously exclaimed to him, watching the enemy who was about to finish them both off, Stop talking nonsense and distract him. Not seeing any reaction from Kuroi, Grid watched the enemy's weapon approach them and nervously shouted behind him, His axe is going to hit you. Looking at his master, who was seriously nervous, Kuroi said to him in a calm tone, You can safely drink the potion, my lord. To which Grid replied indignantly, First provoke him and distract him from us. Ignoring all of Grid's orders, Kuroi, who knew what he was doing, confidently said in a calm tone, Please don't worry, I always do. Activating his absolute defense skill, which gave him immunity to all enemy attacks, Kuroi confidently said, looking back at the enemy, I will protect you. When the sound of the hit sounded, Grid closed one eye and said nervously, You're an idiot. He didn't defend anything even if he had tried to block the attack. Looking in the direction of his comrade, who he thought had just been killed, Grid added in frustration, He would have been killed anyway. At the same time, Kuroi, who had used his head and absolute defense skills to block the enemy's attack, said angrily, I cannot give in when the enemy attacks my master. Holding back the enemy's attack with the Steel Cat skill, which grants the wearer the ability to resist all attacks for 10 seconds, Kuroi kept the field boss's attention on himself to give Grid the opportunity to drink the potion. Noticing this opportunity when he could finally restore his health, Grid mentally said that rascal now that I really think about it. Recalling the same moment when he also used the same ability in the confrontation with the knights, Grid said in his head, After all, he also blocked the sword with his body, then what kind of defensive skill does he have? Having repelled the enemy's attack with his last will and testament and bought time for his comrade, Kuroi reached into his inventory for his trump cards and confidently exclaimed, I don't need to worry about missing because it is very large in size. Starting to throw the cocktails of the Molotov at the snow orc boss, Kuroi shouted menacingly, Try this! The first projectile hit the enemy right in the face, causing him to lose his bearings. Looking at what his partner Grid was doing, he happily said firebombs, which means, oh yeah. Watching his companion throw the flammable mixture at the enemy, Grid mentally said frost orcs are weak against fire. Good move, Kuroi. While Grid was thinking himself, Kuroi continued to throw flammable cocktails, shouting catch fire bombs. After throwing the flammable mixture at the enemy, Kuroi bought time for both of them to use a regeneration potion to restore his health while he had the chance, and then said to Mr. Grid, It's time for us to team up, to which he responded with a great attack. Immediately afterwards, Kuroi and Grid rushed at the enemy and began to slash him indiscriminately with their daggers. Seeing that the enemy was being harmed, Grid joyfully said, It's working well on him. I think this raid can probably be considered a success. Continuing to strike at the enemy, Kuroi nervously said in his head, I'm pretty sure he's taking damage, but I'm not sure he's going to take it. Looking up to see the enemy's body, Kuroi nervously muttered in his head, noticing that he was barely burned at all. His body was too resistant. Was he really that much more resistant to fire than we thought? Continuing to cut the enemy to pieces, Kuroi nervously said in his head, If we don't do critical damage to him, we might be dead soon. At the same time, Grid, who had not received any resistance from the enemy, confidently shouted out, "Boogeyman, he can't move since we fried him. He's just a piece of meat now." Preparing to strike a fatal blow to the enemy and finish him off in a single moment, Grid confidently exclaimed, "Stand at attention. I will give you a quick death." Seeing what Grid was about to do, Kuroi, realizing the danger of this action, nervously exclaimed, "Please don't stand still. He has enough strength to attack." As soon as he heard the advice from his friend, the boss of the Frost Trolls made his move, kicking Grid and knocking him to the ground. The next moment, he pinned the boy to the ground with his foot and pressed down on him with all his weight, trampling him into the stone. Seeing that his friend was in the danger he had just warned him about, Kuroi nervously shouted to my master. Having pinned one of the enemies to the ground so that he could not escape, the boss of the Frost Orc spoke menacingly to these scoundrels. The next moment, the Frost Orc boss used one of his skills and created a sphere of bright, saturated, bloody color in his hand. Watching what was happening on the battlefield, Kuroi noticed some strange actions on the part of the enemy and nervously said in his head what kind of orb it was. Realizing that it was time to do something because the consequences could be critical, Kuroi nervously said in his head that this was very bad. Something had to be done. Continuing to push Grid into the ground as he prepared to finish the guy off with his next attack, the Frost Orc boss said menacingly, "I'm going to tear you into small pieces." Changing his appearance to red, the monster swung his axe and shouted out in anger. Having interrupted the enemy's attack with his skill, Kuroi drew the monster's attention to himself and said nervously, "Since you are capable of thinking, you can no longer be considered an ordinary monster." The next moment, Kuroi raised his sword above his head, gathering all the vital energy in his weapon and said, "Even so, you should have realized that I am more dangerous than him. This skill can destroy you." Looking at his friend, who was incomprehensibly conjuring, Grid nervously exclaimed, "Hey, Kuroi, what are you doing there?" Gradually lowering his health and charging his weapon, Kuroi confidently said, "Until now, this attack was not necessary at all, but now I have to use it." Looking at his comrade who used some unknown skill, Grid nervously said in his head, his entire health supply disappeared in a matter of seconds. Standing before the enemy in full combat readiness, Kuroi gathered all the life force he could muster to use the skill and prepared to act. The next moment, Kuroi's sword swung across the enemy's body and struck what he thought was the final blow to the enemy, after which the battle should finally be over. However, despite all those incredible light effects and spectacular skills, Kuroi failed to finish off his enemy, and even more so, he failed to leave a cut on him. Looking at the results of his efforts, the guy said in disappointment like I did in general and thought it really wasn't enough. After completing the use of his skill, Kuroi shouted to his partner, "My master, you need to finish him off. Now things will not be the same." Hearing about the changes, Grid said in surprise in his head, looking at Kuroi, "What's wrong? I mean, what are you talking about?" With a sly smile after his words, Kuroi paused for a moment and confidently added, "Now you will see everything with your own eyes." As soon as he said this, the enemy almost got him with his attack, which would definitely finish him off. The next moment, the axe of the Frost Orc boss reached its target and divided Kuroi into two parts, thereby eliminating him from the battlefield. Leaving the field after being mortally wounded, Kuroi said with a heavy groan, "Now everything is up to you. You have to deal with him under the given conditions." At the end of this enemy attack, Grid saw a system notification in front of him that said, "A member of your group, Kuroi, was killed." Seeing that his comrade was no longer on the battlefield, Grid rose to his feet and spoke angrily, but I did not understand what he was trying to tell me. Activating his skill that enhanced his characteristics, Grid confidently added, "I'm just 100% sure that all this was done just for me, the blacksmith's fury and quick movements." Having identified the vulnerable spots on the enemy's body that he should try to hit, Grid mentally said in his head, "I need to aim for his vulnerabilities." Immediately after these thoughts, Grid used the Wind Slash skill to hit the enemy with a powerful blow that knocked him down. Noticing how much his attacks had changed and how powerful they were now, Grid wondered in his mind if it meant that the amount of damage he was taking had increased. Thinking back to the move that Kuroi had used to win the game for the team, Grid said in his head, "Sacrifice for justice." It was a skill that used up all of his health. So could it mean that he had lowered the boss's defense? Swinging his dagger to strike the enemy with a decisive blow, Grid nervously said in his head, "Oh shit," even though he already had one foot in the grave. Having gotten to a distance where he could reach the enemy, Grid nervously added in his head, "I need an attack to finish him off, but I'll soon die at this rate." Bleeding from his wound, the boy felt his head begin to blur. Then he exhaled heavily and said in his head, continuing to fall down, "Damn, this time you're winning, you damn pig." However, at the very last moment, a system notification came in saying that the Apostle of Justice does not die so easily. When his enemy is still alive, the time to recharge his unwavering justice is over. Activating this skill, which came at just the right time, Grid immediately rushed at the enemy to finish him off while he had the chance. As a result of using this skill, Grid managed to break through the enemy's defense by breaking his axe and hitting him in the body. When the enemy was brought to his knees after the last attack, Grid exhaled heavily, realizing that this attack was definitely the final one for him, and he would not get back on his feet. Breathing heavily after he had taken down the monster, Grid pointed his dagger at it so that he could finish it off if it decided to do something else. But the enemy just fell to the ground dead. Immediately after that, Grid received system notifications that said, "Congratulations, you have defeated the leader of the Frost Orcs." Seeing this long-awaited plaque for which he had worked so hard and suffered even more, Grid joyfully exclaimed, "Yes, I did it, I did it." This was Grid's first successful boss fight, but the next one will be even more interesting, so get the popcorn ready and we'll continue. Returning back to the forge after the battle, Grid laid out all the rewards from the boss on the table and said thoughtfully, "We had a successful raid, but even so, I still couldn't collect any sulfide scales. So let's check the items we managed to get from the boss first." The first on the list was the helmet of the leader of the Frost Orcs with a unique rating, and it was also a complete item. And on the table was a ball of red lightning, which called down red lightning from the sky and increased the attack power of the object that was hit by lightning, and also gave the object the attribute of lightning, the time of summoning, the minute of health of the summoner. In addition to these items, Grid received 2 Blessed Weapon Blessing Stones, 3 Blessed Armor Enhancement Stones, and 7 pieces of sulfide scales from the Frost Orc boss. Throwing the unnecessary materials behind him, Grid confidently said, "Orc skin is useless. That's why I can just throw it away. The helmet and layer will be expensive if I put them up for auction." Immediately after saying that, Grid picked up 1 Blessed Weapon Enhancement Stone and thoughtfully spoke in his head, but it was very unexpected to get Blessed Enhancement Stones there. Looking at the stone he received, the boy mentally said, "If an upgrade with an ordinary stone fails, its rank will drop by points. But if this happens with such a stone, the rank will drop only by a point, and a blessed one costs many times more than an ordinary one, about gold." Continuing to think about the blessed stones he had received for pumping, Grid said high-level players use only such stones to improve their equipment. In any case, its cost is a Vaughn. I must sell them. Suddenly remembering his partner who had died heroically in a battle against the enemy, Grid mentally said, "If it wasn't for Kuroi, I wouldn't have been able to get all of these, so it feels strange to take all of these items for myself." Hugging the precious stone, which is worth a considerable amount of money, Grid said happily, "I can't help it, I feel guilty about it. But what can you do if it happened like this?" Hearing Grid's joyful voice nearby, Khan approached him and asked, "Wow, I see you're so happy with the items you got from hunting the ice orcs." Hearing the old blacksmith's question, Grid threw himself at the ice orc boss's mask and clutched it in his arms so that it could not be taken away from him, and nervously said, "Go away. Because of me he has a second class, and that is why I will take these items for myself." Hearing this remark from his student, Khan said, "What are you talking about?" Leaning over the table on which the items from the snow orc boss were lying, Khan looked at the drop and said in surprise that he had never seen such items before, to which Grid replied, "Go away, they are all mine." The next moment Khan turned his attention to an object lying nearby, an orc skin. Looking at it, Khan said in surprise, "I wonder if you threw it away." Looking in the direction Khan was pointing, Grid saw the useless object and said in a disappointed tone, "There's the skin of frost orcs, useless items." Taking the orc skin in his hands, Khan said thoughtfully, "Wow, this skin has a great quality. If I use it as the inner part of the armor, it can cancel the effects of the outer part of the armor." Hearing that this material could be of great use, Grid immediately stretched out his hand and said, "Give it to me, I will die without it." To which Khan replied insultingly, "But you threw it away." Seeing that Khan was not in the mood to return the material, Grid pointed at him and said confidently, "Then I'll give this skin to you, make me an armor out of it, and I need to go to the store." Hearing this offer from Grid, Khan said worriedly, scratching his mustache, Won't I lose out on this deal? But I won't have many chances to work with this material, which is why I won't have many chances to work with it. After a while, Grid went to the market for shopping and thought, I need stones to improve the item. And hearing the buyer's request, the seller told him, you have gold. Having spent a considerable amount of money on materials to improve his equipment, Grid went on with the material and nervously said, a whole 1,000 gold. Maybe I'm spending too much. Immediately after these words, the boy plunged into thought and said to himself, well, there's nothing to be done about it. I need to be prepared for the canyon. Remembering where he would have to go, Grid nervously said in his head, I need to go through the Kisan Canyon to find the fez that contains the Pagma sword. Remembering the enemy he had to fight, Grid thoughtfully said in his head, it was hard to fight against ordinary orcs because there are many orcs who are much stronger than them. Immediately after these thoughts, Grid looked at the equipment enhancement stones he had purchased and said confidently, and that is why I must improve my items. Upon completion of his thoughts, the boy walking through the city's marketplace said thoughtfully, so good. Now I need to find a quiet place to work. Choosing a place away from the usual crowd, where no one walks, Grid took out his weapon and prepared to improve it, and said, I don't want to be distracted, so let's start improving the perfect dagger. As Grid was upgrading his weapon, he nervously said in his head, my family is in trouble and I promised to help them. I wonder if I can spend so much money on upgrading items when I am in a similar situation. Immediately after these thoughts, Grid confidently said in his head, upgrades to plus are not very hard. I think that this should be enough for me. It's an investment in the future. That's why it's okay. Bringing the enhancement stone closer to his dagger, Grid confidently said, let's do this enhancement. The next moment, a bright beam of light appeared, and the effect of the stone merging with the weapon could be seen. Immediately after that, a system notification appeared informing you that you have successfully upgraded the perfect blade to plus you have spent 1 weapon upgrade stone. This was followed by a quick infusion of upgrade stones into the dagger. Grid quickly poured upgrade stones into it, and notifications appeared in front of it, saying upgraded to plus level, you have spent 1 upgrade stone, upgraded to plus successful. After that, the same situation repeated itself on the 4th weapon upgrade. When Grid spent the last upgrade stone, a system notification appeared in front of him, which made him very happy. You have successfully upgraded the perfect blade to plus by plus. The next moment, looking at the dagger's parameters, Grid said in amazement at the new parameters of his weapon, which had improved significantly. Inspecting his completed work, the boy said in amazement, his improvement is simply incredibly high. Since his initial characteristics were high, the probability of success when improving by plus and above drops significantly. So I should stop. After completing his work on the weapon, Grid happily said, pulling his dagger above him, it's time to go back and hunt even better this time. However, on the way home, Grid was constantly overcome by the thirst for the unknown. Looking at his improved dagger, the boy nervously said in his head, I should improve it again. Convincing himself to take the risk, Grid, drugged by the thirst for power and specialness, excitedly said in his head, upgrading to that it's rare to see it. I just need to do it one more time, just one more time. Turning all his attention to his unique dagger, Grid thoughtfully said in his head, upgrade to doesn't change the appearance, but when the plus item starts to glow, it will be just incredible. Immediately after these thoughts, the boy tried to convince himself of the unjustified risks and hit himself on the head and said, calm down, Shin Unwoo. Your family's well-being is at stake, so you shouldn't take such a risk. However, his convictions could not convince him of this, and that is why his excited part took over again, looking at his dagger and the goal that was so close. The boy said in his head, this is quite possible to achieve. Am I not a descendant of Pagma? After a while, near a shop with goods, one guy who decided to make a purchase said to the seller of bottles of potions, please, to which she replied, you will pay gold. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Grid appeared and nervously shouted out, give me the enhancement stones, scaring everyone almost to a heart attack, and Grid got what he wanted. After purchasing the items he needed to improve, Grid tried his luck and involuntarily exclaimed, oh, it's down to plus despite all the stones I spent on it. It's complete nonsense. Continuing his vain and successful attempts to improve the dagger to plus level, Grid exclaimed in frustration, I can't accept this. I need to get plus on it. Failing after failing, Grid said in his head in frustration after another failure, they said that the chance of improvement is increased for the descendant of Pagma. Then what the hell is this? I will get plus no matter what the cost. After a while, Grid finally managed to get the desired result, and now people in Winston Square began to shout out in amazement, wow, that's incredible. Looking back in the direction where the amazed exclamations came from, more and more of the city's population paid attention to Grid's weapon and exclaimed, "This is just amazing." Looking at the dagger that glowed brightly from the sixth enhancement effect, other players and townspeople said, "Damn, I've never seen anything like that before. It's so cool." Hearing this remark from his friend, another player in the square added in amazement that, "Look at that blue glow. This is an item from plus or higher. I couldn't get higher than that. I feel pathetic." Enjoying the way everyone admired him, Grid happily said in his head, "I did it, so there it is." How does it feel to be admired by other people? I don't feel sorry for the gold that was spent before. Suddenly, somewhere behind the players, someone's voice was heard saying, "Hey, what's all the fuss about?" Looking behind him, one of the players noticed that Katz was standing there and said with a haughty look how pathetic it looked. Seeing who had just spoken to him and called him pathetic, Grid said nervously, "This guy is the bloody warrior Katz. I think that's his name." Looking at the warrior, who came out to Grid with his shining sword with plus rating, the astonished crowd began to say, "Katz is indeed one of the owners of the 3 hidden classes, also the 40th in the ranking." Taking Grid by the hand in which he was holding his dagger, Katz said to him, "You love this plus so much, you are so miserable with him that it is simply beyond words." Hearing these words, Katz's Grid was offended and replied to him, "How can you talk to someone you met for the first time like that? I don't understand what's wrong with you." Hearing these words from Grid, Katz reached for his sword, which was in its sheath, and said with a haughty smile, "It just seemed ridiculous that someone would try to show off such a miserable object. I thought I'd show you something." Pulling his sword out of its sheath to humiliate Grid with his own greatness, Katz spoke to him in a supercilious tone, "This is what an improved weapon should look like." After exposing his meme and displaying it for all to see, Katz, who wanted to humiliate Grid, said in a supercilious tone, "I would feel bad if my weapon didn't look like this, so it's a good thing you don't have such problems." The crowd that had gathered around him was surprised to see Katz's weapon, which he had just pulled out of its sheath, and said, "Wow, that's a shiny thing. It's a cocked item, definitely." At the same moment, Grid, who also could not take his eyes off Katz's weapon, said in his head, "It is simply incredible." Immediately after these thoughts, Grid, a little carried away by the sight of the object that Katz showed him, said with a grudging smile, "So what?" Hearing this question from Grid, Katz said in surprise, not understanding what the boy was saying, adding, "Why I should be affected by the number of improvements you have on your weapon." The next moment, raising his dagger in front of him, Grid said thoughtfully, "I think my dagger is the coolest you've ever had the pleasure of spending all your energy and effort to achieve a goal." Hearing such words in response to his amazing sword that he had upgraded to plus rank, Katz said arrogantly, waving his hand and walking away, "It even sounds pathetic to live just for fun." Hearing these words from Katz, who had successfully left the square where he had been showing off his weapon, Grid also heard the displeased words of the crowd, who said he was such a scoundrel, as they said he was, and said in the rumors he should grow up and stop being a child showing off his weapon because of his fame. What a nerve. The next moment, one of the guys who had also been on the square for a while approached Grid and said, "Hey, you told a pretty cool story. It was great to hear it." And Grid replied, "Thank you." Having received recognition from ordinary people, Grid confidently said in his head, "This rascal, what a way to attract attention in such a way." Immediately afterwards, remembering the materials he had available, which were quite expensive, Grid said in his head, "In any case, I still have the blessed stones. I cannot waste them if I want to help my family." Returning to the smithy after the incident with Katz, Grid set to work to earn money as quickly as possible and help his family during the production process, saying in his mind, "I am not so miserable as to be so greedy." Seeing Grid again at the workbench, Khan, who was standing behind him, happily said, "You have been working so hard lately." To which the boy replied, "I want to make some items to use in the canyon." Hearing this, Khan pointed to something covered by a dark cloak and said confidently, "I have prepared a gift for you." And pointing to the cloak, he added, "Look at this." Picking up the dark cloak that covered his gift, Grid replied awkwardly, "Wow, you really did that. I was just kidding. That leather was useless. You shouldn't have wasted your time with it." When Grid pulled the cover off the armor, a beautiful view of his creation appeared before him, and Khan happily announced, "I can proudly say that this is my best work. I hope it will be useful." Looking at Khan's creation, the bark he had made especially for him, Grid said in amazement, "Wow, an epic piece of work. It's just something." The next moment, he smiled happily and said to his teacher, "Thank you so much for your support. I'm sure I feel much better after that." and then thought, why worry about a few charms? After completing the creation of a complete set of his equipment, Grid mentally said, I won't be too greedy at this point. Setting off in search of the very Pagma sword plaque that his class mission was to find, Grid thoughtfully said, my preparations are complete and now it's time to go. Putting on the helmet of the Frost Orc leader Khan's masterpiece, the best gloves of the epic rare class, and the boots of the adventurer Grid was fully prepared to go on his mission. His preparation was at the highest level. Looking ahead at the road he had to travel, Grid thoughtfully said in his head, I have no regrets, I just need to move on. The next moment, Grid pulled his dagger from its sheath and said in his mind, I have no regrets because I managed to do this. This is so cool. The blessed stone is incredible. After a while, Grid finally reached the location where he was supposed to find the very plate with Pagma's fencing, and the place was called Kizan Canyon. Looking down as he made his way along a narrow path in the rocks, Grid nervously said, oh, what a terrible place. I'll just die if I fall from here. Immediately after these words, opening his profile, Grid began to look for the tasks he needed to complete and said, sulfide scales are certainly important, but I need to remember my original goal, quest information. After selecting the full quest information item, Grid saw a system notification that read, Fencing Pagma First Class Quest. Find the key to Pagma's identity in Kizan Canyon, north of Winston Conditions. Learn to fence Pagma Reward Dine's Life copy. Immediately after viewing the reward for this task, the boy immediately recalled the characteristics of the suit and weapons that he was once able to use, and said in his head, despite the fact that the perfect dagger is sharpened to plus, it is still a level weapon and does not compare to the level sword Dine's Leaf. Immediately after these thoughts, Grid confidently sold. But the most important thing now is not this, but Pagma's fencing, because right now I need to increase the number of my attacking skills. Continuing on his way to gain the skill for which he had started this journey, Grid said thoughtfully, looking at the holes in the rocks, I must be careful of the caves in the walls. Moving on with some caution, the boy added, the level monsters that live there have killed me too many times, though I could get used to them, and that's why I'll keep my head down for now. Grid said to himself the tactics of proper traveling in this area, but before he could finish he heard a noise and looked up to see a level canyon lizard above him. Immediately after that, he added in a nervous voice as soon as he noticed the danger he had discovered and said in disappointment, oh shit, why does my bad luck always show up at times like this? Looking at the enemy who had noticed him and was confidently approaching him, Grid mentally said, Canyon lizard is a level monster, right? Dodging the enemy's first attack, Grid mentally said to himself, that blade-like tongue has killed me many times before, and it's as dangerous as ever. Moving along the rock that collapsed after each hit of the lizard's tongue along the path, Grid dodged the attacks and looked down nervously and said in his head, my body does not stop shaking. Immediately after these thoughts, choosing a good moment to counterattack, Grid confidently shouted to his opponent, but I am not the same as I was before. Die, annoying lizard. Using two of his skills, Blacksmith's Fury and Wind Slash, in combination, Grid managed to inflict considerable damage on the enemy. Having received a system notification after his attack hit the enemy, Grid saw that you dealt points of damage immediately afterwards, the guy said in surprise. He took much more damage than I expected. Not understanding why there was suddenly so much more damage despite the difference in the monster's defense, Grid thought. But the defense of the canyon lizards should be higher than that of the frost orcs. Of course, the blade upgrade had greatly increased the power of his skill. Realizing that his current parameters allowed him to resist and even gain an advantage over his enemies, Grid confidently said in his head, I will definitely be able to defeat him. Applying his attack of unbreakable justice that dealt damage from the force of the attack, Grid physically struck the enemy, knocking him out. The next moment, Grid could see the system notifications in front of him, telling him that you have destroyed the canyon lizard and gained experience points. Overjoyed at his victory over the monster, Grid exclaimed, I was able to defeat a level monster with such ease, even though I'm just so incredibly cool. However, Grid's joy and sincere emotions played a trick on him, as the noise he made brought more enemies, this time much more formidable than the usual canyon lizard. Hearing the noise above him, Grid immediately looked up to see canyon man-eaters of his own level running toward him. Looking at the crowd of enemies that were a little higher than him, Grid said nervously, I see that you are not very happy to see me, I understand. However, this did not make the boy retreat. Despite the enemies who appeared in front of him, Grid rushed at them with a dagger and shouted, I am no longer the same person I was before. The villains realized me. Stabbing at the enemy with his dagger, Grid realized that his weapon was unable to penetrate the enemy's defense. And the next moment, two of his comrades who ran up from behind the ogre struck the guy a couple of powerful blows, which resulted in him losing a unit of damage and flying back. Landing on the ground after an unsuccessful attack and loss of health, the boy cycled unhappily and said in his head, "Their defense is much greater than that lizard's, and they have thick skin and protective equipment." Immediately after these thoughts, Grid looked at his equipment, which had been damaged by the man-eater's attack, and nervously said in his head, "I would have died if I hadn't had Khan's epic armor, Khan's masterpiece, which reduces physical damage by." Being in a difficult situation with the enemy's numerical superiority, the boy watched the monsters attack him all at once, while he sat on the ground and recovered from the previous incident. When the enemies were close enough, the boy got to his feet and said confidently, "But armor alone is of very little use, and it will be useless if I don't respond to their attacks by waiting for the right moment," he added. Immediately after saying this in his head, Grid gave himself an order and engaged the enemy using the skill of unwavering justice. The boy said in his head, "First, I will stop them." Seeing that his plan seemed to be working, Grid said in his head, "I managed to immobilize them, which means I can do what I need to do." When all the enemies were frozen in place, Grid activated his quick movement skill, which increased his probability of dodging for 1 minute. Then Grid immediately went to close in. Also, his plan would not have worked if he had not also used the blacksmith's rage, which increased his attack power by and attack speed by seconds. Then Grid said in his head while both augmentation effects were in effect. Moving quickly between the enemies and performing a combination of powerful attacks to take them out in one hit, Grid said he needed to take them out. A few seconds after Grid activated a combination of his skills and dealt a powerful blow to each enemy in front of him, he saw a system notification that said, "You have destroyed the Canyon Lizard Man. You have gained experience points." The next moment, looking at his health and mana, Grid nervously said in his head, "Oh shit, they're dead, but I'm almost out of mana. 4 attack skills have used it all." Taking out a regeneration potion from his inventory to restore his health and mana, Grid said confidently, "Okay, now I don't have to worry about potions. That's why normal monsters won't cause me any problems. If I finish off 2 more, I can even level up." Making his way further down the canyon to find the landmarks for the Pagma sword quest, Grid said, "As long as I don't encounter the canyon spider, the strongest predator in the area, everything will be fine." Before he could finish speaking, he encountered the most dangerous monster on his way around the next bend. Noticing the one he had just mentioned, Grid held his head and nervously said, "Oh damn, a canyon spider. How interesting that monsters appear as soon as I mention them." Standing still in front of the enemy, who had already spotted him, Grid was able to watch the spider fire a volley of webs at him. Dodging the enemy's attack, Grid screamed out in fear, "Get out of here right now! Get lost!" Shouting everything he knew to chase the enemy away and not provoke it, the boy said in his head he was on a completely different level. Lizard men were nothing compared to him. When his fear reached its peak, Grid saw a system notification in front of him, which wrote a legend that he could not be frightened so easily, so he confidently said, but even so, he was just an ordinary monster. Gathering his courage after the passive skill deactivated his fear, Grid used a wind slash to attack the spider. After hitting the enemy with his attack, Grid received a system notification that said you dealt units of damage, and he nervously said that only his defense was much higher than the orc leader's. Immediately after the monster was wounded, he became even more enraged and began to randomly shoot in Grid's direction, who in turn activated the skill of quick movements and said in his head, "I will die if I get hit by him." When Grid left the place of the enemy's attack, he immediately went on the offensive. Jumping into the air, the boy activated a combination of the blacksmith's fury and wind slash skills. Firing a long-range attack at the spider, he exclaimed, "Try this stupid insect." After activating the attack combination, Grid was able to inflict not much more damage on the enemy, after which he confusedly said in his head, "You're kidding me. How high is his defense?" Realizing that he needed to change the place of battle, Grid ran away from the enemy who was chasing him and mentally said my incredible combo could not do anything to him. Continuing to run, looking back from time to follow the enemy's actions, Grid saw that he had used his web release attack again and nervously said in his head, "I'm going to die at this rate." Activating the skill of quick movements, Grid began to dodge the scattered web attack that the monster released at him again, and then mentally said, "I can dodge his attacks with quick movements." Continuing only to dodge the enemy's attacks, Grid said anxiously in his head. Even the wind slash becomes useless against him. As a standard, my attack power should increase by, but I get only half of it because I do not meet the requirements of the level of weapon use. After thinking about it, he clenched his hand into a fist and added in his head, I can use unwavering justice if I get the chance, because it increases my attack power by, but in that case, I need to hit him, and that's why if I can't get close, it will be useless. Stopping his attempts to run away from the enemy, Grid suddenly began to stop, confidently saying in his head, this is an obstacle I must overcome. I simply have no other choice. Preparing for something that would be able to repel the monster, Grid said in his head, I will put everything on the degree of freedom and satisfy. The next moment, Grid froze in one place and started to use his air slash skill, aiming at the enemy. However, that was not all. At the last second before the attack was to be launched at the enemy, Grid said in his head before firing the wind slash. Applying the unwavering justice skill as well to greatly enhance his attack, the boy said in his head, you need to apply the unwavering justice skill. Immediately afterwards, his powerful combination flew straight towards the enemy who was chasing him. After this powerful shot, Grid exhaled a sigh of relief and said in surprise it really worked. Right after those words, he added in his head, no, not just worked. 1 second after using the new combination, Grid received a system notification that said the new skill combination was successfully combined into the skill Wind of Justice. Your intelligence has been increased by Wind of Justice, deals your strength to a target within a radius of mana cost. Seeing this, Grid happily thought I created a brand new skill. After applying the brand new skill to the enemy, Grid noticed that he was lying on his back and not moving. This was his chance. Rushing to the monster, Grid said in his head, as long as he's lying on his back and can't move, I have to take the chance. Leaping over the enemy and swinging his dagger to finish it off, Grid said in his head to end it. Approaching his target, the boy activated the extra effect of his best gloves. Now his attack had to be done twice. Approaching the spider, Grid confidently shouted out, preparing to end the battle. Take that, you worthless mob, it's time you realized. Having attacked the immobilized enemy who could not resist, Grid added menacingly that I am not the same as I was before. After this attack, the enemy's corpse caught fire and began to disappear a little bit, which meant victory. The next moment, Grid received system notifications that said you had destroyed a canyon spider and had gained experience points. At the end of the battle and after the experience points were awarded after the battle with the enemy, Grid received the following system notification that said your level has been increased by 1, your current level is 86. And when he saw this, he exclaimed with joy, yes, I was able to do it. It was. At the same time, Piaro was standing on a rock, not far from where Grid had fought the spider, and he said thoughtfully, it's interesting that he was able to kill a canyon spider on his own. Watching the joyful boy who was enjoying his victory over a powerful enemy, Piaro added, he was definitely on the verge, but he has the ability to grow after meeting strong opponents. His potential is amazing. Immediately after these words, once again remembering his hated rival whom he longed to finish off, Piaro said, Asmuffle, I have survived all these years after you accused me of treason and took everything of value to me and my subjects. The next moment, the strongest knight of the Saharan Empire, the former captain of the Red Knights Piaro, added menacingly, you will die a horrible death, just wait, Asmuffle. Looking at Grid, who would somehow have to fulfill his last wish for him, Piaro said, I have finally found my angel of death. After a while, Piaro disappeared from the place where he had just stood, and we could see the cave in which the canyon spider lived. In the cave of this spider, 3 guys were attached to the web, wrapped in cocoons of spider webs, and when one of the guys heard something strange, he shouted out what the noise was, and was told that perhaps the canyon spider had decided to return early. Hearing the assumption of one of his comrades, Choi Chang-seong, who had the level and class of a thief, said unhappily, he should hunt, and then bring the prey here just like us. Hearing the words of his friend Choi Chang-song, Sim Ki-wan, who was a fire mage, said, I shouldn't have gone to Winston. I don't want to become food for the spider. After listening to the whining of his friends with whom he was traveling, Lee Jong-ho, who was a warrior, indignantly exclaimed, hey, you rascals, don't annoy me, and you agreed to come here. Immediately after these words, he angrily exclaimed, that's how grateful you are to me, and I've been worrying about you for 10 years. Hearing this, Sim Ki-wan nervously replied, forgive us, or were you just joking? Listening to his friend's rude tone of voice, Choi Jang-seong said, why do you talk to your friends like that, Lee Jong-ho? And he replied, why the hell are you not kings, right, Choi Jang-seong? The next moment, one of the 3 ruffians spoke to the 2 of you not as cheerfully as he had with Shin Yun-woo, and hearing the familiar name Sim Ki-wan, he was surprised to hear who you were talking about. Repeating the name of the guy they had been mocking earlier, Lee Jong-ho said, "That's Shin Yun-woo. Don't you really remember him?" Trying to bring back memories of the good times, Lee Jong-ho said he always gave us money whenever we asked him for it and let us beat him without saying a word to us. Hearing the description of the boy, Sim Ki-wan happily exclaimed Boogaloo. Yes, in high school it was quite fun. Immediately after saying that, he turned his gaze to his third friend and added Choi Jang-seong was the only one who didn't do anything to him. That punk. The next moment, Sim Ki-wan smiled ominously and said, "By the way, I wanted to tell you something. I heard that Shin Eun-woo is also playing in Satisfy now." Picking up on the topic of discussion from his friend, Lee Jong-ho happily said, "We talked about this at the reunion. He's only a level up. That jerk is still a weakling even in the game." Listening to the dialogue of his comrades, Choi Chang-seong tried to get out of the web by cutting it with his weapon and said, "Instead of idle talk, it would be better to try to get out of the web. My dagger is useless here." Also, trying to set fire to the web of the canyon spider, Sim Ki-wan said in disappointment, "Fire also can't do anything." Hearing the words from his comrade Lee Chong-ho, angrily exclaimed, "Shut up, you rascal. Do you really think I didn't try to get out? These threads are too strong. My strength is useless against them." Hearing that all their attempts to get out of the web were in vain, Sim Ki-wan nervously said, "At this rate, we will die of cold." Right after these words, the boy noticed something strange at the entrance to the cave. Looking at a mysterious image standing at the entrance, Sim Ki-wan nervously exclaimed, "Hey, there's someone there!" At the same time, Grid, who was heading to the cave of the canyon spider, said disappointedly, judging by the size of that spider, "He must have lived here for at least 10 years. He must have a place with treasures." Continuing to move towards the depths of the cave, Grid said unhappily, "Why the hell were the objects that fell out of him so bad? He was so strong." Seeing the figure heading towards them and muttering something under his breath, the three robbers who had been trapped by the spider gained hope again. Looking at that mysterious image, one of the guys said to me in surprise. His words were hard to hear from this distance, but I think he said that he had killed it after all. With a sly smile, Lee Chong-ho said to his comrades, "It looks like he's a pretty high level. He should be able to help us if we're polite enough to him. Let's call him." The next moment, deciding to ask for help from the man who had arrived at the cave, the boy exclaimed, "Excuse me, could you please help us? We are in trouble." Hearing the cries for help, Grid covered his eyes with his hand and said in surprise, "Oh, what is that I can't see? Those guys were captured as food." A few seconds after hearing the cries for help, Grid found himself in front of the trio of brigands, and seeing that the traveler was already near them, Lee Chong-ho exclaimed, "Oh, he's here." Seeing who it was in front of him, Grid remembered the bad times of the past and immediately turned around and headed for the exit. Seeing such a strange reaction of the boy, Lee Jong-ho nervously exclaimed that, "Hey, stop." Looking at the trail of Grid leaving the cave after seeing who he saw in it, one of the guys exclaimed that this happened to him. What a terrible person. Running away from the cave at a fast pace, Grid nervously said in his head that Lee Jong-ho was an idiot. What was he doing in this cave with this guy? Thinking back to the last reunion, Grid said in his head, "Unemployed, in debt, and a nerd, I still remember how he humiliated me when I came to the reunion." After that, recalling the bad days of his school life, Grid nervously added, "Those bastards took my money and beat me up during all the years I was in school, and they'll do the same if they see me playing." Running away from his past, which he remembered in the faces of his old friends, Grid nervously said in his head, "I don't want to go back to those days. I'm much stronger now. I don't want to be weak again." As soon as he said in his head that he had changed, Grid suddenly stopped and said thoughtfully that I had become stronger. Realizing that everything was different now, Grid looked back and smiled ominously and said, "I'm definitely not the same person I used to be." At the same time, Sim Ki-wan thoughtfully said to his friend, "Hell, maybe we should just quit the game." To which Lee Chong-ho replied that if we did that, the game would count it as death. The next moment, noticing that the strange guy stopped and started walking towards them again, Lee Chong-ho said, "Wait, don't rush. He's coming back. High-level players like to look down on everyone." Immediately after these words, noticing that the masked boy had reappeared in front of them, Lee Chong-ho said happily, "See, I told you he was back." A few seconds later, having gained courage due to the radically different situation that was currently taking place in the game, Grid said to Lee Chong-ho in an ominous tone, "Hey, you need help." Hearing the evil tone and seeing the boy who was trapped in this cave up close, the boy nervously said in his head, "I'm glad he's back, but why is he so scary?" Smiling ominously at the chance to take revenge on the boys for all those years of humiliation at school, Grid said, "These scoundrels are tired and my face is covered by a mask. The perfect time for my revenge." The next moment, Grid walked toward the web that held nothing and picked it up and said thoughtfully, "Can't you get out of the web?" Pulling out his unique dagger with the 8th level of enchantment, Grid easily cut through it and said joyfully, "Oh my God, it's cut off." Noticing the bark weapon in Grid's hands, Choi Chang-seong said in surprise that it was a glow, to which Sim Ki-wan added in surprise that it was improved by at least plus. He is definitely a high-level player. Seeing that their savior was so strong, Lee Chong-ho smiled slyly and said in his head, "Great, we can get out if we follow him right after that." He said, "Wow, you're a high-level player, can help us." Hearing the request for help from the hateful people, Grid smiled ominously and said in his head, "These scoundrels are only acting like this because they need help." Immediately after that, Grid smiled happily and said, "Of course I will help you, but I have one condition. You must give me all your savings." Hearing the demand on which he would help them, Shin Ki-wan exclaimed in surprise that all our savings are only for you to cut this web. Immediately afterwards, Lee Chung-ho sighed heavily and said, "Well, we can be of service to you, but you didn't happen to be in there by any chance." As soon as he said this, he was immediately punched in the face for his careless remarks about Grid. Feeling the beauty of being hit for no reason at all, Lee Chong-ho wondered in his mind what the hell was wrong with being hit for no reason and what the damage was. Using the fury of the blacksmith to strengthen his attacks, Grid angrily shouted that you idiots really think that your lives are worthless. The next moment, looking at his fist, Grid happily said in his head, "Booga, what a widow's feeling I had the first time I hit him," hit Lee Chong-ho. "Satisfy, you are just the best game." Looking at the guy who had just hit him for no reason, Lee Chong-ho angrily shouted out, "Hey, that rascal, he just did." Looking at Lee Chong-ho with a stupid look as if he didn't understand why Grid was so angry at him, he said, "You crazy asshole, do you really think you can do whatever you want because you're in the game?" Immediately after that, having driven Grid into embarrassment with threats, Lee Jong-ho exclaimed irritably, "Where do you live? I will find you and finish you off." Angered by Lee Jong-ho's constant shouting, Grid said in his head, "I'm fed up with him." Again striking the noisy guy, Grid shouted in Argentina at the idiot. Seeing what the guy was doing to his friend, Sim Ki-wan exclaimed in frustration, "You damned rascal! You're going to regret what you're doing," Grid mentally said to Sim Ki-wan. "You insolent brat who insulted me while hiding behind Lee Jong-ho." Preparing to strike this brat as well, Grid mentally said, "It's my time of reckoning," and then angrily shouted, "Shut up, you fool." Pounding his fists on the guys who had annoyed and insulted him in the past, Grid mentally said, "I never thought I would have this opportunity. Satisfy, you are the best game at that very moment." One of the guys shouted, "We will give you the money. Stop it." Grid shouted in displeasure, "They don't need one punch for you, and you too." Looking at the man mocking and beating his comrades, Choi Jong-sung exclaimed in frustration, "Hey, you've had enough of that." And Grid looked in the direction of the third guy and said, "What are you talking about?" Hearing Grid's question, Choi Chang-seong said, "If you don't want to help us, then just leave us alone. Why go so far? We're tired of it." Looking at the guy who had just spoken to him, Grid thoughtfully said in his head, "Choi Chang-seong used to be a little different. He even apologized to me once." However, the next moment, after thinking about his actions for a bit, Grid said thoughtfully, "Okay then." As he prepared to strike Choi Chang-seong, the boy cheerfully exclaimed, "Keep whining, you stupid dog. I'll help you." And then he thought, and he still remains the same as they are. Preparing to strike one blow to take revenge on Choi Chang-seong as well, Grid said, "I don't need money. How can you do that? Am I not kind?" Hearing these words from the guy who was going to beat him up as well, Choi Chang-seong said, "I don't need your help. I'd rather die than accept it." Hearing what their friend Sim Ki-wan had just said, he exclaimed, "That's right, you fool. Just kill us." And then Lee Jong-ho added angrily, "Do you think we're going to listen to someone like you fucking psychopath?" Hearing this from his bullies, Grid looked down and gritted his teeth and said in his head, "It's no longer fucking fun to beat them up, and if I kill them, I'll be caught and sent to prison, and my reputation will fall." Having received the order from the boys to kill them, Grid turned his back on them and headed for the exit of the cave, saying, "Well then, you guys die, and I'm out of here." Hearing that he was leaving the cave, Lee Chung-ho said in surprise that he was leaving, to which Sim Ki-wan added in surprise that he was not lying. Heading for the exit, Grid, who was already thinking of another plan of revenge, said in his mind, "Don't make me laugh. You know how much pain I've suffered because of you. Do you think I'm going to leave you like that?" Smiling ominously as he left the cave, Grid thoughtfully said in his head, "I will gather all the canyon spiders here. and you will die in the most painful way possible. Looking at the trail of Grid who jumped out of the cave, one of the boys said in surprise, I really thought he was going to save us, but he just left. Seeing that the guy had finally left the cave, Lee Chong-ho said angrily, it was worth it, and he would have continued to beat us if we had relied on him, you stupid lunatic. Hearing this from his friend, Choi Jang-seong said in displeasure, it's no use calling him names now. What are we going to do now? Hearing the request for proposals for action, Sim Ki-won said thoughtfully, we can't get rid of our status. That rascal can still come back. Having received one of the options, Lee Jong-ho angrily said, we can't let him bully us again. After some time, Grid returned to the cave where the three bullies were and joyfully shouted, Boogaloo, hey assholes, you said you'd rather die like that. Immediately after these words, the boy smiled ominously and said to the bullies, you don't have to die the way they want. I'll give you the most brutal death possible. Before he could finish speaking, he saw that the cocoons with the cobwebs were already empty, and his bullies were no longer there. Looking at the empty space where the three boys should have been, Grid said in disappointment that they were really out of the game. Immediately after that, Grid, who had brought the canyon spider with him, said nervously, what am I going to do? And at that time, the monster was already behind the boy and was preparing to devour him. After this incident, Grid continued on his way and finally found the place where Pagma's fencing skills were. All the pictures on the stones were behind the waterfall, and trying to repeat all the techniques depicted on the wall, Grid got no result and fell tired to the ground where he noticed the last of after that. His task was completed, and he had to return to the forge in Winston. On his way back, he accidentally ran into the water people of the same level, who said to him in a menacing voice, where are you going, and don't you think you should give us your life? Seeing the enemies on his way, Grid nervously said in his head that the water people of Kesson Canyon are known for their incredible strength, and here there are even 4 of them. Immediately after these thoughts, he put on a frost orc mask and took out a dagger and prepared for battle, confidently exclaiming, well then, I need to test my Pagma fencing skills. Applying the newly acquired skill after watching all the Pagma fencing techniques, Grid waited for the enemies to approach him and said in surprise in his head, my body automatically performs those complex movements. Without putting much effort into the battle, Grid noticed that when he used the skill, his body moved by itself. As he approached the enemies, Grid used another of his skills called containment to create a protective barrier around him that would keep the enemies out. After applying the skill, Grid saw a system notification in front of him that said, deterrence, no one can get close to you for 3 seconds, mana cost recharge time seconds. Not having received the effect of the skill, Grid said in surprise that I could not hit them. Pulling out a mana potion from his inventory and using it, Grid nervously said in his head, I spent half my mana on one single skill. I need to restore it before it drops to 0. Immediately after that, preparing to use another skill that was supposed to destroy the enemies, Grid said in his head, just stand there, you fish-headed fools. Now I will test my new skill boost on you. As a result, his skill was able to destroy one of the enemies. Distracted by his comrade who had died, the other fishmen opened up for a strike, and another one was destroyed with the help of the fast movement skill. At the end of this attack, one of the fishmen was able to attack Grid by stabbing him in the back with a trident and dealing him half of his total health, restoring all his mana. Using the wave skill and Pagma sword, Grid was able to defeat all the enemies. After the battle, Grid continued on his way and accidentally met Piaro on his way. Having a dialogue with him and finding out that he was an NPC, Grid thought he was a beggar and immediately underestimated him when a giant group of fish people appeared in front of them and asked who killed their brothers. Grid had no idea he could think of nothing better than to point to Piaro to survive. Realizing that he would have to finish off his enemies with his own forces, Piaro destroyed all the fishmen who were coming at him with one swipe. After the battle was over, he said menacingly, "You are just like the one I hate most in this world." Looking at Piaro's sword, which had aroused his curiosity because of its appearance, Grid said in his mind that with his sword he looked incredibly powerful, but he had destroyed them all with one blow. The next moment, realizing that he could kill him if he didn't apologize for what he had done, Grid said awkwardly, I'm sorry," to which Piaro replied, "Let's dispense with the formalities. I don't want to waste a lot of time talking to him. I'll get to the point." Immediately after these words, Piaro turned his gaze to the boy and said in a stern tone, "I need your help." Immediately after these words, Grid received a lot of system notifications that said the quest was created by a real trader of the Red Knights, and PR asked you to become his agent. Conditions Revenge as Moffel Reward Title Revenge Agent Skill Impulse Assassin Failure. Level. After reviewing the details of the mission, Grid saw system notifications that said the Red Knights of the Saharan Empire were at one time considered the strongest force on the continent. As Moffel, vice captain of the Red Knights, had a secret relationship with the Empress and accused Piaro, who knew about it. Piaro escaped and was branded a fugitive, and now he is looking for a revenge agent to act on his behalf. Seeing the description and purpose of the task he will have to perform, Grid mentally said the title appears very rarely. But how can I defeat the vice captain, and the Empire is too far away after these thoughts? Grid confidently said to Piaro, I refuse. I do not have the necessary skills and time to help you. Hearing his request for help rejected, Piaro was surprised to hear what an obvious lie it was. You want more rewards? Hearing the question about increasing the reward, Grid nervously replied, No, I told you I don't have the skills. That's why I refuse after that. Piaro held out his sword and offered it as an additional reward for the mission. After that, kicking Grid on the legs with the sheath of his sword, he said, I've increased the reward, so accept the quest. But Grid still refused even though his life was in danger. And having failed to get him to accept the task, Piaro chased him away, saying that he could find him if he wanted to, and accept his task, saying, I'm not forcing you, I'm just not giving up hope. After a while, when Grid finally returned to the forge after completing the class quest, he received a notification that the task was complete, and he received the long-awaited Dineslave. Holding the long-awaited sword of unique quality in his hands, Grid joyfully exclaimed, I finally got my Dineslave. Holding this incredible item in his hands, Grid said happily, even among the top runners, there must not be many people who have such a good weapon. This is a great sword. If I enchant it, it will become unrealistically cool. Looking at Grid, who demonstrated to him the sword skills of Pagma Khan himself, he shed tears and said, I was the only one who could see Pagma's swordplay with my own eyes. Thank you, Grid. Clutching the top sword, Grid said to Khan, Well, what's next? How can I get Valhalla? Hearing this, the blacksmith smiled and said, You must have worked hard during your journey. Now you should take a break. Hearing this, Grid thoughtfully said in his head, It seems that I have not yet fulfilled all the conditions for the second-class quest, but I was able to regain and increase my intelligence. I think that will be enough for now. Immediately after that, looking at the characteristics of his skills, which also increased when he reached the second level, the boy confidently added, My skills have also increased my level, and I'm satisfied now. Before he could have a good rest after the mission, the guards arrived at their forge and asked, seeing two blacksmiths, if it was you, Mr. Grid, right? Finding the right person who was called by their leader, the guard said to the administrator, We need your presence to create an item. Please follow us to the castle. After some time, Grid and the guards arrived at the forge of Winston Castle, and seeing the incredible room, Grid was amazed and said, Wow, I didn't know there was a forge here. Standing in the room of the forge, which was located at the palace, the administrator happily told Grid, I want you to create an item right there this time. It's very urgent. Immediately after these words, the administrator changed his face and said nervously, The Church of Jathan began to grow at an incredible rate due to the appearance of the eighth servant. They have settled near Winston and are destroying all the villages on their way. Hearing about this, Grid looked at the administrator with a stern look and said in his head, I've also heard rumors that Yura is the eighth servant, and a large number of users have joined Yatan's church because of the bonus of increased experience points, and Winston is under threat. Having reported the threat and the urgent order, the administrator held out a letter with a drawing of the item and said, To stop their attack, we need to send reinforcements to Kinbin Fortress. You can create an item using this production method. After opening the production method, which included the production method of a holy shield, with a rating from rare to legendary, Grid received a new quest called Business with the AA Administrator to create a holy sword to prepare for the invasion of the Church of Yatan. The condition is to create a shield of at least epic rarity as a failure. Cooperation will be terminated and all subsequent quests will disappear. While looking at the production method of creating the shield he needed, Grid saw a system notification that said Holy Shield, a shield that contains the power of Rebecca, the goddess of light, strong against the dark magic of demons and followers of the Church of Yatan. Looking at the production method of the holy sword that was given to him to create the item, Grid mentally said Holy Shield must be that this is an incredible item. This is an opportunity to get a production method of a level item I need to accept. The next moment, The administrator spoke to Grid, who seemed ready to cooperate, pointing to his right. I've already called the priest to infuse the sacred energy into the shield. When it was presented to the blacksmith, Cassis himself, who was an NPC and a priest of the Church of Rebecca, said, Cassis, this body belongs to Rebecca, the goddess of light. Seeing what this priest looked like with whom he was supposed to cooperate, Grid said nervously, I understood, and then mentally added that for how long he had been standing there, he looked like a devil, not a priest. While making the ordered shield, Grid said impressively, pouring the molten material into the blanks, melting mithril is really quite difficult. I think I won't have time to sleep for the next 2 days. As the boy was forming and tempering the billet, he said, I accepted this quest because I couldn't earn much money because of the trip to the canyon. But the materials are so expensive, the magic stone mithril is gold-plated and represents Rebecca. Looking at the item he was creating, Grid said in his head, the materials are worth gold. I can only create 2 of these shields if I use all my luck. If I get a rating below rare, will I be able to sell it anywhere afterwards? After all, it can only be used by members of Rebecca's church. At the same time, while watching the boy who was blacksmithing, one of the game creator's company members said to Shin Yunwoo, Shin Yunwoo does things I just can't predict. As the man watched Grid work on the blacksmith's piece, he added that he works slowly on projects, bypassing all the paths that will lead him to success. Continuing his observation, the man suddenly noticed another person near Grid who aroused his curiosity. Then he said in surprise that who is this next to him? This NPC. Looking through all the codes of the game, the man was surprised to see Morpheus among the NPCs who are in GHFO. Is Isabel there? The next moment, putting his hand to his chin, the man thoughtfully said in his head, This is interesting, Shin Yunwoo. No matter how unpredictable you are, I didn't think you would create such a scenario. And so, 2 days passed from the very day the forging of the shield began, and the day of the show came. And having completed the shield on time, Grid exclaimed joyfully, Finally, it has sprung up in time, Mr. Priest. Please pour holy energy into it. Sitting down on the bench to rest from his hard work, Grid said in surprise, Why have you been praying for 2 days and not sleeping? I would have just woken you up later. To which Cassis replied, I was trying to attract good luck to your side. That's why I prayed as long as I could. After these words, looking at the tired Grid, Cassis added the goddess Rebecca controls the light. The light represents all the positive energy, luck and success also make up it. Looking at the priest of Rebecca's church, Grid mentally said, Your face looks like you live in poverty, and then said to the priest himself, If prayers worked, there would be no unhappy moments in my life. Listening to Cassis praying over the creatures, saying a prayer to the goddess Rebecca, Your Majesty, Grid said, In any case, do everything you can, for these 2 have gone all my savings. After completing the prayer over the created objects, Grid heard after a while when he dozed off, All I have completed. The next moment Cassis spoke to Grid, The goddess Rebecca heard our prayers, and Grid joyfully exclaimed, Wow, that's real. Grasping the rare shield he had created, Grid was simply speechless with the disappointment that overwhelmed him. The next moment, the guy said in a dead voice, and with a look of complete disappointment and loss of meaning in his life, You devil, why did you decide to give me hope in vain? Seeing that Grid was holding the wrong shield, Cassis picked up the perfect holy shield, which was legendarily rare, and confidently said, pointing to it, This is not the one she blessed. Grasping the legendary work of blacksmithing, Grid joyfully exclaimed, Yes, I did it legendary at the same time. Grid received a system notification that said a legendary item had been created. All characteristics increased by a continental reputation, increased by... Looking at Grid, who could not be happy with the result of the item, Cassis smiled and said, It's all thanks to the blessing of the goddess Rebecca. The administrator will be happy to hear of our success. Smiling back at the priest who prayed for him, Grid happily said in his head, Thanks to the prayers, it's all perfect anyway, just like last time. Get ready to give me all your money, admin. Looking at the legendary shield that Grid had created, the administrator happily said, Great job. The money will be delivered to you later. You can come back. When Grid heard that there would be no payment now, he was surprised to hear the administrator say that he should return, and the administrator told him that our financial situation was very bad because of the war, so please return. Hearing the order to return without anything back, Grid angrily exclaimed, Then give me back the shield. I spent my money on it, so it belongs to me. And then mentally said, What the hell is this different from the situation with the Sword of Superiority? The next moment, the administrator ordered his subjects to grab Grid and send him to prison. And when the guards grabbed him and dragged him away, Grid said in surprise, What are you doing? Handing the shield to his subject, the administrator said, "Give it to that man," and then told Grid, "You are not behaving properly, Mr. Grid. Do not think I will show you courtesy in this case." Looking at the administrator who handed the shield to his subject, Cassis heard, "The owner of this shield is not someone we can go against." Hearing this, Grid said angrily, "What are you talking about? You're seriously going to do this to an innocent citizen?" Realizing that something was wrong, the holy priest from Rebecca's church used his skill of purifying light to find out what was going on. Immediately afterwards, the priest began to emit a bright light of purification. After completing the purification ritual, Cassis confidently said, "I thought something was definitely wrong." Looking at the administrator who was lying unconscious, Cassis said, "Only members of Rebecca's church can use the holy shield, but Winston only invited a priest to the church and did not ask for a paladin who could use it." Immediately after these words, the priest looked away from the administrator and continued to stare at him, adding that they were going to do something they couldn't control. They were definitely going to kidnap him. Looking at the man who had taken off his disguise and was holding the legendary shield of the church, Cassis said, "You have brainwashed the administrator, you pagan from the church of Jathan." Hearing the question from his opponent, whom he and his country wanted to destroy, the pagan said, "Bugaga, it looks like I made a mistake. But even so, can an ordinary priest stop me?" Seeing the old man turn soldier, Grid shouted angrily, "Who are you? Give me my shield." Hearing Grid's question, the priest thought, "An ordinary follower would not be able to hold this shield so easily. He must be a high-ranking believer." The next moment, a girl appeared from the door that flew out of the frame along with the wall. It was Isabel, and she said happily, "What would you do without me? This was no ordinary bet." Seeing that there was another actor in this situation, Grid was surprised to hear Isabel say in his head, "Another NPC. What is going on?" And then Cassis said, "You should have entered using the corridor without breaking the door of Lady Isabel." Hearing the instructions from the priest, the girl looked at the pagan with the legendary shield and confidently said, "But it's much cooler that way, isn't it? And you, Mr. Heretic." The next moment, calling her weapon to herself, the girl said in a threatening tone, "Why don't you start explaining why you took the holy shield in the first place?" Looking at the weapon that the girl had just summoned, the embarrassed heretic said in a trembling voice, "Don't tell me about the spear." Being able to fully see the girl's account in front of him along with the legendary weapon, the heretic added, "The spear of Lifael, what is Rebecca's daughter doing here?" Ignoring the heretic's question, the girl said, "Come on, answer me," trying to draw out the answer to the question she had asked earlier. Running for his life to save his miserable life, the heretic nervously said in his head, "This was not part of the plan. I have to run." Following the heretic who was trying to escape, Cassis shouted a tracking spell at the girl, Lady Isabel, who gleefully exclaimed, "You want to play hide and seek with me?" Meanwhile, while Grid was just standing there watching what had just happened, Shin Yun-woo was thinking only of himself during this unpredictable situation. His eyes bulging after what he had just learned and seen, Grid said in shock that Rebecca's daughter, what the hell was going on here? It was definitely a quest to recover the stolen shield. However, as the director of SA Group had predicted, the quest Grid was doing had not even been created. However, it took Grid 30 minutes to realize that he had been deceived, and he angrily shouted, "Hey, you scoundrels, give me back my shield immediately." At the same time, somewhere in Pedo, a small town in the Eternal Kingdom, on the territory of an estate belonging to one of the best guilds in the game, a giant guild, Lord Pedro Chris, who was a great swordsman and the third in the overall ranking and also the guild master of the giant guild, put a breastplate created by an unknown master in front of a crowd of people for all to see. Looking at the magnificent armor that caught his eye, Chris mentally said, "The armor that was created by a master with no reputation is a wonderful item. I could not invite Panmir and Stang, the blacksmiths, who are ranked first and second in the ranking, to our guild, but immediately after that, the man got up from his seat and announced, 'Find a blacksmith in Winston and recruit him to our guild,' and the entire guild was sent out to search for him. At the same time as the entire guild went in search of an unknown blacksmith in Winston, members of the CDAC guild saw the general tasks that said to find and recruit an unknown master to destroy Ephemera Regis, thoughtfully said, 'We managed to find out that Aaron's name was Ephemera.' Continuing to search for the blacksmith and simultaneously searching for Ephemera, Regis said nervously, 'And we also need to find that blacksmith before Jashuka shoots an arrow at me.' Suddenly, Regis noticed Grid nearby, who was returning to the forge in disappointment, and he thought, 'Isn't this the guy we wanted to take on the raid on the forest guard?' And then he called out, 'Hey, Mr. Unarmed Gladiator. Seeing his friend in front of him, Grid was surprised to hear that it was Regis, to which he happily replied, "You remember me, your name is Grid, so what about your face?" Having received the question from Regis, Grid said in his head, "This is the same inquisitive and naive guy I met in the village of Bayron when I tried to join the raid." Immediately after these words, Grid smiled slyly and said in his head, "This good guy is definitely going to help me." Deciding to turn on his acting skills to the maximum, Grid spoke in frustration, with his hands over his face and crouched on the ground. "Some scoundrel stole my item. Just kill me." Hearing Grid's request, Regis nervously replied, "Oh my God, what kind of scoundrel doesn't need to commit suicide?" Immediately after these words, Regis confidently exclaimed, "I will help you. No need to be disappointed." As soon as he said this, he was immediately hit on the head by Jishuka, along with the voiceover of "Who allowed you to do this?" Grabbing Rega by the ear to punish him for his amateurishness, Jishuka said menacingly, "Why did you decide to help someone else instead of fulfilling the mission?" And at that time, Grid looked at the girl and thought she was perfect. After Regis was punished, Jishuka turned her attention to Grid and said menacingly, "What are you looking at? Regis has things to do, so deal with your problems yourself." The next moment, pointing at the girl, Regis nervously said, "Mr. Grid, this is Guildmaster Chidaka Jishuka." Hearing this, Grid shouted out insultingly, "What difference does it make? It doesn't give her the right to stop someone from helping another person." Hearing this, Jishuka angrily exclaimed to Grid, "What right do you have to talk to me like that?" To which Grid replied, "Why did you decide that a guildmaster can control the members of his guild in such a way?" To which she replied that guild members should follow their guildmaster and not some passers-by. Continuing to argue with the girl, Grid mentally said it was an invaluable shield. "I need to convince them to help no matter how." After that, he said, "Don't be so heartless. Please let Regis help me." Hearing this request, the girl heard the locals discussing them, saying Jishuka was arguing with someone. Then the girl cycled unhappily and mentally said, "We have attracted the attention of passers-by. The guild's reputation is at stake." Then said to Gridu, "This pain in the ass, then let Regis choose the right ones." Hearing this, Regis immediately got to his feet and confidently said, "Helping those who need it is the true meaning of Taekwondo." Hearing that he chose Grida Jishuka without hesitation, she became very angry and said in her head, looking at the trail of the guys, "I will kill him in his head with one Taekwondo." The next moment, she heard passers-by talking to each other and asked if this guy was a blacksmith who participated in a production competition, to which another replied that he had teamed up with the Khan to fight Arena. Hearing this, Jishuka was surprised to hear in her head that this is the guy from the rumors. He must know where Ephemera is. Immediately after that, she opened the guild system window, and looking for a chat with Rega, she said in her head, "I have to write to Regis," but then she saw that Regis had blocked all messages. Having lost the opportunity to communicate with the subject, the girl angrily said in her head, "This idiot seriously blocked me to avoid punishment. I will find you a head and 2 ears." And at the same time, somewhere in the church of Yatan, preparing for the sacred ritual of sacrifice, one of the priests said, "Musta will soon return with the holy shield." Who would have thought that there would be such a talented blacksmith here? Continuing the preparations for the ritual, Malachus, the 6th servant of the god Yatan, a priest of the church of Yatan, said, "You know what happens if dark magic is poured into the holy shield." Immediately after these words, Malachus added, "Oh, you know that Winston's defenders are not that weak, but I managed." Holding the sacrifice for the ritual, the priest joyfully said to find and capture a beautiful and chaste girl to sacrifice to Lady Irene. Recalling the words of Doran, who had rescued her from the captivity of Jathan's church last time, the girl heard him say, "I was able to save you because of this guy. I would not have succeeded without his help. You must find him so that he will be on your side." Immediately after these words, she grabbed the ring Doran had given her and remembered his last words. He was a young man who would recognize this ring. And so the next day came, heading to the church of Yatan, where his holy shield was supposed to be. Grid said tiredly, "We didn't sleep at all last night. What will we do if there is nothing on this mountain?" To which Regis answered him joyfully, "We will check the next mountain." The next moment, Regis noticed Grid's outfit and said in surprise, "Your outfit is impressive. You seem to be a strong fighter." To which Grid replied, "We have no way of knowing when we will meet that enemy." The next moment, Ross said confidently, "You said that the thief was radiating a dark aura, so he must be a member of the Church of Yathan. And since he was holding an object that could harm evil spirits, he must be a high-ranking priest." Hearing these words from his partner, Grid said thoughtfully, "You're probably right, Mr. Regis. Are they? Or aren't they? Immediately after these words, Grid said to his partner, "There are at least a few dozen people here. I didn't think there would be so many since they were hunted." Immediately after these words, trying to hide behind a rock, Grid said, "We need to be invisible so that we are not caught." Hiding behind a rock, Grid said, "What do you think?" Before he could finish, he noticed that Regis was not near him, and the next moment he heard the exclamation of a guy who had already run to the enemies, saying, "Come to me, evil idiots, the power of victory." Having dealt with all the enemies in a matter of seconds, Regis happily said, "This was a great training opportunity, thank you, Mr. Grid." And Grid said in surprise in his head, "He's defeated them all. It's incredible." Heading inside the room, Grid said confidently, "That man must be inside the cave. I didn't see him among the followers outside," Regis said in surprise. "Wow, I can practice again." As soon as they took a few steps inside, they heard someone's ominous voice say, "I don't like uninvited guests," and then system alerts appeared, informing them that the sixth Shuga of the god Yatan Malakus had appeared, and that great dark magic had been used to cause the effects of fear to weaken and restrain them. After dodging a sudden enemy attack, Grid received system notifications that said the legend was hard to scare, and you resisted all abnormal conditions. However, despite Grid's abilities, Rega was unable to dodge, and a dark spear that appeared from the ground pierced him through. Hearing a groan from his partner, Grid looked back and saw that he was injured, and then mentally told Regis that he could not dodge because of the restraints. Clutching his wound to stop the bleeding, Regis said, "Hardly a training exercise." Seeing that his attack failed to kill two enemies at once, Malakus said in surprise, "You resisted my power quite unexpectedly, and you are like Yura." Immediately after that, releasing my next dark spirit, Grid, which was supposed to destroy him, Malakus said, "I will not spare you." Looking at the trajectory of the enemy's attack, Grid pulled out his 8th-level enchanted dagger and exclaimed in displeasure, "This angry uncle, stop attacking right after you start talking." Using an aerial slash, Grid managed to deflect the enemy's attack by destroying the sharp end, thus preventing the attack from hitting Regis again. While Grid was fighting with one of the servants of Yatan's church, Regis used a regeneration potion to contact his guild members. Thinking, "I didn't think we would meet Malakus. I need help," and then wrote to the guild center of Mount Rolf, "I need support here, Malakus." As soon as he wrote this, he immediately received a message from Jashuka, who angrily replied, "You have a dying wish. How dare you ignore me?" After listening to the guild leader's statement, Regis nervously said, "Calm down, master. I don't know what your problem is, but we met Malakus. He's not at the Church of Yatan. He's a level up. So get all your equipment ready and come to me." After sending a message for help, Regis received a message from Jashuka saying, "Malakus or not, don't let Grid escape from there. He is a disciple of Khan. He must know where Ephemera is." At the same time, Grid was completely absorbed in the confrontation with the enemy. Using his skills, Grid even managed to take the initiative despite the great difference in levels. The next moment, Grid pulled out his Dane's Leaf. "I didn't even think I'd have the opportunity to use it so soon. I've been practicing while I was looking for your slippery thieves." Swinging his legendary sword at the enemy, Grid said angrily, "I have to hold it with both hands because of my low strength, but I still like the weight of it." Activating the skill of his enhanced sword, Grid confidently shouted out as he approached the enemy Daneslash plus Pagma sword link. Looking at Grid fighting the enemy as well as the best warriors, Regis wondered in his mind, if someone so strong was a blacksmith, they must have been wrong. Looking at Grid waving his weapon, Malakus said confidently, "It's a fine sword, but it's a pity it's useless because it can't reach my body." Hearing these words from his enemy, Grid wondered in his mind how much more damage he could absorb with his cloak. Preparing to end this futile battle, Malakus said disappointedly, "Your weakness has ruined my delight. Die a sacred punishment." Noticing the dangerous attack used by the enemy, Grid used the Pagma swordsmanship skill and a combination of restraint to avoid being accidentally killed by it. Not realizing what was happening, Malakus nervously said in his head that I can't get close to him. How is that even possible? Stepping back to Regis, Grid mentally said, "I need to restore my mana," and then told the guy, "Regis, if you're restored, we have to run away." Hearing Grid's suggestion, Regis looked back and said happily, "Yeah, I've always wanted to fight a strong opponent, and they arrived pretty quickly." The next moment, a single Jaffa arrow of epic quality flew past Grid and Regis and headed for the enemy. At the same time, preparing the next arrow to attack, Jashuka said menacingly, "If you don't want to be killed with this monster, you'd better get behind it." Hearing these words, Regis joyfully exclaimed, "Master, you have come to our aid." Seeing her subject in front of her, who was very much in the wrong, the guildmaster said angrily to Regis. "We will need to talk to you very seriously." Immediately after these words, the girl turned her attention to Grid and then said, "Khan's disciple, you also do not run away and wait for us. I also have questions for you." At the same time, Grid looked at Jashuka's weapon and said in surprise, "These are the same Jaffa arrows." Immediately afterwards, Grid added in surprise, "I made them, that is, you were one of those who bought them." Hearing what the boy in front of her had just said, Jashuka wondered in her mind that he had made them, so he must be the boy we have been looking for. At the same time, Malachus, who was looking at his enemies, who now became even more menacing, said how meaningless it was. "You can do nothing to the servant of the god Yathan, who has surpassed all human limits." Immediately after realizing how valuable Grid was, the girl insistently repeated, "I will repeat once again, do not go anywhere and wait for us." The next moment, the joyful Jashuka, who had finally achieved her goal, confidently said that the one who had surpassed all limits and you were just prey, do not get caught now. You will be finished. Having reported that Malachus was wrong, the girl who stood confidently with all her comrades who were waiting for the order to fight confidently added, "And we are the guild of Sidak the Predators." Malachus, the sixth servant of the god Yatan, was a priest who performed all the rituals in the church of Yatan. He is known for the case in which virgins were sacrificed to turn the king of Bungerstock into a complete idiot, and for the mass sacrifice of girls to create an epidemic in the territory of Count Raven. Hearing the threat from Jashuka, Malachus said arrogantly that I pray to God, what can ordinary people do to a servant of the god Yatan who has surpassed human limits? As soon as these words came out of the enemy's mouth, Jashuka pulled the bowstring of her bow and confidently said, "Let's see how long you can stay with that thought while fighting the strongest guild, the Seneca Guild." Hearing the threat from the girl, Malachus began to carry out his attack and said menacingly, "I will sacrifice you to the god Yatan girl." Having blocked the enemy's attack with his shield, Tobin, who was the first in the ranking of paladins and the chief of staff of the Sedaka Guild, shouted out the shield of patience. Immediately after that, she shot at the enemy with her bow and said, "This is a normal attack. That's all you can do, so take it, Malachus." Having blocked the enemy's attack, Tobin said nervously in his head, looking at the strength of his equipment, "This so-called normal attack reduced the strength of my shield by." The next moment, he turned his gaze to his guildmaster and said, "I know you're acting so that the others don't get nervous, but a black mage of this level is not an easy opponent, master." At the same time, Malachus defended himself from the arrows Jashuka was shooting with a haughty tone and said, "The pathetic archer calls my attack weak." Hearing this, Regis, who was already ready for his attack, confidently exclaimed, "That's why I'm here. My body is not able to withstand a battle with a strong opponent." Having hit the enemy with his attack, Regis was the first to actually reach the enemy and inflict at least some damage, thereby throwing him back a few meters. Watching Regis's thoughtless amateur performance, Jashuka exclaimed with dissatisfaction, "Hey, don't move so recklessly, making me waste my arrows, you taekwondo-obsessed idiot." To which Regis happily replied, "I know you're lining up for me." Realizing her superiority over the enemy, the girl thought, "Our opponent is the weakest of the servants. Since we are all above the level, we have a chance to win." And then she shouted to her comrades, "Do not stand as a pillar. It's time to hunt." Hearing the order to attack, Wantner, who was the first in the ranking of knights and the bodyguard in the overall ranking, rushed forward and joyfully exclaimed that I would go first. While Regis stood confidently in place after the enemy attack, Vantner, who was heading to fight the enemy, noticed how Malachus drove his tentacles into Regis's body and then lifted the boy above the ground. Malachus said menacingly, "It's time to end this circus." Preparing to use his skill, Malachus pulled his mask away from his face and said menacingly, "You insignificant whirlpool dare to go against the will of a god." The next moment, everyone noticed a system notification saying that Malachus had released his magic power. This powerful magical force imposes fear of weakening and binding on opponents, and the members of the Sedek Guild nervously exclaimed that my body was destroyed. Immediately afterwards, Malachus, who at first limited himself to the area in front of him, later decided to fill the entire area with his magical aura of fear. As a result of binding the enemies, all members of the Sadak lost the ability to defend themselves. And as a result, Malachus was able to inflict a lot of damage on the guild members with just one attack on the square. At the end of this combination, all the guild members were on the ground. As Jashuka got to her feet, she received a system notification that said, "You have lost your health in one hit. You are stunned for seconds." And she nervously said in her head, "All guild members have lost more than their health in one hit." dark magic debuffs, as well as various kinds of magic spells, in addition to the incredible ability to regenerate itself, as well as a huge amount of magic power. Malachus possessed true power after this attack. The follower of the Church of Yatan said arrogantly, "Boogeyman, who is the hunter now?" Hearing this, Tobin, who was acting as Jashuka's protector, nervously shouted out to everyone to protect the master, to which she replied, "I'm fine, Tobin, I have a potion." Immediately after that, the girl nervously exclaimed to her subjects, "Listen, everyone, this is the order of the guildmaster. Now your main goal is to protect the blacksmith Grid. Protect him instead of me." Immediately after these words, the girl turned her attention to Grid, worried that he was probably on the verge of death. Then she nervously added, "Even if everyone dies, he must survive." Noticing that Grid was feeling better than anyone else, the girl immediately stopped talking in surprise and said in a bewildered tone that he was fine, but how? Trying to understand who this mysterious guy was, Jashuka said in her head, "Now that I look at his sword and armor, is it possible that he is not a blacksmith? He was lying. No, he definitely said he made those arrows." At the same moment, Malachus, who had also turned his attention to Grid, said in his head in surprise that he did not understand what tricks he was using for his own survival. Confused by this situation, the guildmaster prepared to use the regeneration potion and nervously thought, "Oh shit, I don't understand what's going on," and then shouted to her subject, Wantner, to move forward. Rushing at the enemy on the guildmaster's orders and making several unsuccessful attacks, Wantner nervously said in his head, "Oh shit, this dark cloth is blocking all my attacks." Unable to hit his opponent, Wantner was not going to give up, and came up with an idea of how he could defeat the enemy. He exclaimed, "I just need to attack faster." Again, blocking all the enemy's attacks, Malachus confidently said to him, "That's ridiculous. Your speed and attack power are not enough." Immediately after these words, Malachus fell silent, defending himself from the attack that could have passed his defense and could have harmed him. Then he nervously said in his head, "The attack was like a beam of light. I barely had time to put up my shield. What about this power?" At the same time, Pan, who was the first in the spear ranking and ranked first in the overall ranking, said in amazement, "Well, he was able to react to my sudden attack." Angered that he was being used as bait, Wantner shouted angrily at Pan, "Stop using me as your shield, you impudent boy," to which he replied, "Knights guards must protect their damagers. Is this a common practice, or have you lost your brains along with your hair?" Continuing the joint offensive, Pan said happily, "You're a terrible tanker. Stop investing all your points in strength. You're useless. You're a defensive class." And Wantner shouted angrily at him, "Don't you know that Guardian Knights who invest their points in strength are invincible, and you want to compete with me like that?" Continuing to listen to the argument between Pan and Wantner, who shouted, "Shut up, you idiot. It hurts me to think that we are the same age. You shut up, you idiots were not allowed to understand." Malachus continued to boil with irritation and repel the attacks of his enemies. When his limit was reached, the enemy used his power and angrily shouted, driving the enemies away from him, "Be quiet, you insignificant bugs." Noticing that they had managed to make the enemy angry, Pan happily exclaimed, "Hey, stop being so grumpy." Moving away from the enemy, Pan noticed that one of the enemy's tentacles was pointing directly at him. And then he said in amazement, "Wow, directed magic is interesting." However, this did not pose any threat to him. Using his supersonic spear skill, Pan threw his weapon at the enemy, simultaneously destroying its dark tentacle. Putting up a defense to avoid Pan's attack, Malachus nervously spoke in his head, watching the spear fly straight at him. "It pierced 3 layers of my shield to be stunned by the ordinary traveler." Immediately after Pona's attack, Vantner also believed in himself and threw his axe at the enemy, shouting out trying to block this one as well. However, his attack was easily deflected, and the enemy didn't even feel it, so Wantner grabbed his head and exclaimed nervously, "Damn it, why don't my attacks work like Pan's?" Hearing his comrade's wish, Pan took his spear and turned and said, "You've become too greedy for a knight guardian, Wantner." The next moment, Pan confidently added, "A guardian knight who focuses on strength, develops quickly, and fights well in PvP battles. But then he cannot resist a strong opponent, and that is why he does not reach the full potential of his class." Hearing this, Vantner cycled unhappily and said, "Well, I can't reset my characteristics because there are no such items here." After Vantner's answer, Pan, drawing conclusions after the past stage of the battle, confidently said that my supersonic spear was ineffective against him, and that was because. Recalling his weapon, Pan said in his head that my level weapon had become too weak for my current level. even though it was a unique item that also had its limitations. Immediately after that, turning his attention to Jishuka, Pan confidently added in his head, I am not the only one who understands the true value of a blacksmith who shocked the world with the arrows he made because he is a master. The next moment, Malika spoke menacingly to the leader of his enemies, grabbing one of her subjects. Hey girl, it looks like you don't even know where you belong. Raising Regis in front of everyone he grabbed, Malika said menacingly, look closely. Everyone else will be in the same position in a few seconds. Seeing what was happening on the battlefield, Vantner nervously exclaimed, Regis, you ran out of potions. You fought him without healing to help others, right? Hearing this, Regis nervously replied that, well, I wanted to get closer to him. It would have been a great training. Immediately after that, clutching Regis's head in his hand, Malakus shouted at him, Hey, you're done with your speeches. Seeing that their comrade was taken hostage by the enemy, one of the guild members said unhappily, that scoundrel. And then the comrade who was standing next to him added, Rangers lose a lot of experience points if they die. Faced with a difficult choice in this situation, Jishuka nervously said in her head, his magical power and defense were too high. Mr. Regis fought him too recklessly. It was his own fault. Immediately after these words, she spoke to her comrades to calm them down. She said in her head, Troublethink Jishuka put everyone in danger to save him or save everyone by letting him die. While thinking about what she should do in this situation, Jishuka suddenly heard someone's voice angrily shouting, What the hell are you all doing? Why are you standing still for so long? Throwing his sword at the enemy to save Regis, who agreed to help him, Grid confidently added, Do you know how much money is here? Immediately after these words, Grid went to the enemy waving his dagger to deal with the enemy using the Pagma fencing technique. As he approached the enemy, who could not be reached because of his range of attack, Grid said, looking him directly in the eye, Let him go immediately. Looking at the enemy who was able to get close to him in just one moment, Malakus nervously said in his head to this persistent scoundrel. As soon as a good opportunity to save his comrade appeared, Grid confidently called out the fencing of the Pagma of deterrence. Watching Grid's movements as he gracefully swung his dagger, Jishuka wondered in her mind about the dance that makes her heart flutter with every movement, his tremendous pressure along with the beauty of his fencing. Immediately after these thoughts, the girl froze in place and held her breath, and added in her head as if time itself had stopped for a certain period. And at the same moment, Malakus, who had lost Regis from his captivity, said in his head, How can I, who fears only the god Yathan, feel like that? Gritting his teeth and preparing himself for the blow that was about to come to him, Malakus continued his train of thought. I can destroy him in just 1 second right now in 1 second. Continuing his thoughts and not taking his eyes off Grid, the dark sorcerer nervously added in his head how this weak rascal could even appear in front of me. Having lost all the power in his hands and dropped Regis from them, Malakus spoke in a frightened voice and managed to stun me, forcing me to step back despite my incredible strength. Having gotten what he wanted from this sudden attack, Grid immobilized the enemy and picked up Regis and said to him, Regis, you're fine. To which he replied, Thank you, Grid, you're just incredible the more I get to know you. Immediately after these words, Regis turned his gaze to Grid and smiled through the pain and said, Such incredible strength from a man who is not a runner. The next moment I remembered the situation when Grid said to Tobin that your control is good, but it doesn't mean it's because of your equipment, and I knew in my head that his words were not a lie. Hearing Regis's praise and admiration, Grid was surprised to hear his friend's words of admiration, and he said in his head, It's amazing to think that the ranker would show me respect when I used only one fencing technique. The next moment Grid smiled slyly and added in his head, He's an incredibly simple guy, a simpleton that I have to look for. He'll definitely do whatever I tell him. Immediately after these thoughts, Grid finished lifting his friend to his feet and noticing the enemy in front of him, he nervously said, Oh, the binding lasts 3 seconds. We need to get out of here immediately. As soon as he said this, he noticed that the enemy was approaching him with slow steps and looked very angry. As soon as the distance was sufficient, Malakus said to Grid, Who the hell are you? The pressure I feel from you suddenly disappeared, as if it had never been there. How is that possible? Hearing this and noticing the expression on his enemy's face, Grid nervously said in his head, Oh shit, I can see by his expression that he's really angry. We can't escape him now. As soon as he thought about it, he heard a woman's voice shouting to them, Hurry up and run! And turning his head toward the voice, Grid noticed Lila, who was the second best wizard in the ranking, standing next to him. Seeing the incredible girl who came to his aid, Grid exclaimed excitedly that Lila is an international singer. She's in your guild. Hearing this question, Regis said hard, Yes, she has been with us since the days of LTS. Heading towards Lila, the cat blew up Malachus to gain time to escape and distract the enemy. Grid took this chance and shouted happily as he walked towards the girl. I'm a fan of yours, I love your acting. I mean your songs. Not realizing what he meant, the girl ignored Grid's words and nervously exclaimed, noticing the danger behind the boys' backs. Immediately after these words, a powerful explosion occurred behind Grid, a wave of which slowly caught up with the boys, aiming at the enemy who had not yet died from all Jishuk's attacks. Trying to buy time to escape, Grid and Regis angrily shouted, "You idiot! What are you doing? Hurry up and get out of there!" Hearing these words from Jishuka, Malachus, who was not at all happy about this development, angrily exclaimed, "Do you really think I'm going to let you escape that easily?" Firing the arrows that had stuck in his cloak at Grid and Regis, Malachus saw that his attack had hit the residual images and that the boys themselves had been carried a few meters forward by someone when the rescuer appeared. The thief said angrily, "To think that there is such a rat in this group of mongrels." The one who saved Grid and Regis from the enemy attack was Faker, who was the first in the ranking of killers. Deciding to thank him for the rescue, Grid looked up at Faker and said happily, "I don't know who you are, but you're just incredible." But before he could finish, Faker disappeared from his sight. Immediately after that, having created copies of himself to mislead the enemy, he simultaneously attacked Malachus, who looked at the number of enemies heading for him and said, "They really think they can defeat me in numbers? How ridiculous is that?" Watching Malachus use his cloak to deflect all of Faker's attacks, Vantner said that cheat shields not only do not require time to activate, but also block all attacks from top players, to which Pan nervously replied, "No, he uses them in critical cases to spend mana more efficiently." Immediately after these words, Pan confidently added to his friend, "Remember how Jishuka's arrow hit him? He has weaknesses when he is not prepared for attacks." The next moment, looking at Regis, who was resting after being taken hostage by the enemy, Pan asked if that was why you used the penetrating mirror, to confirm that, right, Regis? To which he replied that it was just a training exercise. Having overheard the conversation of his comrades, Faker, who returned after a futile attempt to attack the enemy, said unhappily that he was blocking all our attacks anyway, to which Vantner replied, "You're also Faker." Reflecting on the course of the battle and the options for how he could defeat the enemy, Faker thoughtfully said in his head, "If Malachus is having trouble maintaining the shields as Pan said, then we just need to." Noticing that the enemy began to cast a spell, Faker nervously shouted out to attack him at the same time Malachus was preparing to call his helpers for the battle. The great master of hell said, continuing to read the spell ribbons to summon reinforcements, Malachus added, activating his power to immobilize enemies. Let go of the leashes that have been restraining your dogs for ages. Looking around them, the players of the Tsidak Guild noticed a dark fog that began to envelop them from all sides and nervously exclaimed this darkness. At the same time, Malachus was finishing up his spell to summon the hellhounds that were supposed to help him on the battlefield by telling them to eat the hearts of the people. After finishing the last line, which sounded like this, Malachus managed to summon the devil's pet, and a Cerberus appeared behind him. Immediately after summoning the monster, Malachus pointed to the enemies and said, "Kill them now." Seeing what kind of monster appeared after such terrifying words of the summoning spell, the guild members exclaimed in a haughty manner, rushing into battle, and eventually he summoned an ordinary dog, which attacked us. And Jishuka nervously exclaimed, "Stop! Don't let your guard down." Seeing that the enemy monster had destroyed 2 comrades from the guild with just 1 magical volley, Tobin said irritatedly with just 1 blow, and at such a high speed, after which Jishuka said with a displeased cackle, "You fools." Immediately after these words, Jishuka decided to combine their attacks and use the powers of all her comrades to shout out to everyone to gather and attack with all of them. The next moment, noticing that the Cerberus was preparing to use his magic attack again, Jishuka shouted to everyone to protect Grid. "We must protect him at all costs." Immediately after this order, Faker, Toban, and Lila stood in front of the boy to cover him with their own bodies. Facing the enemy with his bow and arrows, Jishuka, covered by a barrage of shots, said in his head, concluding that his swordsmanship was not that of a blacksmith, but of a sword dancer. Helping her comrades in the battle against the monster, the girl continued her thoughts, saying in her head, "But how could he recognize those arrows? We must protect him and find out the truth." The next moment, Wantner, who had decided to change his main target, shouted to his guildmaster, "Master, let the attacking squad take care of the dog. I can't get near Malachus." Immediately after these words, the warrior confidently added, "However, this rascal will be just right for me." After completing his attack, Vantner looked back and noticed that the enemy did not really take damage from his attack. Vantner confusedly said in his head that I am sure that he went through, or could it be that he was playing for damage? Before he could finish his thoughts, the Cerberus used its magic attack, releasing icy fire and poison volleys from its mouth, respectively. Trying to block the enemy's attack with his axes, Vantner nervously said, "You lame dog, you shouldn't look down on me, someone who has the protection of a Night Guardian." A few seconds after these words, Wantner noticed something strange as the enemy continued his attack on him. His weapon began to disintegrate, and as he watched this process, he said in his head, "My axes are beginning to decompose." Noticing that his comrade was now in danger, Pan immediately used his supersonic spear attack on the enemy, thus stopping his attack on Wantner. Seeing that he was being saved by a knight, the guild guard Chadaka joyfully exclaimed to Pan, who told Wantner in a restrained tone of voice that the way to retreat was open, so go back. Using the skill of warrior effort that blocked any enemy attack, Vantner began to retreat backwards, saying, "Damn, I can't believe I'm getting help from this scoundrel." The next moment, while backing away, Wantner was able to dodge the attack of the hellhound that followed him to devour him and avenge his wound. Looking at the outcome of his comrade's battle against the monster, Pan nervously said in his head, "Vantner put all his points into the strength of the Perot. He is still a guardian knight. There is no doubt that his physical and magical defenses are the best in our guild, but that he was able to withstand a supersonic spear." The next moment, watching the hellhound prepare to strike Pan again with his magic, he nervously said at least a level. Stepping back in front of Pan and Vantner, Toban appeared and defended them from the Cerberus attack, and seeing their savior, the boys shouted his name and then heard him reply, "You had so many chances, but you didn't concentrate." Looking at the enemy who was preparing to release a magic attack again, but this time, only a fire attack, Toban added, "It may be a high-level monster, but it still takes damage if we buy some time." The next moment he turned his gaze to the guildmaster who was preparing to make a targeted attack on the enemy. Toban said confidently, "Those behind him will be able to attack him with their ultimates." Immediately after these words, Jishuka shouted, "Hold him in place, Toban." Toban defended himself against the enemy with his shield, watching his strength rapidly decrease, and said in frustration in his head, "My best shield is starting to break. What a terrible monster. But if I can withstand it, then everything will work out." At the same time, Malachus, who was watching the battle, said in amazement, "What amazing travelers, just to think that they managed to hold back the ruthless dog and even more." Immediately after these words, the man smiled ominously and said they could even defeat him, which was very interesting and unsurpassed for their level. The next moment he called the rest of the dogs, who also joined the battle, and said menacingly, "But only one of them," and there were about 50 of them. Seeing how many enemies appeared on the battlefield, Jishuka assessed the chances of victory and nervously said, "I think this could be the end of the line." Nervously gritting her teeth at the situation that had just occurred on the battlefield and the cardinal advantage of the enemy forces, she said in her head, "There is simply no other way out. We have definitely lost here." Drawing the attention of all her comrades to herself, Jishuka said, "We have failed this raid, and I apologize to everyone who participated in it." Hearing that the enemies had surrendered after his army had grown in number, Malachus mockingly exclaimed, "Now you understand the power of the Church of Yathan. Nothing has ever excited me so much since I became high priest, and now the time has come for your death." Suddenly, Grid took out a sacred shield from his inventory and headed towards the players of the Sedek Guild, groaning tiredly. At the same time, Malachus noticed that his animals were slowly walking back and said in his head, "Why the hell did they just retreat?" Continuing to walk toward the enemies who were afraid of his sacred shield, Grid said in frustration, "I completely forgot about him in the midst of all the chaos on the battlefield." Standing next to Tobin, who was a shield maker in the Tzedak Guild, Grid sniffed in frustration at having to use this junk. Holding a rare class of sacred shield that was powerful against darkness magic, all the followers of the demons in the Church of Yatan would be weakened by it, Grid said. "I still haven't found out which scoundrel stole it." Noticing that his dogs were retreating because the same boy had entered the fight, who always spoiled his perfect fighting with his actions, Malachus said angrily that it was him again. Holding a rare class holy shield in his hands, Grid said in frustration, "I can't believe I have to use this unfortunate piece of junk. Why do I have to do this?" Standing next to Tobin, Grid drove away all the monsters and stopped the attack on the guild players who had already surrendered due to the enemy's numerical superiority. Noticing how the tide of the battle with the dog had just turned in Grid's favor, Jishuka asked the guy, "Hey, did you make this shield as well as the Jaffa arrows?" Hearing what the guild leader Pan had just said, he was surprised to hear that he was the blacksmith who had made the javelin arrows. And then Wantner added in surprise that this shield was so incredible. Hearing the question from his friend Tobin, Grid looked at the object in his hands and said, "No shield bearer. As I understand it, he is not like all the others. This shield can be considered one of the best I have seen." Listening to the surprise and admiration of the object he held in his hands, Grid said with a grudging smile that it was a failed object anyway. The real one was stolen by a damn thief. Hearing these words from Grid, Tobin was surprised to hear that he considered this shield a failed object, and I'm afraid to imagine what he was talking about, the real one that he wanted to return. Overhearing Grid's conversation with his comrades, Malachus angrily exclaimed, "Sacred Shield, you are the blacksmith who signed the contract with Lord Winston. If you have that shield, then Meta has failed in his task." Hearing that Malachus had just named the man who was supposed to steal the shield that Grid had made, Grid exclaimed to his opponent in surprise, "You know the rascal who stole my shield, so you ordered him to steal it." Immediately after these words, Grid burst into flames of anger and said angrily, "You rascal, give me back my shield immediately." And at the same time, behind Grid's back, Pan said to Jishuka, "I don't think you're wrong, because you're leading us from LTS based on what Malachus said. He really is a blacksmith." Immediately after these words, he turned his attention to Grid, who had quite a powerful outfit, and added in surprise, but he wore the clothes worn by knights and was highly agile, as he was able to use a dagger and had swordsmanship, so he could not be called a blacksmith. After reporting on the strange details he noticed in Grid, Pan said that risking the guild for an unknown player can only mean that he has a hidden master class. After hearing these statements from her subject, Jishuka confidently said, "Now it's just a guess. We'll know everything after we complete the raid." Immediately after these words, remembering her wounded comrade who had already recovered thanks to the potions, Jishuka said, "We are ready to begin. I am sure that you will not just lie there." Because Regas, to which he confidently replied, of course. Regas replied to his guildmaster, wiping the smile from his face with a stern tone, saying after that move, "I realized how to fight Malachus, and that's why I can deal with him very quickly now." Regas stepped forward and headed toward the enemy to test his guesses, while Jishuka, who was looking at his back, mentally said, "Regas has fighting skills that even Pan can't match. He's a little clumsy but very strong." Regas went to the front line and approached Grid, saying happily, "Mr. Grid, it looks like those dogs are afraid of your shield, so can you help me?" Hearing the request for help from his comrade, Grid looked back in surprise and said in his head that it looks like he is already fine since he is asking for my help. I just can't miss this chance. Immediately after these words, Grid, who was already feeling the quick enrichment, said in his head, "I can smell it, the smell of a large sum of money." Immediately after these thoughts, Grid confidently said, "Okay, I'm ready to help you, but I have one condition. I want to get half of the drop from Malachus." Hearing the condition under which Grid would help them, Wantner nervously exclaimed that this was pure robbery. "Because there was a man here. Do you really think you can take half of it? We helped you for free and you demand money from us." Hearing the accusation of robbery against him, Grid said, "Aren't you all in the same group? But only Regas helped me, so why are you trying to make me look guilty?" As soon as Grid finished expressing his point of view, Pan smiled happily and said to his friend, "Forget it, Wantner. This raid was only possible because of his shield, which was simply split in half. But don't forget that we are doing this for ourselves." After explaining all the features and the general picture of this situation to his friend, Pan said to the guildmaster, "You don't mind Jishuk?" To which she confidently replied, "Of course, let's do it that way." Immediately after these words, a system window appeared in front of Grid with an invitation to the CDAC guild group. Hearing from Pan, "Join the group when you are ready," Grid reached out his finger to confirm the invitation. After accepting the invitation, Grid was able to see the level of the players, and then nervously said in his head, "All the members have more than Jishuk's level. Pan and Regas are in the top 20 of the overall ranking, and the rest are at least in the top. I didn't even think they were that strong." The next moment, noticing Grid's level, a member of the group mockingly said, "Hey T, check the group window. He has a level it's so small," to which another player in the guild, Kadaka, replied hidden class, "Has a level maybe he doesn't play much." Hearing that Grid was being mocked, Regas threw his arm over his shoulder and said confidently, "Don't worry about it, Mr. Grid. All you need to do is hold the shield." Hearing this, Grid was surprised to hear Regas say that. Turning his attention to the only guy who wasn't mocking him, Grid said happily, "I'm a really good guy." But he only said it when he felt himself floating in the air. Launching Grid like a projectile at the enemy, Regis joyfully shouted, "Make sure you don't drop it!" And in response, he heard a frightened scream. After a short flight, Grid landed very hard, surrounded by enemies who did not attack him because of the sacred shield that repelled the monsters. Seeing that Grid and the sacred shield were right in front of him, Malicus reached out his hand to the object and said happily, "Boogeyman, you brought the shield. I'll gladly take it." At the same time, while Malicus was distracted by Grid and his object, Regis quickly closed in and prepared to attack. Noticing his opponent in front of him, Malicus prepared his cloth and confidently said, "You stupid boy who doesn't learn from his mistakes. As long as I have this cloth, your attacks are over." Regis didn't care, though. He had figured out Malicus' system of blocking attacks and was preparing to see if his guesses were correct. After being slapped in the face by Regis, who managed to bypass his defense barrier, Malicus said in his head that he was able to hit me even though I had a shield. As he watched Regis hit him, Malicus angrily added in his head, "That rascal, he was so weak just a few seconds ago. Why is his blow so powerful now?" Receiving a considerable number of blows that he could not block no matter how hard he tried, Malicus said nervously in his head, "I see this is not a simple trick." Following his opponent's movements as he threw blow after blow, leaving residual images behind with very fast movements, Malicus nervously said in his head, he avoids the shield and changes the direction of the blow at the last moment, that he can increase his speed so much as if his muscles were exploding. What a monster. After Regis threw a series of punches and knocked the enemy out with the final one, Jishuka noticed a great chance for an offensive and shouted to her comrades, "All of you, the battle is not over yet. Don't relax." At the same time, heading with his comrades to Malicus to finish him off, Regis shouted to Grid, "Mr. Grid, I will leave the dogs on you," to which he replied in surprise, "You think I am a dog person, although it will be much easier here." At the same time, Malicus, who had regained consciousness and began to regenerate after a serious injury, said angrily, "You are insignificant insects," preparing for a powerful attack to take revenge for what they had done to him. Malicus angrily exclaimed, "How dare you do this to a priest of the temple of the god Yatan?" Hearing these words from his enemy, who had just released a considerable amount of his mana to quickly regenerate his wounds, Tobin spoke in surprise to Pawn, looking at the enemy, and that was all he heard in response. "No, he still has plenty of mana." Looking at the enemy preparing to attack, Pawn added, "I know that if we don't break the shield, we won't be able to attack him. He used a lot of magic and healed himself." Trying to prove his superiority over his enemies, Malicus, having fully recovered from the enemy's attack, confidently said, "Even if you were able to get this far, you will never break through my shield." Before he could finish speaking, part of his face was torn off as a result of Jishuka's attack on him after an accurate hit. The girl happily said that it looked like he was getting through quite easily. Immediately after this development, Regis smiled happily and said to his enemy, "You were impressed by my penetrating mirror when I attacked you, and you used 3 layers of your shield to block the supersonic spear." Revealing the enemy's secrets about the use of his shield for all to see, Regis said confidently, "This means that you need to concentrate when you use your shield. And when you try to defend against all attacks at once, you have to move your shield, which makes you unable to concentrate." After hearing her friend's explanation of how Jishuka's defense works, Jishuka confidently said, "That means my arrows can get through, so I guess you can still regenerate after losing half your head." After finishing his business with the dogs, Grid said to his friend, "Hey Regis, how are you doing there? It's so sad." And Mr. Grid replied, "Thanks to you, we can sort it out." At the same time, Malicus, who was regenerating the executed half of his head after Jishuka's shot hit him, said angrily, "How amazing it was that you mortals were destined to die. It was a great shot." Immediately after these words, having restored most of his head, Malicus raised his head and spoke in a menacing tone to his opponents. "However, I think you should include magical power in your calculations." Immediately after these words, Malicus shouted a sacred punishment at the magic spell he had cast over himself. Hearing what the enemy had just said, Regis and Jishuka immediately looked up, hearing a strange thunder above them. The next moment, lightning from the bloody sky began to strike all the players on the battlefield, causing 5-digit damage to the players. Also, as a result of this enemy attack, 2 guild members, Teasy and Biden, were killed, losing all their health. Watching his enemies die from his attack, the jubilant Malicus ominously shouted, "Boogaloo, die all die. This is the true power of the god Yathan. This is a divine command, die all. After taking a considerable amount of damage from the enemy's attack, Jishuk sat on the ground and nervously said in his head, "Damn, at this rate we might all just die here. I can't let the guild members die like this." Picking up her spear and pulling the tetiv to shoot an arrow at the enemy, the girl said in her head, "We need to kill him right now. I will use my most powerful attack." Using his most powerful attack called the Phoenix Bed, Jishuka managed to destroy more than half of the enemy's body, but it was not enough. The enemy still got to his feet and said, "That was incredible, girl." Immediately afterwards, Malachus used his magical power to return to his original form and confidently said, "I just regenerated again. This is my victory, you insignificant insects." Falling to the ground from exhaustion, the girl heard someone repeatedly shouting, "Pant, pant." Then the girl said, "Oh shit." Noticing that now only the two of them can protect the other surviving players, Tobin shouted to his friend Wantner, "We are the only ones who can move. We need to kill him before he regains his health." After defeating all the dogs, Grid looked back at his comrades and said in surprise, "What was going on here? Why is everyone lying down? Do something." To which Jishuka replied that "You are fine. It's all because of the shield." Immediately after these words, Regas took the initiative and added that we were hit with one massive attack. But only the two of us interrupted Regas's words, and Pon said that would be enough. Not understanding how the best guild could not defeat one sorcerer together, Grid nervously said, "Oh shit, how can they be the best guild, especially when I helped them so much?" And then he accidentally noticed a sign with team reinforcements in front of him. Looking at them carefully, the boy was amazed and said in his head, "I was so focused on the members of the group that I didn't notice." And at the same time, when Tobin and Wantner rushed at the enemy, the latter repelled their attack and shouted, "Well then, enjoy it for the last time." Having hit the enemy's defense with the cauldrons, they approached him. One of the guys nervously said in his head, "He has incredible regeneration. We are too late. This raid is lost." However, at the last moment, when all hope was lost, Grid pulled out his Dine's life and gave everyone one last hope. Taking out his Dine's leaf from his inventory, Grid, who was tired of just sitting in one place, rushed at the enemy and struck a powerful blow that greatly changed the course of the battle. Immediately after hitting the enemy with his sword, Grid saw a system notification in front of him that said "Critical Perfect Control." The effect of this option was activated. The enemy will be hit twice, and Malachus nervously said in his head that this had suddenly happened. Angry that he was attacked by the same guy again, Malachus shouted in his head, "Do you know who you attacked? I am the messenger of the god Yathan. But how did he manage to hurt me?" At the same moment, Grid, who was in a very serious mood because one of his subjects had stolen his shield through Malachus's fault, fiercely spoke the Pagma sword of murder. After receiving the final fatal blow from Grid, Malachus said in his head, "How did you manage to do that, you weakling?" Having completed the application of his technique and the last blow, Grid simply froze in place, waiting for further developments, but the raid on Malachus was already completed at that moment. Immediately afterwards, Grid and his comrades saw a system notification saying that you have defeated the sixth servant of Malachus, who inspired fear in people around the world. Also, after the victory, the boy received many system notifications that said your continental reputation has increased by the Church of Jathan. Forever became hostile to you. Relations with all churches, increased attendance at their temple, will give you a blessing. Rebecca's church plus Dominion Church plus Judas Church plus Jathan's church is weakening after the loss of a priest until a new priest is elected. The power of the church will not be able to increase you received experience points. Your level has risen. There was also a message about the rewards, which said that the leader of the group, Jishuka, received gold blessed stones, weapon upgrades, blessed stones, armor upgrades, high-ranked magic stones, Malachus's cloak, Malachus's mask, and dark magic sphere. Being in shock after what she had just seen, Jishuk nervously said in her head that what the hell just happened was a worthless level 1. As she watched Grid move his Dinsleif into his inventory, she nervously added in her head who the hell he was. As soon as the sword was moved to the inventory, Grid immediately turned his head to Jishuka and said unhappily, "So the group decided that the leader would get all the items. Are you trying to trick me?" Being in complete shock after what happened, the girl who heard the threat nervously said in her head, "Who the hell is he really?" And then simply replied to Grid, "We will keep our promise. Don't worry." A few seconds after defeating Malachus, Grid was surrounded by the rest of the Sidak Guild saying, "You're incredible. Even though your level is low, you're still better than Tobin and Wantner combined. So incredible. We could only do it because of you, Mr. Grid. It was amazing. The next moment, the international singer reported her own impressions, happily saying, "You were so cool, Mr. Grid," to which he replied awkwardly, "Well, it was quite simple, Miss Lila." Immediately after that, Grid, having come to his senses after the compliments, sharply looked back and exclaimed with displeasure, "Ah, so you're trying to distract me so that I forget about the objects. So give me my part right now." Hearing the demand from Grid, Pon awkwardly said in his head, "He is really impressive in every sense." Hearing Grid's demand for the rewards, Jishuka confidently said, "Okay, since everyone is back, let's divide the loot," and then thought, he's a blacksmith with fighting skills. Maybe he's not much of a personality, but he's the reason we won. All three items had quite interesting characteristics. For example, Maliku's cloak had a bloody smell skill that made all monsters and beasts attack its wearer. The mask allowed to reduce the time of spell casting, and the dark magic sphere allowed to store 4 additional spells. Looking at the descriptions of all the dropped items, Pon said thoughtfully, "The cloak is not very good, despite the fact that it increases intelligence. Its option of bloody smell is a bit of a stretch, but was that incredible defensibility tied to the use of only Malikus?" Seeing the description of the mask, Zendos, who was ranked first in the ranking of wind mages, happily said, "This mask is pretty good because it increases the resistance of all attributes and reduces the time to cast a spell." And then Lila happily added, "You can save 4 spells in the sphere." Hearing the impressions of his comrades, who were excited about the wonderful items, Tobin thought to himself, "Zendos and Lila are the only wizards in our group." At the same time, Jishuka also thought, "I want to give the mask and the sphere to them, though." Looking at Grid, who was choosing which item he should take, out of all the items, Jishuka thought, since we had already agreed to give him half of the items, we would have to give him one of them. After some time of choosing one of the items that were presented after defeating the enemy, Grid confidently exclaimed, "I want a cloak." Hearing which option he chose, Jishuka was surprised to hear that he really wanted the worst of the items. Seeing everyone looking at him with confused looks, Grid said in displeasure, "Hey, why, what a reaction. Didn't you win thanks to me and now you don't want to give it away?" Hearing these words, Pun said in surprise in his head, "He is leaving us good items on purpose. I don't think he is that kind of person." Also shocked by Grid's choice of item, Regis said in his mind, "I don't believe that Mr. Grid made a wrong choice, but because of the benefits to our guild, no one will tell him." After thinking about the rightness of his actions, Regis said confidently in his head, "I must tell him the truth myself." And then Mr. Grid spoke. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Jishuka, who said, "The cloak is the worst item of the 3, so think again if you really want to take it." Hearing that the guildmaster herself had suggested changing the choice of item, Rega breathed out a sigh of relief and said in his head that I was worried for nothing. The master deserved respect. Hearing Jishuka's verdict on his choice, Grid sighed heavily and wondered in his head why they were saying the cloak was the worst item. It has the intelligence I need for my swordsmanship, and also in addition to that. Looking at the description of his item, the boy confidently added in his head, "It can attract monsters with a bloody smell, an ideal item for hunting, and it's a perfect match for a blacksmith like me who needs to level up quickly." Once again convinced of his choice, Grid said confidently, "I still want the cloak," which was the perfect strategy for a person who wanted to level up quickly, and it was proof that Grid had grown. Hearing that he hadn't changed his mind even after repeated thought, Jishika mentally said, even his choice of item was surprising, then smiled gently and said, "We would like to take the mask and the sphere. Do you mind if we pay for one of them?" Immediately afterwards, Jishuka added, "However, since Malikus is not a boss that can respawn, we don't know the price. It will take a little time as we will have to auction them and see what the maximum bid is. Then we will cancel the auction." Immediately after that, Grid looked at the rest of the items and said thoughtfully, "Now we have some magic stones that are worth about a golden piece." And the girl replied, "We'll give them to you." The next moment, Jishuka smiled happily and said confidently, "If it weren't for you, we would have failed this raid. They belong to you by right." Hearing this, the embarrassed Grid blushed in his head. She was not only sweet, but also generous at the same moment. Regis put his hand on Grid's shoulder and said, "Great job, Mr. Grid. Let's continue to search for your stolen item tomorrow." Hearing the proposal from his friend, Grid was surprised to hear Regis say, "Wow, Regis, you still want to help me with this?" To which he confidently replied, "Of course, I promised you." Moving from the battlefield back to the city, Jishuka said to Grid goodbye. "Then let's meet and complete our transaction in 3 days. I'll write you a message. Try not to forget. Teleporting back to her guild to finalize some things with the prices and prepare everything to complete the transaction with the boy, Jashuka smiled happily and said goodbye and see you soon, Grid. Bidding farewell to the members of the Tzedakah Guild, Grid saw that they had all moved to another location and said thoughtfully, well, it looks like the storm is over. I need to leave as well. The next moment, turning his gaze to the cave where the enemy was, Sin cunningly said why this rascal was in such a place. Just the sight of this cave asks me to explore it. At the same time, Lady Irene, who was lying in the cave without memory, saw a vision, a very vivid vision, in which a very familiar voice said to her, Lady Irene, the time has come. Opening her eyes and looking in front of her, she noticed the protector of her family, and mentally said to Doran, immediately after the man answered her, be ready to go back to the castle. Immediately after these words, Doran smiled gently and said, he came just in time. Please try not to lose him, because you remember the boy I told you about. Hearing the question from her favorite protector, the girl smiled gently and asked, the one who helped you save me from the temple of Yatan, he will come here like this. Hearing these words from Lady Irene, who continued to daydream, Grid said in surprise, the temple of Yatan exactly. And I wondered why this ring looked so familiar. It belonged to Doran. So you were the daughter of the Count who had been saved by Doran. When the girl finally came to and heard Grid's voice, she stood up and sat down and noticed the boy in front of her, who said happily, we meet again, Lady Irene. Seeing Grid right in front of her, the girl was surprised to hear him say, you are the one who created the Sword of Superiority, Sir Grid, yes. Hearing this question, Grid mentally said, I didn't understand why Lady Irene wasn't in the castle when it was attacked, so Malachus kidnapped her immediately after that. A new automatic quest appeared in front of the guy. When he saw that he had a new task and read its conditions of completion and failure, the boy was surprised to hear that there was another automatic quest that I needed to complete. Immediately after these thoughts, the guy happily said in his head, but despite this, after completing it, I will finally be able to receive the Doran ring as a reward. Reflecting on the wonderful reward he would receive if he successfully completed the mission, Grid happily said in his head, the best item that carries the memories of my time with Doran. I will definitely put it up for auction. Thinking about what he would do with the reward, the boy confidently added in his head, plus it carries a bargain, until suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the screams of Yathan's followers who shouted, whoever killed our Lord Malachus is inside. Come closer to the Lady Irene and take her on your back, Grid said. It will be difficult for you to move on your own, so you'd better hold on to me tightly. Hearing this, the girl who had climbed onto Grid sighed heavily and said awkwardly, Sir Grid, I'm sorry I've become a burden to you. Hearing this, Grid, trying to make an incredible impression on the beautiful girl, smiled sweetly and said, what do you mean by burden? I am ready to work hard as long as it is for your sake. And at the same time, the followers of the Temple of Jatana, approaching Grid, angrily exclaimed that he was right, he was right, he was right. Kill the enemy of our Lord Malachus immediately, avenge his death. Then Grid, taking with him Lady Irene, who had been kidnapped and taken to the cave for sacrifice, confidently said hold on tight, and then used his fast movement skill to leave the cave as soon as possible and complete the rescue mission as soon as possible. Watching the young man who was heading towards them with lightning speed with their kidnapped victim, the followers of the Temple of Yatan nervously exclaimed, he's fast enough. How can we catch him? The next moment, Grid rushed past his enemies with lightning speed and headed for the exit, ignoring everyone in his path. Watching Mr. Grid confidently walk to the exit of the cave, avoiding all danger, Lady Erin said in surprise in her head, he is strong. I can definitely say that because I have always been surrounded by strong people like my father and the Knights of the North. Immediately after these thoughts, she remembered the moment when she and Sir Doran left the Temple of Yathan and he was on the verge of death, and said to her, you must stay close to a man who recognizes this ring and rely on him. Leaning against the back of her savior, about whom her best subject spoke so well, the girl shed a tear and said in her head, Doran, Sir Grid. Heading to the exit of the cave to complete the mission, Grid joyfully said in his head, the best reward than a ring is maximum intimacy with Lady Irene, which means I can marry her. Realizing that he was about to undergo quite a serious change in his life, Grid smiled happily and said in his head, my taxes. At the same time, the followers of Jathan's church who were trying to stop Grid by using some kind of spell heard one of them shout out, don't come near me and put a curse on him. Hearing what one of the enemies had just said, Grid took out his dagger from his inventory and confidently exclaimed, If weaklings like you could harm me, how would I have defeated Malachus with an air cut? On the same day, the Church of Jathan lost the power it had had until then, and it was all because one of Malachus' servants had died. And so until a new servant is chosen, players will not be able to become dark mages. These were the conditions for continuing to build up the forces in the Church of Yatan. After this incident, Cedac's guild immediately became the #1 guild because of the raid on Malachus, and subsequently, a large number of players began to send them applications for membership, which shook up not only the Satisfy world, but also affected the real world. Noticing that they were able to leave the cave where the ritual was to take place, and now all that was left was to get home without incident, Lady Irene asked Sir Grid why such a strong man was a blacksmith. Hearing this question from the girl, Grid looked back at her and confidently said, "It's because I'm a little different from the rest." After a short pause for greater effect, Grid said confidently, "I can be called a warrior, a master of all kinds of weapons." This day was also the moment when a new chapter began in Grid's life. After a while, a noise was raised in Winston's castle by one of the subjects who noticed Irene's return to the castle on the night's back, nervously running around and shouting, "Lady Irene, she's come home." Upon receiving the news that his lady had returned, Sir Phoenix arrived at his lady's side and said guiltily, "My lady, you are well. Please punish me for failing to protect you." Hearing this request from her subject, Lady Irene knelt down to raise her subject and nervously replied, "Lord Phoenix, you should be worried about your wounds that you received on the last expedition. Stand up," to which he replied, "I was incompetent. Please punish me." When Lady Irene heard her subject's request for punishment, she said, "You must recover as soon as possible. The attacks of the Church of Yatan will become more powerful every time. And all because during my rescue, the 6th servant of the Church of Yatan, Malachus, who kidnapped me, was killed." Immediately after these words, the girl got to her feet and pointed to Grid and joyfully announced, "I was almost sacrificed as well, but Mr. Grid killed Malachus and saved me." Hearing what the lady had just told him, Count Phoenix, amazed by the news, exclaimed, "You are the blacksmith who made the sword of superiority." Looking at Grid, who was standing next to the blushing Lady Irene, Earl Phoenix thought in his head, "He doesn't look strong, like an ordinary blacksmith. And Lady Irene's face, don't tell me she's in love." Immediately after these thoughts, Sir Phoenix looked at Grid more closely and recalled everything he had heard about him, and said in his mind, "As soon as I heard about his deed, he looked different. If he really killed Malachus, he must have an incredible reputation, but I have not heard anything about it." The next moment, Sir Phoenix bowed before Grid and said, "You are Winston's savior, and I will never forget your kindness." Immediately after these words, Grid received a system notification stating that the quest was complete and that his proximity to Irene had reached its maximum value. And immediately afterwards, Grid heard Lady Irene's voice speak to Mr. Grid. When the boy looked back at the girl, he saw her handing him a ring, and Doran said happily, "I give you this ring as a token of my gratitude. It was given to me by the man who saved my life, so take it." Taking the object that the girl handed him, Grid happily replied, "I also knew Doran. Of course I will take care of it." Immediately after these words, a system notification appeared near Grid, which said Doran's ring is now connected to you. Seeing that the item was now linked to him, Grid nervously muttered in his head that it was linked, but I wanted to put it up for auction. Looking at the ring that he had received and that he would not be able to use effectively, Grid said in his head, "Its options alone are worth $1 million and I can't sell it. Its options are useless to me except for restoring my health." After a few seconds of frustrated thoughts about the impossibility of selling the ring, Grid heard from Lady Irene, "Mr. Grid, I am going to hold a banquet in your honor, so please join us," to which he said well. After finishing the meal with Lady Irene, Grid left the castle and returned home and looked back and mentally said, "I have gained a lot of benefits after the raid on Malachus. My level has risen to, and the profit from the raid was gold, which is equivalent to millions of one." Walking back to the forge, Grid confidently said in his head, "I really got a lot from their guild. Well, now it's time for me to leave the game." After Grid left the game, he went with his sister to a rather expensive restaurant. Looking at the prices of the food, Shin Seo-hee nervously said, "Hey, let's go to a cheaper place. We'll spend $1 million per person. We need to save money." To which Grid replied, "Come on. I made millions of one yesterday. Just enjoy. I'm taking our parents to a much better place, so don't worry." Hearing this, Shin Seo-hee replied awkwardly, "I don't think you can earn that much every day, and besides, we still have $1 million debt." Hearing his younger sister mention the debt, Grid sighed heavily and said, You're too old to be a schoolgirl. Should my sister have to eat bad food on the school's anniversary? Hearing this, her sister tried to object again, saying, But what? But Grid interrupted her and exclaimed, Just eat, let me be an older brother for once. At the same time, by a strange coincidence, Yura was in the same restaurant, and she noticed Grid and said in surprise, This guy from Yatan's church. I never thought I would meet him in real life. As she walked Jura to an empty table in the restaurant, the journalist said, pointing to the vacant seat, Thank you for agreeing to the interview, Miss Jura, and I hope you enjoy your meal. This restaurant has a pretty good reputation. Hearing about the interview she had arrived for, Yura said awkwardly, Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot I had plans. Please excuse me. And the reporter nervously replied, Of course. Heading for the exit of the restaurant, Yura dialed someone on the phone and mentally said, I couldn't find out his real identity despite all my efforts, but I met him here. Does he really live near this place? Again, passing by the room with the table where Grid and his sister Yura were, I turned my attention to the guy and added in my mind that he was the only person who gave me the feeling of defeat, and I finally found out who he was. Hearing that the phone was picked up, she said, Hello, it's me. I sent my location. Please punch in the guy who was having lunch here and his signs immediately after that. The girl confidently said in her head, I will definitely find out who he is. After convincing his younger sister that she could relax and enjoy her meal, Grid heard this is delicious. Try it too, to which he replied, Yes, enjoy your meal. And suddenly his phone rang. Looking down at it, Grid noticed a number that was not listed in his phone book, and then he thought, I wonder if I don't know this number because of my debts. As soon as he decided to pick up the phone, he heard a woman's voice saying, Hello, this is Shin Eunwoo. I dialed the right number. As soon as he heard the voice coming from the phone, he immediately said confidently in his head, Aehyun is my first love. I could recognize her just by her voice. She means a lot to me. Continuing to enjoy the food in the expensive restaurant, Shin Sehyo noticed her brother's strange behavior and was surprised, and he in turn said, So, Aehyun, what happened? And was told that you remember me as delicate as ever, Yoonwoo. Immediately after the joyful mention of her friend, the girl said nothing more than, I was just flipping through the yearbook and saw you, and I'd like to have a beer in the afternoon if you're free. Hearing the proposal from his first love, who invited him on a date, Grid turned off the microphone and shouted at his sister, Eat faster, sister. No, let's ask them to wrap the food for us. Hearing this, the girl was even more surprised. After finishing the conversation with Aehyun, Grid nervously said in his head, looking at the phone what was happening, She really called me. I was afraid to admit to her because I never stood out. After a while, Grid arrived at the place where he was invited to the meeting and confidently said in his head, But now everything is completely different. I am now rich. Sitting at the table with his first love, Grid heard the girl, Yoonwoo, say, You look pretty good now. Hasn't it been 2 years since we last met? Hearing this, the guy who had spent a lot of money on hair and a suit blushed with embarrassment and thought, She's still so sweet and beautiful. I think my heart is just burning to be here with her. Trying to tune into the right moment to realize his plan, Grid said in his head, How long I have been waiting for this moment. This time I need to show her my feelings. Continuing their conversation, Aehyun said to Grid, You have really changed a lot, to which he replied, Well, I have a good job and I have paid off all my debts. Immediately after these words, Grid nervously said in his head, I spent millions of won on this suit. But what if she is shocked when I tell her? What should I do? As she continued to gain the boy's trust and make him open up, she said, I see you've always worked hard. I knew you would make it in life, and I like that character trait of yours. Hearing the praise from the girl he liked, Grid nervously said in his head, She liked it. Does she feel the same way I do? Well, since I never asked, we both might not realize it. Clenching his hands into fists and looking down at the ground, he nervously said in his head, You have to be brave once. Now say it, Yoonwoo. Just do it. Gathering his thoughts and all his courage into a fist, Grid finally made up his mind and said, I have loved you, Eon, for a very long time. Immediately after the confession, Grid looked down at the ground and breathed out a sigh of relief, saying, That's so nice. I've always wanted to say that I have no experience in dating, so it came out stilted? Sorry. Hearing this, the girl, trying to dispel the tense atmosphere, laughed sweetly and said, Why did you make such a serious expression? The next moment, deciding to comfort the boy and give him hope, Aehyun smiled sweetly and said, But what you did now makes me happy. You're not kidding. Can you give me some time to think? Hearing the girl's request, Grid nervously replied, Of course, and then mentally said in his head, as expected from Akin, She made the atmosphere more comfortable, like cool. A few seconds after the confession, the girl decided to share the news with her friend and said, "That was so unexpected, I think I should go fix my hair." Grid nervously said, "That's good." When the girl left the boyfriend and went to the restroom, Grid breathed a sigh of relief and said in his head, "Now I can relax a little. If everything goes well, we can start dating. Now should I ask her if she wants another drink?" Immediately after these thoughts, the guy got up from his seat and said nervously, "I need to go to the bathroom while she's gone. I can't break this atmosphere." Approaching the administrator, who was standing near the tables, Grid asked where the restroom was and was told that it was at the end of the corridor, sir. Joyfully heading to the restroom, Grid mentally said, "Should I get serious or not go any further for now?" When he heard Ayan's voice coming from the bathroom, where she sighed heavily and said, "This was so unpleasant." She was putting on lipstick and talking on the phone and said confidently, "I think everyone in the cafe thought so. He's not a student anymore. But he still doesn't realize that his taste is terrible. I don't know where he got that much money, but his suit was pretty good." Immediately after these words, the girl finished painting, smiled ominously, and said in a supercilious tone, "But you know what's the most horrible thing? He confessed to me, Boogeyman. I seriously bet that I will dump him on the next date." After telling her interlocutor everything that had happened to her during the date with Grid, who was standing behind the wall and heard everything, the girl added, "I've never seen such a stupid virgin." Realizing that they were just playing a joke on him, Grid, who had accidentally overheard the phone conversation, stood there in a completely unhappy mood, listening to her say, "Oh, this is fun. I can't wait for our next meeting." Sometime after the date was over, Grid changed into his usual outfit and headed home on the bus. Reflecting in his head, "I thought I had changed from the past to poor me." Continuing his sad musings after revealing the truth about the date, Grid mentally added, "It doesn't matter how much I earn or how I'm dressed, I am like a used cigarette." Leaning against the window of the bus he was riding home, the upset guy shed tears and said in his head, "I'm just a useless person." Arriving home and logging into the game, Grid sat on a pile of firewood with no desire to do anything but be sad, and Khan was surprised to see him in this state, saying in his head, "He looks depressed today. Something happened." With his head down, Grid repeatedly said in his head, "I need to work to pay off the debt. Or should I just earn money without doing anything else? Just not thinking about anything else all the time." But suddenly Grid heard a notification from the game and looked up to see that he had received a message. Not understanding what someone wanted from him at the moment, he opened it and read the content of the message from Jishuka, which said that the price of the sphere had been determined. But then Grid said in surprise in his head, "Oh, that was today, but that's not all." Looking at the second part of the message, Grid's mood suddenly lifted, and the boy got to his feet and said to the blacksmith, "Hey, Khan, what are our plans for today?" When Khan heard this question from his apprentice, he was surprised to hear that everything would be fine. "I wanted to suggest that you take a day off. You look tired." The message from Jishuka continued, "After discussing with the guild, we decided to make you an offer." Continuing to read the message from the girl, Grid learned that we want you to join our guild. I promise to provide you with the best materials for creating items. And in conclusion, the last words from Jishuka in the message are all because our guild needs you. Having received such a positive charge from the fact that someone really needs him, the guy smiled happily and said, "I already feel better." After a while, the whole guild of Tzedaka arrived at Grid's forge. Sitting down at the negotiating table, Jishuka said, "We need your skills, and I promise to provide you with materials for crafting." Hearing the offer from the girl, Grid thoughtfully said in his head, "I didn't even think that all the members of the guild would come here. I showed them my created items and the dance of swords. It turns out that they realized that I have a hidden class." Immediately after these thoughts, Grid said thoughtfully, "But I can make money working on my own." And Jishuka replied that it would be much more profitable to work with us. "You will get fame, which is much more valuable than any money, I guarantee it." Hearing Jishuka's assurances of unprecedented wealth and fame, Grid said menacingly, "I live here in Khan's forge, and I don't want to move to another place. You will agree." Hearing the demand from Grid, Jishuka said confidently, "I am ready to move the guild base here, so there will be no problem with that. You are much more important than that." Hearing that the girl was ready to move the guild base to a city for his sake, Grid smiled and said, "Well, that's pretty impressive, I agree." And immediately after that, the guy thought, "Ahen, my former classmates, I'll show you my success." Immediately after that, Grid received an invitation to the guild and immediately accepted it, as a result of which he received a system message that said, You have joined the ZDAC guild name, ZDAC level reputation master, Jishuka number of affiliation. No alliance, no territory, no affiliation, no. Noticing in the guild description a large number of hostile relations with the Kingdom of Rio, the Fire Dragon Trauka, the Church of Yatan, the Iron Group, the Helding Clan, the Den Clan, Grid was surprised to hear that it was okay to have an alliance but not to have territories, and you have so many enemies. You are even at odds with the Fire Dragon Trauka. After learning all the information about the guild he joined, Grid was surprised to hear that if you are a guild, you need to receive territories from kingdoms and collect taxes because it is easy money. And Jishuka replied that we received various offers, but we rejected them all. Hearing that the guild had rejected all the offers they had received for land ownership, Grid nervously exclaimed, "Are you kidding? A lot of guilds are willing to die for a small piece of land. I shouldn't have joined. How are you going to make me rich? I'm out." Before he could say that he was leaving the guild, Jishuka informed him that when the nobles offered us territories, we were busy searching for you. It was impossible to take care of the base while moving around the continent. Immediately after these words, the girl banged her fist on the table and said confidently, "We had to find you. It was a priority mission, even at the cost of losing the territory offers." Hearing that they had given up the territories just for him, Grid was surprised to hear that it was only because of me. Immediately after hearing this, Grid awkwardly said, turning his head to the side, "I think that the hidden class is really very important, so the whole guild was looking for it," to which Jishuka replied offended, "No, it is not." Immediately after the guildmaster's words, Toban broke into the conversation and said that there are very few blacksmiths in this game who can make high-level equipment. There are no perfect blacksmiths, and even NPCs cannot always be found in large cities. Immediately after her friend explained the situation in detail, Jishuka added, "We weren't looking for a hidden class, but for a blacksmith who creates epic items. Of course we're interested in your class, but if it's secret, we won't ask you." Sometime after the guests arrived at the forge, Khan put the kettle on and brewed tea. When it was ready, he took it to the guests and said, "Drink some tea while you talk." Hearing this, Grid was surprised to hear old Khan say this. Taking the tray with the tea and cups, Tobin gratefully said, "I'm sorry we disturbed you. Please accept my apologies." Hearing Toban talking to his mentor, Grid smiled happily and said in his head, "I can see it. They respect Khan. They are strict but quite nice people." Immediately after he was convinced that the guild really had good people, Grid stood up from his seat and said confidently, "You are not like other people." Looking at Jishuka, who was the guild master, Grid mentally said, "They are seeing the real me," and then told the girl, "You have come to the right place." When Grid finally agreed to help, all the guild members began to look at him with joy and hope, feeling a bit pressured, and he nervously said in his head, "It's a bit stressful to have so many people looking at you at once." And then he said, "So you say you'll bring the materials and production methods?" "Yes." Having received the answer to his question, Grid exclaimed angrily, "Even if you bring them, I won't work for free." Hearing this, Regis smiled happily and told Mr. Grid that helping the blacksmith was something the guild would do in the first place, as it increased the guild's efficiency. Hearing that helping him was a priority in the guild, Grid was surprised to hear that I was so valuable. Such a strange feeling immediately after these thoughts, he asked uncertainly, "Well then, which of you should help me first?" Hearing that Grid was ready to get to work and help his comrades, Pan immediately shouted out to me, "Do it!" Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Wantner, who pushed him back and shouted no to me. And Tobin said, "Hey, show some respect." Having calmed down all those who wanted to climb in front of each other, Tobin said that the first in line would be our guildmaster, because greed would only consume the guild from the inside. Immediately after such written phrases about greed and respect, Tobin confidently said, "And after the guildmaster will be I." Hearing this, Pan and Wantner exclaimed in displeasure, "Shut up, you toxic scoundrel." Hearing that he had just been called toxic, Tobin exclaimed in frustration, "You assholes! I am responsible for the guild members. Obviously, I should be second to Pan." To which Pan replied, "What the hell are you talking about? Do you think you are the most authoritative here or what?" Looking at the guys fighting for a place in line for the blacksmith's services, Grid thoughtfully said in his head, "Everyone was angry about the objects immediately after that." He pointed his finger at the three unwanted guys and said, "Tobin, and this is Rook and Jeep." Hearing their names that Grid had just said, the three boys exclaimed happily, "Yes, that's us." And then Grid said, "Well, then you guys will be the last ones." Recalling the time Tobin had chased him away when he tried to join the raid on the forest guard, and when Rook and Jin had come to their forge looking for him, Grid added, "Rude guys go last." Immediately after that, Grid looked angrily at Rook and Jeep and then said, "Don't even dream of getting the item from me until you apologize to Khan, you two." After listening to Grid's personal whims, Jishuka said, "If you're done, I want you to make a spear for Pon first." Turning her attention to the guy she was talking about, Jishuka continued, "He is one of the few damagers in the guild, and his importance in raids is quite high. But the spear he is using is currently very low level, so it cannot fully reveal its full power." When Jishuka finished her speech, Pon found the blueprints for the spear he wanted to create and said, "We have already prepared the production method, but can you learn it?" Looking at the method, Grid saw a notification saying Storm Spear production method requires a level of advanced blacksmithing. Taking the production method in his hands, Grid learned it in a matter of seconds and said, "You said your name was Pon, right? Well, it's not that hard." Seeing that he had already mastered the production method that Pon had given him, he was surprised to hear him say in his head, he studied it, and just imagined that he had an advanced blacksmithing skill level. And then Jishuka thought that even the first blacksmith in the ranking was only average. Plus, he had the fighting skills that we had seen in the raid. Immediately after these thoughts, realizing how powerful and rare this case is, the girl nervously added in her head, even among the hidden classes, he must be one of the best. Looking at the parameters of the storm spear he would need to create, Grid thoughtfully said in his head, "Well, it's not as good as the Sword of Superiority, but it's still pretty good." As Grid began to think about the spear and its creation, Pon happily announced, "I will go and buy the materials, Regus, and I will find the stolen shield, so concentrate on creating it." Immediately after that, Grid looked at the description of his legendary blacksmith's breath skill and thoughtfully said in his head, as he did in creating the sword, "I think my breath will be quite important. The final product will be better than usual since it will have an additional option if I activate the skill." Seeing that Grid was not doing anything yet, Vantner approached him from behind with his weapon and said awkwardly, Can you help me repair my weapons? My weapons were damaged by Malakus's dogs." Hearing Wantner's request to repair the weapons, Khan smiled happily and said, "Then let me take the anvil and repair your axes." Hearing this, Grid was surprised to hear that there were special items for repair. When Khan heard Grid's question, he replied that if we repair the items, we can earn the trust of the customers. It is the meaning of our ancestors to work on items with a steady income. And then he asked something so obvious. And then he heard the answer, "Wow, a steady income sounds great." After looking at the weapon that Wantner gave him, Grid said with anticipation, "Now let's get started. That's interesting." After a few seconds of inspection, Grid looked up at Wantner and said, "It's quite strange. Isn't the attack power of these axes no less than other double axes of the same rank?" And the man replied in surprise, "You noticed." Immediately after that, Vantner exhaled confidently and said, "But because of its options, I still use it, if you remember how much I had to endure in the Fang raid." Immediately after these words, hearing something strange in Grid's words, Vantner said in surprise, "Wait a minute, why do you call me Mr. and not Pon?" Ignoring Wantner's question, Grid focused his gaze on the double axes that were bothering him, as if they had some kind of seal of oppression. Realizing the problem of the limited power of this object, Grid smiled slyly and said, "Ah, that's what it is." Looking at the axes that Grid was repairing, Toban said in surprise that they looked different, and then Wantner said confidently, "Meaning you should say, Mr. Pon and Wantner." Having completed the repair of Wantner's weapon, Grid threw it to his friend and confidently said, "Here you go, Mr. Wantner." Catching his weapon, which Grid had just repaired, Wantner happily said, "Wow, you've done it, and you're quite skilled." Before he could finish, he looked at the characteristics of his weapon and exclaimed, "Oh my God!" And hearing his friend exclaim in such astonishment, Tobin looked at the axe and asked what was wrong with it. Looking at the characteristics of his weapon, the man nervously said, "My axes, just look at their characteristics." When everyone came to look at the changes, they could see that the attack power of the double bloody axes had increased, and the skill of true conversion had been added. Seeing the changes to his comrade's weapon, Jishuk exclaimed in amazement. The weapon had changed and had an additional skill. And then Tobin added, "It's incredible, Grid. It was magic." Hearing how impressed his comrades were, Grid folded his hands in front of him and confidently said, "It's not magic, it's a skill. And I found the hidden function of the item with my evaluation skill." Pointing to the place where there was an invisible switch, Grid said it looked like this axe could change the attack by pressing a hidden button. Perhaps it was done to confuse the opponents, who had been in low attack mode all this time. After listening to everything Grid said about the hidden features of the weapon, Tobin was surprised to hear it for the first time when I heard about such a skill. And then Wantner added, it was just incredible. After hearing the words of admiration from his comrades, Grid smiled slyly and said in his head, Boogaga, you see it's runners. Here is the power of the legendary class. Hearing about the hidden button for switching to the enhanced and weakened mode, Jishuka happily said, then could it mean that all items have a hidden function? Covering his hands from Jishuka's happiness radiation, Grid mentally said, God is so beautiful. No, I need to concentrate. I won't be fooled by a girl again. After these thoughts, he awkwardly said, not all. I have to use the evaluation to find out. Hearing that not every weapon can have hidden abilities, all the members of the Cedak Guild handed their weapons to Grid and exclaimed happily, then please evaluate mine and mine as well. How much is your evaluation worth? Hearing the offer to buy this service, Grid thoughtfully said in his head, since this skill is the best eye of Palalian, which is worth gold. Should I say, though, I will feel guilty taking money from my new guildmates for a skill with unlimited use. After a few seconds of thinking, Grid tried to calm down the excited guildmates by waving his hands. Please be quiet, I heard you. Immediately after these words, the boy confidently said, in honor of joining you, I will take gold. If I find a hidden function in the item, you will have to pay more. Now line up. When all the members of the Tzedakah Guild lined up and prepared their money, Grid happily said, thank you all. Pull out all the items you have, and then mentally said, just looking at the items will bring me millions of won. At the same time, Regis and Pan were wandering around the city visiting shops in search of items and stopped at another shop, and Pan said, Griffin tendons are not available in street shops and the price at auctions is too high. To which Regis replied, we need a lot of materials to make a better item. Hearing this remark from his friend, Pan said thoughtfully, even an improved level of blacksmithing skill gives only a chance to create an epic item, and I have enough money for only those. Hearing that his friend had enough money for only 3 items, Regis said sadly, if only I had money, I'm sorry. Pan replied, hey, I told you to stop giving money to everyone. Suddenly, Pan noticed some interesting people nearby, and noticing them, he said, aren't they from a giant guild? What are these guys doing in Winston? To which Regis replied, I heard that their master, Chris, recently became Lord Pedro. Looking at the other members of the guild, Pan nervously said to his friend, I don't know why they came here. Let's just take the materials and go to LTS. They were a few ranks lower than us, but in Satisfy, it's one of the best guilds. We don't need to get into conflict with them. After a few seconds, Regis pointed at the members of the giant guild and said nervously, Pan, all the tendons from the auction belong to those guys. Hearing this, Pan exclaimed in anger, why the hell is that? Returning back to the forge, Pan and Regis heard joyful exclamations and sad sighs combined with the words, wow, I got them, and I failed. I also have nothing. Arriving at the other members of his guild, Pan was surprised to hear that Wantner had failed. What was going on here? Hearing the question from his friend, Wantner immediately demonstrated his improved weapon and said happily, look at this, you're jealous, get over it. Seeing how much his weapon had changed, Pan was surprised to hear that there was some kind of mistake, and Wantner replied with a dreamy expression. Grid found a hidden ability with the help of the evaluation skill. Immediately afterwards, Tobin, who had joined the conversation, added that this was why all the guild members were giving him their items to test them, and so far only 3 of them had found hidden abilities. Hearing this, Pan took out his weapon and ran to Grid, shouting, my weapon, please evaluate my weapon too. Looking at Grid, who said to Pan, you have nothing, and Pan himself, who replied sadly, with my money for the potion. Tobin said, he increased the guild's strength in half a day. He is worth what we paid for him. After looking at all the weapons of his fellow guild members, Grid made a fist and happily said in his head, 10,000 gold in a few hours in money. It is about 10 million won, and in addition to this understanding of hundreds of items. After these thoughts, Grid headed to the forge to get to work and said to his fellow guildmates, I'll start creating items. You're not going hunting. And Tobin answered him in surprise, oh, it's evening. When the guys went hunting to raise their level, Regis said goodbye to Grid and exclaimed happily, well, then get started and let us know when you're done with your work. And then Wantner exclaimed, don't try too hard with the spear for Pan. And Pan exclaimed irritatedly, shut up, you fool. Looking in the wake of his comrades who went hunting, Grid mentally said, they are quite noisy guys, just like great friends. Then returning to the forge, Grid set to work. Melting the furnace, the boy said in his head, the ability to use all items' immunity to any status effects, incredible skills like invulnerability and fencing. Pagma's descendant has no problem as a top class, but immediately after that, the boy added in his head, while melting metal, it is even better when used for blacksmithing during the melting process. A system notification appeared in front of Grid that said, Pagma's descendant is sensitive to temperature. You carefully measure the temperature of the furnace in degrees. After reaching the desired temperature and pouring the molten metal into the mold, Grid said in his head, to melt the mefril, I need to be between and degrees. To reach such a high temperature and control, it is a skill that only blacksmiths of advanced skill or higher can use. After pouring the molten metal into the mold, Grid joyfully said, the color is just perfect, even better and nicer than Aiken. Looking at the work he had done and the metal that had a wonderful color, Grid, waiting for it to cool, turned his head away from it and shedding tears and trying to wipe them with his hand, said in his head, I will not go crazy soon. When the molding process was completed, Grid picked up his epic hammer from the unknown blacksmith and confidently said in his head, after using it, the rating is growing nicely. But if I want to improve the probability of unique items, I'll have to improve it sometime. Immediately after thinking about improving his blacksmith's hammer, Grid confidently said in his head, I will use you to the fullest, as this is the first item I am making for the guild. And so from the moment Grid got down to business, 3 days passed, and when he arrived at the forge to pick up his completed items, Pan said in surprise, what happened? Looking at his companion standing outside the forge, Pan said in surprise, why are you all here? I came to pick up my custom-made weapon. Grabbing his friend and throwing his arm over his shoulder, Wantner said, mocking his friend, we came after we saw Grid's message in the guild chat. I heard your spear was damaged. Look at your face, boogeyman. Pan exclaimed irritatedly, you damn octopus. Get lost quickly. A few seconds later, the door to the forge opened and Grid came out of it. At the same time, Jishuka was saying to her friend, don't be too disappointed, Pan. Even an ordinary object can be used. Hearing the noise outside, Grid said, what's with all the shouting this morning? Taking the 3 weapons he had made with him, Grid said disappointedly, wiping the sweat from his face. I told you it was a bad job. Why are you all here? Take this, Pan. Taking the finished weapon in his hands, Pan said in a worried voice, you've been working on it all night. I'm sorry about that, Grid. No problem. I'm sorry for my failure as well. Immediately after these words, opening the first of the items, Pan smiled in disappointment and said, it's fine, thank you. I didn't expect much from the materials for 3 copies. Hearing this, Grid wiped the sweat from his face and said, it's certainly not enough, but use it well. I was expecting a legendary, but I only got 2 epic and 1. When Pan unwrapped one of the spears, Grid added a unique one. Holding the unique item created by Grid in his hands, Pan was impressed by the power of this weapon. Seeing the weapon Grid had made for Pan, Vantner angrily exclaimed, no, it's not real, throw it away. No restraining his furious friend who had lost control, Tobin said in surprise, a unique item could be created. After presenting the items made, Grid confidently said, epic is also good, but unique has more durability and attack power. After these words, Grid mentally said there is also plus from the legendary blacksmithing skill and plus divine breath of the legendary blacksmith. After telling about the difference between epic and unique items, Grid also added that there is an additional skill of the creator's desire that allows you to increase the attack power by minutes, can be stacked with buffs of this type, consumes weapon strength, and also has a penalty. But combining it with other buffs will be a clear plus for the main home run. While practicing his airstrikes, Pan mentally said to himself, I look beautiful enough to be compared to the person of the national treasure of the Saharan Empire, the perfect length and width for a battle spear, as if it were made just for me. Feeling the same incredible sensation that had happened to him only a few times, Pan said in his head only twice, I felt the same thrill when playing Satisfy, the first time when I first entered the game, and the second when I met the number 1 in the Krugel Hall ranking. Remembering the world's best fighter, Pan said in his head the genius who completely defeated me, one of the best in the rest of the games, the single best player in Satisfy was the time I entered the territory of the Fire Dragon, when I was looking for a person who could create a weapon better than this. But all the blacksmiths said they could not create a unique item. Immediately after these memories, Pan turned his gaze to Grid, who was sitting next to him, and said happily in his head, but the blacksmith who created it in only 3 attempts. It was as if the wall that had always blocked my path had been broken down. This was the 3rd time I had felt the tremors while in the game. The next moment, bowing low before Grid, Pan said with gratitude and respect, Thank you for opening the way for me. It is an honor to be in the same guild as such a great blacksmith as you, Grid. In addition to Pan himself, who expressed his gratitude, Jishuka could not contain her admiration, and she threw her arms around the boy and hugged him to her chest, exclaiming joyfully, "You are the best, Grid. You are just incredible." At the same time, Pan looked at his friend and smiled happily and said to tease him, "I have a second epic so I can use 2 spears. What do you think?" Wantner heard this and exclaimed irritatedly, "I don't know, you rascal." Having overheard Pan's plan, Fokker attacked him from behind and said, "That's probably a pretty good idea, if you can use them properly." Hearing these words from his friend who decided to test his strength with the updated equipment, Pan happily exclaimed, "Thanks for helping me practice. I wanted to test them." Immediately after these words, Pan entered into battle with his friend. As he approached him, he used his spears to deflect the daggers he had released, and then heard from Fakir, "Wow, you're pretty good with 2 spears. You've been practicing." Hearing this question from his friend, Pan confidently said, "It's my main ability. I just adapt quickly and you're a killer when you do." Having received a remark about his class and high speed, Faker said to his friend, "Your rank is higher, but I have no equal in agility. I am faster than your spear." Accepting the challenge from his friend, Pan spoke confidently, deciding to test the additional acceleration skill that was in the spear. "Let's see how long you can last." The next moment, standing ding in front of each other, Pan began to attack with his 2 spears, Faker in turn dodging the attacks. But this competition did not last long. After a few seconds, Pan managed to get his friend. Flying backwards from the spear hit by his comrade, Faker nervously said that his attack speed was increasing. Immediately after this question, Faker noticed that there was a small cut on his face from his comrade's attack, and asked if this unique option to match the speed of the killer was not cheating. Seeing the result of his additional weapon skill, Pan happily said in his head, "It really works. Now I can resist Krugel," and at the same time, Wantner was already flying at him, shouting, "Attack me too, you scoundrel!" At the same time, not far from the smithy itself, Khan stood with a visitor who asked in surprise if this was the smithy, and the blacksmith replied, "I don't understand what you're talking about." Paying attention to what was happening in the courtyard of Khan's forge, the boy awkwardly said that it looked more like a sauna of desires, but not a forge. Hearing the remark from a visitor to the forge, Khan angrily exclaimed, "Hey, what are you doing in Grid's forge? You too." Hearing the question from his mentor, Grid came to his senses and immediately got to his feet and moved behind the old man, after which he nervously exclaimed that I did it. "You tried to charm me so that I wouldn't pay for anything free, you rascals." Hearing the disgruntled exclamations from the creator of this equipment after Khan interrupted the fun with his appearance, Pan nervously said, "I'm sorry, I was too impressed, but honestly speaking, this is the first time I've seen such a good equipment, so it's hard for me to say the price." After thinking about the price of the item for a while, Pan said, "What about gold? It's not that small of an amount." Hearing this, Grid said in his head, "Gold, that's the equivalent of a gold piece, right?" Immediately after these words, the boy looked at his friend and said in his head in surprise that the legendary sword of superiority cost gold, and he wanted to buy a unique item 4 times more expensive. The next moment, the guy laughed slyly and said in his head, "You are so impressed with your new equipment, fool number 2. Number 1 is Regus, and the king of fools is me, the one who sold the legendary item that cost millions of gold for NPCs." Immediately after these thoughts, Grid exclaimed happily, surprising Jishuka and the rest of the guild members, "Well, I'm in a good mood. 2 epic spears will be free." Upon hearing this, Pan said in surprise that I wanted to pay gold for each of them, but they are free. What's up, seriously? Reflecting on what she had just heard from Grid, Jishook, surprised at the sudden generosity, Grid said in her head, "Usually he is greedy and secretive, but now he is quite generous. This guy's really unpredictable." At the same time, 2 members of the giant guild were passing by Mr. Khan's forge and overheard Pan's conversation with Grid, in which Pan said, "Thank you. You are really the best." And he was serious. Hearing this, one of the giant guild members said, "The Tzedakah guild often comes to this forge, so that means we need to tell the master immediately." Concentrating his gaze on Grid, who was in the center of attention, one of the giant guild members said, "If he is the unknown blacksmith, we cannot let the Tzedakah guild take possession of him. We will kidnap him." Meanwhile, Regus continued his training to increase his level by destroying monsters, sighed heavily and said, "I have to find Mr. Grid's shield as soon as possible. But why are there so many monsters on my way?" Suddenly, the icon of his friend appeared next to him, who sent a voice message saying, "Did you find something, Regus?" to which he replied in surprise that he had found Pong Hyun. Immediately after his friend's question, Regis added, "Well, I'm on my way to the place the witnesses said, and what about you?" Looking at Regis's question, Pon replied, "I'm outside of Winston at the place the witnesses saw, but there's no sign of the shield." When Regis found out about the situation at the scene, he asked his companion, "Well, what about the spear? How about the storm spear? Everyone in the guild is talking about it." After this question, Pon smiled happily and said, "It's incredible. It's a shame to waste it on these monsters." Suddenly, Jashuka broke into their conversation and nervously said, "Hey, Regis, Pon, forget about the monsters and find that thief," the guildmaster said in surprise. Continuing to walk to the place of the raid that they had been postponing for a long time together with other members of the guild, Jashuka said, "You must find that shield. We need to pay back Grid." Ordering 2 of her guild members to prioritize the mission, she added confidently, "And the rest of you focus on the raids we haven't completed while looking for Grid, as there will be fewer of us to work with." Hearing the guildmaster give everyone instructions, Vantner nervously spoke to his comrade about Jashuka breaking up again, and was told that it was because Pon had spotted those rascals from the giant guild in Winston. Looking at his guildmaster, who was very determined, Tobin added, "We were stronger than them in LTS, but this is different. She just wants to close the gap between us as soon as possible." The next moment, opening the guild's voice chat, the girl said in a stern tone, "Pon, if you don't complete this mission by the end of today, I will kill you." Having received only silence in response to her words, the girl exclaimed irritatedly, "That you are ignoring me again, you rascal." Seeing that Pon was taking the guildmaster out, Wantner smiled slyly and said to Jashuka, "Why don't we wait until I have a weapon made? Then our guild will be stronger." Hearing the question from her friend, the girl looked back at him and calmly replied, "It's not your turn yet, Wantner. Isn't that why we left that guy alone, even though we are so short of hands?" Thinking of the boy who remained at the forge waiting for his new weapon that they had ordered from Grid, she added a second item to be made for him. At the same time, Ibelin, the member of the Chidaka Guild who was a ranked swordsman and was about the age of years, nervously said in his head as he stood outside the door of the forge, "Mr. Grid." He was completely focused on his work. Slightly opening the door and looking inside, the boy nervously said in his head, "A new weapon for me. I'm really interested. He'll probably get angry if I bother him. I'm just going to take a look." Suddenly, Grid's angry voice came from the forge and he exclaimed, "Oh, it's annoying," and quickly closed the door to the room, frightened, and said nervously in his head, "Oh God, he's in a bad mood." At the same time, in the forge building itself, Grid, who was furious at the creation of the object, slammed his hand on the table and said, "What the fuck does it look like, a fucking Flamberg?" Looking at the method of manufacturing the weapon, the description of which said, "Spike production then Flamberg with small spikes like roses. The target will receive painful scars when attacked by this weapon. Conditions of use level," Grid said with a grudging grin. "What are these useless spikes?" Concentrating his attention on the spikes that were on the blade in the production method, the guy said in his head, "The more the sword warms up, the stronger it becomes. But because of this, it is difficult to handle. But since handling is important for a Flamberg, it will be difficult to get an epic rating since I will spend half the time on warming up." Opening the item's status window, Grid said thoughtfully, "I realize that the shape is important because it adds additional effects, but I don't want to get a common or rare item." Looking at his stats window, Grid said thoughtfully in his head, "I'm almost at my dexterity points, and given the effects of the titles, Khan is an advanced blacksmith with dexterity points, which means I have more dexterity than the best blacksmith in the north." Realizing that he had all the chances and the ingredients to get a great result, Grid confidently said in his head, "I'm going to do it. I'm going to make the best Flamberg in the world." At the same time, somewhere in the dungeon in the basement of Pedro's southern castle, a sweep was taking place, and the sounds of battle were heard. Some time later, after the battle with the boss was over, the defeated vampire baron said to the people, "I will rise again and pay you back for this disgrace." After the death of the vampire baron, the leader of the giant guild received a system notification that said, "You have received a vampire necklace and an elixir of agility." Immediately after that, Chris confidently said, "Yes, yes, continue to revive so that we can get more rewards." Immediately after these words, the guild leader used the strength and agility potions that he had available and received a system notification saying that your strength and agility have been permanently increased by 1. After using the potions that permanently increased his stats, Chris, who was a great swordsman and leader of a giant guild, looked around. After a few seconds, his gaze rested on his guildmates and he spoke. Well, it looks like we were able to assemble the complete vampire accessory kit. And the guildmates cheered. You've become much stronger. Congratulations, Sir Chris. Hearing the congratulations on becoming stronger, the guild leader confidently said, my strength will be reflected in the strength of the entire guild. The deputy leader can also get this set. Let's work hard. Immediately after the announcement of the hard work, one of the members of the giant guild said in surprise, Master, you heard that the unknown blacksmith was recruited by the Tzedakah guild. Why haven't we gone and taken him away yet? Immediately after these words, the boy thoughtfully added, we have a guild of only a few people, so why can't we go against a guild that has only a few people? Hearing this question from his subject, Chris laughed out loud and replied that it was just a boogeyman. Now that I think about it, you're with us only from Satisfy, right? Immediately after these words, the man said unhappily, the giant guild joined Satisfy after being defeated by the Tzedakah guild in LTS. This disgrace will haunt us forever. The next moment, focusing his gaze on a single point, Chris said in a stern tone, you will understand once you face them and see their power. These are the rogue dragons that lurk. Hearing that Tzedakah's guild had already defeated a giant guild in another game, the guy was surprised to ask if we should be afraid of them, and the guildmaster replied, you know our captains were absent from this raid. Immediately after these words, looking back at his subject who was asking ridiculous questions, Chris added that 3 of them are with me from the days of LTS. They fought there with the Tzedakah guild. They're afraid, no one wants to beat Tzedakah more than them. At the same time, the enemy who suddenly appeared in front of Regas during his hunt drew his sword without warning and prepared to fight. This guy was Mahara, a magical swordsman who was one of the captains of the giant guild and ranked high in the overall ranking. However, the attack was not the only one, for Pan was also waiting for one of the members of the giant guild who was very serious. And his enemy was Zirkin, who was one of the captains of the giant guild and ranked first in the swordsman ranking and in the overall ranking. And Jishuka and the rest of the guild were attacked by Acellus, who was also one of the captains of the giant guild and ranked first in the overall ranking. Preparing for a serious fight with his hated enemy whom he wanted to avenge for the disgrace of Mahara Regas, the strongest taekwondo master in LTS, said joyfully, looking at his enemy with a confused look, trying to understand what he wanted from him. Regas heard my head spin with thoughts of how I would fight you again. Preparing to use one of his skills, Mihara confidently exclaimed, it's been a long time, so let's make the most of this reunion. The next moment, a wall of fire appeared around Regas, surrounding him on all sides, blocking his view. While the enemy was in a state of confusion, Mihara struck him once in the body, causing a serious wound, and immediately afterwards broke the distance and exclaimed with glee, you've become weak. With a desire to chop him to pieces while he had the chance, Mihara said confidently, you are completely different from the previous Regas. It seems that I have become too strong to be your opponent. Hearing these words from his rival, Regas clutched his wound with his hand and said, I have not met anyone who speaks so boldly for a long time. As soon as Mihara was asked who he was, he immediately exploded with anger and then shouted angrily, you rascal, you say you don't remember me. At the same time, Pan and Zirkin were also engaged in a tense battle, defending themselves from the enemy's attacks, and Pan nervously exclaimed, you still obey that idiot. Hearing this question from his opponent, Zirkin said menacingly, it's been a long time, Pan. It seems you still don't know. Immediately after these words, the elderly man added in a stern tone, the master has grown as I expected. He has surpassed his former self, and it is an honor to serve him. Continuing to block his enemy's attack, Pan mentally said, unlike LTS Zirkin, who is now higher in rank than Jishuka, I can't relax after these thoughts, he replied. So you are happy. Hearing the question from his opponent, Zirkin picked up his sword and prepared for the next blow, saying, you think I'll be happy for a year. Having struck Pan on the body, which he could not block, the elderly man added the possibility of being so energetic at his age is not very exciting for me. The canyon was not without incident either, and when Jishuka noticed that their feet were turning to stone, she nervously exclaimed, who the hell was that? Starting to look around, the girl exclaimed with a disgruntled cackle. The items that were intended to protect her from the basilisk were not effective. Someone was quite strong here. Continuing to look for the enemy, Jishuka suddenly heard a voice coming from above. Looking up, she heard no need to look. I am Acellus of the captains of the giant guild. Not having noticed the enemy, the girl nervously shouted out, show yourself. Hearing the girl's demand to show herself to them, Acellus slyly said, do you really think I came here to kill you? Immediately after these words, the guild captain added, although my specialty is petrification, I was only able to turn your leg into stone, so I don't think I could have done more. The next moment, a huge army appeared behind Jishika and the rest of her comrades, and we all shouted, "We've been waiting for this day." Looking back to assess the scale of the situation they were in, Vantner nervously reported that they were close, and Tobin added that it seems they are considered the largest guild for a reason. Hearing the number of enemies they would be facing, Jishuka said in disappointment, "Fame and power is not something that can be achieved by numbers. It seems that the giant guild has not changed." As Aselas watched the enemies from the mountain, he thought to himself how unlike Jishuka, she showed no signs of worry even when facing such an army. Immediately after these thoughts, the guild captain added, "However, it is very foolish to say that we have not changed. Sir Chris calls you dragons in hiding." Assessing the situation, Jishuka thought, he speaks well enough. But they targeted us when Pon and Regus went on the mission. Chris planned it all. Immediately after these thoughts, Jishuka came to one conclusion and nervously said in her head, "Don't tell me what." At the same moment, Aselas, looking at his enemies whom he managed to catch off guard, said in his head, "Sir Chris recognizes your power as nothing." The next moment, remembering his famous guildmaster, one of the 5 captains added in his head, "Do you really think his goal was a small victory?" Preparing to use his skill, Aselas said in a disgruntled tone of voice, "You look down on everyone. You really are all listening to Sir Chris's orders." Heading to his goal, the guildmaster of the giant guild reported in the clan chat, "Our mission is the Dragon Ball, those who look down on others." Arriving at the forge where Ibelin was waiting for his new weapon, Sir Chris added in a stern tone that it was you. Taking his sword from the inventory, Ibelin began to repel the enemy attack. Having dealt with another enemy, he mentally said the 4th. Standing in front of the door to the entrance to the forge where Grid worked, Ibelin tiredly said in his head, "I must protect Grid at all costs." The next moment, another enemy attacked the boy, this time with a hammer. And as he walked toward him, the enemy shouted, "Sadaka's so weak!" Having struck the boy a serious blow, the man exclaimed arrogantly, "They even accepted a child like you into the guild." The enemy kicked the boy to the ground and said haughtily, "It's incredible that you were able to resist us, but your death was already preordained." Standing together with his comrades, many of whom were from the giant guild, he mockingly said, "How long will you consider us your enemies from LTS? Here we are much stronger than you." Unable to get up from the ground because he was pinned down by a foot, Ibelin nervously said in his head, gritting his teeth, "I was able to defeat 4 of them, but the other 12 are on a level." Looking at the number of enemies that still remained, the boy added nervously in his head, "And my mana and stamina were gone after 3 hours of fighting them." Immediately after these thoughts, the boy nervously added, "But that's not all. More than half of the enemies are wearing armor worn by knights, and my flamberg can't penetrate it." Looking at what was happening near the forge, ordinary passersby were surprised to hear that a giant guild and a terrible guild of Sidak were fighting there. They did not even come to the aid of their player. Being in a desperate situation, Ibelin burst into tears and said in his head, "My guild is in a critical situation. Why am I so weak?" Noticing that he was crying, one of the enemies mockingly said, "Hey, this kid is crying. Hurry up and finish him off." Trying to do something in this situation, Ibelin, sobbing, tried to hit the enemy with his sword, but he dodged the attack and shouted, "You rascal, just die!" Immediately after that, he used his magic attack and sent the tired boy flying with a powerful spell. While flying after being seriously injured, Ibelin mentally said Zedak's words, gritting his teeth in pain. Kicking out the door to the forge with his body, the boy lost consciousness and added the strongest. At the same time, Mihara, continuing to fight Regus, exclaimed in surprise, continuing his attack, "You're able to dodge fire even with such wounds. It's just incredible." Having noticed the enemy advancing on him, Regus reacted in time and even managed to counterattack, inflicting a certain amount of damage on the enemy. Having blocked Regus's attack, Mihara was not going to give up after a failed attack attempt, and said in his head, "It's not as easy as I thought." The next moment, using his skill, he created a sword and launched it at Regus, thus making a long-range attack. Preparing to take the blow from the enemy, Regus confidently said, "Magic and swordsmanship are both at a high level, but attacking the same way every time is very easy to read." Hearing this remark from his doorstep, Mihara exclaimed in displeasure how ridiculous it was. "Do you really think this battle will consist of just skill moves?" As soon as the sword approached Rega, it began to emit a bright light and an element of lightning, and Regus nervously said in his head, "Damn, the air is damp after the fire." The next moment, a powerful explosion sounded, seeing that the attack had hit his enemy, Mihara exclaimed with a haughty tone. Boogaloo, not bad, isn't it? I will finish you off with my strongest skill that destroyed Yatan's followers. Looking at Regas, who was covered in wounds, Mihara asked happily, do you feel how much weaker you have become compared to the past? And at that time, Regas received a system notification that said you have lost the vision in your left eye. All your stats will be reduced until you heal your wounds. Your head is spinning. Looking at his enemy, who managed to weaken him with this combination, Regas said in his head that I was wounded by a basic element. I need to train more. And at the same time, Mihara combined the crystals of the 5 elements into one magic spell and shouted, Ruthless Ice Sapphire and Sinister Fire Ruby, become one with the Storm Emerald and manifest incredible power. Immediately after completing the spell, the guy confidently exclaimed, I'll finish it quickly while you're under the effect of concussion. Continuing to attack the enemy with his most powerful skill, Mihara confidently shouted out an ice and firestorm. Having completed the use of the skill, the guy looked at his enemy and said happily, Bugaga, it feels so good, it's hard to stand after using all my mana. Immediately after these words, Mihara spoke confidently, but this was definitely meant to destroy him and erase him from existence. And before he could finish, his words were cut off by what he saw in front of him. Having deflected the enemy's attack with his block skill, Regas confidently announced the effect of concussion lasts 5 seconds. The spell cast took you 3 seconds. Standing in a defensive stance that blocked all the damage of his enemy's attack, Regas added angrily, preparing to strike back. But for people who practice martial arts and train both body and mind, the time it takes to recover from concussion is less than for an ordinary person. Looking at his enemy who was unharmed after his strongest skill, Mihara, who was unable to escape due to the use of all his mana, nervously said in his head, he destroyed everything with one blow. Realizing that he was about to be killed, Mihara said in his head, looking at the terrifying figure of his opponent, what a crazy asshole. The next moment, Regas finally got his moment in the sun and used the Star Dragon Punch to attack his enemy to pay him back in kind for everything he had done. Disintegrating into pixels after receiving critical damage due to Regas's attack, Mihara nervously exclaimed, I thought I was strong enough that the difference has passed over time. Having finished the fight with the enemy and emerged victorious, Regas said confidently, you were a great opponent. It was a great fight that took me by surprise and forced me to use all my strength. Finally, falling down from the wounds and fatigue, the boy said, but the thing for which you came here is to become stronger. At the same time, Pan continued his fight with Zircon, and now he was even able to take the initiative. At the same time, Zircon moved to the defense position and mentally said, trying to avoid Pan's attacks, I am sure I have grown to become the first swordsman, but then why? Dripping with sweat in a difficult confrontation against his opponent, Zircon nervously said in his head, isn't the gap between us too big? Has the time come for the young? The next moment, Pan began to pour out a barrage of blows that became faster and faster over time, forcing the enemy to act more carefully and spend more energy on defense. Starting to miss attack after attack from his opponent, Zircon flew backwards in confusion, saying in his head, the speed of the spear attack has exceeded all my expectations. My defense simply cannot withstand it. Having been defeated in a duel against his opponent, Zircon, on the verge of death, said wearily to his enemy, you have become stronger, Pan. Standing in front of his enemy on his feet when he was completely exhausted, Pan confidently said, thanks to this spear, I was completely overwhelmed at the beginning of our battle. Hearing these words from his opponent, Zircon closed his eyes and said confidently, even so, you are still strong enough. You don't need to be so modest. It's a pity that this old man can't do anything anymore. Immediately after these words, Pan said to his opponent in a menacing tone, tell your Chris to prepare better if he wants to attack the Tzedak Guild next time. At the same time, somewhere in the canyon where Jashuka Vantner and Tobin were attacked by a large army led by one of the commanders, Acellus was watching the battle and nervously said in his head, it's impossible they started 3 months later than us. As he watched all the members of the Giant Guild defeat each other in the battle against the Tzedak Guild, Acellus nervously said in his head, but 10 people can destroy 200 players. Continuing his thoughts about the situation on the battlefield, the boy confusedly added in his head that their strength surpassed common sense. Watching the enemies fight against the Giant Guild's large army, Acellus mentally said, who is creating the advantage? Jashuka is the perfect marksman. But even if we want to deal with her, Tobin won't let us. As he continued to watch his comrades die one by one, Acellus nervously said to his head, the plan was to dominate them. But we can't even do that until the other group takes the blacksmith. We will hold them off here. Evaluating the battlefield, Tobin told Guildmaster Jashuka, you see how they are stumping us. I don't think we are their target. We heard this. The girl cycled and replied, I know that, let's destroy them quickly. After taking a short break, the girl began to look for the army commander and exclaimed, I'm getting tired of this, so stop this circus and show yourself, Acellus, because your target is the blacksmith, I'm right. Hearing the girl's guess, Acellus said, wow, you figured it out, but it's too late because there's no one at the base to protect him. Everything is going according to plan. Hearing this, the girl smiled slyly and confidently replied to her opponent, common sense only works when you can use common sense. Realizing what could be waiting for the enemies in the forge who decided to kidnap Grid, the girl happily added, well, then let's just see what you can do afterwards. One of the curtains that flew out of the door flew straight to Grid and hit his hammer, after which he successfully threw it into his product. At the same time, one of the giant guild members said haughtily, we've wasted too much time with this kid, and another added, oh, it's the same blacksmith. Then Grid sensed something wrong while making the sword and picked it up and saw that the door hinge was stuck in it, which was the fault of the invaders. Meanwhile, in Jishuka Canyon, realizing that Grid was not the type to be kidnapped or forced to do something against his will, she smiled slyly and said to me, I'm curious what will happen to your plan. Putting on his equipment, Grid barely contained his rage to avoid destroying his entire forge. Turning his gaze to the blacksmith, one of the members of the giant guild said in surprise, it seems that we have intruded on the moment when he was creating an object. He looks very angry, to which his comrade replied haughtily that it was over such a trifle. Immediately after their words, the same boy insolently said, I still have to be nice to him by order of our guildmaster. And spitting in Grid's forge, he added unhappily, I hope that our work will not be ruined because of this. Having expressed all his dissatisfaction, the same man smiled and said in a joyful voice to Grid, we are from the giant guild. You have heard of us, so we came to reconnoiter, so don't be angry. Maybe you can put away your weapons. As he approached Grid, the boy noticed the metal ingots on the table and tapped on them. He continued, we have more than 10 blacksmiths in our guild. That's why we know a lot about it. It's quite difficult to create items, yes. The next moment, stretching out his hand to the blacksmith, the boy said confidently, squeezing out a forced smile, but you can do more, so don't bother because we came with a good offer, so why the anger towards us? Hearing this from the guy who had broken into his forge and ruined an item he had been working on for a long time, Grid replied with a grudging smile, you think you can do more because of your guild status? You can look down on the rest of us. Looking at Grid and his tone of voice, Ibelin mentally said, no, I have to stop him. Pulling himself up to a sitting position, Ibelin nervously spoke in his head. There are people with levels there. This is different from the raid he was in. Then the boy sent a message to the clan chat. Sir Grid, please wait until I heal myself. You can't defeat them alone. Ignoring the message from Ibelin, who tried to calm him down, Grid shouted angrily to the invaders. You scoundrels, your attitude towards me is annoying. I will finish you all off. Hearing this, the boy was surprised to hear that he was listening to me at all. Standing behind his comrade, one of the members of the giant guild said in his head, our captain is not with us since he was killed by a Bellin, but even so, he dared to provoke us to die. He wanted to. Immediately after, one of the guild members who also entered the forge said in surprise, pointing to Grid, hey, are you sure it's the blacksmith? Look at his armor and dagger. Paying attention to what his friend had just pointed out, the man said in surprise in his head, it looks pretty strange, but don't tell me. And at the same time, the negotiator who was trying to persuade Grid to go with them said confidently, it looks like you want to finish the item. It's okay, we can wait. Continuing to boil over with rage at what the intruder was telling him, Grid heard it wouldn't take more than a couple of hours. You'll finish it quickly. The next moment, one of the giant guild members who was standing behind him nervously shouted to his friend, hey, Keto, be careful, something's wrong here. As soon as Keto heard this, he was already cut into 2 pieces by Grid, and at that moment he activated the skill of his gloves and dealt a double blow to the enemy. Losing consciousness after he lost all his health, Keto said in confusion, impossible in just one hit as a blacksmith. After that, all the group members received a system notification. A member of your group, Keto, is dead. Seeing what had just happened, the frightened man said in his head that he had died because his base health was low, or simply because the attack of this blacksmith was too powerful. However, not only the enemy was surprised, but Grid himself was as well. Looking at his sword, he mentally said, now I know for sure that Dinslayer is a truly incredible weapon. Looking at his sword with the power of attack plus Grid said in surprise in his head, I hit him because I was very annoyed and did not even think that it would turn out like this. Immediately after that, Turning his gaze to the enemies standing in front of him, Grid thoughtfully said in his head, "Since this weapon is used in battle against a large number of enemies, I was given additional points of attack power here, people. Then the effect is that it gives points for one, yes." The next moment, turning his gaze back to his weapon, the boy happily added in his head, "And if I fight 100 opponents, then the attack power will increase by I'm sure there are restrictions on this weapon. But even so, it still remains cheat." Realizing how cool this item was, Grid mentally said that the item created by the first blacksmith Albertino was on a completely different level than his own, even though their rating was the same. Thinking of his mentor's descendant Khan, Grid mentally said, "Even though I am a descendant of Pagma, my skills are still poor, but the time will come when I will surpass him." Immediately after these thoughts, Grid rushed at the intruders and angrily said in his head, "But first I need to destroy those who have spoiled my item, the blacksmith's rage." Applying the skill, Grid rushed into battle trying to destroy all the enemies at that time. His attack power and speed were increased by seconds thanks to the skill. After blocking Grid's attack, one of the enemies who wielded a two-handed sword said in surprise in his head, "I was able to block his attack but still took damage. This scoundrel is not a blacksmith. It is a trap of the Sedak Guild." Immediately after this incident, the man shouted to his comrades, "Everyone run away immediately! Retreat from here on the orders of the chief." And all the members of the giant guild began to quickly leave the forge. Rushing after his enemies, Grid shouted angrily, "Do you really think you can get away from me with your quick moves?" The next moment, Grid caught up with his first victim and struck him with a powerful blow, destroying his armor to pieces. Then the man received a system notification that said you were damaged by an explosion and took damage. Retreating with his comrades, one of the guild members saw that one was missing and looked back. Seeing what had happened to him, he nervously said in his head, "It was impossible to have a Maxvan tank that could hold back even ogres. It had an incredibly large supply of health and defense." Continuing to run away with his tails between his legs, the frightened man continued his thoughts. "We thought we would only face Ibelin, one of the 10 newcomers, but they were hiding such a monster." Hearing the shouts of retreat coming from the crowd of enemies, Grid used an air cut to catch up with them. Having already dealt with several enemies, he said in displeasure, "Who said you could escape from me? I will take care of each of you." At the same time, Acellus, who had suffered a shoulder wound from Jashuka's arrow that killed him, angrily said, "That's all I can do, you damned Tzedaka." Seeing that they had defeated the enemy, one of the members of the Tzedaka Guild joyfully said, "Perfect hit, master. Our expectations were not in vain." Having defeated the enemy who had bewitched them with petrification, Tobin said, noticing that the effect was dissipating as the petrification spell had disappeared, "We could return to the forge." To which Jashuka replied, "Damn, we've been here too long." As soon as she said this, Ibelin appeared in the clan chat with a report and told the master that Ibelin was there. And seeing her friend there, the girl nervously exclaimed to Ibelin. Immediately afterwards, Jashuka asked if you were okay, and the guy who came out of the forge confusedly replied, "We were attacked by people right now. I'm being treated." At the same time, Grid went on a rampage using his wave skill, which releases a fierce sword dance that looks like a wave and deals damage to all opponents within 1 meter of the wielder's attack and slows them down. Grid was destroying intruders left and right. Watching his comrades rapidly die, the frightened man nervously said in his head, having lost the opportunity to escape, he inflicted critical damage on all opponents in just one blow. Continuing to think about the enemy, the man from the Giant Guild continued to do such a high damage rate in an area attack. Don't tell me this is a rare skill. Watching what was happening near the forge in the direction where the enemies fled, Ibelin wondered in his head what class Sir Grid had. Everyone said he was the owner of the 3rd epic class. Continuing to observe the power of his fellow guildmate, Ibelin confidently said in his head, "However, this attack power belongs to at least a unique class." Using a regeneration potion, one of the enemies who was seriously injured said, "Who would have thought that Sadak had such a monster? Do you really think we can defeat it?" And he replied, "No, it's impossible." Immediately after these words, the man confidently exclaimed, "However, we cannot retreat empty-handed. If we are destined to die here, then let's gather more information about him." Deciding that they needed to get at least something out of this battle, the man added use skills with status effects and then heard his comrades shouting anger and spirit control. Having immunity from all harmful effects of skills, Grid confidently shouted, ignoring them all, "Your attempts are simply useless." Noticing that Grid didn't even feel the effects of all the skills that several players used on him, the man nervously said in his head that they didn't work on him. The next moment, Grid, who was already burning with anger, said to his enemies, "If this is all you can do, then let's end it all." At the same time, a crowd of onlookers continued to gather nearby to watch the battle, and one of them exclaimed, "It's incredible, the Tzedakah Guild against the Giant Guild." Seeing a camera near one of the spectators, the guy asked him what he was recording, and he replied, "I think I can make some money if I sell this video." Immediately after these words, turning his attention to the bloody mess that remains as a result of this confrontation, the guy nervously added, "This is not a battle, but a massacre, isn't it?" Continuing to destroy the enemies, Grid seriously dispersed and ominously exclaimed, "I will destroy you all, you insolent bastards." It was an unexpected counterattack by the blacksmith. Sometime later, after returning with a report to his guildmaster, the speaker heard, "You idiots, an army of men could not cope with 18 people." Looking at the floor after the bad news, Chris nervously said in his head, "The skills of that blacksmith, I'm sure he is at least an epic class. How the hell did you manage to subdue him, Jishuk?" After this incident, the members of the Giant Guild were forbidden to show any activity. Their priority was to level up. This was Chris's order, and no one objected to it. On the other hand, the Winds of Change also visited the Tzedakah Guild itself after this incident, and the players began to redistribute their forces. The best runners learned about Zedak's power and became interested in it, and 7 new members joined the guild after Grid. Looking at the players who had joined their guild, Chishuka said thoughtfully, "We may have strengthened our guild, but all of these people are not ordinary players. I'm sure they came here after that crazy day." The very day the blacksmith plunged into madness because of the broken door, the news spread quickly across the continent. A short time later, an urgent statement was made in the real-world news. And tonight's Satisfy discussion will begin with a video recorded by a bystander. Broadcasting the bloody massacre that Grid has unleashed, the anchor reported through scenes of violence, we recommend that the elderly and pregnant women refrain from watching it. On the same day that one single blacksmith appeared like a storm and was dubbed a psycho, pointing to a news caption that said it was okay to ignore psychopaths in the game, the anchor said, "This is our topic today." At that moment, Grid began to recall his total profits for the last time and then said in his head, "I got millions of one when we completed the raid on Malachus." After that, he also recalled the case of creating the Pawn Spear and continued with the $1,000,001 Storm Spear. He also mentioned the case of item evaluation and repair, when he said in his head millions for evaluating and repairing the equipment of guild members, which amounted to $1,000,000,001. Immediately after that, recalling the incident with the message from Jishuka, who wrote the price for the dark magic sphere was determined, "We sent you half of this gold, so check your account." Then Grid mentally added, "In addition, I received another $1,000,001 for this." Tapping his hands after blacksmithing, Grid said happily, "The sphere was worth it and the spear was gold. I can't believe I got paid so much for unique items." Immediately after these words, the boy tried to restrain his emotions and said, "What a bunch of idiots, Pawn and Jishuka. They're so stupid. Even the legendary Sword of Superiority only cost gold." Immediately after these words, Grid grabbed his head and exclaimed in frustration, "But then I realized it. I was the biggest idiot of all." Slamming his head on the table, Grid exclaimed in frustration, "I was too relaxed to give the administrator such an item for such a bad price. Damn it, I'm hopelessly stupid." Immediately after this incident, the guy made a bump on his forehead and shed tears, saying sadly, "I got billions. Why do I only have a sense of loss?" The next moment, taking a deep breath and exhaling, the boy confidently said, "No, you need to think positively. Because of this, I became a respected man of Winston and was released and exempted from taxes and received the method of producing the sacred shield." Starting to recall again what these changes in the sale of the sword to the administrator Grid brought him, he imagined Jishuku and Regas after defeating Malachus and said in his head, "It's true that he was kidnapped, but because of that, I was able to defeat Malachus, increase my closeness with Irene, and become part of the Tzedakah Guild." Immediately after these words, Grid turned his gaze to the damaged item and said in his mind, "Yes, it all paid off in the end." Looking at the point of the sword in which the door hinge was stuck, Grid mentally said, "I don't have time to regret the past. I need to complete Abellin's weapon." Picking up the spoiled product, the boy thought, "The spike is the heaviest weapon I have ever made. The materials alone are almost impossible to obtain, but those scoundrels have completely ruined it." Immediately after these thoughts, Grid said thoughtfully, "If Ibellin can't find the materials again," then before he could finish, Ibellin interrupted him with a joyful shout of Mr. Grid. The next moment, the boy added happily, "I finally found his nab diaphragm." Hearing that he had returned with the necessary materials, Grid exclaimed happily, "Well done. I didn't expect you to get it. because you haven't been in touch for the last 2 days. Ibelin said happily. It was really hard, but I have the materials for one sword. Hearing that everything was ready to create the sword, Grid said confidently as he looked through all the materials for the weapon. Well, it will be ready by tomorrow morning, and then mentally added, this is the perfect opportunity to surpass Albertino. The next moment, Ibelin happily announced, by the way, your fight is the talk of the town. You were so incredible. I'm so happy to be working with you. Hearing the words of praise, which immediately softened him, Grid replied awkwardly, it was easy, and then added in his head, this kid, despite his good looks, is a pretty good guy. Immediately after that, Grid mentally spoke as Ibelin remembered the news and said, because of that fight, I am now known among the players as a psychopath or a killer. The next moment, Grid began to work on making weapons for the boy, and he mentally said through that helmet, people have a negative impression of me, and next time, I will need to wear something brighter. Smiling ominously in front of the forging furnace, the boy said in his head, all I need to do is change my clothes and smile like this. My image is very important. Noticing Grid's smile, Ibelin nervously exclaimed that Sir Grid, you look somehow bad with you, everything is fine. Hearing this, Grid suddenly became angry. Immediately after that, he looked back at his friend and said unhappily, you said I look cool, is my smile that terrible? To which the guy replied in surprise in a sense. The next moment, kicking Ibelin out of his forge, Grid exclaimed, insulted, so that's why everyone reacts to my smile, get out. Continuing to create his perfect weapon to surpass Albertino, Grid mentally said, I have only one chance to make at least an epic item. Let's earn some gold. After paying off millions of my father's debt, I will spend millions and buy a premium car. Continuing to rivet the sword that could determine his fate, Grid confidently said in his head, your life depends on what you have. That battle and Ahin. I will do everything to change the way you think of yourself. I'm betting everything on this item. After some time, Grid completed the creation of the sword, but unfortunately, his creation was of a rare class with mediocre characteristics. Looking at the failed item, Grid said in disappointment, I wonder if I could just steal it. Holding his head, the disappointed boy said in his head, why can't I buy a B-sedan again? Immediately after these words, paying attention to another material that was spoiled, Grid thoughtfully said, maybe I could borrow some money from Regas. No, he's already working hard looking for my shield, by the way. Concentrating his gaze on the damaged sword blade, Grid mentally said, the judgment that I have no more materials is not correct. There may be blood in the metal because if I melt it down, I can use it again. Having resorted to extreme measures, the boy smiled slyly and said in his head, since it has already come to this point, then you can make something from these materials and sell it. And since that moment, 2 days had passed, and after arriving at the forge and seeing what Grid Jishuka had done, Ibelin said not to be disappointed. Looking at the sword that Grid had created for him, Ibelin happily said, what a master you are, even if it is a rare item. Sir Grid's creations are on a completely different level. I am very grateful to him for that. Waking up to the noise in his forge, Grid said in a sleepy voice, oh, you're here. I thought you'd already seen it. That's how it turned out. Hearing this, Ibelin replied awkwardly, oh, Sir Grid, good morning. Thank you for your work. Getting out of bed, Grid stood up and said, life doesn't always give us what we want. I made another one. It can be used even though it didn't turn out so well. It's lying on the bench, and noticing the rag-wrapped object, Ibelin exclaimed in surprise that there was another one. Since it was a two-handed sword, one will be enough, thank you. Grid smiled slyly and said, I made it using parts that were ruined by the scoundrels of the Giant Guild, so don't expect much from it. Unwrapping another sword that was lying on the bench, Ibelin and Jishuka could see a sword of deep insult of legendary rarity. After that, Grid added life, and indeed does not always meet our expectations. Impressed by the quality of the item, Ibelin nervously said to Sir Grid, to which he replied surprised, I was also surprised when I saw the description. The description said that this object was created when the creator felt strong emotions during the creation of the Flamberg. The Flamberg was rejected by the creator when blood got into it and was left unfinished. So it contains a sense of strong anger. If anyone other than the owner of the blood tries to use it, they will be poisoned. Looking at the description again, Grid smiled slyly and said, the creator was very angry. How ironic that he received a system notification that a legendary item had been created. So all the characteristics increased by, and the continental reputation increased by. Looking at the legendary creation, Grida Jishuka said in her head, I've heard of several blacksmiths who have been recorded in history for creating unique items. The next moment, looking at Grid with a loving gaze, She added that it is impossible for player blacksmiths to create a legendary item through the system, but this guy did. Slowly walking toward Grid, Jashuka said thoughtfully, "Relying on the Satisfy system is the only reason you can do things that are normally impossible." Immediately after these words, the girl said thoughtfully, "Grid, you are the owner of the legendary class, right?" Hearing these words from his guildmaster, Grid looked back and nervously said in his head, "She realized I knew it would be impossible to hide it forever, but..." Looking at the girl who looked too excited, Grid said in his head that she looked sexy. She was making me nervous. If she kept looking at me like that, I would fall in love. Quickly turning his head away from Jashuka, Grid tried to cool his temper and said in his head, "No, I was fooled by Ayan not long ago. I can't fall for it again." The next moment, Jashuka threw her arms around Grid again and hugged him to her chest, exclaiming happily, "Grid, you are the best." Losing all will to resist the temptation, Grid nervously said in his head, "I need to hold on. Don't give up, Xinyunwu. This woman is just being happy," but before he could complete his train of thought, he heard Abelin shouting out in joy, "I don't know how to thank you. I'll send you 1 million gold right now." Hearing this, Grid said in displeasure, "You are completely out of your mind. Give me millions. It is a legendary sword." And hearing the price of the sword, Ibelin replied in confusion that 3 million was too much. Looking at his legendary sword, Ibelin said thoughtfully, "It is true that the item belongs to the top class, but only I, the owner of the blood, can use it, since I will not be able to sell it later. Even with this in mind, I did not want to disappoint you and offered 1 million. Hearing these words from his fellow guildmate, Grid stretched out his hand to him and said, "I knew this would happen. Give it to me." Hearing Abelin's request, he nervously held out the sword and said, "But it's cursed. You won't die." Taking the sword in his hands, Grid swung it several times to demonstrate his skill with weapons. Getting debuffed and immediately blocking it with the passive skill of the class, Grid could use the sword despite the curse. After demonstrating his capabilities, he said, "I will use it if you don't." Seeing that he could use his sword effortlessly, Abelin was surprised to hear him say, "Impossible, Sir Grid. What kind of class is this?" Looking at his friend with a stern look, Grid confidently said, "Relax. I'll give you a discount as a member of my guild of 1 million gold at least," and then said in his head, "I won't make the same mistake as the Sword of Superiority." After dealing with all the problems and converting the gold into his own currency, Grid happily said, giving his parents a certain amount of money, "First you need to pay off the debt and use the rest for the store." After giving his parents a considerable amount of money, Grid confidently said, "You both worked hard for the store, didn't you?" To which his mother replied, "How did you get so much money?" Immediately after that, the boy's father added, "It is the duty of parents to take care of the family. Forgive us, Anwu." Hearing these words from his father, Grid said to his dad in a tender way. Looking at his parents, Grid mentally said, "All this time, I didn't even think about how hard my parents worked to support us." Shedding a few tears in this situation, Grid said to his parents in a tender way, "We are family, so we have to help each other." Looking at her brother, who had saved the whole family from a huge debt, Shinsei happily said, "Appa, you're incredible. Try not to spend all the money you have left." And wiping away her tears, Grid said, Hey, I didn't earn it for this, sis." Immediately after these words, bringing his family to the garage under their house, Grid happily announced, "I bought a car, Mom. It's every boy's dream. It costs millions of won." Hearing the price of the car, the mother began to beat her son nervously and exclaimed, "How can you buy something as expensive as we raised you?" Hearing this, Grid moaned in pain and said, "I'm sorry." Covering himself with his hands from his mother's blows, Grid happily said in his head, "It feels so cool now. She's so energetic." After this incident, Grid's sister was also able to enter a prestigious school and gain prestige there. Walking with her friend from school, they heard the excited exclamations of boys. "Look at Shin Seihi and Park Aram. Wow, they're like goddesses." Continuing to hear unnecessary compliments, Shin-Seihi heard that they were not only incredibly beautiful, but also among the top students in the country. Hearing this, Aram said happily, "Looks like there are a lot of Seihi people here again." And she replied, "I don't like it when they look at us like that." Throwing her arm over her friend's shoulder, Aram gestured to the crowd of fans and said, "Relax and just smile at them. You're so tense." And she replied, "Don't overact, Aram. They become even more annoying when you pay attention to them." Hearing this, Aram said slyly, "Then why don't you introduce me to your brother?" To which she replied angrily, "No way. I will never introduce him to others, especially you." The next moment, Grid appeared in front of Shinseki, and exclaimed joyfully, "Hey, Seiki!" And when she saw Grid, she was surprised to hear that it was her brother. Hearing her friend address the boy who was on his way to meet them, Ariam said in surprise, "Brother, this is your brother. You don't look anything alike. Did your parents adopt you or something?" And the boy replied, offended, "Hey, this is really my brother." As Grid approached the girls, he said happily, "Oh, you're Seiki's friend. How did I see her brother in time?" And she screamed, "Get away from me, you're ugly." And Seiki said, "Hey, Em." Having led the girl to his car, Grid said, "Let's talk on the way. Get in the car." Seeing the car, Seihei asked in surprise, "So you bought it at the same time?" Emil saw Grid's car and exclaimed, "Damn, it's a B." As she walked toward the car, Emil exclaimed happily, "What are you waiting for, my beautiful brother?" Hearing this, Shinsei replied irritably, "Why don't you walk home if you're moving so fast, Emil?" Preparing to talk to her brother, the younger sister asked in surprise, "But what did you mean by the phrase, like me on time?" Hearing this question, Grid answered awkwardly, "Well, I need your help because I have a reunion tomorrow." And so the day of the reunion finally came. Heading out of town to the meeting place, Grid, relying on the GPS, said unhappily why the reunion was taking place so far from the city. They wanted to make fun of me so badly. They would have to be disappointed with my appearance. Confidently heading to the meeting place, Grid said happily in his new car, and my B will definitely surprise them immediately after these words. Grid said to his head, they definitely did not expect my transformation. Suddenly, on the roadside, Grid saw a girl who was stopping a car, and when she asked him to stop, Grid said, "What happened to her car? I really don't have time to help people." Noticing the beautiful girl stopping his car, Grid mentally said in his head, "But she is so hot. People should help each other." Stopping in front of the girl, Grid shouted, "You need help." Looking at the broken-down car, Grid was surprised to hear the girl walking toward his car. "Wow, it's a Model S. It's much more expensive than my B. It's a car popular with conglomerates. Just thinking about someone young driving it." The next moment, a beautiful girl looked through the car window and said to Grid, "Can you give me a ride?" When Grid saw who was asking to get into her car, he immediately fell into a stupor and was unable to speak. This girl was the only one who was in the top of the overall Satisfy rating. She was the goddess CFS, the most beautiful girl in the world, Yura. Realizing which passenger wanted to get into his car, Grid mentally said, "She's standing in front of me, and she's not even in the game. She's really very cute. I can't believe it just to think about it." Immediately after that, Grid remembered his sins that he had committed against her, and nervously said in his head, "Wait, is it because of those comments that she is here to take revenge on me for calling her names after I failed the quest?" Without waiting for a response from Grid, Yura sat down in the car and said, "I'll take your silence as a yes." Hearing this, Grid mentally said that she didn't remember me. Maybe it was because I was wearing different clothes. The next moment, she looked at the driver of the car and smiled slyly and said, "I'm glad to meet you, Grid." Being seriously frightened that she hadn't forgotten him, Yunwoo nervously replied, "I don't know what you're talking about," and then added in his head, "I'm fucked." As they continued on the road, Grid nervously asked the girl if I was going to die today, to which she confidently replied, "Let's just go where you're going." At the same time, at the reunion, someone from the crowd of guests shouted out in displeasure why that rascal Shin Yunwoo was so late. Immediately after these words, the angry boy shouted to his girlfriend, "Hey, Kim A-hang, are you sure he'll come?" To which she replied, "I don't know, because we specifically chose a place away from him to mock him." Immediately afterwards, Aehyun confidently added, "Why are you so nervous about not being able to see the idiot you've always mocked, or you've decided to become like a Mangyung Busiok? Don't worry, his first love mocked him well. He has no reason not to come." Immediately after that, Aehyun added happily, trying to reassure her friend that she shouldn't feel guilty. "Everyone else is waiting for Unwoo, and there's no better toy than him, right?" As she continued to wait for her favorite toy, she said, "I'm sure you'll feel better when you see him, because who else can bully an unemployed man like you? A year-old man who was kicked out of a convenience store." Hearing the girl's words, the guy who was hurt by them said in a disgruntled voice, "It's really annoying, but she's right. Shin Young-woo is here, but he's worse than me, because besides not having a job, he has to pay off his debt." Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Oh shit, someone's coming in a B." Hearing this, one of the guys ran to the window and exclaimed, "Seriously, it's a limited edition car that costs millions of won." Seeing the car arrive, Lee Jong-ho exclaimed irritatedly that what the hell kind of premium car is someone who decided to show off their parents' money? To which Aehyun replied that you're just jealous and wonder how you'll behave in front of its owner. Immediately after that, One of the graduates said in surprise, looking out the window, "Oh, someone is getting out of it, that there are two people there." When they saw who it was that got out of the car, they all exclaimed in surprise that it was Shin Yun-woo. Looking at the pair of people who got out of the car, the crowd exclaimed in surprise that this was his car. But wait, it was Yura, the Satisfy goddess, who was next to him. Watching Shin Yun-woo, who was supposed to be a loser, and listening to his friends' surprise when they said that he shouldn't be unemployed when he became so successful, Lee Jong-ho said in his head seriously, "This is really Shin Yun-woo." At the same moment, Ae-hyun, who was also jealous of Yun-woo in this situation, heard, "Wow, Yura is so hot, our girls are nothing compared to her." I wonder how close she and Yun-woo are, biting her lips nervously. She said in her head, he really became successful. And this girl. The next moment, Grid saw a limousine pull up to Grid's car and said in surprise that Yura answered him, "My secretary, thank you for giving me a ride." Immediately after these words, Yura walked toward Grid and said confidently, "I want you to think about what we talked about in the car." Noticing that she was approaching him, Grid looked back at her and huffed in surprise. And then she grabbed his face and kissed him. Seeing what had just happened in the parking lot, everyone was speechless, and their minds were filled with the same thoughts of the kissed Yura and Yunwoo. Yura pretended to kiss to impress the boy's classmates and told him that should be enough to get their attention. And I turned to hear Grid saying in surprise in my head what the hell she had just whispered in my ear. Immediately after this revealing kiss, which only seemed to be that, the girl walked toward the car that came to pick her up and said, "I'll be going now." At the same time, Lee Jong-ho and Ae-hyun were biting their lips and biting their nails with envy, thinking it was impossible that Shin Yun-woo was now living in a completely different world. When Grid arrived at the reunion, he was the center of attention, surrounded by people who started asking him questions. "Hey, Shin Yun-woo, you're a runner. How did you get so much money? You're dating a goddess. Can you introduce us? Didn't you want to be friends with us? We should stick together." At the same time, Lee Jin-ho was sitting at a distance, biting his lips and saying angrily in his head, "Damn it, we didn't invite him here for that," when he heard his name called. Looking up, he saw Shin En-woo standing in front of him, who asked him in a stern tone, "How did you manage to change your habit of fighting with everyone?" Hearing the provocation from Grid, Lee Jin-ho immediately jumped up from his seat to start a fight, and then heard a disgruntled tisking sound. Lee Jin-ho grabbed Grid by the collar and shouted angrily, "You rascal! I don't know what you did, but that doesn't give you the right to look down on us. I'll kill you if you start showing off." Hearing these words from his old friend, Grid smiled slyly and said, "Wow, you're losing your temper over such a trifle." The next moment, with the same fearsome look on his face that he had when he met them in the spider's cave, Grid added in a stern tone, "Well, how could you be worse than the one you always mocked?" Noticing that something had changed in Shin Yun-woo, Lee Jin-ho let go of Grid and stepped back nervously, saying in his head, "I've seen that look before." Recalling the incident in the spider cave and the look on his face from the crazy guy who had been beating them up, Lee Jin-ho nervously said in his head, "I'm sure it's him. It's that psychopath." Looking at his frightened friend who had collapsed into a chair in fright, Grid said sternly, "What an interesting expression you have on your face. I would have liked to have seen it longer, but I am too uncomfortable to stay with you." Looking around at the rest of his classmates, Grid added in disappointment, "Not long ago you were all laughing at me together, and now you're trying to suck up to me. You're so pathetic." Heading for the exit, Grid stopped at the door and, adjusting his collar, said, "You should look at yourself before you mock others." As Grid walked to his car, he heard Ae-hyun's voice, which made him look back but not stop, and then she called out to him, "Yun-woo, are you really going to leave like that? We never finished talking last time." Fixing her hair, the girl squeezed out her tears to make him feel sorry for her and said, "I like you too. If you want, I'll help you get rid of these idiots. I promise." Looking back at the girl and stopping at Shin Yun-woo's place, Ae-hyun said, and then said in his head, "She promises, of course, what else can she say?" Immediately after that, Grid began to recall the dialogue with Yura that they had in the car, when he surprisingly said to the girl, "You want to repay me because you are a member of the Yachten Church." To which she replied, "You helped me complete the quest when you surrendered during the battle with me." Hearing the reason for his confession from the goddess, Grid said in surprise, "It seems that you misunderstood. I did not help you with the quest. That is why you do not owe me anything." Immediately after these words, Grid mentally added that this memory is like a nightmare for me, and that is why your help will make me even angrier. The next moment, trying again to force her confession on the boy, Yura said insistently, "I became a servant because of you. That's why I owe you a debt of gratitude. The next moment, Yura said, I also know that you joined the Sidak Guild that defeated Malakus. And since you have become enemies of the Church of Yatan, we will declare war on you. After telling him about the danger that was coming to Grid and his entire guild, Yura smiled slyly and said, I will not be the only one who will try to kill you, and that is why you will have to try to survive. Hearing these words from the girl, Grid nervously asked if you really aren't going to kill me, and then mentally added that she really wants to pay me back. Can't you fight each other? I'm only here for the money. Continuing the conversation, Yura said, I'll pay you back in the game, and I was also told that you were going to a reunion and that you've been bullied at these reunions for the past few years. Immediately after these words, Yura smiled slyly and said, That's why I'm going to play your favorite, so that everyone will be jealous of you. Consider it a promise I made to you to pay off my debt. Standing in front of A and Grid, he mentally said a lot of things have changed since I started playing Satisfy, and then said, You promise. I don't know how she knows all this, but she is a really scary girl. Continuing his train of thought again after a few words, Grid mentally said whoever it was, either the famous Yura or Ahin, and then said to his first love, Thank you for answering my feelings, but remembering the moment when he had overheard Akin's phone conversation with an unknown caller in the toilet, and how she had said, I've never seen such a loser like this before. He's so funny. Grid smiled happily and replied to the girl, I don't believe anyone else. See you later. And then mentally added that this applies even to me. In Satisfy, with about 10,000 different classes, the top 10 players never changed, and it was very difficult to get into because of the high requirements. However, soon everything started to change, and the reason for these changes in the game was the Chidaka Guild, which managed to enter the top 10 players in just 4 places. Users called the same period of great changes and Satisfy a time of great cataclysms. At the same time, ratings that had remained unchanged for a long period of time have recently begun to fluctuate again. While on the hunt with her new weapon, Ibelin nervously exclaimed, The blood is not stopping. Pulling the two-handed sword right behind him, Ibelin confidently shouted out cursed blood during his fight against the monsters. The boy again received a system notification that said the blood that remained on the spike of deep resentment mixes with your blood and causes an explosive reaction. After the enemy's blood mixed with the swords, Ibelin received a system notification that said, damage from skill plus movement speed plus continuous life force absorption. These were the 10 newcomers who moved the tops and forced the stagnant players to start pumping more actively. Having destroyed another enemy with the help of the tier skill, Ibelin noticed a system notification that said that his level had risen. And then the guy happily said in his head, It's cool here, they're above average, but I can handle them easily enough, and my level is rising. The next moment, turning his gaze to his new weapon, the boy confidently said in his head, All this thanks to the thorn of deep resentment, and even millions of gold coins for it is not a pity. Continuing to destroy enemies to raise his level and regain the first place, Ibelin mentally said in this state, I will be able to quickly catch up with them. Recalling one of the 10 newcomers who broke into the overall rankings, Ibelin said in his head, I was the first among the 10 newcomers, Lael, to overtake me in the master rankings, and becoming the first shocked me the most that my peer was able to surpass me. Setting himself up for a serious hunt to achieve his goal, Ibelin confidently spoke in his head, destroying the monsters that came across his path. This time I will not let you off the hook, Lael. Ibelin himself followed with his spike of deep resentment. Watching the young boy Vantner's rapid advancement in the guild rankings, he shed tears and exclaimed, Ibelin got a good weapon, and that's why he's leveling up so fast. Why won't the next item be my weapon, but some armor? Hearing her friend's disappointed exclamations, Jishuka angrily exclaimed, Shut up, Vantner. Thanks to Grid, the weapon has become much better in the raid, and it helps to tank. Immediately after these words, the girl looked back at her friend and said, It seems that you are very impressed with the weapons of the other guys, but even Grid himself does not have the ability to create only unique or legendary items, so you should thank him for being the next Vantner. Hearing these words from the leader of his guild, Vantner replied insulted, which is why I say that weapons would be just right for leveling up. It's more suitable than armor. As soon as Jishuka heard these words from her subject, she immediately burst into anger and said to Wantner in a displeased tone, Baldy, I think you're expressing too much dissatisfaction here. Finally, having calmed down and calmed Wantner from his outbursts, Jishuka said, You said you had passed on the method of making and prepared half the materials. Hearing this, the man nervously replied, Well, you said that, Having received an answer to her question, Jishuka said, "Then stop doing this nonsense and start preparing the remaining materials, because Grid is probably gone and the forge is not there." At the same time, somewhere in the maze with golems, one of the raid members said in surprise, "I can't believe he was able to overcome iron golems with strong immunity to physical attacks. This maze of golems is known as a hunting ground for sorcerers." Hearing this, another member of the raid added nervously, "Judging by his sword, I thought he was a newcomer," to which his comrade replied that he was indeed. Looking at Grid, who was single-handedly dealing with monsters that required many people to defeat, one of the raid members said, "The psycho they call the Butcher." Nervously watching the frantic pace of Grid's battle and how he laughs during the battle, one of the guys said, "But is it real at all?" And he heard in response that even a dozen players could not defeat this golem. Immediately after these words, seeing how Grid destroyed another golem with one blow, the guy nervously said how he destroyed it with a pickaxe. At the same moment, Grid destroyed the enemy and received a system notification that said, "You received pieces of iron ore, pieces of high-quality ore, and one damaged orichalcum." Looking at his weapon, which he had created with his own hands, Grid said in his head, "A handmade pickaxe works for everything, and a great choice of sword. I was able to take down only half the health of the golem, which was very disappointing." Immediately after these thoughts, looking at the next golem, which showed all the vulnerabilities of Grid, I added in my head most of the minerals except mana stone act as an engine with this pickaxe I saw away. Continuing to destroy enemies with his excavation tool, Grid said in his head that this labyrinth was created by some archmage to hide a treasure of leveling and mining minerals here. For me, it's just a mine. The next moment, having climbed on one of the golems, one brave man confidently exclaimed, trying to repeat Grid's words, "The pickaxe is his weak point, so we can all go here too." However, in a few seconds, the same brave man was killed by a golem with just one blow, and without being harmed by the overconfident fool. His death attracted everyone's attention, and then one of the raid members nervously exclaimed that he was dead. Ignoring what happened to one of the members, Grid continued to extract materials from the golems as if nothing had happened, destroying them with a pickaxe. Seeing this, the same guy nervously said, "You saw a man dying next to you, and he doesn't care what his comrade said. He's definitely a psycho." After finishing the battle with all the enemies in the room, Grid lowered the pickaxe to the ground and said, "Phew, now the level has risen enough and I've gained a lot of minerals." A few seconds after the end of the battle, Grid received a message from Jishuka through the clan chat, in which she said, "Sorry for the delay in the raid. I prepared the materials." And when he saw him, the boy was surprised to hear that it was time to return. Looking at the return and realizing that he had to go back, Grid looked around nervously and exclaimed, "Damn, where the hell am I while I was hunting like a madman? But there's a maze and those guys are not visible for some reason." Realizing that he would not find a way out of here on his own, Grid stopped in one place and spoke, opening the guild system window and saying, typing the text, "As long as I keep looking for the way, I will only suffer. Maybe I should ask for help from the guild. Hey, I'm in the golem's maze, help me someone." While he was typing this, a trap was activated right below him, which fell down and threw Grid into a pit. Falling down, Grid received a system notification that said that the magical traps of Archmage Bram were being launched. Immediately after that, lightning began to hit the guy, and then he began to receive system notifications about taking damage. "You have received damage points. The effect of Doran's ring is activated, and you have received damage points." After taking a lot of damage, a passive skill was activated that prevented him from dying. Then Grid received a system notification saying that the immortality skill was activated, and you were invulnerable for seconds. Taking out a regeneration potion to restore his lost health, Grid looked around while drinking it and said in surprise, "What is this place? I almost died if not for the immortality skill. It will take about an hour to recharge my immortality. It's dangerous to stay here." The next moment, Grid received a system notification that said the Maze Guardian had begun to wake up, after which a giant golem standing in the wall activated. And the boy said in surprise in his head, "Wow, it's so big. It's bigger than that golem by a factor of many." The next moment, Grid picked up his sword and confidently exclaimed, rushing at the revived enemy, "I will have to finish him off, because that's how Pagma swordsmanship works." After using a powerful destruction attack that was supposed to do a lot of damage, Grid saw a notification from the system that showed the activation of the effect of the unrivaled gauntlet attacking the target twice you have dealt damage. Rebounding from his last attack on the enemy, Grid said in surprise in his head, even after the attack was boosted to I only took down a fraction of his health. If the strongest attack doesn't work, I have no other choice. Moving from his position to another, Grid mentally said, if I keep dodging and dealing critical damage every minute, then taking into account the recovery time from the damage, how many hours will I have to fight for? A few minutes after the battle with the golem began, Jishuka arrived with Vantner and I came to the meeting as soon as I saw the message about how to defeat the boss monster on my own. Looking at the enemy's resistance, Vantner nervously said to the guildmaster, we need to help him as soon as possible. Why aren't we doing anything? Jishuka replied, Grid hasn't given up yet. Maybe he thinks he can defeat him on his own. Seeing the dangerous situation on the battlefield, Jishuka nervously said to Grid, you can't do it alone. Run to the small cave behind the guard and then mentally said that this is the best he can do. Hearing the girl's advice, Grid was surprised to hear Jishuka say in his head that she had arrived before him, and then noticing the cave behind the enemy, he added in his head that he needed to go to the cave first. As soon as he focused on the fight again after a second of concentration, he noticed that the enemy's attack was already flying at him, and Grid nervously exclaimed in his head, oh shit, I was distracted for just 1 second and he's already here. Preparing to counterattack the enemy, Grid smiled ominously and prepared a sphere of lightning, saying, you really think I can die from that? Then try this. Activating the lightning summoning, Grid hit the golem with it, thus disrupting the enemy's attack, after which his sword was electrified when all the effects were applied. Grid said confidently, if you can't dodge, then you need to fight face to face. Continuing to hold the red sphere in his hands, Grid thoughtfully said, I wonder how fast this boulder was. In the description under the sphere that said Red Lightning Summoner, temporarily enhances the attack power of weapons with lightning and gives electrical properties. The next moment, Grid used his destruction skill again on the enemy, but this time with a more numerical boost. Seeing how much damage he managed to inflict on the enemy, Grid was surprised to hear in his head that the damage had more than doubled, probably due to the temporary electrical properties of the sword. Looking at the way Grid was fighting and the weapon he was using, Wantner said in surprise, it can't be. He can't use magic. How can he? Jishuka replied in surprise, I don't know, but I don't know. As she continued to watch Grid's battle against the golem boss, she confidently said this ability is just a trick. At the same time, Grid, who was temporarily fighting the golem with a magic sword, said in surprise in his head, noticing something strange in the place where he was hit, that the part where the electricity had hit had changed as if it were an ingot. Realizing that he could now get a lot of use from the enemy, Grid thoughtfully said in his head, then it turns out that, taking out a blacksmith's hammer from his inventory, Grid exclaimed with joy, it's just a mineral that can be melted. Starting to modify the enemy and subject it to processing to maximize the benefits, Grid joyfully exclaimed, I will make you smooth. Having finished making the golem a great material to work with, Grid happily said it seems that the joints are melted enough that he is unable to control them. The next moment, Grid used his blacksmith's wrath skill and said thoughtfully, thanks to this cape, my mana has increased a little. I've never used it before, so I'll try it out. After activating one buff, Grid activated another called Advantage, which doubled the attack power of the base attack. Switched to a long-range attack, condition of use of the sword, mana consumption, duration of seconds. Starting to fight the enemy with numerous advantages and reinforcements, Grid struck one blow and joyfully exclaimed Boogaloo double attack power and red lightning. Finally, this shameless face is melting. As soon as he saw that his attacks were effective enough, Grid happily said, I'll test the Lotus Flower Sword perfectly. The next moment, Grid struck a series of blows at the enemy, knocking out about 1/8 of his total health with just one attack. Seeing the result of his attack, the boy stood away from the enemy and exclaimed how cool it was. When I first got this skill, I could only use it 6 times, and now I can use it 10 times, he added in his head. I've become much stronger. Continuing to attack the enemy, which was doing a lot of damage, Grid shouted arrogantly to the monster Boogaloo, it's useless to block my attacks. There's no point, you sandbag. Watching Grid seize the initiative in the battle against the giant monster, Jishuka said in amazement, this Grid is far superior to the boss in attack power and stamina. He is better than the enemy in everything. Continuing to be amazed at what she saw, she added, of course he was lucky that the boss monster was the guardian of the maze, but I didn't even think he had such a strong defense and attack. Continuing to analyze the abilities of her friend, the girl continued to comment on Grid in surprise. He showed only a part of his abilities in the raid against Malachus and against the giant guild. And at the same time, Grid was moving towards the end of the fight where he would definitely win. He said confidently with a sigh of relief. Finally, I can see the end. When the enemy was about to live out his last seconds, Grid shouted out the fencing of the Pagma of Destruction. Looking at how confidently Grid was fighting the enemy and using his skills, Jishika nervously said in her head, if Grid puts in his best effort, he will definitely be able to match Regis himself. After the destruction attack was completed, Grid received system notifications that said you have destroyed the Maze Guardian, Archmage Bram's faithful servant. You are receiving gold coins. You are gaining experience. You have reached a level. And Grid happily exclaimed, yes, I did it. Continuing to rejoice in the victory over the enemy, Grid happily chanted in his head, hooray! I defeated the raid boss by myself and got all the experience. How wonderful! And then he began to receive other rewards for his victory, such as system notifications that said you were getting pieces of higher quality iron ore. As he was rewarded with 3 more crystals of the highest quality orichalcum crystals and a piece of black iron, Grid muttered something unhappy. Also, having received the key to Bram's treasure chest, Grid said that this is all there is, and this is all my reward, yes. Having received all the rewards, Grid looked at them and said, but that was a boss monster. I was able to stay alive in this trap, and I'm only given a few coins and a few pieces of ore. As soon as he expressed his dissatisfaction with the rewards, he heard a large stone fall right next to him, and the boy was seriously frightened and nervously exclaimed what kind of stone it was. The next moment he looked up and asked what was happening. What was it? Seeing his comrades above and the stones falling from the ceiling, Grid heard his guildmaster Grid say, it seems everything is starting to collapse here. Run to that cave, the boy shouted at Jishuka. Following the girl's advice, Grid ran toward the cave and noticed it not far from him and said in his head, the cave Jishuka was talking about is here. Running inside the cave, Grid took off his ice orc mask and exhaled heavily, saying that he almost died because it was so hard to breathe. Rising to his feet in the cave, Grid said to me, I'm so mad that they give such a small reward for such a monster, and then try to kill me. What a stupid game. The next moment, when Grid turned his head back, he noticed 3 chests in front of him, one of which stood out very much, and immediately afterwards the key to the treasure chest appeared in front of him. Immediately after that, his mood changed quickly, and Grid said happily in his head, I have a great opportunity to choose the reward for my efforts. I believe Satisfy is the best. Looking at the 3 treasure chests, Grid said happily, wow, I understand. It can't be that they didn't give a real reward to the Terrars, so what should I open first? Noticing the bright chest that stood farthest away from the others, Grid said thoughtfully, usually the brightest is always deceptive, but if you think too much, you can fall into a trap. Picking up his key to open the chest, Grid said happily, in short, the correct answer is, this kid, the developer used a cheap trick. I can smell money on an instinctive level booga. As soon as he used the key to open the chest, it immediately used up and disappeared, having completed its task. Immediately afterwards, Grid saw a bright glow emerge from the open chest, and the boy exclaimed joyfully, Boogeyman, come to me, my true treasure. The result of my efforts, come to your master. When the glow began to dissipate, Grid, not yet noticing what was inside, joyfully exclaimed from that very moment, you are my beautiful egg. Taking the reward in his hands, which was in the best chest, Grid exclaimed angrily that you must be joking or something. Holding the egg he had received after opening the chest, Grid exclaimed in frustration, I almost died fighting this monster before I got here. Just an egg. What is an egg doing in a chest where there was supposed to be a reward, huh? Disappointed in the reward he received after opening the best chest, Grid said, well, let's hope the other chests have at least something. But what a shame. There's no key. What does it matter now? Immediately after these words, looking at the closed chest, Grid thoughtfully said in his head, even if there is no key. Realizing that he is a legendary blacksmith, Grid confidently said in his head, I need to make it. I will create the item I need. Having activated his skill of creating items, Grid happily said, let's get started. And as soon as he was about to create something new, a system notification appeared in front of him, telling him what item you want to create. About to spend 1 slot to create items, Grid confidently said in his head, if I think about the treasure chests I will receive, it's not a pity to spend a skill on them. The next moment, looking at the treasure chests, Grid confidently said to open any chest, the item must be unchanged. It would be good to use the black iron found in Dine's Leaf. Having finished with the selection of materials, Grid thoughtfully said the following, The design. What shape should it take to open any chest? Perhaps it should look like the tools used by thieves in the movies. Having created a drawing of the key in the form of a lockpick, Grid thoughtfully said, "This is probably the shape of a failure, so let's finish it." Upon completion of the creation of the item, a system notification appeared that said the automatic correction is complete. Enter the name of the item. Seeing the system's request, Grid smiled happily and said in his head, "A key for opening all kinds of locks with an incredibly scientific design is ready." Looking at the general appearance and description of the created object, which said that the key was made of black iron, despite its ugly appearance, it was able to open many different locks. The higher the skill, the more types of locks could be opened. Then Grid said in his head that it would be called the Master Key. Immediately after that, Grid thoughtfully said it was great to make it out of black iron, but it would require a strong fire to smelt it, which is impossible in such conditions. But suddenly, Jishuka appeared behind Grid and exclaimed anxiously, "Grid, is everything okay?" And hearing this, the boy replied happily, "Of course you came down just in time." The next moment, turning to face the girl, Grid happily said, "You can light a fire for me. I think it was called the Phoenix Arrow." Hearing Grid's request, the girl looked at him in confusion and then said, "I need fire to melt metal. I'll make one small item, so hurry up." Realizing that she hadn't heard them, Jishuka said angrily, "So you're asking me to use my powers that require my mana? You want me to make a fire like that?" Hearing the threatening voice of his guildmaster, Grid smiled slyly and said, "It's not such a big request. If you don't do it, I'll just leave the guild." Hearing the conditions from Grid, Jishuka took up her head and said disappointedly, "Oh God, there's nothing I can do. I just need to shoot the wall." And then said in her head how cunning he was, although there was nothing wrong with helping the legendary blacksmith. Immediately after these thoughts, the girl picked up her bow and said, "Be careful." Preparing to use her most powerful skill, Jishuka aimed at the right place and said the Phoenix Arrow and then successfully shot it. When Grid's request was fulfilled, he happily went to the molten lava and started smelting iron. Happily exclaimed Jishuka's fire, which was what he needed. A few minutes later, Grid exclaimed happily, having completed his craft, "Everything is ready, and now he can start opening the rest of the chests." Not realizing what Grid had done, Jishuka asked in surprise what it was, to which Grid replied, "Boogaloo, the best equipment on Earth, just look at it." Having shoved the master key into the first lock of the chest, Grid confidently said, "Tarara, I will try to open this old chest first. It turns out great." When the chest was opened, everyone saw that they had an object in it, and when Grid took a closer look, he exclaimed in surprise. In the chest were Bram's boots of unique quality, but the most important thing about them was that they made it possible to fly. Looking at the item he had found, Grid happily said in his head, "Super. They reduce the reload time of skills and also give the magical skill of flight, which will help solve the issue with the only drawback of Pagma's swordplay, too long a wait time before the next use." Seeing the additional parameter of the boots found in the chest, Jishuka said in amazement that such magic can be mastered only after leveling, and the second leveling, and those who are able to use it can be counted on one hand. Seeing the description of the found boots, Vantner joyfully exclaimed, "These are cool options and high defense power. Sell them to me. I'll seal them very well for you." Hearing his friend's request, Grid looked back at him and answered unhappily, "I don't want to, because you don't need to climb quickly, and I'll need such an item." Hearing the refusal, Wantner sobbed in disappointment. After discussing who would get the boots, Grid happily said, "Well, let's try to open another chest." And then the boy thought, "Since I've paid off all my debts and now I have some money, I can start saving." Having put the master key into the lock of the last chest, Grid mentally said to me, "I am tired of living like a bum just to get a good item." Opening the last chest, Grid saw a golden glow from the middle of the object and happily said in his head that this was the beginning of a rich life. However, to his great surprise, a beam of light, which was clearly aimed at destroying him, hit him directly from the chest. Flying backwards after the sudden attack from the chest, Grid lost consciousness and wondered in his head what it was. The next moment, noticing a dark fog in the chest with someone's eyes in it, Grid added in his head what else it was. Seeing their comrade lying on the ground with no signs of life, Jishuka, who had witnessed the incident, nervously exclaimed to Grid. Without receiving any reaction from him, the girl aimed her bow at the enemy and pulled on her tete-a-tete, nervously exclaimed, "How dare you touch Grid? Who are you?" Jishuka was also joined by Vantner, who shouted menacingly, "Hey, you rascal, I'll avenge Grid's death." Hearing this, the boy got to his feet and exclaimed irritably, "I didn't die at all." Looking back after she heard Grid's voice, Jishuka said in surprise, "Grid, he pierced your chest, and she replied, "Yes, I thought so too." Immediately afterwards, he looked at the egg that had saved his life and said, "But the egg blocked that attack." Looking at the egg levitating in the air, Grid wondered what it was. It was moving so fast and so strong that it was able to block the attack. As Grid continued to think about what this egg was, he thoughtfully said that it looked like an ordinary egg. Perhaps it was a dragon egg that was cracking. After the egg cracked completely, a bright light emerged from it, blinding Grid and everyone else nearby. Immediately after that, some unknown material appeared in front of the boy, and looking at it, he thought in his head that it was a liquid metal that looked like mercury. As soon as the spirit from the chest saw that the metal recognized its master, it immediately spoke to Grid. "We finally met after years," and he was still resisting the vile metal. And seeing the appearance of the one who said this, Grid exclaimed in fright, "Oh, it has no legs, it's a ghost." At the same moment, Jishuka, who was standing next to Grid and felt a powerful pressure on her, nervously said in her head this feeling of fear so strong that it was at least the level of Malachus. Immediately after that, the ghost from the chest looked at Grid in a stern tone and said, "I saw how the Pabranium protected you. Descendant of Pagma, I am right." Hearing the ghost speak to him, Grid nervously said in his head, "He had just called me a descendant of Pagma. Perhaps it was some old task." Also, hearing the name Grid, Vantner said in surprise, "A descendant of Pagma. And what is that?" After that, Jishuka said in her mind, "I have no idea, but it seems we have a chance to learn about Grid's profession." Hearing the question from the ghost who appeared from the chest, Grid nervously replied, "Yes, I am the descendant of Pagma, and who else are you?" Having received a question from the guy who stood in front of him, the ghost said, "I am the great Archmage Bram. I created this labyrinth filled with minerals. I was expecting you." Continuing his story, the great Archmage Bram said, "I have created 28 labyrinths all over the continent, and you came here so late, as if you had too little love for minerals for a descendant." Hearing that 28 labyrinths had been created and all for him, Grid asked in surprise, "You say that you created all this for me alone? I was waiting here. And what is the reason?" Pointing to the substance near Grid, Bram said, "This metal is called Pabranium. It has will and can move. It is the most perfect metal that was created by merging the skills of Pagma and my magic. It is stronger than the divine metal adamantium, lighter than mithril, and has the same elasticity as Jaffa." Hearing the explanation of the substance in front of him, Grid said in amazement in his head, this metal was made by Pagma, but more importantly, he could create metals. Concentrating his gaze on the Pabranium as Bram spoke, Grid heard the Archmage's menacing voice cast a magic spell on him. "Fool, do not be distracted." Looking at Pabranium, who had once again protected Grid from his Bram, Grid mentally said, "He recognizes only a blacksmith who can melt him down. He is still just a stupid piece of iron." A few seconds after the Pabranium saved Grid, he launched a deadly attack, angrily exclaiming, "Damn, you take me for a fool. Why do you think you can attack me?" Hearing these words from the boy, the Archmage said menacingly, "I am a great Archmage who survived even after the battle with the dragon Trock. I am far superior to humans in every sense of the word and have long dreamed of becoming immortal." Immediately afterwards, he added that this is why I designed the Soul Bowl, to help my soul be reborn and become immortal, believing that only Pabranium made by Pagma was the only suitable material for this bowl. Continuing my story and remembering my friend Bram added, "For 10 years, I did everything I could to help him in the creation of this metal." Recalling the hard work on the product, Bram added that our joint efforts finally created the Pabranium, but Pagma could not overcome time and died without creating the bowl. Recalling the same sad moment in his life, the Archmage continued, "Out of desperation, I turned to the dwarves. But with their low level of skill, it was impossible to melt the Pabranium. I was in despair. My spirit was destroyed." At the end of the story, Bram turned to Grid and said, "But now I have met you, the one who can fulfill my dream, descendant of Pagma." Immediately after these words, a system notification appeared in front of Grid, which said that he was to write a class assignment for the descendant of Pagma. The next moment, looking directly into Grid's eyes, Archmage Bram said to the boy, "Make me a soul bowl, and if you do, I will give you the rest of the Pabranium." Immediately after that, Grid received many system notifications that said the resurrection of the Archmage's second-class assignment. You have met one of the parts of Bram's soul that is sealed in the labyrinths. Bram wants you to make a soul cup for him that will help him resurrect and become immortal conditions. For completing the task of making a soul cup, reward a large amount of Pabranium. Thinking about the reward for completing the task, Grid joyfully said in his head, "This is the strongest object, stronger than even the divine mineral adamantium. and it is a rare object that no one but Pagma could make. After thinking about Bram's offer, Grid confidently exclaimed, "There is no reason to refuse, then I will make the cup of life." Drawing a rough sketch of the bowl on the ground, Grid said it looked a bit like a dog food bowl. "Just make it like this." Hearing this, Bram said angrily in his head, "You lousy offspring, this is the sacred bowl of the soul." Immediately after his thoughts, Bram spoke to the god of health and wisdom, Judah, the god of war, Dominion, the goddess of light, Rebecca, the god of darkness and disease, Jothan, accept their blessings on the Pabranium. As long as you can make the bowl from the sacred Pabranium, the shape does not matter. When Grid heard the task, he was surprised and said, "How can I get a blessing? And I'm already on very bad terms with the Order of Jotun." Hearing this, Bram smiled happily and said to the boy, "My time is up. Find some way, whether it is physical or a prayer for forgiveness, choose for yourself." Disappearing into thin air after his time was up, Archmage Bram said in conclusion, "I believe in you and will be waiting for you, descendant of Pagma." Hearing the ways to obtain the blessing, Grid thoughtfully said in his head, "Since I defeated Malachus with 3 other orders of the relation, I have a good problem in how to get the blessing of the god Yatan, who is almost an enemy to me." At the same time, while Grid was lost in thought, Jishuka texted her friend Leela in clan time to give me an answer. Immediately after that, noticing that she had contacted Jishuka, she added, "Do you happen to know Bram and Pagma?" To which Lila replied, "Of course I do. He is a mentor to all sorcerers." Talking about Jishuka's identity, Leela replied that he was a great wizard who created most of the magic in Satisfy. But Pagma was the first time I had heard of him. Having received no information from Lila, Jishuka told her subject Vantner to find out about Pagma. If he is a historical character, the NPCs know more, but Vantner seemed to ignore her. All his attention was focused on Grid. He in turn put on his flying boots and exclaimed joyfully, "Oh, I see the way it seems Bram is showing me the construction of the maze." Climbing up on his new flying boots, the boy confidently said, "Hey, I'm going to the forge." Pulling on a mask so that he would not be recognized by accident and setting off, Grid happily added, "See you later." Seeing that he had left them and gone off on his own, Vantner exclaimed angrily. At the same time, Jishuka said in surprise in her head, her boots had a higher level cap and her cloak a higher level cap. Realizing that something was wrong, Jishuka said the same thing in her head with a hint of deep resentment. He could probably wear any kind of equipment. I hadn't thought about his profession before, but now I was curious. And at the same time, Grid flying over the city attracted the attention of ordinary passers-by, who exclaimed in surprise, "Hey look, there's a man flying over there." Then Grid continued on his way and said, "Oh, these boots are consuming so much mana. I need to get down and walk." When Grid descended to the ground, he happily said to his piece of Pabranium, "How do you like being free after years of imprisonment?" Continuing his flight with the Pabranium, Grid said confidently, "You don't look so good now. Let's change your shape. It's too small. If you don't add something else, I won't be able to make anything." Walking along with his Pabranium, Grid said thoughtfully, "I wonder if this is a metal that protects its owner," and then exclaimed joyfully, "I have a great idea. Let's go to the forge and I'll quickly melt you down." Having lost sight of the flyer, one of the passers-by said disappointedly, "He flew away. Given that he can fly, it's most likely a second-class magician for the first time." To which his friend replied that he had a sword on his back. Even swordsmen of the rank of magician cannot use flight. Who is he? After that, several eyewitness accounts were published online, but no one believed them. And that's how the story of the flying swordsman ended, while Grid was walking to his forge, happily saying that Pagma himself had made the material. How exciting it was. Arriving back at the forge after they had left the maze, Vantner said with a tired sigh, "I've been in so many mazes. I can't get used to them." And seeing a couple of his friends, Grid said, "Let's hurry up. What's taking so long?" At the very moment when Vantner and Jishuka were very tired after returning, Grid waved his hand and said to his guildmaster, "By the way, Jishuka, shoot one more time faster." Hearing Grid's request, Jishuka said in her head, "What is this? What is this? We came here right after the maze and he's demanding something from us again." Pulling her aunt's bow and shooting an arrow at the guy, Jishuka said to Grid, "That's too much," and then added in her head that we should aim next to him to scare him a little. Seeing that her attack was blocked at the moment of impact, the girl said in her head, "I wasn't going to kill him, but I was half ready, and he blocked it so easily." After demonstrating the robotic capability of his product, Grid showed it to the audience and said, "Well, isn't it cool I was able to melt it?" At the end of the Pabranium demonstration, Grid thought to himself, "It's interesting. When you hit it hard, it hardens for about 2 seconds. But that's not enough for full protection." Immediately afterwards, Grid smiled slyly and added confidently, that in any case, the amount was limited, but the shape of a small detachable object would be just right. And if you attached a small blade to the chainmail, you would get automatic protection. Before he could enjoy his creation from the bottom of his heart, he heard someone's voice say to him, "Excuse me, you are the same Sir Grid, yes?" Looking back in the direction of the voice, the boy saw a detachment of soldiers and their commander, who bowed and said, "Count Steam wishes to see you. Come with us." Hearing that a whole detachment of soldiers had been sent for Grid to escort him to Count Steam Jishuk, the Lord of the Northern Lands said in surprise in his head, "The most powerful man in the kingdom of Ethnol wants to see Grid." Hearing the request to go with them to the owner of these lands, Grid was surprised to hear that the Count and at the same time Jishuka confusedly added in her head, "Grid, and who are you?" After a while, the boy and the guards found themselves in Winston's castle. Waiting for Grid to arrive with his daughter, the Earl of Winston said in his head, sitting on his throne, "I don't like this." Concentrating his gaze on Aaron, the Earl of Styma said in his head, "This is the expression on the face of my adored daughter, and moreover she has fallen in love not even with a prince but with a commoner." Immediately afterwards, the Count rubbed his beard and said thoughtfully in his head, recalling the rumors about Grid, "I think I was told that he was a blacksmith who saved Irene from Malachus. I don't understand." Standing next to Earl Steim, Blanda Ian, Earl Steim's fencing student and childhood friend, said with a grudging smile, "Earl Steim, you're probably right. It's just a fraud." Immediately after his assumptions that the blacksmith who charmed Irene Blanda Ian added, at such a young age and already such achievements, "It is simply impossible to give Irene to such a person," trying with all his might to convince you that this blacksmith is a scoundrel. Blanda Ian added, "You must recover from this charlatan for claiming your daughter." Arriving at Castle Grid, he bowed before the Earl and said, "Greetings, Earl Steim, great Lord of the North." As soon as he had greeted the Earl, Blanda Ian, trying to humiliate him, exclaimed in displeasure, "Hey, no matter how poor you are, you can't appear in front of the Earl himself like that. Don't you know that you must first introduce yourself?" Raising his head up and looking at Blanda Ian, Grid said in his head, "I thought they were going to reward me for my achievements. What an atmosphere. And who is he anyway that he speaks so much?" After Blanda Ian had quieted down, the Count himself was finally able to speak up, looking at Grid. Stam said, "Despite your age, you have already created a sword of superiority and are a great swordsman who defeated Malachus." Hearing about his achievements, Grid said embarrassedly, "My comrades helped me defeat Malachus, and Yathan's followers were so weak that my skills were enough to deal with them." As soon as Earl Steim heard Grid's words, he spoke to the boy in a stern tone. "For decades, these followers of Yathan have been our headache, and some blacksmith was able to deal with them with his sword, and I suspect that you and your comrades kidnapped Irene." When Grid heard the accusations against him from Earl Steim himself about the kidnapping of his daughter, he said in his head, "I'm saying that I arranged it all. I sold him the famous sword for a pittance and saved his daughter." Hearing the accusations against her lover, Lady Irene nervously exclaimed to her father, "You suspect Grid, this man," before she could finish. Blanda Ian interrupted her, saying to Lady Irene, "Such matters are not so easily resolved." Immediately after these words, Blanda Ian drew his sword and spoke menacingly, saying, "We must find out if this is true or not," and then added in his head, "How dare he claim my Irene? I will remove this mask from him with my own hands." Rushing at Grid with a sword, Blanda Ian angrily exclaimed, "Try to prove it, blacksmith." Taking out his Danesley from his inventory and preparing to block the attack, Grid said unhappily, "I didn't know you greeted guests like that. But if only this way you can remove misunderstandings, it will only be easier for everyone." Having dealt a powerful blow to his opponent that sent Blanda Ian flying, Grid shouted menacingly, "To be honest, I'm very strong." Landing on his feet after receiving a powerful blow in response to his attack, Blanda Ian mentally said that such a large sword with one hand must be used to physical labor, and that is why he is so confident in his abilities. Immediately after that, concluding that he might be better at skills rather than brute force, Blanda Ian rushed at Grid with thoughts of then my victory in the technique from below, but Grid easily blocked his attack. After blocking his enemy's technical skill, Grid kicked the nobleman to throw him back again and put distance between himself and him. Having been kicked in the nuts again by the commoner, Blanda Ian said in displeasure, "That's a bastard," and then added in his head that he was quite good. His abilities were much better than it might seem at first glance. Bland's level was about the same, but Grid's characteristics and weapons, as well as his experience as a warrior, made up for the difference in levels. After kicking Bland to Ian, Grid smiled slyly and said, "It seems tactless of me to kick such a nobleman." Hearing this provocative speech from Grid, Bland to Ian immediately rose to his feet and exclaimed in displeasure, "Grace of sword, will of armor." Hearing that he had begun to use magic, Grid said in surprise, "You are not just a swordsman, you are a swordsman's magician." Using magic spells on his sword, Bland to Ian said confidently, "You can consider yourself as important as a commoner, but I will smash you with the magic my father taught me. I am the son of the great archimage Asher." As soon as the name was called, Imgrid immediately thought of Asher, right after Bland to Ian shouted out, "Lord of the Storm," an attack that uses strong wind to put pressure on the opponent's dexterity and makes them unable to move for seconds. Preparing for an easy victory over Grid, Bland to Ian confidently exclaimed, "Well, you regretted your behavior when you heard my name, but it's too late." Having blocked the enemy's magic spell with his passive skill, Grid said in displeasure, "You idiot, you should have told me about it right away." Immediately afterwards, Grid prepared for a serious battle and angrily exclaimed, "If I had known right away that you were the son of that rascal Asher, I would not have wasted my time talking to you." The next moment, Grid used his Pagma sword skill and the lotus flower to strike the enemy with a considerable number of blows at once. Hearing what the Count had just exclaimed, and the Count nervously shouted that Pagma. After Grid's powerful attack, Count Asher's son Bland to Ian flew back with numerous injuries like a beaten yogi dog, his strength not being enough to resist the commoner as he called him. Lying on the ground, after another defeat in the fight, Bland to Ian said in his head that I had lost. I was the son of Count Ashura himself. He was not affected by my threats, and what kind of high-speed sword technique was that? Concentrating his gaze on Grid Bland, where Ian said in his head in fear, "And who are you?" at the same time confidently standing before the Count after defeating the son of Ashura. Grid joyfully said to you, "Enough of this evidence, Count Steam." At the same time, Count Steim nervously looked at Grid and thought in his head while his daughter rejoiced in the victory of her lover. "Why didn't I realize it at once? There is only one blacksmith and the strongest sword warrior." The next moment, Count Steim jumped up from his seat and grabbed Grid's hand and said joyfully, "I give my daughter to you in marriage, descendant of Pagma." Hearing what the Earl had just said, but not fully realizing the situation, Grid said in confusion in his head, thinking he knew about Pagma. But wait, he was just talking about the wedding. Looking at his fiancée to be married, Grid mentally said, "Irene has a great personality and beautiful looks, but some people may laugh at the fact that she is just a non-game character." Admiring his fiancée, who suddenly became embarrassed and looked away, Grid continued his train of thought. But this is another advantage of this game. Non-game characters also have emotions, thoughts, desires, and so on, just like ordinary people. Thinking of debauchery, Grid grabbed his face and smiled slyly and said in his head, "I will finally be able to overcome this barrier after years of loneliness. I am melting into an adult." When everything was going perfectly and nothing foresaw trouble, Bland to Ian again knelt down, leaning on his sword and groaning. The Count said, "This man is immortal because of the curse of the gods. Do you really want to see Lady Irene grow old and die alone?" Immediately after these words, Bland to Ian rose to his feet and gritted his teeth and added, "I will not allow her to marry you. I challenge you to a match of revache." Grid. Trying to impress all those present, the son of Asher, who had been beaten by the blacksmith, said insultingly, "I don't know what is so great about being called a descendant of Pagma, but don't even think I'll give Lady Irene to someone like you." Hearing these statements from her childhood friend, Irene confidently exclaimed, "Sir Bland, I love Grid, I want to take care of him, and that is why I ask you to stop." When Bland to Ian heard that Irene had chosen Grid over him, he rushed at Grid, angrily exclaiming, "You've all gone completely mad here, Stormblade." Seeing that the enemy had not gotten enough, Grid smiled slyly that he would again be able to play with the son of the Count he hated. Drawing his sword, he went to meet Bland to Yanu, saying, "How slowly you understand. I will show you why we are different." Using Pagma swordsmanship and the skill of destruction, Grid knocked out the excessive Bland to Ian, after which he breathed out with relief. At the same moment, Count Steam spoke unhappily, "I didn't think Bland would be so angry." Looking at the defeated Bland to Ian, Earl Steim said simply that he also cared about Irene, and that is why he behaved like his fencing teacher. "I apologize to Grid," to which he replied nothing, although he would not be able to get up for some time. Immediately after these words, Grid awkwardly said to Count Stam, "Listen, I have urgent business, so the wedding will have to wait a little longer." Hearing this, the Count thoughtfully said, Oh, but this is not a refusal. Then everything is fine. Hearing the words of his count, Grid confidently said, Your precious daughter is a great honor to me. And then mentally added, There is no hurry. You need to finish the task first. After discussing the delay in the wedding date, GameStam said, I invited you and arranged this myself, and once again I apologize. I will offer prayers to the goddess Rebecca so that you can complete all your affairs. When Grid heard about the prayer offering, he immediately recalled the words of Archimagus Bram. You must receive the blessing of the four gods for the Vibranium. And then he thought, by the way, he said that the Stame family was on good terms with the order of the goddess Rebecca. Immediately after these thoughts, Grid spoke to Earl Stame. Listen, could you write me a letter of recommendation? I would like to meet with the bishop of the order of the goddess Rebecca. Hearing Grid's request, the Earl was surprised to hear the bishop reply, A letter of recommendation is no problem. I will write it right away. Hearing about her beloved's plans, Irene joyfully said, Mr. Grid, you will return to the forge at once. Take care of yourself until our last meeting. Hearing the words of worry from his bride, the young man smiled happily and said, Of course, you have seen for yourself how strong I am, a descendant of Pagma Grid, the first of millions of Satisfy users to receive the title of future son-in-law of a nobleman. After receiving the new title of son-in-law of a nobleman, Grid returned home joyfully, saying in his head, I wonder if I am a son-in-law of a nobleman, but I failed at the Yatan Temple because of Yura. Everything was so easy to solve. Maybe it means that if something is destined, it will definitely happen. Suddenly, a newcomer who had recently joined the guild came across his path and said to Grid, Hey, I've been waiting for you for so long. You're Grid. They say you're a great blacksmith. Hearing the words of the newcomer, Grid nervously said in his head, This guy seems to be called Tun, one of the 5 people who recently joined the guild. After thinking about the guy who stood in front of him, Grid said what was going on, to which Tun replied with a grudging smile, You know that masked guy who recently defeated the giant fools. Immediately after saying that, Thun spat on the logs near the forge and added, I'd like to fight him once. Make me a weapon. Seeing what Grid had just done, he said to his friend, Hey, where did you just spit? And when he heard these words, Tun said, It seems like a guy with a level that can get angry. You must be spoiled in the guild. The next moment, Tun winked at Grid and said, As soon as I deal with that masked guy, I'm leaving this guild. If you keep snapping, you might get yourself killed. After making a few threats in Grid's address, Tun added, Hey, you know his login? The guild guys pretend they don't care Seeing that he spat on his workplace again, Grid took out his dagger from his inventory and said menacingly, I was so tired after meeting with the Count. Preparing for a battle against Thun to teach him a lesson for his insolence, Grid said angrily, You're my last job today. I need to teach you a lesson because you've soiled my workplace. Seeing that he was preparing for a fight, Tung began to put on his spiked gloves and said happily, Wow, you're a professional. You're grabbing your sword over such trifles. But you can't talk to me like that. Immediately afterwards, preparing to strike first, Tun swung his fist and shouted, I never give up a fight! I'm not like the others! Hearing this, Grid said in an angry tone in his head, You rascal, you are finished. I have become stronger lately. Immediately after that, the 2 boys fought, but Grid did not expect such strength from the enemy he faced. After blocking his enemy's attack with some difficulty, Grid nervously said in his head, Wow, he has quite a high strength. At the same time, Thun, who was ranked second in the overall ranking, said excitedly, You've probably fought all kinds of lowlifes before, so you're snapping at a runner like me. You just have to accept it. After flying away from his opponent's blow, Grid nervously spoke in his head after the raid on Malachus. My strength increased by almost 1,000. I was confident in my abilities, but this guy exceeded all my expectations. The next moment, Thun himself attacked Grid, pummeling him with a flurry of blows and exclaiming, You're sick, you're a blacksmith. I thought you were only a level, but you so easily deflected my attack, which can break even a stone. After breaking the distance with the enemy again after his attack, Grid said nervously, I was too excited to defeat that giant, and I had never fought someone with such a high level before. At the same time, Thun, who was getting more serious about the fight, said to the boy, You must not be an ordinary blacksmith. Maybe you have some hidden profession. I came to get that masked guy, and it turned out to be so interesting, I didn't even expect it. Changing his appearance to his true form, Tun became the Beast Lord who was ranked in the overall ranking. Then the changed Tun shouted out, I'll warm up properly because I also have a hidden profession. Seeing that he was going to have a very hard time now, Grid nervously said in his head, Incredible power. I should also use all my items. Just as he was about to put on his equipment, Regas entered the fray, kicking the enemy and sending the newcomer flying so that he cooled down a bit. Thanks to this kick, the enemy took every punch and landed in the woods with an equally hard landing. Seeing that he had just been saved from such a battle, Grid joyfully exclaimed Regas, and then the warrior himself said it impolitely to Mr. Grid Toon. Immediately after these words, Regas calmed his anger and added, "Next time your head will fly, be careful," and Grid said in surprise, "I can't believe Regas is angry. It seems the newcomers have not quite joined the guild yet." Getting up from the ground after being sent flying by Thun's sudden attack, he angrily says, "Boogaga! This sudden attack is worthy of a taekwondo master, seeing that he can already get up." Grid nervously says in his head, he gets up after such a blow, he has a great recovery speed. Stretching his neck after the fall, Toon, who was calmed down, said unhappily, "I would like to fight you again someday, but it will be hard to fight two people today, so I'll just leave." Walking away from the forge, Thun looked back and smiled happily and said, "Hey, blacksmith, you're not bad. Next time we'll fight properly." To which Grid replied angrily, "You asshole, clean up after yourself first." Watching Thun just leave them, Grid spoke unhappily. The rascal just took off and left, to which Regas replied, "Let him go. If he gets angry, it will be difficult to deal with him." Immediately after that, Regas happily announced, "By the way, Mr. Grid, I found your divine shield. It was with one of Rebecca's daughters." Hearing this, Grid was surprised to hear that Rebecca's daughter had it. Hearing the surprise in Grid's voice, after he mentioned the phrase, Rebecca's daughter Regas confidently spoke, as the three best paladins of the order are called. "I wanted to meet them, but they refused because they did not want to return the shield." Recalling the girl who ran after the thief of his shield, Grid mentally recalled the speech in his head, Rebecca's daughter. The one who stole the shield called a girl named Isabel. Immediately after that, Regas added, the goddess Rebecca gave them sacred powers, and it is said that their strength is comparable to the second and third generations of Yathan's servants, and that is the reason why the relatively weak order of Rebecca can fight with the order of Yathan. After hearing all these words from his friend, Grid nervously said in his head, "Oh, how difficult this is. I just need to meet with the bishop of Rebecca's order." And now everything is confused. At the same moment, Regas also added that there was a message from the head of the guild. Immediately after the announcement of the message from Jishuka, Regas smiled happily and literally told him that he could do the crafting later. "Don't worry about anything and go on your way. If you need anything, the guild is always ready to help." Hearing that he could go wherever he wanted, Grid happily said in his head that it was really true, and then said, "Then tell him I'm going to meet with the bishop of the Order of Rebecca." The next day, Grid finally reached the entrance to the village of Rolling, which was located in the northern part of the bishop's property. Leaving the forge after a hard day's work, the blacksmith stretched and groaned tiredly, saying how hard it was. "Well, let's try to make the last pick for today." Suddenly, the blacksmith noticed a crowd of strange things in the sky approaching him at high speed, and looking at the flying flock, he wondered what they were. They didn't look like birds. As the flock approached even closer, the blacksmith could see that it was a flock of monsters, and nervously exclaimed that they were gargoyles. But why were there so many of them in one place? A few seconds later, Grid, who was also flying in the crowd of monsters, dealt with them and landed right in front of the blacksmith with a sigh of relief. He said, "Thanks to the vibranium and cloak, I hunted properly. The strength of the equipment is almost zero. It's good that there was a forge here." Heading straight to the workplace, Grid said happily as he took off his equipment. "This is a simplistic furnace, and it's not bad, I'll pay you, but let me use your furnace." Hearing the request of the guy who had just descended from the sky, the local blacksmith exclaimed in displeasure, "But how can you just use someone else's furnace? Judging by your appearance, you are not even a blacksmith." Hearing the objection from the local blacksmith, Grid ignored his prohibition and melted the furnace and mentally said, "Well, after seeing my effects, any middle-class blacksmith would immediately allow it. But this one seems to be of low grade. It may be worth shutting him up using my abilities." Having melted the furnace to the right temperature in a short period of time, Grid said happily, "You look about 20 years old. If you want to succeed, then watch carefully. This is a technique the village blacksmith has probably never seen before." Hearing Grid's words and paying attention to what he was doing, the village blacksmith was surprised to hear that the furnace had already heated up so well. Immediately after that, the blacksmith was able to watch Grid get to work and start repairing his things. And then the boy mentally added a high level of hammering skills in the same breath as the fire. Almost finished with the repairs, Grid looked at his mask and said the rest of the equipment was fine, as if he had repaired only my helmet. Taking the last item in his hands, Grid smashed it to pieces with just one blow of his hammer. Seeing what he had just done, the local blacksmith nervously said, "No, why are you breaking a normal helmet? It should be fixed a little and you can use it again." To which Grid replied, "I'm not breaking it. I'm disassembling it." Taking the pieces of the helmet he had disassembled in his hands, Grid mentally said, "I have done this very delicate work many times before, and that is why it worked only on wire seams that were not quite good enough. If the flaws are removed and reassembled, its efficiency will increase to the point where it can even be mass-produced." After completing the repair of the helmet, Grid saw that the characteristics increased again, and a system notification appeared in front of him thanks to an unknown craftsman with great potential and abilities. He became stronger after reassembling it. Then Grid happily said, "He did great." Having completed the repair of his belongings, Grid set off again and threw a few coins to the blacksmith, saying, "You shouldn't delay any longer. You should set off on your way. Here are some silver coins for you." Seeing him take off again, the local blacksmith exclaimed in surprise, "You're already leaving without a healer. You'll have a hard time getting to the bishop." Hearing these words from his colleague, Grid smiled happily and said, "Why do you need him? I'm sorry for your money, but you better practice. Maybe in a few years you will become a mid-level blacksmith as well." Hearing such inspiring words from a guy who was able to surprise him, the village blacksmith happily exclaimed my name, "Lecturer, sorry for the rudeness at the meeting. I will try very hard to repeat the basic skills you taught me." As he rose higher and higher above Lecter's forge, Grid shouted out, "Good luck and thank you for letting me use your furnace." Setting out again to visit the bishop of the church, Grid thoughtfully spoke to the bishop's estate. For quite a ways down the road, there would be no more forges, so he needed to hold out for potions. Heading to the bishop's estate at high speed thanks to Grid's boots, he said it was a pity to spend money on the healers' NPCs. You have to be patient in the game. Satisfy healers can only be priests of the Order of Rebecca. However, to become a priest, you need to pass difficult tests such as meditation, silence, and fasting, and not many users become priests, which is why players have started hiring healers for a considerable amount of money. As money began to accumulate in the order under the guise of donations, the high priests succumbed to temptation and were led by none other than the bishop. The possessions of the bishop of the Order of Rebecca were considerable. It was a giant castle that cost a lot of money. Hearing the laughter outside the bishop's door, Rebecca's daughter said to her friend, "Our bishop really spends a lot of time on this, doesn't he, Cassis?" To which he replied, "Miss Isabel, a holy virgin should not say such things." Hearing this statement from the priest of the church, the girl added unhappily, "But the man who should be holier than thou is spoiled by greed. Can I not even express my opinion behind his back?" Immediately after these words, hearing the bishop's footsteps and the door to his room open, Cassis spoke softly, "His Eminence is leaving. Be careful, Miss Isabel. He has ears and eyes everywhere." Coming out of his room, the bishop of Rebecca's church said, "What a racket! Did they say something bad about me or did I make a mistake?" When he saw the chief bishop of the church, Cassis, kneeling down and bowing his head, he said, "Welcome, Your Eminence." And then he said, "Isabel, no matter how much I look at you, you always look beautiful." Hearing these words from Drevigo, the girl said in a stern tone, "Your Eminence, if you have not yet desired my body, then allow me to hear my request." And hearing what the girl had just said, Cassis said nervously, "Miss Isabel, your manners." Hearing this statement from his subject and the priest's remark, the bishop smiled slyly and said nothing. "Cassis, Isabel knows very well that I cannot wish for a daughter of our order." Immediately after these words, Isabel said that if dark magic penetrates the sacred shield, the divine power of the shield will completely turn into dark power, and the Order of Jathan wants to take possession of the shield. Approaching the girl and taking a strand of her hair, Bishop Drevigo said cunningly, "Interesting. Then we need to collect all the shields that are kept by states and clans. It turns out that divinity and dark magic have differences in compatibility." Hearing this statement from the bishop, the girl, who was uncomfortable with him touching her, said nervously, "Then I will order the paladins to collect all the shields." To which Drevigo replied, "No, you have another task for you, Isabel." Immediately after Isabel's decision was cancelled, Drevigo smiled slyly and said, "Yesterday I received a message from the oracle. The goddess Rebecca said that one of my daughters would soon betray me." Immediately afterwards, the bishop, excited by the sight of his subject Isabel, said lustfully, "If we are talking about traitors among Rebecca's daughters, It must be Rin, right? Catch her and bring her here. I will personally punish her. Hearing this request, the girl felt overwhelming fear at the realization of what might happen to her. Continuing to speak on behalf of Isabel, the bishop added, "This is the third time she has not responded to my call, so her intentions must be hiding somewhere. Aren't they obvious?" Immediately after these words, Isabel decided to object to the bishop, nervously saying, "What kind of treason is that? Don't you know why she doesn't answer your calls? But more importantly, you really are able to hear the oracle of the goddess Rebecca." Hearing the insulting words in his address, the bishop, who could not restrain himself, grabbed the girl by the neck and said angrily, "You have gone too far. You suspect me of something." Immediately after that, looking at the girl with an ominous and greedy look, Trevigo added, "I give you 3 days to bring Rin to me. My will is the will of the goddess Rebecca." Looking at what the bishop was doing to Isabel and the order she had given to falsely accuse Rin, the priest Cassis said in his mind, "Miss Rin travels feeling powerless to fight the returning order, but Isabel cannot go against the bishop's order because of her loyalty to the order." Closing her eyes to avoid seeing what was happening in the shrine of the Church of the Goddess, Cassis nervously added in her head that the order of Rebecca was of great importance to her because she had been brought up here since childhood, and she could not go against the corrupt bishop. Jesus began to say his prayers to the goddess for salvation, saying in his head, "Goddess Rebecca, can't the order of Rebecca purify itself if there is still at least a ray of hope? Send us your messenger who can punish the fallen bishop." Meanwhile, in the village of Rolling near the Church of Rebecca, Grid was already there, doing strange things near the walls of the church and attracting the attention of ordinary passers-by who were surprised to see this strange man doing something with the wall of the church. At the same time, Grid was standing near the temple walls, excitedly rubbing the golden color of the walls and saying in his head, "This is real gold, damn it. It's glued so well. Is there no way to tear it off?" The next moment, a boy approached Grid and said, "Listen, brother, everyone is looking at you." And Grid nervously said, "I'm sorry." Stepping away from the wall, Grid said awkwardly, "Oh, I was just looking at the flowers behind me." And the boy replied, "Rolling Village is a staging area for users heading to the bishop's estate, and you are also heading there." Hearing Grid's positive answer, the priest smiled and said happily, "I was just heading there. Maybe we can go together. I'm a player, a priest. My name is Don Pao." When Grid heard that he was a priest and a player at the same time, he was surprised to hear that it was the first time he had ever seen a priest player, and a leveled one at that. And I had heard that the restrictions imposed on priests were far from childish, and that he was not a real-life church follower, to which Don Pao replied that you were not out of the game, I was just an ordinary person. After which he added happily that of course it was difficult to keep the promise of silence and abstinence from time to time, and to undergo all possible tasks to maintain the status of a priest, and by praying I could slowly but surely fulfill the tasks and even increase my divine power. After these words, the priest said, "Let's go slowly. Please add me to the team," to which Grid replied, "Okay." After reviewing Grid's characteristics in the team window, the priest said in surprise, "Brother, your level is quite low for someone who has come to such a place." To which he replied awkwardly, "It will be difficult to go up. I will have to rely on you." Hearing that he trusted him, the priest smiled slyly and said, "Paladins often walk this road, and there are not so many monsters here. On the contrary, I am grateful that you agreed to go together." Immediately after these words, the boy smiled ominously and said in his head, "I will get you to the hunting grounds in one piece so we can get more money out of you." Hearing the stomping of the monster's feet approaching them, Dong Pao nervously exclaimed, "Wait, brother, something is wrong here." After a while, a couple of boys came across a pack of monsters, and the priest nervously exclaimed, "There can't be so many enemies in these places. Where did they come from?" At the same time, Grid rushed at the enemies with his dagger and shouted, "Don't stop, heal me!" As Grid fought with the enemies, he thought to himself, "Booga, as expected from lizardmen, this is the only way to get health. And yet the power of healing of a priest is cool. If we go to the Vatican at this pace, I can raise my level quite well." After these thoughts, Grid joyfully exclaimed in his head, "If this is a free priest, then we should use it to the fullest." And then he said to his friend, "Continue to heal me." As he continued to heal Grid and drink the mana potion, the priest said tiredly in his head, "He is strong. I thought he was lucky to have passed through the Suds Mountains with such a low level. Judging by the effect of his dagger, he must be fully armed." Wiping the sweat from his face, the priest thought, "If he can hunt like this, the reward will be worth it." I shouldn't miss him. And then said, "Oh, brother, it seems all the items go to the group leader. Why not divide them among the members?" Hearing his friend's request to distribute the items, Grid replied with this approach. "The most expensive items can go to one person, so let's do the distribution when we get there," to which he replied, "But somehow." Interrupting his friend, Grid pointed at the enemies and said, "Well, if you don't believe me, then we'll have to die together. So drink the potion and keep healing." After walking some more distance, Don Pao pointed to a cave nearby and said tiredly, "Brother, let's rest a bit in that cave. Something is not clean here, where so many monsters came from." Going inside the cave, Don Pao leaned on the wall and said tiredly, "You are a warrior, but I'm limited. My mana is recovering more and more slowly, so I hope you will understand." Looking at his tired comrade, Grid said it would be better if we went to the Vatican at this pace. But nothing could be done, and then mentally added, "I'll probably have to take off my cloak." As soon as he took off his equipment, he received system notifications that said this place is sealed by the vampire Countess Marie Rose. The sinister influence of Marie Rose interferes with the circulation of your magical power from this moment on. Skills and spells become inaccessible. After that, Grid nervously said that it looks like there is something dangerous here, to which Don Pao replied, "Don't worry, Marie Rose has been sleeping for hundreds of years since she was sealed by the second Kreshler daughter, Rebecca." Immediately after these words, the priest added confidently that she would never wake up, and it is not about her that you should worry. The next moment, 3 assassins appeared in front of Grid with their class ranking, after which Shay said, "Where have you been? We've been waiting for you for half a day." Hearing the disgruntled tone of the 3 guys, Grid asked in surprise, "What do you mean you've been waiting for me? Do we know each other?" And then thought about their outfits. They were assassins. Immediately after these words, Grid heard Don Pao's voice behind him saying, "On the way we met a whole horde of monsters, so we had to go and fight them off without stopping." Looking back, Grid saw a giggling Don Pao who said he looked so-so, but looking at his dagger in his nose immediately hit the smell of money. Trying to threaten him with the loss of level is useless, he is already low. Immediately after that, the priest added with a sinister smile, "But still, you hardly want to die, so just give us all the money and equipment, Mr. Grid." Hearing Grid's demand, he was surprised to hear that this was a robbery. But wasn't there a terrible punishment for violating the doctrine? Could Rebecca's priest do this? Hearing this, Don Pao confidently replied that since there are few priest players and there is no information about them anywhere, everyone believes that it is fashionable to believe them. All that is needed is to follow the doctrines on the tasks, and the divine power is already increased through prayers. Immediately after showing Grid his cross of the church, Don Pao added, "I think you misunderstood something. My faith in the goddess Rebecca is unshakable, just like who said about my actions must be connected to my faith." At the same time, Shay glared at Grid and said ominously, "The church's boogeyman father Rebecca has long been rotten. No wonder the priests followed in his footsteps. If the church found out about this, Jathan would have a stomachache from laughing and stop talking in vain." Hearing this and looking back at the enemy, Grid mentally said, "Judging by the equipment, his level is higher, and the others are higher than Don Pao. They specialize in assassination and physical techniques, so they lured me to a place where skills are blocked." Looking at the enemy, Grid mentally added, after the fight with Tun, "I realize that fighting runners is difficult, but I have met enough assassins and know something about them." Grid took out all his equipment and prepared for the fight, confidently saying in his head, "These guys are nothing compared to Faker." After repelling the enemy's attack, Grid sent him back to his comrades when Shay was lifted off the ground. He groaned. He was so strong. And then Border nervously added, "Wait, no." Looking at Grid, the killer nervously added his helmet and sword. It was the same psycho butcher who heard this and said, "What's wrong? Do you really think you've got the right prey?" Immediately after these words, a shuriken was fired at Grid. Covering himself with his sleeve from the dark fog, Grid nervously exclaimed it was a smokescreen. Rushing at Grid again, Shay exclaimed in displeasure, "And what of the fact that he was an Avenger? Grab him," to which Curb replied, "Because of this Don Pao, who can't bring normal prey, we are now suffering." Running away from Grid, Don Pao nervously exclaimed, "I'm sorry, I didn't know who he was." And then thought, "I didn't realize I was bringing such a dangerous person. I need to run to them faster." At that moment, he shouted to his comrade Interceptor, "Throw your shurikens at him and we will take over the melee." To which he heard in response, "These shurikens contain an explosive poison, even the effect of a smokescreen. I think you don't even have to do anything." After the joint attack, Shay said confidently, We did it. I felt something on the blade of my blade. I think your name was Grid, so don't blame us for what we did to you, because that's how assassins fight. As he said this, Shay heard a sigh and a word from the smoke. Rangers are different, and it looks like you guys have a couple of interesting items. I really could have died if I hadn't been careful. When he was saved from death by Doran's ring, Grid confidently said, I also have a couple of equally interesting things. Immediately after that, Grid added menacingly, I repeat to you once again, you guys have chosen the wrong victim of the fury of the swordsmith Pagma. Immediately afterwards, Grid used his wave skill and finished off all 3 assassins. Seeing what had just happened, Don Pao nervously wondered how he was using the skill here, and how he was even standing up to 3 top assassins when his level was so low. Shielding himself from Grid with his hand, Don Pao nervously thought, just as I thought he had a hidden class. At this rate, we will lose items and experience. We need to get out of the situation unscathed by any means necessary. Bowing his head to Grid, the priest said guiltily, Please have mercy on me, brother. I have sinned against you. To which Grid replied, How many people in this place have asked you for mercy? How many of them have experienced the same emotions as you are experiencing now? Immediately after these words, Grid added sternly, I don't care about the others, but it's even better that you turned out to be a traitor, because I can take all the items we got on the way here. Hearing this, Don Pao nervously replied, Of course, all this is yours, of course, brother, and then thought he was not going to kill me. He is even more simple than I thought. Suddenly, the priest groaned and began to wriggle out of it, and Grid said in surprise, What are you doing? I told you I wouldn't kill you. What kind of a show are you putting on? The next moment, Grid heard a sinister female voice saying, I didn't think I could wake up like this. Sucking all the blood out of Don Pao, Marie Rose added, I kept wondering what the smell of blood was in the air, and then I woke up to this delicious meal. It's just incredible. After finishing the meal, the girl said, Nice to meet you, after which system messages appeared in front of Grid, telling him that you had met the vampire countess Marie Rose. All types of skills are inaccessible. The virgin's gaze conquers the lower races. You lose control and willpower. Marie Rose's charm is absolute. But Grid was not affected by the effects thanks to the passive skill of the title. Then he nervously thought, this girl Marie Rose, what an incredible power Malachus is, and does not stand close to her. When the girl started to approach him, Grid exclaimed in fright that, Wait, but I heard you were sealed. Why are you suddenly awake? Taking Grid's cloak in her hands, the girl said, I can smell the blood of tens of thousands of people in this cloak, and this alluring aroma has awakened me. Hearing this, Grid was nervous and thought Malachus seemed to be saying that there was a lot of blood on this cloak, as he had sacrificed virgins. With a sly smile at Grid, Mary Rose added, You don't seem to have the high divine power of Rebecca's daughters or the strong magic of Bram, but my gaze and presence do not affect you. Hearing the words of the maiden, Grid was surprised to think that she knew Bram and yet spoke so arrogantly of him. Perhaps she was a higher being than Bram. Looking into her eyes, the boy thought, her beauty seems to be out of our world, but at the same time I can feel the difference in our strengths, and I can never defeat her, so I have to be careful. After these thoughts, Grid said nervously, When you say that it is strange, you mean that you are interested in me. You are really interested in what I have awakened you from the restraining seal. So please let me live. When the girl heard Grid's request, she put her hand on Grid's shoulder and laughed and made such an impudent request. Immediately after the girl laughed, she looked at Grid and said it so sweetly. The next moment, Mary Rose smiled happily and said, Okay, today I'll let you go. I'm awake after all these years, and it would be nice to get some fresh air. As she walked past Grid toward the exit, she gave him a sly smile and said, Let's meet again sometime. When the girl left the cave, Grid said nervously, looking after her, She made me feel uncomfortable today. Everything ended well, but something irreparable could have happened while I was trying to get free treatment. After that, Grid spoke sternly to himself. You have to be very careful with freebies. You can't forget that. Suddenly, he noticed an interceptor belt at his feet and said in surprise that it was the same belt with the shuriken of that killer. It must have fallen out after his death. And at the same time in the Temple of Rebecca. Taking his throne in the Hall of Visitation, Dravigo spoke menacingly to his subject. I heard that you tried to find some other truth under the pretext of prayer. You have always been my sword that smites the enemies of the church. Looking down on one of Rebecca's daughters, Drevian added, And you still dare to doubt me, vicar of the goddess Rebecca. You were still supposed to be a symbol of loyalty and an example to the rest of the church. Looking at his servant, the bishop said, If you are still the daughter of Rebecca Rin. After these words, the bishop displeased these high-ranking priests, who were fomenting the rebellion, saying that I am blinded by land desires. Shouldn't you be the daughter of Rebecca, who should have struck them down with your sword? Continuing to press the daughter of Rebecca, the bishop said your loyalty was a lie, to which Rin replied, my loyalty to the goddess Rebecca and your priesthood is eternal, however. Raising her head from the floor, she added, I was confused because your priesthood was not acting as pope, so I prayed to the goddess Rebecca to get answers and continue to follow your orders. Hearing this, the bishop slammed his hand down on the throne and shouted, how dare you speak of eternal fidelity with such skepticism, you traitor? You no longer have the right to call yourself the daughter of Rebecca. The next moment, the Pope shouted menacingly, pointing to the girl, kill her immediately and take away Eichel's sword. And then a task appeared to kill the girl with the name of the SS Pope's decision. Immediately after that, other system notifications appeared saying that you accept the task. If you do not accept the task, the Pope will consider you a traitor. After reviewing the task and the conditions of non-compliance, the boy nervously thought, I'm a reward dice awakening abilities. Does this mean that I can finally become a real paladin of Rebecca if I accept the task? Hesitating with the decision, the boy nervously thought, compared to the churches of Judas and Dominion, which are known for their buffs and outstanding fighting skills, the paladins of the Church of Rebecca can only heal, and this class is difficult to obtain, so it's not popular. Looking at the girl he needed to kill, the boy thought, but despite this, the reason I chose this path is because of the daughters who are the paladins of the Church of Rebecca, the strongest among all the NPC paladins. Biting his lip, the boy said nervously in his head, I have reached the level and passed through the second-class change, but I am still trying to become a true paladin of the Church of Rebecca. Turning his gaze to the girl he needed to kill, the boy nervously added in his head, if only I could just kill her. Leaving the ranks of the knights with his sword, he thought I could finally wake up. However, the next moment, something unexpected happened. The knight threw off his helmet and attracted all the attention to himself, he thought confidently. As he hugged the girl and pointed his sword at the bishop, he added, how can I point my sword at Rin when she is so beautiful? And then said, I refuse. The next moment, Damien, who was ranked as a paladin and owned a blog praising Rebecca's daughters, smiled happily and said, don't worry, Rinchan, I will protect you. Hearing this, the girl was touched and said to Damien, I'm not alone, to which he replied, of course I will always be on your side. The next moment, the angry bishop shouted to his knights, this dishonorable scoundrel is a traitor. What are you waiting for? Punish them. After that, Damien was given a new task, God's punishment, with the task of killing the fallen pope, and he was rewarded with the hidden class and received the skills of patronage of light and cherished wish. The patronage of light gave the effect of increasing the strength of the attack of defense and accuracy for minutes. And the cherished wish allowed you to instantly resurrect the dead once a day using the maximum supply of mana. Seeing what he got, Damien was surprised to think incredibly, these skills are probably the best of all existing ones. I was chosen. Breaking through the crowd of knights of the church, Damien said in his head, using the patronage of light, will I finally become the main character? After that, one of the knights nervously exclaimed, what kind of light is so strong? To which the other replied, fight to protect his holiness. Having broken through the defense of the knights who defended the defiled pope, Damien shouted out Drevigo. As he approached the fallen bishop who had succumbed to temptation, the boy added menacingly, your atrocities will end today. However, everything was not as great as it might seem at the last moment. The bishop fired a beam of light at the rebel, piercing a hole in his chest. At the same time, somewhere outside the church, Isabel sat holding her head and saying, I'm the reason Rin was in danger. I should have refused to follow His Holiness's orders, but I was so scared. I knew Rin hated the Vatican as it was, but I was the one who insisted she come back. Listening to Isabel, Cassis said, even if you had refused to send someone else to get her and force her back here, she would probably be grateful that you did, so don't beat yourself up, Miss Isabel. Raising her head and looking at Cassis with tearful eyes, she told Rin that she would be with Her Holiness did not allow me to be with her Cassis. Hearing this, Cassis thought abjuration at worst. She could lose her life while there are 3 great weapons Rebecca's daughters can replace at any time. Shedding tears and kissing the cross, Cassis thought that because they were born with outstanding indicators of divine power, they were forced into a religion where they were forced to fight and be loyal to the church. And if they were no longer needed, they were thrown away. What an injustice. Seeing that Cassis was crying, Isabel wiped away her tears and said, why are you crying too? The goddess will protect Rin. To which Cassis replied, I'm sorry, Miss Isabel. Kneeling down in front of the girl and bowing his head, Cassis said disappointedly, with our powers, we cannot save her, or even you. Seeing his old acquaintances, Grid, who had arrived at the Vatican, happily said that why such a grown man was crying on the ground. Such sentimentality did not suit his appearance. Looking back at the source of the voice, Cassis joyfully exclaimed, "You are Mr. Grid," to which he joyfully replied, "It's been a long time, Mr. Cassis." The next moment, Cassis said in surprise, "But why are you suddenly here after that?" Isabel interrupted him, saying, "Wait, Cassis, his cloak." Looking closely at Grid's outfit, the girl said in surprise, "This is the same cloak of Malachus. I heard that a group of warriors killed him not long ago," to which Grid happily replied, "You recognized him." Immediately after that, Grid exclaimed angrily, pointing his finger at Isabel, "Hey, wait, but this girl is the shield thief." "No, the one who caught the shield thief. What was your name, right? Rebecca's daughter. Give me back my shield." Immediately afterwards, pointing to Grid, Cassis said, "Mr. Grid is a blacksmith from Winston who forged the shield you have in your possession." Hearing this, the girl exclaimed in surprise, "So young? Wait a minute. You mean to tell me that the blacksmith killed Malachus?" The next moment, Isabel bowed before Grid and said it was an honor to meet such a great and brave warrior who was able to defeat the enemy who had always escaped us. "Please accept my sincere thanks for getting rid of this bad demon." After hearing the gratitude, Grid exclaimed in displeasure, "Give me back my shield. It's mine. I didn't even get paid for it." Hearing Grid's demand, Isabel nervously replied, "I'm sorry, but this shield has the potential to become a dangerous weapon, which is why the church decided to take it away. Moreover, I would like to ask you to give me all the other sacred shields you have made." Hearing the girl's demand, Grid shouted angrily, "Who are you to take other people's items if you don't give me my shield? Blood will be spilled trying to calm Grid down." Cassis said nervously, "Mr. Grid, please calm down. What brought you here?" Hearing the question from Cassis, Grid said unhappily, "I came here to return my shield, but I also need to get the blessing of the goddess, so I came to meet the Pope." Hearing this, Cassis thought in surprise, "I thought he was just passing by, but it turns out he needs his holiness. Perhaps it is the will of the goddess." Feeling a powerful surge of energy, Isabel rushed to the church, nervously exclaiming, "This divine power means his holiness has decided to do something about Rin." To which Cassis replied, "No, Miss Isabel. Didn't the Pope tell you not to go in if you disobeyed an order?" Pulling her spear out of her inventory and heading for the church, Isabel called out to Grid aside, "I have to stop him no matter what." Thinking about what he saw in the girl's spear, Grid said in surprise in his head, "I was not thinking straight at the time, so I didn't realize, but this is an incredible spear, much more powerful than even the Dineslave Pagma." Grabbing the girl's hand to prevent trouble, Cassis shouted, "No, please, Miss Isabel." To which she nervously replied, "I'm going to save Rin, don't stop me." Suddenly, a powerful bolt of lightning appeared in front of the door to the church, blinding Isabel and throwing her back at Cassis with a shockwave. This lightning brought with it Luna, the last of Rebecca's daughters, and she prepared for battle and said, "His Holiness's order is absolute. You cannot enter Isabel." Hearing these words from her friend, Isabel nervously exclaimed, "But Rin could die, Luna. Please get out of the way." Looking at the girl who appeared, Cassis nervously said in his head, "Luna was the one who was brainwashed and had been affected by the uprising. She was one of the first to put down the rebellion and was also a favorite of His Holiness. She would never miss Isabel." Looking at Isabel with a stern look, Luna said menacingly that what cannot be done is impossible. "I'm very sorry, but..." Meanwhile, Grid looked at Isabel's weapon and said in surprise, "This spear is not quite ordinary. Wait, why all the tension?" At the same time, Grid faced a new task to help Rebecca's church. The condition of fulfillment was the death of Dravigo as a reward for the blessing of the goddess Rebecca. But if he failed, this quest could make it impossible to complete the second stage of the class assignment. At the same time, looking at the spear, Isabel Grid said in surprise in his head, "You're completely crazy to kill the Pope to get a blessing. What incoherent nonsense." And then noticing something strange, he exclaimed. Looking closely at the spear blade, Grid was surprised to see that it was some kind of marking on the spear. Perhaps it had something to do with the task. Smiling happily, Grid thought that his intuition told him that it was a hint, that the higher the punishment, the more the system helps to prevent failure. And that means. At the same time, Isabel shed tears and mentally begged Luna to please get out of the way while we're standing here. "Rin could die, Goddess Rebecca. Will you let Rin die?" Leaning on her spear, the girl closed her eyes and thought sadly, "Can't someone please do something about her father?" Approaching the girl and taking her spear in his hands, Grid asked in surprise, "I just need to kill Isabel's father." Hearing Grid's question, the girl immediately rose to her feet and exclaimed, "You will really punish the Pope who dishonors the goddess." To which he replied, "Some people have also asked me that." Having received hope for a good future, Isabel shed tears and nervously exclaimed, "Please, Grid, I beg you." Grid tightly clutched Isabel's spear in his hands and said confidently, "Okay, I'll save Rin, but in return you have to give me the shield." Immediately afterwards, Grid used his evaluation skill and saw a system notification that said, "The legendary blacksmith has a truly penetrating gaze. Using the legendary blacksmith's evaluation, you can manifest any hidden effect." The next moment, other inscriptions appeared, the sealed spear of Raphael. This spear was one of the sacred artifacts of the Church of Rebecca, which possessed great divine power that put a heavy burden on the bearer. Since even Rebecca's daughters could not use this spear for a long time, Pope Francis asked Pagma to seal it. After rereading the text, the spear began to unseal after the seal of restraint. As a result of the removal of the shackles, Grid saw the inscription, "You have witnessed the existence of a divine weapon. The characteristic of insight has increased by the characteristic indicators have exceeded the mark in points. You perceive the world differently. All skills related to blacksmithing are increased by a level. Now you can create items of mythical rating." Seeing this, Grid was surprised to say in his head the mythic rating of Raphael's spear was superior even to complete failure. No, it was a weapon strong enough to upset the balance of the whole world. Looking at the unsealed spear, the guy nervously thought mythical items mean I can now also do something like Dane Slash or Valhalla. However, that was not all, as he accidentally noticed Isabel Grid out of the corner of his eye and said in surprise, not realizing what was happening to her. Isabel mentally said that the white transformation was activating itself. An incredible amount of divine power was coming from Raphael's spear. Noticing the number above the girl's head, Grid thought maybe it was because of the spear's evaluation and increased discernment. But I see numbers above Isabel's head. The next moment, Grid smiled happily and confidently said in his head, "I realize this is the combat power of the Kremenida." Realizing that she had no other choice, Luna said menacingly, holding the shield of Baziel, one of the 3 divine artifacts of Rebecca's church, "Well, I'll have to fight." Looking at everyone around him, Grid thoughtfully said in his head, "Isabel's stats rose from 2 and Luna's stats from 2. It looks like Isabel will win this battle." After that, Grid smiled slyly and said in his head, "And then she will run to kill her father to save Rin. It's just the perfect insurance policy." Putting his hand on Isabel's shoulder, who had gained incredible strength, Grid confidently said, "Good luck to you, and I'll go save Rin." Hearing Grid's words of support, the girl smiled gently and replied, "Thank you very much." Having completed his divine attack on the enemy, the bishop looked at Damien with a supercilious look as he flew back wounded. Walking toward Rin with a hole in his chest, the boy groaned heavily and said in his head, "I knew it." Looking at the enemy he had failed to defeat, Damien said in his head, "Forgive me, Miss Rin. I guess I'm not meant to be a hero." As he landed on the ground, one of Rebecca's daughters immediately ran up to him, trying to help him get up after the bishop's powerful attack. The next moment, a powerful explosion sounded from the entrance, and a smokescreen appeared, in which nothing could be seen. Putting on Kennan's belt, which he received after defeating one of the assassins, Grid said, "When those bastards used the belt, there were so many abilities, and I only got a smokescreen." Seeing that another intruder had entered the church, the bishop said, "It seems that the discipline of the church has fallen. Now the Pope can have anyone he wants, whoever you are." Looking at the wounded boy and his unharmed daughter Rebecca, Grid said happily, "I wonder who I am." Throwing his dine slip on his shoulder, Grid confidently said, "Maybe I am the main character." Analyzing the power of everyone he sees, Grid mentally said, "This is Rin's combat power, and this is a paladin. Judging by his performance in one of the highest rankers, and a paladin, he will be useful as a tank." Smiling happily at his potential comrades, Grid said, "Let's team up, but in return, everything that falls out of the Pope will be mine. I think it's a worthy repayment for saving your lives." Hearing Grid's proposal, Damien accepted the invitation to the group and groaned, saying, "Well, I'll leave it to you. I need to recover a little." At the same time, pointing at Grid, who had burst into the church, the bishop shouted out in a fierce voice, "How dare you desecrate this place? I, Pope Dravigo, will bring God's punishment upon you." Damien then granted Grid the Holy Radiance buff, which increased his stats. Grid was surprised to see that this was a paladin buff, and he knew it would be useful. After receiving the buff, Grid took out a ball of lightning and said, "Go you know where with your punishment. You have made my task with the blessing more difficult." Now my letter of recommendation from my father-in-law has become useless. Having reinforced his weapon with a ball of lightning, Grid rushed at the enemy to try to deal with him in one blow, shouting out menacingly he had to behave well. After the unsuccessful attack, Grid broke the distance and said in surprise in his head, "He blocked my sword even with the red lightning effect and Damien's buffs." Looking at the power of the bishop, Grid thought in confusion, "With my attack power, I would have been able to pierce at least 3 layers of Malicus's shield like this Pope with his insignificant combat power did." Immediately after that, Grid mentally said that if Damien Ranker's combat power was on the mark, then Malicus, who was difficult to deal with even with the help of the whole guild, should have had more. Immediately after these thoughts, Grid thoughtfully said in his head, "However, I have a feeling that the Pope is stronger than Malicus, which means that even a small gap in combat power is actually a very big difference." Immediately after these thoughts, Grid rushed at the enemy again and confidently exclaimed in his head, "Well, let me make up for this difference." The next moment, releasing a large number of blows at the enemy, the boy exclaimed that this was the result of his raid on the maze guard. "Let's see how you block such attacks." Preparing to defend himself against Grid's attacks, the bishop angrily said, "So this is your plan, blindly swinging your sword non-stop. I don't think you can break through the magic of light." Seeing that his attacks could not penetrate the barrier of light, Grid smiled happily and said, "You're strong. Let's see how long you can last. I was just wondering what I could do." Using the power-up skill, Grid shouted out the superiority of the blacksmith's fury, after which his attacks became even more powerful, and their intensity increased so rapidly that Grid broke through the bishop's defense. Seeing what had happened to his light magic, Drevian screamed in fear in his head, and he broke through the magic power of light. Watching the attacking waves from Grid fly at him, the bishop nervously said in his head, "The power of the goddess could not stand against such a worthless man." Continuing to strike a barrage of blows, Grid thought happily, the health of this scoundrel dropped below half, after which he joyfully exclaimed, "Boogeyman, I can handle him myself. I wonder what will fall out of the Pope." Taking numerous blows, the bishop angrily exclaimed to his knights, "What the hell are you doing?" He said, "Kill this heretic right now." Hearing the order, one of the knights thought in confusion, "Anyway, this is the Pope's order. We must obey." And then the other shouted to take him. Going into battle against the bishop, Grid exclaimed to his comrades, "Damn it, you're going to stand there and watch the Pope. He has almost no health left." Appearing at the last moment in front of Grid with his shield, Damien said, "I'm sorry for keeping you waiting. Leave everything to me, Mr. Grid." Hearing this request from his friend, Grid smiled happily and said, "Look, there are about 20 paladins here, so make sure you block them all." Immediately after that, turning his gaze to the bishop who was all torn apart, Grid added, "Although I think he will finish everything soon," after which he thought the effects of the red lightning of superiority and the blacksmith's fury were also ending. Rushing at the enemy with his Dainsleif, Grid shouted in his head that he had done his best for the last time, and then shouted Pagma's sword, "Kill." But it all happened too strangely, as Grid drove his sword into the enemy and saw some strange effects. Stepping back from the enemy after the kill, Grid saw that he began to heal quickly. Watching the strangeness, the boy was surprised to hear the words in his head. It can't be because his health level was almost at 0. He had fully recovered, judging by the amount of damage he had taken. His health was close to being restored by healing so much. Moreover, the skill is able to block the kill. After completing his full healing, the bishop recited the goddess's breath, "The goddess's blessing will protect my body and soul." Trying to understand what had just happened, Grid mentally said, "Is this the top of the priest class?" After that, Drevian added, "Her light saves people who are in darkness." Preparing for the next round of confrontation with the enemy, the bishop said, "And I will lead them with this power." The bishop added the divine punishment on Grid in the name of the goddess Rebecca. Thinking that he had already won, the bishop haughtily pronounced this fitting divine punishment for someone like you. Repent while you still have time. After he survived the enemy's attack, the guy confidently said, "Who are you to tell me when to repent? Out of all those present, you are the most rotten, greedy, and depraved scoundrel." Having blocked the divine punishment with his rare class holy shield, Grid added who should suffer the divine retribution. Seeing what his opponent had used to deflect the divine punishment spell, the bishop said in displeasure, "Divine shield, how dare you, heretic, use our sacred weapons?" Accumulating his strength, Drevian fired the same spell at Grid, which pierced a hole in Damien's chest and shouted out to the scoundrel. Reflecting the bishop's attacks, Grid nervously thought each shot carried a huge destructive power. Despite the high reliability due to his rare rating, the strength was melting before his eyes. Realizing that he could no longer use the shield, Grid hid it in his inventory and exclaimed, I will not allow the item to be destroyed, which took so much effort. I will block it without a shield. Using the skill of a wind blow, Grid was able to avoid being hit by Drevian's next shot. At the same moment, using Vibranium's alloy, Grid sent 2 discs at the enemy while he was confidently saying, I wanted to separate your head from your body, but it looks like you're lucky. The next moment, Vibranium stabbed the bishop in the back and pushed him toward Grid, who shouted out in anger, How dare you damage my precious objects? Wanting to avenge the damage to his mask, Grid used the Link skill and used 22 consecutive attacks. Realizing what he had just done, the bishop of the church angrily exclaimed, moaning in pain, You rascal! At the same time, Damien, who was also watching the battle, nervously thought, It may seem that Grid is winning, but I know it's not because I've already experienced it. Continuing his thoughts, he added that the Pope is particularly dangerous now, and then shouted to his comrade Sir Grid to dodge. Then Bishop Drevian pointed his finger at Grid and hit him with his beam of light and confidently said, Boogeyman, that's the end of the heretic. Realizing that he was immobilized for 3 seconds, Damien nervously thought, looking at Grid, no. He lost more than half his health so far. He stunned the Pope is free to attack him. However, after being hit and losing his vigilance, Grid did not fall to the ground but rushed at the enemy. Driving his dagger into his chest, feeling a sharp pain, Drevian said in confusion, What? But how? Then Grid, healing half of his lost health with Doran's ring, said menacingly, Didn't I tell you? Preparing for the total destruction of the enemy with whom he had shortened the distance, Grid added that I will not forgive anyone who dares to harm my items. Looking at Grid, who was not affected by the effect of stunning and immobilization for a while, Drevian nervously thought about this man and who he was. The next moment, Grid slammed his head into the bishop's forehead and knocked him to the ground to tackle him again and finish the fight. When he was on the ground, Grid waved his dagger at him and shouted menacingly, Your incredible ability to heal. Let's see how long you can use it. The next moment, Grid began to strike a flurry of blows at the enemy's body, making a sieve out of him and listening to him moan and scream in agony. Continuing to pierce him with his dagger, Grid shouted in a frantic voice over and over again, Die! Watching this horrific sight, Damien nervously thought, I wondered where I could have seen him, the same butcher who had defeated the giant guild. Watching what he was doing, Damien continued the nightmare. Even if it was for the sake of overthrowing the vicious Pope, an even greater evil stepped into the great vow to become a ruthless judge for the sinner. And is this figure of a savior really the figure of someone who brutally murders the Pope in the Holy of Holies? As the bishop was losing his health, he said in frustration in his head, I cannot believe that I am being wounded like this by a miserable heretic. It cannot be. When he was almost dead again, the skill of instant healing was activated, and the bishop said in his mind, I am the vicar of the goddess on earth. Millions of believers, even kings, bow before me. Having broken the distance between himself and the enemy during the next regeneration, Grid said in his head, Damn it, another healing. When will it be over? Feeling something unusual this time, Grid thoughtfully said in his head, No, wait, but this is also healing. But something is wrong here. What is it? After completing his healing and getting back to his feet, the bishop said, I had to endure the humiliation of the animal's fangs, but it was a good opportunity for me. With a powerful aura around him, Drevian said angrily, I was able to regain the enlightenment of a heretic, but these are only beasts that cannot be reformed. Preparing for his next attack to destroy Grid, the bishop said, The goddess Rebecca always blesses with her light those who overcome the trials she gives them. Looking at his enemy, who seemed to have changed, Grid cautiously said in his head, Something is coming now. At the same time, somewhere outside the church, a powerful confrontation was also taking place. Attacking her sister Luna, the will of His Holiness Absolute, Isabel shouted out menacingly. Approaching Isabel to stop her and prevent her from getting inside the church, Luna prepared to strike with a powerful blow. At the same moment, Isabel, who was above her, prepared to attack and shouted back, I follow the will of the goddess Rebecca Luna. Using the skill of divine punishment, Isabel pointed her spear at Luna, and she in turn used the skill of the shield of the goddess's embrace and prepared for defense. Standing not far from the battlefield, Cassius covered his face with his hand from the debris and dust that had been kicked up by the collision, and nervously said to Miss Isabel, Miss Luna. Landing on the ground after the victory, Isabel confidently said everything is fine to Cassius, to which he replied to Miss Isabel. Looking at the unconscious Luna, Isabel confidently said that after the white transformation she would not be able to get up for a long time, but now she just lost consciousness. The next moment, preparing to leave for the church, Isabel said, Please take care of her, Cassius. I need to hurry to save Rin. Heading inside, she thought, I'll stop you, Your Holiness. I can't lose my sisters like this. Flying inside the church, the girl mentally spoke for the sake of the common good and then shouted her name, Rin. At that time, the bishop took his final form and said menacingly, protect my brothers and sisters, and give us the power to punish and kill the demons that oppose us, and allow us to act decisively in the name of faith. Hearing him speak, Isabel nervously exclaimed that this is the strongest divine magic. Run away. Do not try to resist it. Having applied the wrath of the goddess to Grid, the bishop thought he had won. But what a surprise when he saw Grid unharmed in front of him. Then the grandfather said, who are you? Having escaped death thanks to the vibranium, Grid heard the bishop of the church nervously speak to him, such a way to actually block the wrath of the goddess. Looking in the direction of Grid, who was standing on his feet after being directly hit by a powerful spell, Isabel said in surprise that this could not be the wrath of the goddess. At the same moment, Rin picked up her sword and said to Isabel, Sir Damien, forgive me. I thought I had to follow orders without question for the sake of the church, and as a result, I only hurt others. But if the Pope's punishment is the will of the goddess, I will also resist it. Throwing off his bloody cloak and mask, Grid said in a stern tone, Hey, you better not move while I'm talking to you in a nice way. Again, taking out a Dine's life and new equipment from his inventory, Grid added menacingly, If you try to take my prey from me, you're finished. It's mine. Looking back at the daughters of the goddess Rebecca and Damien, Grid looked at them with a menacing look and said, Only I will finish this scoundrel. Looking at the back of Grid, who wanted to destroy the bishop himself, Damien wondered if he had blocked the wrath of the goddess Pope Drevian, who he was. Applying the team's power-up, Damien mentally said, I've awakened my abilities, I've dealt with the paladins, now I need to do my best to help him. Looking at Grid, who was slowly approaching him, terrified by what he saw, Bishop Drevian nervously prayed in his head in the name of Rebecca that he had just blocked the power of the goddess herself. Gritting his teeth in hatred and anger, the old man added menacingly in his head, Press on with all the wounds, this scoundrel is standing on his feet as if nothing had happened. I underestimated him. Seeing the shockwave from Grid's sword flying toward him again, the bishop put up his shield and exclaimed haughtily, You pathetic sword-swinging beast, I'm sorry, but as long as I have my shield, your attacks are nothing to me. Suddenly, he noticed that his shield began to crack, as a result of which Grid's attack penetrated the defense and hit him. Leaning on his knee to keep from falling after the damage, the bishop groaned and wondered how he could break through the shield that blocks physical attacks. Heading towards Drevian with his sword, Grid used the Golden Flash skill to sternly exclaim, You idiot, you tried to protect yourself with a physical shield from magic. Reducing the distance with the enemy, the boy added angrily, First compensate for the damage to my items and then you can die, you scoundrel. Having used the skill of binding before striking, Grid prepared to strike his enemy with numerous blows. At the same time, the bishop who was watching Grid's movements nervously thought, I can't believe he used a magic attack. The wounds are heavier than I thought. I need to heal faster. Preparing to destroy the enemy, Grid said, I'll let you continue to heal because I will cut you until you die. Immediately after these words, Grid shouted 17 consecutive blows and began to tear the enemy apart with a barrage of quick strokes. Experiencing new painful sensations every moment, the bishop of the church moaned heavily in his head, wondering how long this barbarian would attack me. Trying to stop the series of blows from his opponent, Bishop Drevian used the skill of goddess protection. As long as his defense was in place, the bishop prepared to relaunch his most powerful attack and angrily exclaimed, Oh, you annoying fly, just die already. The next moment, the bishop himself used the goddess's wrath skill again, which was supposed to end the confrontation with his victory. Watching his enemy and the vibranium alloy that was trying to protect him, the bishop thought that even with this golden disc, he would not be able to block all attacks. He was finished. Rejoicing that his power still prevailed over those of the heretic, the priest confidently exclaimed, Boogaloo, it's over at last, disappear without a trace. After the time of the divine punishment had expired, someone's hand appeared from the pile of dust on the rubble and grabbed the bishop's arm. When the bishop felt the touch, he realized that he had not yet won, and said in fright, How can this be possible? Recalling all those moments of critical blows that were supposed to finish him off or bring him closer to death, the bishop added in his mind that he had already had to die so many times. Recalling how he had gotten up after each of those times and continued to resist him, the bishop added nervously, Why the hell is he still breathing? Looking at Grid, who was still standing even after being hit by the divine punishment again, Drevian asked in confusion how you survived this time, to which he heard in response, I told you already, idiot. Having survived with the help of the passive immortality skill of the legendary blacksmith Grid with a minimum health reserve, he said to Drevian, "You are no longer a survivor." Realizing his weakness before the enemy he faced, the frightened bishop exclaimed, "Who are you and why can't I kill you?" Using his level 2 assassination skill, Grid once again stabbed the bishop through the church with his sword to finally end the confrontation. Grabbing Grid's head before completely disappearing from this world after his defeat, the bishop of the church moaned and said, "How dare you?" Looking directly into the eyes of his enemy, who was already disappearing, Grid said in a menacing tone, "Shut up and die." At that very moment, Isabel Rin and their faithful paladin were able to watch the Pope die and disappear, which meant that Grid was victorious and the church was cleansed of the evil ruler. When the battle was over, Grid began to collapse from exhaustion, and Damien, hiding his sword, ran to him nervously, calling out Mr. Grid. As he approached the boy, he could hear him happily saying, "I'm so tired I can't even move a finger." At the same moment, Grid could see the system notifications in front of him that said the task was completed. Rebecca's proximity to the church reached the maximum level and received the blessing of the Pabranium after talking to Isabel. Seeing this, Grid got to his feet and said tiredly, "Oh, we definitely need to finish with the main goal as soon as possible." And Isabel was already standing behind him and spoke to Grid. He looked behind him and noticed Rin and Isabel standing there and said, "Thank you. Thanks to you, we were able to protect the honor of the goddess Rin and the entire church of Rebecca." At the same time, Damien looked at Grid and said in his head, "I can't believe he defeated the Pope almost single-handedly, and thanks to him, we were able to protect Rebecca's daughters." Looking at his new skills and titles after completing the task, the boy added most of the hidden classes are at a rare level, and those who have an epic class are just a thought away from getting a unique class. Continuing to look at Grid, the boy continued and could not imagine that I would be so lucky in my years just watching Rebecca's daughters. This man is my life benefactor. One day I will definitely thank him. When Grid finally recovered a little and rested, he said unhappily, listening to the girl's gratitude, "Hey Isabel, you're only going to pay lip service to thanking me. Rebecca's church is quite rich, so compensate me for everything." Immersing all three church servants in shock, Grid added unhappily, "You saw my broken helmet, my cloak and armor are also in a terrible state, so I need money for repairs. And you must also compensate me for the psychological trauma I received when you took my shield." After hearing Grid's demands, Damien smiled happily and said in his head, "Perhaps that's why he has such a nickname, which makes it difficult to understand what he really is." Immediately after demanding compensation, Grid pointed to the Pabranium alloy and added that the most important thing is that I want you to bless these boys because it is probably true. Taking the Pabranium in her hands, Isabel replied confusedly, "Maybe, but you want me to bless the objects? Well, then fine, as you wish." The next moment, she pressed the Pabranium to her chest and said, "Oh, Rebecca, the goddess of wisdom and love." Blessing the objects at Grid's request, the girl continued, "Give warmth to your children." Upon completion of the prayer, Grid received a system notification stating that the goddess's blessing had come to the Pabranium, after which the golden discs of the Pabranium received the additional effect of an additional rate of vitality recovery by. Seeing this, Grid was surprised to think that not only does this mineral have its own will, but it can also acquire skills. So does this mean that with each new blessing, the skills will become more and more? After blessing the item, Isabel handed it to Grid and said, "I will return the divine shield, as I promised." And the boy happily shouted out, "My shield." Taking his object in his hands, Grid nervously thought, "Something is bothering me. Will I be able to get a blessing from the Church of Jathan, given that I am their enemy? If not, I will have to force them." After that, Isabel bowed her head and said sadly, "I would like to give you compensation, but it is a bit difficult because of the need to reconstruct the Vatican. I am really very ashamed, but I hope that the return of the shield will be a sufficient payment." Hearing this, Grid said thoughtfully, "That's a pity, but in any case I have a lot to do." Damien asked in surprise that you were leaving. Immediately after that, the boy added happily, "A lot of people will be able to live in peace thanks to you, Mr. Grid. I may not have been able to help much this time, but I will definitely thank you someday." Immediately after that, Damien said in a lustful tone, "Can I rub my cheek against these discs once more before you leave because they touched her breasts?" Isabel said, making the girl feel embarrassed. After kicking Damien for his lustful thoughts, Isabel heard from Grid, "Well, instead of payment, I have one request. It concerns the next destination," to which the girl replied, "I can't accompany you. I need to be here during the reconstruction." With a joking sigh, Grid said, I wasn't going to go with a crazy girl like you. To which he heard an offended tone in response. What do you mean, girl? The next moment, in order not to prolong the conversation and not to waste too much time, Grid pointed up and thoughtfully said, write me a letter of recommendation. At the same time, somewhere in the forest, Tobin was sitting on a rock and saying, what kind of people are these? I asked them to help me with my task, and they all ran away. Even this volunteer I can't reach. Maybe he's practicing again. After expressing his dissatisfaction, the warrior thought, but still this is a SS-ranked task for which a legendary level sword is given, and it is such a rare chance that I could get as the best paladin of the Church of Judah. Continuing his thoughts, Toban added, considering how high the level of difficulty and risk is, it's no wonder they decided not to participate in this until he heard Mr. Tobin, we are all here. Seeing that the recruits had already shown up, the man thought, well, at least the newbies have agreed to help a little awkward with strangers, but they are real rangers with them. I have a chance after that, he heard what we need to do. Leaning his hand on his leg, Tobin confidently answered, we will need to pick up something. Getting to his feet to start walking, Toban added our destination was the church of the goddess Rebecca. The god of health and wisdom Judar, the god of war Dominion, are the sons of the goddess of light Rebecca. That's why the Church of Judah and the Church of Dominion serve the Church of Rebecca. And having the highest god in power, all three have always been in good relations, but each of the churches had growing ambitions. At the same time, when Toban arrived at Pascal's reception, he heard that I cannot stand to see Dravigo disgrace the title of Pope, and that the parishioners of Rebecca's church would like to appoint a new pope. Leaning his head on his hand, Pascal, the head of the Church of Judara, added thoughtfully that if there were no suitable candidates within Rebecca's church, then I should become the new pope. Hearing these words from his ruler, Tobin replied, the most respected pope in history, Pope Francis, was also elected from our church, and if there is such an example, it is quite possible. Bowing his head to Pascal Tobin, the strongest paladin of the Church of Judah, the head of the headquarters of the Tzedakah Guild, and the highest-ranked paladin in the ranking of paladins, said what I need to do as a leader. When Pascal heard the question from his subject, he thoughtfully replied, take Pope Franz's equipment that he used during his lifetime, which is stored in Rebecca's church, and with its help, I will be able to prove Franz's lineage and take over as Pope. Seeing the mission and the reward, Toban thoughtfully said in his head, the rating of a top runner can already change with experience, and here, with a level increase, I can rise a level at once and become in the overall rating. Also remembering the weapons he would receive, Tobin added the legendary Sword of Wisdom. Looking at its characteristics, Tobin thought that for the legendary level, the attack power is average, but given the ability to roll back the waiting time of skills, I will be able to raise my level like Ibelin or Pon. Remembering Grid's words that he was the last in line for the weapon, Tobin thought it was a difficult task, but I must do it. Given that he was Grid, I would not be able to get the items soon. The next moment, Pascal got up from the throne and added the location of the artifacts you can find out from the spy we have placed in the Vatican. I hope for good results because you are the best paladin of our church. Hearing these words, Tobin confidently said, just tell me what artifacts I should bring and I will immediately set out. Recalling how it all happened and moving back to the day of departure, Tobin thought at first many agreed, but after learning that the task was related to the Vatican, I immediately ran away. I thought we were close, but nothing newcomers will do just as well. Looking around at his comrades, Tobin said, listen, thanks, but you may have to fight Rebecca's daughters. To which Box replied, we need to get the items. I'm sure we'll manage somehow. After that, Box, who was on the first place in the ranking of communicators in general, added that all we ask in exchange is to let us meet the man in the bone helmet. Hearing these words, Tobin nervously thought, this is the playboy I heard rumors about, the one who made so many girls cry that they formed a special group called Deathbox. The next moment, Tobin imagined his abilities and mentally added a class of the highest difficulty level, a binder who manipulates the opponent by binding him or objects with magic, imposing buffs or debuffs. He has the lowest rank in the overall guild ranking, but he is the first in his class and can't wait to see him in action. After transferring Asuka, who is a berserker, and Black Bear, who is a summoner, Tobin added that both members are top runners, which is reassuring. Immediately after, he added in surprise that all the newcomers seemed to be very interested in Grid, and then said to them, as I said before, until I trust you completely, I will not be able to reveal his identity. Hearing this remark from Tobin, Jashik replied, you really care about him a lot, we understand, and that's why we agreed to help you. Covering his face with a fan, Yashik added that by helping you, we will gain your trust, and in the future we will be able to meet that person. You are the guild advisor. You are probably very close to him. Hearing these words from the newcomer, Tobin nervously replied, "Of course we are very close, and I am probably his best friend in the guild." After spending a lot of time talking, Tobin said to his subjects, "Well, let's call it a day. We've spent 2 days already, and the Vatican will soon be visible." As soon as he said this, he noticed a beam of light that began to hit his eyes from the leaves of a tree, and he thought it was the sign of the spy the leader was talking about, who had come to point out the location of the artifacts. Immediately after receiving the signal, Tobin realized that he had to leave and said, "Wait for me here. I'm going to get a message from the church." Hearing this, Asuka said with a grudging smile, "Damn, this is boring. Why is this guild so attached to this hidden player? What is so great about him?" The black bear replied, "Young lady, you should wait a little longer. We will soon arrive at the Vatican." Deciding to go ahead, Asuka said, "Hey, Box, we can really meet that bone helmet if we complete the task," to which he replied, "I can't be sure about that, but now we can only rely on Tobin." After receiving the answer, the girl said, "What if he's stalling for time to come up with some excuse? I'll go ahead with the black bear, and you can catch up with the advisor later." Hearing Asuka's suggestion, Jashik was surprised to hear that it would be better to go together, and she replied with a displeased expression, "I'm tired of waiting. Let's go, Black Bear." At the same moment, in a dialogue with the spy, Tobin exclaimed in surprise upon hearing the news that this could not be true, to which he replied, "I could not believe it myself, so I personally saw it for myself." Tobin was shocked to hear that Pope Dravigo had recently been brutally murdered by a man like you, a man blessed by the gods. Trying to find out more information, Tobin asked what his name was, and the spy replied, "I couldn't find out, but he was strong enough to defeat the Pope with his sword technique." Hearing this, Tobin was shocked and thought it couldn't be a person blessed by the gods, so it was a player. The Pope is considered one of the strongest NPCs, but the player killed him alone. Recalling the stories of his friend, he thought maybe it was Krugel, the first in the ranking about whom Pan was talking. "I heard that he was so strong that our whole guild would not be able to resist him." Immediately after these mentions, Tobin thought, "No, there are many hidden masters we don't know about, even Ephemera, who defeated Faker's team, and that was the first time I heard that name." Immediately after that, Tobin nervously asked, "Weren't Rebecca's daughters protecting their father? Were they also killed?" To which the spy replied, "No, they are all fine." Immediately afterwards, the spy added that lately the Pope had been restricting Rebecca's daughters too much. So when his control was loosened, they joined the rebellion and abandoned their roles as the Pope's bodyguards. Hearing this, Tobin thought in his head that the situation inside the church was so terrible that after the Pope's death, Rebecca's church must be in chaos. Then he added that it would be easier for us to steal Franz's equipment, and after finishing his thoughts, the man said, "Great, tell me where the artifacts are." After receiving the information from the spy, Tobin returned to his squad, but there was only the Box, who said in surprise, "You've already finished." And he heard in response, "Why are you alone?" Hearing the question and pointing forward, Miss Asuka said she could not stand it and went forward, and the black bear followed. As far as I know, in reality, the black bear is Miss Asuka's companion. Immediately after that, paying attention to the man's posture, Box asked, "By the way, what happened to your face?" To which he replied that nothing special. The situation with the task suddenly changed a little. The next moment, Tobin added that it seems that we don't have to go to the Vatican itself, to which Jashik happily replied, "Isn't that great?" Hearing this question from his friend, Tobin said correctly, "But the location of the artifacts has changed. I will share information about the changes in the general window." Suddenly, Tobin heard a loud noise, looked back and saw a column of smoke, and exclaimed in surprise that it was smoke, to which the Box replied, "I think it was Miss Asuka. She said she was bored and probably decided to go hunting." Hearing the explanation about the smoke, Tobin jumped up and down and nervously exclaimed, "Okay, let's catch up with them as soon as possible." And Box replied, "Yes, sir." Heading towards the column of smoke, Tobin thought, "We don't have to go to the Vatican. Everything has become much easier because now we don't have to fight Rebecca's daughters." Immediately after these thoughts, Tobin added, however, "There is one thing that does not give me peace of mind. This task is still SS rank. Shouldn't the level have been lowered?" Following the map exactly, the crate reported to the manager, Mr. Tobin, "It looks like the target of your task is right in front of us. It seems that they have already started the quest." Arriving at the battlefield, Tobin heard Box shouting out, "Asuka, let's go faster." Standing not far from the girl, Black Bear nervously exclaimed, "Are you okay?" To which she replied, "Don't talk, help me." Hearing the order from his mistress, the Black Bear confidently shouted out a Black Bear challenge that he understood. The next moment, a large monster black bear of considerable size appeared right behind the man. Seeing that the man had activated his skill, the box shouted out to Toban that the black bear had used the summoning and needed to help them as soon as possible, to which he replied, "Great start." Before he could finish speaking, he froze in his tracks, and the box shouted to Asuka, "We'll help you," to which she replied, "It's definitely a task to return the artifacts." Hearing the question, the boy confidently exclaimed, Toban shared information about the changes in the task, to which she replied, "But they are not here, and I did not try to find them." At the same moment, Tobin began to remember everything he had been told about Franz's equipment, which could only be worn by his descendant. Being in the Vatican, pick it up and bring it to me. Immediately after that, he had a memory of a conversation with a spy where he said, "Tell me where the artifacts are," to which the spy replied that the other player had taken them. Hearing the answer, Tobin nervously exclaimed that the player had taken them and that the parishioners had allowed him to take Franz's artifacts for nothing. Hearing Tobin's question, the spy confidently replied that they had not just allowed him to take the artifacts, but rather that they were sorry that they could not give him more. Looking at the enemy who appeared before them, Tobin remembered the words of Pascal, who said, "Listen to my words. The best paladin of the church, Tobin. These are items that can only be used by Franz's descendants." Pascal looked at his subject with a haughty look and said, "The crown, the armor, and the gloves of sacred light." Immediately after, Tobin remembered the words of the spy who also mentioned this, and added, moreover, even if not for long, he was wearing the armor of sacred light. He must be stopped. Coming out of the pile of dust and stone fragments, the guy who was suddenly attacked by everyone said, "Hey, what's the matter? Why did you suddenly attack me?" Seeing the same guy, Tobin remembered the words of the spy, who had said that he was the one who had killed the Pope and taken the artifacts at the same time, and the guy was surprised to hear Tobin speak. Looking at Grid standing in front of him, Tobin was frightened and remembered the words of the spy who told him that for the good of the church you must kill him and take the artifacts. Immediately afterwards, Tobin shouted out to Grid in fright, to which he replied in displeasure, "Hey, what did you order me to do? I didn't understand." Asking a question to his friend Grid, without receiving an answer from him, said unhappily, "Why are you frozen? Maybe you can explain what's going on." The next moment, Grid received a powerful blow from the black bear beast. Having blocked the loss of health, Doran's ring restored Grid half of his lost health. And at the same time, Grid thought that it was the health of the beast that summoned him. At the same time, Tobin, nervous about this development, exclaimed, "Wait, Black Bear, stop. He's in the same guild as me." Before he could speak, he was ignored and Asuka attacked Grid, dealing him a point of damage. Losing his health at a rapid pace, Grid said in his head, "This girl with 2 swords also has a good damage, but wait a minute." After analyzing the combat power of the enemies he was facing, Grid mentally said their combat power, they are both top runners. At the same moment, putting a block with his dagger, Grid mentally said, "Wait, but maybe this giant damage is because I don't have any equipment." Immediately after that, putting on the Holy Pope's equipment, Grid created a bright glow that blinded everyone and made them retreat from him. Seeing Asuka flying backwards from the shockwave, the black bear nervously exclaimed to Miss Asuka, and at that moment the transformed Grid appeared in front of them in a new image. He was wearing a sacred light crown, sacred light armor, legendary class sacred light gloves, and his Dane slash. Trying to calm down the enemies, Grid happily exclaimed, "What do you think about this? Isn't it cool? Check out my new gear, assholes." Looking at Grid and his new equipment, Tobin nervously said in his head, "This is the same set of sacred radiance. I couldn't believe it when I saw the information in the task." Immediately after these thoughts, realizing what had happened in the Vatican Church, Tobin nervously said in his head, "Wait, so it turns out that Grid killed Pope Drevigo and took his equipment." Looking at Grid in his brand new holy set, Tobin nervously added in his head that only a few days ago he was at or near the level of taking down the Pope alone. The next moment, rushing to Grid, Tobin mentally said no. It would be even better if I asked him to help with the assignment right after that, he called out to the boy. "Listen, Grid." Walking towards the boy, Tobin saw Asuka attacking him again. Tobin thought nervously, "Stop pissing him off, you crazy people." Trying to resist Grid, Asuka crossed her swords with him and said arrogantly, "This is a great sword, so you are the Bone Helmet, the psycho who single-handedly scattered the guys from the giant guild." Hearing these words from the girl, Grid replied, insulted, "You still call me a psycho? Even though you see this amazing set of armor, I thought I could finally get some glory. Immediately after these words, Grid threw the girl away from him and pushed her harder, exclaiming angrily, "You're crazy to appear out of nowhere and start a fight without even sitting down." Seeing that the lady had been rejected again, the black bear ordered his puppet to attack, shouting out to the polar bear warrior to protect Miss Asku. Seeing the giant beast coming at him, Grid used his killing attack to pierce the beast through and through, creating a huge hole in it. Surprisingly, however, the beast did not die and its wound quickly healed. So Grid said in surprise that it survived and I pierced it through. Looking back and seeing the black summoner, Grid thoughtfully said, "I guess it's the power caused by that duck." And at that moment, the black-haired berserker shouted. After that shout, his pet became twice as formidable, not only in appearance, but also physically. Its stats doubled, and it became immune to everything for a few seconds. Seeing that his enemy was threatening him with serious problems, Grid used his deterrence skill to prevent him from getting hurt. Seeing that his bear instantly lost the advantage to mine, the black bear was shocked to think that he had not only wounded a polar bear of the warrior level in berserker mode, but was also pushing it back. Having avoided a fight with the white beast, Grid again rushed at Asku, shouting menacingly, "If you started a fight, you need to finish it, baby!" Striking a flurry of blows with his two-handed Dainsword, Grid made the girl nervous, thinking that he had incredible abilities to swing such a big thing so fast and so fast. But despite the fact that she was being squeezed, she smiled happily and said in her head, "I'm always happy to fight, because berserkers only get stronger after a long battle." The next moment, Asuka used her sword frenzy skill on Grid, striking him 9 times in succession. When her series of strikes and the effect of the skill ended, the girl saw Grid speaking to her and nervously thought that she was not injured. Immediately after these words, Grid smiled happily and confidently exclaimed, "You should have listened when I told you that I have a brand new equipment, and this is called a continuous attack." Immediately after that, Grid used his Pagma swordsmanship skill and his Link skill on the girl, who was making quick sword attacks. At the end of this series of attacks, Grid was able to knock one of the swords out of the girl's hands and knock her to the ground. As soon as she tried to get up, she felt a tingling sensation in her throat and opened her eyes to see Grid standing over her, holding his sword to her throat and saying, "Tell me why you attacked me." Immediately after this question, Grid smiled ominously and added, "You called me a psycho earlier, so let me show you what will happen if you don't answer my question properly." Before he could finish, Tobin swooped in with his shield and interrupted his speech. Grid looked back at him and said menacingly, "Tobin, you rascal, why the hell did you dare to interrupt me?" Looking back at Grid, Tobin, who had tears in his eyes from fear, said in a trembling voice, "Believe me, I didn't do it, Grid." Hearing this excuse, Grid said, "Your words don't match your actions, so why should I believe it?" To which he answered frightenedly, "I didn't do it." Turning his attention to Box, Tobin exclaimed, "It's our newest member of the guild, Box. He's a liaison. He controlled my body to do it immediately afterwards." Box said, "Thank you, Mr. Tobin." Covering his face with a fan, Box thought, "The ultimate skill of a liaison puppet who can control the physical actions of a target with magical power is the best status ability and my ultimate skill, but it only lasts for 3 seconds. Looking at Tobin, Jashik mentally added, "With a monster, it lasts for minutes. If you control the user, it's about seconds. Such a power of resistance to magic of the best paladin. Still, the CDAC guild is incredible." After these thoughts, the crate continued, even ashamed that my ultimatum ability ended like this. After which he said, "I'm glad to finally meet you, Mr. Grid." Immediately after that, the crate happily added that we had recently joined the guild and were helping the advisor with a task. And hearing this, Grid thought unhappily, "What a handsome man, I hate the scoundrel." Immediately after these words, the box confidently added, "And his task was to kill you." Immediately after this message, Grid asked Tobin, "So it turns out that you really wanted to kill your fellow guildmate?" To which he nervously replied that it was a misunderstanding, Grid. The task said to eliminate the one who killed the Pope. I didn't know it would be you. Immediately after that, Tobin nervously added, "Besides, we don't need to fight if I take this set that you're wearing now. The task will be completed, so you can just give it to me." Before Grid could answer, a polar bear grabbed him and shoved him into his mouth, so Grid said, "I have to give it back to you and die." To which Tobin nervously exclaimed, "Hey, Black Bear, stop. I told you he was from our guild." When the bear let Grid go, he said unhappily, "Okay, if this is a guildmate's quest, I can think about it. How much do you offer?" To which Tobin happily replied, "Thank you for everything, just like you." Hearing the price, Grid replied unhappily, "You're crazy. You have to give me at least millions of gold for each item." Hearing Grid's price, Tobin nervously replied that this is an absurd price. Maybe you are the one who decided to make a joke. This is the same quest equipment that I can't even wear. When Grid received the answer from Tobin, he confidently said, "Well, it's just right for me." And Tobin nervously exclaimed, "Honestly, don't you think it's a little too much? It's my first SS quest, so help me out a little." Hearing this, Grid said in his head, "It's good that an idiot like him wants to buy exclusive equipment, but he underestimates the abilities of this legendary armor." Kneeling down and taking the boy's hand, Tobin said sadly, "Grid, please, I'll give you a gold piece each. I really need it." And the boy shouted angrily, "I've had enough of you." Hearing that he did not agree to his offer, Tobin thought, "What the hell? If you put the price aside, this guy does not compromise when it comes to objects. He will never give in." Suddenly, Tobin saw a message from the box saying, "We can just beat him, Mr. Tobin." After that, he sent 2 more messages saying, "You know we're ready to fight with all our might. We'll defeat him and get the items, and you just stand back and buff us." Thinking about the proposal, Tobin thought, "But you can't kill your own guildmate like that." Immediately after, Tobin thought, "But on the other hand, I don't know when Grid will make me a new weapon, and with outdated equipment, I will drag the guild down with me. Is this a worthy reason to go against your friend in the guild? The trust in each other is absolute." After that, remembering the rewards for completing the mission sword and levels, Tobin mentally said, "But still." After these thoughts, Tobin wrote to Box, "Pretend you still control me." When Jashik realized that Tobin had agreed to his terms, he played along and gave his comrades a paladin buff. Trying to pretend to be under control, Tobin said, "Well, that's how it is. The crate used the puppet skill on me again. Sorry, Grid. Forgive me. The buff of the god Judas." After these words, Tobin said in his head, "Grid, you asked for it, so you have to sacrifice yourself for the sake of the guild." Realizing that he would have to fight, Grid mentally said, "Yes, Tobin's acting is really bad, so I need to fight them like this." After these thoughts, the crate said to Grid, "If it so happened that we met, I would like to try out the skill with which you killed the guys from the giant guild." Having received a new buff from Tobin, Asuka rushed at Grid again, angrily shouting, "Let's start over. Show me what you can do." Soaking up the madness of the spear, the girl inflicted damage on the area, which should also impose a debuff of immobilization on everyone in the area of damage. Preparing for the next attack after the debuff, Asuka joyfully exclaimed, "How about that? The power of my favorite demonic weapon, the Infernal Halberd. This skill has the ability to control you as soon as you rise into the air." Having blocked Grid's attack at the last moment, who was supposed to be immobilized at the moment, the girl thought in confusion, he did not fly up. Looking at the girl, Grid thought, "I've heard that berserkers can use any kind of weapon, and where did she get that halberd? But more importantly, her defense has also increased." Turning his gaze to his companion, Grid thought unhappily. And on top of that fool Tobin is buffing them by pretending to be under control. After that, Grid activated the wave skill, flying backwards for a few seconds of damage and slowdown, and Asuka thought happily, "Not only did he manage to break through the unique armor and reduce my strength, but he also did some debuffing, so he's not just a normal hidden class." The next moment, Asuka and the Black Bear heard the voice of the box shouting out a magical resonance and amplification effect. After that, the box fired a volley of magic bullets at Grid. Even without dodging the bullets, Grid said, receiving +/ points of damage, even despite the limitations due to the level. This equipment is still incredible. Seeing the effect of his attack, the box was amazed to think of all the damage, even if the bellhop's attack was not so strong. But with the buff, the stats should have increased. Immediately afterwards, 2 discs from the Vibranium hit the box and put it out of action for a while. Immediately afterwards, Grid used his superiority skill and attacked with a shockwave of enemies appearing in the last seconds and covering his comrades with a shield. Tobin nervously thought about causing such damage to my epic shield. "What the hell, Grid? Why are you so strong?" When Grid got tired of fighting against his comrades, he exclaimed in frustration, "Damn it, Tobin, you're going to keep doing this." Hearing Grid's question, Tobin nervously replied, "No, listen to me, Grid." And then Asuka broke into the conversation and said, "Wait, let's talk." With a sly smile, the girl said, "You asked why we wanted to meet you, so you know that in this game, along with a large number of hidden classes, there are many traders of information about these classes." Looking at Grid, who looked rather stern, the girl added that to acquire one of them, you need a lot of information, and such famous representatives as you are the best source of information for me. Immediately after these words, the girl exclaimed, "Tell me how I can get your class. I will provide you with such wealth that you will not be able to spend as much as you need, or billions in your entire life. Hearing these words from Asuka, Toban thought to himself, that's why she was so persistent in her search for the guy in the bone helmet. The black bear was her escort, so it seems he was just helping her with it. Turning his gaze to Grid, Tobin mentally added, in any case, Grid is a money man, and this is a very tempting offer for him, so what are you going to do, Grid? The next moment, Grid looked at the girl and confidently said, trillions of one. Hearing the price of the bark, the black bear boy thought in confusion that he was joking. Even the daughter of an oligarch could not pay that much. And then Asuka exclaimed, "You're crazy." Immediately after this remark, Grid said unhappily, "Use your brains and figure out for yourself what kind of hidden class it is, if I can tell others about it. And besides, not all hidden classes are obtained equally." After that, Grid saw Asuka's irritation and added, "Not everything can be solved with money, stupid girl. And you decided to attack the person who was going to offer such a proposal. I need to finish the task as soon as possible and go to my fiancé." Listening to Grid and Asuka's conversation, Tobin thought that it was an absurd proposal, but one that Asuka could have accepted. Immediately after these thoughts, Tobin hoped they had a chance to win and said, "But if you continue the battle, you will regret refusing Grid." Watching the angry Asuka rush at Grid, Tobin mentally added that runners fight on a completely different level, while Grid looked at Asuka and said, "You attack immediately after refusing. That's why I called you a stupid girl. You're just like a child." The next moment, Grid used his communication skill and shouted, "I told you that you won't be able to resist me in continuous attacks." When Asuka's berserker effect reached its maximum, she exclaimed, "Don't be so confident. I may not be able to get any information from you, but I'll at least test your abilities." At the same time, Box looked at the manager and said, "How about we make a decision, Toban? If you realize the full power of your fellow guildmate, it will be beneficial for the guild itself." Hearing this, Tobin thought it was for the sake of the task, but now I also want to see his strength as a ranger, and then said, "Okay, I will join." The next moment, Box and Tobin used their amplification skills, Fierce Pulse and Magical Resonance. When the girl again felt the maximum possible amplification, she attacked with her halberd, and this time Grid was thrown into the air. He thought nervously. Again, a demonic halberd. The destructive power is different from what it was before. I was even thrown by the shockwave. The next moment, Grid was caught in the chains of hell that immobilized him and shouted out, "Chains! How many weapons do you have?" Seeing that Grid was immobilized, a polar bear rushed at him to block him, and Grid used Vibranium, shouting, "I'm tired of you! Get out of my sight!" Seeing that he had used his trump card, the girl said menacingly, "It looks like you don't have those golden discs with you now, so let's see how you can hold out with just your body." Preparing to attack, the girl shouted out the sword of a mad dog in a crazy tone. Looking at Asuka, Grid thought this little crazy berserker. The next moment, Grid could feel his armor and body being pierced by the girl's sword. Looking at what was happening to his friend, Toban nervously thought, "I'm sorry, Grid, I have no excuse." After receiving critical damage, Doran's ring triggered. Along with a buff with his equipment, it restored his entire health, creating a blinding regeneration effect like the Pope's. Smiling slyly after the instant regeneration, Grid happily said, "Damn, I thought I was going to die this time." Seeing that he was unharmed again, Asuka nervously said, "You can't be human." The next moment, grabbing Asuka and taking her away, the black bear shouted to the lady as the polar bear warrior blocked him. Looking at the beast heading towards him, Grid said angrily, "Do you really expect to escape alive after putting a hole in my chest?" Using his killing skill on the polar bear, Grid easily sliced it into two pieces, killing Asuka and the black bear at the same time. Seeing that two of his comrades were killed by a single blow, Box was speechless. Watching Grid approach him, he thought, "This power against the runners is beyond my expectations. Meeting him is definitely worth all the trials I had to endure." After these thoughts, the boy joyfully exclaimed, "Mr. Grid, leave the Tzedakah Guild and join us. I've come to invite you." Trying to recruit the boy, Box added to the overall rating of our guild before he could finish speaking. Grid used the fury of a blacksmith to divide him into. Looking at Grid with his shield in his hands, Tobin nervously said in his head, he had defeated them all so easily. Immediately after killing the strangers, Grid calmed down and turned his gaze to Tobin and said, "You were good at pretending. You almost got me killed, Tobin." Hearing this, the man thought nervously, "I had no idea he was so strong, but that's more important now." Kneeling in front of Grid and lowering his head, Tobin said guiltily, "No matter how many apologies I make, I turned against my comrade for my own benefit. I can't say anything. I'm sorry." Trying to apologize for what he had done, Tobin added, I just wanted to become stronger, so I had to complete this task, but it still doesn't change the fact that I did something that is unforgivable. After hearing Tobin's apology, Grid said sternly, "If Jishuka finds out about this, you will be expelled. You know that very well." Hearing these words from Grid, the man lowered his head even lower and said guiltily, "I will accept it." Hearing that his friend was truly sorry for what he had done, Grid said, "I will take your despair into account because you were the last in line to make the item. And I also owe the guild a lot. And that is why I will not tell anyone about today's incident. But in exchange for that," looking at his friend who began to blossom, Grid added, "You will do whatever I tell you to do. I will make you an item that you say." Hearing that he was not angry with him and forgave him, Toban nervously said, "Thank you, but that would really be enough." Trying to raise the morale of his friend, Grid smiled and said, "Get up, we have a task," and then some. Immediately after that, Grid confidently said, "You still have to answer for your behavior. Give me all the money you have right now, or I will tell the others." Hearing the order, Tobin said in confusion. At the same time, the SA group held a meeting at the beginning of which the director said, "Thank you all for coming. The situation is quite urgent, so I called you all in such a hurry." Continuing his speech, the director added, "As you already know, Satisfy is a great achievement that has made SA Group has become the best not only in Korea, but all over the world. Now we have about 1 billion regular users and hundreds of branches in the world. With our influence and wealth, no one can match." Without interruption, he continued, "And of course, Korea now depends on us in many ways, because our company's jobs and charitable projects are second to none. And yesterday, we received a very interesting request from the Korean government." Folding his arms in front of him, the director solemnly announced that today's meeting was called because of him. So today's agenda is for an international competition. So let's start our meeting on this occasion. Hearing the reason for the meeting, one of the attendees was surprised to hear an international competition, to which he was answered that this was the proposal of the management. Continuing his speech, the man said to gather the best runners from all over the world who are in the top 100 of the combined rating, to divide them into teams by country, and to organize a competition in South Korea. The organizer will be Korea. So our company SA Group was asked by the management to plan the advertising and sponsorship of this competition. Hearing this, one of the attendees replied that we always receive some requests from them. We are not a charitable organization. Large enterprises and television companies hold many different competitions. Why should we spend our resources on this? To which another added that inviting famous runners from the top will cost hundreds of millions of dollars. The next speaker was director Yoon Sang-min. But if we are talking about an international competition for a game enjoyed by 1/3 of the total population, it will attract a lot of attention. After that, Lee Hong expressed his opinion. Given the popularity of some runners, success is guaranteed and the broadcasting rights will bring huge money. And this is what the Korean management is trying to achieve, Kim Ji-young said. How about making the Satisfy International Competition a prestigious festival from this year? Hearing this, Im Chul-ho said that perhaps the Satisfy world will revive patriotism in people, which is so necessary for the management. I think it is good to convey our opinion to the authorities and accept their request. Hearing Yoon Nahee's proposal, she said, "Wait, before you accept the proposal, there are a few improvements I would like to suggest." To which Im Chul-ho replied, "Please continue." Then Yoon Nahee said, "First of all, there is an imbalance between the countries in the number of rankers who are in the top 100 of the overall ranking of the American and the Korean. With such a disparity, the competition cannot be called fair." Then Lee Hoon said, "Wow, is the difference really that big? Then we need to try to change the scale of the competition or lower the criteria to the top 30 or expand the scope to the best representatives of their classes." Then the girl said that such a number of participants would not be enough for a competition of this scale. And if we invite celebrities, our responsibilities will be many times greater. After that, Yoon Nahee added, "And by the way, something else yesterday about Yura reached the level." Hearing this, Lee Hong said it was not for nothing that we supported her. There is no better news than this, because the once strongest esports South Korea has recently lost ground, to which he was answered that all the top rankers who are in the top 5 have moved beyond the level. After that, one of the participants added that the speed of raising the level of runners is too high. According to Morpheus's prediction, the appearance of runners of the level should be only in months. Maybe there is some kind of virus in it or something. Hearing this, Yoon Nahee replied that there is no malfunction in Morpheus. The ability of the runners is beyond the usual, to which she heard in response that they are beyond the usual by how much. Then Yun-Nahi brought up Regus on the screen and said we can easily understand this by looking at the user with the nickname Regus. He fights with his bare hands without using weapons, and yet he maintains the first place in his class of martial artists. Understanding the skills and feeling of battle distinguishes him from ordinary people. Hearing this, Yoon Sang-min said the same thing to the Englishman Ronald Hoffman, as he still believes that the use of weapons is contrary to his spirit of Taekwondo. Regardless of whether weapons affect fighting skills or not, he would be much stronger with brass knuckles. After that, Yoon-Nahi said, "So back to the topic, the reason I mentioned Yura's level is that if we agree to compete, we will need at least 3 months to prepare and promote him." After that, looking at Lee Chulho, the girl added that with the rate of development in top runners as it is now, by this point they will have already reached levels that mean a lot. Looking at the developer, the girl confidently said that there will be users with the third-class upgrade. After saying this, Yoon-Nahi added that over the past 5 months, the number of users above the level has exceeded 1,000 people, but, looking at the screen in front of her, she added, "As you know, even one level is considered a significant difference when it comes to upgrading from the first to the second level of the upgrade, which is equivalent to levels. The difference between the second and third will be much higher." Hearing this, the developer said that this is likely to be the case, because we made the third upgrade in order to equalize regular classes with hidden ones. Users who have passed the third upgrade will outperform other players, which will make the results obvious. After that, he added that now we can't change the system. Isn't there any way to deal with this? To which Kim Ji-young replied that we can't restrict access to the national competition based only on the level of the participants. After that, Kim Ji-young added, "How about selecting candidates through a quest? We will inform players about the tournament through a quest and allow them to choose the category in which they want to participate by checking the appropriate task for each. We will observe users while completing these tasks and select promising representatives from each country." Hearing this, Lee Cholo said that this way the players will not only start the tasks from the same starting point, it will make it easier to promote the competition and select candidates. A great idea. Meanwhile, at the Dominion Church, Rhonda asked the guest if they wanted to receive the blessing of the Dominion God. Immediately after these words, the head of the Dominion Church, Rhonda, added the blessing of the Dominion is a sacred ceremony that is held once a year and is given only to the most faithful believer as a result of a strict selection process. Looking at Tobin, she continued, "Even if you have the support of the best paladin of the Church of Judah and the letter of recommendation from Rebecca Isabel, it is still not an easy task." Looking at the head of the church, Grid mentally said she looks stubborn, but her eyes are so sincere, a strange impression. After all that Tobin said, the head of the church said, "This guy's name is Grid. He is the vicar of the goddess who punished Malachus and the fallen Pope Dravigo." Hearing this information, the girl was amazed and said, "You are telling the truth, the best paladin of the Church of Judas Tobin." And then she thought that he had already received the blessing of the goddess Rebecca. At the same moment, Tobin stood behind Grid and thought, I introduced Grid to the head as he did, and asked what decision she would make. After some thought, the girl bowed in front of Grid and said, "It is an honor to meet you, Grid, and if all this is true, I give you God's blessing." Pulling out the vibranium alloy, Grid said, That was easy, please, here." Seeing that everything had gone according to Grid's plan, Tobin thought to himself, the Pope and the head of the church are followed by thousands of millions of believers. They have such power, even the respect of kings themselves. Watching the girl blessing the vibranium, Tobin wondered how powerful Grid must be to bow to some player. Looking at the vibraniums after the blessing, Grid exclaimed happily, "Now they also have the option to increase the attack power." Hearing the noise from Grid, Tobin whispered quietly, "Grid, a level griffin might appear in this place if it spots us. We're finished, by the way. I didn't manage to get Pope Francis' equipment. If I come back with nothing, my head will be angry. I'll definitely go with you." Grid said ominously, "That's your problem. Stop grumbling. Come on, my slave paladin. Let's go to the Church of Judas." Hearing this, Tobin thought, what a sick bastard. I should have realized everything as soon as we set foot on this road. And then he said to Grid, "Please, let's at least crawl. It's really very dangerous here." Hearing Tobin's request, Grid said, "Look at him. You're an American. You served in the army. You're suggesting that I crawl, and I was a sergeant, by the way." And he replied, "You've got it wrong, Grid. It's all for your sake." Immediately after that, Grid spoke to Tobin and told him that I had always wanted to hunt griffins, and you know how expensive their skin, bones, and tendons are, And I remembered that when I was making the storm spear. Hearing this, Tobin hid behind a rock and said nervously, I know, judging by your attack power alone, you would be in the top 10 overall, considering you defeated 3 runners by yourself. Looking at the path in front of him, Tobin added, however, there are too many level griffins in this canyon. If they start to gather, even the first-ranked Kruger will not have a chance. Continuing to tell Grid about the danger, Tobin looked back at his friend and asked Grid, are you listening to me? We don't just have to hide. We have to. Before he could finish speaking, he caught a strange look from Grid, and the next moment Tobin looked at himself and said in surprise that he was wearing Malakus's cloak. Not understanding why he was wearing Grid's equipment, Tobin confusedly said why he was wearing it. And at that time, the Griffin leader, a level boss, was already standing behind him. Then Grid pointed in the direction behind Tobin's back and said sternly, run away so I can hunt them. Seeing that he was being hunted by griffins, Tobin was frightened, running away from the monsters, and mentally said, my task was a failure. The gods have abandoned me. Scared, Tobin shouted along the way and added in his head that their field boss had appeared and wondered why I had to do this. Seeing that the enemy was following him, Grid jumped out of the net and exclaimed, well done, boogeyman. Run, Tobin. I'll take care of this. It's been a long time since I hunted like this. Looking back at his boss, Tobin said in his head as he was running away, he was afraid, watching him destroy the griffins. He was not a man. I can't do anything about my life. I have to take care of it myself. Continuing his escape, Tobin was hit by a shockwave after the griffin leader attacked him. Falling to the ground, he thought the bosses in Satisfy can be divided into 3 main subspecies. Having protected himself from the enemy's sound wave, Tobin continued to think. The first hidden boss like Malakus or Drevian, the second dungeon boss which are located in the deepest levels of dungeons, and the third field boss like this one. Looking at the enemy coming at him, the man thought he was the weakest of all the bosses, but his characteristics are 4 times higher than a normal monster of his kind. Even a simple griffin is difficult to kill alone. Preparing for the worst, Tobin nervously said in his head, I can't hold out on my own. At the last moment, when the boss was almost close to him, Grid used his killing skill to stab the enemy several times with his sword. Seeing that the enemy was defeated, Tobin was amazed to think that he had killed a field boss with 1 blow. How great is his attack power? Even when he fought against the crate and other runners, he was not that strong. After defeating all the monsters, Grid looked at his sword and thought, I'm surprised. Doesn't Pope have about 1 health of killing power? Raising the sword in front of him, Grid mentally added, plus the blacksmith's rage increased attack power due to DPPs, and all the stacks I got after killing Drevian, I invested in stamina. Looking at his sword with an ominous smile, Grid added the effect of the Vibranium attack boost, and the 5 times the damage of the Gloves of Light, as well as the critical hit. No wonder the damage was so high. At the same moment, Tobin asked the guy Grid in surprise, how did your attack power just happen? To which he replied, I was just lucky. Just lucky. Immediately after these words, looking at the rewards, Grid said unhappily, by the way, why is the reward for the field boss so unimpressive? 1 old book of spells, and all he answered was that it was a very rare thing that could only be obtained from the leader of the Griffins, and then with a chance. Immediately after that, Tobin added happily, I never expected to be able to hunt a field boss. I would have never dared. I almost died, but thanks to you, I now have the items and experience. The next moment, realizing that he hadn't gotten anything because he wasn't on the team, Tobin said piteously, Grid, you can't have me. Hearing Tobin's request, Grid saw more enemies nearby and said menacingly, you traitor who does not deserve any reward, run away. Hearing the order and noticing more enemies, Tobin shed tears and began to serve as bait again. But at that moment, he did not know what good fortune this life of a slave could bring him. Meanwhile, in the city of Winston, where the Cedak Guild and Grid's Forge were located, in the throne room, Lady Irene opened a piece of paper and said, it is an honor to present you with awards for your contribution to preventing the threat from the Church of Yathan and the destruction of Malakus, Lady Winston. Looking at the girl who was kneeling in front of her, Irene said to Jishuka, I award you the title of Baroness and give you the village of Byron. Then the Tzedakah Guild came under the control of Lady Irene. According to legend, once every 4 months, there is a night when 2 full moons become one, at which point a secret path appears off the coast of Brinnick. Stepping on the beginning of the path that opened up, the girl joyfully said, I finally found it. This path leads to the very depths of the ocean years ago. The master dwarf Milef married a mermaid and settled in this place. After playing Lorelia's pipe, the girl had the opportunity to breathe underwater for minutes. And then she thought the final destination of the journey was to find Milev's descendant. Going to the trail, the girl received system notifications. You have discovered a place that is known only in legends. In the case of creating a map of this area, you will receive a lot of fame and gold. If you sell the map to the Prince of the Sakaran Empire, you will activate a related task. You have become the discoverer of the Kingdom of Sirens. Seeing the new title, the girl happily said, "The discoverer among billions of players. Just because of this, I want to dance." But now the priority is to find the descendant of Milev. Recalling why she was here, the girl mentally said, and all in order to learn the method of making the sphere that the first disciple of Archmage Bram Mumud used during his lifetime. Smiling happily, Irina said to Grid, "I wonder how much you've grown. You still remember your promise to make a sphere for me, don't you?" Moving on, the girl confidently said, "I will bring you a way to make it. Just wait a bit. I will come to you soon, ephemera." At the same time, in the village of Baron Tun, patrolling the streets, exclaimed with frustration, "God, I'm so annoyed." Scratching the back of his head, the man said, "I joined the guild on purpose to meet that guy in the bone helmet, who is also the head of public order in this place." Immediately after that, the man added Asuka in the black bear box. They were also supposed to look for him, and then suddenly left the guild. What was on their minds? Immediately after that, having found the contacts of one of them, Tun said that he needed to send them a message. "Hey Box, what the hell? Weren't you going to stay in the guild until you revealed the identity of that guy in the bone helmet?" After receiving the message, the crate replied that it was Yu Tun. "To be honest, I already met with him, but did not get the desired result, so I left the guild." Hearing the reason for leaving, Tun exclaimed in surprise that we had already met and who he was, to which Box replied that it would not be interesting if I just said that this was a very unexpected person who would search properly. Immediately after that, the crate added, "By the way, do you remember my offer? As soon as you figure out the bone helmet, join our guild. With such combat power as yours, you are always welcome." Reminding me of the invitation, Box said finally, seeing that he disconnected the connection. Thun said with a displeased tick, "That slippery bastard." Opening the list of guild members and starting to look through them, Thun thoughtfully said, "Who could it be anyway? Because I've met all the guild members, not this one and not that one, but he's just a miserable blacksmith from Winston." Opening his profile, Thun said in surprise that he had only leveled up a month ago. Smiling ominously after he learned the new information, Tun said, "There's definitely something about him." At the same time, walking around the city, Jishuka said Pan and Ibelin together with the soldiers nearby are destroying monsters, fakers dealing with finances. Looking at how rapidly everything is developing, Vantner confidently added that the village is developing quite rapidly, and many users have come here, to which she replied that it has always had the potential for development. There are several high-level dungeons here, and Winston is only half a day away. Hearing that everything was developing so well, Tobin said with a grudging smile and wondered where the advisor was at this time. It had been a week since we had refused to help him, and there was no word from him. Hearing this, Jishuka, who was already the Baroness of the Eternal Kingdom and Lord of the village of Bayran, said nothing. As an advisor, Tobin is not needed now. Then Vantner exclaimed in displeasure, "And Grid is not there. This rascal does nothing but hunt. He doesn't even think about creating new equipment for me. You saw in a month he managed to level up." Immediately after that, Tobin added, "He said he had gone on a mission. Maybe he was actually holed up in some dungeon and hunting there." Hearing the muffled sound of Wantner's head, Jishuka went into thought, mentally saying the speed of leveling up like Regus on his best days. Immediately after that, she added in her head, "After meeting Bram in the maze, I began to make inquiries about Pagma. He was the best blacksmith in history and the strongest swordsman." Remembering Grid at that moment, Jishuka continued, "I could not imagine that Grid was the one who passed on this legendary power, given the difficulty of the task for his legendary class. It is understandable why he was gone for so long." Looking at his village after these thoughts, Jishuka confidently said in his head, "Come back as soon as possible, Grid. I want to see how much stronger you have become." At the same time, somewhere in the Canyon of Griffins, sitting by the fire, Tobin said tiredly for the fourth day, "Grid, I beg you, let's take a break." Hearing his friend's request, Grid said, "I want to reach the level and get the awakening of characteristics." Hearing this, Tobin replied, "At least let me rest a little. I've been a decoy all this time without gaining a drop of experience." Thinking about what Grid wants to achieve, Tobin thought that the awakening of characteristics increases stamina, attack power, and other stats every level, which is noticeable for an ordinary user, but it does not seem to affect those who have a legendary class. Remembering Grid's exploits, Tobin added that he had already defeated top-level runners and killed several hundred-level griffins on his own, a power of a completely different order, much stronger than the currently known strongest epic classmaster. Immediately after these thoughts, Tobin said to Grid, "How did you manage to get a legendary class?" Remembering his past, Grid thought, if you think about it, it started in a cave at the very edge of the north. It was a terrible life, in which I was constantly dying, and I had a lot of debts. Immediately afterwards, Grid sternly told Tobin not to ask such questions. Hearing this answer, Tobin thought disappointedly. It seems that he had a hard time with it, and of course he would not have gotten the legendary class so easily. I can't just take the reward for such efforts. Immediately after these thoughts, Tobin said to Grid, "Let's stop hunting and go to the Temple of Judah, although I have no right to express my opinion." Immediately afterwards, Tobin added guiltily, bowing to him, "I will help you get a blessing. I have been too easy on your efforts and time. Forgive me." Hearing the offer, Grid smiled happily and said, "Well, let's go," after which he thought I was too hard on him. Immediately after these words, Grid confidently added, "But if you don't obey, I will tell everyone now that I obeyed you only because I was very kind." To which he replied, "Thank you very much." And the next day, Grid and Tobin arrived at the main temple of the Church of Judah. Having received the last blessing, Grid also received an additional stat of Vibranium, an increase in the protection of the Masterby. Sitting at the table with Pascal, Grid happily thought, "Great, now only the Church of Jathan is left." And the priest said to him, "Mr. Grid, can my blessing help you in any way?" Then Pascal added, "It is an honor for me as the head of the Church of Judah to help the representative of the goddess Rebecca. I'm interested to hear the story of how you defeated the thief Malachus and the lecherous Drevigo." Hearing this question, Grid tasted his drink and thought, I didn't expect such a sincere welcome, and I was ready to fight him if he claimed to be a holy light. Immediately after that, the boy added cautiously, "But I shouldn't relax because I don't know what he can throw at me now. But thanks to the manufacture of items, my level has grown to be much higher than my level. And since the battle with Drevigo, I'm sure I can win if the battle begins." Looking at Grid, Pascal nervously thought, I wonder if Tobin told him about me. He is very wary, but I have no particular reason or need to be hostile to the goddess's representative. After that, the priest added with a sinister smile, "The armor of sacred light was necessary in the competition for the place of Pope, and now there are no suitable people in Rebecca's church. The Dominion Church does not claim, so I am more suitable than anyone else for the role of Pope. This man called Grid has simplified my task." Pascal then said, "By the way, Mr. Grid, the Church of Yatan is so secretive that the location of their main temple has remained unknown, and it is likely that you will not be able to receive the blessing of the god Yatan until the distant future." Hearing this, Shid asked in surprise if Tobin knew about it, to which he replied that he receives information from the outside faster than I do, but I doubt he knows. After that, Pascal asked, "By the way, did Tobin come with you? Then where is he?" To which Grid replied that he was being turned outside at that time. Tobin said, suffering, "I can't go in, my head will kill me." After a while, something strange happened in Winston's castle, and one of those present said in surprise, "Listen, what's all the commotion at the castle gate?" Looking at the scale of the event, another replied, "Wow, there are a lot of soldiers here, at least several hundred. Maybe the king himself came to inspect after he heard rumors about Winston's development." Seeing the dignitaries heading for the gate, one of the residents exclaimed, "Lady Irene Sir Phoenix in the Cedak Guild. There must be some sort of celebration here as well." Looking at what was happening in his heart, the player was surprised to hear that it was the king. Such a lavish ceremony must have been organized to welcome the king. The next moment, the player noticed that the main entrance had opened, and he shouted in anticipation, "The gates are opening! Who is it?" Entering the city together with Tobin, Grid grumbled that why are there so many people here? Seeing who had just entered the city, the disappointed people said that it was just a beggar, and I thought it would be the king. Immediately after that, Miss Irene threw herself into the boy's arms. Seeing this, all the townspeople who were about to leave were stunned. Shedding tears of happiness, the girl joyfully said, "I missed you so much, Grid." Smiling happily after such a long period of absence, Grid said happily, "I hope I haven't been gone too long, Irene." Immediately after the warm greetings of Countess Irene, Jashuka addressed Grid and said, "You should have come back earlier, Grid." After that, the head of the guild, Sedaka, also spoke happily to the boy, saying, "Welcome back. I've been waiting for you to come back." Realizing who was speaking to him, Grid replied in amazement, "Wow, this is the first time I've seen this outfit. Something important has happened. I didn't even recognize you at first." Meanwhile, the news on the TV was broadcasting a video captioned, "Today's Satisfy," and the way Lady Irene of Winston and the new Baroness Barana Jishuk greeted a user yesterday afternoon became a hot topic. After that, other users were heard on the TV desperately trying to find out the identity of this hero, who was greeted by beauties from both non-game characters and regular users. Then Grid confidently said it was me. Looking back at her brother who was lying on the couch watching TV, Shinsei asked in surprise, "What do you mean by that guy who was surrounded by beauties?" And Grid replied that it was me. I was back after a long absence and they were really happy to see me. Hearing this, his sister said, "Hey, I love my brother, but those girls look like stars." To which Grid replied, "I'm more popular than you think, so behave yourself." Looking at the girl surrounded by her brother in the game, Shinsei thought they were both beautiful and looked mature and confident. Immediately after these thoughts, the girl sighed and said the popular, of course. The next moment, Grid, lying on the couch, said to his sister, "Do we have anything edible at home? I worked so hard that my stomach is stuck to my back." To which Shinsei got up and stomped angrily to the kitchen and replied, "I don't know." Looking at the behavior of his sister, Grid smiled slyly and mentally said, "Wow, it seems someone is jealous. You want to become an adult sooner rather than later." After these thoughts, he turned his attention back to the TV with Irene on it and added, "By the way, we decided to get married after the assignment." Blooming with joy, Grid mentally said, "Seiki, your brother, will also become an adult very soon. The first wedding night is very near." Sometime later, after watching TV, Seiki came into Grid's room and said, "Brother, Mom and Dad and I are going to bed. When are you going to go to bed?" Before she could finish, she froze in place in surprise, and at the same moment, Grid looked up from his book and said, "Okay, sister, don't wait for me and go to bed." The next moment, the nervous voice of a girl who exclaimed to her mother and brother, "Something is wrong with him. He's sitting and studying," was heard throughout the residential area, and she replied that he probably had a lot to do, so leave him alone. After rereading the spectacular textbook of love relationships, Grid said, "You have a twin sister? No. Then you are the most beautiful in the world. Wow, that sounds good. I should have bought this textbook earlier. There is almost no time left before the wedding." Immediately after that, Grid turned on the computer and said thoughtfully, "Now to the most important thing, we need to try to find information about sex and satisfy." Finding a whole article on learning to have sex, Grid happily said, "It's incredible. I knew that in this game you can experience almost anything, but you can even have sex in it. That is, I can do it with both NPCs and another player." Looking through the article with full training, Grid happily said in his head, "These are real girls like Ahin from now on, nothing for me. This world is my only salvation." Looking through the article, Grid came across a warning and then said, "Let's see. In the world of Satisfy, only married couples can have sex once a month by agreement. If the conditions are not met, the function is blocked. This restriction is created to prevent abuse of the sex function." Grid made a disgruntled expression on his face and angrily said in his head once a month, "What the hell are these bastards talking about? I've been waiting for this for years." Disappointed with the information he received, Grid pounded his fist on the table and said to them, "There is no forgiveness, and what to do now? If this is how the system works, I have no other choice." After that, with a sly smile, the excited Grid mentally said, "If so, this day should replace my usual years, even if I have to change my class to scum." Entering the game and announcing the wedding, the boy heard Wantner's disappointed voice exclaiming, "I can't believe it." Leaning on the table and choking back tears, he added, "Why is a man like you marrying my Irene? Why you and not me?" Looking at Grid, he added sadly, "I was a top runner, and I could only exchange a couple of words with her the whole time. How the hell did you manage to do that?" To which Pan replied, "Why are you so worried, Wantner? You don't even have the hair to be with a beauty like her." Wantner shouted in anger, "Shut up, Pan. How many times do I have to tell you that I'm not bald in real life?" He replied, "You think that's your only problem. You and Irene look like father and daughter." Looking at Jishuka, Grid asked in surprise why they were so excited. "I heard that you became a lord. Do you have time for that now?" To which she replied happily, "Well, it's your wedding after all." Immediately afterwards, Jishuka smiled slyly and added, "I finally returned after 40 days and immediately married Lady Winston, and everyone was shocked because you are the first NPC to marry an NPC." Immediately afterwards, Jishuka said in surprise, "By the way, I see that you don't react at all to Wantner's words. You have really matured, I'm right." To which Grid replied, "I think so." After the conversation, Grid stood up and asked, "Oh, right, Faker, he's around here too. I need to ask him something." To which Jishuka replied, "I think he's hiding again. He's a pretty quiet guy, as you know." As Grid headed toward the wall, Pan added, Well, he is still the first in the ranking of killers. Hey, someone find him. Arriving at a certain place, Grid said, Fokker, here's where I got this equipment after I defeated the killer. Please teach me how to use it. Standing under the invisibility, Fokker nervously thought, I use stealth. How could he detect me so quickly? He was definitely not the reckless Grid he was a few months ago. Had he really grown so much? The ability to see human nature and complementing his coolness was all the influence of a characteristic of insight that went beyond the point. Coming out of his invisible state, Faker thought, now I understand why the master said he had grown up. Then picking up the bag, he said, the tools for setting traps and the mechanism for mixing poisons are of a higher rank. After noting the rarity of the materials, Grid said thoughtfully, if I remember Shay correctly, I defeated him and his henchmen, and this is what fell from them after his death. Hearing this, Fokker thought nervously, Shay is the assassin who ranks under the henchmen. He meant the Interceptor and Curb. He defeated those top assassins alone. At the same moment, Jashuka approached Grid and told Grid that the celebration would start soon. Let's go then. Faker added Jashuka mentioned that Grid could even surpass Regus and Pon. Looking at the boy, he continued, perhaps I will have the opportunity to compete with him at that very moment, Grid replied. Let's go. Standing in front of the priest with the bride, the couple was asked if they swore to respect and love each other until they returned to the patronage of the goddess Rebecca. After the priest's question, the couple in love confidently answered yes. Looking at the celebration, Pon said foreign ambassadors, and even a ceremonial speech from the king, it is not for nothing that they say that the count is the most powerful nobleman in the kingdom. To which Jashuka replied that this means that the strength of our guild will also increase. That's how Grid is a very valuable person for us in every sense. After the priest finished his speech, he said, you can exchange the symbols of the oath. And Grid was surprised to hear that. Then Irene held out the rings and said, my family has already prepared them for us, Mr. Grid, so we should put on each other's rings. Seeing that the ceremony is complete, the priest said, now that the rings have been exchanged, I hope you will be a support to each other. After putting on the wedding ring, Grid received a system notification informing him that you have put on the vow ring. If a person with the same ring is nearby, special effects appear. The stronger the sympathy, the more benefits you will receive, and the stronger your voice will be. If your partner's sympathy is low, it can lead to divorce. Be careful. You have become the son-in-law of a count. Open characteristic nobility. All characteristics have increased by points. Now you can be in noble society. Every month you will be given gold. You have pledged Irene Winston von Stein in eternal love. After that, the boy's bride said to Mr. Grid in a happy voice. In response, Mr. Grid joyfully said to Irene, you are so beautiful. Thanks to you, I feel that my life is just beginning. After the ceremony, the newlyweds were showered with joyful greetings in the name of the goddess Rebecca. I pronounce you husband and wife, happily ever after, young hurrah for you, Lady Irene. Standing among the crowd of guests, Khan happily thought, so now you are Lady Winston's husband. Congratulations, Grid. Maybe this will ease my mental burden a little. Recalling the trip to his son's grave, Khan mentally added, you gave me back my forge and visited my son as my friend and helped me enjoy life again and gave me a reason to live. Looking at the happy young Khan, he added tearfully, I am so glad to hear your hammering in the cold forge now that you have become a nobleman. We will not be able to see each other anymore, but please do not be too embarrassed by your new status. Leaving the ceremony square, Khan said in conclusion, I will always support you. Be happy, my son Grid. Before he could get far, Grid caught up with him and said, Khan, I heard that the smithy is out of coal and I will start working as soon as I get back, so order some for me. Hearing the boy's request, Khan froze in his tracks and said, but you, smiling happily back at his mentor, Grid replied, but I promised your son that I would look after you. Approaching Grid and Khan, the king said, I have heard that you and Grid are good friends, to which the blacksmith nervously replied, Your Holiness, what can an ordinary old man do for you? The king laughed happily at Khan's question and said, What nonsense! Who would dare to humiliate such a great blacksmith who once represented the North? And you are my son-in-law's master, you should be proud of that. Stretching out his hand to his companions, the king exclaimed joyfully, We cannot stay away on such a wonderful day. Let the celebration begin, bring all the people meet. Throwing his arm around the neck of his master, Grid said happily, Come, Khan, you should forget about your duties today and have fun. The wedding of Grid and Lady Winston Irene was the first celebration after the losses suffered in the battle with the Church of Jotun. All Winston products are tax-free for days. Users who set Winston as their city of residence will receive an increase in experience and the chances of dropping items for the next days. Those who live in the territories under the control of the Earl will receive plus to the experience gained to increase the drop of items for the next days. The population in the territory of Count Stame grew rapidly due to users who began to migrate during this period, and the village of Byron in the province of Winston was also filled with people at this time. This also meant the arrival of a new life experience for the Tzedakah Guild. As Jishuka sorted through a pile of new papers, she said in a confused tone, "I'm so busy I don't even have time to level up." And yet another person needed to learn something new for themselves. Nervously holding on to her wedding ring, Irene said, "We first met when you brought the sword you forged to the castle, and since then you have saved me many times." Clenching her hands into fists, she added sadly, "I was very grateful to you, but at the same time I was reproachful that I was a lady who was supposed to protect her people and could not even protect myself." Hearing this, Grid thought it was fear, due to the fact that she had been kidnapped several times. "But I do not think you are weak." Looking at her fiancé, Lady Irene said, "I still lack strength, but one day I will protect you." After these words, Grid mentally said, looking into the eyes of his bride, "As gentle as she is also strong." The next moment, reaching out to Lady Irene, Grid said, "This is the first time I've ever met someone who cares about me so much." Reaching out to the girl, Grid said, "I rely on you," and then kissed his wife. Looking directly into the eyes of his beloved girl with whom he had become intimate, Grid confidently said in his head, "I will." Before he began the act, he said one last time in his head, "I will protect you," and then he performed his marital duty. The next day, when Grid arrived at the king's castle, the phrase, "There is nothing to be surprised about," was heard in the castle. The king, who was standing next to his daughter, confidently added that in the future Irene would take the post of count. She was already a lady of a big city. Immediately after that, the king added, "I respect your sincere desire to concentrate on your work as a blacksmith, but there may be problems if you remain an ordinary person as a lady's husband, so please accept it." Immediately after that, the king said to Grid, "I grant you the title of Viscount," and Grid received a system notification that you are now a Viscount of the Eternal Kingdom, and since you are now the son-in-law of Earl Stame, you are now given the name Steam. Immediately after receiving the title, Grid received a new system notification stating that you have the right to manage the territory, command soldiers, and the ability to appoint knights. You can hire up to a person every month. You will receive gold coins. Immediately afterward, Sir Phoenix told Grid that according to aristocratic laws, the Earl could appoint up to 2 Viscounts and up to 2 Barons. The next moment, Sir Phoenix smiled and added that the Steam family is very highly regarded, and with the privileges granted to the Lord, he has appointed Viscounts, including you. This title can serve you well by giving you power and authority. With a sly smile, Grid thought, considering the gold I receive as the Earl's son-in-law per month, it makes no sense to give up a fixed income of millions of one. Immediately afterwards, the king asked, "Well, how did your wedding night go so well?" And Irene shouted out to her father in embarrassment. Hearing the question, Grid replied, making Lady Irene embarrassed, "Thanks to you, I went to heaven, that is. I wanted to say everything went well, and then I thought it was a pity that I could only do this once a month." Immediately after that, looking at his arm, Grid thought sadly, "The more I think about it, the more I realize that it's not fair that my strength and stamina, which have almost reached the point of being wasted once a month, is too much for a man who was born to be a nocturnal asset." Immediately afterwards, looking at Lady Irene, Grid confidently said in his head, "But it's okay now, I have a goal." Continuing to look at the blushing girl, Grid confidently added, "I will protect my wife no matter what. I will not let her be in danger anymore." Immediately after these thoughts, Grid said to Irene, "If you don't mind, could you lend me some of your soldiers?" To which she replied in surprise, "Weren't you going to the forge?" The next moment, Grid thought, "I need a bigger force to protect Irene," and then said, "I'm going to go on a campaign to defend your territory." Raising his head up, Grid confidently said, "I will defeat the guardian of the Baron's forest who threatens your people," and then thought it was time to complete the complete failure. After some time, part of Lady Irene's army had already gathered in the square on urgent orders. Standing on the parade ground, one soldier said, "Why, after training, we were gathered again and only our company was full of men," to which another replied that lately we had been causing trouble. Maybe they wanted to punish us. Hearing the conversation, one of the knights added that because of the battles with the Church of Yatan, Winston was down to about 1,000 soldiers, and now every man is worth his weight in gold, so they must not be too cruel. Seeing his leader in front of him, the soldier asked Captain Jude why we were gathered here, to which he replied, "I don't know." Not receiving an answer to the question, the soldier said, Darn, our captain is exactly the kind of person who can be said to have strength and enough. To which he replied, "Don't talk." A few seconds later, one of the commanders shouted, "Silence, attention, the noble and powerful Mr. Grid has arrived." Hearing the announcement, the soldier said to his comrade, "I heard that he is the hero who saved Our Lady." And he was told that he was an incredible blacksmith. He was just incredible. Looking at the soldiers, Grid thought in surprise, "This is the company Irene has prepared for me. They look stronger than Winston's usual soldiers." Picking up the commander's sword, Grid thought, "Before we go, I need to test their abilities. Maybe I can try the sword Irene gave me." Activating the sword, Grid received a system notification. Personality identification. You can understand information about the personality of the selected target, its available characteristics, items, and skills. Insight has reached the mark above the skill of personality identification, has reached the level. Looking at Commander Jude, Grid thought, with this sword I can get a lot of information on this campaign, going with me important NPCs, so... Evaluating Commander Jude, Grid thought, this guy may have a lower overall stats than the other two, but considering his level, they are quite high, and his maximum stats are impressive. Continuing his thoughts, Grid added that if he reached these maximum values, he would be twice as strong as Romeo, but his intelligence is terrible, but he has excellent skill ranks, and maybe his stupidity could help. Grid smiled happily and thought confidently, I will help him grow as my knight. Immediately after that, standing in front of the soldiers, Grid said, "Listen up, we're all going on an expedition to find a forest guardian." Hearing the task, Romeo nervously exclaimed to all the soldiers, "The forest guard is a very strong opponent against whom it will be difficult to go even with all the forces of Winston. Besides, you will need at least 2 archmages in Winston. There are no mages of this level." Immediately after, Romeo added, "Are you going to mobilize the Tzedakah Guild from the village of Byron?" To which Grid replied, "No, we're going with the existing staff." The next moment, Grid thought, if I want to take all the blue orichalcum needed for a complete failure, I must do it alone without using guild members, and now my skills are enough to defeat the guard alone. At the same time, Vantner arrived at Jashuka's office and nervously exclaimed, "Master, please talk to Grid. He's supposed to create me some equipment, but after the wedding he just disappeared." Jashuka replied, "He didn't disappear. I heard he was going to raid a forest guard." Tobin added thoughtfully, "A forest guard, come to think of it." Continuing his thought, he added, "When I first met Grid, he wanted to take part in the raid on the forest guard. What was he looking for there?" Hearing this, Wantner nervously exclaimed, "Anyway, he didn't tell us anything about going there. It was too much." Jashuka replied indifferently, "You know him? He likes to take care of everything himself. Don't worry. I wanted to talk to him about his duties in the guild anyway." Jashuka added thoughtfully, "Though even if I don't insist, he'll still feel the need for the guild after his hike, given that he chose this time of year." And since Grid and the soldiers set out, 4 days have passed and now they are in the Grey Forest. The soldiers, tired from the constant work, were breathing heavily and falling down. One of those who was still standing asked his comrade, "What kind of mockery we have been fighting for 4 days without stopping?" And the other replied, "I knew the monsters of Byron were strong. But if you think about it, should there be so many of them?" Looking at Grid, the soldier added that so far we have not suffered any losses because he sends soldiers to help if the situation is tense. But our commander is not even going to stop. He is not a commander, but the devil himself. The next moment, Romeo said to Mr. Grid, "We have come this far without loss. But I don't think we can continue like this." And he replied that he didn't know why. Then Romeo reported that because of the poisonous flowers, there was a fog in a radius of about meters. Although we are not far from the fog, some soldiers have already faced its effects. Hearing this, Grid thought the poisonous fog deals units of damage per second. Hard to break through with soldiers with only a few health points. Immediately after that, Grid mentally added, "It looks like I can only go so far." But suddenly he saw Jude's back in front of him. Seeing him walk forward, Grid was surprised to think that Jude is not afraid to go into the poisonous fog that even knights are afraid of. Continuing his thoughts, Grid added, "Our expedition has already made everyone stronger. Jude fought on the front lines, and thanks to his potential, he was able to reach the level. Immediately after that, he happily continued this potential more than covers his problem with intelligence. No wonder he caught my attention." Looking at his soldier, Grid thought, "Right, Jude, keep growing. You will definitely become a useful knight for me." But suddenly he fell to the ground. Then Grid heard nervous shouts, "He is dead. Captain Jude is dead." Why he did not hesitate to go there. Then Grid thought disappointedly, well, his intelligence is only points. Seeing the enemies in front of him, one of the soldiers exclaimed cautiously. Tentacles of poisonous goblins were also advancing. Captain Jude was in danger. Trying to rush to the rescue, the knight stopped in front of the fog, exclaiming, "I can't go any further because of the poisonous fog. We can't risk the lives of all the soldiers. What should we do?" Then Grid and his swordsmanship skill Pagma stepped in and used his wave skill to destroy all the enemies and plants in one blow. Seeing what had just happened, the knights were stunned in amazement. Then, approaching Jude Grid, he said disappointedly, "They died from one blow. I missed the opportunity to train the soldiers. You should feel better now that the fog is cleared." The captain stood up and said, "Jude is fine," and Grid replied, "Your resilience is impressive, but take this potion just in case." Handing the potion to Jude, Grid said confidently, "Be brave, but in the future, think before you do anything, because you don't have 10 lives. I can't lose you so easily." Looking at Grid, Romeo was amazed to think that he had defeated all the monsters with one blow. But more impressive was the fact that a nobleman would risk his life to protect an ordinary company captain. The next moment, Grid shouted to the soldiers, "There are many hobgoblins here. Gather in groups of one and protect each other. We are heading to the forest guard." Romeo followed his general, who rushed into the battle and thought in amazement, "This man is our commander." At the same time, Vantner said in surprise, "But Master, what did you mean when you said that Grid would understand the importance of the guild because it is the season?" Hearing Jishuka's question, she answered, "We all raided the forest guard. Even though all the guild members participated, he was strong enough to injure each of us." Looking out the window, the girl added, "But now every 4 months, the 2 months overlap, and today is the day." Turning her gaze to Vantner, she added, "And at this time, the blue orichalcum that makes up the forest guard has infinite magical power." Informing Jishuka of the danger, she added that the awakened forest guardian would be stronger than the father, so even Grid could die if he was so arrogant. Arriving at the place, Grid said in disappointment, "There should be a forest guard right away, but why don't I see him anywhere?" Remembering the monster, Grid thought, "I know what he looks like and that he definitely appeared. So why does he not want to be seen? All debts are paid, so you need to create a complete failure before you start enriching yourself. Since the blue orichalcus cannot be bought on the market, there is no choice but to get it yourself." Looking back, Grid mentally added, "Thanks to my status and dignity, I could barely get the frightened soldiers here, so there's no turning back." Looking around, Grid nervously thought, in order to forge a complete failure, "I need a piece of orichalcum I got from selling the Sword of Advantage, so it's all I have left." Kicking a pebble on the ground, Grid thought unhappily, "I bought this information on a private website with tactics. Was I deceived?" But suddenly one soldier pointed to the stone and said, "This rock is moving," to which Grid replied that it was. Smiling happily, Grid said, "Aha, there's the forest guard. I wasn't deceived after all. It's better to find out for myself than to wait for the goods to appear on the market." Seeing the enemy emerging from the ground, Romeo shouted to all the troops to prepare for battle. Looking at the enemy who appeared before them, Grid said in surprise, "Something is wrong here. He looks like a human." Immediately afterwards, Grid mentally added, "I thought he would be about 1 meter tall and about my height, but his body is covered in orichalcum. He is definitely a forest guard." The next moment, the forest guard struck a sudden blow, killing one of the soldiers. At the same moment, Grid received a system notification that Knight Deck was dead. Grid nervously thought, "A level knight was killed in one blow. How damn strong is he?" Trying to evaluate him with his skill, Grid saw an awakened forest guard level unknown. Then Grid confusedly added, "His combat power is incalculable. What is wrong with him?" After a while, Vantner arrived at the forge and exclaimed in surprise that Grid had not yet returned, to which Khan replied that he would not repeat himself. "You can go back where you came from." When he heard that Grid was still missing, Vantner thought, "I'm only here because, according to Jishuka, Grid's raid must fail." And then he said to Khan, "When he returns, please tell him to start making my equipment." When Khan heard Vantner's request, he said, "I heard that you spoke ill of Grid on the day of his wedding. You have no shame." Vantner thought he was so cruel. No wonder he was so close to Grid. The next moment, someone in a cloak came out of the forge and said, "Thank you for the tea. I have to go." And Khan replied, "I'm leaving. Why don't you stay a little longer?" Looking at the strange person, Vantner wondered if this was the first time he had ever seen him and why Khan was so friendly to him. The next moment, a wyvern appeared in the sky heading for the forge. Seeing that the monster had landed near the mysterious person, Vantner nervously thought that the wyvern was his pet. And at that moment, the unknown person said, "Since I have found out where he is, I will immediately go in search of him." As Khan was saying goodbye to the unknown person, he said, "Don't be too surprised when you meet him. He has become much braver and has grown a lot recently." Climbing the vervin, the guest said goodbye. He has been growing with his surroundings since then. and it extends to me. I am glad to see that you are healthy and will see you again. Thinking about the situation, Vantner mentally said, was there ever a person like him among the ranchers who have a wyvern as a pet, and a promising newcomer has appeared again? Going in search of Grid, the stranger mentally said, "Where is Grid?" And he shouted to his soldiers to retreat. Looking at the enemy, Grid nervously said in his head, if the insight that worked on the Pope does not work here, then it means that he is stronger than the Pope. Immediately afterwards, Grid mentally added the awakened guardian of the forest. In any case, it's good, although it won't be easy. But due to the increased weight, more orichalcum may fall out of it. Rushing into the battle, Grid dealt a critical hit to the enemy, which amounted to 1 unit. Looking at the enemy's health, Grid mentally said that the damage from the general health had decreased enough. He had become smaller, and that was probably why his health and defense had dropped. Swinging his sword at the enemy, Grid thought, I'm faster. But if his defense is weakened, then his awakened version has maximum attack speed, a convenient opponent given my overwhelming attack power. Seeing that the enemy was attacking him again directly in the forehead, Grid confidently said that he would attack me from the front after all. Swinging his sword in front of him, Grid confidently added, your learning ability is a complete bust before he could finish speaking, as he saw that the enemy dodged his attack. The next moment, the forest guard gave a kick to Grid's jaw, causing him damage, receiving a fatal blow. Grid thought with one simple attack he had taken my health. Recovering with the help of Doran's armor and ring, Grid shouted out, using Pagma sword and bindings, you rascal! Having failed to hit the enemy, Grid thought in confusion that he had dodged while he was above him and he was fast. Having blocked the monster's attack with his sword, Grid thought nervously, he reduced the strength of my Dainsword, made of the highest quality metal or a calcum, which is what the second best metal means. Angry at the damage to his sword, Grid mentally said, I will finish you off and take all the minerals, and then shouted out the blacksmith's fury. Rushing into the battle, Grid used Pagma's swordsmanship and a wave to launch a long-range attack at the enemy. As soon as it hit the enemy, Grid used his assassination skill and rushed at the forest guard. At the last moment, the guard ducked under the ground, avoiding being hit, and Grid thought he could escape underground. Having missed with his skill, the boy confusedly said in his head, my killing skill with which I destroyed so many enemies. Seeing that the situation was tense, Jude stepped forward and said, Jude, help me for saving my life. I owe you a debt of gratitude. Grabbing his shoulder, Romeo replied, Jude, wait, you'll only get in the way. As a result of the last blow, the forest guard hit the vibranium that protected Grid. At the same time, the boy flew up and said, you used a clever trick to prevent my attack. Don't you think you're being clever, even though you're only a golem? Grid said angrily while in the air with the help of his boots. You don't even have a brain. Raising his head up, Romeo joyfully exclaimed, look, our commander is incredible. He uses high-level magic. Nothing is impossible for our commander. Looking at the enemy who jumped up to get him, Grid mockingly said, you can't get me, and then thought, it looks like he's jumping about a meter. Continuing to observe the enemy who had just landed, Grid thought that the attack power was superior to that of the Pope and that the body was capable of damaging black metal. But immediately after these thoughts, Grid confidently said, if I take this chance to attack, I can win anyway. I have just what I wanted to try. Pulling out his sword in front of him, Grid confidently said, Pagma swordsmanship is an advantage. This skill made all his attacks long range, and the attack power doubled. Immediately afterwards, Grid used his communication skill and covered the enemy with a barrage of continuous blows. Looking at the enemy he had dealt a lot of damage to, Grid noticed that he was not moving and all his attacks were critical. As a result of this combination, Grid leveled up his Pagma swordsmanship skill and created a new attack. Then he joyfully exclaimed, Bugaga, see my new deadly attack. While in the air, Grid looked at his beaten enemy with a new skill that he could use at the Pagma level of swordsmanship. At the same time, he thought about the merging of skills in itself is already a blessing. But the increase in the level of Pagma swordsmanship is also an incredible improvement, with a deactivated phase almost the same as the level skill. Having drunk the regeneration potion, Grid thought it was time to finish. I want to return as soon as possible to make a complete failure. It's getting late, so let's not delay. Looking at his enemy, Grid said, the enemy's health has decreased by a retinue, so I should be able to deal with him without any problems as long as I'm in flight, given that his attacks don't reach me. Again preparing to attack, Grid thought it was said that I can reuse the advantage immediately after using the combined skill. If I can combine the other dances, I can finish him off in the same instant. After using the advantage skill, Grid again prepared to engage the enemy who was already approaching. Using a new combination, he mentally said, This time I'll combine advantage and wave. Having activated the skill, Grid struck several blows and was able to slow down his opponent. Not seeing the new skill, Grid exclaimed in frustration. Damn it, there are no specific combinations for fusion. The minerals on his back protect him from taking damage. Continuing to attack, Grid thought, I can't use kill now because of the recharge, but while he's dying, I have to continue my attack. Crushing the guy with a Dane slash, he shouted. His health continues to drop, but these coatings on his back absorb all the damage. After a few seconds, the advantage expired. Then Grid thought my stamina will drop too if I keep swinging my sword around like this. After striking again, the guy said in his head, a little more, and I will be able to use the kill, so I will have to finish him on the ground to be able to save mana. At the same time, Romeo watched his commander fight and exclaimed joyfully, he's suppressing the forest guard. It's incredible. If the forest guard is defeated, peace will finally be restored to Byron. And on the battlefield, Grid continued to dominate the enemy and mentally said, I have less than a quarter of my health left. I need to prepare for the gathering. Concentrating all his attention on the monster, Grid saw the changes in the enemy and wondered in his head when he had time to change his color. Having gained even more power than before in the darkness of the day, the monster screamed, creating a blast wave that threw Grid back, who in turn stopped in stone after the impact, groaning and saying, what the hell? Immediately after Grid was incapacitated, the forest guard struck him a powerful blow, not understanding why he became stronger, and the boy wondered what had happened to him. After the last blow, Grid noticed the monster hovering over him. Then he added mentally, he became even stronger after he changed his color, and I thought I was almost done. But then what happened? At the last moment when the monster wanted to finish Grid off, a Vibranium entered the fray and blocked the attack and then distracted the monster. Getting out of the enemy's range, Grid thought, breaking the distance. The Vibranium would be great. He needed to create a distance to gain at least some time. The forest would be perfect. Trying to fight off the Vibranium, the forest guard could not think of anything better than to shout at it. Hearing this, Grid saw the consequences and thought, the shockwave is so strong that the Vibranium froze. When the threat was eliminated, the monster followed Grid while he was running away, thinking that its power was similar to Jishuka's ultimates. As the enemy approached Grid, he had to block its attack and lost some more units of his strength while blocking with his Dane slash. Looking directly into the enemy's eyes, Grid nervously thought, his strength has decreased, even more than the last attack, so his attack power has increased, but why? The next moment, Grid suddenly realized everything and said in his head, blue orichalcum, I thought of it only as a material for complete failure, and completely forgot its characteristics. Blue orichalcum is a material that appeared from the magical power of a forest guard, who was exposed to the light of the moon. It cannot be created artificially and become stronger in the dark. Trying to escape, Grid thought that the forest guard's awakened state was already causing a lot of problems with flying. But the monster managed to grab his leg, preventing him from flying. Pulling the guy back, the monster slammed him to the ground, causing him to take damage. Trying to get to his feet, Grid noticed the Vibranium and gritting his teeth in pain. He thought, great, the Vibranium can move again. Now I can throw it off its tail. Before he could finish speaking, the monster used the same attack to immobilize the Vibranium again. Then Grid mentally added, this rascal can even get rid of the Vibranium. I can't count on his help now. Taking a barrage of blows from the enemy, Grid nervously thought, kill Vibranium or United Dance. I can't use any of these on him. There is no way I can defeat him. Looking at the enemy that was overwhelming him, Grid thought in frustration. He was overwhelming me in strength and speed. I have never met such an unrealistically strong monster before. Trying to somehow avoid and block the enemy's attacks, Grid said in his head that this raid was over, that it was over to die like this. But suddenly, the effect of self-possession activated at the same moment Grid thought. During its activation, I instantly calmed down. After realizing the whole situation with a cold head, Grid smiled and said, if you think about it, it's very funny. The items help me a lot, which is why I'm used to it being easy. Thinking about his strategy, he added confidently that when there are no easy ways, it's worth going back to the basics, skill, or other nonsense. The last one standing wins, right? Immediately after that, Grid swung his sword again and struck the enemy again, receiving a blow in return. Noticing that the enemy was shocked by his actions and stepped back, Grid said, Boogaloo, it looks like it's driving you crazy. Let's keep it up and see who will be the first to die. Using the regeneration potion and continuing to fight the enemy with normal basic attacks, Grid continued the fight again. Exchanging blows with the enemy, Grid received a critical blow to the back of the head after another exchange. After that, Grid activated his Doran's ring, which, in combination with his holy armor, restored twice the amount of health he had lost. Seeing that the guy was still not giving up, the monster started to fuss, and at that moment, Grid shouted out, "If you are a monster, then behave accordingly, and don't even try to run away." Using a combo of blows, Grid threw the enemy above the ground and mentally said, "I will return every blow I receive to you." Preparing for the final stage, Grid said menacingly, "Pagma fencing if this is the end." Preparing to strike at the enemy, Grid noticed that he was preparing to attack, and had to suddenly switch to defense to deflect the enemy's beam. Having withstood the next attack of the enemy, Grid confidently said in his head that the winner is the one who last stands on his feet. When the monster noticed that the boy continued to fight even after that, he began to get even more nervous. And then Grid noticed his look and happily said, "Yes, this is the expression on his face." Having received immortality for a few seconds at a low health level, the guy said menacingly, "This is what the face of someone who sees a real monster looks like." The next moment, Grid used his killing skill and dealt with the enemy, after which he mentally said that the one who lasts longer should win. As he got to his feet after defeating the enemy, he confidently said in his head that it would definitely be me, as I had been holding on and trying my best for years. After defeating the enemy, Grid managed to immediately level up and achieve a level that duplicated his stats and improved his unique characteristics. Joyfully shouting about his victory, Grid received a system notification that said you have received a blue orichalcus, a purple orichalcus, and an amethyst shield. The next moment, the boy realized what he had done and grabbed his head and nervously exclaimed, "I had to get it out of him before I killed him, idiot. How could that have slipped my mind?" Immediately after that, Grid looked at the inventory of materials and said I would need another ore of blue orichalcum to make a complete failure. If I didn't have what I got from the administrator, I would have been furious. The next moment, looking at the description of the purple orichalcum, Grid said thoughtfully, "This orichalcum is used to make accessories. I already have enough rings, so this time I'd better make a necklace." Looking at the item he had been dealt along with the ore, Grid added thoughtfully, "I'm most interested in this shield." Looking at it, the boy added that it was definitely a quest item. If you think about it, the old man in the Kasan Canyon asked me to catch Asmophil. Hiding the window with the rewards, Grid said thoughtfully, "I heard that Asmophil is a citizen of the Saharan Empire. If I ever go there, I will have to return to the Piaro quest again." Upon completion of the inspection of the items, Romeo ran up to Grid and nervously exclaimed, "Sir, everything is fine with you." To which he replied, "I'm fine, don't worry." Immediately after these words, Grid bowed his head and said guiltily, "But I could not protect Dean. I'm sorry, Romeo. I apologize to everyone who blindly trusted me along the way." Hearing the aristocrat's apology for the death of his friend Romeo, the gentleman then thought that the rumors about his friendship with the common blacksmith were true. Suddenly, the scream of a monster coming from the heavens broke into their conversation and made them look up. The next moment, the beast landed in front of the army from the sky, and the army nervously exclaimed that it was a virgin. Immediately after the monster landed, the same boy got down and said happily, "I'm sorry I scared you. I'm sorry. I was just in a hurry." When the boy finally took off his hood, he bowed to Grid and smiled and said, "Long time no see, sir. How do you do?" This boy was Hura. Looking at his old friend Grid, happily exclaimed, "It's been a long time. You look like you've grown quite a bit." To which he replied, "It's all thanks to your grace." Assessing the boy's combat potential, Grid was impressed, thinking that he had more combat power points than Romeo. His level must be higher. But his orator class, which is not combat in itself, is an effect of his second class. A truly impressive improvement. After the greeting, Kuroi raised his head and said, "It's been months since we met. Hasn't it been a long time since I've been through much?" Before he could finish, Grid interrupted him and exclaimed happily, "You've come just in time, Kuroi. Go hunt some mountain orcs and bring me some sylphide scales." Hearing the order from his master, Kuroi was surprised to hear that we had just met, to which he replied, "Pay me back. The chance of falling out is not great, but you should be able to do it in about a day." Giving the order to his subject, Grid smiled slyly and thought, "Then I'll make another sweatshirt with a zipper to make one. I need scales. So with all the scales I've got, I'll make one and then sell it." The next moment, pointing to the soldiers behind him, Grid added, "Don't forget, the hunt will be good training for them." To which Romeo exclaimed in surprise that we will too. Having given orders to his subjects, Grid also added, "And do not use this mole on the way. Go on foot with the rest, of course," to which Kuroi replied in surprise that the mole is, "Yes, sir." Applying his boots, the Archmage Grid took to the air and said finally, "When you return, I will make you a fine outfit. I am counting on you," to which he exclaimed in surprise, "He flies, sir. When did you manage to reach such a level?" Looking with admiration at Grid Huroi, he said in his mind, "He is as unpredictable as ever. But I know that like last time, he will continue the bright path," and then exclaimed, "Trust me, the descendant of the Blue Wolf will never break his oath." Heading back to the forge, Grid confidently exclaimed, "I believe in you, Kuroi," and then thought, "Finally, I'm going to make a complete failure of myself." Arriving home, Grid met Jishuk and shared the results of the campaign, and heard in response that you managed to defeat the forest guard alone. And yesterday you had a level. And now, taking off his equipment, Grid said confidently, "It was quite difficult because he appeared in an awakened state, but I still managed to defeat him." Hearing this, Jishuka thought, "I thought I knew everything about the power of the legendary class descendant of Pagma, but this is not just a minor imbalance, it's a real system bug." Looking at Grid, she added that the entire guild would not be able to defeat the guard in an awakened state even with full health and mana. That is, Grid is stronger than all the guild members combined. Of course, it would be wrong to consider Grid stronger than the entire guild, because the Pabranium and Bram's boots played a big role in this victory. Although if we recall the situation with the thirst for revenge of the Church of Yatan after the defeat of Malakus, his power made Jishuka nervous, and she thought it was really normal to leave such a strong asset behind as an ordinary blacksmith. Realizing that she had to do something, she said to Grid, "I know this is your base, but I'm not sure what to do." When he looked at her, Jishuka thought, "I need his power. I have to convince Grid by any means necessary, even if I have to seduce him," she added. "Have you thought about moving to Byron?" Grid didn't react to the charming girl's seduction and said indifferently, "No way, I'm not moving anywhere. I'm busy right now, so you should go, Jishuka." The next moment, Jishuka's angry voice was heard in the shop near the smithy, exclaiming, "That rascal has grown up, so why has he become an even bigger jerk?" Seeing the angry Jishuka walking along the path, one of the residents said in surprise, "Isn't it Jishuka whom she called a goat? Who could have made her so angry?" And another added, "Oh, maybe she was heartbroken. Do you think I'm right?" The next day, gossip spread throughout the city about Jishuka's romantic relationship with one of the two most beautiful girls at Satisfy. But Grid's thoughts were elsewhere. While forging the hammer, Grid mentally said to himself, "I have only one shot at creating a complete failure with the blue orichalcum, which I have a complete failure, the best weapon I have to forge it, so that it will receive a legendary rating." Pouring molten metal into the mold, the boy thought that to increase the chance of producing a legendary item, he needed a suitable hammer. At the same time, a player arrived in the Grey Forest to the same place where the forest guard was, and confidently thought, "I will make this forest a place where a legend will be born." After examining the place where the monster was supposed to be, the player was surprised to say that it was impossible. "I was waiting for this opportunity, which seems to be once a month, but I can't find the awakened guard anywhere." Looking around the area, he added in surprise, "There are traces of a battle here. That is, someone killed the forest guard before I arrived. But how could anyone defeat him even with a decent guild level?" The hooded man smiled ominously and said, "How dare they make me, Agnes, waste my precious time?" Displeased with those who had taken his loot, Agnes added, "What an insolent scoundrel." 4 days had passed since the day Grid started his work. After all this time, Grid looked at the failed attempts to create the hammer and said, "I haven't slept for days and couldn't even accept customers. I can barely keep my eyes open." Holding the legendary blacksmith's hammer in my hands, Grid happily said in my head, "I succeeded." Having received bonuses when creating a legendary item, Grid thought disappointedly, looking at the hammer, my legendary item. Picking up his work in front of him, the guy thought disappointedly, with this incredible hammer, the chance of production increased by only. Immediately after that, he added, "Although all the legendary items that were created before were created with a chance. So this is a big increase. If you think optimistically, it even exceeded my expectations." The next moment, Khan came to Grid and said to Grid, "How much longer are you going to stay here? Are you okay?" To which he replied, "Old Khan, I needed to finish with this hammer." Looking at the object that he had created, Khan asked in surprise, "Is this the result of your efforts?" "Hey, you made a really amazing hammer, but what about your face?" Hearing Grid's question, he answered disappointedly, "I don't know. This hammer is definitely better than the previous one, but I'm afraid I won't be able to create the sword I want with the chance I have." Looking up at Khan, Grid added, "I know things are better now, but it still irritates me." At the same time as Grid was opening his soul to Khan, A customer walked in and said, "Hey Khan, I want to place an order for some equipment." Approaching the visitor, Khan told him that the smithy was closed until tomorrow, to which he replied in surprise that there were a lot of people waiting outside. As Khan escorted the man out and closed the door behind him, he said that he was sorry. Seeing what he had just done, Grid asked Khan in surprise if he would not accept their order, to which he replied that it was not important now. "Come sit next to me." The young man complied with his mentor's request and asked him why he was doing this, to which he replied, "Look at the hammers you made." Pointing to the objects on the table, Khan added, "This one has a different color and this one has a different shape. Given that you are a blacksmith with an incredible level of skill, none of them are identical, are they not?" When Grid looked at the hammers and realized Khan's message, he immediately added, "Do all these hammers look like just another failure to you?" Shifting his gaze to the boy, the old man added that the only thing you should never lose in important situations, where both the present and the result matter, is love for the result of your efforts. Instructing his student, Khan added that you should look with pride at everything that has passed through your calloused hands. Then you will look with admiration even at an ordinary scratch on a hammer. Immediately after that, smiling happily, the experienced blacksmith added for the visitors, "Don't worry, work hard, and I will look forward to seeing your results, whatever the result. The main thing is that you have a good experience." Hearing the advice, Grid happily replied, "Yes, thank you, Khan." Sometime after this conversation, the head of the SA group's phone rang, and picking it up, the man heard the chairman's voice was Yun Nahi. Immediately after introducing herself, the girl nervously added, "You now have the opportunity to check the latest news," to which he replied something happened. Opening the game news, the man saw the Satisfy breaking news. At the moment it is reported that all the users of the game have received shocking news. In the message it is reported that there is someone who has inherited the skills and will of Pagma. He is the one who can create legendary items and is a legend himself. After that, the girl added, "I am you," and predicted the president. Making the president watch the news, Yoon Nae added Grid Shin Young. He successfully created his 5th legendary item and thus announced to the world the birth of a descendant of Pagma. Upon completion of the sword, Grid and all players received a system notification announcing the birth of Pagma's descendant. After viewing the fragment of the completion of the item, Yun Nahi said the legendary blacksmith's patience is activated, and then the manager added this moment when the world's first player of the legendary Grid class creates a complete failure. Then Yoon Sang-min said nervously, "And you think it's funny that a user with a legendary class now has the best weapon? Won't that upset the balance in the game?" While sharpening his sword, Grid received a system notification. "Your concentration has increased significantly by an hour. Your health, agility, and defense have increased by." Watching the video fragments, Yun Nahi added that, "I don't think everything will necessarily turn out this way. The balance will be adjusted naturally." After the highlights were completed, Grid saw other system notifications. The legendary blacksmith's breath was activated, and the effects of the item being created were enhanced. Seeing this, Grid mentally said the crafting is complete, after which he had a complete failure of the legendary class in his hands. One of the advantages of this sword was a small blade that stuck out of the sword and helped to defend itself. It was light, so it did not reduce the attack speed. Looking at the result of his efforts, Grid happily said in his head, "I've done it. I've created legendary items several times before, but this one is clearly different." Comparing it to other items, Grid thought, all those legendary items are nothing compared to the unique sword of Albertino Dinslife, but the one I created is a complete failure. It is definitely an absolute weapon. The next moment, Grid joyfully exclaimed, "I have the best weapon in the world, and now I have the best sword. Now I'm the best bloody witch. Yura doesn't care about her, because now I am the strongest." Inspecting his sword, Grid noticed an inscription on it and said in surprise, "My name is engraved on it. It's an effect of the creation skill." When using blacksmithing creation, the name of the creator of the legendary blacksmithing craft is engraved on the item. Something special will happen after each legendary item created. The creator's initial G will now appear on all created items. Your potential blossoms. You are no longer a nameless blacksmith. Seeing these notifications, Grid joyfully shouted, "Hooray! So now I have my own brand." He was also expecting other bonuses, such as a reduction in the penalty for not matching the level 2, and understanding of items will be twice as fast. Excited about these buffs, Grid thought that lowering the penalty means that I can use the item to its fullest, which is an incredible privilege. And finally, a notification with a limitation that said, in connection with your enlightenment, the growth rate is slowed down. The characteristics when creating items are reduced. You will receive points for unique and legendary. And seeing this, Grid nervously exclaimed why I would receive so little. After there were other notifications, the information about legendary blacksmithing is updated. Witness God's weapon. Legendary blacksmithing level, you can create replicas of mythical items. After reviewing the chances of creating items, Grid happily said that he would finally be able to create items close to the mythic rating with ease. He also found out that when he reached the reputation points, a reputation store would open for him, the location of which always changes. Then Grid happily jumped up and down and exclaimed, "A special store." I was all excited. After the overwhelming joy of seeing the new restrictions, Grid angrily exclaimed that even the amount of reputation for crafting has fallen. You do this and expect me to use the reputation store? Immediately after that, he angrily added, "Scoundrels, are you kidding me? Is it a crime to have a legendary class? Why did the bonuses go down, stupid developers?" After receiving an offer to register in the general ranking, Grid angrily exclaimed, "No shit, you're scoundrels. If my stats are so weak, why do I need it?" After that, the registration was canceled. Arriving at Grid's cries and seeing his sword, Khan exclaimed in amazement that what an incredible sword you finally did it, Grid. At that moment, two personalities were fighting in Grid, and his lines and mood changed rapidly when he said this initial, "By the way, very cool. If there is some kind of reputation store, you should have told about it earlier. Damn developers, Bugaga mythic items, how unbelievable. Why did you reduce the bonuses for crafting items, idiots?" Surprised by what he saw, Khan asked, "Hey, are you okay?" To which he replied, "I'm okay, but not okay." Seeing what happened in the game recently, Yoon Sung-min said the debuff was imposed too late. If you look at the stats he managed to get, I'm not even sure that it can be called restoring balance. Why did you decide to introduce a debuff now that his class has become common knowledge? Yoon Nahi answered this question by saying that we have never changed the system, only in cases of adding episodes and quests. This debuff was already programmed in the Satisfy system. Hearing this, the manager asked if she meant that it was thought out by the system, to which she answered correctly it could not be a mistake. Looking up at her husband, Yoon Nahi added, in non-combat class should be limits. We can't let them continue to grow using their effect of increasing characteristics. I think the reason for this is that, turning her gaze back to Yoon Sang-min, Yoon Nahi added that Morpheus couldn't predict Grid despite his legendary class. He created low-ranked items to make legendary items. It took him months longer than we expected. Immediately after these words, the girl added ironically, but it helped him to benefit more from the effect of gaining stats, so he is unrealistically lucky. Hearing this, Yoon Sung-min asked, "So you're saying that his failure has become an incredible success?" Looking at the video fragment with Grid, Yoon Nahi replied that she wasn't sure whether it was a failure or the opposite, but if I were to describe him, I would say that he was a terrible and incredible user. Despite the fact that his incompetence exceeded Morpheus's expectations, the news of the appearance of Pagma's descendant spread around the world. The legendary blacksmith and fencing master was the first user of the legendary class, and many theories about his personality and abilities arose, followed by fame. The first-ranked blacksmith in the report said, "I am not a descendant of Pagma, a user of the epic class cats, an ordinary blacksmith in any case. You can hire." His arrogant remark is a hot topic, but the hot topic among runners and guilds was a descendant of Pagma. Embarrassed by this inflammatory atmosphere, SA Group came up with a solution. Their director announced a quest for an international competition so we could shift all the attention to him. At the same time, in the forge, Jishuka was trying to convey information by saying there is a high probability that there will be a war with the Church of Yatan. You must make items for all guild members this month. After that, Grid replied unhappily, "A month? I don't have that much time considering that I'm going to participate in the quest of the international competition. It's still months away, you know." Having received Jishuka's refusal, she said to Grid in a menacing voice that she was going to participate, and you will withstand all the attention that will be paid to you when the descendant of Pagma learns about your identity. Hearing this, Grid was frightened and asked if it would be so problematic, why she had been so cold to me lately. After overhearing Grid and Jishuka's conversation, one of the guild members happily said it will be held in South Korea, so there are many competitions including boss raids and sieges. And then Pan added that even just participating in a special event gives special rewards. Hearing this, Grid happily exclaimed, "That special reward, then I need to hurry up, crafting is not a priority now." Hearing this, Wantner, who had waited too long, grabbed Grid by the head and said menacingly that standing crafting is not a priority. Immediately after that, he added, It looks like you're finally going to make me some armor so I don't die in the next battles without it. Or do you think I should die here and now? Hearing Wantner's menacing tone, the frightened Grid looked back at him nervously and replied, I will. The next moment, Wantner held out his hand and said, here's the production method. And Jashuka spoke again, attracting the boy's attention. I'll be honest, Grid. Continuing to explain the situation, she added, I need you to concentrate on producing equipment for the guild. As I said before, the Church of Yatan is acting strangely. Hearing this, Grid mentally said, well, there is no reason to be nervous and I don't need to level up. I'll just pretend to be a hidden master and enjoy the time. After these thoughts, the boy confidently said in his head, I am the best anyway. At the same time, Rita's sister was just returning home. Looking through her textbook, she nervously said, this is a difficult question. Spring break is coming to an end, and I'll be entering the junior year soon, so I should study harder. Tearing her eyes away from the book, she added worriedly, I've been concentrating on my studies just to be able to take care of my mom, dad, and brother, but I'm not sure how. Recalling how he had told her I will build a house for billions within a year so that our family can live happily, Shin Seihi thought he could achieve so much just by playing a game. Looking back at her brother's car, she added worriedly, I'm glad he can smile again because of the money he was always worried about. But I'm worried about what? Biting her lip, Shin Seihi said in her head, he's a braggart. He doesn't even go out, but he decided to buy a car worth millions. She also remembered the news and added that there were always some beautiful women hanging around him. Putting the textbook to her lips, the girl frightenedly said in her head the perfect scenario for a person who is on the path of self-destruction. Suddenly, this game is dangerous. What to do? The next moment, clutching the textbook tightly in her hands, she thought confidently, I'm going to study to be a psychotherapist just in case. And suddenly she heard the shocked shouts of passers-by, wait for this car. Looking back at the exclamations, Shin Seihi noticed an expensive car and wondered how such a big limousine could be in our small town. Getting out of the car, Yura asked her bodyguard if it was here, and he confidently answered yes according to the information he had gathered. Looking at the girl who got out of the car, Shin Seihi mentally said, I've seen her on TV. She's a player who is very famous in the game. As soon as the woman looked at the house and said, this must be Shin Young's house, Shin Seihi added, Miss Yura, why would a person like her be looking for my brother? Immediately after that, Shin Seihi called Grid and hurriedly told her brother to get out of the game quickly. The next moment when Yura approached the girl, the passers-by were surprised to hear her say, she's a celebrity, what a crowd! And the other man replied, yes, mister, she's a superstar in the Satisfy game. The next moment, the first passerby said in surprise what a person like her was doing with the daughter of a vegetable shop owner who had heard that their unemployed son had bought a very expensive car, but that it had something to do with her, and the other man replied that the car belonged to Shin Young. Immediately afterwards, the man added thoughtfully, well, Yura is quite rich, so it could be related. Looking at the girl with whom Yura was talking, the passerby thoughtfully said, Seihi is right, the younger sister of Yang. She is not at all afraid of this incredible superstar. Hearing Yura's request, Shin Seihi replied cautiously, why would a person like you come to my brother? You're going to use him. How do you even know my brother? Hearing this question, Yura replied with a gentle smile, I met Yang at Satisfy, and we became a little closer when we played each other's lovers. Hearing how they met and what happened between them, Shin Seihi nervously said in her head that they were lovers. Looking at the girl in front of her, her sister nervously added lovers with my brother and played what it meant, but the dictionary said a relationship is when both parties love and miss each other very much. Immediately after that, she mentally added with my brother, really everything is fine. After these thoughts, Jura asked if I could see Jiang. At the same time, Grid, who was forging the equipment, was thinking, first I was planning to improve the complete failure and my armor, because after the battle with the forest guard, I realized that even a legendary item needs to be improved. After that, I added that I can't put off making Wentner's wavy armor, and if it becomes good enough, I can sell it as one of my main products. With these thoughts in mind, Grid turned his gaze to Wantner and thought nervously, but there was one problem. Looking at the man, he nervously thought this look and then said, hey, I'll call you when everything is ready. You can go about your business. Hearing this, Wantner joyfully exclaimed, no, I want to see the birth of my new armor. Maybe I should pray. Yes, I must help you in this way. Kneeling down, Wantner began to chant legendary please, legendary. Hearing this, Grid thought unhappily, it is so tight he reminds me of Cassis when I created the sacred shield. Immediately after that, Grid added to the conversation about this interestingly in the Vatican, everything is fine. Even the news has not come about the election of a new pope will be dangerous if the spear of Isabel is not sealed. At the same moment, Grid received a message from outside, in which Shinsei nervously told her brother to quickly leave. Before leaving, Grid wrote to Wantner, "Little sister is calling me, so I have to go opening his eyes while praying and seeing the message." Wantner said, "If you bless with the legendary object, I will be Wantner little sister," called that. Exploding with rage, Wantner shouted out that rascal and ran away again. The next moment, another urgent message came from the head of the guild, and seeing it, Vantner asked Jishuka what was going on. Opening it, Vantner saw a message that said to immediately gather in personal areas. At the same time, Grid quit the game and left the capsule, wondering why Sehi called me so suddenly. She had never distracted me from the game since I started earning steadily. Rushing to the door, he mentally added, "If she called me so urgently, could it be a robbery in the past? I would have been very scared, but I'm different now." Running out of the room, Grid shouted out, "What kind of scoundrel dared to touch my little sister?" But when he saw Yura in the house, he stopped abruptly and screamed in fright. Seeing the angry Grid running out of his room screaming, Yura said, "I wonder if you care about your sister so much," and Grid replied, "Why are you here?" Immediately after that, Shinsei exhaled nervously and said, "As you can see, my brother cherishes his family, and if someone tries to use him for evil purposes, that person will not be able to escape divine punishment no matter what." Immediately after these words, Shinseki began to drill Yura with an offended look, thinking, "I'll let you decide who it was meant for." Seeing what was happening between the girls, Grid asked in surprise what the atmosphere was like. Immediately afterwards, Grid folded his hands in front of him and said confidently, "Anyway, how do you know where I live? We met once. Isn't that too much to know about me?" Hearing these words from Grid, the girl was surprised to think that something had changed in him. He was afraid to even make eye contact with me. But now, immediately after these thoughts, Yura said in surprise, "Mr. Shin-young, you have changed. Your physique has also become better." Hearing the compliment, Grid thought, "When our life became stable, I began to take care of myself, including my body. But have I really become so good that such a woman is interested in me?" Immediately after, he replied awkwardly, "It's an honor for our family." And then suddenly changing his tone sternly, he added, "I don't care about your interest in me, so let's get down to business, like a real girl." Hearing this, Sehi happily thought, "Great job, brother. I'll go make some tea." Hearing Greta's request, Yura replied, "I want you to participate in an international competition as a representative of Korea." Immediately after that, she added that the Korean government had unofficially requested that I form a team under my leadership so that Korea could return good results at the international competition that will be held during the days starting in May. Hearing this, Grid was nervous, thinking that the top rankers had connections even with the management. And then he heard Korea's reputation as one of the best countries in the games was just history. Continuing the campaign, Yura said that the management wants to establish Korea's competitiveness in the gaming industry through the results that the Korean team will get in this international competition. But it is actually difficult because the assessment that said that we lack top players compared to Western countries is spread in the media. Hearing this, Grid replied, "I understand the situation, but why am I so many other Korean users? Aren't you overestimating me?" The next moment, Yura confidently answered Grid, "Because I am sure that you are the first Epic class user who has not yet revealed himself." Hearing this, Grid thought, "She still thinks that I am an Epic class user because I remained normal after her ult in Yathan's church, which makes sense considering that it was not revealed that Ephemera is the first Epic class user." The next moment, Grid spoke, "But in the international tournament of the entire competition, one person can compete. You can just win 3 gold medals, can't you?" As she handed Yura some tea, Shinsei thought, "If she's not seducing him to use him for some dirty deeds, I guess I can give her some tea." Thanking her for the tea, Yura said, Easy to say." Recalling the types of competitions in the international tournament, Yura said, "Out of the 9 events in the tournament, boss raid, maze breaking, crafting, and treasure hunting are not my specialties. And in the case of the pet marathon, users with ververs will have an advantage, but there are no ververs among the Korean players." Picking up a cup of tea, Yura added, "I would be interested in the siege, but this battle takes into account the number of people, so it will be difficult for the Korean team to aim for a medal because we are much inferior in strength." As soon as she was about to take a bite of tea, she looked down and saw a note that had been brought with the tea that read, "My brother is not an idiot. Don't look down on him." Immediately after that, Yura added that the only thing left was PvP, but at least people stronger than me, so it would not be easy. After that, the girl sipped her tea and thought that, for some reason, she didn't like me very much. Hearing this, Grid asked in surprise, "You're in the top of the rankings, but there are people who are stronger than you. And aren't you Yathan's servant? So you didn't get any special powers? Bowing her head after the question, Yura said the overall ranking is just official information and satisfy. There are unknown runners, and there will be at least as many of them. The next moment, the girl added Krugel, Zebal, Chris, Agnes, Huron, Bondre, and Howe among the discovered runners. I think that this 7 is stronger than me. Hearing this, Grid said Agnes is an epic class user, so it's understandable. But even those who are lower in rank are so strong, to which Yura replied, yes, their level is much lower than mine, but each of them has powerful physical strength. But they can't even come close to Krugel. Immediately after these words, she added, Krugel is a genius not only in understanding and calculating skills, but also patterns and weaknesses, but also in his understanding of the course of the battle, the effectiveness of combat tactics, and so on. He is a genius who cannot be overstated. I believe his talent in the game far exceeds mine. Hearing this, Grid said without mincing his words, which impressed Yura, well, if they are all stronger than you, then it turns out that you are useless. Immediately after that, Grid slyly thought, no matter how strong the physical strength of the guy in first place is, you won't be able to repeat those words when you see my complete failure. The next moment, Yura spoke again. The management promised big rewards if we get medals. It's a tough situation, but as an epic class user, please prove yourself. Hearing this, Grid mentally said disclosure of identity is a rule of official competitions. If it becomes known that I am the owner of the legendary class, it will be too problematic. But she is so eager to ask for help that I cannot refuse if the way to participate is not to reveal myself. Immediately after these thoughts, Grid confidently said, okay, then I will participate in the pet marathon. My pet is not a living being, but it has its own will and an endless supply of health, and it obeys me. Hearing Grid's answer, Yura joyfully exclaimed, you accept the offer, thank you very much. Immediately afterwards, Yura said, but I have never heard of inanimate pets, with the exception of golems created by great mages, to which Grid replied, well, there is something similar in any case. Animals fight on the way to a certain destination, so if so, I can win. Immediately after that, Grid said cunningly, but I have a condition. I don't want to be exposed, so pretend that my pet belongs to you, of course. The reward for the victory will be mine if you give me your word. Then the gold medal will go to you. Yura stood up and said, it's hard to believe because I've never met anyone with such pets, but if you said you'll participate, I can be calm. As soon as the girl headed for the exit, Grid shouted goodbye to you. You've been lying all your life. Come home and log in, I'll show you. Hearing this, Yura said to Grid, I advise you to come back later. And by the way, remember how I said at the reunion that I would pay you back? Recalling the words of Yura, who said that as long as you are the target of Yatan's church, the battle cannot be avoided. But in this battle, I will not touch you. Grid asked you again about it. Then Yura said it's been about 40 minutes since you logged out of Satisfy, and it's been about 2 hours. Imagining what is happening there now, the girl spoke there. Singing the approximate development of events over time, Yura added the village of Bayron in chaos. At the same time, Vantner ran outside and nervously exclaimed that it was Jashuka. What the hell was the hole in the inner sanctum? The next moment, somewhere among the ruins and flames, one of the servants ominously said, small and miserable land too miserable for me to tread on Malachus was defeated by these weak mortals. After comparing the time, Jura added through the 4th servant of the god Jathan Niberius and the 5th servant of the church Balak. Hearing this, Grid was surprised to hear that you came to me when you decided to attack the church of Yatan. And Yura replied that although we are weak, there is no one who can resist us. Immediately after that, the girl said it was the only way to save my savior from certain death. Please understand me. At the same time in the game, Jashuka took out her weapon and put on her combat gear and shouted to everyone to get ready for battle. We must protect Byron. Then Grid asked, so you came on purpose before the attack of the Yatan church? To which she replied, I'm sorry, but there was no other way. Hearing this, Grid thought it was a waste of time and effort for the blacksmith to be involved in such a battle, and then said the servant asked the question by the way. When Yura became interested, Grid added that they have the power to give Yatan's blessing, to which she replied that only the first servant can use advanced skills like blessing. Then she added that getting an audience with him to receive a blessing is quite difficult. Even I, being a servant, could not do it. And why do you need the blessing of Yatan's church if you are enemies? Hearing the inappropriate question, Grid waved his hand and said, for all your incompetence, you are too inquisitive. You should go. With the help of the hunting grounds, the marriage of Lady Irene, and the support of the Sadaka Guild, the village of Byron began to revive and become a thriving city with a population of more people than the NPCs. But that was all before the massive teleporter that opened in Byron Castle to invade the Church of Yatan. Fleeing from the invaders, frightened citizens screamed out in fright, "Help me, save me!" Hearing cries for help, soldiers and knights trying to resist the enemies and save the inhabitants shouted out, "You will definitely die if you engage in battle. Exit the game." From the teleporter appeared a soldier of the Church of Yatan level, and above who exceeded the average level of players. Hellfire burned everything that touched black magic and poisonous fog. Fleeing from the attack, someone shouted out that the Church of Yatan was killing players and NPCs who were evacuating through the northern gate, after which Lila shouted out through a massive teleporter that no fewer soldiers had entered the area, and Zendos added villages on the verge of destruction. Continuing to destroy the enemies, Zendos shouted out the only support of the castle is on top of the inside. Help with the evacuation of Lila, to which she replied, "I know Zendos, but shooting the enemies." The girl added, "It looks like we are surrounded on two sides in the garden. They are also full of more than 100 servants of level and above the wrath of the Red Witch. Destroying the enemies," Lila thought. "The sphere of dark magic I received in the last raid is strong, but there are too many of them. I doubt I can hold them back and help the residents." Noticing the residents and the enemies chasing them, Zendos nervously exclaimed, "No children, the recharge is almost over." Bursting into the battle against the Church of Yatan, Tun shouted menacingly that these mobs had forgotten on my territory. Seeing a strong enemy, one of the followers chained Thun up and exclaimed, "You pagan magical ways." Turning into a large beast, Thun angrily exclaimed, "How dare you trolls try to restrain me?" Then he turned into an eagle and exclaimed to the Lord of Heaven. Seeing that he had changed his form, one of his followers exclaimed, "Shooting at the eagle with spells, the eagle just took and turned into a bird. He is definitely a cursed pagan. Shoot him down." Approaching the enemies in the form of an eagle, Tung turned into a lion, exclaimed the king of beasts, and tore one of the enemies into two parts. Watching Thun's battle, Zendos exclaimed in amazement, "Master Thun is incredible. Even though he is aggressive, his abilities are on top of the game." Lila shouted to him from behind. After finishing off the enemies who were approaching the sorcerers, Faker spoke more carefully, to which Lila replied, "Thank you, Faker." Having dealt with the enemies nearby, Zendos heard that the gates were broken down and shouted out the main gate of the castle. Arriving to his comrade's aid, Regus confidently said to Zendos, "Lila, leave this position to me and help the others in the village. You said there are about 100 high priests here." As he prepared to bat, Regus added confidently, "My body should have been given a workout after all that bookkeeping as punishment for my absence from the game, but I'm sure there'll be enough to compensate for the missed training." At the same time, Vantner and Jashuka were heading across the rooftops to a favorable firing position for Jashuka. When Jashuka noticed the enemy on the road, she pulled her aunt's bow and shouted to Vantner to get down. Seeing her destroying the enemies, Vantner nervously exclaimed, "Save your energy, Jashuka. You should use your skill on top of the central wall of the castle, where you will have a full view. I will lead us through the main gate of the inner wall of the castle." Helping Vantner clear the way, Jashuka called out to him, "Hurry up and run! Your health is almost at 0. Your defense is a mess because you put everything into your strength, you knight asshole." Hearing this, the beaten Vantner mentally said, "Damn, I'm really sorry about my build, and the damage is not so high despite the stats." Seeing the edge of the wall, Vantner thought nervously, "We didn't even reach the corner of the inner wall of the castle. The Church of Jathan has always been such a strong opponent. There must be a leader who strengthens them." A few seconds later, a servant of Jathan's church, Niberius, appeared and used the music of the flute to impose a debate of loss of concentration on the enemies, and said, "You are the pagans who harmed the church and defeated Malachus." Due to the debuff, the chance of dodging dropped to an accuracy that was reduced to a lasting effect. As long as the music continued to play, Niberius said, "I will make you pay for this." Wantner thought, "This force is no match for Malachus. He is definitely their leader. We defeated Malachus with the whole guild. We can't go it alone." Rushing at the enemy to save his comrades, Abelin shouted forward, "Mr. Vantner, I'm armed to the teeth. I'll hold him off." Missing and falling under the debate, Abelin heard him. "Niberia Boogeyman tried to wound me in an attempt as pathetic as your sword." Preparing to burn him with the flames of hell, the enemy said, "Blame your lack of judgment if you tried to detain me with your worthless skills, you pagan." The next moment, Faker, having injured Niberius, was able to save his comrade, who covered his wound with his hand and said menacingly, "Your sword was able to hit me. Impressive." Seeing the result of his attack, Fucker said disappointedly, only scratching it, to which Abelin replied that this flute had several effects of reducing accuracy. One of them, seeing that there were more of them, Vantner said, "Great, Fokker. If the four of us unite," to which he replied, "No, you need to go ahead. Another one will appear soon. We will stay here and delay it." Looking at the situation around him, Fokker added, "There are still plenty of enemies here besides this servant, Vantner. You have your own mission." Looking at Fokker, who told them to move on, Vantner heard that it was the job of a knight to protect his master. Hearing this, Vantner rushed forward and shouted to Jashuka, "Catch up, we'll get through." At the same time, one of Yathan's followers said, "Holding the sword, you would have survived if you had not been on the side of the pagans. Your crime of making weapons for the pagans will be atoned for by death." Preparing to kill the old man, the blacksmith said to Byron, "Repent in the afterlife." Hearing this, Smith joyfully said, "I didn't even know something like this was happening. I guess I was too focused on business, but I have no regrets." Looking at the arrow that was behind the enemy's backs, Smith said, "After receiving a boost of motivation from a young man a few months ago, I devoted all my energy to this business and successfully created special javelin arrows. After that," he added heavily, "after years as a low-ranked blacksmith, I have finally reached the stage where fire and hammer become one. Now I will not be ashamed to look my master in the eye." The next moment, Smith saw two arrows pierce the enemies, and they fell down without showing any signs of life. Going down to the dead and taking out the arrows, the killer said, "It's been a long time since I last pierced someone with an arrow, and this is the arrow." Holding out the arrow to Smith, Grid said happily, "This is a strong one, so you can wait to meet your teacher, old man Smith." Seeing who had just saved him from death, the astonished Smith said, "Grid, how are you here?" Helping the blacksmith to stand up, Grid said, "I've been working hard thinking about you. I can't believe we met again." And he replied, "This is an arrow." Smiling happily, Grid confidently said, "This is a special Jaffa arrow that you made. Incredible, unrivaled, truly amazing, one of the best." After gaining enlightenment on the verge of death, the blacksmith, who had previously been stuck at a low skill level, felt Grid's majesty. Immediately after Grid's praise, Smith coughed and said, "It's a shame I finally became what I wanted to be," to which Grid nervously replied to the elder Smith. Bending his head down and shedding tears, Smith said, "I want to work for a few more years. I want to work." Hearing the desire of his first teacher and mentor, Grid nervously told Elder Smith. Recalling the moment of the battle with the robbers, Grid thought, "This is the same situation as that time, when I was enraged by the robbers who were chasing Khan and Winston, and in the end, I received the wrath of the blacksmith." Putting a towel to the blacksmith's wound to stop the bleeding, Grid said to Elder Smith, "You have a shallow wound, so hold it tight. You want to continue your work and do it better, yes." Rescuing his first mentor, Grid headed towards the battle and said menacingly, "And for this you need a forge, right?" To which he nervously exclaimed, "Where are you going, Grid?" Putting on his equipment, Grid thought, "I don't have a hobby of playing the good guy, although clearing the way of stones for his journey will not be a problem." The next moment, looking at Smith, Grid said happily, "I think it's going to be noisy enough for you to concentrate on your work. I'll go clear those rocks." At the same time, a powerful explosion occurred near the outer northern wall of the castle. Trying to stay on his feet after the powerful enemy attack, Tobin tiredly said in his head why there was so much fire damage. Closing his shield against the attacks of the enemy who outnumbered him, the man added, "Regis is stuck in the castle, and Pan is busy with high-ranking believers at the eastern gate, and the rest of the guildmates will not help me now." Looking at Balak standing in front of him, Tobin continued, "There is a limit to how long I can hold him off alone. This guy is too strong." Attacking Tobin again, who was holding on with his last bit of strength, Balak said menacingly, "What's the point of continuing to hold me back when you're in this condition?" Having received damage from the flames of the blocked enemy attack, the man thought, "Even if I continue to block the blows, his passive skill will simply finish me off with points of damage per second, and the average health of a level player is only about..." As he prepares to block another direct hit from the enemy, Tobin thinks, "This one is impossible to block, and it's a direct hit, so even flame resistance doesn't work. I have to run out of range of the skill. I need to hold him off until the others come." Seeing that his opponent began to back away, Balak spoke menacingly, continuing to shadow the man. "You're trying to create distance between us, another pathetic sight." Circling the block and getting behind Tobin, Balak added, "I admit I'm a little offended that only one person came to restrain me. But learning that he was a holy knight heretic who could even resist a demonic voice made me feel satisfied." After receiving critical damage from the attack in the back, Tobin nervously thought, "I used all the buffs I could, but I still take too much damage. I have to figure out how." The next moment, Tobin created a mud shield in front of him. which stuck Balak's sword and bought him some time. As he tried to pull the sword out of the mud shield, Balak said in surprise that it felt like he was stuck in a mire. The more desperately I try to get out, the more stuck I get. Unable to draw his weapon, Balak spoke menacingly to us. It would be better if you just accept your death and become a servant of the god Yatan. Your burning desire to survive by using such primitive tricks disgusts me. Hearing this proposal from the enemy, Tobin replied, I'm going to keep using those primitive tricks, so you better get ready. The next moment, 3 guildmates appeared above the enemy, and one of them shouted to finish him off with his ultimatum skills. As they approached, all 3 fighters used their best attacks, shouting out Foxfire, Two-Handed Strike, Diamond Strike, and Moonsword. After a combo of attacks on the enemy, who felt almost nothing behind the reinforcements, Thune appeared and angrily shouted, Move over, losers. Preparing to inflict powerful damage, he confidently added, If this is your best skill, then go back and use it on the mobs. A few seconds later, Thune's Lord's strike attack flew near the target and should have dealt damage from the user's attack power. Balak steadfastly remained standing in one place and confidently said to Thune, I'm not going to dodge your pathetic tricks. You've worked so hard for this. But Niberia's flute will handle them for me. The next moment, Balak smiled menacingly and added, I am very pleased that you and your friend think highly of me, but do not underestimate our believers. Preparing to use an attack to strengthen the strength of his believers, Balak exclaimed, They will lead you into the fires of hell, the triumph of hell. Using the attack, Balak released a volley of demonic flames that covered a large area around him. This increased the stats of the worshippers of the god Yatan by a blessing, and one of the worshippers exclaimed, God Yatan has blessed us, let's kill these pagans. Concentrating their attack on Jishuka, who was being defended by Wantner, one of the followers exclaimed, She is the one who is leading them in the attack. Protecting his leader from the enemy's attack, Wantner shouted angrily, Not in my shift. Looking at the advancing enemies, Wantner thought, These believers have become much stronger because of the flames. We don't even have time to drink the health restoration potion. And the sound of Niberius's flute has weakened us greatly. Looking back at his guildmaster, the man added nervously, Even Jishuka was seriously injured. Recalling his words to Faker, It is my job as a guardian knight to protect my master, Wantner thought. Well, that's obvious. After pushing Jishuka off the battlefield to prevent the enemies from reaching her, Wantner heard the girl say, What are you doing, Wantner? Standing in front of the girl to cover her with his body, Wantner said sadly, I screwed up and couldn't protect you. What a shame. Just run away from here to change the course of the battle. I have to keep you safe by sending you to the center of the castle. Looking at the advancing enemies, he added, There is no hope, but I will try my best even if I have one chance in a million. Use me. Immediately after these proud words, the man used his skills shouting out Destroyer's Guardian Power, the latter skill multiplying the squad's defense. Seeing that the enemy had used everything he had in desperation, one of the church's followers shouted out a magic spell. He was on the verge of dying. It was from our god. Protecting her comrade from the powerful magical attack, the wounded Jishuka said, You see, this is why I said it would be more beneficial to the guild if Garcia was the guardian knight and not a hothead like you. I knew it ever since you desperately insisted on becoming a tank after all the years you spent as a DD in LTS. Holding on to your legs with the last of your strength, Jishuka added, Your stats are a complete mess because you invested only in strength to compensate for your weak attack. From now on, choose your pumping method carefully. Hearing this and seeing what had just happened, Wantner nervously exclaimed, What are you doing? I'm supposed to be protecting you, and how am I supposed to do that if you're protecting me? I risked my life for this. Smiling happily after her comrade's exclamation, Jishuka replied that losing experience points due to death is a huge burden for any of us, and we are also runners who have to spend months or even years to regain our lost experience. Hearing this and looking around, Wantner said nervously, I'm going to die anyway if you're not with me on the road, because it looks like about half of Yathan's army is concentrated in this place. Pulling the bowstring of her bow and preparing to shoot, she said confidently, The time spent gaining experience is also the strength of the guild. If death is inevitable, I will use the Phoenix Arrow to destroy as many as possible and save at least some of my combat power. Suddenly, someone shouted above their heads, which caught their attention and caused Jishuka to delay her attack. Right in the sky, above the pair of warriors, was Grid, who joyfully exclaimed, Why would you both be dying here? Seeing Jishuka's long-awaited support, she shed tears and exclaimed, Why are you so late, you rascal? Embarrassed by the way he was greeted at the meeting, Grid nervously replied, covering his face with his cloak. "Oh, I'm sorry." But Vantner was not so touched by his appearance. He exclaimed to Grid irritably, "Hey, you could have at least finished my outfit before you disappeared like that. I got beaten up because of you and became a night guard who can't even tank." Throwing down Vantner's new armor, Grid said, "Stop complaining and put it on. Now you can make a significant contribution to the battle." To which he angrily replied, "Fuck you, we've already fucked up. How can I contribute at all?" Unsealing the armor, which began to radiate a dazzling glow, Wantner nervously replied, "A significant contribution," he added after a short pause. Continuing his attack, one of Yathan's followers shouted menacingly, "You are already holding on with your last strength and still have the nerve to talk here. Heretics die." As soon as the enemies approached, they ran into an impenetrable barrier from which they were immediately thrown back, and the enemies exclaimed in confusion as the wall bounced back. Inspecting the parameters of his armor, Vantner was surprised to hear in his head not that the legendary defense was already incredible, but this skill of perseverance. The item had been neglected during the manufacturing process and had become anxious, filled with a desire not to be abandoned twice. And this desire affects the wearer, who has a grudge against his creator, but not enough courage to express it. Putting on the armor, Vantner thought, it's as good as the Guardian's power. An absolute ultimatum skill of a Night Guardian that can neutralize even ultimatum enemy attacks. Of course, I won't be able to use it every time because of the recharge time, but it even has the effect of instant health recovery. After collecting his thoughts, Vantner said in his head, "Thank you, Grid," and then clenched the weapon in his hand and confidently shouted, "I'm going to break through them all, follow me, Jishuka." After handing over the armor, Grid said, "Since the rest of us are defending the north and east gates, you had a tough time, didn't you?" To which Jishuka replied, "Yes, but how did you know where they were?" Hearing this, Grid raised his hand to the level of his chin and thought it was because my insight had increased, helping me to see the situation better, and then said, "There are reasons, but in any case, you're fine. I leave this area to you." At the same time destroying the village further, Balak ominously said, "With the same speed, this miserable land will burn to ashes in less than a day. The flames are unbearable for melee fighters." Keeping his sword at the ready, he added on successive blasts of triumphant hellfire, too powerful to handle in ranged combat. "I was thinking about inviting you to the sword festival, but..." Looking at the exhausted enemies, Balak disappointedly added, "Your bodies are too mediocre to use as entertainment." Staying on the battlefield, Tobin thought wearily, Pan and Rega are holding back the high-ranking believers, so I don't even dare to dream of helping. I couldn't get experience points because I had to be Grid's bait, but now they will fall even more. After these thoughts, Tobin turned his gaze to Tuna and added, "The only one who can break through this passive skill and attack is Tuna, who is both a tank and a DD. Tuna alone will not be enough attack power." Gritting his teeth in frustration, Tobin thought, "Damn, if only I could get this missing power, but maybe I as a tank could give us a chance." Immediately after these thoughts, Tobin saw a sword land from the sky right in front of them, and he thought that it was a Dynaslash. Attracting all the attention to himself with his sudden appearance, Grid said, "This green firework is one of the bosses. Just look at his face, but there are guildmates here, so I think you'll deal with him with this weapon, right?" Immediately after these words, moving on, Grid said goodbye. "It seems that there is a need for help to deal with the boss at the western gate." So I ran to Tobin, who nervously exclaimed to him, "Wait, Grid." Immediately after, he added in the conditions for using your sword, the level of strength and advanced sword skills. I don't even have that level, and there is no one who would meet these 3 criteria. Hearing this, Grid confidently replied, "There is one, of course. I don't like him very much, but you can trust him now." Reaching for the sword that had been sent to them by the land lizard, Thun said happily, "So you were just pretending to be a low-level blacksmith to hide your true identity. Now I like you even more." Preparing for battle, Thun confidently added, "Nevertheless, the butcher's sword I've been looking for so long is becoming more and more interesting." Meanwhile, on the TV in the satisfy-breaking news program, we are currently in the Byron fortress occupied by the Church of Yatan. The Shadaka Guild is known as one of the strongest to resist the enemy, but the situation leaves much to be desired. The strongest players of the guild, Regis and Pan, are surrounded by enemies, which only worsens the situation. Several hundred fanatics who have become stronger under the influence of the Devil's Flame pose a serious threat. Their numbers are too large, and the central district is strategically important for the complete extermination of Yatan's servants. But this is impossible because, except for local wars, The only ones who provide support for the central district are Leela and Zendos, who defend the inner wall of the fortress. Arriving at the fortress wall, Jishuka shouted to Lila to freeze and then destroyed the enemy who was approaching her. Having crossed the entire city to the inner fortress, Jishuka arrived, her incredible skill in archery allowing her to slow down the attack, at which time the girl tiredly said, "Sorry for the delay." Seeing the reinforcements arrive, Zendos shook his head. "I'm glad you joined us, but wouldn't it be better to deal with Yathan's servants first?" Jishuka replied with Niberia should be fine now. Immediately after that, Jishuka added, "I think that the situation with Balak will soon be resolved as well." Preparing for an interesting battle, Balak joyfully exclaimed, "Boogeyman, who is that scum that was just here? Do you think some sword will save you from certain death? Die already reborn as the IDs of the god Yatan, your only salvation, idiots." Defending himself from the flames of hell, one of the players nervously exclaimed that it was dangerous, Sandra. Don't let it touch you. Before he could speak, the flames dissipated, and Wantner appeared and joyfully exclaimed, "Wantner has fulfilled his mission. I join you, people." Seeing his comrade, Tobin exclaimed in surprise that Vantner could not be wearing this armor. Smiling happily after hearing this, Vantner said happily that it was true that he was a little late, just as he was. At the same moment, pulling the bowstring of her bow, Jishuka confidently said it was time to start the sweep. Having been wounded by Ibelin, the followers nervously exclaimed, "Retreat. This devil's sword does not stop bleeding wherever its blade touches." Hearing this, the boy spoke sternly. "I would not say that it is devilish, so a little cursed. I advise you to be careful not to get caught on the spikes." Looking back at his comrade, Ibelin nervously thought, "My task is to delay the small stuff to help Faker, but he can really do it on his own." Continuing to attack the enemy, Faker nervously thought, "This is a mess because of these damned flute sounds. Not only is it a challenge to maintain balance, but the percentage of hits is bad as well." Having come under attack from the enemy, Faker nervously added, "There is no chance to dodge. I can't fight him." Looking at his wounded enemy lying on the ground, Niberia said menacingly, "Your movements are lightning fast, but you don't have enough strength." Preparing for the attack, the old man added menacingly, playing the flute, "Everything could have been different if you had let the darkness swallow you up. Black magic would have given you incredible strength." Without releasing the flute from his mouth, he added, "Think about that if you ever get reborn as a storm of black flames." Seeing that his friend might be about to die, Ibelin nervously shouted no to Mr. Fokker. As Fokker prepared to die, he suddenly heard a familiar voice saying to him, "I see everyone has become stronger. I remember in the battle with Malachus you had trouble attacking even in a crowd." Picking up his comrade from the ground, Grid said, "But at this rate, you'll be a laughingstock. A young assassin can't handle an old man." Hearing these words from his comrade, Faker smiled happily and said, "Grid, don't show off. I just couldn't use all my strength because of the flute debuff." After handing Faker over to Ibelin, Grid heard Mr. Grid say, "Ibelin, take Faker and go. There will be almost nothing left of this area soon." Seeing a new opponent in front of him, Niberia said, "Wow, it's a wizard who can use the magic of flight. I hope you know that you're going to face a great wizard." To which he replied, "You must be strong, judging by the way this place has been transformed." Immediately after these words, taking out his new sword from his inventory, Grid said, "And you are quite confident you will be perfect as a puppet for beating, but I have a request for you." Grid confidently added, "Don't die too quickly. The new sword is new. I'd like to test it more with one blow. Don't die," he said. Seeing Grid's new sword, Ibelin exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, what a new two-handed sword Mr. Grid has. It's huge." Seeing the opponent's weapon, Niberia said in surprise, "The magician with a two-handed sword in his hand said that with its size, like some barbarian, the victory over Malachus inflated your self-confidence. But you should not think that I am as weak as he was." Hearing the statement from his opponent, Grid responded with a very grateful response. As soon as Grid used his unrivaled connection, shockwaves flew at the old man, who was surprised to think that this was no ordinary sword. Immediately afterward, he used a storm of black flames to defend himself against the enemy's attack. When Niberia saw that Grid's attacks were penetrating his spell, he was nervous about the power of the black flame storm. Preparing to use his next magic skill, the old man mentally added incredible physical strength, however. Using a magic spell called the Ice Wall of Darkness, Niberius repelled Grid's attack. Immediately afterwards, he launched a counterattack and attacked the boy with an electric shock. When the attack hit the target, the old man exclaimed, "That's not enough to have fun." Putting on his holy armor, Grid said menacingly, "If you're done laughing, let's get to the real fun." Having used all the power-ups on himself, Grid rushed at the enemy using Pagma's swordsmanship and murder. Looking at the enemy rapidly approaching him, Niberius thought in confusion that he could not possibly have ignored the lightning of pitch-black darkness and this attack. Looking down, Niberius said in his head, "It's powerful enough. I can't survive this savage." He popped out of nowhere and then used a reverse gravity skill. Flying back, Grid thought that the power of reverse gravity was a waste of time. With the instantaneous change of gravity, any attacks were useless. Why the hell did he have so many skill points? While Grid lost the opportunity to attack, Niberius prepared for the attack and said haughtily, "Look, the situation has changed dramatically. Now it's your turn to take the hits." Having mastered the dual cast skill, the old man unleashed a dark storm and dark waters on Grid. Seeing how little damage he did, Niberius thought disappointedly. Only now he noticed that his armor was imbued with holy power. It resists dark magic, but not on. Being in the air without the ability to fight, Grid nervously thought, "Damn, thanks to the armor and vibranium, the damage is not critical, but I'm no better than a punching bag right now." Preparing to change the course of the battle, Grid thought, "Okay, if gravity has changed, let's try the reverse of heaven is earth." Approaching the enemy after realizing how to resist reverse gravity, Grid exclaimed, tired of being a punching bag fencing Pagma Bond. Before he could use his attack fully, the gravity changed again, and landing on the ground, Grid shouted angrily again, "Normal gravity? You're a jerk. You have no idea how much effort I put into making this a complete failure, and now you're throwing away 3 of my skills." Satisfies breaking news again. It became known that a disguised user had appeared who was probably a descendant of Pagma, and his appearance changed the course of the battle in the Byron Fortress, which was in a numerical minority. However, it was worth rejoicing as Niberius began to push harder, and the first appearance of the legendary class was sharply criticized by users. Immediately after these words, the host added what our special commentator on the spot, Runner Chris, thought about this, to which he replied that judging by the saber he threw at the North Gate, the descendant of Pagma and the street butcher are the same person. After hearing this, the TV host added, "I'll ask him directly about his ability. There are many unflattering comments, but if you compare who is stronger," to which Chris replied, "I may be wrong, but judging only by this situation, his attack skills are superior to mine." After that, Chris added thoughtfully, "I personally can't kill the hidden boss Niberius quickly. He's a legendary class, so I think his stats are also superior to mine, but I'm not sure." Looking at the TV presenter, the guest added, "I can definitely say that I surpass him several times in PvP. He has terrible control, and the way he uses skills is too simple." After these words, smiling, Chris added haughtily, "And it's hard to say about the power of the skills. This so-called Pagma fencing only stirred the air, no more." Preparing to strike again at Grid, Niberius said angrily, "From strange armor to small discs, he hung everything on himself, and it would be better to be ashamed of his poor skills first." Hearing the name of the enemy's skill, Grid nervously thought, "Storm of Darkness, a technique Yura used in the Temple of Yatan, but this one is many times stronger." Taking out a holy shield from his inventory to protect himself from the enemy's attack, Grid said angrily, "Maybe you'll finally shut up, you're boring." Heading towards the enemy and simultaneously scattering his attack with his holy shield, Grid shouted out, "First you win, then you can crack as much as you want." Seeing the sphere in the hands of the enemy, Grid recalled the words of Ephemera, who said that if you fill the sphere with magical abilities, they can be used without spells. It is something like insurance for mages. Watching the broadcast of the battle in Byron, Chris said, "I'm more than sure that the top users support my opinion that something surpasses class and equipment in importance." Watching Grid take all the enemy's attacks, Chris added, "I'm talking about the art of combat now." Meanwhile, at the outside of the western gate of Byron, Pon continued his sweep using the True Illusion skill. After destroying a few more enemies, he mentally said after the sounds of the flute died down, the chance of hitting the target increased while slowly but surely clearing the area. Looking around to assess the situation, Pon thought about going out alone against Yatan's leveled followers. After the raid on Malachus, I definitely got stronger, of course. Much of this is due to leveling up. The next moment, without any hesitation, he rushed at the enemies again. But without this wind spear, I would have had a hard time. The new equipment gave the guild wings. I think everyone will agree. At the same time, Vantner rushed at the enemy and tried to inflict damage with the new equipment. Having failed to achieve his goal and being damaged by the flames, he nervously exclaimed, "You are not a weakling, and this itchy flame annoys me more than anything." Seeing the method of fighting the enemy, his comrade Tobin nervously exclaimed, "Wannabe, don't get too close. This flame does severe lasting damage." Hearing his friend's warning, Wantner smiled happily and said, "You forgot your armor too." Watching Thun attacking the enemy in combination with his tanking, Vantner added happily that it would be wrong to sit in the corner after receiving such items. Hearing these words from his friend, Tobin happily thought that they had incredible fighting skills, and that the shortcomings in their equipment had hindered their potential, but the new items had raised their morale. Remembering the guy who had given them this power boost, Tobin confidently added Grid, "The equipment you made is more than just stats and skills." At the same time, Niberius was preparing to use the spell and said in his mind, "My sphere contains 2 skills. It is the strongest magic that has 3 abilities." Turning his gaze to Grid, the old man said confidently in his head, "Only one thing was certain. It could bring all heretics to their knees. A young man like him and his filthy faith would not be a big problem." Looking at Grid, who was confidently marching toward him in full armor, Niberius added in confusion, "That's exactly what I thought. But how dare you resist my deadly technique?" Not understanding why he could not defeat the guy, Niberius nervously thought, "This is not just a miserable armor, and his shield is very different from all the sacred shields I have ever seen." Preparing for the next attack, the old man shouted menacingly, "It doesn't matter. Your trivial items can't contain true power. Magical power and skills are the purest form of power." After using the stone storm of darkness on Gridov, the old man exclaimed haughtily, "You didn't expect there to be another skill in the sphere, because I will grind you and all the items you boasted about into powder." Before he could finish, he noticed Grid in front of him and then felt a blow, and he was confused, thinking nervously, how could it have broken? It should have been torn to pieces. Jumping back, Niberius nervously exclaimed to the rascal, "Who are you? Who do you have to be to possess such unheard of artifacts?" Hearing this question from his opponent, Grid replied sternly, "You talk too much for someone whose combat power is lower than the Pope's. What is it now you feel jealous when you see that your skills do not work?" Crouching to the ground to cast a spell, Niberius thought, "There are no more spells in the sphere, and my pitchforks are exhausted. I can't use strong magic. Those pesky little bastards." Niberius looked up at his opponent, who was looming over him, frightened. "The god Yathan granted me long life, and over the years I have gained a lot of experience, but this is the first time I have seen such absurd vitality." The next moment, my grandfather shouted in a frantic voice, "Diamond shield, shield of darkness," and then prepared to run away. Finally, to mock Grid, my grandfather shouted, "This is my best defense. You will never destroy it." I never thought that some little shit would make me run away in shame. Hearing what he said, Grid said confidently, "It will probably take time to teleport, and you won't be able to use a trick to minimize my attack." Hearing Grid's question, the dev exclaimed haughtily, "You talk like you still have skills you can use, hoping to pierce 2 layers with a rough piece of metal." In response to his mockery, Niberius heard, "You are right. I have a long time to wait to recharge my unrivaled connection and kill." Preparing for a normal attack on the enemy's defense, Grid added menacingly, "However, a normal attack will suffice for me, because this is a legendary item." After the attack, the passive skills of the sword and gloves were activated, and with additional blows they broke the shield, and seeing that his defense had collapsed, the old man was frightened and thought that it was not even a skill, he was just waving his sword. When Niberius was hit by the passive slashing skill, he screamed in pain, "How can this be possible?" Looking at Grid coming at him, the old man nervously thought, "The others also held out longer than I expected, but this scoundrel who hides his face on a completely different level. Just like the scum Yura who was chosen by the god Yathan himself." Watching his death approaching, my grandfather spoke with such a powerful holy force. "The Holy Order of Rebecca is involved. I heard that the Church of Rebecca has a secret branch that trains Rebecca's daughters and assassins, so you are a Templar of the Order of Rebecca." Hearing this question, Grid confidently replied, "I'm not. I'm just a fully armed man you've been ignoring for so long." Having pierced the enemy with his brand new sword, Grid confidently exclaimed, "And now fuck you." Having received a critical blow, Niberius fell back and said, "I am the messenger of the god Yatan, who died at the hands of some heretic. I need to go to the god Yatan to repent of my sins and go to hell." Watching the enemy begin to disintegrate into thin air after the system message about the death of the servant, Grid mentally said, "I finally killed him." After defeating the 4th servant, Grid received a system notification that said he had received Niberius's flute and Niberius's bracelet. After receiving the trophies, the boy joyfully exclaimed, "Wow, the old man was generous with the gifts." Looking around after defeating the envoy, Grid said disappointedly, "I wish I could properly examine the trophies, but now I need to put things in order first." Immediately afterwards, Grid threw his complete failure on his shoulder and confidently said, "Well, it's time to go and clean up the place." Moving to the location where his comrades were fighting with the servant and stopping on the roof of the house, he heard his name called out. Then he said, "I cleared my area and came here, but you guys aren't even close to finishing him off." Hearing Grid's words, Balak raised his head and thought, this kid was heading towards Niberia. He fought him, but he doesn't look strong. As soon as the enemy lost his concentration on the battle, Tut immediately attacked him and struck a blow that he managed to block, shouting, "Don't be distracted." Sitting nearby in horror and watching the fight, Grid joyfully exclaimed, "Wow, I see you like my sword. Will you buy this garbage from me and give it to me for millions of gold?" Hearing the offer from the guy, Thun replied, calling it junk and putting a price tag of millions of gold. Don't make me laugh. And then thought about calling a weapon that can easily be called one of the best in existence junk. He's definitely a psycho. After Toon's answer, Grid opened his inventory and said, "Just finish it quickly. If you don't finish it by the time I look at my trophies, I'll take all the drops from it." And Vantner replied as if we'd let you do that. At the same time, Tobin, who had taken his wounded comrade from the battlefield, said to Grid, "I saw the system notification. You've dealt with Niberius." To which he replied, "Yeah, that old man dropped a lot of cool stuff." Pulling the flute to his mouth, Grid said, "The bracelet is so-so, but the flute is interesting, like the way they play it. My class is limited by buffs and debuffs, but with this thing, they're not needed anymore." Playing a melody on the flute, Grid put debuffs on his comrades and strengthened the enemy, who eventually harmed them, and Vantner thought angrily about this fool. Having taken a dominant position in the battle against Sadak, Balak confidently exclaimed, "It looks like you have found the greatest fool among you. Thanks to you, this sword will bring even more fun." Deciding that he was out of luck, Grid jumped off the roof and burst onto the battlefield, smashing Balak's sword into pieces, saying, "That was your favorite sword, don't get me wrong. I have to make amends for what I've done." Seeing what had just happened to his weapon, Balak thought in confusion, my sword was broken in one blow, and more importantly, his huge blade with such powerful energy. I'm sure Niberius was definitely killed by this boy. While Balak was still in shock after losing his weapon, Grid said menacingly, "Hey, I haven't used a kill yet. Let's do it in one blow." And Balak was nervous, thinking he was dangerous. At the same moment, Balak ran away from the battlefield with his tail between his legs, thinking that the outcome of the battle had been decided at the moment when Niberius died. Seeing that the enemy had fled the battlefield, Grid said with a grudging smile, "That rascal runs so fast it's annoying. I never got to try my sword with the ultimatum skill." At the same moment, Grid received a system notification stating that the blacksmith's binding task was completed and Smith's life was extended by years. Immediately afterwards, Grid smiled happily and said in his head, "I think that's enough to say that it all ended in our favor." The nighttime siege of Byron Fortress ended in victory for the Tzedakah Guild. But the damage was enormous, as the guild had invested all its resources and strength in Byron Fortress in recent days. Even so, it was only thanks to Grid's appearance that things didn't end in the worst way. The press and society around the world were filled with talk of the mysterious man who had killed Yathan's servant. And there was a whole controversy over Niberius's terrible fighting skills and his exhaustion from fighting other guild members. But one thing was certain, he remained the hottest topic of conversation. At the same time, somewhere in Miami, USA, a man who owned a villa on the beach said that he had single-handedly taken out Niberius's level, and that Asuka and the Black Bear had lost to him. Throwing his head back in his chair, the man added, "I'm almost sorry to give up the place to these two." And his advisor told him that we need Asuka's money and can't lose her now. Hearing his comrade's remarks, the man stood up and said, "Our Snake Guild will gather the best from each region and create a new nation. If we continue to occupy fortresses and conquer dungeons, it will be easier to supply legendary items." The next moment, Zeeble Graven added a place in the overall ranking, wanting to watch him as the only one who can create legendary items. But it's a shame to waste time on such garbage. At the same time, Jashuka, carrying out repairs to the city again, said disappointedly, "In just half a day, what we have been rebuilding for a month has collapsed, and I have no more strength." When Jashuka saw the notification of the new character, she said happily, "I'm glad to hear it. A talented leader is very helpful now, although the conditions are quite difficult." Looking at the requirement that said the character could be discovered in rare cases if the feudal lord or his subjects had insight or higher and carried the sword of the leader, the girl said disappointedly, The insight stat was only formed after a long time as a commander or leader of a guild with mine. It would be difficult to find. Immediately after that, remembering a certain person, Jishuka confidently said, "First of all, I'll visit the one whose insight is definitely higher than mine. After a while, when I met Grid, Jishuka heard that you asked me to find an unknown talented character." Picking up the manager's sword, Grid said, "I'm actually a blacksmith." And she replied, "But you have a high insight score." Recalling how he had said when he appeared that the others were defending the northern gate, Jishuka said happily, "Isn't that why you quickly assessed the circumstances in the last battle?" Looking at the sword, Grid thought it was like an updated version of the commander's sword. "I feel like there will be a lot of trouble for nothing but giving himself away." Immediately after that, he looked at the girl and saw her wink and say, "Do me a favor, I'll personally reward you later, please." Feeling strange, Grid nervously thought why she suddenly became so attractive. "My heart is going to jump out of my chest. I'm going to have a tachycardia. Maybe she likes me. Maybe it's love." The next moment, Grid made a stony expression and added, "Yeah, but what about all the women except Irene who are a threat?" And then said, "Forget about the reward. Just help Vantner and Thun. They don't have enough money to pay for armor and Dineslice." Going to his inventory after hearing Jishuka said now the guild budget is 0, so please wait a little longer. And by the way, here's everything that the guild members managed to collect earlier. Having received the rare ore, Grid was surprised to hear that these are very valuable minerals, and you are giving them away for free because you have already given me resources and all those production methods. In response, Jishuka joyfully said, "You are our irreplaceable precious blacksmith. We must treat you well, so you will start to see the guild as a place dear to your heart." Hearing this answer, Grid smiled happily and thought I was invited to the Tzedakah Guild, not only for the benefit of it, they respect and value me. Immediately afterwards, Grid confidently said, "If you want to get along with me, call me Appa," to which Jishuka nervously replied that the guild's Appa cannot afford such frivolity. Having walked around several people in search of the same one, Grid said in amazement, "Wow, insight has already grown by units in terms of stat growth rate. The sword commander is inferior by half." Realizing how much work he still had to do, Grid said nervously, "In this village, I'll have to check the NPC, but I'll kill some birds with one stone and at the same time pump up my insight and find new cadets for the knights." As soon as he said this, he received a notification that said the user Yura was asking for permission to dialogue, and Grid was surprised to hear that Yura was there. After accepting the request, Grid heard I was watching the broadcast of the battle in Byron, but I was a little late with the call. "A man in a veil, a descendant of Pagma, a member of your guild." Hearing this, Grid was nervous, thinking that the battle was broadcast well, so he thought to cover his face just in case, and then said, "Well, it looks like it is, except why are you calling me?" Hearing the question, Yura answered, "I thought I'd come to see the pet you were talking about, and it was interesting to hear about the descendant of Pagma." And Grid added that you were Yathan's servant, and the guild would definitely not approve of your appearance here. Hearing this, Yura replied, "I'll disguise myself. Everything will go well if you keep it a secret. We have a special relationship, but you don't need to think of me as an enemy." Before Grid could answer, he heard her say, "See you later in the village of Baron." And then she disconnected, and Grid nervously exclaimed, "What special relationship? Don't say that. It could be misunderstood." The next moment, behind him, Grid heard a familiar voice saying, "There you are." Looking back, Grid saw Thun holding out his sword and saying, "I've come to return the sword. I'd like to take it, but I don't think I can afford it. I'm not rich enough to pay millions of gold pieces." Taking the sword in his hands, Grid asked in surprise, "Aren't you famous in your homeland? Taking a place in the world ranking? You can make decent money on the mass media. All the members of the guild make money on this." Jishuka received several hundred million for advertising alone. Hearing this from Grid, Tun replied, "I don't know about the others, but I'm not popular." To which Grid exclaimed in surprise that he hadn't heard. Then Tun nervously exclaimed, and I said that I am not popular. No one offers me anything like that. All I earn is 1,000 gold pieces a week for hunting. After receiving the answer, Grid thought thousands of Gold Runner's equipment is worth at least thousands at this rate. He will drop in the rankings only because of the limitations of his equipment. Looking at the ashamed Thun, Grid thought, "I was sure that all runners were rich. That's why I borrowed the sword, and yet it's commendable that he came to return it." The next moment, Thun said, "Anyway, let me ask you one question. What were you thinking when you gave me the sword? What if I ran away with it, remembering our first meeting? Our relationship is not at that level to borrow expensive weapons." Grid replied with a happy smile, But you returned it. What's the point of thinking about it now? If you find a suitable production method during the hunt, bring it to me. If you can pay, I will make you equipment for a reasonable price. Hearing these words, Thun thought, after many wanderings and failures in life, I joined the Italian mafia. Recalling his past, he added that although it lasted for 6 months, I committed all kinds of crimes, excluding murder. Like a cursed man, I robbed, got into fights, and humiliated everyone around me, repeating it over and over again. Immediately after the stomp, I continued, and suddenly I accidentally encountered the world of Satisfy, a majestic landscape that I had never seen before. It was nothing but a light that gave me hope to start over. Recalling the sad ending with the mafia, he added that I had to gouge out my left eye to leave the group. But I didn't care, because one eye would be enough to continue seeing this world. Even with the rebirth here, this place still had a similar form of society, and I could only speak the language of violence. So I ended up back in the dark alleys, but I had to change and do something about it. Recalling the story of Sadak, Toon mentally added, I joined the guild and headed the guard. Even if it was just one step, I would try to follow a different path. Determined to live a new life if I could prove it to someone. He then called out to Grid, listen, I was pretty rude to you and your work in the past. Hearing Grid's apology, he looked back and smiled and said, forget about it. Just be better from now on. First of all, stop spitting on the ground. You look like a scoundrel. It's not nice to see. Hearing Grid's request, Tun thought, for the first time in my life, someone treated me like a friend without any conditions, and this guy said, okay, I'll try to make it up to you. Noticing that he was looking at him strangely, Grid nervously said, hey, go away and don't make such a strange face. To which Tun happily replied, I'll go to work. Nervous about the strange behavior, Grid said that this is happening to everyone today. Jishuka and Yura, and now this idiot. Maybe I've become too sensitive after the talent search. Immediately afterwards, Grid mentally said, by the way, if the fight was broadcast, then the Pabranium was also revealed. I was planning to participate in the incognito pupil competition. I have to do something about it. Thinking of a way to improve the Pabranium, Grid headed to Smith's forge. Trying to hug Grid, Smith joyfully exclaimed, stop resisting, grab hold of me, hero of Byron. To which Grid nervously replied, what do you mean, grab hold of me? Stay where you are. The next moment, putting his hand on Smith's shoulder, Grid brought his blacksmithing skills up to par. Seeing that his skills had grown, the blacksmith exclaimed in amazement, oh, Grid, what happened? Smiling happily, Grid replied, it's nothing, I'm just not an ordinary hero. I'm an almighty hero, and now you're in your prime, so you'll have a lot more work. Immediately after these words, Grid asked if I could use the local equipment, and Smith replied, of course, as you wish. A few seconds later, putting the material on the anvil, Grid thought Pabranium, taking the Malachus barrier as a basis. I turned it into a shield, which reduced the attack power. It is too small if you try to have only 2 blades. Putting on gloves, he added, in any case, none of the pets can destroy the Pabranium for a greater probability of victory. I will make it in such a shape that it can do maximum damage. Sometime after the forging was completed, Grid went to meet Yuri. Meeting her outside the walls, he said, you're wrapped up, even though you came quickly, but it's still scary to appear in the center of the enemy camp, even for the mighty Yuri. Hearing these words from Grid, the girl replied that if I was scared, I would not show myself in the open fields at all. It would just be problematic if someone recognized me. Immediately after that, the girl added, stop wasting time and show your pet. Hearing this, Grid ran to the walls of the fortress and exclaimed, it's cold. I wanted to tease you longer. Great. I just finished, so I'll try it out while it's warm. Running away from Yura a few meters, Grid raised his hand and exclaimed, okay, throw a stone at me. Hearing the request and picking up a stone, Yura replied, I don't see a pet. You're definitely ready. I'll take your word for it. Immediately after that, the girl threw a rock at the boy. Seeing a small stone flying at him, Grid said disappointedly, hey, you could have tried harder, but I won't really demonstrate anything. Immediately afterwards, with a sly smile, Grid added, besides, I need to see your surprised face, Yura. Pierce through it. As soon as the stone was within reach, it instantly shattered into dust. Then Grid said, I put a lot of effort into creating its shape. Drawing attention to the needle-shaped Pabranium, Grid added, although it does not look like an ordinary pet. Seeing what had happened to the stone, Yura said in surprise that it was a pet and that it had the same color. Before she could finish speaking, a loud thud sounded right between them, and Grid shielded his hand from the dust and exclaimed, what the hell was that sudden explosion? A few seconds later, when the dust cleared, Lady Irene's subject said to Viscount Grid, are you all right? To which he replied, Sir Phoenix, you are. The next moment, Irene herself appeared and said I could not watch in silence as my dear husband worked on the restoration of Byron. And when I saw you, I thought you had come out to meet your friend. Immediately after, the girl added nervously, but Sir Phoenix recognized her as the 8th servant of Yathan who had kidnapped me and asked what was going on here, Grid. Hearing his wife's voice and looking in her direction, Grid nervously thought, what the hell is wrong with my luck? Why am I attracting so many people today? The next moment, Lady Irene nervously said, my dear husband, why are you with this girl? Hearing Lady Irene's reaction to finding Grid with her, Jura thought that if she called him her husband, it meant that Grid had married Lady Winston. Preparing for battle against Jura, Sir Phoenix exclaimed nervously, she is our sworn enemy. Hundreds of our soldiers have died at her hands, Mr. Viscount. We need an explanation. Pulling out a weapon from his inventory to deflect suspicion, Grid thought, this is the worst possible time to do this. Not only will I be suspected of treason, but my sympathy will be reduced, so I need to come up with something. Trying to somehow get out of this situation, Grid shouted out, a vile devil. I thought that by getting close to me you could get to my wife's neck. Having deliberately missed a shot a few centimeters away from Jura, Grid heard her say, well, I understood everything, but these needles look like the discs that someone used during the invasion. Immediately after leaving the battlefield, Jura added with a smile, anyway, I saw your pet, and I have a pretty good idea what you're hiding, so I'll say goodbye without a doubt. You're an important asset to South Korea, Mr. Legendary Class Owner, respected descendant of Pagma. Immediately after that, the girl used her flight skill and quickly disappeared into the sky. Turning to his wife, who had fallen to the ground from nerves, Grid said to Irene, don't worry, it's over. Looking at his worried wife, Grid added confidently, I know you were surprised, but trust me, you have nothing to worry about because I am on your side now. And so 4 days passed after Grid's discovery of Jura and the demonstration battle. Bowing before Jishuk's assistant, she said, we were able to rebuild the village of Byron. Only thanks to your soldiers and support, I will never forget your mercy and will repay the debt in your time of need. Hearing Jishuka's gratitude, Lady Irene replied, Grid's comrades' business and mine. I hope you will continue to be someone Grid can rely on. Turning her gaze to her husband, Lady Irene said, then I will take the warriors and return to Winston, continue to guard the peace of the village of Byron Baroness Jishuka. At the same moment, Wantner, who was standing behind Grid, said angrily, Grid, you are so happy. You spent several days with Lady Irene and did not even leave the fortress. Apparently, your honeymoon is in full swing. Hearing this, Grid looked back at Wantner and looked at him with a look full of hatred. Grid said angrily, you'd better shut up if you don't know anything, Wantner. You know the agonizing pain of restraint when you can't even share a night together and just go to bed. To which he replied in surprise, what are you talking about? Immediately afterwards, Grid shed tears and said, if you're so jealous, then go ahead and get married yourself. To which Wantner nervously replied, I don't know what happened, but I'm sorry. Interrupting Grid's conversation with Wantner, Lady Irene said to Grid, I have to go back, and he looked around and replied, Irene is fine. Immediately afterwards, the girl said shyly, I suppose such a great man has many troubles, but I expect your soon return, and I was happy to see you after a long separation and more. Trying to control herself, the girl added excitedly, next time, let's have a more pleasant evening. I'll be waiting. Hearing that the girl herself could not wait to repeat the first wedding night again, Grid covered his mouth with his hand and cried in despair, saying in his head, forgive me, damn developers. As he said goodbye to his wife, Grid thought, full of regrets, I've spent a lot of time with Irene, but I can't dwell on it. Looking at the trail of his wife and the army, Grid mentally added, I must hurry up and finish the business here if I want to return as soon as possible. And then said, well then, let's finish the talent search. Walking along the rocks where the village of Grid still had possessions, I arrived at the mines of Bayron in search of prominent personalities. Walking tiredly downhill and picking up a pebble, the boy said disappointedly, I didn't find any talents among the scanned ones, but it's cool that I've improved my insight and patience, and God knows when I'll finish scanning everyone here. Seeing the mine workers in front of him, Grid thought it was logical that if the work on restoring the outer wall of the fortress was almost complete, everyone would return to their duties. Remembering his past, Grid thought, if you think about it, I used to mine ore here during my low levels. Then even going up took all the juice out of me. It seems like it was so long ago. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a piece of ore mined by one of the miners, who saw that it had hit Grid, and the man said awkwardly, oh, I'm sorry. It happens, don't be offended. And he replied, it's okay. It's a common thing in this kind of work. But suddenly an angry voice came from behind the man saying, "Again, Mr. Meikle, you're throwing stones again." And the man nervously said, "Oh shit, he's starting again, that bastard." The next moment, a young man appeared on the horizon and added in an angry tone, "You shouldn't take flying debris for granted, but minimize it, as I've told you many times before, or can be easily preserved if you pay close attention to the texture of the mineral." Nervously watching the young boy who was telling off the experienced miner, Grid said, "Seriously, you're so grown up, and you haven't learned how to hold a pickaxe. Just look at you. You've turned all the ore into sand." Watching the boy scold the man, Grid thought, he looks years old, but he has incredible power of influence. In the past, I would not have even known about the existence of such a small man. Immediately after smiling slyly, Grid added, "But with the current level of my insight stat, I can confidently say that this boy will grow up to be quite interesting." At the same time, somewhere in Byron where the Tzedok Guild had gathered, Vantner asked Toban that the population had exceeded 1,000, and wasn't it too much for the village, to which he replied that they needed to raise internal policies as soon as possible and expand to the city. Immediately after Tobin confidently added that things had taken a pleasant turn thanks to the broadcast of the battle, the Tzedok Guild had gained new fans, many of whom had settled here. Hearing this, Vantner exclaimed happily, "I wonder why girls are looking at me differently," and Pon replied, "I have more dreams. I'm just lucky to be a hot topic thanks to our leader's defense." Continuing to talk about the last battle, Tobin sighed heavily and said it was a big problem that Pon and Rega could not fight at full strength. Of course, they could try to break through and continue the battle, but then the village would be unfit for recovery. Suddenly breaking into the conversation, Falker added that somehow the village blacksmith Smith had achieved advanced skill and therefore would increase the power of weapons and armed forces, to which Tobin said to him in displeasure, scared him, warned him or something before appearing out of nowhere. Ignoring Tobin's words, Falker confidently added, "It's all Grid's fault. At first he seemed selfish to me, but something has definitely changed, and if our friend is not standing still, we must keep up with him." Keeping up the conversation, Ibelin happily exclaimed, "We saw the broadcast even in camouflage. He looked so cool." And then Lila added, "I also watched Jashuka's rescue. It was just fantastic." Hearing the comments of his friends, Vantner said slyly, "Maybe that's why Jashuka has been looking at Grid in a strange way lately," to which Tobin replied seriously, "She finally started looking at the men." Immediately after that, Tobin added thoughtfully, "We were all called to the library, so she must be around. And there she is. So let's ask her directly." To which Wantner exclaimed, "Boogaloo, should I risk my life and ask her about it?" The next moment, Vantner snuck up on Jashuka and said, driving the girl into the paint, "Grid is married, so you're fine with that." Hearing these words, Jashuka attacked Wantner, knocking her husband to the ground, kicking him and nervously shouting, "Die, you bastard, die!" Just as Grid was about to sing along to the meeting and saw this picture, he was surprised to hear everyone gathered. Hearing the boy's voice, Tobin turned in his direction and said in surprise, "Grid, why are you wearing armor and who else did you bring with you?" Sitting the disgruntled boy down at the table, Grid said confidently, putting his hand on his head, "This boy did not believe in the majesty of his master, so I temporarily dressed up. Greet him. His name is Miner." As soon as Grid had finished introducing the boy, he exclaimed irritably, "I can't take it anymore. I'm a miner, and why should I, the future king of miners, read any books?" Giving the agitated boy a slap to calm him down, Grid said, "Stop doubting my words and learn to read 2 books at a time." Grabbing his forehead, Miner exclaimed in displeasure that what a mockery. Why should I spend all my time on books? And then thought, this devil, you'll see. One day I will take revenge. At the same time, looking at Miner, Grid mentally said, of course, now he does not understand the book in the hands that held the pickaxe every day. Then turning his gaze to the weapon, Grid added, thanks to the sword of the manager, I can see in detail the skills of the object, the threshold for the development of stats in the ordinary inhabitant of the units, but he has unacceptably high rates. Smiling happily, Grid confidently thought, a hidden talent seems rather strange, but all his skills are not lower than S level for me as a blacksmith. He is an indispensable partner. I have found a great character, my mineral detector. The next moment, Grid's thoughts were interrupted by a soldier who informed Viscount Grid that there were guests at Smith's forge, to which he replied that they had finally arrived. Hearing the soldier's report, Jishuk asked in surprise who the guest was to meet, to which Grid replied, I was expecting someone, and I've almost finished my work here, so I'll stop by on the way to Winston. Taking with him the sword of command for assessing his subjects, Grid smiled happily and said, I'll borrow it for a while, I'll need it. After a while, when Grid arrived at the forge, he heard the voice of Kuroi, who joyfully exclaimed, "Mr. Grid, I have returned with the task. Everything is fine here." Hearing about the completed mission, Grid smiled happily and said, well done, and the level of the soldiers has risen on average by a degree of casualties as well. You have become stronger. Immediately after these sit-downs, turning his attention to the captain of the 13th Company, Grid mentally said, "But Jude is the one who catches the eye the most." Evaluating his changes, Grid nervously thought his level went up by 1 and all stats went up by 1, so it turns out that his characteristics went up by 1 and his level went up by 1, an impressive increase. After finishing the evaluation of the soldiers, Grid thought in general, I checked the information about the skills with the sword, and then said to Kuroi, "What is the most important sulfide scales?" Hearing the question from Grid, Kuroi happily exclaimed, "That's right. I've prepared everything that you are going to do with them." And then I thought he would praise me. Looking at his subject, Grid said, "You've gotten the sword skill after receiving the 2nd class. We've gathered the materials, so we're going back to Winston." With a sly smile, Grid said, "We'll make you a sword and my special armor, and I need to gather some things before the international competition." At the same time, in the real world, one of the huge televisions on the building showed a data portal statistic that was published today that was worthy of attention. Displaying the announced statistics, the TV presenter added that according to their information, the number of tourists who visited our country this month exceeded the mark of thousands of people. Showing the statistics in close-up, the presenter added that the number of visitors during the Olympic Games ranged from thousands of people, and given the financial failures in recent years, it is safe to say that a new successful international event is coming. Putting the statistics aside, the TV presenter added that with the international competition satisfied to be held next week, a huge capital gain is expected. 4 months after the siege of the Byron fortress by the Jotun Church, the village of Byron was completely rebuilt, and in the real world, everyone was buzzing about the upcoming competition. However, none of this could attract Grid's attention at the moment, as he was fully concentrating on a small cave in the north of the Eternal Kingdom. At the same time, lying on the stones near the cave, Miner tiredly said, "This last one, let's finish it already." Suddenly, right in front of him, he saw a crowd of orcs appearing from somewhere in the forest. Drooling after the discovery, one of the orcs said in his own language, "Let's grab the human cub," to which the other replied, "It's a delicacy." Without showing any signs of fear, Miner yawning said, "You guys who didn't hear the explosions, I advise you to run away." Hearing these words from the boy, one of the orcs swung his axe and shouted angrily, "How dare you not show fear? I will disembowel your corpse." Before he could strike, all his comrades and he himself fell from the weapon of Grid, who returned from the cave, and one of the orcs said in confusion where this huge sword came from. Holding his complete failure in his hands, Grid said in frustration, "I had prevented the encounter with the golems, but I was trapped by Bram. He reveals my presence, so even with the stealth skill I'd worked so hard to develop, nothing changed." Hearing Grid's disgruntled tone, Miner replied insulted, "Give it back to me if you don't need it. I'm in danger here while I wait for you outside, or get it over with." Taking off his invisibility gear, Grid happily said, "Do you have any idea how much effort it took me to make this? I want it to be worth all this money and effort. Isn't it gorgeous, my hoodie with the zipper?" Ignoring the question about the equipment, Miner asked, "What did you find? What were you looking for?" To which he replied, "Well, it means that the traps are not difficult to prevent." Holding the egg in his hand, Grid happily announced that this is the 7th Pabranium I found. Thanks to you, we have collected all the Pabranium in the north of the Eternal Kingdom. Taking his little assistant under his arm, Grid joyfully exclaimed, "Miner, your information was correct. It was not for nothing that I trained you. Now it's time to go back." Hearing these words from Grid, Miner said unhappily, "I asked you not to bring up this topic. Because of this, I constantly catch flashbacks of those months of imprisonment in the library." After receiving the last piece, Grid happily said, "You'll get better at it when you get smarter," to which Miner replied, "How many times do I have to tell you that this body should be the king of miners?" Continuing the journey back to Winston, Grid mentally said to me, "I myself would like to leave you alone. But, remembering Bram who had told him to create a bowl of souls if you can, I will give you all the Pabranium that remains." Grid mentally added the conditions for receiving all the Pabranium that the great magician Bram had left on the continent. Recalling that very moment, Grid continued his thoughts. To create a bowl of souls from Pabranium requires the blessing of the 4 gods, and since I have become a blood enemy of the Church of Jotun, it is now impossible to do so, but it has shaken them up. Shifting his gaze to Minor, Grid happily added in his head, I was incredibly lucky to run into Minor thanks to his mineral detection abilities, which is enhanced by his intelligence. I can now find the Pabranium at the same time. Minor sighed heavily, thinking what is in this guy's head. Smiling happily, Grid added confidently, now I don't have to craft this damn dog bowl to help the ghost resurrect. I can collect all the Pabranium on my own. At the same time, somewhere in the cave from which Grid had taken the Pabranium, Bram angrily said to the descendant of Pagma sitting in the chest, You rascal. Being in one of the still unopened chests, he added that not only did you make a fool of me by breaking your promise, but you also simply took the Pabranium, ignoring my fragment of souls. Continuing to express his dissatisfaction, the part of the soul imprisoned in the chest added angrily, What a vile scoundrel! Did the descendant of Pagma begin to doubt my identity. Gathering all my strength, the angry spirit said, If I can't revive with his help, I need to prepare a plan B, but I will never forget what you did. At the same time, the nervous voice of a girl, Cora, was heard in the game developer's office, telling the director an urgent message, to which he replied what was wrong with Yun-Nahi. Then the girl hastily reported that the condition for obtaining the new legendary class descendant of Bram had been fulfilled. Hearing this, Lim Cholho smiled slyly and said, Wow, this is getting interesting. Grid has finally learned the truth about Bram, that he was the biggest liar and thief in the world. Hearing this question, Yun-Nahi nervously replied, You know he can't have guessed that. To which the principal replied, That's true, but he's applied to the national competition, so it should be fun. After hearing the message from the director, the girl said that it was also not worth counting on. There was a high probability that he would not show himself. Hearing this, the director smiled and said, You never know what to expect from this guy, so let's bet whether he will participate or not. At the same time, somewhere in Khan's cousin's house, Grid, having accepted the order from Tobin, said in surprise, Wait, you think that by giving me a production method without any materials he needs? Looking at his friend with a bewildered look, Grid added, Your fire shield, which you are so obsessed with, will create itself. Tell me how I will make the fire shield you want so much if all you give me is this air, huh, Tobin? Hearing Grid's remarks, Tobin said nervously, Please, Grid, I can't get the firestone on my own. But with Minor's skill as a mineral master, we can find out about the deposit. Hearing this, Grid sighed in disappointment and said, The mineral master skill is not omnipotent either. Without good clues, even Minor won't be able to find the ore. I've been saying that for months. Slamming his head on the table in frustration, Tobin said, But I need the fire shield and its high resistance to fire attribute to raid the Phoenix in a few days, to which Grid replied, But not with willpower. Firestone is an ore that has absorbed the energy of powerful flames, a material for creating fire-type items with a high probability of obtaining when hunting a certain boss. Grid thought so, Firestone. Immediately after, trying to comfort Tobin, Grid said, I already told Minor to investigate and you should stop with these scenes, to which he replied sadly. The next moment, Minor burst into the forge and nervously exclaimed, I found out the location of the Firestone and how it was obtained. Hearing the urgent message from Minor, Tobin nervously exclaimed, You're serious now? Putting the letter with the information on the table, Minor heard Tobin say the island of Kokoro in the southern sea of the Eternal Kingdom, and Tobin replied that it would take a week to get there. But with the magic of flight, it would be 3 times faster. After learning the place of extraction of this material, Tobin nervously thought Kokoro Island is in this place for sure. Immediately after Tobin climbed into the directory, seeing this, Grid asked him what he was doing, to which he replied, I'm looking for information about the guild. Finding the information he needed in the directory, Tobin nervously said in his head, Silver Knights Guild. Immediately after that, Tobin said, Listen, Gardi, thanks for finding out about it, but it looks like we have to give up this area belongs to the Silver Knights Guild. Tobin looked away and added, On paper, they are inferior to us, but they are a cohesive guild with more members, and their leader is one of the top-ranked players in the world. The next moment, Tobin added, I want to get the ore, but an unauthorized invasion could lead to a war between the guilds. According to the guild's charter, you cannot enter someone else's territory without permission, but one day I will officially send a request for permission to cooperate, although it costs a lot of money. After hearing the unpleasant news, Tobin smiled nervously and said, From the very beginning, we were going to mine the materials on our own. Sorry to bother you. Thank you for finding out. Hearing Tobin's owl, Grid mentally said, They all as one strictly keep their promises without using any tricks. Immediately afterwards, Grid said to the blacksmith, Forgive me, Khan, if I leave the forge for a few days, to which he replied, Oh, you don't have to report to me. Smiling happily, the old man added, "There's nothing wrong with your intentions. Go in peace and gather materials with good intentions. That is another of the good qualities of a blacksmith." Grid said confidently as he pulled on a sweatshirt with a zipper. "Toban, consider this a reward for your obedience. No problem with this sweatshirt. No mouse will notice me. Just get ready to bring me compensation because I will consider this a business trip." 2 days have passed since that moment in real time, and here is South Korea, the opening ceremony of the first International Satisfy competition. Standing in the middle of the stage, the host solemnly spoke. In the first international competition was attended by countries each of which has more than one player who showed the best in quests prepared for the competition in general. A person from each country with an average level participates. The official opening was also watched in the main building of SA Group, from where it was also heard that the profits from the event will be invested in the country's economy and will go to the needs of society. Dear viewers, let's give a big hand to SA Group and the Korean management. After calling on the crowd to applaud, the host added to those who made this competition possible. Reviewing the statistics of this event, Yoon Na-hee said that thousands of tourists had an effect on the economy that far exceeded the expectations of the management, and that many applications from other countries had been received to host the next competition. Continuing to scroll through the statistics after the opening of the competition, the girl exclaimed in amazement that the support of citizens was simply enormous, and that our shares had also jumped in price. Hearing this, the director mentally said that the runners who arrived in Korea have invested astronomical amounts of money. Billions of people from all over the world may be getting great entertainment for the first time in a long time. Nervous of the responsibility that fell on him, Lim Chol-ho added in his mind that the world I created transcends physical language and international barriers, and gives happiness that even God himself cannot give. I am close to making my name in history. At the same time, at the beginning of the competition, one of the players wondered why Jishuka was behaving so strangely, to which the other replied, "I don't know, but she has been looking for someone from the Korean team for a long time." After saying this, the man added thoughtfully, "I think his name was Grid." At that moment, being in the game, Grid, having reached the island, happily said, "Oh, almost there. The journey took about an hour. It's further than I thought. I just got here by breaking through, but the size is about the same as Jeju Island, really huge." Immediately after saying this, Grid smiled slyly and said, "Still, we have a whole carload of time left. Miner said that to collect the firestones we need to come at a certain time. I'll slowly get to you, so wait for me, Hellfire Lord Helgao." Just as he was about to fly to the island, he thoughtfully said, "Anu, but wait. It seems that there was some important event planned for today." After arriving on the island, Grid arrived at the cafe and said to the waiter, "Please, all the dishes from the special menu," to which he replied, "Wow, everything from the menu will be prepared now." Looking back at the waiter who headed for the kitchen, Grid thought, Kuroi said that the more you order from the NPC merchant, the higher his sympathy for helping you get information. By the way, the infrastructure here is very developed for the island, as if the Silver Knights Guild runs it, so they did their best. Immediately after these thoughts, Grid exclaimed, "Excuse me, I came to see the monster Helgao. You do not know where to look for him too," which the merchant exclaimed, frightened, "Why do you need this devil cannibal as a real suicide?" Immediately afterwards, the man added in confusion, "You know the legend of the strongest swordsman Muller, who sealed demons years ago. He burned the devil's flesh, but could not seal his soul, which is said to still appear in the world sometimes." Having received the new information, Grid mentally said the strongest legendary sacred sword Muller, even such as he could not destroy this monster. The next moment, paying attention to the soldiers who were heading somewhere nearby, Grid asked who those people were, and the NPC replied that they were the army of the Silver Knights Guild. Turning his gaze to his guest, the NPC added, "They say that the vile devil has reappeared. I hope they are prepared enough to withstand his flames." Holding a tray with a plate in his hands, the NPC added, "Before you go to face this devil, it wouldn't hurt to paint your equipment with firestone." To which Grid replied in surprise, "I will." Then the NPC happily said, "To resist the black flame of the devil, which is hotter than the malachite flame of the demon race, find old Ellen on the South Street and tell her my name. She will sell it to you cheaper." Hearing the advice about dying, Grid was surprised to add that Grandma Ellen. Arriving at his grandmother's house and agreeing to dye his armor, Grid heard that by soaking the firestone with my secret method, he could get a dye that contains flame energy, and if he coated his armor with it, it would increase its resistance to flame. To which Grid replied that Mephril armor could also be dyed. Hearing the question, the grandmother confidently said that Firestone is a symbol of harmony. It can be combined with anything. And Grid looked at the pot of paint and said, "There is so much power in a stone." Looking at the paint, Grid thought, "Thanks to immunity to debuffs, I can prevent burns, but this does not apply to damage from fire, so I would need to resist it." Taking out his armor, Grid said confidently, "Then please take care of my armor and gloves," and then thought that fire damage resistance would be enough. Taking Grid's armor, the grandmother confidently said, "Don't worry, you can trust me." As soon as she unwrapped them, she thought with amazement that they were beautiful and without any flaws. The dwarf's craftsmanship and quality of the product surpassed even their skill in coloring. And it was the first time I had seen such an exquisite product. Immediately afterwards, my grandmother excitedly exclaimed, "Please trust me. I will put my whole soul into this masterpiece so that no one can damage it." Watching her grandmother work, Ellen Grid was amazed to think that her grandmother and another craftswoman could not spill a single drop of paint on the golden painting. Deep in thought, the boy added, "Besides, her hand didn't falter during several hours of work. I can't miss the opportunity," and then applied the skill of insight. Upon completion of the work, the grandmother breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you, thanks to you. I had the pleasure of working with a product of the highest quality. You are now a portrait." Inspecting his improved armor, Grid happily thought, "It's really cool. The red color goes well with the gold. I can even feel the aura of coolness surrounding me." After examining the buffs of the armor, Grid added, "But more importantly, the resistance to fire damage of the armor increased by and the gloves by an incredibly useful buff." Pleased with the buffs, Grid thought it was great, but there was one more thing to add, and then he said, "Get it together." Immediately after that, a tail of vibranium appeared behind Grid's back, and the boy thought, "A new piece of processed vibranium is just like the Demon King. It fits my needs perfectly." With a sly smile, Grid mentally said to the raid on the Infernal Gao, "There is 1 hour left. I will try to sneak in unnoticed. Just don't get caught by the Silver Knights Guild." And at the same time, the guild gathered in front of the entrance heard someone shout out, "Despite the numerous failures, we all gathered together again." Trying to raise the morale of his comrades, the commander added that we had defeated the Sakura Guild that had encroached on the island, declaring it a reward for their military contribution, and now Kokoro Island was a place given to us by the Eternal Kingdom. Immediately after the highest sword placement in the overall ranking, the leader of the Silver Knights Guild exclaimed that our Silver Knights Guild, representing Satisfy, will turn this place into a stronghold for the cultivation of Korean runners. Immediately after the motivating speech, the leader mentally said, "Korea's status and Satisfy is too low. I had already rejected the offer of Yura and the Korean leadership to participate in a hopeless competition." Thinking back to the old days when Korea was in the top of the supreme sword thought in the past, Korea's fame as a country with the best gamers was a cause for pride for me. Immediately after, the man mentally added, "I will not let it fade in memories," after which he exclaimed, "Today we will defeat the Infernal Gao and rise from our knees all to attack." At the same time, at the opening ceremony, the voice of the host was heard saying that we are now in South Korea at the opening ceremony of the first international Satisfy competition. After that, the presenter added that unfortunately it was reported that the runner Hash Kruger will not be present, but it is known that all the top runners will take part, as well as a player from the world's top, which is quite worthy of expectations. Moving the camera to one of the players, the host said that at the moment the U.S. player Z-Ball, who was elected as a representative, says the oath. The average level of U.S. players is impressive. At least the players are among the top users. The country can be called a strong contender for victory. Changing the angle to Yura, the host added that despite the fact that it is the organizer of the event with a weak lineup of players, South Korea is predicted to take the last place, and some have suggested that the country of the descendant of Pagma could become a game changer. After announcing all the participants, the TV presenter said, "Tomorrow, we will have the first day of the competition. We are all very much counting on the support of Satisfy users around the world." At the same time, Pan went out for a walk and a meeting in the real world and said, "Wow, there are so many stylish people here. Wow, cool leader, look at that person." To which Jishuka replied, "Pan, stop looking around." Looking away from Pan, the girl nervously said, "We've known each other for more than a year. I never would have thought he was like this." And Jishuka replied, "It's like coming back from Satisfy to reality. But what about me?" Looking at another friend who was attracting a lot of stupid attention, Jishuka replied, Regas, you're the only one in the worst position here, to which he replied, but this is a taekwondo country. Sitting down at a table in the cafe, Pan said it was a shame that Krugel wasn't participating. It was such a chance to fight him, and now he had to try his hand at Z-ball. Hearing this, Regas was surprised to hear Pan ask if Spain was not concerned about achievements. Are you so different from Britain? And Pan replied that no, Spain is not. It's just my personal goal. Hearing this, Regas added happily, although I myself was all excited to be in the homeland of Taekwondo for so many years, participating in international Taekwondo competitions and only now visiting South Korea for the first time in years. Then Pan replied to him that all the media attention was focused on the United States, probably because it surpasses other countries in terms of the level and number of runners. The next moment, Jishuka banged on the table and angrily exclaimed, "Where the hell is this grid?" To which Pan nervously exclaimed, taking the cup of coffee from the table, but still no answer from the leader. Then Jishuka nervously replied that the rascal hadn't even read the notice for the opening ceremony and didn't show up. He was not going to participate in the competition at all. In a fit of rage, Jishuka angrily shouted out, "Grid, where are you and what the hell are you doing there?" At the same time, on the island of Kokoro, the guildmaster nervously said only one fire attack, and half of the guild thought after that, this time we're going to lose. Then Grid, whose disguise had fallen off, said disappointedly, taking off his sweatshirt, "I wondered why my disguise had disappeared. I was discovered by Hell's Gao. Well, then I won't need it anymore." Hiding the sweatshirt in his inventory, Grid said confidently, "I'll get the ore quickly and get out of here." Looking around, Regas said in surprise, "It seems that in this event, South Korea is not paid any attention at all. With the exception of Yura, most of the players of the Korean team are considered weak opponents. They are not even considered as rivals." Hearing this, Jishuka lowered her head sadly, while Pan said it was quite likely when there are a lot of runners around. And in any case, to achieve the goal, we need to survive first. Interrupting the guy's conversation with a sudden rise, Jishuka said, "I'm going back to the hotel." Heading toward the exit, the girl confidently added, "Right now I'm going to connect to Satisfy and personally ask Grid for his home address." Hearing this, Pan smiled and said she was definitely moving on him, to which Regas replied, "Well, that's hardly the only reason." Also getting up from his seat, Pan confidently said, "To hell with it. First of all, let's concentrate on the competition. If you think about the battle against the runners, even gaining experience can be a big advantage." Following Jishuka, Pan said in surprise, "By the way, Grid is really going to participate." To which Regas replied, "Hey, everyone will be surprised if he shows up." Immediately afterwards, the guy confidently added, "I think that only we see South Korea as a serious obstacle to victory, which will be a big surprise for people who only follow the United States." Hearing this, Pan looked back at his friend and said, "At first, the news about the competition didn't impress me much, but now that the competition has already begun, I'm eager to win." Jishuka joined the conversation of her friends and looked back at them and said, "All three of us are in the top places in the world rankings, and I'm sure we will get a lot of points." The next moment, smiling happily, the girl confidently added that no matter what the outcome, the Tzedaka Guild would regain its former reputation in this competition. Recalling the guy who is currently mining the materials for Tobin's shield, Jishuka said, "The equipment that Grid has crafted for us in recent months has made us all much stronger." At the same time, Grid was mining ore under the attacks of the boss's hellfire, and he felt almost nothing and could continue without any problems. Looking at the boy, who was completely indifferent to the boss's attacks, the Silver Knights Guildmaster said in surprise, "How can you be okay?" Heading with her comrades to the hotel to plunge into the world of Satisfy, Jishuka confidently said, "Our guild has a unique advantage that no other guild has." Looking back at his comrades, the Supreme Sword nervously thought, "A pillar of fire mowed down half of my men at once. Even fire resistance doesn't help." After that, turning his gaze to Grid, the Supreme Sword added in surprise, "By the way, who is this guy? The flame does not take him at all." After which he heard an angry exclamation from Grid, "How tired of you." Looking back at Hell Gao and drawing his sword, Grid shouted angrily, "Get out of here! I'm not going to fight you!" Looking at the way he swung his sword and dealt damage to the boss, the Supreme Sword thought, even the best guild domestics could not harm Hell Gao, and he did it with his first attack. Incredible attack power and defense. He definitely has a hidden class. Also, paying attention to the guy's weapon, the Guildmaster added moreover, the energy from the sword indicates that it is pumped to plus level, which is incredibly expensive and almost a chance, which is why I rarely saw equipment sharpened to plus. Gritting his teeth in discontent, the swordsman thought to himself, Perhaps he was not only the owner of a hidden class, but also a rich and very happy thoughtless rich son. Immediately after thinking, the Supreme Sword exclaimed, "You are a Japanese spy of the Sakura Guild. Do not interfere with our raid," to which Grid replied in surprise that the Sakura Guild, I am actually Korean. Hearing the nationality of the mysterious guy, the soldiers of the Silver Sword Guild began to exclaim that he was Korean. Well, wow, what a turnaround. We are Koreans too. Nice to meet you. I don't think we have such pros besides the High Sword and Yura. I knew that someday our country would have top rankers. Preparing to strike at Hel Gao, Grid said angrily, "What do you mean by interfering? Didn't you see that I was the only one who hurt him while you were trying?" Immediately after these words, Grid used Pagma's sword skill to kill the monster with a critical hit. After the attack, Grid confidently added, "I don't care about this monster, and if I wanted to, I could easily smash you from behind. I only came here for the Firestones, so let everyone go about their business." Immediately after these words, Grid mentally said, "There is no way these guys can defeat this beast, this monster." Looking at the Infernal Gao in front of him, Grid thought, "Not only can I not estimate its combat power, but it didn't even lose health from a critical hit with a kill. Even with my passive immortality skill, I'm not sure it can be defeated." Continuing to mine, or Grid said in his head, "And on top of everything else, this monster of hell, I have a bad feeling I will get 3 Firestones for Tobin's shield and escape." Suddenly, the Hel Gao said to Grid in a menacing tone, "Hey, you are not allowed to touch anything that a lowly human being is allowed to touch." Entering into battle with the enemy to inflict some damage on him, the Supreme Sword drew his hidden sword. Seeing a good moment for a command offensive, the Guildmaster and his comrades rushed into battle and shouted, "Well, if you are Korean, I will take your word for it. Consider that I have repaid your debt." Heading toward the enemy, the Supreme Sword confidently exclaimed, "Let's gather all our strength together. If we attack with all our accumulated power, this time we will be able to defeat him. Let's show the perseverance of the Silver Knights Guild." Hearing the motivating shouts from his enemies, Hel Gao said haughtily, "You idiots are always holding out vain hopes, as if you were human. But there is a great gulf between you." While digging up the mineral, Grid was surprised to find that the Firestone began to glow brighter. Continuing to think, Grid added, "Is this the source of his magical powers, of course? The Firestone is somehow connected to the embodiment of Hel Gao's magic then, if I dig it up the monster." At that moment, Hel Gao said menacingly to you, "No way you will ever encroach on the power of hell, you miserable insects." Preparing for the last attack to finish off the rest of the soldiers, Gao said this time, "Remember the lesson and accept death with your comrades." Looking at the enemy who would soon hit him with his weapon, the Supreme Sword, he thought the power we had mastered in a month was just a little fun for him. Gritting his teeth in despair, the Guildmaster said in his head, "It's my fault for not being able to fully appreciate the power of the Infernal Gao. Forgive me." When the enemy's attack almost reached the Supreme Sword, he saw that his weapon had lost its fiery aura. Then Hel Gao thought in confusion, the flames weakened, and then looked back and said angrily, "You lowlife, how dare you?" After digging up 1 Firestone, Grid happily said, "Boogaloo, it seems that my guesses were right." Immediately after throwing his pickaxe to the Supreme Sword, Grid shouted out to his uncle, "Catch the Firestone, that's his weak point. Dig up the shining stones and he'll be weaker." The Guildmaster of the Silver Knights looked at the object Grid handed him and thought it was a pickaxe. Aiming at Grid now, Hel Gao charged at him and shouted angrily, "You rascal, you've been getting on my nerves for a long time." Immediately after the enemy's words, Grid pointed at Hel Gao and shouted forward, and at the same moment all the pieces of vibranium flew at the enemy. Noticing the attack with some pieces of iron, Hel Gao angrily exclaimed, "You're really trying to distract my attention with pieces of metal." After making an unsuccessful attempt to repel the metal, Hel Gao thought in confusion, "I can't even hit it with my staff. Can this adamantium also move as if it had a will?" At the moment of the fierce battle between Grid and the boss, the taller blade holding the tool shouted out, "I'm sorry, but I don't have any mining skills." Before he could finish speaking, he noticed an incredible sword in Grid's hands and thought, "No way, there are no two-handed swords of this size, and this is a shining weapon upgraded to plus." Hearing that he could not fulfill his errand, Grid, pressing the enemy, exclaimed, "Seriously, I have no time for mining now. I gave you a pickaxe. Even an idiot can mine ore with it." Immediately after these words, Grid confidently added, "I'll take care of this fire gnat, so leave your weapons behind and get to work on the ore." Hearing such words about his weapon, the highest sword in the world-class ranking, the swordsman nervously thought that he was a Nidomech. Continuing the battle with the enemy, Grid thought, His health has dropped by more than the amount it should have been to get the Firestone, and he immediately weakened over the past months. I have leveled up, so I think I have a chance. At the same time, Gao, who was being pressed by a boy, nervously thought that it was impossible that the boy had become stronger as soon as he picked up the sword because of one lost stone. Suddenly, during the battle, Gao heard the sound of a pickaxe. Looking back in the direction of the sound, he exclaimed in displeasure, aiming for another stone. "No, I will not allow it." Taking another blow from Grid as he turned his attention to the digger, Gao said, "First, the strange golden blades. Now this sword you that have cleared the treasury of the gods, this is the first time I have met a man like you since I recognized Mueller." Preparing for his next attack to deal a devastating blow to the enemy, Grid exclaimed, "The same legendary Mueller. You're talking about the guy who tore your body apart years ago." Immediately after these words, Grid smiled slyly and said, "Well, I'm glad to tell you that today you will be able to die because I am also a legend, just like Mueller." Hearing such words from the guy who came to raid him, Gao arrogantly exclaimed that you said a lowlife like you equates himself with Mueller. After firing the hellfire at Grid and causing damage, Gao arrogantly exclaimed, "Boogaloo, the hellfire will never go out until it turns the opponent into ashes, and even his boastful mouth cannot extinguish it." Seeing how the fire went out after his words, Gao took a blow from Grid and thought that the hellfire did not work at all, and that the man was really a legend like Mueller. Thinking of Mueller, Gao mentally said, "The most powerful legend is that as a mere human being, he sealed great demons with his own hands. Since he sealed my body shell years ago, I could only borrow the power of the firestones and the demons' bodies." But, continuing his thought, he added, "I am the unquenchable flame of hell itself, and I will burn such pitiful little people like you more than once. So what kind of great demon will Gao allow you to disgrace himself again?" Having received a flurry of blows after Gao Grid's reflection, he lost a lot of health and thought nervously, but he became stronger. Having sent the vibranium into battle, the boy mentally added not only strength, but his account and aura underwent tremendous changes. Continuing to receive blows, Grid added in his head, despite the fact that all the armor was reinforced to plus damage, is simply colossal. Trying to somehow fend off the enemy's attacks, Grid gritted his teeth and thought nervously, and the chance of a critical hit is impossibly high due to resistance to debuffs. I do not get burned, but the hellfire cannot be ignored. Marveling at the enemy's strength, he thought such power even with one firestone is the power of hell. And then he shouted out Pagma Wave Sword. After taking damage from the enemy's attack, Gao angrily said, "You still have a couple of cheap tricks left. I admit your efforts made me think of Mueller." Immediately afterwards, with a sinister smile, Gao said arrogantly, "But you are not Mueller." Looking at his opponent, the wounded Grid mentally said, "At some point my health has dropped to, and yet, if I hold out a little longer, I will take the initiative into my own hands." Turning his gaze to the higher sword, Grid confidently said, "Very soon he will dig out the firestone." Then the higher sword stopped to wipe the sweat from his forehead and said tiredly, "Listen, it's always so hard to use a pickaxe, but in any case, be patient and I'll get to the base soon." Seeing that he had stopped, Grid exclaimed in displeasure, "You want to die here with me, you fool? Be kind and go without me somehow." At the same time, the voice of the TV presenter was heard on all the TV screens, happily announcing that today was the first day of the National Satisfy competition, and the raid on the boss and the maze-solving competitions had passed to the applause of the audience. Turning to the guest invited to the studio, the TV presenter added that the results were quite expected. The strongest contenders for victory were the United States, Canada, and France, and these three countries shared the medals and formed the Big Three. And Rady on the boss giving balanced orders and playing the role of an ideal DD, and at the same time tanking Javal's place in the world rankings, won gold for the United States. Bondre also grabbed gold for France on the spot in the maze, as he quickly figured out the structure of the maze and outsmarted the runners from other countries with his skill. Continuing the report, the presenter added the last of the Big Three, Canada. A little sad, but still a good result. As I expected, the strongest player in Canada, Chris, participated in 2 events at once, but in each of them he was one step behind the United States and France and received only silver medals. After announcing the results, the TV presenter noted that if we take into account the important point of the competition, which states that each player can enter the battle no more than once, the results of the strongest player in Canada, Chris, are still disappointing. After displaying the medal table of the countries, the host said, "But nevertheless, the competition is off to a good start. Tomorrow we will have to hit the targets. I wonder if there is a winning strategy. Hearing the question, another presenter confidently added, of course there is, but it's not hard to win. You just have to hit the targets. At the same time, somewhere on the island of Kokoro, a high sword miner nervously exclaimed, you're kidding me. Listening to Grid's remarks that any ranger could do it, but you can't break one stone, the high sword continued to feel even more inept. Looking at his comrades' failed attempts, Grid exclaimed, look at the ore itself at the base. The ground should be looser. The main thing is to hit it. Then digging up the stone will be easier than ever. Hearing Grid's concern for his friend and his complete disregard for the battlefield, Helgao shouted out that he should have taken care of his sewing instead. Grid used his sacred shield to protect himself from the hellfire that the enemy was shooting at him. Seeing that even this attack was repelled, Helgao said angrily, you have a whole warehouse of artifacts in your pockets. You've saved something else for last. Hiding behind the shield, Grid released the Pabranium and thought, I can't relax, Pabranium, buy me some time. Before he could decide and do anything, Gao pounced on him and grabbed the guy with his own hands. Grid immediately groaned in pain as he fell into the hands of the enemy who began to squeeze him, and then thought that the forest guard's speed was no match for him. Holding his opponent in his arms, the Helgal said arrogantly, you have mocked hell. Now die for your frivolity. Using his attack, Gao's hand began to glow. Then he added menacingly, I will clear your head so that you can think more easily. After creating a flame that engulfed Grid's entire body, Helgao laughed and shouted confidently, Bugaga! I burned everything to ashes, not even a pile of ash left. But this was only in his mind. Having survived the attack with Doran's ring, Grid smiled slyly and exclaimed, I'm sorry, but it's too early for me to die. Seeing that the enemy was still alive and in even better condition than before, Gao exclaimed in confusion, how the hell many artifacts do you have with you? Hearing these words from his opponent, Grid gripped his sword tightly in his hands and said, you're a little too resilient. Applying an attack with his sword, Grid activated the slashing skill, resulting in a critical hit. As a result of this hit on the enemy, Grid inflicted a lot of damage and also cut off both of Gelgao's hands, which resulted in his limited movement and significantly reduced strength and speed. With a sly smile after a good counterattack, Grid said that if you use it when attacking a strong opponent, the ring's effect is maximized along with armor and health at once to the fullest, and that's how you should use Doran's ring properly. Immediately after these words, Grid got to his feet and looked at his enemy and confidently said, oh, you've already lost your health, everything is fine. To which Gao angrily replied, you're a scoundrel. Suddenly, he felt something wrong and looked in Gao's direction and nervously exclaimed, what a vile insect. Holding the firestone in my hands, I confidently said, I finally managed to do it. Hearing these words from his friend, Grid smiled ominously and said, well, what are you going to pretend you're not the best? So let's start the second round. At the same time, having gotten the ore, the Supreme Sword mentally said, it seemed easy to me, or rather, I never even thought about starting to mine ore. Smiling happily, the man added, I was so excited when I was digging up the ore. It was a different kind of curiosity that I'd never experienced before, and it would be good to master the skill of mining. Seeing that he was able to do his job, Grid joyfully exclaimed, I told you it would work if you did what I said. You're good. And I heard back, I really did it. Immediately afterwards, the man exclaimed in confusion, what is wrong with me? The leader of the Silver Knights Guild, who is ranked in the world, craves praise from a boy of his years. Turning his gaze to Grid, he mentally added, though it was not surprising if you think about his true identity, for the boy with the sword is actually a descendant of Pagma who has set the whole world on edge. Keeping his eyes on the guy, the higher sword added, most people's assessment is that he has poor control and nothing worthwhile except for the items of equipment. But I see something else, by the way. The way he uses the equipment he created in his combat reads like a first-class blacksmith. Continuing his thoughts, he added a monster that destroyed the trained fighters of the level. Here it is, the Korean legendary class. Picking up the pickaxe again, the man confidently said in his head, I have found the hope of South Korea with such effort, and I cannot let it feel despair. I will pave this road for you with the help of ore mining. At the same time, somewhere in the eternal kingdom of Byron Fortress, biting his nails, a nervous Tobin repeated over and over again, I don't count on anything. This guy makes me nervous. Seeing his friend's not-so-good condition, one of the guild members said to him, Hey, Tobin, you look embarrassed. To which the girl sitting next to him replied, Grid told him to trust me and ran off to get the firestone. Hearing this, the guild member was surprised and asked what was the reason for the worry. To which she replied, You also left Grid an order for crafting. The girl said, Grid has crafted about a dozen items of equipment for the guild in recent months, but no common or rare items and no legendaries. And he replied, but raiding is a roulette game. Everyone is probably too hopeful like little children. Hearing this, the girl added, by the way, you heard everyone encroached on the evil lesson, of course, that guild members received failed common items. Continuing her speech, she added, and hearing Grid's request to trust, Toban immediately exclaimed, enough, I've figured it out. Immediately after that, Tobin put his hand to his head and said nervously, anxiety rising inside him as he listened to me with joy. So he knew what was going on without the fire shield. We needed to postpone the raid on the Phoenix. Seeing Toban's reaction to these words, the girl turned her head to her friend and nervously said, hey, it's just bad luck, I'm right. Despite her attempts to defuse the situation, she saw another nervous guy who said, I can get a regular weapon, and she replied, he said the same thing to you. Then Grid, who was raiding the boss, used his favorite phrase, shouting to the higher sword, just trust me and dig for the second round. Rushing at the dungeon boss, Grid heard Gao's displeased voice in his address. You nasty boy! Defending himself from Grid's attacks, Hell Gao nervously thought curse again. Because of some kid, I have to go through this hell. Feeling some changes in his body, the monster wondered in his head if the vile shell of the supreme demon Pudas that I borrowed had reached its limit. Looking at Grid, who was approaching him again with his huge sword, Gao mentally said to the human world, I brought the firestones and they have already been taken away if I cannot finish him with the rest of the magic. Having struck Grid so that with his magic, the monster thought in hell I would be laughed at again by everyone. Having received serious damage, Grid flies back groaning and wondering what other ways he has to attack. Using the maximum of his abilities, Helgao said menacingly, I admit I didn't think I would meet someone with such a high power again. Using all of his available magic reserves, Gao added, however, I need an excuse to avoid becoming a laughingstock in hell, so I will take your soul with me and make you a slave forever. Gritting his teeth after receiving the blow, Grid was surprised to hear the monster's words in his head, even while bleeding, which was expected of a monster. Waving his hand, which was covered in flames, Helgao confidently exclaimed, let's start the second round, you wanted it so badly. Deciding to retreat from the boss's attack zone, Grid thought nervously even after losing 2 firestones. Breaking through the fireballs that were flying at him, Grid nervously added a ranged attack. Seriously, with a staff, it was somehow easier to cope at this rate, to not even get close to him. Looking at another fireball flying straight at him, Grid thoughtfully said in his head at a long range, I can use the advantage, but I won't last longer than seconds. Besides, the advantage is my secret weapon. It must be protected. Using the vibranium as a shield, Grid confidently said in his head to deal with him, I need to get closer. As soon as he thought about it, he flew upward from a sudden attack from the ground. Then he thought that the fire vortex was from underground. While in the air, Grid thought nervously, the damage from the flames of hell has definitely decreased, but I still can't measure his combat power. If he can do this even with his injuries, it's hard to calculate his mana. Seeing Grid in the air, Gao smiled ominously and shouted, you found a great place to roast, it's time to get this over with. Seeing that again, a bunch of fireballs were flying directly at him. Grid mentally said to me not to dodge, the only thing left is to go all in. Feeling the explosive wave from Gao's attack hitting Grid, the Supreme Sword nervously thought, where the hell did so much explosive power come from? Even the best equipment can't withstand such damage. Also watching the magnificent spectacle, Helgao smiled ominously and exclaimed, boogeyman insignificant bug, I finally turned you into a pile of po. Before he could speak, he saw the smoke from the shuriken quickly dissipate, and Gao thought, the smoke on the shuriken means I've charged at them. The next moment, Grid, who was already standing almost in front of Gao, received a system notification. Hellfire Lord Helgao has sensed your cloak is deactivated. Removing his disguise and reinforcing himself with the lightning sphere, Grid spoke. Fortunately, the smoke quickly dissipated. I used my sword and it almost touched me, but the damage was great. Seizing the perfect moment to attack, Grid rushed at the enemy and shouted happily, but if I couldn't escape, I would at least strike once. Approaching the enemy almost to the point of death, Grid said menacingly, it's time to end the blacksmith's rage. Looking at the enemy standing right in front of him, Helgao nervously thought, he was able to get around the attack, my senses are dull without the firestone. The next moment, Grid used his kick to shout out kill on and took a point of damage thanks to a critical hit. After losing a lot of health points, Helgo nervously thought, damn human, how did he have the power to cut his health in half in a moment? At the same time, Grid, preparing to quickly finish off the enemy, nervously thought that even with gloves and complete failure, 5 continuous attacks did not knock him out at once. At the same time, Grid received a system notification informing him that his skill level had increased, and he thought it was about time to consider it a reward for all the months of training. Seeing that the enemy continues to advance, Helgao shouted menacingly, "Your sword has become much heavier, but it's still not enough. This body will last a long time." Using all of his skills to win, Grid used a combination of wave and containment attacks. Frozen in place after this combination, Helgao mentally said, "Raise up the magma and bind me by my legs." As soon as the effect of the restraint wore off, Helgo launched a fireball at Grid and shouted at the rascal what you were up to this time. Dodging the enemy's attacks, Grid mentally said, "I must do my best to prevent Helgao's magic attacks and not let the battle drag on. The difference is enormous. Even if I use all my passives, the result is obvious." Looking at the battle between Grid and Helgao, the Supreme Sword said in surprise in his head, "He is different from his past enemies, who only needed to come up with some strategy to defeat this monster with colossal damage." Looking at his sword, Grid thoughtfully said in his head, "If that's what they thought, the unrivaled connection only came about after the connection reached a level. Now that I've reached the level, it's time to form a new technique." Pulling his sword to attack the enemy, he added a few fatal kill attacks or needed in any way to combine them into a continuous fencing along with the binding. Looking at Grid coming at him again now with a new stance, Helgao thought the brute barbarian energy of this attack could be dangerous. Deciding to resist Grid, Helgao swung his sword and shouted, "Don't look down on hell." Preparing to attack with a new combination, Grid said in his head, "Although it is a weakened kill, it is definitely more deadly compared to the 5 random attacks." Applying his new killing link technique, Grid began to count the hits he had taken and received damage notifications. Feeling that his health was almost at 0, Helgo screamed nervously and then thought that he was definitely an ordinary person. Disintegrating in space after Grid pierced him through with his last attack, Helgao said, "My defeat will have to postpone the plan to recover the power from human souls and return my sealed body." Hearing the last words of his enemy, Grid smiled happily and said, "Remember this. Even when you return to hell, I am on the same level as Muller." Seeing the notification of the victory over the raid boss, the Supreme Sword exclaimed in surprise, "This guy can't be, he's Helgao alone." Immediately after the death of the enemy, Grid heard one of the unmined firestones explode right next to him. Then the Supreme Sword nervously exclaimed, "Oh!" The firestone exploded. Seeing that he had disappeared after defeating the boss, Grid nervously thought that he had been destroyed along with Helgao and then exclaimed, "No, he hadn't." Before he could finish speaking, he fell to his feet and said in his head, "My stamina has dropped to 0. Running up to Grid, who had fallen to the ground after the battle, the higher sword nervously exclaimed, "Are you okay, boy?" To which he replied, "If not, at least get the firestone." Picking Grid up off the ground, the high sword said, "Don't worry, I'll give you the one I dug up." To which Grid replied, "It won't be enough. I fought Helgao alone for more than half an hour to get one miserable stone." Immediately after that, Grid added unhappily, "You can't even hold a pickaxe, you loser." To which he replied awkwardly, "Oh, what a shame. And yet I was very touched to learn that our country has a master of the legendary profession." Immediately after that, the Supreme Sword spoke and at least a good reward was given for it, to which Grid, opening the inventory, said he did not receive a penny at all. Instead of money, they gave only this. Looking at the object in Grid's hands, the Supreme Sword said in surprise, to which Grid replied, "I don't know, but judging by the description, it's a Memphis egg." Looking at the object, the High Sword said in surprise that the egg doesn't look like a pet. "I managed to collect a lot of information about pets, but this is the first time I've heard this name." Tiredly looking at the reward, Grid said disappointedly the instructions for incubation are also gone. Perhaps this rare Helgao ingredient was just an empty bag. Hearing the disappointment in Grid's words, the Supreme Sword said, "It seems to be fate. Let me invite you to dinner in my fortress." To which Grid replied, "Well, even a restorative elixir is not necessary to rest." Hearing this, the Supreme Sword replied, "Food, at least a little, will help restore your strength." After which, he heard a notification that he had received a message in the guild chat. Opening it, he saw a message from one of his soldiers who wrote to the leader that they were advancing. Letting go of Grid and grabbing his sword, the guildmaster of the Silver Knights nervously exclaimed, "Tell me why you're here!" A few seconds later, a man appeared at the entrance to the cave and said, "Wow, is it possible that he survived and that the raid on Helgao was successful?" Immediately after, Yoshimura, the head of the Sakura Guild, who was ranked in the world ranking, said ominously, "If you've had enough fun, why not give us this land with your sharp sword?" Seeing the warriors who appeared in the cave, Grid said so many of them, to which the Supreme Sword nervously replied, one of the three guilds representing Japan, the Sakura Guild. They put O on this island. Looking at the leader of the enemies, the man added, although the guild's reputation is not good even in Japan, they have many strong runners. They probably planned to come after the raid when our forces were depleted. Looking at his exhausted comrade, the Supreme Sword said, protecting this island is our duty as a Korean guild. I need to hold out for a while until the resurrected players arrive, and you get out of the game. Hearing the man's order, Grid said thoughtfully, not that I was going to interfere, but what is it about him that makes him worth defending? It's pointless to talk about our country here, but is it worth the points we lose? Touching his sword, the man confidently said, on this island I first met my comrades in the guild. Whether it's an island or a country, everyone has a place they want to defend. Smiling after these words, the higher sword looked at Grid and confidently added, I have dear people on this island and in my country, and I'm sure you will have such a place. Hearing such a motivational speech from the Supreme Sword, Grid was surprised to hear that it was difficult to become someone's shield. Rushing into the battle against the enemies, the Supreme Sword confidently shouted, in any case, this is my battle for the sake of protection, so don't interfere with the sword of elimination. Firing an arrow at the approaching enemy, Yoshimura exclaimed boogaloo as expected from a sharp sword, to attack alone arrogance, to match ability because of you, I could not even step on the island. Immediately afterwards, the man confidently exclaimed, but from now on, not a single piece of land belongs to you. Every blade of grass, every millimeter of this land is now my boogeyman. Pulling on a sweatshirt with a clasp, Grid mentally said, this Japanese is not bad. He was so obsessed with escaping quietly with my poor endurance until he got caught. When Grid tried to exit the game, he received a system message saying that the remnants of the great demon Helgau's magic power were scattered in the air and prevented him from leaving the game. Seeing that Grid remained in the game, the Supreme Sword nervously exclaimed, run away or you can't leave your countrymen, thanks, but it's my duty. To which Grid exclaimed, why can't I leave? Immediately afterwards, Grid heard the voice of one of the enemies shouting that this red guy was with him. So don't let anyone in. Kill him too. Hearing the enemy commander's order, he shouted angrily, my comrade, just try to touch him. And Grid nervously thought, don't bring me in, Judas. Taking out some jerky from his inventory, Grid began to eat it. Thinking about the stamina restored by the food was catastrophically low, damn it. It was barely enough to swing his sword a few times and lean back. Suddenly, Grid heard a voice from the egg in his hand saying, I'm hungry, and Grid turned his head in surprise toward the source of the sound. Looking at the reward for the raid on Helgau, Grid heard again, I'm hungry, feed me. Not realizing what had just happened, Grid was surprised to hear it say in his head that it could speak. Holding the egg in his hands, Grid thought, if I just catch the leader, they will retreat. But it will not be easy to do it alone, even if I want to help. My strength is not enough. Immediately after these thoughts, Grid looked at the egg that had just spoken and said in his mind that it was silent. Or maybe I imagined it. Activating the zipper of his sweatshirt, Grid said in his head, I must be exhausted. So I need to get out of here before my uncle draws all the attention to himself. Passing by Yoshimura, Grid heard him say arrogantly, Bugaga, a sharp sword, the land is worthy of possession only by the strong. And Grid thought, that's how greed has filled his head. Immediately afterward, the boy heard the voice of the egg saying, I want to eat, feed me. And he thought nervously that he was being called. The next moment, Memphis attacked Yoshimura and captured a part of his soul. Then he had a high probability of getting a debuff every second. His main characteristics would decrease, and he felt a drop in strength and nervously thought that something had come out of the sky. At the same moment, Grid received a system notification that said you are now tied to hell, and then he thought, what the hell? Seeing Memphis in front of him, Grid received a system notification that said, you are the first in Satisfy to become the master of a hellish creature, and then thought it was a cat. Licking his paw after a snack, Memphis looked at Yoshimura and said menacingly, your soul tastes good. Looking at the monster hovering at his eye level, Yoshimura nervously said that the stray cat was so cute. Before he could finish, he received a blow to the back and then nervously exclaimed, what kind of scoundrel did you just come from? And then thought he had taken his health in one blow. Seeing that he had killed the enemy with one blow, Grid smiled ominously and thought, not bad, this cat has devoured him. It has taken a lot of strength from him. And then said, you waited until everyone was killed and only then came. Immediately afterwards, swinging his sword again to finish off the enemy, Grid exclaimed, since we are both thieves, there should be no complaints. Seeing that Yoshimura had been killed by the enemy, one of the enemy's soldiers nervously exclaimed that the leader was defeated. Looking at Grid, another enemy nervously added that he may have destroyed his place in the world rankings. And who is he? But wait, this sword and this butcher. Hearing that he was recognized by the sword, Grid smiled ominously and said, "Your leader is dead, but you still want to keep fighting." Hearing this, one of the enemies nervously exclaimed that a detachment of silver knights would soon join them. What to do? To which the other replied, "We are in trouble. We cannot cope with him, and with a sharp sword together, we quickly retreat." Running away with their tails between their legs, the members of the Sakura Guild shouted out in fright at the request of the sharp sword, "Don't even think about taking a step off this island." Moving his sword to his inventory, Grid fell to the ground and said wearily, "I'm exhausted to the last drop." To which the superior sword replied, "You're fine. That's why I told you to leave." Immediately after that, turning his attention to the pet behind Grid, the high sword added, "By the way, boy, there's a strange cat here." To which Memphis replied, "My master is a killer. My master is called a killer meow." After Memphis recognized Grid as his master, he received a system notification that said, "Demonic power. You can contact a demonic beast with increasing power, increasing the possibility of entering hell." He thought hell is the price for killing a Japanese idiot or something. The next moment, he received another notification that said Memphis, because of her outstanding fighting skills that surpassed high-level demons, was popular as a familiars of great demons, and then thought a rare creature of hell. Starting to clean himself up, Memphis joyfully said, "It was worth it to be born as I absorbed a human soul with my own strength. I have been strong since birth, as is typical of the strongest demon beast of hell, meow." Grid looked at him and thought, "I'm not going to get any experience points from RK, but he has incredible skills and characteristics, especially soul absorption, and Seiki would love him, so I might as well buy a capsule for her." The next moment, Memphis said to Grid, "Master, I like you, meow." To which he smiled and confidently replied, "I do." Hearing this answer, the cat happily said, "Of course I am majestic and beautiful and strong. It could not be otherwise, because I am the strongest from hell." Immediately after the praise, Memphis added arrogantly, "But you look a little sickly, but don't worry. I won't leave you even ugly. Just love me and take care of me." Hearing this, Grid thought irritatedly, giving the cat a displeased look. "Just look at the impudence of the owner. One name for such abilities I will endure, however." Grid smiled slyly and said, "Sure, to raise sympathy you need to give at least a name." To which the cat happily replied, "Oh, this priceless body will have a name." Smiling happily, Grid said, "Noah, though it looks like Noah to you. It is not Noah at all, according to the memories. It was the name of a great and noble angel." Hearing this, the cat was amazed and replied, "Wow, I like you very much, master, and I am Noe." Noe is Korean for slave. Hearing the name given to the demonic beast, the supreme sword nervously thought of deceiving the demonic beast, and the boy was not a mistake at all. Immediately after these thoughts, the supreme sword said to Grid, "Let's go back to my fortress. You've been beaten up pretty badly. You need to be patched up." To which Grid replied, "No, I'd rather go back and rest here. I'm not comfortable." The next moment, the supreme sword asked, "Listen to me. Here's something interesting. You don't participate in national competitions." To which Grid replied, "And one strange lady put me on the list of participants. But I'm not interested, and I don't want to reveal myself. It will not bring any benefit." Hearing this answer, the supreme sword said sadly, "Obviously, I will have to leave the honor of Korea for next time. Thanks for your help. Thanks to you, I have gained new hope." Immediately after that, the supreme sword added confidently, "I will also become stronger, so I hope to see you again sometime. My name is Sharp Sword, and yours is Sharp Sword." Smiling after the man's words, Grid replied, "Grid, I also had fun. Contact me if you want to create equipment, of course not for free." Returning home, Grid told Tobin everything, and he was disappointed to hear that the stone was missing. It was still hard to gather equipment for the raid. Gritting his teeth, Grid said, "It sounds like an excuse, but Helga was too strong for me to concentrate on just one stone." Immediately after, the boy nervously added, "But it's also my fault. I naively thought that one mining skill would be enough. I'm sorry, Tobin." Hearing Grid's apology for his failed quest for resources, Tobin was surprised to think that this guy was sincere, even though everyone had been talking about his bad luck and carelessness lately. Tobin smiled happily and added confidently in his head, "But as a blacksmith, he never makes false promises." And in a way, he took the assignment even more seriously than the customer himself. Sitting down at the table, Tobin looked away and said, "You have nothing to apologize for. Thank you for volunteering to help, and the raid on the Phoenix is a great chance to test how much Vantner has pumped up his powers." Hearing this, Grid said, "If so, thank you. Then I'll take the Firestone until I make a shield. and next time I'll get as much as I need, to which Tobin replied, "Good, by the way, you don't participate in national competitions." Hearing Tobin's question, Rid said with a yawn, "What kind of competition is there? I'm so tired I barely made it back. I'm going to shut down the game and go to sleep." Hearing this, Tobin said thoughtfully, "Then maybe you didn't hear what Jishuka was whispering. If she was in Korea, she was trying to contact you to meet you." Grid continued to yawn tiredly and said, "It would be interesting to meet her, but the competition isn't over yet." At the same time, the announcers' voices were heard in the arena where the competition was taking place. "So welcome to the second day of the competition, which promises to be no less hot, as today's target practice will begin soon." Continuing his commentary, the host added that 2 countries have emerged as contenders today, overtaking the United States and France, Korea, and Brazil. Turning the camera to the contestants, the host said the main celebrities of Satisfy are Jishuka and Yura. Her mastery of magic, speed, and accuracy are highly regarded and properly ranked in the world rankings. Yura joined 6 months later than the others and has already achieved a place in the world rankings of the best shooter Jishuka. After displaying the map on the screen, the presenter said your arena is the island of Tyra from the game. For each destroyed disc that moves at a speed of pure S is given a point to the first to score points, and the island has a golden disc that moves many times faster than which you can get points, but you will need a special strategy. Continuing to explain the rules, the host added that it is also possible to disable other players, although this does not affect the score from each country, so players divide the roles between them, who will take care of the targets and who will defend. The next moment, the commentator added nervously, but somewhat disappointingly, Yura and Jishuka can be called contenders for victory as soon as the competition begins. All efforts will be thrown at removing X before then. After a pause, the host added that only Yura was announced from Korea, and someone refused to participate, after which someone shouted that Yura had no partner. Korea was completely crazy. How could they let Yura go alone? Mocking her rival, one of the representatives of another country said, "Bugaga, there is no one to choose a partner from," to which another added, "I barely made it here thanks to SA, and now they are giving up at the beginning of the competition." The next moment, Regis came up to Yura and said in surprise, "Yura, do you think you really gave up, like everyone else says?" Looking at the girl, the guy added that he had heard that Grid, who had been announced for the team, had no intention of participating, and we also tried to contact him, but there was no answer. Hearing this, Yura said disappointedly, "I know Mr. Regis is from Britain because I put his name on the list without permission." When Regis learned about Yura's actions, he thought to himself, "I'm sure she was hoping to find out his identity, but his absence will hit the team hard." Immediately after these words, Regis said confidently, "It's going to be tough on your own, but the main thing is to keep your cool. The British team won't attack you from the start." Hearing that he was not in the arena, Jishuka angrily exclaimed, "Hey Regis, that rascal Grid never showed up." To which he replied, "Yeah, it looks like he did." Puffing out her cheeks, Jishuka thought, "How annoying, I was looking forward to seeing his name on the list. I got to Korea and we can't even meet." A little angry with Grid, Jishuka pointed her finger at Regis and said sternly, "Go ahead and get ready. You'll regret it if you waste your attention on others." Joining the conversation between Regis and Jishuka, Yura said, "I'm not here to give up, Mr. Regis, as I said." Logging into her account, she said, "The battlefield will be full of strong players representing their countries." After logging in on the new device, Yura confidently added that there is no one here who would not pursue the title of the best, either alone or together. Starting the competition and shooting down the discs that flew in front of them, Samuel exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, there are a lot of discs to shoot down. You need to collect maximum points at the very beginning." Having destroyed all the targets in one area, Samuel said to Jishuka, "Maybe we can also find a place higher up where the targets are better visible." To which Jishuka replied, "Try to climb to the top, Samuel. As soon as the top of your head lights up, you'll be killed." Changing the location of Jishuka, looking for targets added in the round of participating countries will definitely appear hunters for players will earn points during that time. At the same time watching the live broadcast from the venue, one of the presenters exclaimed in shock, "God's passes, all the greenery of the 5th part of the island was destroyed in an instant. The entire Italian team logged out." Watching Yura destroy everything in his path, Jishuka nervously said the beginning of the scene, a scene for butterflies who are unable to realize the whole situation. Looking at the powerful girl who continues to cast spells and destroy enemies, Jishuka added predators whose power suppresses all life. Watching the broadcast, one of the players heard the TV scoring Korea's points, and then the man said, Yatana's eighth servant is not inferior to the boss Yura, you're not bad. Watching her destroy everything and everyone, the man added, I thought I'd figure it out quickly, and sure enough now is the best time for a single person to score points, a decision worthy of the unshakable fifth-place winner. Leaning on his arm on the couch in front of the TV, the world-ranking number Javal added with a sinister smile. It's just for the fun of the audience at the career event. You should flash and disappear as you should. Commenting on the hot events of the competition, the host exclaimed that the second day of the competition was the day the teams were approaching Yura to immobilize her. Looking at his friend, one of the Spanish players said, Honey, maybe we can earn better points. To which he replied, Then we will be pushed down in the rankings. We'll deal with it later. Looking at Yura, who had to stand alone against the crowd of players, Med added, We're lucky that all the countries agreed to this. With 16-1, we'll get an advantage and catch Yura. Also watching what was happening in the hunt for Yura, Samuel nervously exclaimed to Jishuka that so many players had been hit in one hit, to which she replied, Forget about them, Samuel. Concentrate on the points. Aiming at the silver plates and shooting arrows at them, Jishuka repeatedly destroyed everything that caught her eye, while the host said that the Brazilian team was scoring points. At the same time, Jishuka said to her partner that even if you make the right decision at the moment, there are always variables, and the best players of each country are here. Immediately after these words, Jishuka turned her gaze to the enemies who opposed Yuri, and everyone who is now on the battlefield said the same. Watching the incredibly large number of enemies approaching Yura Jishuk, she added a really strong one. Watching the battle through the screens, the presenter said that the countries that chose the tactic of catching the first place concentrated on eliminating Yura from the people of entire players in the top. The lack of a partner adds unnecessary problems. Watching the broadcast at home from the TV, Grid said in disappointment that I would participate so that she would leave me alone, but after her request, I did not feel the spirit of patriotism. Continuing to watch the broadcast, Grid heard her desire to fight alone was unwavering, and he wondered what was driving her. Perhaps it was the duty of a man who had represented Korea for many years. Moving to a close-up of the girl's expression, the host added that all this time Yura has been sincerely living up to all expectations, and now, because everyone is relying on her, she continues to move despite the difficulties. Immediately after these words, Grid was overwhelmed by flashbacks, recalling his trip with Khan to the grave of his son, where Grid confidently said, I will continue your work and make this forge the best, as well as the words of Jishuka who told him at the entrance, because you need you, Grid. Grid also recalled how on his wedding night with Irene, he told her that even though I don't have enough strength yet, I will be your shield someday in the future. He also recalled the moment he met a sharp sword and confidently told her that there are people I care about both here and in my country, and you will have a place for them. Continuing to watch Yura stand alone against a crowd of enemies, the commentator expressed the joy of fulfilling hopes, as everyone has probably experienced at least once. Jumping up to dodge an enemy attack, Yura thought to herself, They're not as weak as I thought. If you don't prove yourself at the very beginning, you can't expect to win. Noticing that as soon as she was in the air, enemies attacked her from all sides, she nervously thought that if the battle dragged on, I would have a hard time. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a lightning-fast image appeared and neutralized all the enemies, and then said, I'm sorry, I just can't pass by when the crowd insults one person in a strength competition. Looking at the tired girl, Regis confidently added, You didn't give up your promise to become better that you gave me before the competition, Miss Yura. Seeing that another representative of another country had intervened in the confrontation with Yura and sided with her, Med angrily exclaimed, You better take care of your partner Regis. If you respect your cheap justice, you can give Yura the gold medal. Hearing these words from his opponent, Regis, preparing to strike, angrily said, Cheap, you say this is my way of warrior, which I always follow so as not to lose my soul. Activating his enhancement skill, Regis angrily added, That's right, I lack many things, but you have no reason to devalue it. The next moment, Regis used the skill force burst, which dealt critical damage to Honey, which amounted to a point of damage. Having received a combination of 2 blows to himself, Med flew backwards and crouched down, grabbing his torso, thinking that in just 2 blows, he had shattered his bones, which was expected from a strong runner. The next moment, Honey used his monk skills, confidently saying a return to the roots of the chance of revival. Having rebuilt his characteristics for a while, Med was able to counterattack his opponent with a powerful blow at the same moment Regis, who did not expect such a change in the course of events, was surprised to think I definitely shattered his bones. After delivering a powerful blow to his opponent, Medusa said menacingly, "Just like your technique is embedded in the body, I am a monk who has tempered myself through supreme asceticism." Again, preparing to attack the arrogant fellow, Med added, "Don't try to present your way as something unique. The only goal of this battle is to win the international competition." Rushing at Regis and beating him with a club, Med angrily added, "The result will be my proof." At the same time, Bubat, who had the Destroyer class and was ranked in the world rankings, thought that Destroyers had a hidden rare class that allowed them to become the best initiators. As he approached Yura, Bubat confidently added in his head that this attack after a breakthrough was unstoppable. It was a masterful control that was established within seconds of being under the influence of the SS. Preparing to strike the girl, the guy shouted menacingly, "But after a fierce attack of people, your mana is almost at zero. It's over. Surround her." Having used an emergency spell on the enemy in the sphere, Yura fought off the danger and nervously said in her head, "If not for the skills saved in the sphere, I would most likely lose. The low-health DDs are defeated. Now you need to distribute mana to destroy everyone." Rushing at the girl again with his two-handed axe, Bubat angrily shouted, "Show me what else you can do, Yura." Having knocked the girl down and thrown her back, the enemies began to push her back. Then the host said, "Ouch." The players who suffered fixed damage began a fierce attack. The mages have very low defense and health stats. They will deal with her very quickly. Nervously watching the battle, one of the commentators said Korea was the closest to the medal, which is a shame, after which another surprised exclaimed, "But wait, I was told that the second representative of Korea had just arrived." Immediately after, the commentator added attention, since there is nothing about this in the rules. SA Group decided to pursue the main goal of the first competition to allow special access to join in the middle. We promise to streamline the rules for the next competition. We hope for your understanding. Moving the camera to Grid, who was heading to the capsule, the commentator said to the player who entered the capsule room, "Wait for the spanking at the same moment." One of the viewers exclaimed that what kind of jerk is Yura, who is doing this for everyone, and not only is he late, but he looks like a jerk. After which the host added that even the depressed Korean viewers could not help but laugh. Turning the camera back to the battlefield, the commentator added, "And now we're going to go back to the broadcast from the scene. Yura has less strength left. It seems she can't withstand the onslaught of the multinational alliance." Looking at the girl who was struggling to stay on her feet, one of the soldiers shouted a curse. "Bass is defeated," and another added, "We also lost Ray. She's a formidable woman who can destroy the DDKs on her own." Preparing for the offensive and heading towards the girl, one of the allies shouted, "Let's get this over with," to which the other replied, "The alliance is already destroyed, but if we continue like this, it will become a cause for ridicule." After using the crystal shield, Yura tiredly said in her head, "This is the only defensive magic I can use after the third-class change at the level of no way I can give up. I have to hold on to it until the end." Before she could finish, the enemy broke through her defense and spoke menacingly, using a similar shield with runners. "Look disgusting. Holding you back was the worst decision I've ever made, and I regret it now." Swinging his sword again, one of the alliance members added sternly, "So at least I'll take the top runner as a trophy. Consider it a tax for your incredible skills." At the same time, looking at the capsule with Grid in it, the audience shouted angrily, "And all because of that guy. The situation could have changed if he had taken the blow on himself. What an idiot instead of a sharp sword. Are you serious?" Then the commentator said all the anger of the audience fell on the player who was late. While listening to the complaints against him, Grid also heard the words of the commentator who said, "Of course such behavior is controversial. Just think about the scale of the competition with a cash prize of millions for a gold medal." Loading up for the game, Grid said unhappily that neither Uncle nor Sharpsword nor Yura understood the point, and I came because of a stupid promise and unwillingness to see Korea lose, among other things. Immediately afterward, he added that once he started with the reward, it became an excuse for better things. At the same time, Bubat attacked the girl with the hammer and shouted, "Get out of here, Yura!" A few seconds before the weapon hit the target, Regis reappeared and tried to save her by rushing at the man and shouting, "I will not let this battle end in front of me." To which he menacingly shouted, "You are in the middle of a competition you don't care about? Don't interfere in someone else's battle." But at the very last moment, the man hit something that came from the sky and stopped his attack. Looking at what he hit, Bubat said in surprise that something had hit the stand. Looking at the ground where the vibranium case was lying, Bubat was surprised to see that it was golden blades. At the same moment, someone's voice came out of the pile of dust and debris and said to Yura, "Hey, stop chilling and get up. It ruins the image. Otherwise, it looks like I've come to rescue you. Heading forward to the enemies, Grid said, "This looks easier than I thought it would be if I came earlier. I like how you guys don't care about numbers and use any method to make it easier." Throwing off the sweatshirt with the zipper that hid his presence, Grid confidently added that the round was coming to an end and that all pleasantries could be discarded. Starting to stretch his arm before facing the crowd of enemies, Grid confidently said, "I think you guys should be better prepared." With a sly smile, Grid confidently added, "This is going to be a very unpleasant life experience for you. One-sided game begins." The commentator exclaimed in amazement as Grid's appearance came into focus on the screens, and in a surprising turn of events, Grid, who arrived late, saved the clearly losing Korean team from elimination. Seeing what had just happened on the battlefield, one of the girls in the audience nervously exclaimed, "Yura was saved!" To which another spectator added, "I've never heard that name before. Judging by the sudden appearance, he's an assassin." At the same moment, Samuel nervously said to his partner, Jishuka, "Did you hear that a guy named Grid saved Yura from the Korean team?" To which she replied, "Damn, you're annoying. We only have one chance to score points. Move." After stopping the fight with Regas, Med looked back in the direction of Grid's appearance and said the situation was too bad. He was too late to appear, to which Regas happily replied, "You really think so?" At the same time, the commentator said, "The Korean cheerleaders breathed a sigh of relief, but the situation is still critical, and instead of scoring points, they concentrated on attacking. Nothing is resolved yet." Picking up his vibranium blades from the ground, Grid said, "Well then, we will try to solve everything at once. Work vibranium." At the same moment, Grid's knives flew up and began to destroy the plates, and the commentator exclaimed in amazement as the Korean team resumed scoring, the blades hitting the target freely, the same ones that had saved Yura, so it wasn't the protective equipment. Seeing that the vibranium was destroying the plates, one of the attackers said confidently, "You threw the equipment that might have been useful then at collecting points." After which the other added, "What you should be worried about now is your lives." Pulling out his Dainsley from his inventory and taking 3 hits, Grid could hear the confused voices of the other enemies shouting, "What the hell?" And it was just damage, to which the other added, "Stop and do the same." Looking at Grid's weapon, the enemy exclaimed, a large sword that had wiped out a giant guild. "Is this guy a mad butcher?" Rushing at Grid with the skill of a bull kick, Bubat spoke as he swung his sword to the right and left, as if not to let him get close. Having rammed the boy to get closer to him, Bubat swung his hammer at him and exclaimed, "Do you think you can hide your weakness behind this, boy? You wish for a star?" Changing his Dunslayer to full fail with which he prepared to strike the enemy, Grid said, "Even with plus Dunslayer tailored for crowd battles, I still lost less health than the runners. I didn't expect that, but don't get me angry, or I'll have to kill you earlier than planned." Preparing to put on a spectacular show, Grid mentally said, "From the very beginning it was clear that I would not be able to hide my identity, and if that was the case, I would make my debut as spectacular as possible." The next moment, Grid used his Pagma swordsmanship and unrivaled communication skills to defeat 3 players in a single moment, after which they were thrown out of the game. A few seconds later, his attack killed 3 more players from the multinational alliance. As Bubat watched his comrades die, he nervously wondered why the hell the SS didn't take him out with a skill like his that could mow down several people at once. Having made unsuccessful attacks on Grid, Bubat nervously thought while Grid used the fury of a blacksmith to wonder how it was possible to wield a giant sword with such speed. After receiving the fatal blow, the warrior mentally said in closing that he had forgotten that in Korea at the end of the battle, the commentator exclaimed Bubat was dead, logged out. Unbelievably, he had forced the players out of the game. Looking at how Grid defeated all the enemies single-handedly, the girl thought in amazement the shaky hope of Korea Yura had entrusted herself with this knowledge not out of a sense of duty simply. Looking at the boy who returned to her after the victory, she added in her head, "After my parents died, I had to do everything by myself. And this time, I believed that I would prove to myself that I could overcome everything by myself." Looking confidently at her savior, she continued her thoughts, "I thought that I always had to overcome everything myself, that everything would fall apart if I couldn't prove it to myself at least once. That's what I was thinking." Looking at his poor and battered partner, Grid said, handing her the potion, "You're quite persistent. It's not hard to drink the elixir and get some rest." Closing her eyes and smiling happily, the girl said, "I knew you were a descendant of Pagma," and then added in her head, "I'm the one who let me take a break." Extending her hand in response to Grid, who helped her up, Yura said, "If it's not too much trouble, I'm counting on you." Then the commentator exploded with emotion, shouting Grid Yura. Wow, the Korean audience is chanting the players' names, wondering if Little Korea will be able to change the course of events. After that, the presenter switched the camera to the Brazilian team and said, "Let's see how the other team is doing." And the Brazilian shooter scored points at an incredible rate. Destroying all the plates that caught her eye, Jishuka, holding back tears, said in her head, "The rascal ignored all my calls, and we are here to save Yura." The next moment, the TV screen showed them surrounded, and the presenter said, as expected, Brazil claimed victory against the united teams of China and Canada, and the battlefield moved again. At the same time, a couple of players from the United States, watching the development of events, said, "Wow, not only did he destroy the people, but also the first place in terms of points. And isn't it too much for the legendary class?" To which he was answered, "You're right, especially since medals are given in turn after someone scores points." Immediately after Hurent, the Aura Master ranked in the world ranking said to his partner, "I wonder if these golden blades can be removed somehow, Raul." After receiving the question from his friend Raul, the first-ranked key master and the best of the newcomers, thoughtfully replied that it was possible to hit them, but it seems to me that they are made of the same material as the golden discs in the battle for Byron. They will not be able to break them. Immediately after, he added more than that, "Only in this forest there are too many teams gathered and Japan is preparing to attack us and our scores are almost equal. So soon it will turn into a destruction of each other." The next moment, Raul added, "Spain and Britain, who are confronting each other, are not a threat. But France, who hid in the mountains to collect points, worries me." Turning his gaze to his friend, the guy added, "Let's exclude the possibility of rivalry with Korea. They are a descendant of Pagma and Jura, and besides, the points gap is too high. At best, we can count on a silver medal." Hearing this, Hurent smiled slyly and replied by offering the second place and didn't even flinch. What a cold-blooded tactician. Immediately after these words, heading towards the enemies in the mountains, Hurent exclaimed, "Okay, I'll deal with France and come back. Give me a minute." To which his comrade replied that, "Who did I tell? Japan was aiming at us. How could I cope with them alone?" Moving away from Raul, Hurent exclaimed, "Why are you afraid? You have enough to deal with." And after a minute of talking, the guy noticed the enemies near him and shouted out to the Japanese team. Seeing what had just happened, one of the commentators nervously exclaimed that it was risky to split up in the middle of the game, and the other added that he agreed that the battles on the island were nearing an end. At the same time elsewhere, one of the commentators exclaimed Regis from Britain had easily defeated Maida for Natasha from the same team, single-handedly earning points is good news. Switching the camera to the battle again, one of the commentators said from the other side, "The Brazilian team is forced to fight off simultaneous attacks from Canada and China. It looks like this is where the battle will be decided." Preparing to use her Jishuka skill, I thought the battle was coming to an end if I couldn't evenly distribute my power between scoring and killing. Using the Phoenix Feather skill, Jishuka rained arrows on the enemies, and seeing this, the host exclaimed, "Jishuka fired with the accumulated power of the Chinese team dead, logging out." Immediately after switching the camera to the battle between the United States and Japan, the presenter added Roel from the U.S. team also successfully single-handedly held off the Japanese attack. Defending himself from the enemies with the help of a barrier, the boy said, "Mr. Heward, whoever throws tactics on the battlefield, you have no education at all." Immediately after, Raul used a space skill that destroyed one of the enemies, to which the host said Kokoro from Japan was dead on as expected from one of the best newcomers. When the enemy saw that his comrade was defeated, he said, "Damn boy, your joke is getting long enough that you're going to cry and call your parents." The next moment, Hurent appeared from the sky and exclaimed the return of the guardian and finished off the enemy, after which he said, "Although I am not your guardian at all, I was late." To which he replied, "You were not a minute and seconds." After the host added, "Wow," with Hurent's easy serve, the entire French team was defeated. Continuing to follow the hot battles, the commentator said the situation on the battlefield suddenly changed from a small alliance that decided to remove the contender for victory. Only Canada remained sandwiched between Brazil and the United States. Deciding not to delay, Hurent rushed into the battle saying, "Don't drift, I'll deal with you anyway." To which the commentator said Hurent quickly rushed forward, activating the Aura Blade. After closing the enemy's attack, one of the Canadian teammates said to Hurent, "Aura Master is a rare class, but you're too arrogant." To which his friend added, "We're actually runners too." The next moment, a poisonous arrow flew into Huron's hand. Seeing where her attack hit, Jishuka exclaimed in disappointment, "Damn, the poison arrow should have hit his heart. He's a real monster if he was able to dodge a high-speed attack in this situation." Hearing these words from his opponent, Hurent confidently exclaimed, "Jishuka, you were smart. You didn't waste any time, Mr. Canadian. You should leave the stage." Immediately after that, Hurent used the aura spear and destroyed the Canadians. Then the host said the entire Canadian team was also dead, logged out in just a moment. Aiming at the rapidly approaching enemy, Jishuka nervously thought his attack speed was clearly superior to mine. I needed to stop him by any means necessary. At the same moment, Samuel rushed at his opponent with his fists and shouted menacingly, "Try to pierce me, Hurent." Seeing the support from his friend, Jishuka happily said in her head, "Well done, Samuel. Thanks to the second you won. My target is bigger." Blocking Jishuka's attack, Raoul said, "I can't hold them off any longer. Turn the residual aura into a shield. This is your punishment for abandoning tactics, Mr. Hurent." After these words, Hurent rushed at Jishuka and said, "Thanks to you, I may look like a hedgehog, but you've held a grudge for too long. That's what youth is all about." Looking at the enemy's attack approaching her, Jishuka nervously said in her head, "Instability and incredible control are the top of the game." Preparing to strike, Hurent said finally, "It's a little scary to have Jishuka's shooter behind me. I guess I'm too close for a one-on-one fight." After the strike, Hurent froze in place and said in surprise in his head, "It looks like I hit something pretty solid." At the same moment, Grid reached for his sword, which he drove into the ground and said, "You have great instincts, but I almost cut you to pieces." Seeing that he had stood up for Jishuka, Hurent smiled wickedly and said, "Wow, so you really are a member of the Tzedakah Guild, but don't you think it's a bit much to mix friendship with national competition?" Putting his hand on Jishuka's shoulder, Grid said confidently, "Then you're suggesting that I just walk by. It's my duty to protect her." Hearing these words from Grid, Jishuka said offended, "That's too much. Why didn't you answer the fool?" Smiling happily after his guildmaster's question, Grid confidently said, "I was busy, not angry." After listening to the dialogue between Grid and Jishuka, Hurent smiled ominously and said how interesting it was to Raoul. "Go ahead and collect points." To which he replied that you would definitely do it. Hearing these words from the opponent, Grid suddenly said, "Hey, uncle, you're too annoying. Maybe it's time to give up. It seems our whole guild will win medals." Hearing Grid's words, Hurent, warming up before the battle, said, "I don't know who you'll want to help, but right now, I should hold you back to get at least a silver." Looking at the enemy who was preparing for the battle, Grid said in surprise that it would be quite difficult on his own, to which he replied, "Nothing among the hidden classes is a class called the growth form." Noticing something wrong with her enemy, Jishuka nervously thought red aura, but the aura of masters is usually blue. Preparing for the confrontation in full force, Hurent said, "My aura master was also a rare class at first, but now it has become an epic class." Casting a ranged attack in his hands, Hurent confidently added Grid, "We'll have fun together in the remaining time, because I'm a legendary class in the future, and I'll be your opponent." Ignoring his opponent, Grid noticed that one of the enemies ran away and said, "That guy ran away to collect Jishuk's points. Take care of him." Immediately after that, Grid added for the record, "The British team of Rega is still in the running for silver, and as the head of the guild, you should take at least second place." Grid picked up his sword, which was sticking out of the ground, and thought, "These people were the first to recognize me and respect me. I can't prove it, but I'll lay the groundwork for them." Biting his nails, Grid said nervously, "The targets for Korea are handled by Yura and my blades, so we have the first place almost in the bag for me, and I don't have much to do. Besides, I heard that the US team is very strong and I would like to fight them, so give me a break." Hearing Grid's request, Jishuk smiled sweetly and thought seriously, "He is so shy," and then replied, "I have no reason to stop your fight." Taking her friend with her, Jishuka shouted goodbye to Grid, "Don't lose," to which he responded with a like. After displaying Grid's image on the screens, one of the commentators said, "We thought he was a nameless player because he was not ranked, but the two main Satisfy idols, Yura and Jishuka, definitely trust him in the community. And there are more and more reports of curiosity and envy towards the player." Picking on Shin Seihi, her classmate happily said, "Wow, your brother is popular, Seihi. I would have my eye on him." To which she replied, "I already told you my brother doesn't like girls, and it's only gotten worse lately." Watching the broadcast, her sister nervously wondered in her head if her brother had gotten involved with these people, how he had started to indulge in some kind of false hope, and what was going on in this game that a person could change so much. Leaning against Shin Seihi, her friend slyly asked what your brother likes, and Sehi answered without a second thought, money. At the same time, Hirent, preparing for the battle, said, it's good that we figured it out, but the kid on our team is very talented, and it's not so easy to snatch the silver from him. Rushing first to attack the enemy, Grid confidently shouted out that it was my job to help, and then they would figure it out. Immediately after these words, Grid mentally added, if everything has been revealed, what's the point of me doing nothing now? And then shouted out Pagma's fencing. Having missed the enemy with an attack and received a counterattack in response, Grid nervously said in his head, I'm wearing legendary armor. Where did such damage come from? At the same time, Hirent, who had already increased the distance, said, looking at Grid, when you go out one-on-one, it is better not to delay the preparation. This is advice. So just a thank you will suffice. Having repelled Grid's next attack and counterattacked again, Hirent said in surprise, wow, that's a lot of power. So the rumors that you have the strongest class in existence were not an empty rumor. At the same time, Grid rebounded after another enemy counterattack and thought nervously, judging by the stable damage numbers, this is a fixed damage aura that ignores defense, and his smile was starting to irritate him. Again, dodging Grid's attack and counterattacking him, Hirent said, aiming at the enemy with the skill without auto-targeting, first paralyze him, and if that doesn't work, try to at least predict the opponent's movements. Continuing to look at Grid with a disdainful look, Hirent said, it seems to me that you have no experience in combat at all. Even your class cannot be realized. Rushing at his opponent again, Grid shouted angrily, don't be ridiculous. You know how many raid bosses I've killed on my own. To which he replied, those are static targets. You think they count as experience? Preparing for the next attack, Grid angrily exclaimed, I dodged the skill once, and let's talk about Pagma's swordsmanship. Watching Grid repeat the same mistakes over and over again, Hirent said with a grudging smile, even his training is at 0, and we gave up the gold medal too soon. Having missed the enemy again, Grid nervously muttered a curse in his head. It takes from to seconds to prepare a technique that I freely used in boss battles. Angered by a series of failures, Grid added some childish fun for the runners in his head, and then angrily shouted the fury of the blacksmith. After applying the enhancement skill, Grid launched a normal physical attack at the enemy, and upon hitting, he angrily shouted, don't show me your teeth. Blocking Grid's attack, Hirent nervously spoke in his head. Even his aura trembled. If we take into account only the strength, it is quite consistent with the world's assessment. Throwing the enemy back after being hit, Grid joyfully exclaimed that he was afraid of the skill. I will crush you with force, so let's go all the way to the end. Hearing this, Hirent thought nervously. He used a powerful technique several times and took a lot of damage, but there was no sign of a stoma on his face. Defending himself from Grid's attacks, Hirent added in his head that the equipment gave him such unrealistically high stats. If the fight drags on, I'll be the first to run out of breath. Having transferred the aura to his feet, Hirent received plus speed and attack power, and then thought it would be good to get more information from it. Noticing the strange glow of the enemy's legs, Grid thought that the aura was in his feet. Deciding to gather information about the opponent, Hirent said in his head, I have a rough idea of the strength, but what about the speed? Noticing that the enemy was running away, he used the skill of quick movements to catch up with him. Seeing that he was catching up with him, Hirent said nervously in his head, changing his weapon to a dagger and quickly increasing his speed, a set of equipment that compensates for the lack of experience. Deciding to get away from the tail, the enemy used the aura spear skill, which he directed at Grid to delay him. After activating it, Hirent stood in the dust curtain and said in surprise that I had hit him. Appearing above the enemy, Grid joyfully exclaimed that I told you I would grind you into dust. Seeing that Grid was approaching him from the mountain, Hirent smiled joyfully and said, I'm sorry, but we're done with you. At the same time, one of the commentators said that the Korean team had reached the score and was winning the target shooting competition. Hearing this, Grid was disappointed and thought, damn, I should have left the target destruction to the Vibranium. After the host added that according to the rules, the team that has achieved the goal cannot stay on the battlefield, so the Korean team is being forced to log out. Waving goodbye to Grid, Hurt said as soon as the aura spear hit a few targets, I went to have fun, further good luck to the newbie, after which the host added Hurt joined the US team for a point. Hearing that he was being removed from the battlefield, Grid angrily exclaimed that who decided that? After interesting fights and competitions, the commentator solemnly announced the second day of the competition had come to an end. And of course, the hotly debated topic of the day was the appearance of the legendary class, descendant of Pagma. Having said that, the host left the conference room to finish the interview that was just taking place at the time. One of the journalists asked Grid, "But player Shin Yoon-woo, you still got the gold medal." Looking at the representative of the Korean team, the reporter said, "Please calm down." Standing in front of Grid, the journalist said that by winning the target shooting competition, Korea entered the top for the first time and gained hope, and was especially impressed by the fact that it pushed the United States to second place. While Regis tried to escape unnoticed when Jishuka was scolding her partner, the journalist added that thanks to Regis's actions that distracted Jishuka's attention, the bronze went to the British team. Many criticized Samuel from the Brazilian team for not being strong enough to stop Regis. Immediately after, he added, by the way, saying that it seems that you and Yura have a special relationship, you are dating, and what connects you with Jishuka. A large number of fans are interested in this question. Hearing the question, Grid replied unhappily, "I'm not going to date a woman from the planet Earth," but he was interrupted by Yura, who nervously exclaimed, "We are colleagues, and I know that she and Jishuka are in the same guild." Immediately after giving the answer, Yura whispered to Grid not to say anything strange, otherwise the interview will be delayed. To which Grid replied in surprise, "What's so strange about it?" The next moment, Grid was bombarded with a bunch of questions. What level are you? If you are a legendary blacksmith, you can craft legendary equipment. How old are you? Are you married? Why are you not in the rankings? Did you hide your identity? Hearing Yura's question, she whispered to Grid, "Answer briefly and to quench curiosity. Don't give away details of your personal life. Whether you like it or not, you've now attracted the attention of the whole world." The next moment, another question came from the audience. "About a day ago, I received a notification that the first player who changed his class to legendary appeared. Or maybe you got a descendant of Pagma." After listening to Yura's question and advice, Grid mentally said to himself, "So the whole world is within my power. But is it within the power of someone who spent every day in his room?" Immediately afterwards, Grid confidently thought, "Let's introduce ourselves to the world." And as a result, he said, "It's hard to explain in detail, but I can make legendary items, and you're right. This is the same moment when I changed my class to a descendant of Pagma." The next moment, the man added a question to the world for the legendary class. "You were too easily defeated by the American player Huirant, which made Grid angry." Next, another person asked his question, saying, "Your class is claimed to be the best fencing class, but you are too weak. Users think you lack too much in ability. What do you think about that?" Hearing the question and looking at the angry Grid, Yura thought, "I don't know, my skills are also not so well honed, but that's not the point." Continuing the thought, Yura mentally added the advantage of the descendant of Pagma and passive skills in crafting. This class does not have powerful combat techniques. Recalling his battle for the village, Yura mentally added even the skills of the unsurpassed Link, Kill, and Wave used in the fortress of Byron. They are sufficient in number and have high power, but there are limitations in high recharge. Continuing to look at Grid, who had already calmed down, the girl added that this was the most fatal weakness in the face of one of the strongest runners in the world, whose combat counts in seconds, which is beyond production class. Then Gree replied in surprise, "But isn't it obvious I haven't completed the class quest yet, so I couldn't inherit all of Pagma's skills?" Hearing this answer from Grid, everyone was shocked, and together with Yura, the man exclaimed in surprise, "That is, you are still in the process of completing." Immediately after, the man added that it means that as soon as you complete all the tasks, you will be able to defeat the player Huirant. Then Grid thought, "Why does it all come down to Huirant? I just threw out of the system." After that, Grid mentally said, "I could immobilize him with deterrence and crush him with superiority. I had enough skills in my arsenal to defeat him, starting with unwavering justice and ending with golden flash. But I didn't want to reveal all my cards, so I didn't use them." Immediately after looking at Jura, Grid asked if there was a PvP competition, and if Huirant was participating, to which Jura replied yes, because he is in the US. "And by the way, you are also signed up." Having received information about the competition, Grid said, "I don't know if this will be an answer, but compared to the legendary Pagma, I am really still a beginner. But I am still a beginner." Remembering the words that Huirant had said to him during the battle, he smiled slyly. "You can't even realize your class," Grid confidently said, hovering over the microphone for seconds in a PvP competition. "I will knock him out in seconds." After some time on the news, the anchor said, "Welcome to Satisfy. Daily, the second day of the competition has come to an end. Today we had a target practice, a fortress assault, and a treasure hunt. In the studio, the host said that about a third of the competition has passed from the total schedule, but the organizer country has not been able to distinguish itself, to which his colleague answered correctly, because Korea is considered a weak opponent among the countries. Recalling the results of other competitions, the host said disappointedly, in the storming of the fortress and treasure hunt they took last place. Even the unsurpassed strategist Yura could not pull the team out. Immediately after, a colleague added in surprise, but who would have believed that in Korea, who was predicted to take last place, a star would be lit? His comment, "I will knock out Hurent in seconds," made the websites a buzz. Walking down the hall behind Grid and Yura, the journalist said, "Are you sure you can do it in seconds? But we're talking about a runner who is ranked in the top." And Yura replied that the press conference was over. Heading out of the conference room, Grid nervously asked if it was okay that we cut the interview short, to which Yura replied that was enough in the future, there will be even more of them, so let's go back to the waiting room. Heading to the waiting room, Grid continued to say, "You're a master of your craft. Thanks to you, I didn't embarrass myself in the interview," to which she replied, "You'll say the same." Walking next to Grid to the waiting room, Yura said disappointedly, "We lost in other competitions. The atmosphere in the team is not the best, but thanks to you, the players have lifted their spirits a little." Immediately afterwards, Yura smiled happily and said, "Even though it was my selfish request, thank you for participating." Hearing the girl's words of gratitude, Grid smiled and said, "Well, the main thing is that it's fun, and as it turned out, the stage loves me." Arriving at the Korean team's waiting room, a couple of players went inside. Bowing his head in front of the players, Yura said guiltily, "I'm sorry, you tried so hard, especially for the fortress, and as a leader I should have been more responsible." Hearing Yura's apology, the Korean players nervously replied, "What are you talking about? We have to apologize all the time because we lack skills." Immediately afterwards, the Korean team ran up to Grid and said, "You're Grid, the first player to change to legendary class who was Korean. If you had only participated in other types of competitions, your scores would have been much higher. It's such an honor for us, save Korea." The next moment, the door to the room opened to a woman's voice saying, "I'm sorry." As soon as the door was fully open, Jashuka threw her arms around Grid, who exclaimed with joy, followed by Regis and Pawn. Trying to break free from the girl's tight embrace, Grid nervously wondered in his head who it could be. Looking closely at the girl who had attacked Grid, one of the Korean team members said in astonishment that it was Jashuka from the Brazilian team, to which another added Pawn and Regis. Loosening her grip on the hug, the girl said excitedly, "Grid, I wanted to see you so badly," to which he mentally replied that Jashuka was. Trying to control himself, embarrassed by the situation, Grid added in his head, "Even Regis and Pawn didn't come, but most importantly, she is so beautiful." Looking at the joyful greeting of Jashuka, who threw herself at the poor guy, Pawn said, Hey, Grid, are you really the same in the game everywhere?" To which Regis added, "Not like some." Leaving the competition arena with Grid, Yura said to her friend, "You did a great job considering that you had to fail in the competition." Hearing the girl's remark, Grid replied as if nothing had happened, "I'm fine, and I noticed that you had killed a lot of energy on your own, but it was useless." Looking up at Grid's question, Yura replied thoughtfully, "You're right. It's offensive, but I can't say that it's all for nothing. Hard work with other players on the team makes you move forward." Immediately after looking at Grid and smiling happily, the girl confidently added that without this, the results lose their main meaning. Even if you fail, you can enjoy compensation. Having received an answer from the girl who looked very cute, Grid looked away from her and nervously thought about the crafting process, and then said that it was not bad when there was a result. Immediately afterwards, Yura looked at Grid and asked him in surprise, "By the way, what are you planning to do next?" To which he replied confusedly. Then looking back and pointing to the three players from other countries who were looking at him with a twinkle in their eyes, Yura said, "Your fellow guildmates are really stuck to you." And Jashuka said happily, "Give us a tour of Korea." At the same time, Regis said, "Let's go to the Taekwondo Museum together." And then Pawn added, "Then let's go to the club." And Jashuka shouted angrily, "Listen, go wherever you want. Grid will stay with me." Looking at his teammates, Grid nervously said in his head, "That's right. Why are they following me around so noisy? But I don't understand a word of it." At the same time, Yura looked at the nervous Grid and his company and said, "Well, there's nothing you can do about it. You'll need a translator." To which Grid replied in surprise. Heading to his car, Yura happily announced, looking at Grid, "I'll book a table in a cafe. Let's go together." Arriving at the restaurant and having already had a good meal, Pawn, holding a vase of sake, exclaimed with joy, "Bugaga, Real Korean food is delicious. Let's have some more. At the same time, Regis was eating his food and said, "Oh, the taste of fumse," and Pon replied that it was delicious. The next moment, Jishuka exclaimed angrily, pointing at Jur, "Someone explain to me why this lady is following us, and you also quickly pack up the food and leave. Grid and I will have fun together." Hearing the girl's question, Pon replied without letting go of the alcohol in his hands. "But Yura knows languages. It's not convenient to translate, and it's not bad to make new connections." To which Jishuka replied, offended by what connections with the yacht and church could there be. The next moment, trying to feed Grid, Jishuka picked up the bag and said happily, "I'll take it easy. I participated in the competition only to see Grid, eat a dumpling, and maybe I should move to Korea." Hearing Jishuka's suggestion, Yura looked at Grid and said excitedly, "I don't like Korea at all, and if it wasn't for the competition, I wouldn't have come here." After shoving the food into Grid's mouth, Jishuka exclaimed angrily, "You're not going to translate properly. You mean, bitch, I know a little Korean." In response, Yura said, "I must have heard wrong. Maybe your vocal cords are swollen." And she angrily replied that you only said that you know what to scratch your tongue at that moment. Being between two fires, Grid nervously thought, "What's wrong with them? Why are they suddenly quarreling?" "Regis, where are you looking?" Starting to look for the boy, Grid mentally said to him, "I'm sorry." But before he could finish the thought, he saw that he was full and asleep and would not help. The next moment, turning his gaze to his other friend, Grid added hopefully in his head, "Pon, at least you are." But Pon was not there either. He moved to another room where he began to hit on the girl, saying, "Lady, you're the only one here. Would you like a drink?" After getting out of the fight between the two girls, Grid nervously said in his head, "I'm completely off my rocker. These are exactly the same people I knew wouldn't go this way. I need to catch my breath." Arriving at the restroom and washing his face with cold water, Grid stood in front of the mirror and nervously said, "Oh my God, they're crazy in the game. They seem completely different." Immediately afterwards, Grid smiled happily and added, "Come to think of it, it's been a long time since I've met people in real life, and I wouldn't have dreamed of it." Blooming with happiness, Grid confidently added in his head, "A lot of things change in life when you have friends." Leaving the men's room, Grid wiped his hands with a towel on his way back and said in his head, "It's about time I got home with Yura, and the rest of them probably have a dorm somewhere." Not noticing Pon in his usual place, Grid approached the waiter and asked him where the man was sitting and where he had gone, and he replied that he had left with the girl he was talking to. Going to his room, Grid sighed in disappointment and then opened the door and left without saying a word. "Do what the people want. We have to go too." Before he could finish, he saw that Yura and Jishuka were already sleeping, tired and hinting at it. Not noticing another guest in the room, Grid turned to the waiter again and nervously asked him what happened to the man inside, to which the employee replied that he was drunk and ran out muttering something about taekwondo. Hearing that Pon and Regis had run away without saying a word, Grid said in his head that he had run away, blaming everything on me, and to hell with your friends. The next morning, while Grid was taking a shower, his sister opened the door to Grid's room, and Seki screamed nervously. One of the parents came running to hear their daughter scream and asked Seki what was wrong, to which she nervously replied that her brother was in his brother's room. Looking at the pair of sleeping girls lying in his bed, Seki nervously added something that should not have been there. Arriving also at the screams of his sister, Grid, with a towel over his head, said unhappily that I shouldn't have them in there, that I had to put them in a taxi at all. But don't be surprised, they are players who are currently competing in a tournament. They are very famous. I had to bring them home. Looking at her brother with a menacing look, Seki said, "Tell me, brother, did they threaten you?" To which he replied with a grudging smile that he'd better wake them up. Bringing breakfast to a couple of guests, the father of the family said, "Help yourself, so yesterday you had a corporate party." To which they replied, "Sorry for causing you so much trouble on the first meeting." After receiving breakfast, Jishuka happily said to her father, "You should eat too," to which he replied confusedly that I had already eaten breakfast. The next moment, her father, adjusting his glasses, said nervously, "You know that, but I'll remind you that polygamy is forbidden in Korea." To which Grid replied, "I'm not saying that." Turning on the TV at breakfast, Grid said, "Today we both have no competitions." To which Yura replied that one player can only participate in 3 types of games. At that time, the third day of the national competition was broadcast on TV. Today, there will be a crafting competition in this area. All the runners and blacksmiths will participate, and many fans are disappointed by the absence of Pagma's descendant, because they had high hopes for him. Hearing this, Yura said disappointedly, It's a pity, of course, your participation would have been useful, to which he replied, well, what can you do if the number of competitions is limited? And with the new news from the TV, let's take a moment to focus on Hurrent, who became the star of yesterday's controversy. Player Hurrent, in a few days there will be a PvP competition in which you will take part as a feeling. Hearing a question from a journalist, Hurrent happily answered, and you about that statement about seconds. It sounds like a childish thing to say. What can you expect from a child? Hearing his friend's speech, Raoul said to Jival, don't you think that Hurrent is acting too relaxed judging by the outfit of the descendant of Pagma? If he uses all his strength, it will be difficult for Hurrent to win. Hearing this question from his comrade, Jival looked around and said that our newcomer was rather cautious. Hurrent's aura could be used in a variety of ways. Immediately after, the man confidently added more than that. He did not demonstrate all his capabilities, and this guy relies only on his equipment. At that very moment from the TV screens, Hurrent confidently said, this friend is many steps behind me. I can say this with absolute certainty. Hearing Hurrent's interview, Grid said unhappily that PvP and the Pet Marathon are individual competitions, not group competitions. And if you try hard enough, you can collect medals for both types of competitions at once. Looking at Grid, Yura also heard that apparently the American team was going to get a lot of medals and take first place in the overall score. But there was a serious mistake in their calculations. Looking at Hurrent bragging on the TV screen, Grid smiled slyly and added, I'm planning to do the same. The next day, the happy voice of the host sounded in the arena. The last fifth day of the competition had finally arrived, and the highlight of the program would be PvP and the Pet Marathon, which would take place in the morning and afternoon respectively. After displaying the grid of battles on the screens, the host added that the PvP player competitions were distributed by drawing lots. It looks like the candidate for victory, ranker #Riss and #Bondre, will face off in the final, which also became a hot topic of discussion. After that, having brought the first battle to the main screen, the presenter added the player grid, publicly declaring victory in seconds, will face another contender for victory, Hurrent, in the final. Moving the camera to the arena, the commentator said that the player Hurrent had already joined the system, apparently going through the minds of his opponents. Preparing for the fight, Hurrent told the world rankers How Bondre Agnos Chris Givel and Krausel. Activating a red aura on himself, the man mentally said, by taking out these 6, I can take the place of the great swordsman Chris Bondre. You are the first in line in this PvP. Hearing the shouts of Hurrent's name, one of the commentators was surprised to hear the support of the player Hurrent is amazing, to which another added that many companies are also confident in Hurrent's victory. Moving the camera to Grid, who was just getting into the capsule, the host said in front of him, Grid is being ridiculed 2 days ago when the public broke an article that said he was seen with drunken Jishuka and Yura, after which he disappeared and was reevaluated on the first day of the competition. Hearing the stands shouting go away, he got in the middle and took all the laurels. A talentless rat aimed only at popularity. Yura nervously said something and they parted ways. Hearing the girl's question, Grid smiled happily and replied, it's not like I've received any support before. I'll come back with a gold medal. Looking at the broadcast from the arena where Grid appeared, the commentator said that maybe it was because of his attitude to the competition, his brash behavior and the challenge to the existing fandom. But in 2 days, the public hated him. Immediately after, the host added, well, let's put aside all these trifles and start the first match. Only these words were heard as Grid said, Pagma fencing. Hearing that Grid was once again using the same skill that had been taking a long time to activate, Hurrent said haughtily, my God, I suspected this round would be easy, but to start with fencing is a bit predictable. Attacking Grid with his aura, which the vibranium failed to deflect, Hurrent exclaimed confidently, I told you that such a slow skill wouldn't work on me, nor would you be able to block my skill with it. Having inflicted a fixed damage to Grid, Hurrent said confidently, preparing for the next attack as a pity, even after taking damage, you cannot give up fencing, and then thought, this skill has a long recharge. If I fight using aura as a defense, then victory is in my pocket. When the training was over, Grid used his restraint skill, which immobilized the enemy for 3 seconds, and Hurrent lost control, thinking, my body is not listening. Nervous at the sudden change of events, Hurrent put up an aura shield, nervously thought he hid this ability. First of all, I will concentrate all my aura on defense. The main thing is to survive once and prepare. The next moment, Grid used his assassination skill to pierce the shield for a point of damage absorption and dealt a point of damage to the opponent himself, destroying him in one hit. Disintegrating into pixels after his death, Hurrent exclaimed in confusion at the end of the game. This can't be right. At the same moment, all the stands and commentators who did not expect Grid to win in any way fell silent. Stopping after the deadly attack, Grid, holding his sword in his hand, said, "You must be confused that you were defeated by a stranger, of course. The attention of the crowd is much more pleasant when you have an advantage." Immediately afterwards, Grid smiled slyly and said, "At the end of the battle, here is the appearance of the thief." At the same time, the timer for the duration of the fight stopped at 2 and 3 milliseconds. Looking at the screens where Grid was, the crowd erupted in cheers, shouting, and the player Hurrent, who was a contender for victory, crashed out of the system not in seconds but in seconds. Going crazy, knocked out of the fight. It was definitely not a bug. I was betting on Hurrent. My money was on the side of the devs, and the betting on Grid tripled. Watching the game with my friends, Ibelin exclaimed with joy, "I knew he could beat Grid's Wantner." And Pon added, "Just look at our bets. With this, we can ask Grid for new equipment." For many people, this came as a real shock, but for those who knew Grid, the results were quite expected. However, the only thing that upset Grid was himself. Coming out of the capsule, Grid said disappointedly, "A weapon with an attack power of and plus the effect of the level of the kill. And it's a pity that it's only a few." Hurrent is really a tough nut to crack, but some people will definitely shut up now. Approaching his friend who was sitting in the capsule, Raoul said, "Come out, Mr. Hurrent, you've lost." After coming to his senses after such a rapid loss to Grid, Hurrent nervously said, "The perfect combination of SAS and the final blow that defies calculation. Did I really not have his equal from the very beginning?" Leaving the capsule, Hurrent added, "Here he is, a legendary class. I need to strengthen my aura if I want to match him." To which Raoul replied, "I'm not sure. The difference in equipment alone is amazing." Hearing this, Hurrent said sternly, "Raoul's envy is felt in your words, and you, such a newcomer, were promised a huge funding for joining the Snake Guild." Looking at Grid, who was coming out of the capsule room, he said happily, "You heard Raoul, let's be honest. There's nothing wrong with being enamored with power. And besides, I don't have the title of rookie by itself to catch up with the runners. I need equipment." Smiling happily, the boy added, "Weapons are much more important than control. I will join the CDOT Guild, and I advise you to think again about Mr. Javal's offer." Hearing his friend's conclusion, Hurrent replied awkwardly, "It's your final decision. I can't get along with someone who can change his mind at any time without fail." Watching the replay of Grid's battle with Hurrent, his next opponent said something incredible to Hurrent in just a few seconds. "Grid, you should be more careful with your fencing. It's harder to use fencing on slippery ground. And during the siege of Byron, he seemed to use flight. So it's even more convenient if the arena is an island. It's quite humid. The skill with huge damage learned with the help of an S-class grimoire is absolutely zero. Despite the long response time, such unrealistic damage will significantly weaken even Yura and Hurrent at a time." Reflecting on the coming battle, Bondre mentally added on the battlefield with increased hostility, "That earth, that sky, you have nowhere to hide." At the same time, Yura was quickly walking to the waiting room, nervously thinking about Grid's next opponent, Bondre. If he uses an ice prison or a web, Grid will have no room to move. Searching for him with her eyes along the way, she added that she needed to advise him where he was going this time, as the slightest levity could lead to defeat. At the same time, speaking to the newcomer, Grid said, "I know Evelyn has often talked about you. You're like a genius, as they say. A newcomer from the top." Bowing to Grid, Raoul said, "My real name is Rail Smith. I use the nickname Raoul. Please accept me into the guild, not as your escort, but as your loyalty." Hearing the request, Grid replied, "Wow, what a strange Korean you have studied from historical dramas. I got goosebumps." Hearing the question, Raoul said confidently, "Yes." Then Grid happily added, "I praise you for your honesty, but I don't mind. The more slaves, the better." Looking back at Raoul and smiling slyly, Grid thought, "Lately Miner hasn't put me in anything at all. He only knows what to send to harsh places of extraction. Of course I have Jude as a bodyguard, but how can you refuse a slave with resurrection abilities?" Having received a positive response to the proposal, Raoul said in surprise, "I didn't think you would agree. As a thank you, I will give you advice about Bondre." Immediately after, Raoul said, "Everything depends on whether you can block the ice prison and the web during their response. If you can't destroy the battle barrier in time, you will lose and won't be able to move." Hearing the advice, Grid smiled happily and said he understood, so he needed to smear him before he started playing with the ice. Hearing Grid's self-confident words, Raoul said in his head, "What arrogance, what bitter experience. Nothing will hurt him, as long as he shows that he can contribute to my growth." Turning on the broadcast of the battle, the commentator said that all the matches have come to an end. Now we are watching the contender for the victory, Chris, that the winner has already been determined. Looking at the state of Regas, the commentator said he was the strongest in LTS. However, now it is in the past. We can clearly see the signs of defeat of the player in the world ranking of Regas. The gap between him and the place in the world ranking is too big. Looking at his beaten opponent, Chris said to defeat Hurent in seconds, the furious butcher, no grid is worthy of attention. There is a point to have fun with him in the final, however. Swinging his sword to finish off Regas, Chris angrily shouted out, "Don't be conceited that we are on the same level. You don't even deserve a place in the rankings." Before he could make an attack, he received a sudden blow to the liver, after which Regas got to his feet and said, "This is an unaffordable luxury for a melee fighter, so I didn't plan to use it at that time." Chris thought nervously, "I lost half my health in one blow. What the hell?" Having received a new power with Grid's equipment, Rega exclaimed joyfully, "But with them the difference is strongly felt. I mean the glitch." "Preparing to strike the enemy," Rega said menacingly, "so feel free to speculate about who is worthy and who is not, but I will catch up with you soon." Immediately after, Regas began to strike a combo of continuous blows. Reaching a certain combo, an additional effect from the gloves was activated. Having lost the battle against Regas, who suddenly took the initiative, Chris nervously shouted out again, "Grid tried his best." Seeing what had just happened on the battlefield, the commentator exclaimed in shock, "Player Chris from Canada logged out, an unexpected turn of events. Player Regas had blown the impenetrable defense of player Chris to pieces." The next moment, one of the commentators said that this was to be expected, to which another added that it may be due to the influence of the descendant of Pagma. But the guild of Tzedaka is incredibly strong, and the player pawn also easily made it to the finals. Immediately after the second commentator spoke, however, it is too early to draw conclusions because the Tzedaka guild gained fame during the LTS. For the guild to come together, the last frontier must be overcome. Moving the camera to the arena, the host said that back in the competition held by the large Japanese company Jin, he had won a stunning victory by destroying his opponent Katz, a regular class player who holds the title of Invincible Legend of the Finals, Bondra, the world's #1 ranked runner and a cryo-catalyst from France. Despite the low health line, specializing in freezing and defense, he applies a combination of continuous attacks, binding the opponent with ice magic. Cryo-catalysts are not called rivals of physical dominators for nothing. Moreover, the current arena with high humidity can enhance the cryo-catalyst's magic and response speed, and Bondre put Grid at a disadvantage in this match. Looking at Grid, who appeared in front of him in the arena, Bondre smiled evilly and said, "The sword you used to defeat Hurent looked pretty impressive, but this time it's different. But you're not in a position to show your relaxation." Using his skill, Bondre added that you need to take at least a few steps to your swordplay, because wherever you stand on this slippery ground, ice spikes will grow and hinder your swordplay. Immediately after, the man thought, "The only thing you have to do is fly up, and then I will immobilize you with an ice web and destroy you with absolute zero." And then he shouted, "And that is the world of runners, boy, the ice barrier." The next moment, Grid, without even moving, used a golden flash that instantly pierced the enemy, and he received points of damage, losing health, after which he thought in confusion what the hell was going on without fencing. Looking up at Grid, Bondre mentally added an ice barrier, the strongest shield against physical attacks. His skill was able to pierce the shield and inflict such damage in a split second. Grid is able to do this unlike ordinary warriors because he has magic, and Grid's current mana of 1 has increased the damage tenfold. Preparing for the attack, Grid quickly finished off the enemy, a blow that the cryo-catalyst with low lifeline could not defend against. Smiling happily after his victory, Grid said, "Finish your house games. Binsu has had enough. Now you can go away, Elsa." This match lasted only seconds, which impressed the audience even more. At the end of the final, the commentator nervously announced that something unexpected had happened. The players Hurent, Bondre, and Chris, who were predicted to win, were eliminated, and the 4 strongest who made it to the final would fight for the throne. Against the backdrop of the elimination of the strongest players, a rather interesting situation developed, with 3 of the semi-finalists being members of the Tzedaka Guild. The intense battle between the aces is in full swing, and it's still hard to tell which side has the advantage. Apparently, they were influenced by the participation of the player Grid. The status of the guild is now at an all-time high, while Jishuka joyfully shouted from the stands that someone should win. Continuing to confront Regas, Pan tensely exclaimed that at least someone I do not agree to this. At the same time, Regas stood behind Pan and struck him a powerful blow, saying, I didn't expect your spear to be so fierce. Without those fists I could have lost. Preparing for the final combo, Regas confidently added, do you think we can finish everything in one blow? Or do you think we should save the equipment we invested all the money in? Hearing the offer, Pan said, don't make me laugh. I know that look on your face. You just want to see what your fist can do, but it's not a bad offer. Taking out a second spear to confront Regas, Pan exclaimed, now I just have to unshield both of my spears. Only victory is mine, so don't be too disappointed. After that, there was a powerful explosion, which was commented on as an incredible shockwave of the collision of two frightening techniques of damagers. After this explosion, the commentator predicted that the player who would emerge victorious in this fierce battle was this. Regas continued to stand on his feet and said, that's right, you're thirsty for victory. You did a good job, Pan. And then the commentator shouted out, Regas, it's the player Regas. Smiling slyly after the loss, Pan said, don't relax too much. You're going to face an incredible blacksmith. Then the commentator added, Pan is logged out. Regas is in the final. Incredibly, it was a real triumph of first-class skill. Well, after a short pause, the second stage of the semifinals awaits us in this battle. The most sensational player, Grid, takes part in this battle. Having defeated the strongest contenders for victory, Grid proved that he can be equated to the level of a star, but after the battle, a new dispute arose. While conducting a dialogue with a colleague, one commentator said correctly this time, the controversy was caused by a miscalculation in the development of the class. The fact that the mainstream fandom cannot understand where the user has such incredible strength from, to which his colleague replied to him to accept Grid as a player most need an explanation. Then let's attend a briefing at the SA group headquarters before the battle starts. At that time, a question was asked there, even for a legendary class. Too much power can be a bug. To this question, the director answered that this is not a bug, including the power of the descendant of Pagma was specially implemented by the developers. After that, he added all the legendary classes that exist, and each has a characteristic feature such as basic immunity to CC. I think this ability is quite consistent with the level of difficulty of mastering the class, but owners of ordinary professions may feel discriminated against. However, according to the developer's intention, both the owners of regular classes and professions will receive a significant power boost when they acquire the class. The hidden class itself is amazing, but it doesn't mean that the difference in power cannot be overcome. After that, the director smiled and added obviously that Satisfy rewards all users for their efforts. I hope you can trust and accept the developer's plans. Sitting in his office after the briefing, Lim Chulho thought this was the best explanation we could give right now. It was not a bug, but it was not the intention of the developers to create only legendary classes, and characteristics would be limited in pumping. Continuing to think, he added, however, he continued to prevent penalties for failure and received characteristics that were not in the project, which is unlikely to be believed by users if this information is disseminated. In addition, not only did he prevent the expansion of Jathan's church and save Rebecca's church, he was also the first to change a class to a unique class with abilities that did not match the development plan, and he shook up the game so much. At the end of his reflections, Dom Cholo smiled happily and said, here he is, an unprecedented protagonist and the main culprit of the most absurd failures. The next moment, the director heard the Morpheus supercomputer report that the RDX quest was completed, and Lim said in surprise, interesting RDX quest. No. One in the world ranking, Krauser was the first among users to reach the level of successfully mastering the third profession. After mastering the profession of swordsman commoner, he plans to move from the Western continent to the Eastern continent. Hearing this, Lim Chulo thought now that he had completed the quest, he had monopolized several titles together, which meant that he had become even more unrivaled, an unheard of event for an ordinary swordsman class. Immediately afterwards, the director asked Morpheus if Grid and Krugel met in battle, who would win, and he replied by displaying statistics with the probability that Krauser would win. Hearing this, the director was surprised to hear a regular class surpass Grid even before receiving the new title, a good precedent. But Krauser is a lonely player, unlike other users, and this percentage of victory was achieved only because of his unsurpassed genius. Comparing the two players, the director thought Grid, who began to gather genius players around him, and Krauser, a loner, are two protagonists who stand on different sides in terms of both ability and development. After that, he thoughtfully added, who would rule the world I created? a genius, or a mediocrity. At the same time, the commentator turned his attention to the match and said, "So let's get back to the scene." And Grid's fight in the semifinals took an unexpected turn. Grid's opponent in the semifinals was an expert in the powerful SS player Bubat. But Bubat decided that with his abilities he would waste time and announced his withdrawal. Thus, the player Regis became Grid's opponent, who automatically qualified for the final. Receiving blows from Regis, which he did not have time to dodge, Grid heard Mr. Grid, "Your attacks are too strong. They cannot hit the target." Moving behind Grid to attack him from above, Regis said, "Be careful. If I can move at a speed that allows me to dodge, that means you won't have time to use your sword." Receiving a powerful blow, Grid was thrown back from his seat, gritting his teeth and thinking, "This is the power. I shouldn't have put a weapon in his hands." As he charged at his opponent, Grid nervously said in his head, "I wish I could immobilize him with a restraint, but he'll definitely dodge at this speed." Preparing to attack, Grid shouted out, "Pagma's swordsmanship," at that moment going for a close call. Regis said, "Despite the short time, I have learned a lot about your fighting technique." Regis confidently exclaimed, having punched Grid with an uppercut. Preparing to throw another punch while he was still in the air, Regis added, "Being a famous personality, you should be careful when using the techniques you have already used." Looking at Grid, whom he wanted to attack, Regis nervously said in his head that I don't see his huge sword in something else. At the same time, Grid changed his weapon to a dagger and said that when you lack abilities, the only thing you can rely on is your acting skills, and I have many more trump cards that you don't know about. Attacking Regis with his blade, Grid used his Wind of Justice skill to knock the enemy down, buying himself time. Putting up a block to avoid critical damage, Regis nervously said in his head, "Damn, this skill is familiar to me. But I never saw a ranged skill do so much damage." At the same time, Grid approached Regis with his sword and said, "I need a second to prepare my sword, just a few seconds at most, and it's hard enough to dodge." The next moment, Grid used his slaying skill and made a huge hole in Regis, causing fatal damage. Leaving the arena after the loss, Regis said, "You are undoubtedly powerful, Mr. Grid. But most of all, I am surprised by your use of equipment. I think I should also learn how to use it properly." Immediately after leaving the arena, the commentator nervously exclaimed, "Regis is logged out. The result is decided. The main winner in PvP is the winner." Displaying the winner's image on the main screen, the commentator added that the game was sure to end, not without unforeseen events. As in the target shooting competition, the Korean team won an undisputed victory in single combat in this competition. Korea was predicted to be unable to win a medal, however. In the second half of the competition, she broke into a fierce race and climbed to a place in the overall standings with incredible fortitude. Arriving at the Korean team's waiting room, Grid happily said, "Well, what did I tell you? I promised you there would be gold." Hearing Grad's words, Yura smiled happily and said, "You really can't be convinced." When the next competition started, the commentator said that the United States retains the lead, followed by France and Canada, which was pushed out of the top 3 by Korea's efforts. The battle for a place in the ranking has become tougher, and the results will depend on the last competition of the Marathon of Pupils, which will take place after a short break. If we talk about the strongest pet, it can be called a pterosaur that has incredible speed and endurance and also has excellent fighting skills. But at the moment it is quite rare. Only about 100 users can boast of it. Currently, the owners of the pterosaurs are the players of the strongest candidate for the victory of the U.S. team. The venue is the island of Urea. All players will take part in the competition, and the pet that arrives at the top of Mount Sins first will win. The pet marathon is not a battle between players, but between the pets they summon. All pterosaurs have the same level and differ only in attributes, so the advantage will be the connection with the pterosaur developed during training. So now pterosaurs that have breath of various attributes such as enemy frost, poison, wind, and more show their proud figure to the world. As well as the main contender for the victory in this competition, the world #1 player Javal from the U.S. team, his pterosaur known for its long breath, appeared on the battlefield accompanied by the Captain of America. This will also be Grid's last competition. But will we be able to remind him of his success, after which another commentator added that it is unlikely to be possible, as the information does not indicate that anyone from the Korean team owns a pterosaur. Hearing Grid's name, Javal said in his head that he destroyed the invincible Bondry in just seconds. Those who think he won with the help of tricks are just losers. I can say this with confidence. Immediately after imagining the top of the world rankings in his head, the man added the only one to whom he is inferior in strength is Krausel Grid. At first he seemed witty, but did a second monster appear in the arena. Nervous about Grid, Jeeval added nervously. But it was worth thinking about his authority after the competition. He couldn't let this force exist, especially if victory in a battle without the players themselves was at stake. Continuing his thoughts, the man mentally added, "You can't hold your nose anymore," until suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a scream from a girl standing next to him. Seeing Grid's pet, Jeeval was shocked and said in his head, "Grid, this psycho is competing for you. Is it a joke or something I don't understand?" Looking at how he was all torn up and trying to hold his pet, Captain America added that he had dragged the cat here, and Grid turned to the girl and said, "Listen, there's a lot of blood. Twice faster and stronger than a griffin, with the ability to use the breath of the elements. It may lose to a classic dragon in intelligence and physical data, but apart from the difficulty of taming it, there is nothing to complain about. It is the strongest pet created by a dragon, a sky dragon." The spectators thought that this match would turn into a battle of sky dragons, but when one of the spectators saw Grid's pet, he said, "I thought he would bring some rare sky dragon, but this cat is incredibly cute." Looking at Grid, Jeeval thought, "I can understand if he took another pet because of the difficulty in taming a dragon, but not a cat. What an idiot." Trying to escape from Grid's grasp, No screamed in fear, "Dragons are so scary, even though Memphis are the strongest demonic beasts in hell, surpassing even the highest level demons. But the only ones who can instill fear in them were the strongest living creatures. Dragons." Looking at his pet, Grid whispered angrily, looking him straight in the eye, "Hey, you're the strongest beast in hell. Don't disgrace me in front of people. If you want to live, then get to the goal while avoiding the sky dragons." Hearing the threat from Grid, No scared exclaimed, "You devil, let me go." Save No, then the commentator exclaimed, "Such an animal in the participants can easily be eaten by the sky dragons no matter how good he is. Isn't this a mockery of animals? For sure he knows how to speak by the way think, only the cat's name is No." To the stormy condemnation of the player Grid by society, we move on to the final of our competition. A magical explosion means the opening of the pet marathon. The pet marathon begins with the sky dragons simultaneously taking to the skies, heading for the top of Mount Chings. At the start, the player Grid, who is still busy fighting with the pet, and the player Jeeval, apparently because of the high speed of the sky dragon Jeeval, who has the attribute of wind, that's how confident he is. Folding his arms in front of him, Jeeval said in his head, "I recognized your abilities that you demonstrated in this competition, Grid, but I can't let you make a similar mistake in the final." Immediately after he said that, I confidently exclaimed that an idiot like you is perfectly suited to the role of a clown whose circus is left without him. There is no reason to worry about going forward, Captain America. At the same moment, Grid pulled the cat away from him and angrily shouted, "Hey, you asshole, you're embarrassing me in front of people. You're not going to take off." "We're actually the last commentator to see it," Grid said. "And given the speed of the sky dragons, his delay will cause big problems." No refused to participate in the competition and shouted out in fright, "Die and go to hell, No can't. No way the dragons will eat me." Continuing to make noise, Noah suddenly calmed down, and after a short pause said in surprise, "Dragons will eat me." Sensing something unusual, Noah immediately calmed down and then thoughtfully said, "Nyan, that smell is dragons." The next moment, Noah unleashed his soul absorption skill on the dragon Jeeval to punish the lizard that had been scaring him all this time. After the attack was completed, the dragon froze in place in fear, and the commentator said that something gigantic had just burst out of the cat and completely swallowed the sky dragon. Having absorbed the soul of the dragon, half of whose power was transferred to him, Noah said, "Usually I transfer the power to the master, but this time I will absorb it myself." Licking his paw after the meal, the cat said angrily, "I will not leave those lizards who pretend to be dragons." Seeing that something was wrong with his dragon, Jeeval nervously said in his head, "What the hell happened after the attack of this cat?" His speed slowed down significantly, but he seemed to be fine. Getting ready to go to the competition, Noah confidently said to his master, "You're so scared, you coward. Or do you think the strongest beast from hell will lose to some lizard?" Listening to Noah's arrogant exclamations, Grid thought, "I have flown a few times on a Huroi sky dragon, and I know how strong and enduring they are. This fool has a reason to be boastful, but I learned it during the battle with Helgao and the soul absorption effect." When the effect of the soul absorption effect took effect and Jeeval noticed that his dragon had regained consciousness, he shouted, "Hooray, now show everyone what you can do." When all the enemies had already left, Grid shouted angrily to his pet, "Stop talking here and go to the competition." Using the soul absorption attack on Captain America again, No confidently shouted as he walked along the route. I can't lose to some lizards even if I really want to. Watching the speed with which his cat started, Grid nervously said in his head fast even faster than the Vibranium, and knew that the beast was not ordinary. When Noe finished off the rest of the American dragons, he used the soul absorption skill on them. Then the commentator said that whole players were participating in the marathon of pets from the United States. But everyone froze in a daze. Then one of the players shouted out, "Javal, it's dangerous." At this point in the U.S. gold medal table, the team was confident of its victory. But at this rate, it would equal Korea in terms of the number of gold medals. Watching the competition, Javal nervously thought it was all because of him, and then angrily shouted to everyone to kill this cat. Obeying Javal's order, all of America's sky dragons aimed at Noe and released their deadly breath with attributes. Then the commentator said the U.S. team launched a joint attack from the breath of different elements impossible to dodge. Seeing his cat falling to the ground, Grid nervously thought badly. The second buff was removed. Apparently, the characteristics returned to normal. No is still at the first level. This will hit him hard. Watching the competition, the commentator said the American Sky Dragons rushed to attack Grid's outstanding pet No. The tails of the Sky Dragons, known for their destructive power, headed towards the pet. Noticing that the cat was able to easily dodge the tails of several dragons, Javal was impressed by the cat's fluidity. After No avoided being attacked again, the commentator then said the American Sky Dragons attack again with their breath. However, this no longer makes any sense, because with the help of nimble movements on the fluidity skill, he prevented the attack with swift movements to match the cat. Having avoided all the attacks of the enemy animals, No said haughtily, hovering above them in the air, "I am no rival to any lizard. I see you have all gathered together." Attacking all the enemies together with soul absorption, No added a delicious one. And then the commentator added all the Sky Dragons of the U.S. team panicked together. Now having immobilized the U.S. team's Sky Dragons, the cat took on the other Sky Dragons who flew forward. No one else could stop him. The cat alone was able to organize a mass extermination, and it is no longer possible to say with certainty who will take the first place. Noticing a dragon that rushed forward while everyone was fighting with each other, the commentator shouted the same thing. Captain America, played by Javal, rapidly slices through the air at the start. He was immobilized by the pet of the player Grid No, but at some point he broke through. Looking at his dragon, Javal confidently thought, "As the owner of my pet, I have trained the dragon to have the attribute of wind through numerous tests. Its high-speed wings are capable of compressing and compressing the air." Immediately afterwards, he added to the flag with anticipation that if he used acceleration now, no living creature would be able to catch up with him. "So here is the world's arrow," and then he shouted forward. After shouting the name of his pet, he activated the acceleration skill, and No sat on top of him, laughing happily. Having used the scratching skill on the enemy, the cat said haughtily, "You're pretty fast for a lizard." Injecting poison into the enemy, No was able to make the dragon petrify for a while. Then the commentator exclaimed petrification. The cat just scratched him a little. The cat quickly rushed forward. Seeing what had just happened to his pet, Javal thought in confusion what the hell was going on. After a few seconds, the commentator said some of the low-level celestial dragons were killed, and then Javal mentally added to the speed of the dragon with the wind attribute. What the hell is this skill? After No took the lead in the race, he joyfully exclaimed that this body belonged to the strongest demonic beast in hell. Meowed. Hearing the cat's words, Javal nervously thought that there was a demonic beast in hell. But how? The next moment, the commentator spoke, revealing his essence. The player's pet Grid at high speed headed to the top of the cute cat. Much to his surprise, turned out to be the strongest demonic beast from hell. At the same time, Javal nervously added in his head, the location of hell has not yet been explored. How he got the beast from there. You want to say his adventure experience is so great that it allowed him to explore even hell. When Noe reached the top, the commentator said, "That's right, the beast was not an easy one. Contrary to all the predictions of experts, the pet was the first to reach the top of Mount." Moving the camera to the cat stretching near the flag on the top of the mountain, the commentator happily added No, the player of Grid. Korea wins the last category of the competition, the Marathon of Pets, and hearing this, Grid sighed and said, "Wow, victory." After losing the competition, Javal gritted his teeth and thought, "I was sure I was the best pet owner, but my defeat was a stunning one." The U.S. team, confident of its victory in the pet marathon, failed to win even a bronze medal, and the national competition in Satisfy ended. As a result of the overall ranking of the USA, Korea, and France, The U.S. team was predicted to win a stunning victory, but the results of the standings were contrary to expectations. Although it was an event competition, its results had an impact on the country's authority in the game itself, because capturing the strongest country would inevitably lead to an increase in human resources, information, and more. However, their plans were destroyed by exceeding all expectations by just one user, whose name was spread across the world as the name of the national hero of the Republic of Korea. After the competition, Grid and Yura were heading to a certain place when they heard Ina say, "We've arrived," and he replied with surprise, "You're helping me so much, just like you did during the interview." Recalling the interview, Grid added, "I was overwhelmed with offers to appear in the show's commercials, and I couldn't even walk around my neighborhood in peace, so I tried to avoid them, but I didn't even think it would be that big." Hearing this, the girl replied, "Of course. And yet she did not think that you had a dream of such a scale." To which Grid nervously replied, looking at what was in front of him, "I had to rake everything out, even the cash prize, so I was temporarily on the run." Looking at the house that was being built in front of them, Yura said, "To be honest, I was a little hesitant when I asked to know the location, but it really worked out, so be calm. According to my information, this is the best location and market price." To which Grid replied, "The building is only a few floors, but it's so high. You did me a great favor, and you even introduced me to a good accountant." After Grid's words, Yura looked at the boy and thought in her head that a person who can make dreams come true, I need to find out about the buildings nearby. At the same time, Pan, who was already at the airport with his friends, said that on the day of my departure, I had learned some fantastic news, to which Regis replied that Grid was building a building. Immediately after, Regis added that maybe I should move then because I wanted to concentrate on Taekwondo, and Pan added that I was with you in Korea. There are so many beauties and you are Jishuka. Hearing Pan's question, the girl confidently said that if the competition was over, then Grid was now completely ours and mine, and I couldn't let Yuri act on his own, so I had to take action. Sometime after the competition in the kingdom of Hakan, in the greatest city of Ubatakan, a maiden's voice boomed, "You have been defeated by the cat, our poor and unfortunate great lord Javal." Hearing the mockery of the guildmaster, Jashik said to Asuka, "Watch your expression. Even if you are in charge of the guild's finances, you still need to be more restrained." To which she replied that what does it mean to be more restrained? Seems to me that the Black Bear and I were made to laugh when we lost. Hearing this, Javal lowered his head and said guiltily, "Please accept my sincere apologies. This has become a serious obstacle for the Snake Guild on the way to dominating the entire continent." After receiving the man's apology, Asuka said, "I understand, by the way. I can't get in touch with Hurant and Rowell, so I'm guessing it doesn't matter if you learn a third profession or if you poach cats, who has recently gained strength, but we need to restore our reputation." Hearing Asuka's remarks, Jival said that up until that moment, Satisfy had an air of specialists who could barely provide players with high-end equipment, but this guy changed the course of the game with a level-up item. Immediately after, he added to counterbalance him, "We will poach Panmir the blacksmith #2, who is now preparing to change his profession to a hidden class in the sacred crafting lands of Dwolf City." The appearance of Grid here and there encouraged the players to new beginnings, and it also affected the enemies who had lost their past greatness. The land of the Duchy of Bankos, the third temple of the Church of Yatan, standing in front of the pedestal. One of the servants said, "Now everyone has rejoined the god Yatan." Immediately after these words, the servant added, "Followers, meet the new priest." Also being at this event, Yura nervously thought, that is the descendant of Malachus NPC level who changed to the 4th class, then how strong is the first servant who controls this monster? The next moment, the second servant of Yatan's church, Rikaos, said in a supercilious tone, "You need to be among the closest to the god Yatan at the front, such a weak follower. You need to become stronger. Go 8th servant of Yatan." Seeing the quest that appeared before her after the servant's words, Yura nervously thought, "Finally, I will be able to meet the first servant. But for the highest level quest, the explanations are too vague at this rate. I will not be able to help N, who needs the blessing of the Church of Yatan." Remembering the guy who is now immersed in the celebrity industry, Yura mentally added, "In any case, we will soon face changes. I wonder what Inu will prepare." After the filming was over, the director said, "You've done a great job on the set. You must have been very busy lately." And Grid replied, "Yeah, I've only had an hour of sleep in a couple of days. I'll be going then." Leaving the studio and heading for his car, Grid said tiredly, "I'm finally going home. This is not for me. The wrong choice of competition can get you killed." Powdering his head in front of the mirror, Grid said disappointedly, All I got after filming the show and the commercials was a bald spot and black paint, and there are still months left to go before the end of construction. If I want to make money, Satisfy will do the best. Having finished painting, Grid turned on the GPS and said, "From now on, I'll spend hours a day on Satisfy." Yura also advised me to select unique equipment to maintain a stable income, but I haven't even been able to review Epic gear in the last month. Opening the news windows, Grid mentally added, "Come to think of it, I haven't checked what's been going on in the discussions lately." Seeing what was happening in the game during his absence, Grid said, "Wow, the discoverer of Saren. I have no idea who it is, but he was clearly lucky to get titles, so no, stop being jealous at least for the sake of his hair." Arriving home, Grid exclaimed in amazement when he saw the table with dinner waiting for him. Wow, what a table and what a reason for it. In response to his mother's question, she happily said, "You don't feel sorry for yourself at all. You should at least eat well," to which Grid replied, "I've been eating only campfire lately." Immediately after the dialogue ended, Shinsehi said to Grid that lack of sleep increases the risk of premature death, to which he nervously replied, "Don't you study too much?" The next moment, his father spoke up and said, "Thanks to your efforts, we were able to return all the things in the house to Yun. Thank you, and forgive me for my mistake." Immediately afterwards, the father added, however, "You no longer need to feel responsible for taking care of the family. You also have the right to follow your dreams." Listening to the warm words from his father, who added, "I don't understand much about your business, so I'm no use to you, but know that if you get tired, I will always be there to lend a shoulder." After dinner, everyone went to their rooms, and in the middle of the night, Seiki came out of her room and her throat was dry. As she walked to the kitchen, she was surprised to find the light on. As she approached Grid's room, she quietly opened his door and wondered if he hadn't gone to bed yet. At the same time, looking at the number of fans he and No had, Grid said irritably, "This is a shit show. His fan cafe has more participants than mine. The difference is not a few people, but how is it possible?" Hearing him nervous and awake in the middle of the night, the girl said in her head, "I'm worried. I wonder if I can help him somehow." Having finished watching the Fun Cafe, Grid leaned back and thought, "I don't need to worry about money and a house anymore, but it only makes the future more vague." Thinking of the house he was building for himself, Grid said to himself, "I thought about it looking at the construction of the building. Everything has come true, but what do I do now?" Looking at the ceiling of the room, the boy thoughtfully said in his head, "The drawing is complete. Now I need a bigger canvas. I will decide tomorrow." Sometime later in the kingdom of Winston, arriving at Grid's place of work, a large number of customers shouted out that this was Khan's forge, which Grid often visits. "Just look at the iron armor. The goods of other forges were not near. Please show me the bastard sword and the iron helmet. How much does this blade cost?" Wiping the sweat from his face in the middle of the day, Khan said tiredly, even with 4 workers, he could not catch his breath, glad that the forge bequeathed to Grid was prospering. But where did so many people come from? The next moment, Khan heard a woman's voice saying in amazement, "My eyes deceive me, you have grown so young." Immediately after that, Ephemera, who was standing in front of the old blacksmith, waved and said, "It's been a long time, Khan." Standing up from his seat, Khan nervously said, "Wow, who's visiting us, Ephemera? How long has it been?" And she replied, "It's my first time here since the crafting competition, and you're doing well." Immediately afterwards, the girl looked back and added, "I see Winston has grown a lot, probably a local lord, a prominent personality," to which Khan replied happily, "But you really have no idea how much." The next moment, Khan added, "I heard from Grid that you went in search of a method of creating something. Did you find what you were looking for?" Hearing the question, the girl reached into her bag and replied, "I almost died on that very occasion while crossing the continent." Taking out a scroll with the method of making, the girl confidently said, "It was a great experience. I need to make the best sphere. How about Grid?" At the same time, arriving at the building where Grid worked, one of his old acquaintances said, "This is the same forge of people. Too many better wait at this crossroads." Sitting on a tree under an invisible tree, the boy added that he was very busy and hadn't been here since the competition, but there was information that his trusted subject often came here. Preparing to attack Grid's subject, one of the assassins added, "Guys, remember our past disgrace, but now that we have taken on a level of disguise, we are no longer the same." Turning his gaze to the tree, the boy confidently added, "Besides, this time we have the shadow with us. We will take away his most valuable things and make him feel this pain." Waiting for the subject, the interceptor added, "Today, the life of Grid's subject will end here. and we will show that the killers cannot be touched. They will not let it go. And at the same time, Grid's voice was heard in Winston's castle calling for the knight Rowan. Appearing right in front of Grid as ordered, the boy bowed his head and knelt down and said, "Knight Rowan has arrived. You summoned me." At that time, Grid cooed with his wife and said to Irene, "I had a wonderful time yesterday," and she replied, "I have to get back to my duties." Bidding farewell to Lady Irene, Grid said to his subject Raoul, "Sit down and take a seat at the table," the boy said. "You could just send a message to the skill. The Kuldun is too long. Use it only in emergencies." Hearing the remarks from his knight, Grid happily said, "What emergencies I am the strongest," to which Raoul replied, "You are so carefree. Tell me at least what you called me for." When the knight inquired about the purpose of his summons, Grid confidently said, "I want to be a ruler. Come up with a plan." Hearing the proposal from his master, Raoul said in his head, "Well, finally he has made a decision." Looking at Grid, the boy mentally added after the competition, "I constantly reminded him that now was the best time to step up and prove his worth. And finally it paid off. I always dreamed of it." With a nervous smile, Raoul thought about the user who would be the first to claim the emperor's seat and the role of the advisor who would guide him along the way. Looking at his subject, Grid asked, "What do you think?" "I've been thinking about this for 2 weeks. Is it even possible?" To which he replied, "Of course, but first we need to do something for this." Starting to tell some details for the realization of the plan, Raoul confidently said that to obtain the land, it is necessary to unite and therefore, making an unexpected suggestion that surprised Grid, the boy said, "Disband the Tsidak Guild, create a new one, and bend it to your will." Raoul added that no one would be too opposed to the dissolution of the guild because it was impossible to deny the benefits of your equipment. Hearing the idea from his advisor, Grid mentally said, "You're right. I've come to their aid so many times in critical situations and problems. I've never caused them any trouble, and I have a long track record." Immediately after, he added who would refuse if he was offered a bigger house, after which he said, "We'll do it." But suddenly, while he was talking to Raoul, Grid heard a notification sound and then said in surprise that it was a message. Looking at who had written to him, Grid was surprised to see that it was from Ephemera, saying that she was in Khan's forge. Frightened by the message, Grid nervously exclaimed Ephemera, and hearing the frightened tone, Raoul asked what was going on and who was this person. Having received the question, Grid answered the owner of the epic class. "A terrible personality. I had to create equipment for her. But if it turns out to be below unique, she will laugh at me." Hearing the answer, Raoul slyly thought among the 3 owners of the epic class. The last one who did not reveal his identity is called Ephemera. We must admit that his connections are on the level. Immediately after he spoke, the owner of the epic class will be of great help in the implementation of your plan. How about bringing her to the guild? To which Grid nervously replied, "It's quite difficult to deal with her, but you're right. With her cunning, you can't send just anyone." Remembering one of his friends, Grid thoughtfully added, "This guy would be the best fit." And at that time, having spilled the victim's blood, one of the killers said, "The wait paid off. We were just wondering when someone would show up." Pulling the sword out of the guy, the criminal said, "It's a pity that it's just a Nubal guy, but according to the information, you're close to Grid, right?" Looking at the wounded victim, the thief said, "Consider this an attack by a bunch of bandits. You're going to die because you chose the wrong boss. Don't hold it against us, speaker. Of the weapons, only a book poor in attack power and the skill of insult, which due to an arbitrary knockdown can be called an attacker with a stretch. The complete absence of the skill of defense and escape health is even lower than that of mages. The speaker who passes tasks and battles only thanks to the skill of the narrator is considered the worst class that is not taken because of the difficulty." Thinking about the interesting person who reports to Grid, Raoul slyly thought that judging by the fact that he was given only small errands, Mr. Grid did not know about another good way to use the orator. With a sly smile, he added, "He not only raises the morale of the army, but is also able to change public opinion, which is simply indispensable for the aristocracy. This class is capable of staging a coup if you know how to use it. However, the question now is who will survive in this chaos?" Looking at Huroi, who fought back, Shin nervously exclaimed, "No way. Some orator fought off a group of assassins," to which Border added, "There's no way he could have blocked a punch with a regular book. Wait for it." Paying attention to the guy's weapon, the killer nervously exclaimed, "The sword of that crazy mad butcher." At that moment, Huroi began his story. Shin tried to interrupt him, saying, "Fight, why all this nonsense?" But he ignored him and continued, "I was a weakling who barely survived on eloquence, but in the hashish, the first time I met with the master, I was given an S-class assignment. It was quite torturous. No matter how hard I tried, it didn't get any better. And at the moment when my will slowly began to fade, my king Mr. Grid opened the door of pitch black and saved me. But that's not all. He gave my worthless body new strength, and on my way I met an incredible hero. Listening to the story, one of the bandits thought I was overwhelmed with emotion. What a touching story Grid is. What a great personality. The next moment, grabbing his head, the thief nervously exclaimed, "Oh, what the hell, guys? Come to your senses. This is some strange skill." To which Kuroi also replied to me, "How dare you say the golden words of a great master?" Applying the insult skill, Hiro shouted menacingly, "And your mothers shoved baby bottles into those filthy mouths." Noticing that their attack power and defense had dropped by, one of the bandits nervously exclaimed, "Dangerously begins." Looking behind him to see Hiroi dealing him fatal damage, Shin nervously exclaimed, "It can't be that some pathetic orator is highly skilled in the chaos-binding technique." Rushing at the enemies with his sword, Hiroi exclaimed, "My lord has given me strength and weapons, taking pity on me and my weakness." Jumping up, the boy confidently added, "And only he can conquer me." Watching the enemy, Shin thought not to dodge. Nervous of the situation, the thief thought that they had come to deal with Grid to die at the hands of the speaker, and then shouted, "Kasim." Immediately after calling out to the assistant, a man appeared who blocked Kuroi's attack, and also dealt him damage, after which the boy jumped out of the shadows in confusion. Swinging his dagger again and preparing for the confrontation, Kasim said he dodged the fatal blow with good intuition. Immediately afterwards, one of the enemies charged at Kuroi, exclaiming happily, "The spell is broken, you're going to regret crossing the line." Pointing to Kasim, one of the criminals said, "We spent a lot of money to kill Grid, having completed the S-rank quest from the Association of Assassins. This is an NPC who has mastered a minimum of professions." Drinking Kuroi's regeneration potion, Kasim thought, "So somewhere I've already heard this name. In any case, I will not be able to defeat such an NPC, however." Summoning his dragon, Kuroi shouted menacingly, "How can I be called a knight if I pass by those who are plotting evil against my lord?" Hearing the noise and raising his head, Shin nervously exclaimed, "The celestial dragon, from the best equipment to the best pet, and it is Grid's small bipod." Then Kuroi shouted, "Sky Emperor, over the steppe expanse, turn the scoundrels to ashes. As my sky dragon, you will definitely be able to do it." Reinforcing his dragon, he used his fiery breath to blow out a fire that the guard in the fortress could see, and then nervously shouted an explosion on the hill outside the fortress, setting off a fire to alert the guards. Having gathered the army, the subject said to Captain Jude that he should hurry to the site of the explosion and give the order. Hearing the request from the subject, Jude said, "Jude, to put out the flames, prepare to put out the flames to perform." Preparing to go to the site of the explosion, Jude added a fan to extinguish the flames, prepared to extinguish the flames. Hearing this, the soldier nervously thought of waving a fan in a burning house. Looking at the scene of the fire, Khan said, "There is a fire not far away, or that we have so many guests, I hope nothing will happen." Hearing Khan's words, Ephemera answered him that it was not a fire but an explosion. "I don't know who it was, but I can say that the battle was large-scale." Immediately after that, the girl smiled slyly and added an unusual skill, "I'm interested." At the same time, Grid inspected his armor and said, "The armor of light is skillfully forged. It will take a long time to finish it." Suddenly, his work was interrupted by a boy who ran to him and nervously exclaimed, "Mr. Grid." Looking back, Grid replied in surprise, "Raoul." Immediately after, Raoul nervously shouted out a report from the guard. A large explosion occurred within the city. The boy reported the news and added the location near Khan's forge, and Grid nervously wondered what happened to Khan. Looking at the pile of smoke, Kuroi nervously thought that even the strongest players cannot withstand the breath of a celestial dragon. Seeing that his enemy was still standing in front of him, the boy anxiously added a killer with weak defense to block him. Then Kasim said, "The Shadow Warrior, awakening." Using his technique, Kasim was able to change his position behind Kuroi and attack him. Gritting his teeth in pain, the wounded Kuroi exclaimed, "I remembered hearing rumors during my travels that an assassin with a trade had mastered an unusual art like the use of shadows." Feeling the pain again, Kuroi opened his eyes and noticed that the shadows were attacking him, and mentally added, "So the NPC nicknamed the Master of Shadow Art is the guy." Trying to survive the battle, Kuroi thought that he couldn't let him get to his master, and then activated the skill of the Associate of the Apostle of Justice, unusually brave, and shouted out Knight Hiroi for nothing. Looking at Hiroi and his condition, Shin haughtily exclaimed, "Boogeyman, what do you think about our future?" To which his comrade told him that the onlookers had already gathered here. Looking around and seeing the witnesses, Shin thought, "Damn it, they were attracted to the explosion. We need to hurry and get out of here," and then shouted to his mercenary, "Kasim, finish it up quickly, we're retreating." Swinging his dagger at Kura, Kasim said menacingly, "It's time to finish my orders and I've lost my interest." Just as he was about to attack, his stroke was blocked by the shadows of the vases, and the NPC assassin jumped back, nervously thinking that these were not my shadows. Seeing the girl who had presumably summoned the shadows, Kasim said in surprise, "Judging by your snow-white skin, you can't be a killer, but you still use shadow art. It's some kind of magic." Having created an army of shadows around her and Kuroi to protect them, Ephemera said in surprise, "What's so hard about it?" Creating new shadows to strengthen the defense, the girl confidently added that even a cow or a dog could handle this technique to humiliate the enemy. Hearing the provocative phrase from the girl, Kasim smiled and said, "Your nonsense sounds like an insult." The next moment, the angry murderer rushed towards Ephemera and shouted, "Let's see what else your worthless magic can do." Before he could get to the girl, his attack was stopped by the Pabranium, and one of the criminals looked up and shouted in anger, "Grid, you scoundrel!" To which he replied, "Who the hell are you?" After that, turning his attention to the wounded Kuroi, who was now being protected by Ephemera, Grid said unhappily, "What a scoundrel turned my night into a bloody mess." Arriving at the scene, Raoul approached Kuroi and said, "Fortunately, we were not late, thanks to Mr. Grid's flight, so heal quickly." Seeing how many enemies appeared in front of them, Shin nervously thought, "Damn, the boy held out longer than I planned." In an instant, their numbers increased. Looking at Grid, who descended from the sky and stood before him, Kasim wondered in his mind, an artifact that moves on its own, but more importantly. Looking at Grid's hand, Kasim wondered in his mind if this boy was wearing Doran's ring. Realizing that he had nothing to catch here, Kasim confidently said in his head, "It's interesting enough to find out about him before mindlessly entering into a conflict." At the same moment, Shin, who was standing behind the mercenary, said happily, "It's great. In any case, we would have to kill Grid at some point, Kasim. I'll leave Grid to you. We'll take care of the rest." As soon as the order was given to the mercenary, he disappeared into thin air, leaving the battlefield. Seeing that the number of enemies had decreased, Raoul said, "It seems that their comrade has abandoned them. Throw the rest of them into the prison. The Lord can see the personal belongings of the prisoners. We will make a decision after checking the items. You can also demand items as payment for your life." When Grid heard about the benefits he could receive after imprisoning his enemies, he happily exclaimed, "Hey, did you hear that?" Drawing the attention of the guards, Grid smiled slyly and said, "Yes, our counselor said, throw them all in jail." Arriving at Winston's castle, Kuroi said, "Sir, I'm going to go see how the Shay gang is doing in prison." To which Grid replied, "As you wish, Kuroi. If you need me, look for me in the underground forge." Noticing Ephemera on the way, Kuroi happily said, "Thank you, Miss Ephemera, and thank you for your help. Just like that time in the underground prison, it was so inconvenient that I only get help." Hearing the words of gratitude from Kuroi, Ephemera looked back and smiled awkwardly and replied, "Well, I helped Grid then only because of the task. And this time I see a familiar face, so I decided to intervene. So don't worry about it." Following Grid to the forge, the girl added, "I'm surprised you not only got the legendary class, but also the title of aristocrat. I've seen you at international competitions," Raoul replied. "Mr. Grid is a Viscount, and also Lady Winston's husband, Miss Irene." Arriving at the underground forge, Ephemera looked around and said, "Wow, there's a work area inside the fortress." To which Grid replied, "Stop it. You asked for a unique class sphere, and I've prepared the materials." Hearing Grid's offended tone, Ephemera opened her inventory and replied, "Of course I spent a year searching for a way to create it, and another half collecting materials, and I sent the materials and drawings to the grumpy girl." Looking at the girl, Grid nervously thought, "It took me a year and a half to craft one item, and she's just crazy. Although wait, did I used to be the same?" Looking at the hopeful girl who was beaming with happiness, Grid thought, "In any case I must succeed or she may suddenly use her powerful spells on me. I can never get mad at crazy people who have great power." Recalling his past self, Grid mentally added that unlike a one-time save, the attribute can be used on a permanent basis, like Bram's boots that have the flight of magic attribute equipment, is a treasure in itself. Nervous before starting work, Grid thought that even in the skill list of the legendary blacksmith who had seen the divine weapon there was nothing about attribute crafting, which suggests that even Pagma did not know how to make an item of magic attribute during his lifetime. Clenching his hand tightly into a fist, the boy added confidently in his head, "In this case, after learning the method of crafting, I became the only one among the users who could craft items with magic attributes. At least in this area I would surpass Pagma." Concluding his thoughts, Grid mentally said how exciting it was and then confidently said, "Thank you, ephemera. Trust me." Looking at the production method, Grid mentally said, "The longer I look, the more I admire it. This is definitely the best way of manufacturing I have ever seen. If only everything burns out, the sphere will surpass even Dine's life." Immediately after seeing the interesting item, Grid said in surprise in his head, "It turns out that the magic boost was destroyed specifically to balance the conditions of use, which is the perfect solution if you remember how absurd the conditions of use of complete failure were." Pulling out the crafting materials, Grid excitedly added this masterful know-how would be a great tip in making a mass-produced sword, and I had gained a lot of value from studying the crafting materials. The materials brought for the crafting included the tears of the mithril king of the beastmen, the breath of the Inia queen, and magic stones. After examining them, Grid thoughtfully said in his head, "So the material that gives objects the attribute of magic is the tears of the beast king. With this, I can figure out how to make objects with magic." Immediately after taking out one of the materials, Grid said with a grudging smile, saying that if the mithril of the abyss was a curiosity of the kingdom of Viren, then ephemera was the discoverer of the kingdom that was mentioned in the news. Grid made a disgruntled face and thought to himself, "She must have been very lucky with the task and titles. I should give a gift to someone who already won the lottery." Setting to work, Grid added, although she shared with me the method of manufacturing and I learned a lot of new things. "Boogaloo, relax your stomach. You cannot strain too much." After completing some of the creation steps, Grid happily thought just like Pagma and Bram created Pabranium, Millip created a material called blue crystal, seems to be liquid with strength like steel, amazing. Immediately afterwards, Grid added disappointedly in his head, "I knew I couldn't work with materials of this quality. I had to work hard to get it right," and then added unhappily, "I wonder how much she earned when she found them. Now that I think about it, her level had risen too." Overcoming his dissatisfaction over and over again, Grid confidently said no, and yet thanks to ephemera, I learned a lot of new things. "Let's try," and then exclaimed, "I'll make my stomach rare, let her kill me if she wants." And so 2 days have passed since then. Arriving at Grid's office, ephemera joyfully said to Raoul, "I was told the production was completed," to which he replied, "Yes, come in." Entering Grid's office, Raoul saw that he was hiding and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh sir, what's wrong with your face and why are you wearing armor?" He replied, "Don't worry, ephemera, open the box." Hiding behind a chair, Grid nervously thought, "Damn, I could hardly do it. And this useless junk came out. She will definitely try to kill me when she finds out that I wasted expensive materials. You need to be ready for battle." When the girl opened the chest and saw the legendary item, Grid nervously added in his head that it was not legendary, but a pure roulette wheel. Taking her sphere in her hands, ephemera confidently said that it was the best item, and Grid was surprised to hear that it was the best. Tearing up with happiness, the girl happily added, "I've been on the run for a year and a half, and now I can finally stop. Thank you very much." Remembering himself searching for the Pagma book for a long time, Grid mentally said to himself to have a specific goal. Looking at the happy girl, Grid smiled nervously and added in his mind, "Isn't it obvious that she doesn't have to worry about death either?" While the girl was still impressed, Raoul said confidently, "Mr. Grid, if it's done, let me make a suggestion." Raoul looked back at ephemera and said, "How about we make Miss Ephemera our comrade? What do you think, Miss Ephemera?" Hearing the proposal from the guy, the girl replied confusedly that she was a friend, but I have never been in anything like this before. Not letting her finish, Grid put his hand on the girl's shoulder and said confidently that there was nothing to think about. "You have seen my abilities. Nothing will stop me. You will be with us, Ephemera." Hearing the question about cooperation, the girl smiled happily and thought that during the time that I worked hard, he also changed a lot. Even his aura was different from the past, and then said, "Yes, if my candidacy is suitable, I am ready." Hearing the girl's agreement, Grid threw off his armor and said, "Since we're talking about this, we should get going, Raoul Ephemera, and you can rest here." To which Raoul nervously replied, "Right now you'll be fine." Immediately after setting off confidently, I added that there is no way to convince more effectively than to demonstrate my abilities to the fortress of Bayron. Hearing Grid's determination, Raoul smiled slyly and thought that although he was dumb, he acted quickly enough. It would be interesting to pave the way for him as an advisor. Arriving at the Tsidak Guild and expressing his proposal, the boy heard Grid's nervous reply, "Are you serious?" Sitting in front of his comrades, Grid confidently said, "Yes, I'm leaving the Tsidak Guild." The next moment, Ebeline clenched his hand into a fist and exclaimed angrily, "Raoul, what nonsense have you managed to put in Grid's head?" To which he calmly replied, I mean, this is what Mr. Grid looks like in your eyes. At the same time, Grid confidently added, I plan to become a lord and I need to earn money. In response to this, Jishuka confidently said you can become a lord, and while in the guild, there is simply no need to leave it. Hearing the unexpected fact, Grid said in confusion, but before he could say too much, Raoul interrupted him, saying that to lead people you need at least the position of Viscount will not be enough. Continuing the onslaught, Raoul added that the system established that if you want to have many subjects, you need to have at least the power of the head of the guild, so this is not possible in the status of a guild member. Hearing this, Faker mentally said, I may not be the best friend for the rest of the guild, but as an advisor I have obvious value. We need a trump card to negotiate. Trying to somehow settle the matter, Jishuk said, I will give you the right to collect all taxes in Byron. Knowing your value, the rest of the guild will also understand. Hearing this proposal, Raoul nervously thought of a strong-willed decision that would help preserve both Mr. Grid's status and pride. As expected from the head of a renowned guild, he would have to act more cautiously to convince her. Hearing the proposal, Grid confidently said, No, my starting point is Winston's land, so how about coming under my control? Immediately after that, Grid smiled happily and added, I've helped you out many times during this time, and there's no need to talk about the items. And to be honest, this fortress is a bit cramped, so what's wrong with expanding the territory? Hearing what Grid had just suggested to Jishuka, Raoul looked at him anxiously and mentally said, This is too abrupt a transition to action. Jishuka said thoughtfully, So you are suggesting that we get off the small boat and get on the big ship, right? You have helped us a lot. You are telling the truth, but immediately after that, the girl asked her friend Grid sternly in your eyes, our rowing looked useless. When Jishuka asked him, Grid replied confusedly that no, everything good is good, and he heard the girl say that even before you joined us, we had been keeping a boat called Sadaka afloat for years. Looking at the disgruntled Tobin and Faker who looked down, Grid heard that even though we were arguing, we were still rowing, albeit slowly, but we were moving forward. Otherwise, what kind of adventure would it have been if we hadn't personally taken up the oars? Immediately after, Jishuka added that it seems that effort was felt even in the failed subjects that you spent the whole night studying, but with a person who's rowing a small boat began to cause ridicule, we were no longer on the same path. The next moment, the girl confidently said, You're free to leave the guild, and that's the end of our paths. At the same time, the tense atmosphere in the room immediately subsided, and only emptiness was felt as the girl said, Thank you for all the time, Grid. At the same time, somewhere in Winston's castle, Ephemera was looking at her new sphere and happily said, This is an incredible sphere. Who would have thought that I would have a legendary one that I could only dream of? First of all, I need to fill it with magic. Looking through what she had in her inventory, she excitedly said what S-rank magic would be good to keep Firetail Demon King Storm Gravity Field Rage. Cariana knew it would be, so she would copy more S-rank magic. After selecting the desired magic and dragging it into the sphere, she saw a notification: the injection of magic into the sphere cannot be cancelled. Do you want to continue at that time, she thought, by the way, speaking comrades. Smiling happily, the girl thought, I think it will be quite interesting, and then confidently said, Yes, do it. The next moment, another notification appeared. Exit body removed from the list of copied skills, exit body magic tied to Mumuta's capricious sphere, and the girl exclaimed, Wow, how cool! Immediately afterwards, another notification appeared. Someone has discovered your location. It is impossible to hide from the eyes of the eye. Then Ephemera said in surprise, What kind of notification is this? Not paying much attention to the notification, Ephemera said, Oh, it must be for the creator of Grid, but in any case, I'm glad. At the same time, Bram, who was sitting sealed in the cave, said menacingly, I have finally found you, Mumud, so you have made an object that contains this name. Continuing to express his displeasure, he added, Did you really think that by stealing the Pabranium and breaking our agreement you could hide from me? Gritting his teeth in anger, Bram added that ordinary things would not be enough to attract the attention of a trickster. Creating his subjects from the minerals of the mountain, the Archmage said menacingly, Go to the fool who dared to ignore me, the great Bram, and make him feel the danger of my army of golems. The next moment, an army of stone warriors appeared from the ground and began to march towards the kingdom. After a while, in the southern part of the kingdom of Etnal, the big city of Pedro, the base of the giant guild Acelus nervously shouted out, Destroy, we must protect Pedro. Trying to harm the stone monster that was heading in their direction, Acellus nervously shouted out an anti-magic shield, as something like a golem can use S-rank defense magic that deflects all spells. Raising his head up, the wizard exclaimed in surprise that it was the magic of that giant golem that made our wizards powerless. The next moment, a swordsman appeared on the battlefield and shouted Acellus, "Leave the giant golem to the dominators with physical damage." This swordsman was Mr. Zirkin. Rushing into the battle, the man shouted out to the enemies, "Die, you insignificant stones!" When his strike simply bounced off the golem's body, Zirkin said in his head, "My strength is not enough. They are stronger than iron golems." The next moment, their guildmaster appeared on the battlefield in front of Zirkin, who plunged his sword into the golem and said, "I'll handle this." And the man happily exclaimed, "Mr. Chris." Trying to resist one of the golems that attacked their territory, Chris exclaimed, "Despite their high defense and health, they are very slow. Do not waste time. Form groups of 3 and send the generals to the center." As soon as the guildmaster gave the order, one of the stone dolls attacked him, blocking his attack. Chris groaned and said, "It's fast and heavy. Can it be that there are opponents of my level of strength here?" Trying to somehow resist and repel the attacks of a strong opponent, Chris nervously added in his head that the power alone was pulling on the mid-boss. What kind of magician created such monsters? Preparing to strike the enemy while he had the opportunity, Chris nervously added in his head the level of ordinary guild members could not handle. He needed to finish them all with one blow at least to save his strength. Having dealt with the enemy with his skill, Chris saw one of the 7 generals next to him, who told him well done to the other groups. They also barely managed to hold everyone back. The mages spent all the magic stored in the spheres. I was already getting nervous. In response to his words, Chris looked back at the fortress and said, "I was the first player to receive the title of Viscount in Pedro's fortress and spent a year and a half developing it. I need to reach the title of Count in the land where it all began and surpass Javal." Hearing this, another of the generals said, "Although this is an S-rank task, we lost half of the guild in the first 10 minutes because of some golems. And if it wasn't for the size of the guild, which has a lot of people, it would be very difficult." Hearing this, Acellus also added that judging by the target set by the golems, they were clearly controlled by someone. But even if all the wizards of the continent gathered together, they would not be able to take on such a huge army of golems. Hearing this, Chris confidently answered him, "We'll know soon enough. The main thing is that South Pedro repelled the attack of the golems that targeted Lionheart." One of the generals nervously said, "Wait, leader, but..." Continuing to look at the quest that never disappeared after defeating the golems, the boy added why the quest still did not disappear. Looking at the language of the task in which new numbers appeared, one of Chris's subjects nervously exclaimed to the leader, "Something is wrong with their number." Immediately after, the quest was updated again, and now read Defensive War S, fight back against the golem army and defend the kingdom. Seeing the large enemy army, the guildmaster nervously shouted to the entire staff to gather again. At the same time, the news was already broadcasting on TV, in which the anchor announced the external news of Satisfy a month after the competition ended. A grand event took place immediately after the news of Krausel's mastery of the profession. "We are glad to inform you that the kingdom of Ethnal was stormed by a large army of golems, and the base of the giant guild, Pedro's fortress, located in the south of the kingdom, became a symbol of ruins." 3 days later, the capital of the kingdom of Ethnal, Lionheart, right on its square, 2 girlish voices sounded to open the inventory. "You need to shift the view to the left and do this. Wow, it really appeared. And what kind of elixir is this restoring? Wow. For the first time, I see someone stuck on the first level. Admitted in games you are a complete noob." Immediately after that, Arium said to Seki, "How does it feel to join the game anyway?" Seki said, "Oh, should I call you Ruby?" To which she replied, "Don't call me that. It's not that unusual. And what else is there to call me a sexy high school girl?" Immediately after Seki, I added, "Although it was my first time in virtual reality, it feels like I'm in the real world. I can even feel the air." To which Aram replied coolly, "But this is the capital of the kingdom of Ethnal Lionheart, and it's best for beginners to start there." The next moment, Aram asked her friend, "You suggested going to the capsule room, but you hid it from your brother. Why don't you tell him he can help you buy a capsule?" To which she replied, "My brother has worked so hard to earn money, and I can't even spend an hour a day playing. It would be a waste." Turning her head to her friend, Seki added, "Besides, he works hard, sacrificing sleep. I want to at least try to help him, but I feel guilty for doing nothing." But suddenly their dialogue was interrupted by the shouts of the crowd, running in one direction and shouting golems at the gate. We will earn a reputation thanks to the destroyed giant guild. We have a big prey seeing this, Ariam said in surprise. What is going on? Where is everyone in a hurry? Hearing the girl's question, one of the players stopped and said, You just started the task recently. You haven't seen it yet. The army of golems is moving north. They are close to the capital. Feeling threatened, the kingdom of Ethnal has launched a task for all players. Looking through the description of the task, the guy added that with thousands of contributions to the kingdom, you can get the title of Baron and a Viscount. The reward is worthy of many people went to fulfill it. Trying to seduce the girls, the guy smiled slyly and confidently said the golems are quite slow, so the knights paired with the players will easily stop them, but it's dangerous for the beauties to be there, so it's better to stay in the fortress. Going to the guy and taking his hand, Ariam said sadly, Honestly, newbies like us don't even have a chance. To which he nervously exclaimed, If we gather a party, I'll share the reward. I'll earn it for you. At the same time, a small boy bumped into Sehi and then said unhappily, Watch where you're going. You can do anything to strangers. To which the girl nervously replied, I'm sorry. Continuing to bow to the boy, Seki guiltily exclaimed, I'm really sorry. And turning to her friend, Aram said, It's just a boy, GPS. How many times will you apologize, Seki? It's not real. Hearing this, Seki said, And yet it was me who ran into him, to which Ariam replied, You're just saying that even if it looks like reality, you shouldn't get so worked up about the NPS. Immediately after, she added that it was not a mistake. This NPC was a thief whose task was to teach newcomers how to use the map and show the importance of NPCs. Opening her inventory, Sehi exclaimed in shock, and indeed several restorative elixirs disappeared. Hearing this, her friend happily informed her that if the player promised to take care of the rewards, we can still look for that NPC. Sometimes the thief can even be a cat. The scheme changes every time, so we need to explore the neighborhood and track him down. Hearing this, Seki was surprised to hear Aram say, You know so much. You seem to have played a little bit of the game. Approaching an NPC vendor nearby, Aram asked, Excuse me, have you seen a boy in worn purple clothes by any chance? He replied, You mean Sig has stolen the traveler's cure-all again? Hearing this, Aram asked in surprise if it was a panacea, and NPS is the name of the restorative elixir, to which the man replied that it would heal any wound, so it could be sold for a lot. The next moment, the man added, Sig is a little boy who helps his grandmother who sells medicinal herbs. If you are looking for a boy, go to Austin Street. There is an old shop there. Hearing Sig's story, Sehi thought nervously, and then she heard Ariam's voice saying to Sehi, Let's go. Sighing heavily and leading her friend, Ariam said that if you listen to the stories of all the NPCs for 2 years, you will level up. And she replied that although it was a game, they had such a sad fate. When she heard that she sympathized with the NPC, Ariam said disappointedly, That's how you learn. You need more games. Let's find the elixir and stop wasting money on the capsule. As soon as the girl had finished speaking, an explosion followed by a man flying past them, and Ariam nervously exclaimed that it was the same player. Feeling the effects of the game, Seki nervously thought dust and stone fragments flying into her head, a feeling of fear. Seeing a huge army of golems heading towards them, the girl was anxious and added virtual reality to the mix. At the same time, somewhere in the northern part of Lionheart of Winston's fortress, having crafted a new mass-produced weapon, Reed said unhappily, Failure again. I've spent several days on this since I returned from Byron. But it's no use. Compared to the prototype, the balance is much improved. But the conditions of use are still too high. Inspecting his new work, the guy said thoughtfully, I won't try too hard to remove the auxiliaries and need to replace the materials to increase the strength of attacks, even though the hint from the Mumid sphere is quite different. Thinking of all the legendary items he'd created, Grid mentally said Sword of Superiority, Holy Sword Spike Deep Insult Blacksmith Hammer. A complete failure as well as wavy armor. The fantastic pickaxe and the capricious Mumid sphere. I've only created 8 legendary items in a year and a half, recalling his small achievements over the long time of work. Grid added disappointedly, and this is all the legendary blacksmith is capable of. I am on the verge of committing suicide. Recalling the debate that he faced after creating the legendary craft, Grid said in frustration in his head, trying to console himself, I'm not creating legends to avoid getting banned anymore. I won. After leaving the game after hard work, Grid after a while heard a knock on the door. Opening it, he heard you ordered Ganchakian, to which he replied, So how much is it for me? Putting the ordered food on the table, Grid picked up his chopsticks and said Boogaloo to the Ganchajan's delight, and away with the bad thoughts. At the same moment, the memory of the very moment when Jashuka said it was time to say goodbye to Grid came to his mind. Looking down at his head after this memory, the boy said sadly in his head, "I messed up. As soon as I got a little strength, my excesses skyrocketed." Thinking back to the moment when Jishika Pan and Regas had visited him at the competition, Grid mentally added, "They were the first to welcome me outside of the game. I was like a prisoner in the walls, but they reached out and shed light on me." Putting the chopsticks on the table, Grid added sadly, "They called me friend and comrade. And how was I different from Lee Junho then?" Leaning back in his chair, the boy added, "I never thought to find out what was important to them and where I was protecting them." Realizing his guilt at what he had done at that moment, Grid looked at the ceiling with a blank stare and said, "What a bastard after all, I turned into a filthy rich man." After that, Grid turned on the TV and heard that eventually the army of golems reached the capital of Etnal Lionheart. Immediately afterwards, one of the hosts added that the kingdom of Etnal takes a neutral position and is not at enmity with any kingdom. So why exactly was it attacked? All the processes on the Western continent that unites countries' interconnected neutrality does not play a big role. In response to this, the guest of the TV studio answered that on the other hand, it is unlikely that only one country is capable of controlling such a huge army of golems. Even Pedro's fortress in the possessions of the Giant Guild was destroyed without lasting even a minute. Hearing the news, Grid nervously said to the Giant Guild, "Those guys who made a mess in the forge heard it was a Giant Guild. How could their fortress collapse from some rocks?" After that, the host added that ancient golems and ancient weapons appeared in the offensive. Or can we assume that this is somehow connected with the past? To which he was answered yes. Judging by the ability to control, we can safely assume that someone very influential is acting from the shadows. In the past, there was a legendary magician, Bram. Perhaps this is his student. If you track the route of the attack, you will notice that the target is the northern part of the continent. According to our assumptions, Lionheart will be attacked next, and Winston, which is also located in the north, may also be attacked. Looking down at his food, Grid said in frustration, "Oh shit, I don't even have time to eat Ganchajan in peace. But if Winston is safe, I have to protect Irene." Rising to his feet, the boy confidently said, "Irene, your humble servant will quickly resolve everything and return before the Ganchajan swells." Switching the broadcast to the game, the host added some sad news. In the end, the wall of the Lionheart fortress, guarded by thousands of players, was destroyed by about 1,000 golems, brutally killing the players. Seeing his sister in the frame, Grid exclaimed in shock that Seiki, "What the hell are you doing there?" A few minutes later, Lady Irene's nervous exclamation, my dear," was heard in Winston Castle. After meeting with his wife, Grid heard a report from Raoul. "You have returned? The current situation in Lionheart is rather sad. It seems that Lady Irene is very concerned about Earl Stam, who joined the 1,000-strong army yesterday." Immediately afterwards, the girl pulled away from Grid and spoke in a worried tone. "Tens of thousands of innocent lives have been lost, and the killing still continues, my dear. I am very worried about my father." Hearing this, Grid thought for a moment while I decided to take a break. In reality, they managed to perform the game time is 3 times faster than real time, and then said to Raoul, "What is the distance from Winston to Lionheart?" Hearing the question, Raoul said even with the use of flight, the journey would take a day, to which he replied it would be too late and Noah is too small. I can't fly him. I wonder if the Sky Dragon Heroi would be faster. Hearing Grid's suggestions, Raoul said no. I prepared another way of traveling, although I did not think we would need it so quickly. Pointing to Ephemera behind him, Raoul added, "You can use the teleporter saved by Miss Ephemera," and then added, "I've been keeping this rare magic as the apple of my eye, but I'll be happy to use it for you." Hearing this, Grid smiled and thought, this is how preparing another player's ability will serve me well. My soul was hurting because of what happened to Setika, but I thought again, what sense is invested in a colleague? Putting his hand on his friend Grid's head and stroking her, he said to her, "Irene, my father-in-law will come back safe and sound. Just wait and don't torture yourself." She replied through tears, "I'm counting on you. You have to be careful too." The next moment, Raoul spoke, "I will order the officials to prepare the rear, call me if necessary. Also take care of the contribution to the kingdom and the treasures that fall from the task of exterminating the golems." Putting on his armor, Grid thought, great, so I'm going to my father-in-law and then to Seiki, so it's going to be a busy day. Preparing to move to the battlefield, Grid said, "Let's go to the royal castle of Lionheart." And at the same time, an army of golems hidden by Bram was roaming the streets of Lionheart. Looking at the number of enemies, the king of the kingdom of Utnal Bisbaden exclaimed, "What kind of thief has brought a trial on my kingdom?" Suddenly, the king heard someone's voice exclaiming, "Your Highness, reinforcements have arrived from the northern front." Looking in the direction of the exclamation, the king saw Earl Steim kneeling in front of him, who said, "Steim from the north, Your Highness. I am ashamed that I arrived so late." To which Bisbaden replied, rising to his feet and looking at the number of enemies, Steim said, "The battle is serious. I have heard that thousands of travelers have joined the battle," to which Bisbaden replied that the situation is worsening. Most of them are dead or have retreated now, and Etnal is holding out with only soldiers. Hearing this, Earl Steam said, "The army of yours truly is ready to join them, and yet it is sad that none of the adventurers dared to save the people." At that time, the players were screaming for their lives, running for their lives. Some golems are not working. It's just a horror why they are so fast. Everyone who is at the front line is already dead. It is impossible to leave the game. Seeing the threat to the lives of the inhabitants, one of the players shouted, "Leave them alone! How can you think about any NPCs when the opponents are such monsters?" Standing up for the resident, Sir Phoenix stopped the golem's attack and exclaimed, "Run for your life with the child." Immediately after, he shouted to his subject Romeo to create a line of defense that will lead the refugees to the northern gate of Winston Frontier to delay the golems, which will help buy time, to which he replied, "As you command, Sir Phoenix." As he watched the soldiers die, Sir Phoenix nervously thought hundreds of Royal Guard soldiers and adventurers died in the battle against one golem. Going into battle against the enemy, Sir Phoenix thought, "Oh, great goddess of light, Rebecca, I really don't know how to save everyone." Suddenly he heard a strange noise coming from the mountain and looked up to see a black hole in the sky. The next moment, Grid appeared from that hole and landed on one of the enemies and used a kill to shout out the crusher time. Seeing that a warrior had destroyed the golem with a single blow, the rest of the fighters exclaimed in amazement that he had turned the Soldal into a crumb with one blow and that Grid had emerged as the winner of the competition. Seeing his comrade Sir Phoenix in front of him, Viscount Grid exclaimed, to which he heard in response, "Captain, entrust the golems to me and take care of saving people yourself." Having received an order from Grid, Sir Phoenix went to the rescue and exclaimed joyfully, "Well, then I'm relying on you," and then thought, "At least this guy really cares about Lady Irene." When asked to estimate the number of enemies, Grid heard from Ephemera the golems of the dolls and the fighting mechanisms, the fighting power of the golem doll mechanism. "We can definitely handle them. They exceed my fighting power by 100 times. I am like an ant against an eagle." Continuing to fight, Grid thought the doll's power was equal to that of a runner, and those who are stronger than the Pope of all. Preparing to use the skill, Grid said, "If you add them all up, it's about 1,000 people, too many to find Seki. I'll have to destroy you all." Immediately after these words, Grid used the night summoning skill and then heard from Raoul, "Judging by the fact that you immediately called us, the situation is very critical." Looking at the enemies, Grid replied from the very beginning, "It seems that that lump absorbs all magical attacks. As Raoul thinks it should be dealt with first," to which he replied that it would be a wise decision. Grabbing his sword and preparing to attack, the boy exclaimed, "Great! Then we'll form a party with Ephemera and Hura. Get started." Having received the order, Hura activated the skill and shouted, "No one dares to stand in the way of the great master. Everything will work out as you wish." Having received the buff, Grid rushed into battle with the enemy using the skill of unsurpassed communication. Noticing that the enemy was weakened, Ephemera, preparing to attack, said in amazement that it was incredible to bring such a monster to its knees with just one blow. Casting the spell, she confidently said, getting a buff from the weapon as well, since there was no more time for the anti-magic shield to show itself to the mages. The next moment, the sphere of the storm gravity field skill flew at the enemy, smashing the monster to pieces. Taking out his weapon from his inventory, Raoul said confidently, preparing for the volley, "I'll need a finishing touch just in time to test the energy cannon that Pa Grid gave me." Also having received the order to destroy the small golems, Jude exclaimed, "Jude, destroy, Jude, destroy." Looking at the rapidly shrinking army of golems, the player's girlfriend said in amazement, "I can't believe it. Tens of thousands could not move the golems, but the connection of just people turned them into crumbs," to which she was answered, "I've only heard of Raoul, but who are the others? What a powerful co-op." Rushing into the depths of the city, destroying enemies, Grid shouted out to everyone to continue to destroy the golems, and then thought he needed to find Seki. Seeing how much the course of the battle changed with the appearance of new warriors, the king was amazed and said, "Who is this brave man who defeated the golems? Perhaps the goddess Rebecca heard our prayers." Looking at Grid's fight, Earl Steam replied, I didn't see him during the army gathering, so we couldn't come together. But although he arrived late, he is my son-in-law, who can be called a legendary warrior. To which Bisbaden exclaimed in surprise that his son-in-law was also a legendary warrior. Hearing Earl Steam's words, the rest of the nobles thought enviously that this meant the son-in-law of a commoner, Earl Steam, a legendary warrior who had appeared for the first time in years after Pagma for a generation now. They had been guarding our lands in the north among the nobility. Earl Steim had the greatest authority. Looking at Count Steim, one of the nobles added in his mind that if his words were true, the time when he would be named Marquis was not far off. Then the Count said confidently, Don't worry, Your Highness, my son-in-law will protect this land. Trying to repel the onslaught of the golems, Romeo thought with his last strength, holding back the enemy. Perhaps this is the end? We have lost the army. Having destroyed the enemy who was pressing Romeo, Grid confidently exclaimed, Lady Irene's knights are going to the end. The next moment, he threw a healing potion into Romeo's hands and exclaimed, Stop whining, drink the elixir, and pay the gold. To which he nervously exclaimed, But it costs. At the same time, while running away from the golem that was chasing them, Irium exclaimed to Seki, Come on, catch up a little. Having burst into the battle and destroyed his sister's threat, Grid angrily shouted out, Don't you dare touch my sister. Seeing that they were saved, Seki exclaimed in amazement to her brother, and then Aram added brother Ina. Immediately afterwards, Grid shouted angrily to his sister, What are you doing here? Your duty is to study, so go away quickly. Shaking her head after hearing this, Seki said, and then Aram added, Come on, you're a rascal. That's too rude. You could have asked how she is first. Immediately afterwards, Ariam exclaimed angrily that Sehi started this because she was worried that she could not help you while you were up all night working, that you were too cruel to someone who cared about you. Recalling the moment when Seki checked the presence of his organs, Grid mentally said, Oh, this grown-up child, start acting like one. Immediately after that, Grid said in a stern tone, First of all, you are disturbing me. Hide somewhere if you can't get out of the system yet. Hearing Grid's order, Sehi, running away with her friend, exclaimed, Then be careful. To which he replied, I understand how it will end. Don't do anything stupid, but rather delete your account. Preparing for the confrontation with the enemy, Grid mentally said, I spent too much time to master this power, Seki. Do you think I will let you experience the same thing? Applying the skill of killing Bond on the enemy that appeared behind him, Grid added in his head, You have nothing to do here. While walking in search of a hiding place, Seki accidentally saw Sig on the road, dragging his grandmother, saying, Hold on to your grandmother. Immediately touched by what she saw, Seki mentally said to that boy. At the same time, flying over the battlefield on his dragon, Huroi shouted, The whole world is watching you, sir. Show him your majesty, I will be with you. After receiving the buff, Grid hit the golem and the building began to collapse. Seeing that Sig was in danger, Seki rushed to save him, saving the boy and his grandmother from the wreckage of the house. Seki said it was dangerous to run away. Before Sig could get to his feet, he heard Seki's voice handing him a regeneration elixir and saying, Wait, take this. Looking at the girl who even in such a situation was engaged in self-sacrifice, Sig heard, You need more of them, and don't forget to give them to your grandmother. Seeing the sincere kindness in the girl's face, Sig said, Thank you, that is, forgive me, and then thought, I robbed her. Are there any such travelers? When Sig and his grandmother headed for the shelter, Iriam ran up to Seki and shouted, Hey, get yourself together. To which she replied, I got a notification. Continuing to destroy the enemies, Grid noticed his sister and her friend nearby and angrily shouted, Why are you still here? Standing in front of the enemy to cover his sister's retreat, Grid looked back and shouted at his sister, Why are you still here? She replied in confusion. Having dealt with the combat mechanism, Grid heard laughter and attempts to get up from its core, after which he said that you can still move. Having transferred his soul to one of the golems, Bram thought, smiling ominously, Pagma's disciple, so that you do not forget the price for my humiliation. I will carve it on your body. The next moment there was a powerful explosion in the epicenter of which Grid was, and seeing this, Kuroi immediately exclaimed, Sir. Left with a minimum of health, Grid smiled and exclaimed that what kind of power from self-destruction. I even took off Doran's ring, thinking that only golems would be enemies. Gritting his teeth at the situation he was in, Grid nervously said in his head that losing such a passive as immortality was a failure. Looking at her wounded brother who had survived the powerful explosion, Seki nervously thought, I can't help you, can I? Looking at another golem doll that was heading towards him, Grid nervously thought, I don't even have time to swallow the elixir. I'm definitely dead. At the same time, Sehi saw the staff in front of him, and the system message that said such a spirit of self-sacrifice is not just to show that you have just started your adventure. Your big heart is enough to get this right. The next moment, Grid saw a system notification that said, health restored, healing magic effectiveness increased by armor effect. While healing her brother with the new skill, the girl received a notification that said, do you want to take the holiday class with the possibility of increasing the rating? To which she confidently replied, I want to help my brother. Having healed her brother to the point of health, the girl exclaimed, brother, run and I'll cover you. Seeing that he had been healed by Seiki, Grid happily said, wow, you mean to tell me that my sister has gotten this unheard of class with the first level? Immediately after his sister's words, Grid rushed back into battle with the enemies and confidently exclaimed, you'll have to sweat over the level to keep my reputation. Accept the party. I'll do everything for you. Looking at the list of players in the team, Kuroi said in surprise that 2 more joined the party. Wow, how hip is Ruby's name and sexy wait for the holidays hidden class on the first level. At the same time, Raoul said in surprise, judging by Miss Ruby's words, she was Mr. Grid's younger sister, and then thought that because of the difference in levels, she would not be able to get experience points. But the reward for a joint quest would be divided among all party members for 1 enemy, with a minimum of kingdom contribution to reach the Viscount level. Looking at the confused girl, Raoul added that the game has no level restriction for the title of Viscount or lower, and that being born a first-level aristocrat is like being born with a golden spoon in your mouth. At the same time, looking at the description of her skills, Sei thought confusedly, I accepted the class more intuitively than consciously, but something tells me that this is outstanding. Suddenly, in the middle of the battle, Ephemera, who was helping in the battle, shouted out, Grid, your sister. Looking back and noticing the danger, he shouted out, trouble. Saving her friend from death, Ariam pushed her away from the wound, and Sehi exclaimed. When Seiki came to, she said, thank you, Emir, to which the latter angrily replied, you fool, why are you flying in the clouds? Immediately after that, Ariam added angrily, by the way, it hurts to die even in the game. And before she could finish, she received a message that said, you are being rewarded for your bravery and willingness to sacrifice yourself instead of the one-of-a-kind saint. Seeing that both girls had gained new powers, Grid smiled with joy and shouted hurrah to the upstart high school student who had also changed classes. Seeing such an impressive change in their party, Raoul thought, even the girls in Mr. Grid's entourage have received a hidden class. My ambitions have room to grow. The next moment, Jude and Stam attacked the golem that was threatening Seiki, shouting at Jude to protect the sister of Mr. Try the King's sword. Seeing who had entered the battle, Grid nervously exclaimed to his father-in-law, it's dangerous to retreat, and he replied, I'm not so old to watch from afar as the fate of the kingdom is decided. Hearing the confident words of his father-in-law, Grid smiled and said, in that case, all that remains is to smash the golems to pieces. Jude, you are my father-in-law and sister. After giving the order to Jude, Grid shouted to Seiki to concentrate on healing me, to which she exclaimed, I understand you, and began to heal him. Standing in front of Raoul, Ephemera said happily, judging by the fact that I can't copy the skills even with my epic class, his sister's class is at least a unique rating, and maybe even higher. The only ones I couldn't copy the skills of are Grid and Agnes. While protecting Ephemera from the enemy, Raoul asked if you mean the runner Agnes. But he, like you, has an epic class. Why did it not work out? And she answered that Agnes's class allows you to increase the rating of such a class is recognized above the epic rating. Hearing this, Raoul was surprised to think that Agnes is a very secretive person who is surrounded by gossip everywhere. And Ephemera knows a lot, and then he said, maybe you know what kind of class this person has. Hearing the question from her friend, Ephemera confidently answered, putting together all the features. I can assume that he is a lich, the strongest of the living dead. I personally had to see that he has unlimited magic that goes beyond life and death. Immediately after that, Ephemera added that if you wanted to lure him away, you'd better give up right away. He's a real psychopath and very dangerous, and our main task now is to stop this chaos. Hearing Ephemera's instruction, Raoul thoughtfully said in his head, my hunch is right, and the circumstances speak for themselves. There are pitfalls in this seemingly ordinary case. Immediately after, Raoul exclaimed, Mr. Grid, you will be able to deal with the combat mechanisms, to which he replied that somehow I will get out of it, just buff me. Hearing Grid's request, the boy smiled and said happily, I'm counting on you. I've been wanting to tell you for a long time that I found a truly powerful gentleman. Hearing the compliment, Grid, motivated to live up to his hopes, exclaimed joyfully after these words. I just have to push myself. Immediately afterwards, Raoul exclaimed, Then I will trust you to hold them off, Mr. Kuroi. Use insults. Hearing the order from his comrade, Kuroi immediately began to fulfill it, shouting out to the miserable sandstones, whom even a drop of water will stop, go away. Seeing that the enemies were weakened and distracted, Grid prepared to attack and said, It's good to be debuffed by my most powerful technique. Attacking another ancient mechanism, Grid used the kill skill to inflict physical damage on the enemy. Having destroyed another enemy with his skill, Grid joyfully exclaimed, Booga, that's a lot of power. Even the biggest golem stopped quickly, buff me. I'll deal with this little guy myself. Not receiving any reinforcement or response from his subject, Grid exclaimed in surprise, Hey, why are you slowing down? I told you to buff me. Receiving only the noise of golems in response to his order, Grid looked around and saw that there was no one behind him but enemies. Nervous that so many enemies were coming at him, Grid shouted out that there was a connection between the crowd and the communication. At the same time, Raoul thoughtfully spoke about the news reports that the appearance of the golems probably involved a great magician of self-destruction of the combat mechanism can be regarded as evidence of their evolution. Looking at his commander, the boy added that Mr. Grid is the only one who can keep the golems on the battlefield, and it is obvious that the golems have begun to realize this obstacle. Hearing these words from the boy, Ephemera nervously said, That's right, there are about a dozen golems left, so we should think about endurance and better gather them in one place and destroy them. Preparing to fire a joint volley into the crowd of enemies who were aiming at Grid, Ephemera added impressively, You're good at playing dumb, he replied. That's the basics. Aiming at the enemies, the guy confidently added, although he also has a talent for playing the obvious role of bait. Hearing his name and his role in this situation, Grid angrily exclaimed, That's why you called me, sir! And the scoundrels covered their mouths. At the same moment, Ephemera and Raoul launched a joint attack, using several skills at once, and defeated a large number of enemies. After the joint attack was completed, Grid looked back and saw a combat mechanism that was accumulating energy and said nervously, This health barrel is also going to explode. Thinking about what he should do in this situation, Grid nervously exclaimed, Immortality is spent this time, I will definitely die. Even Doran's ring would not help. At the same time, approaching Grid, Raoul used his Earth Dragon Rising skill to save his master from death. After the end of the mass destruction operation, Grid angrily exclaimed to Raoul, Hey, you call me master and use me as bait, but I'll forgive you for your intelligence. To which the guy replied, The strategy was executed only because of the greatness of the master. You are simply incredible. Hearing the praise, Grid immediately calmed down and spoke joyfully. Great sir. After which Ephemera said that there were still golems of soul dolls and mechanisms left, even with the hunt for live animals. There was no end in sight. We could definitely handle it. Once again rushing into battle against the enemies, Grid said confidently, They are just stones that crumble when hit. It's just a matter of time before we finish them off, if we keep up the pace. At some point, dusk fell on Lionheart, but the military campaign did not even think of ending and more golems attacked the city. But despite the criticality of the situation, the golem army that had defeated hundreds of warriors of the giant guild was suppressed only by humans. And now those you see on the screen can rightfully be called the saviors of a kingdom that is on the verge of destruction. Although it looks like a beginner, but this player, along with his assistant, uses a treatment that is incredibly effective. Number 1 in the ranking of speakers who flawlessly owns buffs and debuffs, an incredibly powerful NPC knight whose effectiveness is not inferior to players. The number in the ranking of the master, although his class is considered to be support, but he acts prudently on the battlefield, combining his powerful attack power and also a mage, assuming a hidden class that freely uses the magic of any attribute without using a spell. And finally, a player who boasts the absolute physical strength of the superstar of international competitions, Grid. Continuing to destroy heaps of enemies, Grid joyfully exclaimed, Seiki, I'm telling you, you're the best. I'm telling you, Bugaga. Watching the battle in which Grid fought like a lion, Earl Steam said in amazement, My son-in-law is a real hero. The kingdom can rest easy, to which Jude added, My lord is strong. Rowan also kept his eyes on Grid, thinking that by drawing the golem's attention to himself, he had destroyed the entire front line, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that he gave people hope for resolving hopeless situations. Looking at the behavior of the enemies, the boy thought anxiously, If the golems continue to act as they are now, we will not have to come up with a new strategy, but if my prediction is correct. Seeing that one of the golems used a long-range magic attack, Raoul mentally added, We're going to have a crisis very soon. After receiving damage from the golem's magic attack, Grid exclaimed in surprise, "Where did the mana energy come from?" They changed their Seki Hill attack tactics. The next moment, looking at the enemies, Grid nervously said in his head, something in these stones had definitely changed. Being on the ground after being attacked by a golem, Ephemera thought not only her speed had increased, but also her damage. Noticing that his comrade was in danger, Raoul used the skill of the Orb of Reprimand and destroyed the enemy by crushing it to pieces. Immediately afterwards, he shouted to his commander, "Mr. Grid, hold your horses. This is a completely different type of golem." While defending himself against the onslaught of the enemies who suddenly became stronger, Grid thought that their speed and attack power had indeed increased. Seeing that Grid was in danger, Kuroi, who was flying in the sky, shouted, "I must help the master go away in his mountain of stone dust." Seeing no effect from his insults aimed at the debuff of his enemies, Kuroi thought that they had grown immune to debuffs. Noticing that golems were attacking Kuroi even in the air, Raoul used the Earth Dragon Claw skill to block the enemy's attack. At the same time, while Seki was healing everyone she could, they themselves were also attacked by an enemy trying to protect her friend, and Ariam called out to Seki cautiously. Intervening in the girl's fight, Jude destroyed the golem and shouted to Ruby, "Sexy high school girl, don't put yourself at risk," Viscount Grid ordered. Seeing that his sister was saved, Grid thought defending himself from the enemy's attacks, Jude's physical strength reached its highest point of development is over 1,000, something even the strongest runners can rarely boast of. But even with my plus Dinesleaf, we are inferior in strength. Seeing that their allies are being pressed by Count Steam, exclaimed to the heroes to have a hard time standing the wall of the kingdom of Ethnal, the great warriors of Winston. Rushing to the fighting vehicles, the soldiers shouted, "So forward we must stand." However, in just a few seconds, the entire army of Winston's soldiers was defeated by the golem's magical attack. Seeing this, the Count thought in confusion, "My army of which I am so proud is so powerless." Immediately after, he angrily exclaimed, "Well, wait here. The rascal who is behind the golem, Stem from the north, will definitely find you." Seeing that Count Steam wanted to go into battle, Grid shouted to him, "Son-in-law, it's dangerous to save yourself," and then thought, "I can't fail the task." Having failed completely, which becomes more powerful in the dark, Grid thought the combat capability of the ancient war machine that made up the battlefield had grown too. Rushing back into the battle against the golems, Grid confidently added in his head, "I have to figure this out," and then shouted Seki Hill. Seeing that Grid again began to slaughter enemies left and right, Raoul was surprised to hear in his head that Mr. Grid had not shown all his abilities in the competition. At the same time, Ephemera used the Demon King's Firetail skill to destroy the reinforced enemies. When the golems jumped out of the infernal flames unharmed, the girl exclaimed in confusion that it didn't work. Looking back at the battlefield and his comrades, Raoul gritted his teeth and thought, "The insults didn't work for my Kai. They are also immune. Even the strength of the anti-magic shield is increased, and she was the one who was supporting the destructive power of Mr. Grid's attack all along." Turning his gaze to the tired Seki, the boy mentally added, "The holiday is also on the verge of being overwhelmed during the time she was healing Gridson." Her level quickly rose too, but she had no place in the battle of levels from the beginning. Preparing to fire his cannon, Raoul added about a dozen golems left, given the old combat mechanisms, but they should be considered a new type of golem from now on. Miss Ephemera and I will have a much lower rate of destroying golems. Turning his gaze to Grid, who was using brute force to reduce the number of enemies, he added that this meant that Mr. Grid would have to drag most of the opponents alone, and Mr. Grid was barely holding on, his stamina almost at its limit. Immediately after these thoughts, the boy said in his mind, "But what scares me more is that we don't know the reason for the attack. Who organized such a large-scale campaign after all?" Watching the battle of the golems against Grid, Bram smiled ominously and exclaimed, "Boogaloo, now you've got it, stupid boy, descendant of Pagma." Directing all the mechanisms at Grid, he added, "I will make you remember this lesson of what happens if you forget your promise to Bram." Applying the skills of killing the connection and the advantage, Grid confidently said in his head, "I must survive." Cutting down the enemies that came his way to carve a path to victory, the boy mentally added, "My strength is enough to protect the milestones. I can protect them." As soon as one of the golems pinned him to the ground, Grid immediately remembered the words he had spoken to Jishuka. "I have helped you so many times. Good is good." Raising his head up and seeing more enemies rapidly approaching him, he remembered what Jishuka had said to him then. "You have helped us in many ways. You speak the truth. But Grid, in your eyes our rowing looks futile." Gritting his teeth at the realization of how weak he was, Grid thought in frustration, I can't protect everyone by myself. Looking at death breathing down his neck, Grid prepared to take the last blow from the golem and thought, I'm sorry, I was too arrogant. Saving Grid at the last moment, Jishika said, I knew this would happen when you said you could do it alone. I wonder how the boy who was thrown ashore feels. Pulling the bowstring of her bow to cover the boy until he escaped from the war zone, Jishuka shouted, Get up quickly, or we won't help you, stupid Grid. Looking at the boy's condition and expression, Jishuka said, It looks like you've already realized your mistake and we've made a decision. Turning her gaze to Grid, who was looking at her, Jishuka confidently exclaimed, We will row together on a boat that will reach the goal by joint efforts. Jumping off the top and into the fray, Jishuka exclaimed, From this moment on, I disband the Sadaka Guild. Going to the aid of the new leader, Jishuka confidently added the entire guild's membership from the person under Grid's command. Looking at her new guildmaster with a joyful look, Jishuka said, I will personally finish you off if you let everything go to waste again. Seeing how the course of events had just changed, Raoul thought in amazement, the most elite group of the Chidaka Guild is the last piece in the puzzle of my ambitions. We have everything we need now. We have a new journey ahead of us. Immediately after, the boy smiled happily and exclaimed, Mr. Grid, right now create a guild to get a buff. This will be our grand beginning. Creating a guild, Grid received a system notification, set the guild name, and then smilingly said, The fools started before I apologized. The name of the guild was Overgeared. Fast forward to the day before Lionheart's assault on the Byron Fortress, where one of the members' voices came from, and that's why you drove Grid away. Immediately after, in the guild room, the voices of its members were heard. So it is quite sad he had great power that is sad only, and knows that the money to think about the place of the head is not his. Even with an advisor, he lacks the skill in leadership. After listening to the opinions of all the members, Jishuka said that no one could compete with Grid in terms of manufacturing, but he had put forward such a ridiculous proposal that his abilities were extinguished. The next moment, Grid's voice echoed in the guild room, mocking the years we had spent together side by side. I realized that I cared more about the process than about the crafting of equipment and the power of one person. She looked down and added, And that's why I made the decision on my own. You all hope for decent equipment. Sorry about that. I'm sorry. Putting his hand on Jishuka's shoulder, Pon said confidently, The head of the guild must be prepared for such decisions, Jishuka. The choice was hard for you, but you did well. Jishuka looked back at the man who was telling her this and heard Pon smile and add, You shouldn't apologize for wanting to be in love. It's unlikely that breaking up with this guy would upset anyone more than you. Hearing this, the girl nervously exclaimed, What are you talking about, someone like him? To which Pon added, I'm saying that it's enough that you put us above your desires. Trying to calm Jishuk's guilt, Pon added happily, You explained well what the duty of a guild leader is. Why not give him a chance? If you think about it, everyone here was selfish. Recalling the words of Pon Jishuk, who had burst onto the battlefield with Zadak, he thought, It's so exciting to try something new. This choice will suit Zadak's guild very well. Landing on the battlefield, Jishuka said in surprise, For the first time, everyone was understanding and did not cling to the past, and I'm grateful for their decision. Immediately afterwards, the girl angrily exclaimed, But what the hell is this overgeared team? You seriously need to get it together and reassemble it. Hearing Jishuka's suggestion, Raoul thought about creating a guild. It would be difficult to gather at least people with a high degree of trust and get approval from the association, so the name of the guild should embody the power of intelligence, fame, and authority. Continuing his thoughts while he opened the profile system window, the boy mentally added, Masters of Dark Flame, creators of Blood Ice, blessed be the gods, I've come up with so many names that fit my ambitions. Immediately after that, the disgruntled corn grower Raoul added in amazement, But why is this overgeared shit hanging above my nickname? This guy has a golem brain. At the same time, looking at the changes that appeared in the task description, Grid said in surprise that the task had been updated. Hearing this, Raoul exclaimed in disappointment that this guild task is another reason why we were in such a hurry to create it. A great chance to break more achievements at once. Give the order. Hearing the advice of his advisor, Grid happily exclaimed, Great, then let's start with the combat mechanisms, the first trace that Toban and Kuroi will leave in the guild. Having received the order to buff his comrades, Kuroi exclaimed, Overgeardians. Let's announce to the whole world the appearance of the Overgeared Guild and raise the authority of our leader. Seeing the effect of Kuroi's bash, Toban was surprised to hear the buff on critical hit, Then the paladin could not stay away from the blessing of the god Ajudar. When the team received all the buffs, Grid shouted to everyone to disperse, attack the targeted combat mechanisms, divide into groups, and destroy them. Having set the pace of the battle, Ragus entered the battle and joyfully exclaimed, "With such buffs, I feel the taste of defeat. The speaker's class is simply amazing." Using 10 consecutive strikes, Rega was able to activate the additional skill of the gloves and launch a thunder card. At the same time, Thun, who had already drawn his weapon, spoke with anticipation, even knowing how much I was waiting to try out the new claws. Rushing into the battle after the speaker's words, which also weakened the enemies, Thun excitedly exclaimed, "I will cut you to pieces." Rushing into the battle with his comrades, Thun exclaimed, and still he went to deal with the enemies alone, Ragus. "You are so greedy." Tanking the damage from the enemy's magic attacks, Wantner defending Pawn shouted out, "Shoot as much as you want, you fools. You will never break through this armor." The next moment, Tobin felt some pressure on his back and suddenly bent down, after which he noticed Pawn in the sky and said to him, "It's not for nothing that you were working out after the fight with Malachus. You had a great springboard." To which he replied, "Pawn is a rascal." Preparing to take down the enemy on the orders of the new guildmaster, Pawn confidently added that it looks like they won't stop shooting as long as I attack them. That's what teamwork is for octopuses. Looking at the battle between Pawn and Vantner against the golem, Ibeline nervously exclaimed, "These two don't get along, but they're doing a great job, so I need to hurry up, but I don't even have anyone to ask for help." The next moment, Raoul said, "I've got him," and then he pulled the golem down. Don't even think about using the lack of a partner as an excuse, even if you can't do anything with your level. But after just a few seconds, Ibelin was able to surprise him by seeing what had just happened, Raoul thought in surprise. He had knocked out the golem's health with one hit, and at such a high speed, and then said, "Hey, you're a dumbass. You're leveled right up to overgeared." In response, he heard the confident voice of his partner, who smiled and said, "First, take this thing off your back, then we'll talk. Although I admit I was surprised at your level, but you understand." At the same time, throwing a volley of knives at the golem, Faker shouted menacingly, "You will not approach people any further." Having destroyed the base, the killer saw that the enemy's body was still coming, and then he thought confusedly that it continued to move even after being scattered to pieces. Having saved her comrade with a magic volley, Ephemera smiled happily and said, "I wanted to fry the stalker who tried to kill me, but I missed a little, so it so happened that you now owe me my life." Hearing this, Fokker looked around and smiled and replied, "If we are now in the same guild, my curiosity will be greatly reduced. I recognize my debt to you. If you feel offended, then put yourself in danger, and I will come to save you." Immediately after these words, Faker mentally said, "By the way, the anti-magic shield is a pain in the ass for mages to deal with." Conducting futile attacks on the enemy, Zendos exclaimed in frustration, all in vain. The magic bounces off him without even touching his body, to which Lila added, "We can't do anything until we deal with the shield." At the same time, taking the robot grid Jashuka out of her inventory, she said, "I was ashamed to use it after we said goodbye, so I was going to throw it away, but now that everything is settled, I don't have to worry about it, right?" Pulling on her aunt's bow, the girl confidently exclaimed, "I'm going to try to burn it." Having fired an arrow at the enemy, the girl used two skills, volley fire and fireworks. As Grid approached his target, he said, "Everyone is split up and successfully moved forward. Now I can safely engage my target." While using the regeneration elixir before the battle, Grid saw a message in the clan chat, "Mr. Grid should not be careless. There is a certain condition," to which he was surprised to reply that it was from Raoul. Continuing to notify his master, the boy added, "As in the case of the self-destruct function and the recent reinforcements, if the golems update information about unfavorable combat conditions, we will again have to make a more difficult strategy." At the same time, Lila shouted out in concern about the anti-magic shield again. The shield's recovery rate is higher than that of continuous attacks. After learning the new information, Grid shouted out, "You all heard Raoul's words. I'll back you up, so finish everyone off at the same time, unbeatable connection." At the same time, appearing behind her comrades, Jashuka pulled on her Tetavu and said, "Don't worry about anything, just activate the ulti on the signal. Maybe my bow is not so fast." Unleashing an attack on the enemy to remove the shield, Jashuka exclaimed, "But with the rapid fire it should work." After destroying the enemy's defense, the girl shouted, "Zendos Lila now." At the same time, it was hot and to the side. The next moment, Lila and Zendos used the ultimates Tyrant's Hammer and Demon King's Firetail. Applying the tactics of Raoul Grid, set it all through buffs. The first hit, when over 1 million ephemera results on what he heard here finished the rest of the group wait. At the same time, Vantner and Pan, who failed to cope with the task, took serious damage. Then Vantner thought, damn it, everything went in vain while we argued who would make the last blow. Pan also lost health and passed out. After trying to heal him, Sehi exclaimed in frustration that there was almost nothing left at this rate, to which Raoul exclaimed that it was all due to a debuff to reduce the effect of the treatment. The golem evolved. Seeing the changes Jishuk's knocked-out enemy had undergone, she thought nervously. It was much different from what it had been before. It had resistance to almost all attributes. The only one who could compete with it was Grid. Turning her gaze to Grid, she added, but he also exhausted his stamina. At the same time, Grid exclaimed, oh shit, I thought it was over, but my uncle set me up. I won't be able to use costly techniques anymore. At the same moment, Raoul appeared behind the gentleman and said, we'll catch the remaining golems and finish the job, but if we fail, all our investments will be in vain. Hearing this, Grid angrily exclaimed, damn you, leader advisor, you are exploiting me. I would rather die than use him. Seeing Noah's summoning, Raoul joyfully exclaimed, here is our leader. I knew you had a hidden trump card. Now we will attack all together. At the same time, Noah activated the soul absorption skill and continuously took the power from the golem and passed it to Grid, exclaiming how delicious this guy is. Gathering his last strength to finish off the enemy, Grid shouted out, one last attack. I'm too annoyed, so let's finish it off. Before attacking, Grid looked at the overeating No and said unhappily, this guy's got more followers in the Funkafe because of the fight with the rock. The next moment, he used the kill skill and rushed at the enemy. Heading towards the end of the fight, Grid steadily gained and still provided a spectacular pre-fight ceremony. Sometime later, in the ruined kingdom of Lionheart, one resident shouted out that there were jobs for people in the queue and that adventurers who helped rebuild the building would be rewarded. At the same time, on the street, the mayor giving out a reward speech to the people who destroyed the golem to the whole group belongs gold and contribution to the kingdom. So next. Seeing the next uncle was amazed and exclaimed, oh, sir, happy you destroyed the golems and the doll. I give you gold and contribute, thank you. Then someone from the queue added the same runner with a top weighty reward. Having received the reward, Happy thought that this invasion, from the task of destroying the golems to the restoration of the city, was a great opportunity for the players to envy me. If I had made the effort, I could have risen to the top with them. At the same time, bowing their heads to the king, the former Tzedakah, heard in gratitude for saving the nobleman of the kingdom, Count Steam, and destroying the mechanisms, Baroness Jishuka and the warrior received gold and contributions to the kingdom. We are witnessing the birth of Viscounts before our eyes. Until now, only 3 satisfied players have held the title of Viscount: Grid, Javal, and Chris, an unexpected turn in the formation of power. Moreover, all persons who have received the title of Viscount are under the leadership of Grid. Since one Viscount can have a knight, Grid can get about knights as a result. And even despite the bad reviews about the name of the guild, it is now undoubtedly attracting the attention of the majority, after which the king's subject called the next brave men to step forward. While they were walking, the subject announced that for helping Viscount Grid in defeating the golem dolls and mechanisms, as well as for your feats on the front line, I give you gold and a contribution to the kingdom. I hereby confer upon Heroi Raoul Ephemera Ruby and the sexy high school girl the titles of Count of the Kingdom of Ethnal. Although the number of aristocrats of rank in the kingdom is limited, the fact that 2 people have been simultaneously awarded the title of Count is such a great feat that the royal treasury is in danger of being emptied. Immediately afterwards, the king called his subject and said, the last thing I will declare is Aiden himself. Give me the scroll, to which he replied, yes, your highness. Waiting for Grid, Wantner said haughtily, we are very late. The difference between their reward and ours is huge, don't you think? To which Jishuka replied, I think it is an excellent payment in exchange for a clear formation of the future course. The next moment, the king exclaimed, Viscount Grid has performed an unsurpassed feat by leading all the soldiers, and I hereby call him a hero, a defender of the fatherland, and I give him an untold amount of gold and contribution, and I order a statue to be erected in the Hall of Fame to immortalize his deeds for posterity. Hearing this, Jishuka said, there is nothing to regret. I know it is not so easy, but the difference now does not matter much. The new head has made the first step ahead, and there is still plenty of time to accumulate merit. After bowing his head to the king, Grid heard the title of Duke being conferred on Viscount Grid, after which Grid received many buffs. After the king's words, Grid said, Your humble servant Grid swears his eternal loyalty to His Highness the King. And then Raoul thought and advised him to swear allegiance not to the entire royal family, but only to the King of Bisbaden. Looking around at the nobility, he mentally added, "The rest of the aristocrats are already looking at me with suspicion because the king's love is a basic necessity." The king bowed before Grid and said, "Thank you again. Words cannot express how this soul feels." Hearing this, Grid thought that with such achievements, his duty was more than fulfilled. It was time to receive a reward, and then said, "Your humble servant believes that His Highness will appreciate my efforts." To which Bisbaden replied, "It does not compare with your feat, but I hope you will accept it as a reward. I give you the great city of Ryden." Hearing the name of the city, Raoul nervously said in his head, "Ryden, the same Ryden on the edge of the western kingdom of Ethnal." Smiling ominously, the boy added, "King Bisbaden just threw us the work, beautifully wrapped in the wrapper of a big city. What a great reward to add to the hemorrhoids of the advisor." Immediately after, Earl Steen put his hand on Grid's shoulder and exclaimed joyfully, "Thanks to you, my son-in-law, I have also been promoted to Marquis. Now I need to call you Your Highness." To which he replied, "Thanks to me too. Haven't you brought the largest reinforcements among the nobility?" Hearing this, one of the disgruntled aristocrats said, "Who would have thought that the kingdom was saved by the son-in-law of this bump on Steam's eye?" To which another added that if he himself was a marquis and his son-in-law was a duke, then they could be considered the strongest faction. We are at a disadvantage. Having received the notification of the completion of the missions, Grid mentally said, "Let's finish this. Now it's time for the story of my challenge." Turning to his comrades, Grid mentally added, "It is better to explain now," after which Jishuka and the others spoke. Bowing before them, Grid thought about where my starting line was and where I would begin my journey, and then said, "I am a little late with my apology, but I hope you will accept it. My own power has intoxicated me, and I have forgotten the meaning of the word together. Without you, I will continue to make the same mistakes, so please stay by my side and watch over me together as friends." Hearing this, Jishuka was surprised to think that he had decided to apologize at a time when the world's attention was focused on his person. Immediately after, the girl added that this rascal, though slowly, is advancing step by step, and then replied, "Fortunately, at least you didn't do it with malice." Knocking Grid in the chest, the girl added in a stern tone, "We will trust and take care of you, because that's what it means to be together." Hearing some strange reaction to his words, Grid replied confusedly, "Yes, thank you all." Immediately afterwards, the king joyfully exclaimed, "Now it's time for a consoling reward for the people. Let's all wipe away yesterday's fatigue. Let the banquet begin in honor of Duke Grid and the Overgeared." Looking at the new skills, one of the attendees was amazed to hear the title savior of the homeland increased all characteristics by, and runners from types of characteristics, and higher if they increase by, to which the other answered him that it was all the same, that we were just unrealistically lucky to raise the level. Sitting at the table, a tired Grid said everyone was completely delighted. "And I could only dream of getting 1,000,000 gold for Zo." Raoul replied that since the task was completed in the guild, it was common property. Stop being stingy. The next moment, Sehi spoke frightened. "Her brother and I were rewarded with gold, and Huroi told us that it was more than 1,000,000, so help us manage it properly." And then Ariam added, "It's dangerous. I've seen people who won the lottery end up at the bottom." Hearing this, Grid said unhappily, "I don't know who suffered here. I didn't even have time to eat. Who are you blaming now?" And Raoul added, "When I got my first big sum, it also raised the whole realm's ears." Immediately after, Raoul added that it is safer when you have them than when you have knobs who do not know the game, and if they want to continue playing for the guild, paying for equipment and other things will be a plus. After hearing this, Grid said to me, "It's not hard, but you're not going to school in real life. It's been hours." To which Sehi replied, scared that we had to go. Immediately after, Raoul added to the matter on a large scale. School children with a capital S intervened. To which Grid replied, "Hey, you're actually a child too." Hearing this, Raoul spoke joyfully. "And yet you have a guess whose hands it was. Given that he was able to control so many golems and endangered the whole kingdom, many say that only someone of the level of the great wizard Bram can do it." In addition, the boy added that if you think about it, a strange object fell out of the last combat mechanism, to which Grid replied that there was definitely something like that. But I didn't have time to check. All my thoughts were busy apologizing to Tzedaka. Opening the box, the description of which said that magic of unknown origin generates someone's voice, Grid said in disappointment that the letter from the stone not only cut off experience points, but also dropped a drop about nothing. Opening it, Grid heard, "This time I will not limit myself to mere warnings, descendant of Pagma." Then Grid nervously thought, "Right in my head, moreover, this voice." Listening to the voice message from Bram, Grid heard, "You broke the contract. Don't think I didn't know you were secretly collecting Pabranium. Immediately get the blessing of God and create a vessel of the soul, and then resurrect this body. If you decide to break your promise again, you better get ready for a nightmare you've never even dreamed of." Gritting his teeth, Grid nervously thought, so it really was Bram. All this madness was just to warn me of his condition of blessing the god Yathan, who considers me his worst enemy. Recalling the stories of the wizard, Grid thought Bram had said that he could not make the soul vessel because of the death of Pagma, with whom he had created the Pabranium. But according to legend, Pagma had died years ago, but Bram had died even earlier years ago. In his story, he badly miscalculated the time period. If Miner continues to help me, I will be able to collect the entire Pabranium. It is worth bringing the entire Pabranium back, and the storyline of the task will start anyway. Too many suspicious moments. And then he dares to threaten to warn me. He's got it in for me. Look at himself first, damn scoundrel. Destroying the letter from Bram, Grid mentally added, "I have completed too many strange tasks, so yours is finished." With the meeting in the cave and Grid's choice, which led to events of considerable proportions, the unique case of the Overgeared Guild, which had contributed to the birth of several dozen lords, was over. The next day at Winston's fortress, Grid came out to his comrades with Lady Irene and said happily, "Everyone has had a good rest. Let's hear what Rowan has to say." When he was given the right to speak, Raoul said, "This is our plan for the division of Jashuk. Take 3 good men and settle down in Fortress Bayron. The rest of us will go to Reedon to lay the foundation." Hearing the boy's verdict, Jashuka said, "But I want to go with Grid to Reedon. I must be in charge of Bayron." To which Raoul replied that at this time there is no one as outstanding as you to handle a medium-sized city. Looking at the girl with an intense gaze, the boy added, "You need to be patient only until the guild members gain experience in managing the lands, and you can appoint a descendant. Do not forget to raid the forest guard and farm ore." Immediately after, he added, he drove the girl into the paint. "But before that, I have a suggestion for you as a person who has experience in guild management. Why don't you take the oath of a knight? Then Mr. Grid will be able to call you at any time if you are suddenly needed." Hearing Raoul's suggestion, Grid confidently asked, "Will you do that for me, Jishuk?" Embarrassed by the offer, Jashuka replied, "I think I should," and then accepted the offer. After that, Raoul said to Grid, "We will need to increase the power considerably to settle in the new land. I will join you as soon as I take the items from the arrested gang of Shay." Immediately after, Grid added Vantner, "Go to Reedon with Khan and clear a path for us. Watch out for Maynard especially. He might escape, so it's better to tie him up." After giving the order to Vantner, Grid looked at Ephemera and said, "In the new city, we will need a lot of talents, Ephemera," to which she answered, "Yes, Grid." Handing her the Great Lord's sword, Grid said, "Go to your father-in-law in Frontier and take this with you. I received it with Reedon." Refusing the sword, Ephemera said, "I can do without it when my insight has exceeded my skill of identifying a personality." Hearing this, Grid thought impressed, even with the effect my insight is everything is expected from a duplicate. Immediately after, he added, "With my high title and a personal request from my son-in-law, he would not be able to refuse. It is very important to find that person and bring him to Reedon." After that, Lady Irene broke into the conversation and said happily, "Yesterday we spent the night together for the first time in a long time, and you are about to leave for Reedon." Hearing this, Grid went to his wife and said, "I'm ashamed to say that I can only ask you to wait a little longer, but as soon as business is done." Hugging Lady Irene tightly, Grid said, "I will be much more confident that I can protect you from the threat of Yathan. I'm doing all this just to be with you. Please wait a little longer. I will also protect this place so that you can return here at any time." While Jashuka was burning with anger, Raoul interrupted the tenderness and said, "Mr. Grid, you sent an advance team to Reedon, which means you have another case." Hearing the question, Grid said confidently, "Yes, you go ahead, but I have somewhere to go, and I remembered a treasure I have to get." After a while, Grid set off on his journey and said, "I spent a lot of effort to get here, as if I had just been here yesterday. But in fact, so much time had passed that I was even nervous that I would not be able to find the way." Looking around, the guy confidently added, "I knew that someday I would return to Keeson Canyon again, but I didn't think that this day would be today." Seeing the man he was looking for, Grid said, "I have an empty seat here." Coming closer to him, Grid said, "Would you like to become my knight, Piero?" Hearing the voice of a certain upstart, Piero looked back and said menacingly, "My name is Piero. I don't even know your name. I don't know who you are." Continuing to interrogate the impudent man who had come to him, Piero added, "Who are you? As Moffel sent you to get my soul." Hearing the man's question, Grid said with a grudging smile and said, "Well, forget me. Or what else did you ask me on our first meeting?" Looking at all the characteristics on the skills of Piaro, Grid smiled slyly and thought the sword of the manager shows all his stats, so I confidently declare his abilities exceed all expectations. Looking at the man who stood up from his seat, Grid added that active and passive all his skills are at an incredible level. His stats have no limitations on pumping. The next moment, Piaro said, "Judging by your energy, you're not at the level for someone like Asmofel to control you. Or should I mention that starting with an introduction would be a basic courtesy?" Looking at the man, Grid thought, this NPC is on a completely different level. He has a name and is capable of unlimited growth. And then he said happily, "My name is Grid. I am a descendant of Pagma and the Duke of the Kingdom of Ethnal. You will be my knight." When Piaro heard who was standing in front of him, he was surprised to hear the descendant of Pagma speak in his head. Looking at the joyful boy, he replied, "What you said is true," to which Grid added, "Yes, it is true, I'm a duke." Pulling his sword out of its sheath, Piero added that unlike the Saharan Empire, which towers over the Western continent, there is nothing outstanding about the title of Duke of a small kingdom like Etnal. Preparing for the fight and smiling happily, Piero added, "However, if you are a descendant of Pagma, that's another matter, but first I need to see if you deserve to become my knight." Hearing Piero's offer to fight, Grid smiled nervously and said, "Well, we're not enemies, and you're offering to swing swords, you're a real psychopath." Taking out a complete failure from his inventory and preparing for the battle, Grid exclaimed, "Let's finish this together since we have to leave here together anyway." Rushing into battle with Grid, Piaro thought, after the holy sword of Muller, it was the blacksmith Pagma who was famous as the strongest swordsman. If I fight his descendant, I will be able to estimate the difference between me and the holy sword of Muller. Having crossed swords in the duel, Piaro said, "This is a truly great sword." To which Grid replied, "Your sword is not a great sword, but if you work hard on it, it will turn out to be a great blade." Noticing that the enemy was on his side at the moment of battle, Grid felt that the weapon was not flawed at all. Trying to somehow resist, Piaro, Grid thought, almost dropped my physical strength above, but he managed to push me away. It was all about skill. Having dodged the enemy's blow, Grid ended up on the ground due to an unsuccessful landing, after which Piaro headed towards him. Trying to defend or dodge, the boy thought a series of attacks were too powerful, as if there was no hitch between techniques. Seeing how he was outclassing Grid, Piaro said in disappointment, "What a disappointment. Your words about the descendant of Pagma were a lie, or Pagma's abilities were so insignificant." Hearing these words from his opponent, Grid rose to his feet and exclaimed, "Hey, disappointed, you can call Pagma whatever you want, but I will not tolerate insults in my direction." Applying the communication skill, Grid noticed how he defended himself against it, and then thought with astonishment that with minimal movements he repelled all the successive attacks, even with a decrease in his dexterity, which is twice as high as mine. Maybe that's the whole point. After repelling the guy's skill, Piaro angrily said, "Don't tell me that this is your maximum." Hearing Piero's question, Grid thought that speed plays an important role in fencing, so in the future he should invest more in agility, and then said, "You'll be sorry if I show you more." When Grid applied the restraint, Piaro tried to defend himself against Grid's attack and thought, "I can't move." After that, the wave skill flew at him, then the man mentally added, and this time he reduced my speed. Continuing his attack on the opponent, Grid thought, a combo of containment and killing is a win-win combo in PvP. It will immobilize and damage. Usually at this point I would use killing, but I can't hurt a valuable frame. Before he could do anything else, Piaro instantly sheathed his sword and said, "I lost, let's finish this," which drove Grid into confusion. After announcing his defeat, Piaro asked, "Shouldn't the sword in your hand be a sign of pity? I can't resist a swordsman who isn't driven by the intent to kill." Hearing this, Grid replied disappointedly, "You were too easy to deflect attacks for a loser," and then thought, "What a slippery man. He still has the inevitable death." Immediately after that, moving his sword to the inventory, Grid said, "Well, I'd rather you fulfill my request since I won. You will become my knight." In response to Piaro's request, he replied that I was only checking whether you were worthy or not, but I did not promise to become a knight. To which Grid replied that it was impossible to do that to someone who entered the battle full of hope. Hearing Grid's words, PR stopped in his tracks and said that a knight must swear an oath of loyalty, and loyalty can only be built on trust. After these words, looking back at the boy, the man added in a stern tone of voice, "Without trust, there can be no loyalty, and I have firmly decided that I will not swear loyalty to anyone else for the second time." Looking at Grid, who was dissatisfied with this answer, Piaro added firmly, I'm sorry, but I can't accept your offer. At the same time, somewhere in the labyrinth of one of the Bram caves, all the magic of this world, the fruit of my work and merit, muttered with dissatisfaction. The magical progress and the influence of words were all made possible by my majesty. And yet to ignore a serious warning from the great me is a damned descendant of Pagma. My best student, the descendant of Pagma, has perfectly recreated your sphere, even restoring the celestial eye with the magic I secretly implanted in the sphere to keep an eye on you. Mahmoud is a genius who is known all over the world, who simplified the magic formulas, and I have been following you without ceasing to follow you to the very top. But only your achievements will forever remain in memory, as will mine, because the title of the greatest sage should belong only to me, Bram, and I will return to life to take this place, and you will not be able to free yourself from my gaze until the vessel of the soul of the descendant of Pagma is created. And so 3 days have passed since we left Keeson Canyon. Destroying enemies on the way home, Grid exclaimed in frustration how annoying these forks are, and why I so often encounter level hordes. Standing in a stance to repel the enemy's attack, Grid added, not that I can't kill them, but while I'm trying to remember the basics to defeat them, time is wasted. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Grid thought in disappointment, damn, if I had come at least a day earlier, I could have enlisted the support of the ogre troops, and it took Piaro too long. Recalling the moment of their dialogue after the battle, Grid recalled what he had said then. Your obsession with trust is a result of the trauma of being betrayed by your master. Looking back, Piaro said, you know, it's not polite to speculate about other people's circumstances, to which he replied, but you're a fugitive who was falsely accused by his own comrades. Looking back, Piaro heard that since the Emperor had turned his back on you, it meant that he doubted your loyalty. And chained by the feeling of betrayal from your comrade and master, you decided to sever all ties with the earthly world, didn't you? Hearing the details of his fate, Piaro said, my story is not meant to be shared with the Empire, but you know it in too much detail, so you are indeed in league with Asmophel. Hearing this, Grid said, but you told me about it 6 months ago and asked for revenge, and you don't even remember that. Recalling the masked man who had said the curse, better kill me, Piaro exclaimed that it was really then. Immediately afterwards, Piaro said in surprise, that's amazing. You mean that pathetic boy has changed so much? To which Grid replied angrily that he meant pathetic. Immediately after, he added confidently, isn't it a shame that we have to waste our lives because of some traitors come with me? Trying to persuade Piaro to become a yogi, Grid added, I will help you take revenge. Hearing the offer to fulfill his desire, Piaro exclaimed in confusion, wait, why are you so obsessed with me? Etnal remains neutral. No one will drag him into wars. What's the use of a warrior like me? Then he added nervously, and as you said, I can't serve anyone else. Listening to Piaro's groan, Grid said sternly, listen, uncle, I'm still far from the stage of maturity when you start to empathize with other people's stories, but I'm not such a bad person to force loyalty from someone who has experienced betrayal, and yet I am. You can be my guest, and together we will open the door to whether there is something worthy of trust outside. Continuing to chop the enemies to pieces, Grid angrily exclaimed, damn it, I'll deal with him in one blow. No need to complicate my life. I have great armor. Why throw problems at myself in battle? Destroying enemies, the genus is dependent on these things, so your abilities are in complete chaos. Lower your center of gravity and swing. Having destroyed the enemy with one blow, Grid exclaimed, nonsense, it's all nonsense. Watching Grid's training, Piaro, who was standing nearby, said, look at the power of your sword. It's grown quite a bit. Every move, every stroke is also part of the training, so stop grumbling. Consider it a gift from an invited guest, for I look forward to the next destination you show me. Hearing this, Grid looked back at Piaro and said, I'm just thinking about how I shouldn't have brought you along. We'll talk after we arrive at the site in Fartian. Seeing the familiar terrain, Grid joyfully exclaimed, hurrah, well, finally the last hill, and if we had been flying, we would have arrived long ago. To which Piaro replied that, if the body is comfortable, what are you better than a pig? Immediately after these words, Piaro added that he was somehow too irritated since we came here, to which Grid replied that this place does not bring back the best memories. For me, this is the homeland where I first set foot, and I happily lived here for about a year, accomplishing many feats in the city of Fortress Fatrian. Moving on, Grid said to Reedon, you have 4 more days of traveling to do. You can continue your mockery tomorrow, but for tonight I suggest you spend the night here. As they approached the town, something shiny glinted in one of the tree hollows. It was a spyglass through which the Baron of the town was looking and said, who is this? He was displeased to see that this fool had returned to the town. Clutching the magic ball in anger, Count Asher said angrily, I installed magic devices all over Phaetrian under the pretext of protecting the kingdom of Gauss and was waiting in the hope that you would get caught at least once. Immediately after summoning his subject, Count Asher said, Hey, quickly call the knights, to which he replied, Yes, your grace. Watching Grid through the bullet, Asher said angrily, The thief climbed over the fence again, not knowing the time to open the hunt. The border line that separates the western and northern parts of the Kingdom of Etnal, as well as a strategically important unit on the front line of the Kingdom of Etnal, closely borders the Kingdom of Gauss. This fortress city, located on the way to Grid's new possessions, is one of the starting cities in Satisfy. Sitting in a cafe, one of the visitors said to the owner when it will become tastier, to which he replied that you should look for it not in the fortress, but in a tourist city. Immediately after the owner's answer, one of the visitors angrily shouted a curse if the food is like cardboard. At least the stench was removed so as not to spoil the taste of alcohol. They let all kinds of rotting homeless people into the inn. Hearing this, a level knight named Cock confidently said that when you need to concentrate on hunting and pumping, nothing should bother the big cock. He will take care of everything. Approaching the pair of visitors, the knight exclaimed disdainfully, Hey, gentlemen vagabonds, we have a precious moment of rest, but your stench is ruining it. Could you please leave and ignore it? PR said, Oh, the stewed tail tastes pretty good. Hearing this, Grid replied that it tasted like chokpal, to which Piaro replied that he had never heard of this dish in the Aharan Empire. Approaching the visitors, Cock angrily exclaimed, Judging by the color of the mark, you are NPCs, so you cannot ignore adventurers. I'm actually already on the level. Behave. Before he could finish speaking, a bone from Grid's hands flew right into his face, knocking him back a few meters. Standing up after the knockout, Cock nervously said in his head that the tailbone of the cannibal had taken away his health with such a trifle. While Piaro looked back at the soldier who had been beaten, Grid said disappointedly, That's why I told you to change your clothes or at least fix your hair. I don't care about the smell, but do something about your appearance. You're only a little old. Hearing Grid's remarks, Piaro said in displeasure, You're not satisfied with the way I look, you're chasing my appearance. When Piaro took off his cloak, Grid said, I don't care if you're comfortable, but you attract a lot of attention, to which he replied, You're too focused on trivialities, that's why the base is in such a mess. Hearing the remark from his friend, Grid said thoughtfully, You will never forget the orcs we captured on the way, you said. Why do you need skill when you have great equipment? When Piaro heard this conclusion from Grid, he said, If you think armor is so important, why do you wear lighter shoes instead of heavy boots? When wielding a two-handed sword, you shift its weight to your front foot to increase the force of the blow. Isn't it obvious that you need heavy shoes for that? As soon as Grid received the advice from Piaro, he said in surprise, Heavy shoes will increase my power, to which he replied, Well, that's logical. The next moment, Grid clenched his hand into a fist and said happily in his head, I have discovered a hidden system. It's amazing. Now I am one step ahead of the rest. While Grid was rejoicing in his new knowledge, Piaro asked him, By the way, you called yourself a duke, but you continue to hide your identity, and he said that he had a happy time here. When Grid received the question from his friend, he said that if I revealed myself, it would only complicate things, and he was worried, to which he replied, No, you promised to complete my revenge. What do I care about your identity? At the same time, Cock got up from the floor and spoke angrily with a miserable piece of bone. It's impossible for a high-level player to do such damage to me unless it's a bug. Holding his hand to his head, the knight added, In just 6 months, I managed to get the title of the best master in this city. Once I managed to single-handedly catch the general of the most brutal orc camp in Phaetrina. Rushing at Piaro with his fists, Cock menacingly exclaimed, In the future, I will be as great as the mad butcher Grid. Do you think I will leave such a stain on my reputation? Launching a pea at the enemy, Piaro again threw the enemy away from him, who in turn saw what this time he was taken out with, and thought in confusion, this time a pea. Is it really a band then, NPS master? The next moment, looking at Piaro, Cock nervously added his strength to a completely different rooster. This is my master. I even felt a gospel shiver. Seeing what had just happened, Grid said in amazement, Wow, how did you do that? Just like in the stories, to which Piaro replied that if you fill an object with ki, you can turn it into a sharp knife. Unable to stand what was happening, the knight's comrade jumped up and shouted angrily at this vagrant, Let's see how long your tricks will work. And stopping his comrade, Cock shouted back to everyone, This is not the one you can fight mindlessly. The next moment, the door to the restaurant opened and a rough voice said, "Don't move, Mr. Dio has rewarded you with his presence." Hearing who had arrived, one of the visitors said unhappily, "Dio is a knight of these lands." And a girl nearby added, "He gave me a leveled task and at the same time acted arrogantly. Why is he here?" Taking out a handkerchief and reaching for his face, Dio said, "What a stench, and how can people eat and sleep in such a pigsty if not for the Count's order? I would quickly burn everything here." Immediately after these words, the knight said, "People, answer my question. Is there anyone here who has seen Duke Grid with his own eyes?" Hearing who the royal knights were looking for, Cock nervously thought Grid was the same Grid. The knights had caught all the high-level monsters in training, so there was nothing for the runners to do here. Heading across the hall, Dio spoke haughtily looking at the visitors, hence the zero reaction. He really hasn't been seen by anyone, not you, and not you. As the knight began to approach Piaro and Grid's table, the guy said, "I'm getting bored. If you're done, let's get out of here." Seeing that one of the visitors got up from the table in defiance of his order, Dio said haughtily, "Hey, you're not mine to get up until we check everything, and disobedience will be punished." Just as he was about to approach Grid, he smelled the stench of Piaro, which made Dio vomit, and covering his face with a handkerchief, he exclaimed, "What a smell, you bastard!" At that moment, following Grid, Piaro also stood up from the table, and then Grid added that we don't have time to waste on flies, to which Dio exclaimed irritably. Immediately after that, grabbing the guy by the cloak, Dio exclaimed angrily, first annoying with his stench and now with his behavior, "Let's see who is hiding under the cloak." As soon as the cloak was thrown off, Grid spoke menacingly as Dio froze in place, seriously wanting to walk by in peace, but even that was not allowed. Looking in the direction of the guy whose cloak had just been pulled off, Cock wondered in his head who the man was. Looking at Grid's ominous appearance, Cock mentally added, "Mad Butcher Grid?" After which he said menacingly, "Well, there he is. What do you want, and where did your lordship's appeal go? Am I your friend or what?" Seeing who was in the same building with them, the audience nervously exclaimed to the Mad Butcher Grid what such a person was doing in Fatriana. Approaching Dio's face, Grid said thoughtfully, "Wait, but I've seen you somewhere." While Dio thought frightenedly what was going on, the pressure was just insane. The next moment, Grid added in a stern tone of voice that's exactly what it meant. After slapping the knight, Grid said, "I will not forget any of the scoundrels that were in that place that day." Grabbing the place of the blow, Dio exclaimed in confusion that you are doing, even if you are an aristocrat, but you can raise your hand to a knight whenever you want, to which Grid replied, "Whenever you want, you dare to say such a thing." Then he angrily added that only your manners matter to you, but you don't care about the promises made to users who are making every effort to complete the task in this way. Continuing to slap Dio Grid, he added, "You know how much time I spent on that task and you stabbed me in the back, and after all that you dare to appear in front of a man who was wrapped around your finger and deprived of everything he had." Rising to his feet and reaching for his sword, Dio nervously exclaimed to the scoundrel, "Although the Count ordered you to be brought back in one piece, such behavior towards a knight will get you executed." The next moment, standing in front of Dio and holding his sword to his throat, Grid said menacingly, "Don't worry. The head on your shoulders only means that I have not yet made up my mind." Immediately after, he added, "Thank a generous man like Kang, he's the only reason you are still alive." After these words, moving the sword to the inventory and heading for the exit, Grid said, "Let's go. We'll have a safe trip." To which Piaro replied disappointedly, "I'm already tuned into the show, so do as you wish." No sooner had Grid gone far than Cock ran after him, exclaiming joyfully, "Wait, Mr. Grid." And looking back, Grid said, "You've got to tighten the volumetric screws. It's not going well." Immediately afterwards, he added that if the man from town pretended to know me, he would have a hard time telling me that I would be leaving soon. To which Cock replied excitedly, "It's all right. I wanted to apologize for my rudeness the other day. But most importantly, it's such an honor to meet my idol in person." Putting his hand to his chest, the knight joyfully exclaimed, "My name is Cock, and someday I will definitely become like you and find you. Please remember me." Hearing that he was being admired, Grid awkwardly said, "Wow, your idol." To which Piaro added as simple as a penny. Handing Grid a pen, Cock said, "Will you sign my autograph here on your chest?" To which he replied that you're not a fan of Noe. Having received the inscription on the chest of the cat below the owner, Cock happily said so cool, to which Grid replied that you are quite noisy. Leaving the city and finding himself somewhere in the forest, Piaro said revenge is my only goal, so I was going to refrain from asking too many questions. But your situation looks too strange for the Duke of an entire country. Immediately after, the man added what eventually happened, to which Grid replied in due time, I spent a lot of energy on this place until one nasty incident happened. Hearing about some interesting detail, Piaro asked what the nasty incident was, to which Grid replied, the situation itself is different, but I felt the same way as you. Let's say something like a betrayal. In the next moment, Grid added that this was the starting point of my journey as a descendant of Pagma. I was lucky and was able to capitalize on it, but then I lost all my investments. Continuing his story while a portal appeared above them, Grid added the one who entrusted me with the task killed me immediately after reaching the goal. That night was then with them. Appearing in the way of Grid and Piaro Asher, said Grid, did you really want to just leave once you were in our area? We still have an unsolved problem between us. Looking at the enemy who appeared before them, Grid added menacingly, here in Phaetrian, the man who betrayed and killed me is his lord. He was the lord of Phaetrian, Count Asher. Bringing his knights with him, Asher said haughtily, what was the point of entrusting Sir Dio with that? It is true what they say. If you want to do something, do it yourself. Putting on his armor and preparing for the battle, Grid said joyfully, I was just thinking that someday we would find a winner, and you are here as if by chance. But I am not the one who can be offended by people like you. I am sure you will cope. Hearing these words from Grid, Count Asher said in displeasure, you are only a descendant. All your boasting is nothing more than noise from the other side, and it is because of your foolishness that I have instructed you to retrieve the rare book of Pagma. Immediately afterwards, Asher smiled ominously at Grid and added, your foolishness is worthy of praise, to say so to the only archmage of the Ethnal Kingdoms and one of the strongest mages on the entire continent. Looking at his rival, Grid gritted his teeth and thought, due to the mutual ill will between the kingdom of Gauss and the kingdom of Ethnal, Phaetrian is located on the border and is in the heart of the conflict. The kingdom of Ethnal has claimed the right to neutrality to limit the monopolization of products by the kingdom of Gauss fomented cross-border conflicts. However, the reason why the kingdom cannot act as it pleases at the moment is the superior strength of Archmage Asher, who immediately suppresses all such attempts. And this is not an exaggeration at all. Count Asher is the strongest unit of the kingdom of Ethnal, and he is able to suppress the conflict by his mere presence. At the same time, Piaro, who stood before Grid, happily said, the best mage of the kingdom. Now I have felt the benefits of opening the door to this world with you. Seeing that another enemy had appeared in front of him, Asher said unhappily, your partner doesn't know where he belongs either, if he interferes without thinking. Hearing the warning from the Archmage, Piaro happily said, I'm curious. I've never had to fight an Archmage before. I'd like to test your abilities as a mage who is one of the best on the continent. Feeling the oppressive atmosphere from Piaro, Asher thought frightened. Who is he? His energy even made me feel afraid. Was there really such a monster hiding in the kingdom? Immediately after these thoughts, Count Asher said unhappily, I refuse. I only care about that boy. There is no reason to fight you. Smiling happily at his enemy in response to his wish, Piaro said, I'm not asking, I'm saying I wish it. Rushing into battle against an interesting enemy, Piaro said happily, you have no choice. Seeing that his opponent was already approaching him, Count Asher, hiding behind his subjects, exclaimed, buy me some time, and then thought that the way Grid had shown himself in Lionheart was not to be taken lightly. There is no need to waste energy on fighting a man who is currently stronger than Grid. We need to set up a barrier and create a battlefield for Grid and me alone. Grid is a scoundrel. Not only did he steal the Book of Pagma, but he also took away my son Bland's suitable bride. I must destroy him here before he can take over as Duke. Seeing how the enemy wanted to defend themselves against his offensive, Piaro thought disappointedly, that's all your knights are capable of. It's ridiculous to even compare them to the enemy knights of the strongest on the Saharan continent. In my opinion, it's a waste of human resources. Seeing his subjects scattered by a single skill, Piaro Asher nervously thought his sword Kai, capable of piercing through shields with a single blow, scattered the line of defense of my best knights. Stepping in to protect Count Asher from the enemy, the rest of the knights shouted out to stall for time so that the Count could cast the spell. Knocking the knights' weapons out of their hands and bringing them up, Piaro spoke to the crowd. There is no method more effective than this. My eye is trained on armor better than my companions. As he watched his soldiers being scattered, Count Asher thought in dismay, it would only take a minute to set up the barrier, but my knights didn't even last that long. I've heard of a crazy organization called Overgeared. Watching Piaro destroy enemies, the Count added nervously, but there was no information about this vagrant or this monster. Pulling out his staff, Asher thought it best to forget about the barrier and deal with it first, and then shouted, what the hell ties you to Grid? Why are you sticking up for him? Hearing the enemy's question, Piaro said patronizingly, you can say that the Duke and I have nothing to do with each other. It's just an interest. And anyway, grit is too much for you, so you'd better fight me. Rushing at the enemy with a smile, Piaro added confidently, because I am now very weak. Looking at the enemy coming at him, Count Asher nervously said in his head that in a battle between a swordsman and a mage, the most important thing is the speed of acceleration. The next moment, Piaro found himself in a cancelled room that was covered by Orios's illusions. And seeing this, Piaro said, illusion means you want to play hide and seek. Destroying the illusions one by one, the man said, I'm not a fan of using pathetic tricks in battle, but there is no other way to fight a magician. At the same time, Count Asher, who was not far from Piaro, said the same thing. But I need to complete the spell before your sword reaches me, and my staff specializes in cast speed and mana increase. Feeling the effect of the weakness, the man said in surprise, magic that has a limiting power decided to control my body as you wish. I am disappointed. Having determined where the real enemy was and rushed at him with his sword, Piaro shouted menacingly, you'll continue to hide by going with the flow. Realizing that there was no time to delay any longer, Asher shouted, and not only resisted my magic, but also determined in a matter of seconds where the real me was, which simply could not be. Using an ice storm attack and throwing Piaro away, Asher cast his next spell, thinking that fighting such a master would take time to prepare. First, he needed to defeat him. These spells are both of the same rank but have different attributes, and when combined, double their effectiveness. Thinking about how he should confront Piaro, Asher mentally said, it will take seconds to recover, which is enough to kill you with a fatal S-class spell. Watching Piaro and Asher fight, Grid thought, he is undoubtedly strong. His physical strength, stamina, and agility are higher than mine, and this is called a weakened state. Will it be impossible to determine its significance in the future? Smiling happily after thinking about it, Grida confidently added, the day this guy becomes a holy sword, I will have the most powerful weapon with which to go after a dragon or anyone. As soon as Piaro broke out of the block of ice, he immediately headed for the Count to continue the fight, and Asher nervously thought, I'm already healed. I can't believe that kind of monster would be better off using an S-rank spell after I dealt more damage to it. Trying to use his powerful skill, Piaro felt the resistance and thought this. Seeing that his sword stopped at the opponent's defense, he was amazed to absorb most of the force of my attack with some kind of screen-impressive magical power. Deciding that he needed to try a different method of battle, the man said, however, you will have to keep this screen in front of you for a long time. As he struck Count Asher with a barrage of powerful blows that he held back, Piaro thought in amazement. His movements were quick, and he was simultaneously using his shield and casting spells, which was expected of an archmage. His ability to concentrate was beyond human. The next moment, taking up another fighting stance in front of Count Piaro, mentally said, maybe try to put pressure at the same time and scare him a little. Using his modified sword skill, the man saw that his attack, for some reason, did not work on the enemy, despite its power, which surprised him. Having received a lot of damage from the enemy's spell, Piaro held his chest and thought, I was too careless. This is the way out of the body that I'd only heard about. An ordinary person would not even realize that he was defeated. His fame is well-deserved. Immediately afterwards, Piaro went to the body that was left unattended and exclaimed, in this case, what about the shell that was left without a core? Just as he was about to attack, the soul returned to the body, and an explosion sounded. Piaro thought, it's like that once the soul returns to the body, a blast wave of mana alone is so powerful that it can even repel my sword chi. Immediately afterwards, he turned his gaze to Grid, who was also under attack, but his target was still Grid as expected. Seeing that the two opponents were unable to fight, Asher rushed at Grid and exclaimed happily, you can stand up even after such an attack, but I'll put an end to it, and then thought, this vagrant's exit from the body has really messed up my plans. I need to end it right now. As soon as he wanted to attack, he received a powerful blow from Grid. And then I thought this sword chi is capable of piercing through the protective screen, completely focused on protecting myself from physical attacks. Not that it was important that I struck him with tremendous force, but how? After that, looking at Grid's weapon, Count Asher added in his head, what the hell is this? What a monstrous sword! Preparing for the next attack on the enemy, Grid said menacingly, surprised that I was not killed and probably even more so than I was when he suddenly coughed up a whole liter of blood. Preparing for the attack and completing all the preparations, Grid said, as you said, if you want to deal with something, do it yourself. And here we agree, and there is another pleasant surprise. Asher nervously thought that it was impossible that he could possess such power, where he got it from in just a year or two, and the gossip from the capital was just the result of aristocrats' instigation. In an attempt to repel the next communication attack, he added that it was impossible for some stupid, useless boy to have gained such power in just a few years. Now, I don't care about Pagma's rare book or Bland's engagement. Is he so strong that I won't be able to resist him? Trying to repel the fury of the blacksmith Asher, he added, I dared you to oppress Archimage Asher with your insignificant power, which I received by a lucky accident. After all, the power that is the stuff of legend is only the result of time, and the mountain that cried out will not grow overnight. By using a fire harpoon attack on Gridov, Count Asher menacingly added that only time can make a stone stronger. Observing the effects of the magic, Asher exclaimed, Feel the power of Asher, who has defended the walls of Etnal for decades. I will never give in to the hands of some lucky boy. Jumping out of the flames with a complete failure, the clan shouted out, Time is telling, all you have to do is get close. Swinging his sword and using his killing skill, Grid added to the non-crook's time to think about it. The next moment, Grid struck at the enemy, launching him into a tree a few dozen meters away and causing critical damage. Approaching the defeated enemy, Grid said menacingly, Now repeat after me, Your Grace Duke Grid. I beg you to have mercy. Raising his head and looking at Grid, Asher thought, I remember when he was a boy with a weak body and no abilities. He didn't try to understand himself. He was just jealous of other people's things and burned with the desire to possess them. And he had a look of garbage that humiliated the weak and groveled before the strong. Perhaps that is why now his gaze radiates the nobility of an ideal being. How could he have changed so much? Immediately after finishing his thoughts, Asher said, Boogaloo, and the insolence hasn't gone away. You broke our promise. Why should I crawl on my knees? I didn't even know if the rare book of Pagma existed, but I still gave you a decent reward and enough time for the task, and you accepted it. However, as soon as you found the Pagma book, your greed closed your eyes and you took it for yourself, even taking away the bride my son admired. Don't you think I should hate you much more? Hearing Asher's words, Grid said angrily, But you deceived me by entrusting me with a thoughtless mission, and I wasted so much time and lives, and you also planned to kill me. In response to Grid's words, the Count said, Now that it's over, I just wanted to put a final point on it. But it looks like today will be that day for me. Looking at Grid, Asher added in disappointment, The pride of decades of defense of the kingdom will be destroyed by you, by someone who did not even imagine the threat in the past. Looking down, he added, And yet I entrusted you with this task because I appreciated your tolerance. And your noble appearance today suggests that you have been through many trials. You have defeated me, so all my dissatisfactions will sound like nagging. I cannot obey, just kill me. Grid made a disgruntled expression and thought, Pagma's book and my efforts after changing classes are all my own. But the truth is that only because of the chance he gave me could I become Pagma's descendant. Even in the past, when I was working my butt off but still couldn't keep up with the others, I just ran away, blaming him for my failures. After exhaling heavily, Grid added, And all this because of a bad habit of blaming others for everything. It seemed to me the easiest solution. Having made his decision on Asher's fate, Grid said, Let's stop here. Looking at Grid, who turned away from him, Count Asher said in surprise, Pardon the one who tried to kill you, to which Grid replied, I don't know what will happen, but I have no thoughts of killing you now. Hearing Grid's decision, Count Asher said cautiously, The Duke cannot just turn a blind eye to the Count's rebellion. You definitely need something from me. When Grid heard this, he looked at him offended and thought, Just look at him. I showed mercy with my heart, and he didn't thank me, but began to suspect me of something, and then said, Where are the others? In response to Grid's question, Count Asher confidently said, You can't do anything for free. Thinking about the words of his opponent, Grid said, Well, if the circumstances are such, then I can't just let him go from here. Turning to Piaro, Grid pointed to Asher and said, But watch him. You'll hit him on the head properly if he moves even a little. Immediately after that, Grid moved a few meters away and tried to contact his subject, saying, Raoul, can you hear me, Grid? While Piaro said, Asher, don't move, you're bleeding. Responding to Grid's summons, Raoul said, Yes, Mr. Grid, with the exception of Mrs. Ephemera. The entire overgeared staff has arrived in Reedon when to expect your arrival. In answer to the question of the subject, Grid said, I am now in Phaetrian soon. I will be. By the way, I have a question for you. You know, Count Asher, if you could demand one thing, what would it be? Hearing his master's question, Raoul replied in surprise, You mean Lord Farshan and the Mage, who is one of the 10 best in the continent? It seems you had a chance to meet him. If you mean this NPC, I can confidently give you some advice. Raoul paused for a moment and added, there is only one thing of great value that you can get from him. A few seconds after he left, Grid turned and said, great job, I'll take care of it now. To which Piaro replied, too bad, I was looking forward to him moving. Hearing the words of his comrade, Grid cunningly said, no, this noble gentleman is very valuable. How can you touch him? To which Asher said, stop dragging it out and get to work. Hearing these words from Count Asher, Grid sat down in front of him and smiled slyly and said, in that case, give me your son. Hearing Grid's demand, Count Asher nervously exclaimed, what are you talking about, you rascal Bland? Ask for anything but his son. To which Grid replied, now I understand why you are so rude. You lost your beloved wife to illness. You lost the eldest of your two sons on the battlefield. And you spent a lot of energy raising Bland alone to love him, I'm right, so leave him to me. Hearing this demand again, Count Asher angrily exclaimed, you devil, you are crossing all boundaries. You'd better just kill me. You can burn my body and soul, but I will never sell my son. Listening to Asher's cries, Grid said menacingly, even if you die, your dear son will still be in trouble, and I don't want to use brute force to convince you. The next moment, a third person interrupted Grid and Asher's conversation, running out of the forest and shouting, your lordship, please stop. Catching his breath from the fact that he was in a hurry to get to this place, Blanche added, please, there is no need for that. Immediately after that, the boy added, your humble servant Land will follow you, Duke. Please just take the sword away from my father. Seeing his son, who had just arrived, Count Asher nervously exclaimed, where are you coming from? Run away, immediately. Who would allow you to do that for anything? Hearing Blanche Greedeville's words, he smiled and said, it's all about youth. Your son quickly assessed the situation, Blanche. You made the right decision. At the same time, Count Asher gathered all his remaining magical power and said menacingly, shut your fucking mouth. Preparing to attack Grid, Asher angrily exclaimed, if even a hair falls from my son's head, I will finish you right now, even if I have to sell my soul to the devil Jotun. Running up to his father and stopping his actions, Blanche said, enough is enough, father. Just consider this a learning experience for his lordship and back off. Trying to convince and reassure her father, Blanche added, I will definitely come back and be someone you can trust. And until then, don't forget to eat and take care of your health. That's the only way we can meet again smiling. After listening to the family dialogue, Grid said, judging by the situation, I am a thief here and my words have no power, but you should listen to your son. I'm also not the same person you knew in the past. Every person counts, and I don't have the freedom to take it out on others. I'm not going to eat your son, just trust me to raise him so that he doesn't have to carry his father on his back, but the other way around and send him back. At the same time, Cruzel, sitting on a rock by the ocean, said, a warrior of destruction means you chose a class that is tailored to attack to match your character. If he had changed his profession, at least a little earlier, he would not have been so tragically defeated during the Golem invasion. By the way, I spent too many hours in the dungeon. I'd like to clean up my inventory and find a good seller as soon as possible. For the third career change, I conquered half of the Western continent and crossed the Eastern continent, thanks to which I collected many titles and even pumped the two-sword style skill, but I am not yet able to conquer the uncharted land of the Western continent. So it's worth raising the level in the easier part of the Western continent and challenging it once again. And the east and south of the Saharan Empire, the Arias Labyrinth, will be a suitable target, and the western part of the Kingdom of Etnal, the most notorious land. After the battle against Count Asher was over, Grid, walking with Piaro and Blanche, asked how the power of one of the greatest mages on the continent was, and he replied that his strength of mind alone was impressive, and that he was able to withstand my pressure, and we could have been on equal footing if he had used the sphere. Hearing Piaro's conclusion, Grid thought that the staff had no function to store magic, but because of the high chance of multiplication, one hit would do a lot of damage. Asher was too confident in his casting speed, although against Piaro's speed, it was his weakness. However, even so, Asher turned out to be incredibly strong. Even with the effect of reducing the magic damage of the Armor of Light, he took down units in one hit. And Piaro resisted his exit from the body and defeated him without any equipment. He was a real monster. And then he said, by the way, I can ask you a question. Looking at his friend, Grid said how strong Asmophil was that you couldn't take revenge on him yourself. And besides, you have skills like inevitable death, with or without luck. You can completely destroy him in battle. When Piaro heard the question, he answered that it was not about power. It was very difficult to get close to him. As soon as I stepped into the territory of the Empire, I was already dead. The power of the Empire was beyond your understanding. Immediately after, Piaro added that in any case, we should start preparing, to which Grid replied in surprise that he was not sure what to do. Looking at the sand in front of him, Piaro confidently said monsters, to which Grid replied in surprise that I don't even see an ant. The next moment, a giant worm appeared right in front of Grid, a common insect species throughout the western part of Etnal, the main disturber of the desert. Quickly pulling out his sword, Grid nervously exclaimed, "That's disgusting, what is it?" Piero calmly replied, "You have a weak liver, you're a tenderfoot." Grid, attacking the monster with his weapon, nervously exclaimed that he was a tenderfoot. Who is a tenderfoot with such a bug? Having blocked the enemy's attack, Grid groaned in pain and exclaimed that such damage from an ordinary monster could not even cut a plus-full failure. He was as strong as a fighting mechanism. Using flight to facilitate the fight, Grid mentally said, "The sand is very loose," which significantly reduces the power of the attack. Before he could get up, another monster appeared out of the sand and knocked him to the ground, landing hard, and Grid nervously exclaimed, "Why are there so many of them?" Looking at the panicking Grid, Piaro said confidently, "To put power into a sword, you need to use not only all your limbs, but also your neck muscles, and put all your weight on the blade of the sword. Your movements and base are not at all honed. What are you going to do in the air where there is no support?" Hearing Piaro Grid's instructions, he exclaimed irritably, "What kind of a fool am I playing, or do you think I ever attended a fencing club?" Applying the skill and destroying one monster, Grid happily said, "Despite the strength of the skill, they are easy to destroy, and their level gives a lot of experience points as a reward. Who would have thought that such monsters live on the edge of the West?" With a sly smile after his words, Grid mentally said, "This is a great chance to level up after I was stuck on pumping the stat points accumulated during this time into agility, like Piaro." Watching Grid fight, Piaro said, "Concentrate your strength in your hips and ass, then the speed of your upper body, and accordingly, the speed of your sword will increase, and it's better if you don't have to calculate the angle of the blow." Hearing the instructions from Piaro, Grid confidently exclaimed Boogaloo to the descendant of Pagma, such warnings of fencing Pagma's murder. Sitting down next to Grid, who was slaying monsters, Piaro heard Boogaloo, "Today I will raise the level," and then thought instead of executing Count Asher, he took his son hostage. It was an exceptional and smart decision. It seems that he is not so stupid, but nevertheless his abilities at this level must be overconfidence clouding his eyes. The abilities of our bodies are quite similar, and if he used them with his mind, he would become much stronger. Asher's son, he has changed since he first joined us. His abilities have grown. He listens to everything I advise Grid. He has inherited all the magical power of his father and is also skilled with a sword as expected of a lion cub. It will be interesting to train him before we arrive in Raiden. And the fool with the bananas in his ears needs an example before his eyes," after which Grid exclaimed happily, "Experience points continue to grow until we reach Raiden. I will be about a level up." Continuing to destroy enemies in his path, Grid exclaimed, "Boogaga, easy, easy. Who needs this control when you have decent equipment?" After a while, Grid thought, "What a shame, even Bram's army of golems could not easily pass here by the way. Maybe for this reason King Bisbaden gave me Raiden." The kingdom's forces were simply not enough to compete with the monsters of the western part, so they kept silent about the monsters that covered the land. The next moment, one of the monsters fired a poison at Grid, which he tried to dodge, and then, losing his guard and not knowing about the skill, he fell into the mouth of a frog, which resulted in a nervous curse. At the same moment, Blanche entered the battle and saved Grid, after which he asked if you were okay. Then Grid was surprised to think that when he suddenly managed to become stronger. Just a few days ago, he could barely cope with a level monster, and now he is able to withstand the onslaught of monsters at least a level higher. Looking at the boy, Grid added in surprise, comparing to the beginning of our journey. He only slightly pumped up his stats and raised his levels, nothing special, while how the hell could he become so strong? At the same time, Piero said, "Way to go, you finally understood, son of Asher. A sword is not a thing to relax with. Instead of dodging, concentrate on defense and counterattack. The moment the sword is in contact with the sword, your movements are guided." Hearing this, Grid was surprised to think that this was all because of Piero's instructions. Even if he is a great swordsman, how can he have such great growth with just one piece of advice? Looking at the situation in the battle, Blanche Piero said, "You are constrained by the concept of a magical swordsman. Using both cast and fencing at the same time exposes many weaknesses in your technique. Your magical talent is superior to your fencing skills, So concentrate only on magic if you face an opponent stronger than you and use your sword as a minimal defense. The next moment, as Grid approached Piaro, he awkwardly said, pointing at himself, "I want to do that too." To which Piaro replied, "You said you didn't need it." Looking at the boy who was interested in his advice, Piaro said he could not watch Bland in silence, a blow to the pride of the descendant of Pagma, to which he replied, "No, I like to be strong too." Hearing this, Piaro smiled happily and said interestingly, "Well, get ready to have your ears burn," and then thought, "Hey, youth." After a while on the battlefield, they were talking about how many times I should fix my head so that you would remember your stupidity breaks all boundaries. Maybe I should take it off and fight like that. I tell you that you should try not to use the magic of flight. A warrior must get used to different types of surfaces. My feet are buried in the sand like a sword. It's annoying to use it. Didn't I explain that you should use your muscles wisely? After the training was over, a tired Grid happily exclaimed, "Bugaga, now I can catch local monsters without skill," and the level rose to level 1 in just a few days. Hearing Grid's praise, Piaro told him that this is just the basics. The way is still long, to which he replied, "I will practice and become better. Keep teaching me." Hearing this, Piaro said, "I refuse. It doesn't look like your skills have room to grow," to which Grid exclaimed in surprise that this was a surprise. Listening to the conversation between Piaro and Grid, Blanche thought, "No, Mr. Grid has already overcome the level of an ordinary swordsman." Then the greed of Master Piaro comes into play. The next moment, looking down, Piaro tiredly said, "By the way, let's cross this mountain and be there by tomorrow," to which Grid replied that he would. Immediately after smiling, Grid said happily, "We have finally arrived the largest city after the royal fortress of Lionheart. Very soon you will become my land of Reden." Let's rewind the time back to Reden the day before Grid met with Count Asher. At that time, someone's nervous voice sounded in the tower that you said the new Lord's subjects had already arrived. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Sitting down in front of the governor, the soldier said, "We realized too late that the army was opposed to the people," to which the governor replied, "What a pitifully armed army trembling before a handful of people with stones in their hands." Straightening his tie, Arik Baronet, the governor of Reden, added that everyone would have been slaughtered long ago and it would have become much quieter, but we would be looked down upon because we were late for a meeting with the Lord's subjects. Heading to the meeting, Arik added how annoying the change of the crown prince was. "Quickly kill all the rebels inside the city," to which the soldier replied so accurately. At the same moment, Faker appeared behind Arik's back and put a dagger to his throat and said that it would be more correct to kill such garbage in a managerial position. After leaving the castle and hearing some noise in it, the soldier was surprised to hear the governor exclaiming, "Where are the new officials?" Sometime later, in the city's jail, Raoul said how difficult the situation was before arriving in the city. All the guild members had fully enjoyed the strong monsters of the Western lands. Immediately afterwards, the guy added, "But who would have thought that they would have such a fatal impact, so it was worth seeing for yourself. All the capital and overgeared in the amount of millions of gold will be squandered in an instant, and there is also information that traders who are well aware of the situation in Reden are already negotiating exit fees and profits. And all this because of a garbage collector who took advantage of the Lord's absence to make a luxurious life for himself, Mr. Faker. We will always have time to punish him now. We need the information he has." The next moment, Kuroi added, "First of all, after dealing with the monsters in the river area, the guild members began another task," to which Raoul added, "We will also need to join them soon, Mr. Kuroi." After that, looking at the manager, Faker said, "And still nothing that we did not get permission from Grid. He will definitely raise a fuss about the budget spending without his knowledge." Hearing this, Raoul said disappointedly, "It can't be helped. If Mr. Grid sees the city in its current state, he will be very disappointed to learn that the huge city of Reden can accommodate at least thousands of people. In fact, with thousands of NPCs on the verge of starvation, if we don't splurge on material aid right away, we won't even have NPCs left to work." After a while, Grid arrived in Reden and joyfully exclaimed, "Lord Grid has arrived. Stretch out your hands to him and greet the new lord." Seeing some poor residents, Grid disappointedly said that there were many workers as expected from a large city, and then thought that somehow some poor people looked suspicious. Seeing the characteristics of the city, Grid nervously exclaimed, "What is it with this fortress? Why is it all skin and bones? The king of Bisbaden has deceived me to the fullest." To which Raoul replied, "Please calm down. It can also be seen as faith in your abilities if the king has entrusted you with the development of barren lands. First, my lord, let me tell you about the root cause of Redan's lagging behind, as revealed by the interrogation of the steward. The devastation of the area began years ago with large-scale attacks by desert monsters. However, the monsters were so strong that even the royal army could not cope with them, which is why the country stopped helping the Lord left the land. The kingdom tried for a long time to find a talent who could restore Redan, but the only one capable of doing so was Count Asher, who could not leave Phaetrian, and as a result, the people themselves had to look for a way to exist. The choice of the people fell on the Saharan Empire. For the Saharan Empire, it was a chance to absorb the land of the Kingdom of Ethnol, so they agreed to a request for help. However, the strong monsters of the western part proved to be a heavy burden even for the empire, and it requested tribute to protect only one river, the Gavona, which was the heart of Redan. The amount of taxes grew every year and proved to be an unbearable niche for the inhabitants of Redan, so very soon they were abandoned even by the Saharan Empire. Hearing this, Grid said, "What a pity. And what about those who stayed here? They will soon starve to death, but still don't go fools or something." To which Raoul replied that even before the devastation, the security of Redan was threatened by special creatures. We're talking about vampires, and every year a considerable number of people became their food. Hearing about vampires, Grid immediately remembered one, and scared in his head, vampires like Marie Rose gave him goosebumps. Looking out of the window, where the memorial service was held at the grave, Rowan said that the last Lord of Redan could no longer stand the growing number of victims and led a punitive squad. It happened years ago, you know what I mean? Hearing this, Grid said in surprise, "Wait, then those who remained are most likely to be the ones who died." Confirming Grid's guesses, Raoul said correctly, the entire punitive detachment was destroyed, but the residents continue to believe that it will definitely return and have been waiting for their relatives for years. Hearing this, Grid nervously thought about the vain expectations for 10 years. Looking at his master, Raoul thought, "The monsters in the area are so strong that we can't hope for new players. If we all build a canal to the fields, the food problem will be solved within a month. But for long-term hiring, you will need at least silver per person, and you will have to spend hundreds of thousands of gold pieces more than once. Greed has chained you up, or you will be able to face poverty." Sighing in disappointment after receiving all the information about the city, Grid said seriously, "No day to get lucky from the Duke. One name will have to sweat a lot." Immediately after that, Grid confidently exclaimed, "First, we need to save the people. What is the best place to start?" Hearing this, Raoul thought there were dangerous moments, but his temper would be very good, after which he said, "There is a separate task for you." Hearing the special task from Raoul, Grid said angrily that, "You said, boy, I have to make all kinds of household equipment." Hearing Grid's menacing tone, Raoul nervously added, "Please calm down. In the current situation, the most important thing for us is to provide the means of labor. You say as a lord, you feel at least a little responsibility for the land." At the same moment, Grid smiled slyly and said, "Although you are right, I will distribute the tools to them and later they can rent them out." Hearing this, Raoul thought disappointedly, "If only you were a human being." Immediately afterwards, paying attention to the people standing behind him, Raoul said in surprise, "By the way, Mr. Grid, don't you want to introduce us?" Hearing Grid's proposal, he turned to his comrades and said, "I'm sure I'll have to stay here for a while. You'll probably get bored." To which Piaro replied, "Not so much. I was planning to explore the city to pull up a guy and spar." Hearing Piaro's suggestion, Grid asked, "And if that would help relieve your boredom, how about helping with the development of the land?" Smiling happily, Grid added, "This land is completely empty, so believe me, I know how much fun it is to create something." Hearing this, Blanche shook her head and thought, "What a terrible way to treat your subjects. I can't protest as a hostage, but Piaro will not tolerate this kind of treatment." He turned his gaze to Piaro and saw that he was blushing, and then he said, "My first job in the fields, since I don't know anymore, it would be nice to learn the life of a commoner in advance." Hearing this, Blanche was surprised to hear you say seriously, and he replied that it was also a great chance to toughen up unused muscles. "During these days, I managed to meet a guy who is interesting to teach, and that's what I thought when the revenge will take place. It would be nice to get me out of the gate." Hearing this, Grid said happily, "And I offered to do so, and then I thought he was more confident now. My thoughts, actions, and words had changed him, and then he said, 'Well then.'" Clapping his advisor on the back, Grid said, "Raoul, Piaro, and Blanche will help you in the fields. Don't refuse their help." To which he replied, "Wait, who are you?" Smiling happily, Grid answered the homework, and then thought from the head of the guild and the lord. Looking at the pair of guys, Raoul nervously thought of throwing people at me whom I had never seen before. So he must be the aristocrat Blanche and the son of Asher. Then what kind of bum is he with him? I thought that Grid would bring some incredible nuggets, but he wasted days to bring some vagrant when we had our hands full. Arriving on the field, Raoul thought, he really thinks I'm a tactician. And then he bowed and said, my name is Raoul. I am Mr. Grid's advisor, and my skill is Kai. After that, Blanche introduced himself, the second son of Count Asher, Blanche to Ian. I'm skilled in sword and magic, but I lack a lot. And then I thought about his words, and I felt a sense of confidence. He must be very talented as well. After that, I introduced myself as Piaro. I am Piaro, no title, suitable, unemployed, confident in my fencing, but aware of the shortcomings. Holding out the object of labor, Raoul thought an ordinary magical swordsman and a vagabond, only the field to entrust them, and then said, here you go. Taking the rake in his hands, Piaro said in surprise, wow, this tool used by ordinary people can be considered a great experience. To which Blanche added, I'm also holding it for the first time, and I certainly agree that it's an interesting experience. After that, pointing to the area behind him, Raoul said, I entrust you with all this rocky land. Remove all the stones and plow the ground so that we can sow the seeds. If you don't know how, ask the locals. If you feel tired, you can rest, and I'll take care of the other area. Raoul walked away from the pair of assistants, thinking that almost all of the thousands of people were involved in the development of the land, but the results were simply terrible. We only have thousands of agricultural tools, and those who didn't get a tool are shoveling gravel by hand. Here, every rake counts, and it is better to give people without experience a large piece of land to work with so they give up right away. Using the skill, Raoul picked up a stone in the ground and began to crush it. Seeing this, Blanche said in surprise, wow, that's an interesting way to do it. I wonder if you use magic, the development will go faster. To which Piaro said, it's too early to use magic. You want to miss the chance to harden your body. You're one step away from learning. The sweat dripping down will tell you this is the most effective workout for your muscles. Every single move will become part of the art of fencing. Continuing to work, Blanche said, I was thinking too narrowly. If you think about it, the whole body is under a lot of stress. This is the first time I've felt such pain. Feeling the sweat on his forehead, Piaro nervously said this sweat is noble and call it the work that aristocrats like us so much despised. At that time, Raoul, tired of the work, leaned on his knees and said, it's not every day you use the skill for an hour to dig a pine of land at a time. Piaro approached the boy and said, listen, you sound like Raoul, to which he replied, if you're tired, you can turn the rake and rest. Looking behind Piaro after he said we had finished the job, Raoul froze in shock. Trying to recover, he nervously thought, I gave them more pain, and in an hour they were done. Watching Blanche work, Raoul mentally added a quick speed on the level of the rest of the guild members. After that, he nervously added, then I can ask you to take care of the next section, to which Piaro replied without any problems, we will consider it training. Arriving at Raoul's place, Regas and Juroy asked who the fast one was, and he replied, I was going to check it out. The next moment, Piaro applied his skill and began to develop the rocky ground at a very fast pace. In a short period of time, Piaro completed the processing of another area and said that would be enough. Seeing the speed of the man's work, Regas added that it was the same impossible speed. He specializes in agriculture, to which Raoul replied, I don't know. I just saw it for the first time. Immediately afterwards, Piaro asked if there was not enough water in the canal that was connected to these fields, to which Raoul replied confusedly that we planned to connect a few more canals. Then Piaro activated his key and said happily, in that case, I'll spare you some extra work. When Piaro slammed the rake into the ground, Regas felt a tremor and nervously exclaimed that it was an earthquake, to which Raoul added that it was coming from the earth. The next moment, Raoul thought, when I first saw Reedon with my own eyes, my first feeling was to rush. I made the decision based on my confidence in my own abilities, but the nervousness of having to start from the beginning was nagging at me. Seeing the fountain of water in front of me, he added, arriving here, I desperately hid this feeling because I am a tactician who should not hesitate. Looking at the surprised residents, he thought, who could have imagined that the faces of the residents are always dirty with earth? Would ever be able to adopt such a happy expression? Accepting multiple outcomes is the worst outcome for a tactician, because a tactician must always calculate all possible situations. I was just waiting to breathe a sigh of relief if the decision didn't lead to more trouble. What a strange man. Looking at the confused Raoul, Piaro confidently said, it's a wonderful land. It's interesting that what is visible to the eye is not all. Smiling happily, the man added, well, that's enough for a fireworks display. Hearing this, Raoul confidently replied, you can't even imagine better, and then mentally added, I brought some strange peasant. Mr. Grid, you are completely unpredictable. At that time, Grid, having studied the subject, said, Wow, a good rake. It will serve as a great example. After telling everything to Khan, Grid heard that such a prominent person was an Etnal, to which he replied, "You can imagine, even if he smells a little. Even though I am a lord, I have been very busy, and it has been annoying, but it is nice to work with you again after all this time," to which Khan replied, "Wow, you are a big shot now. I have missed working with you too." Throwing the rake to the side, Khan added that despite the large volume of work, we will do it quickly to exhale calmly, to which Grid replied that he had already done a lot of work. Not even an hour had passed. In response to Grid's words, Khan said, "Count Raoul asked me to do a lot. You need to hurry up. You haven't even done one thing yet." Interrupting his teacher, Grid said, "Khan, I did not bring you here for something that even low-level blacksmiths can handle. We have to make the best tool that will turn even an ordinary farmer into a first-class one. And what about the pride of a first-class blacksmith? Compromise will not do." Hearing this, Khan was surprised to think that this greatness was the legendary blacksmith, a descendant of Pagma. Thinking about Grid's words, Khan said, "You were right 100 times. I was too inexperienced." To which Grid replied, "It's not that you didn't understand. It's just that circumstances are urgent. By the way, I was worried that you would have a hard time because of the heat of the Western lands, but I'm glad to see you in good health. And I heard in response that you shouldn't worry. I decided that a blacksmith who works with fire will lose to some heat." Smiling after hearing this, Grid said to Khan, "Be well. Where we are working with you will be my starting point to a place where we can return." Hearing this, Khan was touched and said in his head, "I have a son now. There is a home where I can go back to." And then smiling happily, he said, "You and I are right." In response to this, Grid said, "I think it should be so. And besides, we have a decent blast furnace for the first time, so we need to use it to the maximum." From the outside, the forge looked very small, but inside, with all the big blast furnaces, it was almost like a factory, and dozens of people could work here. After that, Grid confidently said in his head, "Now I'm starting to realize that this was a big city. We need to come up with a plan to recruit blacksmith players." Looking at his products, he said, "Although they are few, they will have a beneficial effect on the development of the land." After which Raoul said, as expected from the legendary blacksmith Mr. Grid, his creations are incredible. Raising an ordinary rake above him, Grid said, "Are you kidding me?" To which Raoul nervously added, "It's the work of Mr. Khan." Immediately afterwards, he added, "Mr. Grid, I need to discuss something with you. Please come to the castle." To which he said in surprise that he was fine. Arriving at the castle, Grid spoke in the central tower of the castle, which was a great height, to which Raoul added that the height of the pointed tower also symbolizes the power of the Lord of the land. It seems that the past Lord Reedon had rights that were not inferior to the king. Only in the main palace there are rooms in additional palaces. A large military camp designed for 1,000 army and stadiums. To which Grid replied, "I was really surprised. I thought if the city was in this state, the castle was just a ruin, even if there were no utensils and everything was quite old, but in general it was well preserved." After that, Raoul added that to cover the taxes demanded by Harn, the inhabitants sold all the utensils and maintenance in the city, but they left the castle as a symbol of Lord Reedon. The peasants gave up their own lives to preserve what could be called the last shreds of pride. Looking at the throne, Grid said in surprise, "None of them could even take this place, so why?" Putting his hand on it, Grid added, "Jiroi Raoul, you said I could be king. Do you still hold that opinion?" In response, Kuroi said confidently, "Of course, sir. Reedon's tower can be higher than the royal tower." And Raoul added, "I think so too, and I'm the only one who recognizes it." After that, Grid looked at the throne and thoughtfully said in his head, "This throne contains a lot. Can I take it? I can say with certainty that my insignificant life has changed because I became a descendant of Pagma. But before the change of class, I achieved it all on my own. Then will I be able to become a good lord who will give all the answers?" Grid said with a heavy sigh. "And yet our people are the main source of income. But for some reason, it seems to me that being a ruler for the people is not my thing. However, at least I have to respond to their unconditional trust. Raoul, don't cause the people to suffer even if it's on purpose." Hearing Grid's order, Raoul was surprised to think that he hadn't realized he was capable of such words. And then he replied, "I will remember." Taking the throne of Lord Grid, he added, "I myself am not yet familiar with the local people, so I cannot make promises. But if there are those who believe that I can become king, it remains only to prove it as Lord of Raiden." Seeing Grid, Kuroi exclaimed happily, "You're so cool, sir." While Raoul smiled and thought he had made a firm decision to continue on the path of greatest achievement. Looking at his lord, Raoul said, If you're ready, let's talk about plans for the future. Reedon's goal is to restore the population and industry to the level of a major city as soon as possible. I plan to start with agriculture to help increase the birth rate and consumption as well as increase resources to fortunately solve the food problem. They were solved because the legendary farmer and feng shui specialist Mr. Piaro discovered a water vein. Hearing this, Grid was surprised to hear how Piaro became Taoist. Then Raoul sternly said, I'm going to turn Reedon into an industrial city, at which time massive blacksmithing training will be held here. Also, the task and goal of Overgeared will be to destroy all the monsters of the event, especially the giant worms. Their base, which will launch a special scenario, should be hidden somewhere underground. If you destroy that place, they will no longer appear. The plot of the event will move to the next stage. Hearing this, Kuroi said that it will give us a lot of experience points, and with the master's equipment, we will be able to level up faster, which is what I'm talking about. It's a little uncomfortable to talk about this, but if you wait for what Grid got up from the throne and went to his subject, he said, I know you want me to keep pounding the hammer in the forge, whatever the weapon or equipment. If you need a masterful plan, then that's your part of the strategy. It's completely in your hands. Hearing this, Raoul confidently said, you can count on me. And the honest tactician gave a full-fledged impetus to action by starting the wheel of the city's reconstruction. After a while, Taban arrived with a report and told Raoul that preparations for the reconnaissance of the nearest territory were completed. I'll look for villages in Raidens district, which could increase the population, to which Raoul replied, don't look for villages yet. There's a chance that a settlement in the middle of the desert could be a vampire nest. The minimum level of a vampire is reached by some individuals, and until the situation in the city stabilizes, we must avoid anything that could cause excitement. The key mission of Overgeared is to get the necessary lumber for reconstruction, which may seem insignificant, but the only thing we can do so far is to get the desert monsters outside. To revive a dead city, it is important to revive its main activity first. Mr. Piaro and Mr. Bland have taken full responsibility for farming. Jude was entrusted with training the soldiers for endurance. They need only stamina, and attack power can be replenished with Mr. Grid's weapon, and the limited turnover of manufactured goods that follows after all of the above. Thinking about the next stage, Raoul mentally said, we need to draw up a turnover plan again in the last piece of the puzzle. After a while, someone began to approach the walls outside the city, and seeing the stranger, one of the guards shouted out, stop, who's coming? Stopping in front of the guards who pointed their spears at him, the man said, welcome, I've come here on important business, to which the guard replied, we won't let a stranger in just like that. With a sly smile, the man said, Raiden, so I've heard the rumors, but he's really huge and the guard's clothes don't match the fortress. I think I already know why Lord Grid has summoned me here. Looking at the report from Raoul, Grid said in surprise, it's only been a few days and the report is already so big, so running a city is not easy. After that, Raoul said that thanks to the equipment you and Mr. Khan made, the effective farming has increased dramatically, and Grid replied that it would take a few more months for the city to fully recover. Hearing this, Raoul said that at the current speed we will never catch up with other cities, to which Grid replied in surprise, but why are we quite active? Then Raoul said we missed a key point that supports the viability of the city. I'm talking about money. Hearing this, Grid was surprised to hear that we have money. We have money received with the land, to which Raoul nervously replied that there was almost nothing left. We used it as material support for the city. Food, transportation costs, and everything else takes about 1,000 gold pieces a day for the residents, and that's what we need most of all. Hearing this, Grid said confusedly, no, not my building, I don't want it. Then Raoul nervously exclaimed, in the future, for some time to come, the food supply will provide the residents with the grown crops and goods necessary for the development of the city. Immediately after that, Raoul nervously added, and the only alternative in our case is your property. Don't you remember how you said you would meet other people's expectations as a ruler? Looking at what was happening in the forge, Khan said nervously. The atmosphere was not the most pleasant, and Raoul said, remember please, for the good of the world, to which Grid replied, I don't remember, I was out of it. Not feeling that the puzzle of it someone is standing, Khan spoke, need to place an order for materials, but it will be difficult. The next moment, a voice came from behind the blacksmith and said, what a familiar picture, Mr. Khan. Now I am calm. Khan looked back and said, who is it? In confusion. Seeing a famous person behind him, Khan nervously exclaimed, you. At the same time in the forge, Raoul exclaimed, stop it. You have to invest money, set an example for others. To which Grid replied, the earth, if sprinkled with sugar, can be eaten anyway. to which the boy replied, "Please shut up." Immediately afterwards, Grid added, "What if we gathered the guild members? You're a crying baby." To which Raoul barely held back his tears and exclaimed, "The rest of the guild members can't even go hunting because of the reconstruction. You can't force them." The next moment, Khan interrupted the argument between Raoul and Grid and said, "Listen, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we have a guest." Taking off his cloak, Rebbit spoke joyfully, "You're just as noisy and even more troublesome than before." When Grid saw who had arrived, he smiled slyly and said, "You're later than I thought." "Still, Ephemera knows her stuff, Raoul. This man must know the answer to your torment." Immediately afterwards, Grid happily said, "Come quickly to Rebbit," to which he bowed and said, "Long time no see, your highness." Continuing to bow, he continued, "The son of the people of Rebbit greets the great hero, his highness Duke Grid." Looking at Rebbit, Raoul asked in surprise who he was if he knew the answers to my questions, to which Grid answered him, "He is the second man in the Marrow Trade Guild and the one who made it the best guild in the northern lands. He has an outstanding ability to trade. The guild committed fraud and was imprisoned in Winston, but I asked my son-in-law to issue a special order. I sent for you Ephemera. You will return together." After that, Grid thought happily. His impression of him had changed a lot, but who better than me to know that he used any methods in the trade guild? And then he said, "You look too fresh for someone who was in prison." Looking at the new lord of the city, Rebbit was impressed, thinking from the gestures to the appearance. It was as if he had shed his previous shell, a striking change. Immediately after, he added, "Yes, we arrived together, and thanks to the requests of the people of Winston, the Marquis of Stime also showed favor to your lordship's ascension to high office, as you have shown your perfect appearance. It seems to me I have greatly underestimated your lordship in the past." Hearing this, Grid said, "Enough talk, I'm sorry to be so blunt. But remember, in the past you promised to make me rich. Now I would like to take advantage of this opportunity. Do you think you are ready to serve me?" Kneeling down before Grid, Rebbit said confidently, "I will follow you with great joy. I should dream of being the second rich man." Immediately after that, Grid spoke to his subject not to take on the expense of maintaining the nobility, but he will need a title. Although I said that you cannot sell titles to users, but in this case you can, right, Raoul? Hearing this, Raoul thought that Mr. Grid's acquaintanceship had not yet done any harm, and then said there should be no problem in making him your vassal, so just put your sword on your shoulder and speak out loud. Following Raoul's advice, Grid put the sword on Rebbit's shoulder and said, "From now on, you are the Viscount of the Kingdom of Etnol, but since I pay you a salary, you must be loyal to me alone." Hearing Grid's words and receiving the title of Viscount, Rebbit said, "I and my descendants will be loyal only to your lordship." Smiling happily after receiving the title, Grid thought that Rebbit had such an ability, it was not for nothing that I brought him here. Immediately after being conferred with the title, Rebbit stood up and said, "Then let me express my opinion right away. On the way here, I toured the area of Raiden. The farming is impressive, but I felt that you overdid it." Raoul was surprised to hear this, and asked what he meant by overdoing it. "First, we will raise capital by reviving the city's economy through agriculture, and then we plan to grow to the level of an industrial city. And for this purpose, we select and grow the highest quality products." Rabbit then pointed out that a limited number of species can be grown on hot land, which means that Raiden does not meet the requirements of an agricultural city. Even if we reduce the fields, it will still be enough to feed thousands of residents. In addition, fast crop growth can be achieved anywhere. We are not competitive, to which Raoul replied that Raiden's only advantage is its vast land. The only way to accumulate capital is to use this land to make some profit. Immediately after that, Raoul looked at Grid and asked if he would be useful as a trader if he did not know even the basics, to which Grid held out his commanding sword and said it was better to make sure of everything himself. Taking the sword in his hands, Raoul said unhappily, "Is it worth the effort? I doubt a son from a trade guild will be able to grasp the essence of my plan." Seeing the characteristics of Rebbit, Raoul was amazed to hear every trade skill in his head at S+ and SS. Moreover, the management skill is at S level. As far as I know, even the manager of Winston, which is considered the second city in the north, has a B level. Seeing Raoul Grid's reaction, I happily thought, as expected from a named NPC, his skills are so impressive that I don't even know whether to use him as a manager or a trader.